Chapter 1. Casillas. In the year 1510 of the Oceanic era, in the Eastern Sea, there lay a realm renowned for its pristine beauty, the kingdom of Goya. Descending from the lofty palace, one encounters the noble high town. Followed by the bustling central street, this trifecta forms the very heart of the kingdom, resembling three concentric circles of varying sizes, stacked upon one another. The royal family residing in the palace holds the highest esteem in the land, followed by the aristocrats of the high town, and then the common folk of the central street. Beyond this societal structure exist the rogues, vagabonds, and the destitute who scavenge through heaps of refuse, trading found treasures for lives' necessities. The end of uncertainty serves as a haven for these miscreants, effectively segregating the unfortunate from the respectable citizens of the central street. This is a nation steeped in hierarchy. The high town and palace are realms that the average citizen may never glimpse in their lifetime. Occasionally, a finely attired noble may stroll through the central street, prompting the commoners to bow their heads in deference, their eyes filled with awe, for to show disrespect towards the esteemed is a grave offense. Fortunately, the nobility seldom venture into the end of uncertainty, deeming those places tainted with foul odors that offend both the eyes and the nose. Thus, one is likely to encounter only the ragged and weary wanderers or the thuggish enforcers who control their fate within these confines, having unearthed something of value from the refuse. The wanderers typically find their way to the end of uncertainty to barter for coin and sustenance. With a resounding thud, a golden-haired youth was unceremoniously cast to the ground. He landed before a two-story building, its weathered facade of stone and brick showing the passage of time, with some areas marred by gaping holes. From within, the sounds of clinking glasses and hushed conversations occasionally drifted out. The two burly men who had tossed the boy out returned to their post by the dilapidated wooden door, arms crossed. The youth, having just met the unforgiving ground, curled up in pain, taking a moment to gather himself before struggling to rise. His tattered garments were grimy, as was his youthful face, both coated in dust. A gilded ring could fetch at least 1,000 belly, yet they only offered me 100. He seethed, casting a wary glance at the gathering within the establishment, yearning to confront them further, but quickly deflated by the reality of his situation. Given his stature, having just been forcibly robbed and ejected, he understood that any further reckless action would only lead to greater misfortune. Clutched in his hand were a few silver coins. This paltry sum represented his earnings for the day. 100 belly. Overcome with a sense of despair, Hawk prepared to depart. The 100 belly he managed to save would suffice for 2 days of coarse barley bread, the kind that was tough and required water to swallow, lest one risk choking. Such unfortunate incidents had indeed transpired before, as he had heard from other drifters. Is this the black market? At some point, a figure clad in a tight black outfit, draped with a matching overcoat, had appeared beside Hawk. Upon closer inspection, even his boots were black, and he wore black leather gloves in stark contrast to his peculiar attire. The individual was a youth, likely of a similar age to Hawk. However, his immaculate black clothing, short dark hair, and distinctly Eastern features evoked in Hawk a sense of standing beside an aristocrat. Particularly striking was the expression on the youth's face. Was at ease, confidence, joy. Hawk found himself envious, much like observing the common folk in the central street as they indulged in drink and meat. Even if this individual bore the same filthy garments as himself, with dust covering his face, Hawk could not bring himself to label him a vagabond. Unlike every other drifter he had encountered, who wore expressions of numbness, coldness, or even despair, this boy seemed different. Most inhabitants of the uncertain terminus embodied such desolation. "I'm asking you a question." The youth turned to Hawk, a hint of impatience flashing across his face. Startled, Hawk noticed a silver object fastened to the youth's belt and instinctively lowered his gaze, stammering his response. "'Tis is indeed a place where we exchange the things we find for money, but whether it qualifies as a black market, I cannot say." His understanding of the term black market was nebulous at best. He had merely heard of it in passing. The dark-haired youth smiled. "Then it seems you are correct. I've just interrogated a pirate I captured, and this is precisely the kind of place I'm seeking." Pirate? A shock coursed through Hawk. Although he had never encountered a pirate, he had heard many tales of murder and cannibalism, among others. To sum up, pirates were far more malevolent and terrifying than the thugs who preyed upon the destitute. This fellow captured a pirate. Before he could ponder further, the youth casually remarked, "It seems someone inside has stolen your belongings. What do you say? Care to join me inside? I will seek justice for you." As he spoke, he stepped forward, pushing open the creaking wooden door of the dilapidated two-story building that housed the ruffians, seemingly indifferent to Hawk's decision. Hawk hesitated, watching as the youth entered through the door, which creaked ominously as it opened. "I will seek justice for you, He silently recited these words several times in his mind, recalling the arduous life of wandering since he became an orphan, a surge of youthful courage igniting within him throughout one's life. There will inevitably be moments when the mind feels as though it is ensnared in a thick fog without contemplating the credibility of the other's words. He was compelled by a lingering sense of injustice, for he had once belonged to a prosperous family in the heart of the city. No longer hesitating, just before the wooden door could close once more, Hawk followed suit and stepped inside. The two burly guards stationed at the entrance paid no heed to the boy they had just ejected as long as he refrained from causing further trouble. He was of no consequence to. Then the ground floor of the building was an expansive space. In truth, it resembled a tavern, albeit lacking any signage. During the day, many inebriated patrons lounged across the scattered tables, drinking, boasting, and creating a cacophony that was far more pronounced than the noise outside. Hawk trailed closely behind the dark-haired youth. The boy did not turn around, but had already sensed Hawk's movements. "Quite brave, aren't you? What's your name?" "Hawk," Hawk replied softly, casting a glance toward the one-eyed man at the counter, the very individual who had taken his belongings and left him with merely 100 belly. "Oh, I'm Casillas, but you may call me Yas for brevity." Casillas, the dark-haired youth, appeared to be a regular at the tavern, skillfully dodging a drunken man's hairy leg that extended over the table, ignoring Hawk, who stumbled and fell, and took a seat at the counter at a glass of juice. Pleased, the one-eyed man was indeed the owner of the establishment. Had anyone else come to request a glass of juice, he would have likely laughed boisterously, mocking them as a hairless child still suckling, declaring that they did not serve non-alcoholic beverages here. However, first, the boy was indeed quite young, and second, his attire suggested he was not to be underestimated. Casting a dubious glance at Hawk, who had fallen and then caught up, he silently poured a drink and placed it before Casillas. Orange juice. Lifting the glass, Casillas took a sip, nodding in satisfaction before asking, "I wonder if you have any firearms for sale?" "I'm looking for the finest, the kind used by the Navy." The one-eyed man's expression shifted, and he promptly replied, "We do not have any here. Aside from alcohol and food, we merely assist the unfortunate vagrants in exchanging a Bitcoin." "Is that so?" Casillas maintained his smile. "Finding such a place isn't easy. Are you certain there are none?" As he spoke, he produced a bag. The bag was filled to the brim, clinking with the sound of metal. The one-eyed man heard it distinctly. The sound was unmistakably that of gold coins clashing, not copper or silver. This bag contained at least several 100,000 belly. Yet this revelation did not bring him joy. Such a youth, capable of presenting such a sum of money, could he be of noble lineage? Or perhaps a pirate? However, this money, with some difficulty, the one-eyed brute swallowed hard, contemplating within his mind. Firstly, it seemed most probable that this individual was a scion of nobility. The likelihood of him being a pirate was rather slim. His garments were neat and clean, albeit predominantly black, which was an uncommon choice. Moreover, his notably fair complexion suggested a life of luxury and comfort. Furthermore, what of the pirates? They often had the backing of influential nobles. In the East Sea, even pirates seldom dared to provoke members of the aristocracy. With this thought, he finally gestured for Casillas to follow him, preparing to turn away. Yet unexpectedly, the other party interjected, "No need, I merely require confirmation of your resources. What I seek is simply a channel." Upon uttering this statement, Casillas, in the bewildered gaze of the one-eyed man, grasped a silver object at his waist. It was a peculiar weapon, entirely unfamiliar to the one-eyed man, likely a firearm. Although its metallic sheen and sharply defined contours bore no resemblance to the firearms he knew, the ominous muzzle that exuded an air of danger signified unmistakably that this was indeed a gun. In this world, whether under the aegis of the world government's navy or among the pirates traversing the Grand Line's new world, firearms remained rudimentary, primarily utilizing simple gunpowder and solid metal ammunition. Though weapons akin to the six-barreled Gatling existed, their numbers were exceedingly scarce. Only Casillas knew this weapon was called the Desert Eagle. It was a firearm from another world, embodying technology that far surpassed that of this realm. A true modern weapon. Chapter 2. Seeking collaboration. This silver-white instrument measured nearly 27 centimeters in length, with a caliber of .05 and a bullet exit velocity exceeding 370 meters per second, bestowing upon it tremendous destructive power. While it did possess drawbacks, such as excessive recoil and insufficient adaptability to complex environments, its notoriety in another world was precisely why Casillas chose it. In his established perception, he believed that even if it did not rival the AK, it was undoubtedly a commendable choice. When the customer suddenly brandished the obviously gun-like object towards the proprietor, it naturally drew the attention of others. Initially, a drunken man shouted, "There's a ruckus. Is anyone going to intervene?" Don't you dare interrupt my drinking." Finally, even those who had previously been oblivious to the unfolding situation became aware. Subsequently, some relatively sober individuals scrambled out in haste, while minor scuffles with knives were commonplace. The presence of firearms indicated a serious matter. Survival took precedence. Prior to this, several figures had already emerged from various corners, including the two sentinels stationed at the entrance. With solemn expressions, they reached for their waists, drawing forth knives or firearms awaiting the command of his superior. The next moment could see him pounce or take aim to fire. At this juncture, the one-eyed behemoth, with a gun's dark muzzle trained upon him, felt beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The youth before him, clad in black, was evidently no ordinary adversary. The piercing gaze he bore suggested that any hint of movement on the part of the giant would result in a bullet finding its way into his body, most likely targeting his head. I would advise you to urge your men to remain calm. Or would you prefer to gamble and see whether I pull the trigger first, or if your men manage to eliminate me? Casillas maintained a smile on his visage, yet his eyes were as frigid and composed as ice as he spoke. He raised a glass filled with orange juice and took a generous sip. To be frank, this orange juice is surely of inferior quality, diluted with water and likely containing a fair amount of pulp. Well, it's better than nothing. I suppose the one-eyed giant observed that the finger resting on the trigger was gradually tightening, albeit subtly. In the next moment, the middle-aged man with a stubbled jaw raised his hand, signaling the cautious individuals approaching him to refrain from any rash actions. Having completed this, he turned his gaze to Casillas and inquired, "What exactly do you intend to accomplish?" A lengthy silence enveloped the room. The unremarkable tavern had only a handful of patrons left, while Hawk, positioned behind Casillas, had been in a state of bewilderment since the moment the Desert Eagle was drawn. Truth be told, it's nothing too complicated, Casillas replied nonchalantly, though it feels somewhat beneath me to explain my intentions to a mere extra devoid of a name. I shall reluctantly oblige. With that, he finally set down his silver Desert Eagle and retrieved a pack of cigarettes skillfully. He extracted one, placing it between his lips, and with a sharp flick he opened his silver lighter to ignite the cigarette. The one-eyed giant, stationed at the bar, wore an expression of confusion, pondering the meaning of extra before he could delve deeper into thought. Casillas interrupted, drawing a deep inhale from the cigarette before exhaling a slender plume of smoke with a sense of relief, stating, "It's quite simple. Really, I am here to seek a partnership, though not with you or your ilk, but rather with the nobility behind you." Before the one-eyed giant could respond, Casillas continued unabated. "Do not deny it, the vast majority of the powers at play in this region have influential patrons, and you are among the elite in this regard. The profits from arms dealings, in the kingdom of Goya, those who can firmly grasp such significant interests are undoubtedly individuals of high standing, either the nobility of Gaussian, specifically among the highest echelons, or perhaps even members of the royal family. Am I not correct?" The one-eyed giant fell silent, for the truths he had articulated were undeniable, leaving no room for rebuttal at this moment. Casillas appeared to be invigorated. Moreover, it should not merely be this, should it? One must consider that this is a standard-issue firearm used by the Navy, a commodity typically accessible only to them. Thus, the noble behind you must be colluding with some high-ranking officer of the Eastern Sea Navy. Wouldn't you agree? Who might that individual be? The one-eyed giant, with great difficulty, managed to utter a few words. "I do not know." You certainly do not know, for you are merely a minor character in this grand narrative," Casillas retorted, his words laced with scorn as he slammed the Desert Eagle onto the counter. "However, I trust you are an astute individual. This weapon is the leverage I possess to negotiate with your noble benefactor. Simply present this to him, and before that, you may wish to test the potency of this remarkable device. I trust you shall not let me down." Casillas rose to his feet, and, as he turned to depart, he playfully kicked Hawk, who was lost in thought, to rouse him. "I shall return here tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock, and I hope to hear some good news." Upon reaching the threshold, Casillas glanced back, regarding Hawk's matter. Compensating at market value should pose no issue, correct? With that, he did not await a response and strode out the door. In this process, the henchman of the one-eyed giant remained remarkably composed, showing no signs of agitation. A man gripping a firearm approached the counter, gazing at their leader with concern as he inquired, "How are you, boss? Are you all right?" "I'm fine, for the moment," the one-eyed giant replied, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. After a brief silence, he continued, "You are in charge of carefully retrieving that peculiar firearm from the counter. Be cautious not to damage it." The man paused, momentarily bewildered by his leader's instructions. Rather than hastily asking for clarification, he shifted his gaze towards the silver gun resting on the counter. although he had encountered and even wielded short-barreled firearms before. This one paled in comparison to the long-barreled gun he held, lacking significantly in power and range. This object appeared quite exquisite, exuding an inexplicable aura of ruggedness and strength. However, with such a short barrel, how formidable could the bullets truly be? As these thoughts crossed his mind, he stepped closer, only to suddenly sense something amiss. Lowering his gaze for a closer inspection, he gasped in shock. The silver firearm has become deeply embedded in the hard surface of the counter. Yet the surrounding countertop exhibits no signs of any wood grain fractures. What kind of strength is this? Is it even human? Mere strength alone is insufficient. At this moment, not far away, Casillas extinguished his cigarette and toyed with a silver lighter in his hand. The rectangular lighter gleamed in metallic silver, with one side intricately engraved with black lines forming a vividly lifelike skull. Strangely, this skull wore a hat, which, despite its color being indiscernible, appeared to resemble a straw hat in shape. Hawk's eyes were fixated on the lighter, following Casillas intently. I almost forgot. Casillas suddenly halted, slipping his hand into the pocket of his trench coat. I need to go to another place, quite distant. You should wait for me there tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. He extracted 2 banknotes. This amount should suffice for you to acquire a change of clothes, enjoy a decent meal, and rest for the night. Hawk numbly accepted the money, appearing as if he had something to say, but hesitated. Casillas smiled and reassured him, Do not worry, Hawk. You are the first little brother I have taken under my wing in this world, and I shall not let you down. If you fear someone might cause you trouble, seek out that one-eyed brute. In consideration of my reputation, he will likely assist you, provided he is not a fool. The matters ahead are of great significance to me. I am about to meet one of the future sea emperors, as well as a certain little rascal named Luffy. If fortune favors me and my memory serves me right, he should still be in Windmill Village at this time. Hawk could not comprehend the meaning of terms like 4 emperors of the sea, nor did he know the whereabouts of Windmill Town. As he watched the figure of Casillas gradually recede into the distance, he pondered whether he had previously uttered words implying that he recognized the other as a leader. Reflecting on Casillas's natural demeanor, he felt an unsettling impression that he had perhaps lost a fragment of his recent memories. Nevertheless, disregarding such thoughts, the currency in his hand evoked distant memories of delectable fare, pork sausages, white bread, mashed potatoes, roasted chicken, and the like. Chapter 3. Crossing the Golbo Mountain 2 hours later. Casillas, with a half-burnt cigarette clenched between his teeth, slowly traversed the towering hills composed of refuse, drawing closer to the base of Golbo Mountain, which was gradually revealing strands of verdant life. Tenacious weeds, alongside some hardwoods and smaller trees, emerged from the thinning piles of garbage. Even though they were compelled to grow in contorted shapes to survive, they diligently extracted the meager nutrients from the soil and absorbed the sunlight to sustain their existence. The closer he approached the mountain's foot, the more the foliage proliferated. Eventually, massive tree roots, resembling walls, obstructed the path into the mountain. These roots, half buried underground and half exposed to the air, belonged to colossal trees that required several individuals, sometimes even a dozen, to encircle. The world of One Piece is replete with extraordinary phenomena. Even the sight of such trees was enough to leave Casillas in awe. In his previous world, a single tree of this kind could become a renowned tourist attraction. Yet, within Golbo Mountain, similar wonders were innumerable. What would it be like to witness the Atom Tree and the Eve Tree in person? He felt a surge of anticipation. Gazing up at the canopies that obscured the sky, Casillas inhaled deeply, drawing the smoke into his lungs, and as he exhaled slowly, he murmured, And what of the fishmen? The fur tribes, the little people, the giants, and colossal elephants that could house an entire nation, living for over 1,000 years? Fishmen must be quite beautiful. I wonder if they can engage in such activities with humans. Lost in thought, he began to entertain less than respectable notions. He hadn't paid close attention to One Piece, and he truly could not recall any pertinent details. However, the fact that humans captured fishmen to sell them as slaves indicated something. Even if the physical interaction was impossible, they still had mouths, didn't they? Engrossed in his musings, he inadvertently burned his finger on the smoldering end of the cigarette. Casillas reflexively flicked his hand, discarding it, and began to blow vigorously on his middle finger to alleviate the minor burn. TSK, enough of these thoughts. It's time to focus on what truly matters. In any case, should he wish to witness such wonders, the future would undoubtedly present ample opportunities. Within the majestic expanse of the Golbo Mountains, it is inconceivable that ferocious beasts do not reside therein. Consequently, it is imperative for one to possess means of self-defense upon entering. Even with the boon of a robust physique, Casillas prudently acknowledges that he cannot confront the formidable creatures akin to those faced by Ace, unarmed. Reflect for a moment on the feats Ace accomplished in his youth, kicking down a tree with a diameter of half a meter to thwart Luffy in pursuit. Yet, even such an extraordinary Ace could not contend with the king of beasts that roamed the mountains, a colossal tiger. While the animated portrayals may be somewhat exaggerated, Casillas is not a man given to arrogance. System. With a silent invocation in his mind, a semi-transparent panel materialized before Casillas' eyes, reminiscent of those found in video games. This, indeed, is his external aid. How could a protagonist embark on their journey without such assistance? The undeniable truth of this world is that the protagonist must possess extraordinary abilities. However, those who wield such powers are not exclusively the main character. The system lacks a name, as Casillas is unaware of it. The control panel bears no characters or letters to denote a title, nor does a cold, mechanical voice or a charming, intelligent one reveal its identity. Casillas, too apathetic to christen it, simply refers to it as the system. The interface is remarkably minimalist, featuring only 3 elongated options: talent list, task list, and item list. With a gentle tap of his finger in the air, he distinctly touches the translucent interface. Selecting the item list option, feeling a tactile feedback akin to the sensation of touching a glass surface, albeit with a subtle difference. If he were to press too forcefully against the interface, he would find nothing to grasp. Upon expanding the item list, secondary options emerge: firearms, cold weapons, and vehicles. Selecting firearms reveals a plethora of densely packed icons, among which one shines brightly, labeled with 4 characters: Desert Eagle. The cost of acquisition is 5,000 berries. The common currency in the world of One Piece, with each bullet priced at 10 berries. Thus, a Desert Eagle along with 100 bullets totals 6,000 berries. However, upon confirming his selection, no changes occurred. He neither conjured the weapon out of thin air nor performed a transaction akin to a recharge. Yet he knew that his funds had indeed diminished by 6,000 berries, precisely that amount taken by the system. As for the weapon, Casillas reached into the pocket of his trench coat and retrieved a pristine Desert Eagle, identical to the one he had left with the one-eyed giant. Gleaming and as good as new, he ejected the magazine to inspect it, and with a decisive click, he secured it back in place. Aiming at a bird foraging for food in the distance to test the feel of the gun. His proficiency with firearms, while not extraordinary, was certainly competent. This weapon, suitable for a range of approximately 100 meters, would allow him to hit the target with a success rate of 8 or 9 out of 10. Not to mention, the effective range of the Desert Eagle reaches around 200 meters. With such firepower, he felt confident it would suffice against a tiger. Thus, Casillas leisurely lit a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke as he followed a rugged path winding up between stout tree roots, venturing deeper into the mountains. At that moment, the sun hung directly overhead, having just reached its zenith in the sky. Meanwhile, as Casillas embarked on his journey to Windmill Town, the one-eyed giant stood in a grand edifice in the high town, feeling a twinge of discomfort as he stood upon an exquisite dark red wool carpet, his heels rising instinctively, driven by an impulse to escape at any moment. This is because the master here is a veritable demon, a being of sheer brutality devoid of any semblance of humanity. He vividly recalls the harrowing incident from 2 years ago when the previous leader was mercilessly tortured to death along with his entire family by this demonic figure, all for the trivial infraction of uttering a misplaced word in his presence. As the newly appointed leader, he is compelled to serve this tyrant, for to refuse would be to court a dire fate. Faced with the choice of disobedience leading to his demise, he resolves to work diligently, driven by the need to provide for his family. Moreover, he is not a paragon of virtue. He carries little remorse for acts of violence and destruction. Fortunately, through careful and prudent conduct over the past 2 years, he has managed to survive unscathed. Are you implying that this weapon was produced by that wretched individual? The man spoke, seated in a high-backed chair of solid mahogany, a goblet before him filled halfway with a liquid as red as blood. His features, rather plain and bordering on unattractive, were accentuated by a sharp, hooked nose that added an air of coldness to his countenance. Indeed, esteemed master, the one-eyed giant responded cautiously, aware that every utterance before this man must be delivered with the utmost respect. He had made no errors in 2 years. His robust frame was bent low in a posture of extreme subservience. The other party picked up a silver firearm, delicately wrapped in soft silk, and inquired, "Does this weapon have a range exceeding 200 meters and the capability to penetrate steel at close range?" "Yes, esteemed master," the aristocrat with his hair as white as snow meticulously styled, stood up and murmured to himself, "He wishes to collaborate with me?" "Indeed, esteemed sir," chuckled the one-eyed brute. After a few cold laughs from his counterpart, he issued a command. "You shall seek out Scissorhands Jack and instruct him to apprehend this lowly peasant by tomorrow, compelling him to reveal the design schematics of this weapon. Once acquired, ensure that the matter is disposed of discreetly." Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly replied, "Yes, esteemed sir." Chapter 4. The Crimson Tyrant. The journey was devoid of unforeseen events. Casillas encountered neither members of the Dayton family's bandits nor the notorious leader of the mountain, a certain tiger. Apart from the unfortunate encounter with a blind, solitary wolf, he faced no other dangers. As the sun set, he beheld the quaint windmill town, bathed in the golden hues of dusk. The undulating fields, adorned with windmills nestled in various corners, painted a picturesque scene, a place of both exquisite beauty and serene isolation. Seizing the moment, Casillas lit a fresh cigarette, standing still for a while to savor the view. At that moment, a banana would have been perfect, perhaps accompanied by a refreshing juice. Halfway through his smoke, the night began to envelop the landscape. Casillas pressed onward, his silhouette gradually obscured in the dimming light, resembling a specter wandering through a valley. The denizens of Windmill Town congregated along the coastline, forming a dense cluster of buildings. Though somewhat remote, a rudimentary commercial system had still managed to permeate the area. No matter how secluded, it was impossible for the town to lack visitors. Recently, a medium-sized brigantine had docked at the seaside hamlet, proudly displaying a flag emblematic of piracy, a white skull with 3 crimson slashes crossing its left eye socket. Typically, when a town encounters pirates, it faces plunder and destruction, with the possibility of total annihilation for its inhabitants. Yet, Windmill Town remained tranquil and serene. Most pirates subsist through plundering, but the red-haired pirates are not among this majority. As one of the 4 emperors reigning over the New World since the demise of the Pirate King, the red-haired pirates neither engage in such acts nor desire to. Unlike the marauding scourge of the seas, the members of the red-haired pirates were, at least in this town, quite well received. Ben Beckman, the vice-captain of the crew, strolled down the street, clad in a dark V-neck shirt and loose trousers. His long black hair was tied back in a ponytail, with a fringe falling over his forehead, and his chiseled face bore a serious expression. As the vice-captain, he had numerous responsibilities. The affable red-haired fellow seemed oblivious to the myriad of chaotic matters aboard the ship, leaving their management solely to Beckman. Despite being a figure of considerable strength, rivaling the 4 emperors, his daily tasks often involved procuring food and acquiring various supplies for their maritime endeavors, mundane yet essential duties. However, he did not resent these responsibilities. Amidst a crew of unreliable misfits, he was the only one with the meticulousness to organize such complexities. Suddenly, a figure approached, blocking Beckman's path. In the depths of youth, there stood a boy, strikingly young. Yet, Beckman instinctively furrowed his brow. The sight of this dark-clad youth, also with a cigarette between his lips, evoked a peculiar sensation within him. Was it danger? No, not quite. Rather, it felt oddly unsettling. "Excuse me, sir? Could you direct me to the tavern in town? I wish to indulge in a drink," Casillas inquired, recognizing a few members of the red-haired pirates, particularly this one before him. Beckman, with his customary cold demeanor and few expressions, merely replied, "I am heading there myself." In an instant, Casillas grasped the implication. This man would lead the way. How fortuitous! He despised the notion of searching for a location based on vague descriptions provided by others. As they made their way, Beckman remained silent, leaving Casillas feeling somewhat bored. In his ennui, he lit another cigarette and began to play with his lighter. The silver square object danced gracefully between his 5 fingers, yet it remained confined within their grasp. Even with the black leather gloves adorning his hands, Casillas managed not to fumble. Though this display seemed trivial to Beckman, it caught the attention of another. By the time they reached the tavern's entrance, a lively voice pierced the air, its pitch soaring above the ordinary. "Wow, sir, what is that you are playing with?" The swift retribution of fate was apparent. Having just referred to Beckman as sir, he was now addressed similarly by a child. "I am merely 15, you know," Casillas replied, looking down to see a child gazing up at him, eyes sparkling with wonder as they fixated on the lighter in his hand. The boy appeared to be around 6 or 7 years of age. A spark of realization flickered within Casillas. Surely, it must be Luffy, disregarding his previous actions. He stepped into the tavern under the adoring gaze of the future Pirate King. A swift glance around revealed his target, a red-haired man adorned with a straw hat. Yet, He refrained from approaching him directly. "May I take your order?" A gentle, melodious voice resonated as Machino, with her deep green hair, smiled from behind the bar, addressing Casillas, who had just seated himself. He snapped back to reality after a moment's hesitation and inquired, "Do you have any banana juice?" Machino felt a crow fly over her head. Cautiously, she replied, "I'm sorry, dear guest, but I have never heard of banana juice before. Would you prefer a glass of orange juice? We also have apple juice, all freshly made." Disappointed, Casillas pondered for a moment and said, "All right then, I'll have an orange juice." "Very well." Machino breathed a sigh of relief and turned to prepare the drink. Meanwhile, on the other side, the red-haired man had just swallowed a mouthful of beer and was about to grab another chicken leg when he noticed his first mate approaching. "Hey, you're back." MHM Beckman replied simply, taking a seat and glancing at Casillas, who was now sitting at the bar. "Shanks, there's an unusual individual." "What kind of person?" The red-haired man's curiosity was piqued as he looked in that direction. "A boy. Oh, he's even armed?" At the same table, several others were seated, including the portly, gluttonous Lakiaru and the diminutive Jesus, who resembled a mere extra. "What is so strange about a gun? As long as he is not looking for trouble, what does it matter?" someone remarked. "Haha, I'll go take a look." The red-haired man stood up, having grasped Beckman's insinuation. The boy likely meant no harm, yet there was evidently something worth noting. The wait grew tedious, and Casillas naturally began to fiddle with the lighter in his hands. Meanwhile, the boy, presumed to be Luffy, was leaning over from the adjacent seat, staring at him. "Luffy, what are you doing?" The red-haired man playfully smacked Luffy, nearly causing him to topple over. Indignant, Luffy shouted, "Shanks, what are you doing?" However, Shanks effortlessly hoisted him up and tossed him aside. Ignoring Luffy's protests, Shanks casually sat next to Casillas and, in a tone akin to that of strangers greeting each other in a tavern, asked, "Since you've come to the pub, why opt for fruit juice?" Casillas tucked away his lighter and turned to his companion, saying, "I have an affinity for fruits, yet I harbor a disdain for alcohol." The red-haired man was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, "Individuals like you are quite rare. I have scarcely encountered anyone who detests liquor." "That is likely because you are surrounded by pirates. Among ordinary folk, there must be many who abstain from drinking." As Casillas responded, he maintained a facade of tranquility, however. Beneath the surface, his heart raced with unease, for seated beside him was the formidable red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors and a sovereign of the seas. While a sense of excitement surged within him, he was acutely aware that even a mere lackey at this moment could easily extinguish his life. "Perhaps you are correct." The red-haired man's smile was radiant, yet his expression shifted to one of seriousness as he inquired, "What brings you here?" In that fleeting moment, Casillas truly felt an overwhelming pressure that left him somewhat breathless. Is this what one might call momentum? He mused inwardly, recognizing that if the red-haired man were to merely unleash a fraction of his conqueror's haki, he would undoubtedly find himself prostrate on the ground. Thus, this was merely a transformation of expression and tone. Perhaps it was also the pressure within his own heart at play. "I propose a transaction with you, red-haired." Casillas replied with an air of nonchalance. "I believe I could offer a fair price to purchase something from you." The red-haired man instantly reverted to his earlier demeanor. A cheerful, ordinary person. "Oh, is that so? What is it you wish to buy? If it's something trivial, I wouldn't mind gifting it to you. Consider it a gesture of friendship." "I desire a devil fruit," Casillas responded earnestly. Chapter 5. The Cursed Blade Muramasa and the Devil Fruit. The Devil Fruit. Whoever partakes of this enigmatic fruit acquires an array of extraordinary abilities, albeit at the cost of becoming a landlubber for life, rendered utterly powerless even in a simple bath. Furthermore, one would develop an aversion to specific entities, notably sea prism stone. In light of this price, the allure of myriad wondrous powers is evidently far more significant. Many formidable individuals in the world are indeed users of devil fruits, rendering these fruits coveted treasures pursued by countless souls. A mere ordinary Zoan-type devil fruit could fetch a staggering sum of over 100 million berries. The red-haired man displayed no surprise. This youth not only recognized him, but had also managed to locate this town, indicating that what he sought was certainly not commonplace. "What do you offer in exchange?" "Money holds no interest for me." The red-haired man straightened his posture, a flicker of intrigue igniting in his gaze towards the young man before him. "Additionally, I am quite curious. How old are you this year?" At that moment, Makino set a glass of orange juice before Casillas. "What are you discussing?" she inquired with curiosity. "Devil fruits, what are those?" "Indeed, I wish to know as well," exclaimed Luffy, who was nearby, his enthusiasm for the life of pirates and their tales growing. The young Luffy not only yearned for adventure on the seas, but also began to nurture a desire for freedom and exploration. Go away. Red-haired Shanks pushed Luffy away with a look of impatience. Why don't you ask your Uncle Beckman? After finishing his task, he turned to explain to Makino the nature of devil fruits. Observing Luffy's sulking figure as he walked away, Casillas waited for red-haired Shanks to finish his hushed conversation with Makino before responding, I possess a sword that I believe would pique your interest. Additionally, I am 15 this year. Haha. Truly, heroes emerge in their youth. Shanks laughed heartily, clapping Casillas on the shoulder. At your age? I was merely an apprentice aboard a ship. Look at you, already venturing out on your own. Casillas found it somewhat overwhelming to handle Shanks's exuberance. Makino subtly winked at him, seemingly expressing sympathy or perhaps a hint of apology. At that moment, Casillas genuinely felt that the red-haired man's laughter, though seemingly foolish, bore no negative connotation. Perhaps he was indeed a truly liberated soul, one who laughed when the spirit moved him, regardless of the multitude who deemed his laughter nonsensical. After sipping a few mouthfuls of orange juice, Casillas felt quite content. It was a stark contrast to the beverage he had consumed earlier at the establishment of the one-eyed giant. First, let us examine the items at hand. After exchanging light banter with the red-haired man for a while, Casillas could no longer contain himself, as he had matters to attend to the following day. Without waiting for the red-haired man to respond, he reached into the pocket of his trench coat, as if to retrieve something. Despite its modest and unassuming appearance, Casillas drew forth a sheathed longsword from that seemingly inconspicuous pocket, as though it concealed a hidden realm within. In the world of One Piece, a knife is synonymous with a sword, with no distinction made between single-edged and double-edged blades. The weapon Casillas produced measured approximately 1 meter and 20 centimeters in length. Entirely shrouded in black, both the scabbard and the hilt bore no ornate embellishments, save for a single layer of black cord spiraled around the handle, which could be deemed its sole adornment. At first glance, it appeared rather ordinary. This sword, known as Muramasa, was an enchanted blade akin to the legendary Kotetsu. The red-haired man rarely exhibited such a serious demeanor. The moment the blade appeared, he sensed the aura of slaughter it harbored. It undoubtedly was a weapon of unspeakable carnage. However, the name Muramasa was unfamiliar to him. It was indeed a precious treasure, not inferior to the original Anakiri, yet how could such a renowned sword remain in obscurity? Unless it hailed from an ancient era, so distant that its legends had long ceased to be recounted by ordinary folk. The red-haired man contemplated this, yet refrained from voicing his inquiries. He reached out to take hold of Muramasa, gripping the hilt and slowly drawing it forth. A strange, ethereal purple radiance blossomed forth. Unlike the cold gleam reflected by other swords of its kind, the blade of the cursed Muramasa shimmered with a faint violet hue. Undulating patterns spread across the sharpened edge, while the unsharpened sections of the blade retained the same inky blackness as the hilt, profound and reserved. The instant the cursed blade was unsheathed, it seemed as if every patron in the tavern heard an illusory, hoarse roar akin to that of a ferocious beast. Clang! The red-haired man effortlessly sheathed the sword again, letting out a soft sigh, a fine blade indeed. This scene inexplicably reminded Casillas of the television dramas he had once watched, as he perceived a somewhat incongruous aura of the underworld emanating from the red-haired figure before him. Are you truly willing to exchange such a formidable blade for a devil fruit? Comparable to the supreme great blade of 12 crafts, its worth undoubtedly exceeds mere trifles. The red-haired man appeared reluctant to take advantage of the situation. Firstly, I felt an inability to wield this weapon effectively. Moreover, I am neither a swordsman nor particularly inclined to become one. The demon blade, in my possession, is merely a collector's item. Additionally, being able to grant the red-haired emperor a favor would yield significant benefits for me. Casillas candidly expressed his thoughts, and upon acquiring the blade, he began to devise a plan. Fortunately, his memory remained intact. The red-haired emperor was still in Windmill Village and had not yet lost an arm. Upon hearing this, the red-haired man burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. I appreciate your forthrightness, young man. Henceforth, we shall be friends. Jisusbu, fetch the 3 devil fruits from our ship. A few minutes later, 3 spherical devil fruits of varying colors were placed before Casillas on the bar counter. Among them, one was purple, the gum-gum fruit. The sight of this fruit stirred great excitement within Casillas, for he was well acquainted with its mature development model and usage, believing he could potentially reach, if not surpass, the same level as Luffy. Yet, is this truly wise? The second fruit held unknown abilities, as the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia had no record of it. categorizing it as an enigmatic devil fruit, though its appearance suggested it was of the paramecia type. Skipping over this unidentified pink devil fruit. The third possessed deep red and dark blue hues. The two colors appear as though two pigments have been amalgamated without thorough blending, resulting in a dazzling interplay of hues. The spiral patterns bear no distinction from the other two, while the circular shape signifies its classification as a superhuman type. This is the temperature fruit, red-haired Shanks remarked. Fortuitously documented in the Devil Fruit Compendium. Generally, it is rare to ascertain the abilities of most devil fruits prior to consumption. Yet both the rubber fruit and the temperature fruit are exceptions with existing records. The temperature fruit Casillas pondered, its name suggesting an ability to manipulate temperature. But what differentiates it from the heat fruit? Red-haired Shanks replied nonchalantly, there exists a significant distinction. The heat fruit can only emit high temperatures, whereas the temperature fruit commands a range from high to low. I find myself somewhat intrigued. One must recognize that low temperatures can generate ice blocks. There's a scoundrel in the Navy who wields such power, fearlessly traversing the seas. Furthermore, with merely one devil fruit, you would be at a disadvantage. As a friend, I insist you choose another. I shall gift you two. Red-haired Shanks wore an expression of generosity. Casillas sipped his orange juice, grappling internally with the dilemma. Should he seize Luffy's rubber fruit? More importantly, could he truly develop the second, third, or even fourth gears? Understanding the theory is vastly different from practical application. The temperature fruit sounds appealing. The pink one, however, instinctively repulsed him. Its hue was not to his taste. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. I shall choose the temperature fruit, and for the second, I'll take that pink one. He ultimately relinquished the chance to outmaneuver the Child of Destiny. Chapter 6. The gift of a lighter. Casillas tucked the pink devil fruit into the pocket of his trench coat, but when his hand withdrew, the pocket flattened, eliciting astonishment from red-haired Shanks. What sort of pocket is that? It contains a space capable of accommodating numerous items, Casillas briefly explained, as if to imply that his black trench coat possessed this extraordinary feature. In truth, this space is not a function of the coat, but rather a capability of the system. Everything he retrieved, including the Desert Eagle, as well as the Demon Blade Muramesa and the Devil Fruit, was facilitated by the system's functionality. This phenomenon extends beyond the coat's pocket. It encompasses his trousers, collar, shoes, or any simple bag capable of holding items, all exhibiting such remarkable effects. How wondrous! Red-haired had never encountered anything quite like this. At first, he even suspected it might be some sort of devil fruit ability. Extinguishing the cigarette but in the ashtray on the bar, Casillas lifted the temperature fruit to his lips. With a crunch, the taste resembled that of biting into an apple. Red-haired took a swig of beer and, observing Casillas's swiftly changing expression, teased, not bad, is it? How should I put it? The taste of the devil fruit is notoriously abhorrent. Casillas had anticipated this, yet he was utterly unprepared for just how dreadful it would be. If someone were to claim that the devil fruit was made from excrement, at that moment, Casillas would nearly believe it. Ugh, cough cough. The smile that had graced his face vanished, as physiological shock triggered his tear ducts, causing large beads of tears to well up in the corners of his eyes. After approximately 2 minutes, Casillas finally began to regain his composure. This was indeed a disaster for the palate. With a resentful exclamation, he lifted half a glass of orange juice and gulped it down, then called out to Marquino, another glass, please. Certainly. Marquino, stifling a laugh with his hand over his mouth, took the empty glass and turned away, only to hear red-haired burst into hearty laughter. You know, the reason I avoid eating devil fruits is precisely because of this. The thought of being reduced to such a state by the flavor of a mere fruit is utterly ridiculous. Aha. Casillas disregarded red-haired schadenfreude and began experimenting with his newfound ability. Tiny shards of ice gradually formed on his black leather gloves, increasing in speed until they coalesced into a thick frost. The temperature of the surrounding air plummeted rapidly. Red-haired pushed half a glass of beer toward Casillas, saying, come on. Quickly chill my beer. It's been ages since I've had a cold one. You must know that ice is a precious resource. Casillas readily accepted the challenge, placing his palm against the side of the large glass. Within seconds, he observed delicate ice crystals forming in the beer. The liquid, now significantly colder than its surroundings, began to emit wisps of white mist. Red-haired snatched the glass back and began to drink heartily. After finishing the chilled beer crafted by Casillas, red-haired exhaled contentedly, as if he had just downed half a liter of cola. I say, you there, Casillas. Let us just call you Yas. How about joining us on our ship? Your ability is truly convenient. I almost regret not thinking of this sooner. Had I known, I could have had anyone on our ship partake, and we could enjoy chilled beer every day. Red-haired, appearing somewhat intoxicated, began to ramble. The captain is drunk. Let's escort him back to rest. Uncertain of when he had arrived, Beckman uttered a remark. The hefty Lockyroo responded with a grunt, promptly hoisting their captain and dragging him away as if he were a lifeless pig, entirely disregarding the incessant shouts of the red-haired man. Who says I'm drunk? Let go. Beckman, you scoundrel, do you wish to hoard all the chilled beer? Scoundrel. The red-haired one's voice gradually faded into the distance. Beckman settled into the seat previously occupied by the red-haired captain and addressed Casillas. Our captain is a fool. His words are best dismissed as mere nonsense. The crew of the red-haired pirates truly were a raucous bunch, with their captain lacking any semblance of dignity. Casillas pondered this, yet merely replied, I can see that. Good. Brother, Beckman responded, speaking slowly. It is already night. We have prepared a room for you. Attempting to traverse the Golbo Mountains at this hour is hardly advisable, is it? Casillas smiled as he accepted the orange juice from Marquino, replying, of course, Mr. Beckman. Beckman's intent was unmistakably a warning not to engage in any mischief. Casillas himself had no plans for any such antics. After all, as a mere subordinate, what could he possibly do against the red-haired pirates? Certainly, Beckman did not harbor genuine animosity towards Casillas. It was merely a subtle implication cloaked in ambiguity. Just as Beckman departed, another individual ascended to the seat. Big brother. Luffy waved his small hand, attempting to converse with Casillas. Luffy, behave yourself. Marquino, polishing a stemmed glass with a white cloth, interjected, noticing the mischievous Luffy about to disrupt the guest. At this moment, Casillas waved his hand and asked the spirited child, what do you want? Also, do not call me big brother. I am only 15 years old myself. You should refer to me as elder brother or something similar. Uncle is more fitting for someone like Shanks. Oh, is that so? But to me, you and Shanks seem quite similar. Very well, you may call me by my name, just like Shanks does. Yas will suffice. All right. Luffy exclaimed with exuberance, rising from his seat to reach nearly the same height as Casillas. Yes, may I see the thing you were playing with earlier? Casillas paused for a moment, realizing he was referring to the lighter. Do you truly like this so much? Yes, yes. Luffy nodded incessantly, brimming with anticipation. As Casillas produced the silver lighter from his pocket and handed it over, he observed Luffy's fascination as he examined it with great delight, leaving Casillas feeling somewhat bemused. The lighter he possessed was the sole personal item he had brought into this world. The skull emblem adorning it was unmistakably the insignia of the future Straw Hat Pirates, a merchandise from the One Piece anime. Although its authenticity remained uncertain, it had been rather expensive at the time of purchase. Presently, the one holding this lighter with palpable excitement, gazing at the skull logo, was none other than Monkey D. Luffy. Casillas extracted a cigarette, placing a finger against its tip. As he inhaled, ethereal smoke billowed forth, igniting the cigarette. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to make a decision. Luffy, how about I give you this? Huh? Luffy looked up, bewildered, and after a few seconds, his face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, Really? Yes. Of course, Casillas replied with a smile. Although he cherished this lighter himself, regarding it as his most treasured possession in a certain sense, he was willing to part with it since Luffy was so fond of it. After all, if it could foster a friendship with the red-haired pirates and the Straw Hat Pirates, then a mere lighter was a small price to pay. He had faith that Luffy would take good care of it, as he observed the young Luffy transfixed by the intricate skull design on the lighter. Casillas reclaimed it from his grasp, flicked it open, and ignited the flame. Wow, I want to learn. That is so cool, Luffy exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Chapter 7. The Wrath of Jack. Early the following morning, Casillas departed Windmill Village without bidding farewell to Shanks and the others. Traversing the morning mist to once again scale the Gorbo's mountain, returning to the uncertain terminus of discarded refuse. Along the journey, he encountered numerous vagrants engrossed in searching through the heaps of garbage for valuables. Under the blazing midday sun, each newly arrived garbage truck unleashed fresh refuse that these individuals clamored over, often resulting in bloody altercations. This vast expanse of refuse resembled a decaying breeding ground for parasites, perpetually giving rise to sin and sorrow. Outside an unassuming tavern in the town, Casillas spotted his first subordinate, Hawk. At that moment, Hawk was seated on a stone by the roadside, evidently having taken a good bath and donned a set of ordinary yet brand new grayish-white attire. His golden hair had also been trimmed to a short style. Upon hearing Casillas' voice, Hawk looked up, Yes. Boss, you're here. He stood up, displaying a hint of nervousness. Casillas paid little heed to how the lad addressed him and casually inquired about the two familiar-looking men at the entrance. So, have you seen anyone suspicious? Hawk shook his head. I have been stationed outside since early this morning, and thus far, I have not observed any individuals of particular distinction. Not to mention the nobles, even guests and vagabonds seeking to barter have been turned away. Is that so? Casillas scrutinized the surroundings for a moment, a clear premonition stirring within him. Something is amiss. Is it merely a baseless illusion, or does the other party harbor ulterior motives? The lofty nobles. The issue likely resides therein. Do not accompany me inside. Remain here and wait, Casillas instructed Hawk before striding toward the entrance. However, Hawk wished to inquire about the reasoning but ultimately complied, remaining in place. The two guards, upon seeing Casillas approach, promptly opened the door, as if welcoming a guest. The interior was devoid of the previous day's bustle. Apart from the one-eyed giant behind the counter, there was no one else present. Casillas approached the counter with a brisk gait, noticing the orange juice prepared in advance, and plopped down onto a chair. Your preparations are quite thoughtful. Will your superior not join us, or have you been sent to represent him? The one-eyed giant's smile appeared somewhat stiff. He produced several bills and placed them before Casillas. Then spoke, that is essentially correct. Additionally, this is compensation for the young man, 5,000 belly. Very astute, Casillas remarked, observing the giant's stubbled visage and blind eye through the curling smoke of the cigarette before pocketing the bills. Oh, by the way, were you not dissatisfied with the orange juice here? I have prepared a superior batch for you today. Do give it a try, the one-eyed giant said, attempting to be accommodating. Casillas glanced down at the glass containing the orange liquid, noticing bits of pulp floating within, which appeared no different from what he had consumed previously. Are you certain this is safe to drink? He inquired abruptly. The word startled the one-eyed giant, causing a chill of perspiration to emerge from his back, swiftly soaking his attire. Ah, of course, you. Just as Casillas was about to assert that his counterpart was lying. Intending to exert further pressure, he suddenly felt the ground tremble violently, as if something were attempting to burrow its way up from beneath the earth. He glanced downward, observing the wooden planks beneath his feet, which shattered as he looked on. A metallic object, resembling a pair of scissors, tore through the floor beneath Casillas. And rather than piercing, it seemed to collide forcefully with his lower body. Casillas's reflexes were remarkably swift, especially since he had been on guard from the very beginning. The sudden onslaught did not catch him off guard. He swiftly responded by stepping onto a sharp metallic object, akin to a pair of scissors, leveraging the adversary's force to propel himself upward. He then arched his body backward, executing a graceful somersault into the air. As he spun twice in the sky, he landed several meters away from his original position. The creature's attack missed its mark, resulting in the destruction of the surrounding floor. The sturdy wooden planks shattered like mere tofu, including the bar that suffered collateral damage. The one-eyed giant, who had narrowly evaded the attack, silently cursed, "Damn you, Jack. If I hadn't dodged swiftly, I too might have fallen victim to this monster." Beneath the splintered floor, a towering figure, nearly 4 meters in height, leaped forth. His upper body was bare, showcasing bulging muscles, and his bald head gleamed under the light of a bulb suspended mere centimeters above. This individual likely possesses genes from species beyond humanity, as it is uncommon for an ordinary person to attain such height. His grotesque face, marred by scars, is adorned with 2 bloodshot eyes that gaze upon the disheveled one-eyed giant. Humph. Ronald, you are utterly useless. It seems I must intervene once more. After saying this, he turned his attention to Casillas. Your reaction is commendable, but since Lord Karamura has decreed your demise, no one can save you. I am Scissorhand Jack, a pirate with an 8 million bounty. 8 million? A tinge of disappointment flickered across Casillas' features as he observed the scissor-like weapon replacing Jack's right hand. In terms of sheer strength, it was indeed formidable, far surpassing his own capabilities. In the East Blue, perhaps an 8 million bounty was exceedingly rare. Casillas recalled that the notorious clique was valued at less than 20 million, yet this individual had already established dominance over the seas for an extended period. Though Jack appeared to be a simple-minded brute, he possessed at least an ordinary level of intelligence, enough to discern the expression on Casillas' face. You dare to underestimate me? Jack seethed, his muscular right arm, as robust as Ronald's waist, rippling with fury. An 8 million bounty is hardly worth my attention. Casillas retorted with a smile, deliberately provoking him. Ah, you have enraged me. I shall kill you on the spot. The scissor-like weapon began to whirl at high speed. Hey, Lord Karamura demands him alive. Jack, do you wish to bring about my demise? Ronald lamented his ill fortune upon witnessing the unfolding chaos. For his intention to poison Casillas stemmed from a fear of Jack's notorious unpredictability. He had not anticipated that the opponent would be prepared, nor did Jack wait for his signal, launching an attack from his concealed position underground. If only he had delayed, allowing himself to coordinate an attack to distract the adversary, Jack's ambush might have succeeded. Should the opponent be eliminated without obtaining the weapon's blueprints, he dared not contemplate his fate. Jack was indeed a capable subordinate. Perhaps that ancient wretch would spare him, but what of Ronald? Individuals like him were expendable. In that fleeting moment, Ronald felt an overwhelming sense of despair, silently praying within his heart, "Please, do not let him die." Jack's right hand, with the scissors fully extended, spun like the blades of a fan, creating a fierce gust of wind devoid of any sharp edge. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, Jack's towering figure lunged towards Casillas, bellowing, "Perish. Experience my whirlwind of death." Chapter 8. An unequal battle. The roaring, spinning scissors descended with tremendous force, shattering the wooden floor and the earth beneath, sending debris flying. Meanwhile, Casillas had retreated to the doorway, drawing his Desert Eagle. Impressive power, but lacking in speed. A thunderous explosion rang out. The 50 caliber Desert Eagle is among the largest and most potent of its kind, capable of penetrating steel plates over 5 millimeters thick. Along with the shot came a massive muzzle flame, a deafening bang, and considerable recoil. For an average individual with less strength, merely firing a bullet from this weapon could leave their wrists sore for hours. The supersonic bullet struck Jack with precision, a direct hit to the chest near the heart, creating a gaping wound. However, to Casillas' astonishment, he could see the deformed metallic bullet embedded within the flesh, indicating that the Desert Eagle's projectile had failed to penetrate Jack's muscle. It merely lodged itself within. Is this fellow truly only worth 8 million? Casillas fired again, this time hitting Jack's thigh. Observing the results were similarly unimpressive, he mused to himself, "It seems that many things are not as simple as I had imagined. Is this resilient flesh akin to steel a natural trait, or has he consumed a devil fruit? He certainly does not appear to be a user of such powers." In truth, while bounties and strength are often correlated, relying solely on bounty to gauge one's prowess is naively simplistic. Scissorhand Jack had garnered an 8 million bounty upon his emergence as a pirate, after which he was taken in by a noble of the Goya kingdom. Although he remained a pirate, he ceased to operate overtly, and thus his bounty stagnated. If one were to assign him a more fitting bounty, it could reach the level of Click, who, boasting a bounty of 17 million, owed much of his reputation to the numerous pirate ships under his command. In essence, Jack is a simple-minded individual who merely seeks a life of comfort and ease, thus serving the nobility. Roar. The wound inflicted by the bullet elicited a primal roar from Scissorhand Jack, propelling him forward with increased ferocity towards Casillas. The pain-induced stimulus rendered the already volatile creature even more frenzied. Casillas continued to retreat, crashing through 2 wooden doors, and emerged onto the bustling street of the town. Hawk had just heard the gunfire, followed by a roar, and then beheld the figure of Casillas flying out. As he contemplated moving closer, he witnessed a robust arm wielding scissors, utterly demolishing the entrance that had lost its 2 wooden doors, standing at a towering 4 meters. Jack had almost dismantled an entire side of the structure before finally emerging. One could only wonder when the subterranean hideout had been excavated. Onlookers, witnessing Jack's entrance, nearly causing the tavern to collapse, recognized him. It was indeed Scissorhands Jack. But who was that figure in black? He appeared to be a mere child, audaciously challenging the notorious Scissorhands Jack, whose bounty stood at 800,000. Moreover, the weapon in his grasp seemed capable of inflicting harm upon the famously bulletproof Jack. How remarkable. It must be a firearm, albeit one far superior to any they had encountered before. The surrounding spectators kept their distance, perceiving this as yet another clash of gang factions. "Damn brat. Die." Jack bellowed, his eyes bloodshot, with over a dozen gunshot wounds adorning his body, yet none inflicted any significant damage, all caught in his muscular frame. With a thunderous crash, the bull-like Jack slammed into a wall, the sound of crumbling bricks echoing as he slowly rose once more, his gaze searching for that shadowy figure. Sighing, Casillas touched the now heated barrel of his gun before stowing it back into his trenchcoat pocket. If the Grand Line and the New World were teeming with such monsters, then perhaps his advantages were not as formidable as he had believed. At least in the early stages, even with an AK-47 or the like, it might not suffice to take down this foe. Thus, it seemed wiser to concentrate on developing the powers of the devil fruit instead. Removing his black leather gloves, Casillas revealed hands roughened and scarred, devoid of the youthful pallor and vitality one would expect. "Hey," he called out to the panting Jack, gesturing provocatively with those hands. Like a bull enraged by a vibrant red, Jack crushed the stones beneath his feet, leaving deep impressions as he charged at Casillas. The combined scissors were wielded like a club, aimed directly at Casillas' head. However, Jack felt a blur before his eyes, and his attack struck nothing but air, the irritating black figure having vanished from his sight. The voice echoed from behind him. "I told you, your speed is truly too slow." Casillas clenched his right hand, the muscles rippling with strength. His robust physique not only endowed him with enhanced power, but also with remarkable speed and bodily coordination, all operating at an equally proficient level. If Jack is akin to a colossal machine with immense strength yet a malfunctioning control system, then Casillas embodies a medium-sized apparatus whose attributes are harmoniously balanced, devoid of any glaring strengths or weaknesses. In other words, it is not that Casillas is excessively swift. Rather, Jack is simply too sluggish. The coarse surface of his skin rapidly flushed crimson, as if his right hand had just withdrawn from the searing flames, resembling a fiery red-hot iron. This formidable fist landed squarely on Jack's lower back with a resounding thud, causing his body to jolt violently. In terms of sheer force, it was akin to merely scratching Jack's itch. Yet, in the next instant, a sharp hiss accompanied by the acrid scent of charred flesh resonated, followed by Jack's anguished scream. The sensation experienced by one subjected to the branding iron mirrored precisely what Jack now endured. Presently, Casillas possessed the ability to elevate his own body or any object he touched to a staggering temperature exceeding 1,000 degrees. Such intensity could instantaneously reduce living flesh to a charred, carbonized state. Turning it into something resembling roasted meat was merely a matter of time. Within 2 seconds, Jack's skin, as resilient as steel, had turned a deep black, peeling away like the shell of burnt carbon. The anguish he experienced was far more intense than that inflicted by the bullets of a desert eagle. The excruciating pain rendered Scissorhands Jack's body rigid and uncontrollable, leaving him unable to retaliate, especially with Casillas looming behind him, standing at a towering height of 4 meters. Casillas found it laborious to strike at higher targets and thus aimed for the lower back of his adversary. Despite Jack's pitiful cries, Casillas remained relentless, continuing to sear Jack, intent on incapacitating him before anything else. 10 seconds later, the rigid Jack collapsed helplessly to the ground. The impact of his massive frame stirred up a cloud of dust, prompting Casillas to disdainfully wave away the debris before lighting a cigarette. "Scissorhands Jack, you are indeed the first formidable opponent I have faced." He exhaled a plume of smoke. "However, it is unfortunate that had I not acquired the devil fruit, you would have posed quite a challenge. It seems your misfortune has sealed your fate." Casillas' words stirred a reaction from Jack, who, in a semi-conscious state, began to struggle, attempting to rise and fight once more. Truly tenacious. With a single hand, Casillas pressed down on Jack's bald head, his crimson fingers burning through flesh to grip directly onto his skull. "Be silent, or you shall meet your demise." Casillas' voice carried a chilling weight, extinguishing the remnants of Jack's anger and fighting spirit. Humans inherently fear death. He fell silent. Chapter 9. The nobleman who is this man? How could he dispatch Scissorhands Jack so effortlessly? The notorious pirate, with a bounty of 8 million. Observers, hiding in the shadows of nearby walls, began to murmur among themselves from a distance of several dozen meters. "Hey, who knows? Perhaps another great pirate is about to rise in the East Blue." The speaker was neither a vagrant nor a seasoned thug from the local town. They were members of certain pirate crews from the sea, in the town of Dwanjin in the kingdom of Goya. Many such individuals sought to exchange the spoils of piracy for gold or essential supplies, naturally turning to official powers. A young man with blue hair remarked to his companion, "Alas, shall we bestow a nickname upon this fellow? How about Black Bull? Or perhaps Black Tiger or Black Panther? Get lost. Uncultured fool, all you can think of is bulls and tigers." His companion, of similar age and clad in drab clothing with short black hair, retorted, "Humph, then why don't you suggest a cultured nickname?" The blue-haired youth replied, dissatisfied, "Well, how about Black Dragon? Why are you looking at me? Isn't dragon far superior to your mundane bulls and tigers?" Casillas remained oblivious to the commotion of the onlookers, his gaze fixed on Jack, who lay motionless on the ground, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. Having recently consumed the temperature fruit, he found himself rather unskilled in its application, expending considerable energy. While subduing Jack posed no significant challenge, the real dilemma lay with the one-eyed brute and his entourage. That fellow, did he have a name? Previously, 2 guards had extracted a disheveled Ronald from the crumbling structure, And upon noticing the mottled bloodstains on one of his legs, Casillas began to comprehend why the adversary had refrained from intervening during their brief skirmish. The fortunes of this individual are indeed rather dismal. It seems that during Jack's demolition, he was fortuitously struck in the thigh by flying debris. Casillas extracted a desert eagle from the pocket of his trench coat and approached. The two burly men supporting Ronald swiftly drew their firearms, their vigilance directed towards Casillas. As they shouted, "Halt!" Bang! Bang! The gunfire erupted, with the bullets from the Desert Eagle precisely striking the firearms in their grasp. The tremendous force causing the weapons to fly from their hands. The two men, now disarmed, bore expressions of bewilderment. Bang! Another shot rang out as the silver Desert Eagle was dislodged from Ronald's hand, crashing into a dirt wall. "Do you intend to capture me alive?" Casillas inquired, a wry smile gracing his features as he approached. "I can surmise someone's thoughts. The vast benefits afforded by such fine weaponry could hardly be shared with a mere youth, even if it originally belonged to him. Your name is Ronald, is it not?" Casillas remarked, stowing away the Desert Eagle. "We still have business to attend to together, so I shall refrain from taking your life. Now, you ought to inform that nobleman behind you that his plans have unraveled. Therefore, he should send a representative or come himself to discuss the terms of our collaboration. Convey to him." Casillas continued with a smile. "I could pursue this alone, but such an endeavor would be considerably prolonged. However, should that be the case, you shall receive not a single benefit from this affair." Enduring the pain of his fractured leg, Ronald nodded in understanding. "Very well, I shall wait here for him," Casillas declared, as he slipped his hand back into the pocket of his trench coat. "Tell him to hurry. If time is wasted, the greatest losses may be his. Assist me to my feet." Ronald lowered his voice, addressing his two subordinates. Meanwhile, Casillas had moved to the somewhat dazed Hawk, handing him a roll of currency. "This is the compensation, Ronald, that one-eyed fellow has provided for you. Additionally, procure me a pack of cigarettes and some bananas." "Ah, certainly. Yes, boss, yes." Hawk responded promptly to the teacher's command, akin to an obedient elementary school monitor, and swiftly departed, taking a seat in the spot previously occupied by Hawk. Casillas extracted a cigarette from his pack, lighting the last one, while donning his black leather gloves once more. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting. The twilight before nightfall served as the deadline he imposed upon himself. In approximately 3 to 4 hours, the sky had gradually darkened, revealing the sun's descent in the west as he leaned against the majestic Golbo mountain. As he peeled a banana, a hint of impatience flickered through his mind. "Once I finish this banana, I shall depart." He contemplated slowly venturing into market development. Although it was indeed a gradual process, it was not entirely unacceptable compared to the anticipated concessions of 1 or 2 layers of profit. The nature of tasks was such that failure to complete them bore no severe repercussions. Indeed, the necessity for collaboration stemmed from a particular task that required fulfillment. Previously, Casillas had accomplished 2 tasks. The first task yielded the famed Demon Blade Muramesa, unlocking the option for cold weapon exchanges and granting him the innate talent of robust physique. The second task facilitated access to hot weapon exchanges, allowing him to select the Desert Eagle, alongside acquiring a second talent, firearms proficiency. It could be said that the rewards from these tasks were immensely beneficial, particularly the Demon Blade Muramesa, which felt akin to unearthing an SSS card from a bronze chest. The conditions for the third task, however, were arduous. He was to procure 100,000 Desert Eagles. Thus, Casillas needed to amass 500 million belly. With a deadline of 6 months, relying solely on his efforts might yield some possibility of success. Yet it was evident that collaborating with nobles possessing extensive smuggling networks would expedite his earnings. A carriage, drawn by 4 pristine white horses, approached slowly through the city gates connecting the in-town and Central Street. The driver, adorned in opulent silks, navigated the exquisitely decorated vehicle, which sparkled with gold, silver, and gemstones. A carriage such as this, adorned with mere trifles, could sustain a vagabond in a blissful existence for quite some time. Yet, none dare entertain such thoughts. This trepidation arises not only from the formidable presence of the dozen royal guards flanking the vehicle, but also from the noble identity of its occupant. In the entirety of the Goya kingdom, there exists but one individual who relishes traveling by carriage, the Grand Noble, Carimula. The common folk scarcely utter this name, for it is deemed a grave offense. The carriage arrived at the location of Casillas, the crimson drapes unfurling to reveal a grim-faced elder, his grizzled hair somewhat disheveled. "Is it you? Do you comprehend the multitude of unforgivable transgressions you have committed?" Casillas couldn't help but chuckle. "Then why not impose a punishment upon me?" Observe if your royal guards can apprehend me, subject me to severe interrogation, and perhaps extract the schematics of the Desert Eagle. At this juncture, do you desire profit yet hesitate to relinquish your faude of restraint? Casillas tossed aside a banana peel before lighting a cigarette. The Grand Noble, Carimula, struggled to suppress the ire bubbling within. Speak, what manner of cooperation do you propose? You are aware of the quality of the Desert Eagle weapon. 30,000 belly for one, and 10,000 for each 100 rounds. That is the price I offer you. Casillas stated nonchalantly, lacking any regard for the channels and networks the other party might control. From the outset, Casillas sought merely a second-hand vendor with substantial inventory capacity. The price he presented was decidedly steep. A Desert Eagle and 100 rounds cost him a mere 6,000 belly. Yet he was poised to resell it for 40,000 belly. Such is the nature of market monopolization. Isn't that price rather exorbitant? Carimula's icy gaze bore into Casillas. You need not purchase it, Casillas replied, exuding the audacity of a rogue. Chapter 10. An Odd Conversation. Humph. A woman's hand emerged from the half-drawn crimson curtain, delicately holding a finely cut black cigar, which she brought to Carimula's lips. As he bit down, she produced a match to ignite it. After a disdainful snort, Carimula, savoring the smoke, shifted the conversation, inquiring, "How fares Jack?" That fellow? Casillas glanced towards the distant figure of Jack, the scissor hands, still lying lifeless. Rest assured, though your approach in seeking a collaborator was rather despicable, I spared his life as a gesture of my sincerity. Upon learning that Scissorhands Jack was unharmed, Calimula felt a sense of relief. Unlike Ronald, a mere pawn, Scissorhands Jack was the most formidable and reliable member of his ranks. His demise would undoubtedly constitute a significant loss. Simultaneously, a wave of dissatisfaction surged within him. Wasn't Ronald merely a boy? Yet today, he limped in like a defeated dog, announcing that their plan had failed and that Jack had been vanquished. And now, he expected Calimula to negotiate a partnership? In an effort to ensure the successful capture of their adversary, he had dispatched Jack, his strongest asset, only to face this disheartening outcome. The anger of defeat, coupled with the humiliation of having to lower himself to negotiate with a commoner for the sake of profit, simmered beneath the surface. With no outlet for these emotions, they inevitably directed themselves toward Ronald, who was, in truth, rather blameless. For the first batch, how much can you deliver? Calimula inquired. Just a moment, let me calculate, muttered Casillas, holding a half banana in his hand. This incited the discontent of Calimura, who, with a displeased expression, uttered, "Damn those wretched commoners." Casillas, unfazed by the outburst, began to extract a small notebook and pen, diligently scribbling and sketching upon its pages. After a brief moment, he lifted his gaze and declared, "For the first batch, 300 units, accompanied by 100 rounds of ammunition for each firearm. Therefore, by this time tomorrow, please prepare 12 million burley." The transformation of 180,000 into 12 million brought a sense of elation to Casillas's heart. The sum of money at his disposal is sufficient for the acquisition of 2,000 Desert Eagles. However, it remains uncertain what the purchasing power over at Carimula might be. If they can procure 10,000 within a month, then with less than 5 months remaining, the task will be more than adequately fulfilled. Should he find himself incapable of achieving this alone, then Casillas would have to exert considerable effort to locate another second-hand merchant. Nevertheless, he is confident that the Desert Eagles will swiftly gain notoriety, making it easier to seek further buyers in other Eastern Sea nations. You had best not go back on your word. The blood-red velvet curtain fell, obscuring the interior of the carriage, which then departed at a leisurely pace. Casillas tucked away his notebook and pen, noticing that Hawk was staring intently at the carriage belonging to Carimula, prompting him to inquire, "What is it?" Lost in thought? Startled, Hawk glanced at Casillas and muttered, "Nothing. Nothing at all." A suspicion began to form in Casillas's mind. "What is it, Hawk? Do you harbor a grudge against this noble?" The question struck a chord, and Hawk fell silent. Casillas was not in a hurry. After all, the road ahead was long, and he had a fair amount of patience for his first subordinate. Just as he thought Hawk might remain reticent, Hawk finally spoke. "Boss, why do you choose to collaborate with this man?" "Oh, why not?" Casillas replied. "This fellow named Calimurano, he represents the aristocracy of this country. A group of men clad in fine garments, yet possessing the morals of beasts. Many of those who dwell amidst the filth have been reduced to such a state because of these nobles. So, you would categorize him as a thoroughly wicked individual?" Hawk lowered his gaze, responding, "Indeed, I harbor no personal animosity towards him, yet I am acutely aware of many of his misdeeds. using the powers of the temperature fruit. Casillas lit a cigarette and patted Hawk on the shoulder. Hawk, you must understand. If something can be exploited, it is foolish not to take advantage of it. For various reasons, I need to sell more goods swiftly, so this man is merely a temporary asset for me. Rest assured, I detest such individuals as well. He is destined for a grim fate, especially considering he intends to eliminate me. Exploiting him, you say? Hawk inquired. Of course. Casillas inhaled deeply, not just him. If you aspire to be a champion of justice, you could eliminate all the nobles of this nation without hesitation. He spoke these words lightly. Words that would provoke laughter from anyone who heard them. Yet, at that moment, Hawk perhaps did not fully grasp the concept of a champion of justice as articulated by Casillas. Yet he felt an inexplicable trust in this ever-smiling man, convinced that his words were earnest. By the way, Hawk, do you possess any particular skills? I learned a bit about business from my father. Hawk mentioned his parents, his expression darkening slightly. Though my knowledge is limited, I still carry a fair amount of confidence. Is that so? That will indeed be a tremendous help, Casillas exclaimed with genuine delight. He had anticipated that Hawk might lack any noteworthy skills, envisioning his first subordinate as merely a muscle-bound enforcer. But now, with this newfound knowledge, he could relinquish those concerns. Accounting and such. Unfortunately, my mathematical skills are rather poor. And I lack any understanding of commercial principles. Quite lucky, aren't you? Boss, I believe your method of trading is somewhat flawed. Hawk began to express his opinions. Your silver gun must be quite formidable, right? To maximize benefits, I think we should consider an alternative approach. What approach? Casillas glanced at Ronald, who was surrounded by his subordinates tending to his wounds, and casually inquired. We should dispatch someone to monitor their transactions. The weapons in question should fetch more than just 40,000 burley, and if we could secure a higher price through profit sharing, that would be preferable. You are absolutely right. Hawk, Casillas concurred initially, then continued. These weapons would likely command a high price on the black market, especially at the outset, even if prices stabilize in the future. They should still exceed 40,000 burley significantly. However, as I mentioned earlier, what I require now is access to their channels. Individuals or entities capable of absorbing my goods in substantial quantities. More importantly, this noble's appetite is undoubtedly considerable, without offering some initial incentive. How can we ensure a smooth transaction? Hawk, it matters not how much he consumes initially, for in the future, all of it will belong to me. Do you understand? Hearing Casillas' words, Hawk stood in a daze. Casillas chose not to elaborate further, waiting for him to grasp the implications as Ronald, having completed the bandaging of his broken leg, approached them. Is there something you need? Casillas asked, displaying his customary smile. The one-eyed giant struggled to support his body, appearing somewhat experienced with a cane, as he managed to make his way over with relative ease. I know you are a good man. Wait. What do you mean by giving me a good person card? Casillas replied, perplexed, nearly choking on the smoke, perhaps due to the pain from his broken leg. Ronald was drenched in cold sweat. I have a daughter studying swordsmanship at a dojo in Frost Moon Village. Mr. Gungshiro, the dojo's owner, says her talent is quite remarkable. She has been there for the past 2 years. What are you saying? Although surprised by the mention of Frost Moon Village and Gungshiro, Casillas found it difficult to comprehend his intent at that moment. It's nothing, just a bit of rambling. Ronald seemed to have said all he intended, laboriously turning to leave with the support of his cane, stroking his chin. Casillas felt he was beginning to piece together a hint of understanding. Is this a sign of new recruits being sent my way? However, that Carimula fellow, stepping down from the carriage that had stopped before his residence in the high town. Carimula accepted a handkerchief offered by a companion and wiped away the splatters of crimson from his face. His expression had softened considerably from the earlier gloom. Clear out the trash inside, he commanded. Yes. Half an hour later, within the refuge truck at the terminus of the uncertain entity beyond Dwanjin, a lifeless body of a woman, stained with blood, was discovered. Her once beautiful visage was now a gruesome sight, rendering her original features unrecognizable. Chapter 11. The Bone Pirate crew. On his way to Hawk's residence, Casillas found himself obstructed by 2 individuals. It was not a case of someone seeking to cause him trouble. These 2, though dressed in unremarkable attire, bore firearms at their waists, clearly distinguishing them from the typical vagrants frequenting the uncertain entity terminus. Upon first encountering them, Casillas assumed they intended to confront him, but the 2 youths, one with blue hair and the other with black, exclaimed dramatically, Boss, you could use some more crew, right? What do you think of us? We are not mere ruffians from Dwanjin. Both of us have experience with the pirate crew. The speaker was the young man with blue hair. The individual exhibited exaggerated expressions and gestures, imparting to Casillas a rather boisterous impression. In contrast, the dark-haired youth, at first glance, appeared to possess a temperament distinctly different from that of his exuberant companion. "Captain, just now, you effortlessly dispatched Scissorhands Jack, and we all witnessed it. He is a figure that even our captain fears, truly remarkable. Do you realize that when Lucien and I first joined this pirate crew, we harbored hopes of embarking on grand adventures alongside the captain? Yet, after several months, aside from engaging in rampant pillaging, the notion of journeying to the Grand Line has scarcely been mentioned." The blue-haired youth's exuberance remained unabated, his boisterous voice causing Casillas a slight headache. This individual may very well be one who harbors dreams of venturing into the piratical profession. However, the motives of many pirate crews setting sail do not necessarily revolve around traversing the Grand Line in pursuit of the One Piece spoken of by Roger or seeking world domination. Indeed, numerous pirates engage in their craft merely to commit acts of murder, arson, pillaging, and debauchery, while some exceptional individuals may entertain thoughts of journeying to the Grand Line. The vast majority remain huddled in the four seas, diligently adhering to their original trades. Enough of this banter. What is your name? Gray. Captain, I am called Gray. With no surname. I have been an orphan since childhood. The young man with black hair slightly bowed his head in acknowledgement, introducing himself in a somewhat feeble voice. Lucien. The sharpshooter. Captain, do not be deceived by Lucien's appearance. He wields his firearm with remarkable skill, nearly hitting his mark every time. And what of you? Inquired Casillas, discerning that these two were not mere inept lackeys. Since they had presented themselves, he might as well accept them, especially given his keen interest not only in these two but also in their pirate crew. I excel in combat. In my youth, I was unmatched in our town. Later, I joined some pirate crew, and none could best me there, except for the captain, though he is only slightly stronger than I. With each question posed by Casillas, the blue-haired youth Gray would regale him with a torrent of words. Very well. I shall take you both under my wing. Scratching his head, he pondered for a moment before retrieving 2 bananas from the pocket of his coat and handing them to the pair. Consider this a token of our introduction. Let us return to Hawk's residence and discuss further. At a loss for words, Gray accepted the ripe, yielding fruit alongside Lucien, and as they followed Casillas, he cast a glance at Lucien, the two seemingly communicating through their eyes. Is this captain truly reliable? Hawk's abode, of course, resided at the terminus of uncertainty, nestled amidst an endless expanse of refuse, where numerous vagrants had constructed makeshift dwellings from various discarded materials. Such an environment cannot be deemed particularly pleasant. On this side, near the Golbo mountain, one is somewhat distanced from the foul stench of garbage heaps, making it an excellent location for the homeless to erect their shelters. Hawk's abode, constructed from relatively sturdy timber, is topped with thatch and tattered tarpaulins, while the walls are built from irregular stones interspersed with old bricks. Boss, it's hardly suitable for habitation, Hawk finally ventured to say. Not at all. Do you think I'm a pampered aristocrat? Gray interjected boldly before Casillas could respond. The place I lived in during my childhood was far inferior to this. Lucien nodded silently in agreement. Casillas surveyed the surroundings, noting the numerous similar shanties and the many homeless individuals who eyed their group with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. Let us stay here for the night, and we shall discuss other matters tomorrow. After extinguishing his cigarette, Casillas first squeezed through the narrow entrance formed by branches. The interior was surprisingly spacious, with dry grass covering the floor. To guard against rain, beneath the grass lay a thick, waterproof tarp, along with layers of stones and branches. Accommodating 4 individuals for a night was certainly ample. Gray, how many crew members does your pirate crew have? Boss, are you planning to take over this pirate crew? That would be splendid. I've long held a grudge against their captain. You have no idea. Had I been capable, I would have dismantled him long ago. However, get to the point, Casillas insisted, exasperated. Well, I typically do not keep track of such matters. I have never counted how many people are aboard that ship. Excluding the 2 of us, the Bone Pirate crew comprises 52 members, including 1 captain, 1 first mate, and roughly 10 competent fighters. The remainder are little more than ruffians akin to those found in any town, Lucien stated in his cool, measured tone. Ah, how infuriating. You've stolen my thunder. Was-T had agreed that I would be given the opportunity to shine? Lucien, if you lack capability, can you blame me? Gray fell silent. Meanwhile, Casillas contemplated the potential benefits of seizing control of this pirate crew. If we eliminate their captain, can you 2 take command of the entire ship? At this moment, Hawk finally produced a candle to light. as the illumination that once allowed visibility for a dozen or so meters had now succumbed to the encroaching darkness. There was no moonlight tonight. The Bone Pirate crew must also see the removal of the first mate, though lacking in personal strength. He represents the shadowy forces supporting the Bone Pirate crew and serves as the overseer responsible for distributing the majority of their profits. In matters such as these, it was still Lucien who spoke. Oh, which noble he represented remains uncertain, but if action were to be taken, the captain and the first mate would undoubtedly be the primary targets. Both of us are integral to the ship's combat prowess, yet we remain outside the inner circle. This outing is essentially for the procurement of weaponry. At this juncture, Lucien suddenly inquired, "Boss, may I have a look at that silver weapon?" It is my first time encountering such a firearm. Casillas promptly handed over the Desert Eagle, albeit with the magazine removed. As Lucien meticulously examined this unfamiliar firearm, Casillas pondered deeply within himself. The Bone Pirate crew. After a few moments of silent contemplation, Casillas resolved, "Once the transaction is completed tomorrow, I shall accompany you aboard the ship. Just say that I am a newcomer eager to upload." At this moment, Hawk produced some food purchased along the way, including rice balls and savory beef and pork sausages as a late-night snack, accompanied by 2 types of fruit, bananas and oranges. Chapter 12. The first transaction. Early the next day, Casillas had prepared a wooden crate filled with soft padding, into which he stuffed 300 Desert Eagles along with their corresponding ammunition. In the presence of the other 3, Casillas extracted these items from his pocket, one by one. "Well, boss, what kind of ability is this? Can the devil fruit powers also create weapons?" Gray exclaimed. No. It was indeed the devil fruit ability that took down Jack yesterday, so at that moment, Gray's imagination soared. Could it be that the boss is one of those rare beings capable of consuming 2 devil fruits? While it is true that some individuals can possess the powers of 2 devil fruits, Casillas thought to himself, that does not apply to me. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor and refrained from speaking. For many in the East Sea, devil fruits were akin to legends, and Gray's notion of someone wielding 2 devil fruit abilities indicated a wildly imaginative mind. He had no intention of clarifying anything. Being perceived as possessing the powers of 2 devil fruits was a rather advantageous misconception. Concealing the existence of his system was cumbersome, and being thought of as having 2 devil fruit abilities was far more convenient. In a sense, Casillas was not so different from Blackbeard. Both were individuals benefiting from extraordinary advantages. After a simple breakfast, Casillas managed to consume 5 bananas and 5 oranges before the 4 of them set off for Duan Town. The rickety tavern underwent some fortification, and the gaping, misshapen door was hastily concealed. The people from Karamura had long since awaited their arrival. However, Ronald, with his broken leg, was notably absent. A middle-aged man resembling a steward squatted in front of the wooden crates placed on the ground by Lucien and Gray, inspecting the goods, while Casillas leisurely sat on a wooden chair, smoking. The crates were surrounded by soft hay, yet the 300 Desert Eagles were stacked haphazardly within, lacking any protective measures against wear. Upon witnessing this scene, the steward's dissatisfaction was evident. "You should have taken better precautions with these goods. Any visible wear will significantly impact our sales." Casillas chuckled nonchalantly. "Such items are plentiful for me, as long as you can pay. I could prepare 100,000 for you." "Enough with the idle chatter. Hurry up and finish counting. I have other matters to attend to." The steward's expression darkened, but upon glancing at Casillas seated in his chair alongside his 3 companions, he ultimately bowed his head and diligently began counting the goods. Before long, he had completed the count. The numbers were indeed accurate. The steward nodded, meticulously examining each piece to ensure that no defective items were intermingled, at least in appearance. The initial step of such a transaction involves a preliminary confirmation of mutual trust, and the steward was confident that the other party understood this, thus refraining from testing a few pieces with gunfire. Nearby, someone presented a leather case. The steward lifted the case, opened it, and placed it on the table before Casillas, revealing half a case filled with neatly stacked banknotes. "Ah, how delightful." Casillas picked up a stack of bills, pressed down on one side, and slowly allowed the notes to spring back one by one, inhaling deeply during the process and expressing his admiration. He noticed that the scent of the former RMB and the current bellies bore a striking resemblance, seemingly devoid of any difference. The printing technology of the Bailey currency in this world is hardly inferior to that of the RMB, featuring intricate patterns and lines, along with numerous anti-counterfeiting measures. "Hawk, please count it." Casillas was too disinterested to count the money himself and instructed Hawk to tally the Bailey while he casually lit a cigarette. However, Gray clearly relished the opportunity to join in, eagerly assisting Hawk in counting the money. After all, who does not enjoy counting cash? In his previous life, had he been given such a large sum of bills to count for Casillas, he would have counted them repeatedly, reveling in the task. Yet, with a changed state of mind, things were different now. While Hawk and Gray busily counted the money, Casillas cast a few curious glances at the butler and could no longer restrain his curiosity. "I say you." "Happily." The butler, adhering to decorum, responded with a slight bow. "Happily, may I inquire what the owner of this tavern, Ronald, is currently engaged in? Is he recuperating? Due to some misunderstandings between us, Ronald sustained an injury and is presently resting at home." Happily replied calmly, with no indication of deceit. "Oh, he has gone home to recover? Is there no other reason?" "Indeed, Mr. Casillas, however, due to his actions, my master and you have encountered some misunderstandings, which are Ronald's responsibility. I believe my master will impose some punishment upon him." Upon hearing this response, Casillas immediately deduced Ronald's current predicament. Surely, Calimera intended to take out his frustrations on him? Casillas had previously sensed that Ronald seemed to be rather unfortunate, and now, this fellow had fallen to the point of potentially being eliminated by his own master. It could be said that this was partly due to himself. Unexpectedly, in his attempt to avoid taking a life for the sake of collaboration, he had inadvertently caused someone else's demise. Although he felt no guilt, the recollection of Ronald's words from the previous day left Casillas with a curious sensation. What is this person thinking? Faced with the imminent specter of death, instead of fleeing, he chose to engage in a lengthy discourse, seemingly as if he were entrusting his legacy before resigning himself to his fate. Ronald, undoubtedly not a virtuous individual, what could possibly motivate such behavior? Meanwhile, Hawk and Gray had completed their transactions. "Boss, all is well." "Excellent. Let us depart." Casillas rose, stretching his limbs, and led the way from the premises. Why concern oneself with Ronald's affairs? One must first accomplish their own tasks before contemplating other matters. "Hawk," Casillas called out, smiling as he continued, "I shall grant you 1,000,000 belly to secure a location for us to settle. Find something suitable in Dun Town. I believe the environment here is decent. The central street does not welcome our kind, and the rent there will surely be exorbitant." "Understood, boss." Hawk momentarily hesitated but then responded loudly, recognizing this as the first task assigned to him to undertake independently. "I have a role to play." He reassured himself internally, feeling somewhat inadequate in recent days, which prompted him to exaggerate his business acumen, though he possessed some knowledge from his past as a merchant, a skill overshadowed by the unfortunate demise of his father, a once vagrant who succumbed to illness on the streets. "Gray, Lucien, lead me to the Bone Pirate crew. Should we successfully seize a pirate ship, we would thereby possess a measure of power." Casillas addressed the two. "Did you not come to Duntown to procure firearms and ammunition? Haha. Let us first acquire a few desert eagles to appease our needs, and once we meet the captain, we shall shatter a cup as a signal to seize the moment." Casillas' words ignited a fervor within Hawk, and Lucien's eyes seemed to blaze with enthusiasm. However, Gray disrupted the fervent atmosphere. "I say, boss, what does shattering a cup signify? I do not comprehend." Casillas regarded him with a hint of exasperation and shook his head. "Figure it out for yourself." Amidst the crimson carpet, Calimera meticulously admired a freshly severed head, displayed within a square box. The butler, happily, entered with others in tow. "Is the transaction complete?" "Indeed, esteemed sir. It was executed flawlessly." Calimera smiled with satisfaction, savoring a puff of his cigar as its rich smoke lingered in his mouth before he exhaled slowly. "Present Ronald's head to the counterpart as a token of our meeting." "Yes, esteemed sir," Happily replied respectfully, cautiously closing the square box and cradling it in his arms. "You may leave now." Calimera waved his hand. "Yes, esteemed sir." Slowly and as gently as possible, he closed the door to the study. Happily cast a glance at the dark red painted box cradled in his arms. An inexplicable sensation began to spread within him. He perhaps did not comprehend that this feeling was akin to the sorrow of a rabbit mourning a fallen fox. Chapter 13. Fortified Wine. The Bone Pirate crew, true to its name, bore a flag emblazoned with the skull emblem universally recognized among pirate factions. To emphasize the essence of the word bone, the captain had depicted not 2, but 4 crossed bones beneath the skull, creating a rather crowded impression without obstructing the skull itself. To the untrained eye, it appeared peculiar. However, in Captain Luke's perspective, it was a masterpiece. Anyone daring to criticize the flag would find themselves on the receiving end of a white bone inserted from their rear until it protruded from the top of their head, regardless of whether the individual was one of his crew or an adversary from another pirate band. On the entire vessel, the only one who could stand on equal footing with Captain Luke was the first mate and navigator, Jack Lewis, although sharing a name with the infamous Scissorhands Jack. Their appearances represented stark contrasts. This first mate preferred donning spectacles, presenting an air of cultured sophistication, and every crew member regarded him as a gentleman. As dusk settled, the sole ship of the Bone pirate crew, the Bone, was anchored near a secluded coastline, its oil lamps freshly lit. The sailors busied themselves, primarily occupied with scrubbing the deck throughout the day. Within the captain's quarters, Captain Luke indulged in a seafood feast that had grown tiresome. After laboriously swallowing a mouthful of food, this pirate captain, resembling a gaunt monkey, impatiently inquired, "Is that fool Gray not back yet? I'm about to be sick of this. I want fresh vegetables, fruits, and beer." "Luke, calm down," First Mate Jack gently reminded him. "They've merely gone to procure some weapons and supplies. They won't be able to carry back much. Moreover, it is unwise to linger in the kingdom of Goya, given the poor relations among the higher-ups." "Humph. I know that without your telling." The emaciated Luke shook the empty bottle in his hand. Before him, the fish head stood erect on the plate of his lavish meal, and Luke found himself utterly devoid of appetite. Those adults, too, is it necessary to be so distant, even among different nations? Just as Luke was about to broach this topic, he noticed Jack frowning, prompting him to immediately cease his words. A sense of frustration welled within him, likely due to his irritable mood. He had completely forgotten that his first mate, Captain Jack, was not aligned with his interests. Indeed, this pretentious intellectual, Captain Jack, was in fact a clandestine observer dispatched by a prominent figure within the Bone pirate crew, serving not only as a capable navigator but also overseeing the ship's finances. A significant portion of their plunder had to be surrendered to those behind the scenes. Each time Luke contemplated this, a murderous intent stirred within him. However, in the East Sea, few pirate crews could withstand the might of governmental forces. Without the protection of their benefactors, the relentless pursuit of the Navy posed a formidable threat. Sigh. Captain Luke exhaled deeply. At that moment, a cacophony of noises erupted outside the captain's quarters, followed shortly by a knock on the door. "Come in," Captain Jack called out. A sailor pushed the door open, exclaiming, "Captain, Commander Gray and Lucien have returned." "Oh, did they bring food?" Luke's foremost concern was his own appetites. "Well, it seems they brought back a bit of liquor, and there's also a newcomer who wishes to board." "Huh, that Gray fellow, often so carefree, surprises me with his thoughtfulness. I must reward him later. Take me to them." As a seasoned drinker, Luke automatically dismissed the rest of the conversation upon hearing the mention of liquor. As Casillas and his two companions approached the pirate ship in a small boat, they were immediately surrounded by a dozen burly men. "There's liquor. Hand it over. We're so parched, our mouths are nearly dry." "Hey, Gray, what did you bring back? Is it just a barrel of liquor? Is there nothing else? Come on, what are you thinking? Do you expect him to return with a woman?" Laughter erupted among them. "Perhaps that rascal Gray has indulged in debauchery at that cursed place." "Hey, Gray, did you engage in such excess? Tell us about it." The raucous voices left Casillas feeling a bit dizzy. Was this the demeanor of all pirate crews who had long sailed the seas? Gray placed the barrel of liquor down onto the deck and bellowed with his naturally booming voice, "You rascals, clear off. I have no time to seek out women. I have no interest in such matters. This barrel of liquor is for the captain, so don't even think about touching it." Among men of the sea, few were timid, and although Gray was formidable, the sheer number of men around him was overwhelming. In an instant, a scuffle for the barrel was about to erupt. "Get away from me." A furious roar echoed as one of the sailors surrounding them soared into the air, landing heavily on the deck after a 4-meter fall. "The captain has arrived." With a resounding shout, the onlookers dispersed. Captain Luke bore a joyful smile. "Gray, I must admit, I misjudged you. Excellent. You are now promoted to the position of second-in-command of the combat squad. The original second-in-command shall be reassigned to the third squad. Captain, we have also acquired some newfangled weaponry. Take a look." Gray displayed a look of eager anticipation, attempting to take the silver Desert Eagle from Lucien's grasp. However, Luke waved his hand decisively. "Not so fast. Let me indulge myself first before we discuss anything else." Upon finishing the sentence, one could observe Luke flicking his wrist with a single hand, causing a white object to be inserted into the cork of the wine barrel. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a pale bone. This is the prowess of Luke, a wielder of the devil fruit, specifically the bone fruit. This ability allows him to effortlessly extrude his bones from his body for defense and combat. Upon hearing Lucian's description, Casillas' immediate reaction was to wonder if this individual resembled Kimimaro. In a certain sense, this capability bears a striking resemblance to Kimimaro's bloodline limit. As he uncorked the wooden stopper of the wine barrel, Luke raised the barrel high above his head, and the vivid crimson liquid cascaded down, pouring into Captain Luke's mouth. The extent of his consumption was evident from the quickly saturating gray shirt. It seems that pirates have a penchant for this manner of drinking. At that very moment, among the members of the Bone Pirate crew, only Vice Captain Jack sensed something amiss. Initially, when he heard Gray mention that the wine was intended for the captain, he felt a twinge of confusion. While many aboard, including Luke, might not discern the underlying tension, Jack observed with clarity the disdain Gray harbored towards his captain, Luke. He could not fathom the reasons behind it, yet he was certain of Gray's demeanor and gaze, convinced he could not be mistaken in this regard. Furthermore, the silver weapon in Lucian's grasp appeared to be a firearm of sorts. Normally, the emergence of such an unfamiliar object would not raise suspicion, but in the current context, it was decidedly dubious. Lastly, he noticed the newcomer, Casillas, standing beside Gray and Lucian. The young lad clad in black attire is truly remarkable. This reaction is akin to instinct. The gaze and expression of the other party manifest not the demeanor one would expect from a youth aspiring to join a pirate crew. Who is he? What are his intentions? First Mate Jack took a cautious step back, initially intending to caution Luke, but as the thought emerged, alarm bells rang in his mind. He would perish. The boy clad in black was fixated on him. Lucian's silver weapon, with its ominous black muzzle, inadvertently trained itself in his direction. Jack struggled to impose calm upon himself, yet chaos had begun to unravel his composure. Is this fellow an adversary? If he is indeed an enemy of formidable strength, then the primary objective must be to ensure one's own survival. Thus, he retreated 2 steps, his mustache quivering slightly as he believed, subjectively, that the danger had diminished. He opened his mouth, intending to utter something. However, Casillas would not afford him that opportunity. Captain Luke, having consumed a copious amount of alcohol, was blissfully unaware of the numerous additives within and was beginning to feel their effects. As he attempted to set down the barrel, he suddenly sensed a lightness in his hand. The sturdy oak barrel shattered explosively, crimson liquid splattering in all directions. Casillas swiftly advanced, delivering a powerful blow that obliterated the barrel in the adversary's grasp, transforming his fist into an open palm that struck the opponent's face with ferocity, simultaneously gripping the bloodied visage with a vice-like hold. The searing heat vaporized the alcohol and blood, accompanied by the crackling sound of searing flesh. As the air became saturated with an indescribable amalgamation of 3 distinct aromas, all of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The surrounding sailors stood frozen in place, and it was only after a moment that someone reacted, searching for weapons. However, every individual who attempted to arm themselves in defiance was met with Lucian's Desert Eagle, each one meeting a swift demise. It was not until the 7th individual had a gaping hole in his head that the remaining pirates aboard the ship succumbed to the terror of death, abandoning their resistance. Chapter 14. Defeating Casillas. Casillas now found the act of using his hand as a branding iron to scorch another's face akin to the childhood pastime of pouring boiling water on ants, exhilarating and satisfying. Why did so many children revel in such games? It was perhaps due to the indescribable thrill of wielding dominion over those fragile lives, though one cannot dismiss the possibility that it was simply for amusement. Reportedly, the seemingly ineffectual First Mate Jack maintained an air of calm, leaning against the ship's cabin wall, hands raised high, mirroring the non-resistance of his fellow crew members. Captain Luke, resembling a lanky monkey, pitifully reached for Casillas' hand gripping his face, only to have his own hand scalded, eliciting a more anguished howl. Yet, it was perhaps this very pain that triggered a transformation in Luke, as a layer of white substance suddenly erupted from his body, resembling a milky gel that enveloped him entirely. Casillas quickly withdrew his hand. By this point, Luke was entirely encased in a hard white exoskeleton, particularly around his head, resembling a mask. From his hands, elbows, and knees, elongated bone blades, each half a meter in length, emerged. The bone fruit has proven to be remarkably useful gazing at the figure shrouded in white skeletal armor. Casillas' first thought was, he resembles a knight in armor. Lucian raised his hand and fired 2 shots, striking precisely at Luke's eyes. However, The narrow fissures in this white mask not only protected the vital areas, but also provided formidable defense. The bones surrounding his eye sockets merely exhibited minor fractures, which, in the blink of an eye, swiftly mended. Clearly, this fellow's bones were not ordinary. Lucien, through his decisive actions, conveyed to Casillas the formidable resilience and hardness of his opponent's skeletal defenses. Logically, the concoction previously administered in the wine should have rendered a burly man incapacitated. Yet this individual managed to recover. Casillas couldn't help but reflect inwardly, perhaps my initial choice was flawed. The intensity of the pain elicited an unexpected outcome. Had I opted to shoot him twice at the outset, creating 2 gaping holes in his skull, I would have avoided the complications now at hand. Since I chose to employ such a devious tactic as poisoning, I could not act solely according to my whims. I must exercise greater caution in the future. In the blink of an eye, having completed his self-reflection, Casillas reached a resolution. Lucien, Gray, keep an eye on the other pirates. This one, I shall handle. Excellent. I shall use this wielder of the bone fruit to thoroughly test the capabilities of my temperature fruit and ascertain the extent of my powers. Boss, give it your all, Gray exclaimed, his expression brimming with encouragement. Lucien, meanwhile, remained silent, shifting his focus to the actions of the others aboard the ship. Luke was not faring well. The burns on his face throbbed incessantly, transmitting waves of excruciating pain. Purulent blood seeped slowly through the crevices of his white skeletal mask. This only intensified the fury within him. Damn it, Gray. And Lucien, why have you done this? Since you boarded my ship, I have not deprived you of anything. Have I? Why? Silence enveloped him, broken only by the crashing of waves and the whisper of the wind through the night sky, mingling with the crackling of the torches. Luke, unanswered, was consumed by rage. I shall slay you. I will pierce you from your rear to your head with bones. Then I will hang you at the bow of the ship for all to see the fate of those who betray me. And you brat, do you think to rise above me? Pain and fury rendered his voice a hoarse snarl. Dream on. Casillas paid him no heed, moving with the swiftness of a cheetah as he closed the distance, delivering a resounding slap that sent Luke crashing to the deck. The sound of splintering would echoing as he forcefully pressed Luke's head into the planks. In that moment, Casillas activated the heating ability of his temperature fruit for the first time. Perhaps dazed from the impact, Luke took over a second to respond. Numerous white bone spikes sprouted from his body, either thrusting directly or twisting to aim for Casillas. Observing this, Casillas swiftly retreated, causing the now aimless bone spikes to gradually wither and vanish. Meanwhile, Luke's previously white bones had turned a charred black, fissures appearing across their surface. A moment longer, and they would have shattered into carbonized fragments. Fortunately, as long as he retained sufficient stamina, he could continually repair the white bones adorning his body. At that moment, Casillas also discerned a flaw in his ability. He could not directly heat the flesh of his opponent. Otherwise, that strike would have surely left Luke either dead or gravely injured. He was uncertain of Luke's strength prior to being poisoned and injured. But based on their current engagement, Luke was indeed inferior to the scissor-handed Jack he had previously encountered. The adversary's speed and reaction were lacking, and his strength was mediocre. The only troublesome aspect was the fruit's ability. The resilience of these skeletal forms rivals that of Jack the Ripper, who could withstand the bullets of a desert eagle. Yet, this entity lacks the terrifying power that even Casillas would dare not confront. What Gray previously stated, that Luke would have no choice but to evade Jack, was not an exaggeration. Rubbing his hands, which had already been stripped of gloves before boarding, Casillas intended to experiment with the previously conceived techniques for the in-depth development of the temperature fruit. The pirates present had essentially surrendered their will to resist. To these marauders, their captain, who usually appeared invincible, was now bleeding profusely and clearly at a disadvantage. The opposing trio included not only the black-clad youth confronting the captain, but also Gray, whose combat prowess was unrivaled except by the captain himself, and Lucien, a sharpshooter of extraordinary skill. In short, the Bone Pirate crew was doomed. Yet, one individual harbored a flicker of hope, first mate Jack. The refined gentleman pondered the possibility of Luke emerging victorious. Moreover, should Luke face defeat, he feared there would be little hope for survival. Luke possessed formidable bone defenses, and his offensive capabilities were not to be underestimated, if he could vanquish that cloaked youth. Dealing with the other two would be a mere formality. Thus, Luke, despite my frequent derision labeling you as a base barbarian, you must prevail this time. I am not yet ready to embrace death. As he silently prayed for Luke, whom he typically found detestable, he witnessed Casillas and Luke engage in close combat once more. Casillas deftly evaded Luke's bone dagger, As he passed by, Casillas executed a swift backhand strike to Luke's rear. Before first mate Jack could celebrate this seemingly futile attack, he beheld Luke stagger forward, his back erupting in a grotesque display as if laden with explosives, shattering into fragments. The explosion was subtle, barely louder than a firecracker. Yet, Luke took 2 steps forward before collapsing to the ground. His back was a gruesome sight, a mangled mass of flesh and shattered bone, a harrowing spectacle. First mate Jack stood in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend the unfolding scene. Luke, has he truly been defeated? What on earth was that move, Captain? Why did his bones explode? Was it merely the result of your slap? Are you familiar with thermal expansion and contraction? Casillas retorted. What is that? Casillas shook his head, unwilling to explain the concept to someone whose intellect resembled that of a hot-blooded comic book hero. This technique relied on the principles of thermal expansion and contraction. In that fleeting moment of contact with the opponent's skeletal armor, he induced rapid heating followed by cooling. Once both effects took hold, no matter how resilient the bones might be, shattering was inevitable. The intensity of this instantaneous change was so severe that it produced an explosive effect, a result Casillas had not anticipated. He had merely intended to breach the opponent's bone armor. Nevertheless, this unexpected surprise left him contemplating a fitting name for his technique. Perhaps Explosive Fist? Too trite to bear. Ultimately, Casillas abandoned the notion of naming the move, ensuring his hands bore no traces of blood. He donned a pair of black gloves and addressed Lucien. Retrieve the fruits we prepared earlier and place them beside him, then grant this captain a swift end. Very well. Captain. Lucien had yet to utter a word when he was greeted by Gray's exuberant call. Meanwhile, Casillas turned his gaze towards another target of this expedition, Louis Jack, the first mate of the Bone Pirate crew. Chapter 15. Aftermath. Louis Jack? Casillas inquired, perched on a high-backed chair in the captain's quarters, addressing the bespectacled gentleman before him, who was striving to maintain a semblance of composure. To be candid, the name lingered uneasily in Casillas's mind, as if something about it felt amiss. The earlier figure, a towering 4-meter-tall scissor-handed individual, also bore the name Jack, but that was not the crux of the matter. It merely felt as though the name had been haphazardly cobbled together. Standing across the table, First Mate Jack pondered an entirely different matter. The fact that his life had been spared and that the other wished to converse with him hinted at the impending developments. Logically, if one aimed to seize control of the pirate ship, the second target after Captain Luke would invariably be him, the first mate. Yet, here he stood, alive and unscathed. What made him so special? Admittedly, he possessed little strength, a modicum of nautical skill, and a dash of wit. The only aspect that might have warranted his survival was his role as an informant for the forces backing the Bone Pirate crew. Allowing contact with the influential figures supporting this band of pirates, a noble from a certain country in the East Sea. What should he do? Should he seize the initiative and voice his suspicions? Would that be too presumptuous? What if the other took offense and decided to dispose of him? He had no desire to meet his demise just yet. Noticing Jack's silence, Casillas had no intention of engaging in verbal sparring. I am Casillas. You may simply refer to me as Yas. Lighting a cigarette, he glanced at the fish-head delicacy on the table and spoke languidly. Do you comprehend the reason for your survival? I have a vague idea. Jack replied cautiously. Excellent. Casillas smiled. It is fortunate that you are a clever man. I require you to convey to your benefactors that I possess a substantial stockpile of weaponry, akin to what Lucien previously utilized. You're aware of it, are you not? Recalling the striking silver weapon that had caught his attention earlier, Jack hesitantly questioned. Substantial? Indeed, substantial. As he exhaled a cloud of smoke, Casillas elaborated nonchalantly. Inform him or them that I have access to these advanced, highly potent weapons. In this current world, where pirates roam the seas in the Grand Line, many nations lack the capacity to manufacture arms yet engage in warfare. The arms trade has become exceedingly lucrative. Like a celestial demon of the night, one must acknowledge the grandiosity of others, while I find myself merely at the inception of my journey, still far from the ultimate goal. Nevertheless, I firmly believe that once you relay this information back, those influential figures will undoubtedly take an interest. As he spoke, Casillas withdrew a desert eagle from the pocket of his trench coat. You may examine it first. This vessel will soon be mine. Gray and Lucien will escort you back. There is no need to rush. Taking a couple of steps forward, Jack apprehensively accepted the desert eagle. The weight of 2 kilograms felt substantial in his hand. A stark contrast to ordinary firearms which, even if larger, would never possess such heft. Most firearms are not entirely metallic, however. This silvery weapon appeared to be constructed entirely from metal. Its chilling touch instilled an inexplicable sense of coldness within him. Take your time. Its operation is not vastly different from other firearms, Casillas remarked casually before rising from the captain's quarters. Upon reaching the deck, he found the sailors gathered, attentively listening to Gray's impassioned speech. From now on, I am your captain. No, wait, your captain is my captain, the illustrious Casillas. It's quite customary for pirates to change leaders. If you faithfully follow our captain, you shall enjoy a life of luxury. Replete with gold and riches, Casillas clapped his hand on Gray's shoulder, interrupting his boastful declarations. Gray promptly fell silent. Hey, captain, would you like to say a few words to these rascals? Casillas, puffing on his cigarette, emitted a flickering glow that captivated the attention of dozens of eyes in the dimly lit environment illuminated only by torches. Gray's assertion held truth. The changing of captains among pirates is a frequent occurrence. Unless one is a novice, most pirates have traversed multiple crews, whether willingly or otherwise. The surviving pirates aboard the ship, numbering around 40, exhibited an attitude towards their new leader that could be succinctly described as indifference. The bone pirate crew was devoid of any virtuous souls. They were all adept at pillaging and destruction. Their sole concern at this moment was whether the new captain would prove to be excessively brutal, particularly in light of the previous captain, Luke, who was notorious for his indiscriminate killings. Consequently, they were not particularly invested in the transition of leadership, lacking a sense of belonging. Many among them felt a sense of relief that a few unfortunate souls had paved the way for this change. Otherwise, it could have been their own demise. Standing before them was Casillas, the man who had personally vanquished Luke, and his prowess was beyond question. After surveying the crowd slowly, Casillas finished smoking half a cigarette and spoke in a calm tone. From this moment on, this will no longer be the bone pirate crew. First, remove the pirate flag and replace it with a black one. As for you lot, there is little more to say. Simply remember this. Henceforth, we shall only plunder merchant ships, and the killing of civilians is strictly forbidden. Before Casillas could finish his declaration, unrest stirred among the crowd. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of a gunshot, the most agitated pirate fell to the ground, his crimson blood staining the deck that had yet to be cleansed. The group of individuals fell silent at once. Casillas' expression remained unchanged as he holstered the Desert Eagle, continuing as though the shot just fired had not originated from him. Your new captain will be Gray, with Lucien as the first mate. They will ensure you adhere to my commands. Anyone who defies my orders will meet a grim fate. So, is there anyone who dares to object? Surely none wish to court death. The band of pirates remained utterly mute, with some instinctively shaking their heads in negation, signifying their compliance. One individual shook his head, and gradually, all followed suit. Growing weary of further discourse with these individuals, Casillas turned to Gray and instructed. The primary task of this ship henceforth will be to facilitate the transport of goods. During idle times, feel free to engage in acts of piracy as well. With Lucien accompanying you, it should pose no issues. If anyone becomes unruly, the pirates have their own code. They can simply be eliminated. How about you two? Any objections? Of course not, Captain. Rest assured, the entirety of the East Blue and the Grand Line shall soon echo our name. Gray began, only to abruptly realize that the pirate crew lacked a name. Wait, Captain, you must bestow a name upon our pirate crew. Such matters should not trouble me. Think of one yourselves, Casillas replied, disinterested in expending mental energy on such trivialities. Where is Lucien? Has he not returned yet? Oh, he should be back shortly. He has been gone for a while, Gray replied absent-mindedly, furrowing his brow in contemplation, pondering a striking and impressive name for the pirate crew. At that moment, Lucien returned to the ship in a small boat. How did it go? Casillas inquired with a hint of anticipation. Lucien shook his head, placing a black bag on the deck and opening it to reveal an assortment of fruits, bananas, oranges, apples, and more, a veritable bounty. As you instructed. I found an enclosed space to eliminate Luke and place these fruits beside him, yet there was no change whatsoever. As Lucien spread out the pile of fruits, Casillas crouched down, casually picking up a banana, peeling it, and taking a bite, pondering whether this endeavor had indeed been futile. The fruit users, it seems, will embark upon a new cycle, as the demons of the devil fruits are said to take residence in the same type of fruit within a nearby vicinity. Upon learning that the captain of the Bone Pirate crew is a devil fruit user, he naturally prepared himself for this eventuality. Casillas is not one to delve deeply into the minutiae of the One Piece anime and manga, yet he is aware of such occurrences. The reason for his lack of success lies either in the absence of a fruit akin to that which originally housed the bone fruit demon, or perhaps in some unknown condition that has yet to be fulfilled. This remains an enigma. However, this is of little consequence. In the future, there may be opportunities to attempt it again. Even if such chances do not arise, it matters not. For his true need is not an abundance of devil fruits, but rather a substantial sum of money to procure weapons and fulfill his missions. At this moment, he has a task that is completed and ready for submission. Chapter 16. A new task. There exists not merely one task. The requirement to purchase 50,000 desert eagles from the system proves to be rather challenging. In contrast, this particular task appears significantly more manageable. Having over 30 subordinates seems to satisfy the conditions of the task, as even those who have only recently been nominally recognized as his subordinates count towards this total. The transparent system panel unfolds, and Casillas directly engages with the task list. Within the task list, only 2 entries are present, one being the task for 50,000 desert eagles, while the other bears a small exclamation mark, indicating that the conditions have been met and rewards can be claimed. As Casillas hovers his finger over the screen to click, he does not appear to shy away from the attention of others. Lucien observes his peculiar motions with a hint of curiosity, though he ultimately refrains from voicing his questions. Were it Gray, he would likely have inquired bluntly, yet he is currently occupied with directing the pirates to clear the deck of corpses and bloodstains. Upon clicking complete, a new selection appears. Please choose your reward from the following options. A. Unlock new firearm purchasing privileges. B. Randomly acquire a new talent. C. Randomly draw a melee weapon, unrestricted by rank. This option was not unfamiliar to Casillas. However, this time, it seemed to lack any immediate bestowal of innate talent, which left him somewhat disheartened. After all, a significant part of his current prowess was attributable to the effects of innate abilities. Without a robust physique, it was unlikely that Casillas would have attained such a level of strength. What captured his attention was option C. The Demon Blade Muramesa was the reward he had received for selecting this option, yet he understood that, akin to the final rank being limited to just a few words, the most probable outcome of this choice would still be a commonplace blade from the system store, priced at a mere 1,000 belly. According to the law of conservation of luck, obtaining the Demon Blade Muramesa likely meant that Casillas had expended a considerable amount of his good fortune. Nevertheless, he was not particularly inclined towards option A. For the moment, the Desert Eagle sufficed for his financial endeavors. The task involving 50,000 Desert Eagles should yield something worthwhile. Moreover, the enhancement of innate talent unequivocally implied an increase in strength, rendering option B as the indisputable choice. He directly tapped on option B. A simple lottery interface emerged, with lines of Chinese characters swiftly scrolling through the selection box representing the draw. Casillas glimpsed talents like limb regeneration and innate brute strength, which appeared exceedingly beneficial. Yet, this was purely a matter of luck. After a few seconds, the rapidly moving entries began to decelerate and gradually came to a halt. He randomly acquired a new talent, Ironclad Musculature. Ironclad Musculature. The body's muscles and bones are extraordinary, as hard as iron. Ironclad Musculature? This object once again reminded him of a certain game, for the name he used in this world was derived from a formidable character within that very game. Casillas clicked his tongue, feeling quite satisfied with the outcome this time. Although he was uncertain whether this item could withstand the impact of a Desert Eagle bullet like Scissorhands Jack, he certainly had no inclination towards self-harm, as shooting himself with a Desert Eagle was not within the realm of his character. If this steel and iron construct possessed a trait of becoming stronger after recovering from injuries, that would be another matter entirely, but such a notion was utterly impossible. Upon completing one task, a new one emerged, swiftly occupying the space left vacant by the former. Casillas discerned that there seemed to be a cap of 2 tasks at any given time, with no distinction between accepting or not, upon meeting the conditions. A prompt would appear to indicate completion and reward eligibility. As for the consequences of failing to complete a task within the allotted time, he was genuinely in the dark. Currently, he had successfully completed the 3 tasks that had vanished. Upon opening this new task, a detailed description unfolded before him. Within 2 years, he was to master the entirety of the kingdom of Goya, becoming the de facto highest authority of that nation. In essence, the task was encapsulated within these 2 brief sentences. To be candid, upon encountering such a task, Casillas' first thought was one of tedium. He had never harbored ambitions of world domination. His endeavors to enhance his strength stemmed solely from the foreknowledge of the impending chaos that loomed over this world. The conflict among the world government, the navy, pirates, and the Revolutionary Army was intensifying at an alarming rate, having fully erupted since the Paramount War. In a world such as this, without power, one could only await death, praying to survive the forthcoming cataclysmic battles that would engulf the globe. A task of usurping a nation. 2 years. What sort of reward could this possibly yield? If it does not bestow upon me a formidable talent along with 2 nuclear bombs, I shall not acquiesce. After a few internal complaints, Casillas dismissed the system panel. Lucian, see if you can procure a few snail phones. This pirate crew is rather impoverished, lacking even the means to acquire them. Reflecting on the communication issues with the pirate crew, Casillas instructed Lucian beside him. He had previously assessed his gains. Discovering that the total cash retrieved from the ship amounted to merely 1 million, he had initially hoped to acquire such a wondrous creature as the snail phone, only to find that Captain Luke and First Mate Jack possessed none of them. Snail phones? Such items are indeed necessary. They would greatly facilitate communication. Lucian nodded slightly. I have heard that they are considered quite rare, though their price is relatively reasonable. Additionally, it is said that they require meticulous care during nurturing. Otherwise, they may fall ill. Very well, expedite the process. There is no rush for the pirate crew to set sail, Casillas remarked, gazing at the dark, undulating sea. Be sure to keep these ruffians in check. Should anyone violate the rules I have established, feel free to deal with them as you see fit. However, aside from that, one should not be overly harsh. Among these individuals, there may well be those who could accompany us on our journey for the long haul. Should such promising souls perish prematurely, it would surely be a great loss. I shall remain vigilant. It seems that Gray is eager to traverse the Grand Line, aspiring to achieve something remarkable. Lucian, do you harbor any desires of your own? Casillas suddenly realized that he ought to listen to the aspirations of his subordinates. Gray's aspirations are, in essence, my own. Lucian fell into a thoughtful silence before offering this response. This response is rather unexpected. Casillas shook his head and said, very well. As for the great route, I shall not be venturing there for the time being. However, if you are inclined to set sail now, it is not entirely out of the question. Lucian remarked nonchalantly, that's not how it works. We follow the boss. Ha! Don't emulate that rascal Gray. Casillas chuckled. Meanwhile, at a pirate gathering in a certain location within the kingdom of Goya, an auction was underway. The auction was maintained in an orderly fashion by the pirates themselves. However, despite their best efforts to impose a semblance of decorum, the atmosphere remained chaotic, filled with incessant shouts and raucous noise. All right, everyone, children of the sea, please quiet down. For what is about to be presented is undoubtedly the most significant item of the evening, and it is sure to delight you. An unattractive, stout man ascended the makeshift platform. From his elevated position, he could not only see the pirates gathered around the auction but also several other clusters of pirates congregated nearby, as well as the pirate ships anchored around the island. Here lies an island, a gathering point for the pirates of the Goya kingdom, who converge here at fixed intervals, akin to a bustling market. This location not only attracts a multitude of pirates, but also offers the essential provisions of food, fresh water, and weaponry they so desperately require. It goes without saying who the purveyors of these goods are. For heaven's sake, cease presenting your inferior, antiquated firearms and counterfeit treasure maps. Someone shouted amid the crowd, inciting a wave of raucous laughter. The short, unattractive man remained unfazed. As the auctioneer, he dutifully conveyed the descriptions of his auction items to the eager audience. A package in his grasp was unveiled, revealing a gleaming desert eagle. Its robust and formidable design instantly captivated the attention of numerous pirates, igniting their fervent spirits. Chapter 17. The Auction of the Desert Eagle Friends. Behold, a novel weapon that stands in stark contrast to the rudimentary firearms we currently possess. The diminutive auctioneer proclaimed from atop the platform, brandishing the silver pistol for all to see. As you are aware, it is said that in certain corners of this world, firearms wield immense power, boast remarkable range, and allow for swift reloading, among other myriad advantages. While whispers of advanced weaponry undoubtedly permeate the air, most attendees could only regard such tales as mere legends. This does not imply that firearms utilizing solid particle gunpowder and solid spherical bullets are entirely worthless. It is evident that there are many skilled craftsmen capable of producing these antiquated weapons with remarkable range and power. However, such expertise is a rare craft, and the pirates present possess neither the connections nor the means to procure such exquisite armaments. This is all rather well-trodden ground. Thus, someone exclaimed, enough of this nonsense. Show us a demonstration. Of course, I understand your curiosity. The diminutive and unattractive host chuckled. Now, it is time for the presentation of our apparatus. before the wide-eyed audience. A wooden frame clad in human-shaped, patchwork iron armor was hoisted up as the auctioneer began to elucidate. This is a makeshift contraption we have assembled. While it may appear somewhat rudimentary, it is, in fact, the thickest protective gear one could don, with an average thickness of approximately 2 millimeters of steel, authentic, without a doubt. The two individuals who carried the item carelessly tossed it onto the stage, the dull thud and the clash of metal confirming its substantiality to the audience. Now, I shall commence. One hand pressed against his ear, he gripped the cold, weighty Desert Eagle and fired 3 shots at the metallic armor. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous reports rendered the room momentarily silent. The sound of the gunfire alone was sufficient to distinguish the Desert Eagle from the weapons held by the pirates. This gunfire was more powerful, more succinct, and overwhelmingly resonant. The sound of supersonic projectiles piercing through steel seemed trivial in comparison. Nevertheless, some pirates took notice. 2 millimeters of steel. It was penetrated, exclaimed one in disbelief. Good heavens. Compared to the firearm in my possession, this is utter trash. What? Is this for real? Hurry, bring that thing down so we can examine it. Within moments, a throng of pirates gathered around the wooden frame, which had just endured 3 shots to its metallic surface. One extended a hand to touch it, exclaiming in astonishment, "Goodness, the bullet holes are still warm. It's genuine. Did you see that? It not only pierced one layer, after breaching the front, the second layer has also, to ensure safety." The humanoid metal armor was laid flat on the ground, and the diminutive auctioneer had aimed downward, creating 3 irregular bullet holes in the chest area. Correspondingly, on the opposite side, there were bullet holes left by projectiles that had traversed the second layer of steel. Next, the shooting distance of the Desert Eagle was tested, ultimately concluding that its range exceeded 100 meters, with exceptional accuracy. The final presentation showcased the method of ammunition exchange, in contrast to the cumbersome operation of a musket, which can only hold 1 or 2 rounds at a time. The Desert Eagle's reloading mechanism seemed to evoke a race between a tortoise and a hare. Observing the excited pirates, the short, unattractive man wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a sense of relief within. His task was nearly complete. Next, he aimed to sell this weapon, known as the Desert Eagle, for a handsome price. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by stating that there are a total of 10 Desert Eagles, each accompanied by 2 empty magazines and 100 rounds of ammunition. I trust you are all aware of the purpose of the magazines, so I shall not belabor the point. These 10 Desert Eagles will be auctioned as a bundle, with a starting bid set at 800,000 berries. However, one must always consider the unexpected. Thus, the initial price for the 10 Desert Eagles was set at double what was acquired from Casillas. 900,000 berries. 1 million. I bid 1 million berries. 1,000,001. You fools. If you lack funds, stay away. Go home and drink milk. I'll raise the bid by 200,000. 1,200,000. The price escalated rapidly. Many pirates, who previously showed little interest in the auction, were drawn in by the lively atmosphere and soon participated in the bidding. Ultimately, the final price settled at 1,870,000 berries. Several acquainted pirate captains banded together to secure this novel weapon, eagerly unwrapping and familiarizing themselves with the gleaming silver firearm. Meanwhile, some secretly scoffed at these impatient individuals. Given that 10 were available at once, it was likely that such items would soon flood the market. There was no necessity to spend exorbitantly at the outset. Yet the future selling price would likely exceed the base bid of 80,000 per piece. They could only hope that the noble behind this venture would not be overly greedy and would offer a more reasonable price. Some seasoned pirates harbored similar sentiments. Subsequently, the pirates continued their search for necessary provisions. The auction had concluded, and they either sought to procure food and fresh water or sought the company of women who had come to the island, often offering some money to assist these unfortunate ladies. Though, in truth, 90% of those funds would never reach the women's hands. Just a few hours later, Karamwira, residing in the high town, learned of the outcome. He was cutting into a medium-rare steak with a knife and fork, the pinkish, slightly undercooked meat still oozing a dark red liquid. Yet, as he savored the beef, a hint of enjoyment crossed his face. 10,000 for each piece. That price is not exorbitant, considering the significant cost I incurred to acquire it, he mused. The so-called substantial cost likely referred to the indignity of negotiating cooperation with an individual of dubious origins. Indeed, honorable sir, Karamura waved his hand, signaling Apolly to withdraw, and began to ponder the potential profits that lay ahead, contingent upon whether this weapon could become a bestseller. He maintained a calm demeanor, resisting the urge to set an exorbitant price for such a formidable weapon right from the outset. As previously mentioned, should he profit 60,000 from each weapon and manage to sell 10,000 units, that would amount to an impressive 600 million Baileys. However, if he aimed for a price of 150 or 200,000, he might only sell a few thousand or even fewer, resulting in considerably diminished profits, a classic case of more haste, less speed. He determined that a price of 100,000 per unit was a reasonable range, with room for adjustment. Yet, the supplier remained a persistent thorn in his side. Squinting, Karamura recalled the young man in black, which dampened his appetite considerably. At a price of 40,000 per weapon, what profit could one actually glean? Regardless of the amount earned, he thought grimly. All that future wealth would ultimately belong to me. Karamura's thoughts mirrored those of Casillas in an astonishing manner. He possessed his own sources of confidence. Even with his most capable enforcer, Scissorhands Jack, having been defeated, he felt no concern over the opponent's strength. Chapter 18. Stirring Trouble on the Return Journey. Casillas stifled a tremendous yawn, nearly smearing his nose on the fabric of his black trench coat. After all, in such an all-black ensemble, no one would notice a bit of dirt. Gray and Lucien remained aboard the ship, and once the communication device was operational, they would set sail for the nation where the noble behind First Mate Jack resided. Also left on the ship were 1,000 desert eagles. With this 1,000, Casillas felt as though his hand might cramp from exhaustion. Upon meticulous calculation, including his own exchanges and the desert eagle given to Lucien, along with the previous 300 and this recent 1,000, he had amassed over 1,300. This brought him a step closer to the elusive figure of 50,000. Although, in terms of percentage, this barely constituted 3%, merely a couple of points, Casillas believed that this number sufficed. Additionally, he had reserved 2 million belly as operational funds for 2 individuals. Subtracting the 6 million belly for the 1,000 desert eagles, and the 2 million left him with just over 3 million in his possession. One could only hope that that rascal Hawk would not squander his 1 million. The garbage mountain at the terminus of uncertainty loomed ahead, and Casillas made his way directly to Hawk's makeshift shelter. However, on his journey, an unexpected incident unfolded. A burly man was mercilessly assaulting a grimy, disheveled woman, hurling insults as he struck her. "You wretched creature! How dare you resist me? Your survival as a vagabond is a privilege granted by the nobility and royalty. In this realm of uncertainty, this refuse is merely the benevolence of those esteemed gentlemen. Disobedience forfeits your right to existence here. Understand?" The woman lay on the ground, cradling a young child in her arms. Despite the searing pain inflicted by the harsh soles of his shoes, she resolutely shielded the child from the brutal blows. Casillas exhaled a puff of smoke, contemplating the scene for a fleeting moment before striding forward and delivering a powerful kick to the brute. With a resounding thud, the man was sent sprawling, crashing into a mound of refuse, left struggling to rise for an extended period. At that moment, Casillas was pleasantly surprised to discover that his strength had significantly increased. Could it be attributed to his reinforced physique? Although this innate ability did not directly enhance his power, the fortification of his skeletal and muscular structure naturally resulted in an augmentation of his strength. Realizing this, his spirits soared. The burly man struggled to rise from the heap of refuse, his once clean and tidy attire now seamlessly blending into the surroundings, at least in Casillas' eyes. "Do you have any idea what you have done?" The opponent still wore a look of arrogant defiance. "You little rascal. You have provoked the greatest power of the uncertain terminus, backed by nobles." The man had anticipated that Casillas would display astonishment and fear upon hearing the term nobles. However, Casillas disappointed him. "Nobles? Do you think I would fear such beings? They are nothing more than a herd of swine, many of whom are even inferior to pigs. Just like you." Casillas was well aware that this brute belonged to such a faction. Compared to the lucrative arms trade, the profits generated by the vagrants of the uncertain terminus rummaging through garbage were indeed minimal. Yet, this did not imply that no one was eyeing this segment. Even the meat on a mosquito's leg attracts greedy hands. Moreover, the collective profits amassed by thousands of vagrants constituted a considerable sum. If arms trafficking and the smuggling of various commodities were the exclusive domain of the likes of Karamura, a grand noble and royal, then the profits deemed too insignificant to be worth their while became the spoils for the lesser nobles to unite and exploit. This can also be considered a means by which the great nobility and royalty enticed the lesser nobles to become their loyal supporters. The subtle advantages gleaned from such tactics serve a dual purpose. Why not embrace them? In every situation, one's perspective prevails over notions of justice or malevolence. This includes Casillas. Just a few days after arriving in this country, he heard the peculiar news that even the destitute scavengers were required to pay taxes. The enforcers of these taxes often proclaimed that fulfilling one's duty as a citizen of the kingdom of Goya necessitated such payments, asserting that these vagabonds survived solely on the charity of the affluent. What harm was there in contributing a small tax? Casillas disdained this behavior, though initially he had no intention of intervening. If one were to address every injustice in the world, he had no desire to live a life akin to that of Luffy, who, upon arriving in a new place, immediately sought to challenge the local tyrants. Luffy was a child of destiny, an indomitable force. He was not. However, a newly arisen task altered his perspective. Since the opportunity had presented itself, he might as well take action. As Lu Xun wisely stated, he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world, and other similar platitudes. It would be prudent to cultivate a favorable reputation among the populace, for it would undoubtedly prove beneficial, despite their status as wanderers. How dare you utter such treasonous words? Just wait. You will soon learn the consequences of offending us. Upon hearing this, Casillas broke into a devilish grin. Before worrying about me, perhaps you should be more concerned for your own well-being. Do you think those nobles you speak of, or even your companions, can save you? He took a few steps forward, causing his adversary to retreat in shock, only to stumble over the refuse beneath his feet and fall to the ground. What do you intend to do? Think carefully about the repercussions. The man clearly lost his bravado, after all. Even a single kick had made it evident that this young man clad in black possessed formidable strength, far exceeding his own capabilities. Casillas smiled wickedly. Do you know what I detest most? Those who prey on the weak, for I was once among the vulnerable, easily victimized. Your presence reminds me of those whom I have personally torn apart. You, with your impressive physique and abundant muscle, should provide quite the satisfaction. Why you stay back? Ah, the burly man, in a state of terror, attempted to retreat while seated, only to be met by another swift kick to the face from Casillas. He was propelled 2 meters away, and the side of his face visibly swelled, blood mingling with shattered teeth and saliva seeping from the corner of his mouth. Perhaps it was the adrenaline from fear that ignited his body, for he sprang up from the ground like a fire-lit monkey, darting away while hurling a fierce threat. You will pay for this. Iker Casillas felt no surprise, nor did he show any intention to pursue. From the very beginning, he had exercised restraint. It was unwise to eliminate the adversary outright. After all, how could one swiftly ascertain the presence of reinforcements? If there was to be chaos, it ought to be grander. He merely hoped they remained oblivious to the fact that he was the one who had vanquished the notorious Scissorjack. Perhaps then they would hesitate to confront him. Casillas leisurely flicked the cigarette but from his lips and turned his gaze towards the woman and child on the ground. Inquiring softly, will you be able to rise? Chapter 19. Bowing in apology, the woman protecting her child nodded timidly, examining the little one for any signs of injury. Big brother, did the bad man run away? Children often possess a boldness that surpasses that of adults. Fortunately, you did not call me uncle. Casillas smiled at the child. Do not worry, he has fled, though he will return shortly. Trust me, I shall protect you. Casillas assumed an air of a righteous guardian and called out to a nearby homeless man, Hey, could you fetch me a chair? Regardless of the setting, the inherent human tendency to congregate and gossip remains unchanged. The tale of Casillas's actions spread rapidly. What did you say? A fellow actually pummeled that group of tax collectors? Is that for real? Absolutely. I was there at the scene. Word has it, that guy was thoroughly beaten. Not only was he bruised all over, but he also lost all his teeth. How dreadful. If I were that guy, I would probably have been killed outright. With your scrawny frame, I doubt you could withstand even a single punch. Unbeknownst to these two, the surrounding individuals would soon distort the narrative. Alas. Have you heard? A fellow is wreaking havoc, and it is said he has already slain several tax collectors. Is that true? How thrilling. Indeed, I was present at the scene. You cannot fathom the horror of those corpses. Every single tooth was wrenched from their mouths. In any case, this tale swiftly spread throughout the enigmatic terminus of uncertainty. Within the dimly lit confines of Ronald's nameless tavern, Hawk sat idly sipping a glass of water, patiently awaiting Casillas. Arranging accommodations had been a straightforward task. He pondered. Surely he shall return today? As he endeavored to disregard the new bartender's hostile gaze. There is little to be done. The mere thought of the wooden box he had received previously ignited a smoldering flame of suppressed fury within Hawk. How far could Carimula sink? Resorting to such tactics to intimidate him? Yet, such methods would likely be of little consequence to the boss. The most significant outcome might be that Ronald's former subordinates would begin to harbor animosity towards him, even though it was Carimula who dealt the fatal blow. One day, He would surely crush this wretch beneath his feet and hold him accountable for all his transgressions. Bang! The new wooden door of the tavern was forcefully kicked open. The new bartender, currently the proprietor of the establishment, was about to explode with anger when he heard the loud shout. Hurry and take a look. There's breaking news over at Garbage Mountain. What news? Someone inquired. Oh, it is said that those who provoked the tax collection squad seem to have already eliminated a few of them. They even deliberately spared one person, waiting for retaliation. I think this fellow is truly foolish. No matter how formidable he is alone, can he really contend against so many from the tax squad, who are backed by several minor nobles? Their influence here is considerable, and few dare to provoke them. As previously mentioned, it is human nature to revel in spectacle. Thus, in an instant, the tavern was nearly emptied as a throng of patrons surged out, eager to witness the events firsthand, hoping to gather fresh tales for future boasting. The thought of someone having slain members of the tax squad piqued Hawk's curiosity, yet he hesitated and remained within the tavern. Just as he took another sip of water, he noticed the bartender who had replaced Ronald standing before him. Do you have something to discuss? Hawk inquired, his hand buried in his pocket, gripping the cold steel of the Desert Eagle. Though he was not particularly skilled with firearms, Casillas had nonetheless provided him with one for self-defense. You may call me Vladel. Please convey to Casillas that I wish to meet with him regarding certain matters, he stated. Hawk was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded in agreement. I shall relay the message. Might I inquire about the nature of your request? We shall discuss that upon meeting your boss, Vladel replied, setting down a cup of coffee before retreating to his counter. Logically, the two parties should be at odds at this juncture. What could his purpose be in seeking an audience with the boss? If he were loyal to Ronald and held Carimula accountable for Ronald's demise, it would indeed make sense. Hawk mused, feeling a sudden clarity wash over him. The hostility in Vladel's gaze seemed to have dissipated. Will the boss return today? Hawk pondered, calculating that, barring unforeseen circumstances, he should be back either today or tomorrow. Therefore, he resolved to continue waiting here until tomorrow. Alternatively, one could wait by the makeshift shelter previously erected amidst the refuse. He remained unaware that the so-called murderer of several individuals was none other than his superior. At this moment, Casillas felt rather content, comfortably settled in a chair of unknown origin, despite its unsightly stains, which he regarded with indifference. Casillas had never been one to prioritize cleanliness. Indeed, the attire he wore had not been changed in many days. Precisely how many days? According to his hazy recollections, it could be nearly 2 months. The crowd continued to swell. Look, it is this fellow. Wait, where are the bodies? Wasn't it said that he had killed several people? Where are the corpses? Could they have been disposed of? Which of your eyes witnessed him committing murder? No, others have claimed so. It is merely a case of misinformation. I have been observing from this very spot. I estimate the tax collectors are nearing. He merely reprimanded the man who assaulted a woman, and now he awaits retaliation. Oh, is this fellow not a fool then? By merely waiting here, when the tax collectors arrive, will he not find himself unable to flee? At last, someone recognized Casillas. Hey, do you remember how just the other day, someone on the street pummeled Scissorhands Jack into submission? It was at Ronald's tavern. It is said that Ronald is a subordinate of the esteemed noble Carimura. That is not the crux of the matter. They say that man was dressed entirely in black. Even his gloves were black. Look again at this individual. Simultaneously, a group of menacing brutes appeared, among them the very man whom Casillas had previously bested. One side of his face remained swollen and bruised. In their hands, these individuals wielded weapons such as machetes and steel pipes, with only their leader brandishing a firearm, his countenance fierce and menacing. Approaching the chaise lounge, he loomed over Casillas, and suddenly his expression shifted. May I inquire, are you Lord Casillas? His subordinates were taken aback, bewildered by the turn of events. Yet, they remained silent, observing their leader engage in a somewhat subservient dialogue with the other party. You recognize me? Your reputation, though recently disseminated, has already become quite illustrious. The leader, still sweating profusely, realized that had it not been for the recently updated list of individuals to avoid, he might not have recognized the man before him. Casillas felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. He had initially entertained the notion of asserting his dominance, toppling these individuals to establish a formidable reputation among the vagabonds. Very well. I shall not make it difficult for you. If that man were to emerge and bow an apology to the mother and daughter, we could consider the matter resolved. What do you think? Indeed. The leader nodded vigorously in agreement, utterly indifferent to the fact that the culprit, with a swollen cheek, was turning crimson with embarrassment. Chapter 20. The Lions demands. The man, whose face was swollen from his prior arrogance in assaulting women and children, sluggishly and reluctantly knelt before Casillas' chair, bowing his head 3 times. The gazes of the onlooking vagabonds and the local gangsters rendered this moment interminably humiliating, filling his heart with a tumult of indignation and resentment. The leader rubbed his hands together and inquired of Casillas, "Well, he has bowed and apologized. Shall we consider this matter settled?" He bowed and apologized? Casillas feigned surprise. But I neither heard the sound of his bowing nor his apology. The apparent leader of the tax-collecting team, or perhaps a potential gang lord, appeared utterly bewildered. He looked at Casillas, hoping for a sudden smile and a declaration that it had all been a jest. However, after a prolonged silence, gritting his teeth, the man steeled himself, raising a foot to kick the unfortunate soul still prostrated on the ground, delivering a harsh reprimand. "You blind fool. Do it again. This time make it loud, or beware for your life." The man, who had already lost a prominent tooth, grunted for a while before struggling to rise again. His face smeared with dirt and debris, a look of suppressed fury etched across his features. He knelt once more, and with 3 resounding thuds of his forehead against the ground, he complied. The sound was deafening, and Casillas could feel the tremors beneath his feet. The man who raised his head bore crimson stains upon his forehead, looking utterly disheveled. "Do you see? Are you satisfied?" The grinning leader inquired of Casillas. "Well, this is somewhat acceptable," Casillas replied, lighting a cigarette with his fingers, contentedly stating, "All right then, consider this matter settled." Upon hearing these words, the leader, who had just begun to display genuine delight, was about to respond when Casillas continued, "As for the offense committed against me, that is resolved. Now, it is only right to consider compensation for the medical expenses of the woman who was struck. Don't you agree?" The leader stood foolishly in place, his tousled blonde hair dancing in the wind. He was merely a wretch wandering at the terminus of uncertainty, and a beating was just a beating. It was the first time he had ever witnessed a gang willing to compensate for such an altercation. Yet, the mere mention of monetary matters made the leader's temper flare instantly. Nevertheless, he managed to restrain himself. Who was Scissorhands Jack? A monstrous figure that even 100 gang members, each armed with a firearm, would find difficult to subdue. What could this youth possibly wield to confront such a formidable opponent? Pessimistically, he surmised that even the nobles backing him would be powerless against this individual. After all, the people behind him could never afford a brute like Scissorhands Jack. This fellow appears to be quite reasonable, should he act impulsively. He is certain to face the consequences, though whether it may lead to his demise remains uncertain. Curse it. Let those who have always reaped the benefits from the shadows grapple with how to deal with him. For now, it is imperative to maintain composure and proceed with caution. Contemplating this, he composed himself and inquired, "What amount do you deem appropriate for compensation?" From my perspective, the assailant displayed no restraint whatsoever during the assault. One must consider the grave implications if any internal injuries were to occur, such as dislocation or rupture, which could indeed jeopardize a life. As for the woman and child, they will require a competent physician for treatment. Let us value that at 500,000 Bailey. Furthermore, given that they have suffered physical assault, an additional 500,000 should be allocated for the emotional distress endured. Moreover, it stands to reason that after such an ordeal, they are unable to scavenge for sustenance from the refuse today, and medical attention will necessitate a delay of several days. Thus, I propose an additional 500,000 for lost wages. What do you think? This is outrageous. The lion demands an exorbitant price. The boss wipes the sweat beading on his forehead. Those unfamiliar phrases are shrouded in confusion. What is mental anguish? What are lost wages? But he clearly comprehends the figure calculated by Casillas. 1,500,000 Burley. The sum of money at hand is nearly the total bounty amassed by them over several weeks. Not to mention that this total includes a staggering 90% pilfered by the nobility. After years of leading, his own hidden fortune amounts to merely several 100,000 Bailey. What's the matter? Is it too much? Casillas remarked with a smile, swiftly drawing his desert eagle and aiming it at the other. I truly find it insufficient. This 1,500,000 is something I absolutely require. Have your subordinates return for the money, or else I shall not hesitate to terminate you. Which of these 2 options do you find more favorable? Confronted with the barrel of the gun, the gang leader felt a shiver run down his spine, sensing a faint whiff of death lingering in the air. He was well aware of the Desert Eagle's formidable reputation. Its distinctive appearance made it easily recognizable. Reputed to pierce through the skin and muscle of the legendary invincible Jack the Ripper. This shot, striking oneself, would indeed be remarkable if it did not result in a substantial wound. Before the bewildered assembly of numerous vagabonds at the terminus of uncertainty, an astonishing scene unfolded. The once dominant gang, notorious for their extortion and illicit taxes in this territory, found themselves huddled together. Menacingly armed yet seemingly paralyzed by the threat of a solitary figure wielding a firearm. Strikingly, they appeared genuinely intimidated. Who is this audacious individual? It is my first encounter witnessing such a band of ruffians tremble before a single person. Ah, are you not aware? It is none other than Casillas, the one who dispatched the infamous Scissorhands Jack. Who else could it be? Casillas? Is this lad merely a youth? Have the young of today become so formidable? My goodness. TSK. What does age have to do with it? As the onlookers engaged in fervent discussion, the leader at the epicenter of this turmoil was drenched in cold sweat. Despite the sun being relatively mild on this day, he found himself perspiring profusely. This individual, he is truly driving me to the brink. Perhaps I should confront him head-on. Such thoughts, uncontrollable and frenzied, began to proliferate. Finally, the leader spoke. Very well, we shall compensate. That is sufficient. Please, lower your weapon. Let us converse civilly. What purpose does drawing your gun serve? Upon uttering these words, he immediately turned to a nearby associate and commanded, You, fetch 150,000 balas. Right now. At once. Hurry. However, the hapless thug, visibly dismayed, protested, Boss, that money is meant for the nobles. How can we explain this to them? Enough of your pointless chatter. Go quickly. Casillas observed this scene, momentarily stunned as he holstered his gun. His initial demand for such a considerable sum was intended to provoke his adversaries or to find a reason to engage them in confrontation. From the moment he requested an apology from the underlings, Casillas had been prepared to defend against any incoming bullets. Yet, despite his outrageous demand of 150,000, a sum that would strain even these petty gangsters, they had not retaliated. Was it that he exuded such a formidable presence? Or was it that this leader was rather timid? Chapter 21. Intriguing as Casillas sat nonchalantly in his chair, surrounded and controlled by onlookers. Hawk finally arrived at this grand spectacle, initially intending to wait and see whether the leader would return. Hawk ultimately succumbed to his curiosity and came to witness this rare event at the uncertain terminus. Upon pushing through the crowd, he discovered that the infamous killer was none other than his own leader, the one he had only recently acknowledged. Ah, Hawk. Casillas felt a slight itch on his scalp, but restrained himself from scratching, grappling with the conflicting impulse as he inquired of Hawk. So, have you found your new residence? Also, I believe the fruit vendors in the Kingdom of Goya are primarily located on Central Street, correct? Have you scouted the area in advance? In this place, fruit sellers were indeed scarce. Boss, do we really need to scout for fruit? Hawk felt somewhat bewildered. I've already secured the rental for my house. Not to mention, before he could finish, Casillas interrupted him. Hawk, you are mistaken. How can you procure delicious fruit if you are unaware of which vendor offers the best selection or the freshness of the fruit at different times? This was his first time adopting a tone and demeanor of reprimanding his subordinates. Hawk scratched his head, stammered a few times, and ultimately refrained from retorting. Nodding his head, only he knew whether he truly understood. Do you comprehend? Casillas said with satisfaction. That's splendid. Starting tomorrow, I need you to gather intelligence. Also, are there any specialty fruits from the Kingdom of Goya that you are aware of? Hawk resumed scratching his head. Never mind. What were you about to say? Observing Hawk's demeanor, Casillas decided to abandon that line of inquiry. Hawk took a moment to respond. Recalling the words he had almost spoken, what I meant was, despite the fact that this place appears to be a dilapidated ruin, the houses here are not cheap. A residence capable of accommodating about 10 individuals would still cost over 1 million belly. Oh, I see. That is nothing, Casillas mused, acknowledging that Hawk had never laid eyes on properties worth billions of belly. Thus, I opted to rent a place, paying for merely 1 month's rent. As I deemed this a temporary stronghold, I took the liberty of renting it for just 1 month, even though the landlord was reluctant, insisting on a 6-month commitment. You are correct, Casillas replied with a smile. This location might not even be habitable for a month. By then, we can upgrade to a mansion, one that rivals a royal palace. What do you think? The landlord isn't causing any trouble, is he? How much is the rent? If he dares to hike the price, I'll deal with him. No, boss, you don't need to worry about me. I negotiated the rent down to the most reasonable price, ensuring no money was wasted. Hawk hurriedly explained, then began to inquire about the current situation. Boss, what is going on here? I've heard increasingly bizarre tales from those guys. Initially, They claimed you had killed just one person, and it quickly escalated into a scene of carnage. Yet, I see no corpses on the ground. Have you handled them all? Let them spread whatever rumors they wish. Today, I merely seized the opportunity to extort some funds to compensate for my recent losses. Over 10 million has dwindled to almost nothing, and this 150,000 is a lifeline, Casillas remarked, having smoked quite a bit and feeling his throat parched. He retrieved a cup of orange juice from his pocket and took a sip. Additionally, it's about assisting them in opposing the nobility, laying the groundwork for the image of the just avenger you desire for the future. Upon hearing this, Hawk paused in surprise and asked, "Boss, are we really to proceed this way now? Isn't it a bit premature?" "Premature?" Casillas chuckled, unperturbed. "Are you worried that those nobles might act against us?" "Hawk, you must realize one thing. Do they dare?" "Boss, I do not comprehend." Hawk honestly confessed his confusion regarding the matter at hand. In his perspective, if Casillas were to compel these minor nobles to forfeit significant financial gains, even if they lacked the strength to oppose him, they would undoubtedly seek assistance from the greater nobles. Yet, the greater nobles might not be so powerless against them. Allow me to elucidate. Casillas proclaimed as he drained his glass of orange juice, gesturing towards the group of tax collectors, or perhaps gang members, waiting nearby. Aren't these the very ruffians that serve the minor nobles? What do you suppose they can accomplish? Observe that fellow. I initially believed their leader might possess some backbone. I could have easily broken a few of his limbs to assert my dominance, yet as you can see, their leader readily agreed to relinquish 150,000. Boss, I understand that. Given your capability to eliminate that Scissorhands Jack, I know you are unafraid of these individuals. However, what about the higher nobles? They are likely to assist their kind, and surely, someone like Calimura must have more than just one Scissorhands Jack at his disposal. In response to Hawk's inquiries, Casillas raised a finger and slowly shook his head. On the contrary, those greater nobles will not intervene for the time being. Even if I were to seize all the interests of the minor nobles. Why? Because they are primarily concerned with their own gains. Upon hearing this, Hawk fell into silence. He suddenly grasped a crucial point. Calimura was counting on the arms trade benefits from the boss. Otherwise, he would not have deigned to negotiate with Casillas. Even after the near demise of Scissorhands Jack, this led him to recall another significant matter. "Boss, I have witnessed Calimura's brutality firsthand," Hawk admitted, still shaken by the experience. "What transpired?" Casillas inquired with curiosity. "That fellow sent a wooden box, delivered by his steward, a pair. Inside was the head of Ronald," Hawk revealed, recalling the shock he felt upon opening the box. It was his first encounter with a severed head, not counting those still attached to their bodies. "Huh." Casillas could not suppress his laughter. It seemed Calimura, the nobleman, was eager to eliminate him, yet restrained by the immense profits from the Desert Eagle trade, leading to such a dramatic gesture. In time, he shall reap his rewards. It is rather unfortunate for Ronald, although based on the tales I've heard, he was destined for a grim fate. It appears that our actions have precipitated his demise. Casillas reminisced about the words Ronald had once spoken to him. A noble death. Perhaps. Why did he immediately flee to seek his daughter, wandering in a foreign land? At this moment, Hawk mentioned the new proprietor of the tavern. "While I awaited your arrival there, the individual who appeared to be Ronald's successor expressed a desire to meet with you to discuss certain matters." "Indeed. How intriguing." Casillas squinted, gazing intently at the scattered debris upon the ground. "This situation is rather fascinating, albeit it may simply be a rather glitch detail." Chapter 22. Weariness. The leader of the gang approached, carrying a small leather suitcase. "This amounts to 1,500,000. Do you see?" Observing the man's beaming smile, Casillas couldn't help but chuckle. "Ah, you are indeed too kind. Are you truly handing over this sum?" He initially feigned disbelief, but then his expression shifted as he turned to Hawk, saying, "Let us count it first. Not a single penny should be missing." "Understood, boss. I truly relish counting money." Hawk's words were sincere, as the task of counting cash brought him great ease and joy. As he busied himself with the cash, Casillas glanced at the overly respectful leader and casually inquired, "It must not be easy to gather such funds, is it?" "Not at all," the man quickly shook his head. "This money is merely compensation for the offense committed by my subordinate against you. It is only right." "That is reassuring." Feeling somewhat bored, Casillas picked up a tattered strip of fabric from the ground and began to idly twist it in his hands, reflecting. The end point of the uncertain realm of the kingdom of Goya is indeed a bizarre spectacle. I have never encountered such a vast accumulation of refuse, all piled in one place, with no means for disposal and no one to manage it. Just look around. There are bricks, branches, broken pots. Shattered tiles. Anything that humanity can produce as waste resides here. Ah. The gang leader responded with a couple of affirmations, chuckling, well, it does provide a bit of livelihood for these homeless individuals. Without this mountain of garbage, it seems they would have nowhere to settle, nor any means to sustain themselves. Sustain themselves? Casillas surveyed the gathering of homeless souls, each appearing emaciated, their bones protruding and faces pale, a rather polite description. Is this what you call sustenance? And with so many homeless, women, the elderly, and children, where do they all come from? The homeless inhabiting the uncertain realm of the kingdom of Goya were predominantly able-bodied men. However, there were indeed women, children, and the elderly in significant numbers. The leader, at a loss for words, rubbed his hands together and smiled sheepishly. By the way, I still do not know your name. Casillas finally remembered to ask. Oh dear. It would be better if you didn't know the name of someone as insignificant as me. Uttering it might tarnish your ears. Though he spoke thus, he secretly hoped that the young man in black would not remember his name. Should he become a target of this youth, it would spell immense trouble. It's fine if you choose not to tell me, but I have something to convey to you. Casillas adopted a serious demeanor. Why yes, please go ahead. The individuals at the terminus of uncertainty have already endured considerable hardship. Thus, I fervently hope that the matter of taxation ceases to persist. If taxes must be levied, let them be sought from the merchants rather than burdening the common folk, is it not so? As soon as those words were uttered, an expression of dismay crossed the other person's face. This is unattainable? Casillas slowly tore the tattered strip of cloth into countless fragments. Gazing intently into the other person's eyes as he remarked, I understand this may pose a challenge, yet let us strive to overcome it. This is not merely a challenge. It is akin to uprooting an organization that specializes in exploiting the homeless. The existence of this vibrant, unofficial organization in the town is to extract the meager and pitiful benefits from the homeless. Without engaging in this endeavor, how could the aristocrats behind them possibly spare them? Initially, the leader believed that Casillas merely sought to extort a sum of money, and he decided to acquiesce, trusting that the nobles would afford this suddenly emerging figure some consideration and refrain from pursuing the matter. However, if Casillas' recent words were sincere, the response eluded him, and thus he chose silence, standing there with a grim countenance, gazing at the pile of money counted by Hawk. His emotions a tumultuous storm that words could scarcely convey. Casillas exhibited no empathy for the plight of others. Rising from his chair, he declared in an undeniable tone, if I discover again that you are taxing the homeless, or rather, to put it more plainly, extorting protection fees from them, your fate may not differ significantly from that of this tattered cloth. In his hand, the frayed remnants of fabric began to smoke, igniting into flames, ultimately transforming into a mere handful of ashes. After more than half an hour, Hawk, carrying a small leather suitcase, escorted Casillas to the residence he had just leased in Duntown. This is an old building, much like the others in Dwanjan. It stands 3 stories high, constructed of stone and brick, its exterior plaster peeling and in a state of disrepair, while the interior remains relatively clean, furnished with all the necessary amenities. Isn't this place quite nice, boss, yes? It's acceptable, Casillas replied as he entered the bedroom prepared for him, where he found the pristine bedding meticulously arranged. It's only the second day, and you've already set everything up. Quite impressive. Of course. Hawk chuckled, eager to take credit. Oh, and I also bought some fruit, which I left right here. He approached the nightstand, opened the drawer, and revealed oranges and bananas inside. I noticed you particularly enjoy these 2 kinds of fruit. Casillas sat at the edge of the bed, reaching for an orange. I can see you are my first little brother who enjoys flattering. Hey, if you have the guts, don't eat them. Hawk retorted, his tone suddenly more playful, addressing him formally. Casillas tossed a piece of orange peel at Hawk's head. That's not how you speak to the boss. Get out. I'm tired and need to rest. Hawk didn't press further, exiting and closing the door behind him. Perhaps due to youthful naivete, coupled with their seemingly similar ages, Hawk displayed a certain childlike quality before him. After all, he was just a 15-year-old boy, unlike Casillas, who, despite his youthful appearance, possessed a relatively mature spirit. Casillas did not mind this at all. Removing his boots, he had no intention of washing his feet. Since meeting Hawk, for days had passed. Within this time, he had made a return trip to the uncertain terminus in Windmill Town, allied with Grey Lucian to subdue a pirate crew, and then hurried back, mostly occupied either with travel or pressing matters. Frankly, Casillas had never anticipated being so busy. It seemed that more responsibilities awaited him. Today, having engaged with the nobles, it was time to put words into action. He was certain that those individuals would continue to collect protection fees, and he, Casillas, needed to turn his spoken words into reality. Sometimes, only through genuine action can one convey that they are not merely speaking empty promises. Moreover, as the new force in Dwanjin, it was just him and Hawk. However, he could temporarily recruit a few petty delinquents for assistance, allowing him to take his time with the recruitment process. Situated on the second floor, lying on the bed, Casillas gazed through the glass at the brilliant sunlight outside, feeling a profound sense of drowsiness. Within moments, he succumbed to slumber. Chapter 23. Capped the following morning, at the small harbor of Windmill Town, a small warship slowly approached the shore. A few days prior, the ship of the red-haired pirates had vanished without a trace. One wonders if they had foreseen the impending arrival of the Navy and fled in advance. On the naval vessel, a towering and robust man led the charge onto the dock, donning a dog-headed hat. His face bore numerous wrinkles, a scar graced his left eye, and his hair had begun to turn gray, yet his broad chest and well-defined muscles still filled his casual attire to capacity. It has been quite some time since I last visited this place. He yawned, the corners of his blue eyes glistening with the remnants of sleeplessness, and his demeanor appeared somewhat listless. I wonder how that rascal Luffy has been faring during this time. This man was none other than Garp, who had spent the previous night at the ship's bow, attempting to use Senbei as bait for fishing, and was now yawning incessantly. Commodore. A naval officer stepped forward behind Garp, eager to voice something. You all stay here. I'm going to see my grandson. Why are you following me? Garp waved his hand dismissively. And don't forget, my Senbei is running low. Make sure to buy me some in town, and get plenty. Yes, Commodore. It is rumored that the red-haired pirates are in Windmill Village. Perhaps you should exercise caution, although they seem to have departed. The news of the red-haired pirates' presence in Windmill Village was not widely known, and the Navy had only recently learned of their brief stay. Garp, however, was not there to pursue the red-haired pirates. He had simply been reminded of his grandson. If that red-haired scoundrel had run away, I wouldn't mind capturing him and tossing him into impel down. Garp laughed heartily 3 times, only to yawn once more afterward. All right, I said no need. So no need. Hurry along with your tasks, and don't forget to buy me some bay. Garp removed his dog-headed hat and tossed it to his subordinate, then slowly ambled away in his oversized shorts and Hawaiian-patterned shirt, his grayish-white hair standing on end against the morning breeze. Observing the naval hero gradually retreat, the lieutenant let out a sigh and ceased further persuasion. After all, while Garp remained a commodore, his strength was undoubtedly on par with that of an admiral. Even if the red-haired himself had not yet departed, the lieutenant knew Garp would face no danger. It was common knowledge that Garp was unwilling to ascend to the rank of admiral. The majority of the Navy possessed a blind trust. They believed that the hero who had put an end to the era of the great pirate rocks and had relentlessly pursued the pirate king Roger in the ensuing years would undoubtedly prevail, remaining a hero of the Navy for all time. A few minutes later, the door of the Makino Tavern was violently thrust open, startling the patrons within. Oi, Makino, where's that rascal Luffy? Where is he? Garp pinched his nostrils with one hand while slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. Makino, having just served a glass of beer to a customer, turned back to Garp. Mr. Garp, you've arrived. Luffy just ran out to play. He should be back shortly. I hope. Would you like to wait a moment? Perhaps have a drink? Oh, well, I shall wait for that rascal. Garp plopped down carelessly, flicking away the remnants of his nasal excavations from his fingers, and without a shred of hygiene, wiped them on his attire. Tell me, Magino, during my absence, has that impish boy Luffy caused any trouble? Well, Mr. Garp, you would have to inquire of him yourself, Magino replied with a smile. Before Garp could pursue his questioning further, Luffy's exuberant voice resonated from outside the tavern. Magino, I'm back. He joyfully pushed the door open, only to be met with a massive fist crashing down upon his head. In an instant, Luffy's head was forcefully driven into his chest. Garp was momentarily taken aback. Imagine, one day, while habitually tapping your back, your finger lightly flicks and shatters someone's head. At that moment, Garp was utterly dumbfounded. Fortunately, being a seasoned veteran of the seas, he was well aware of the existence of devil fruits. He quickly deduced that the force he had exerted was no different than before. Luffy's head had sunk into his chest due to the consumption of some devil fruit. With a firm grip and a swift tug, Luffy's head and neck popped back out. Ah, Grandpa, what brings you here? Luffy, bewildered, felt a sharp pain in his head and darkness enveloped his vision, only to be met again by the sight of his grandfather Garp before him. You rascal! Garp exclaimed, seizing Luffy's arm in an attempt to lift him up. To his astonishment, Luffy's arm elongated to nearly 2 meters while he remained firmly planted on the ground. How could you eat a devil fruit? Who encouraged you to do such a thing? Carp, fuming with anger, exclaimed, such items cannot be consumed recklessly. He then held up a straw hat that had fallen to the ground after Luffy's head had retreated into his chest. Give it back. Grandpa, return my hat. It was a gift from Shanks. I made a promise with him. I intend to become a pirate. I must safeguard this hat. Luffy's words, though innocent, sent Carp's mustache and hair standing on end. He immediately recognized the significance of the straw hat, the very hat of Pirate King Roger. What did you just say? You little brat. Listen carefully. I am a hero of the Navy. When you grow up, you must join the Navy and uphold justice. Pirates are not for the likes of you. I refuse. I will undoubtedly become a pirate. Though Carp had a firm grip on Luffy's elongated arm, the young boy was unwilling to heed his grandfather's admonitions, struggling fiercely to retrieve his beloved hat. However, the young Luffy was no match for Carp, even if he were destined to become the future billion-dollar pirate. With a surge of strength, Carp lifted Luffy off the ground, and the elasticity of the rubber fruit allowed Luffy's arm to retract. Carp's beloved iron fist then came crashing down once more upon Luffy's head. At that moment, his head did not retreat, yet the pain was excruciating. Luffy, cradling his head, crouched down and exclaimed in agony. After admonishing Luffy, Garp returned to his chair and inquired of Makino, what on earth is going on with that boy? I haven't seen him in such a short time. And he is already dreaming of becoming a pirate. He even consumed a devil fruit. Did that red-haired fellow give it to him? Just wait until I reach the new world. I shall tear him apart. Makino approached Garp, presenting him with a beer. Mr. Garp, please calm down. Allow me to explain what has transpired. It turned out that on the very day when Casillas departed with 2 devil fruits, a certain mountain bandit king made his appearance. And consequently, everything that was destined to occur unfolded within those 2 to 3 days. Just yesterday, close to dusk, the red-haired pirate, having lost an arm, bid farewell to Luffy, leaving behind a straw hat and a promise. Garp gradually composed himself. He was not one to discern right from wrong blindly. The devil fruit was consumed by Luffy of his own volition, and it was even red-haired who sacrificed an arm to save Luffy's life. Truth be told, although he would never verbally express gratitude towards a pirate, Garp silently offered his thanks to the red-haired pirate in his heart. However, there was a caveat. Luffy absolutely could not become a pirate. It was evident that keeping Luffy in Fuchsia Village was no longer feasible. He must be sent to Dawn Island immediately. Garp hoped that the 2 young ones could become good friends and ultimately transform their aspirations into joining the Navy, rather than embarking on a journey as pirates into the vast sea. Chapter 24. The Tall, the Short, the Fat, and the Thin. Within the opulent and splendid noble residence of Gao Jinhua, Calimulus sat at the head, listening to 4 individuals before him grumbling. Naturally, those who could meet him were all nobles, and the 4 who had come today were aristocrats, all dependent on the power of Calimula. These 4 individuals are distinctly characterized, each differing in stature and physique. The tall nobleman, dressed in a somewhat disheveled manner, appears flush and replete with the sin of alcohol, even at this moment. He clutches a bottle, occasionally indulging in its contents. The short nobleman, impeccably dressed yet with a rather repulsive countenance akin to a yellow monkey, is currently embracing a slender woman, unabashedly disregarding the gazes of those around him, as if he were intent on committing an indiscretion right there. The third nobleman exhibits an expression of urgency, his substantial frame sinking into the couch, while he intermittently wipes the sweat from his brow. The final figure is gaunt, resembling a mere wisp, clad in a modified uniform of the Goya Kingdom's army, tailored to mitigate its excessive looseness. He carries a firearm at his waist, maintaining an upright posture and a serious demeanor. Among them, only the perspiring rotund nobleman speaks, his chin nearly engulfed by flab as he exclaims, Lord Carimula, that fellow named Sea Casillas has gone too far. Our subordinates have been injured by him, with several left disabled. Yes, those commoners are hardly deserving of pity. But one must consider the master when striking a dog. What does Sea Casillas intend? What is the issue with those trash at the uncertain terminals paying their taxes? By what right does he prevent our men from collecting taxes? With a sense of urgency, the corpulent nobleman wipes the sweat from his brow with a silk handkerchief, feeling every moment as a loss, even though the revenue from the uncertain terminals constitutes but a fraction of his income as a noble. He scrimps and saves daily to preserve every single belly. The thought of wasting even a single belly aches his heart, let alone the fact that the routine tax collection, which commenced that very morning, was abruptly interrupted by Sea Casillas. Initially, he was furious and contemplated rallying his men to eliminate this hindrance to his profits, tearing him limb from limb. However, he soon received reports indicating that Casillas had ties to Lord Carimula, supposedly in partnership or some such arrangement. Thus, he gathered the other three to meet with Carimula, hoping this lord would dispense justice on his behalf. Carimula, leisurely puffing on a cigar, hardly absorbed the verbose complaints of the rotund nobleman. However, he was acutely aware of their purpose in seeking him out. To assist them against Casillas? Preposterous. Just this morning, Appley had already reported on the status of those 300 goods, which, once released, were met with frenzied demand. The number 300, in the eyes of countless desperate souls adrift upon the vast ocean, is indeed a mere trifle, barely making a ripple before being seized by the pirates wielding their precious belly, even considering the pirates' infrequent visits to black markets and other trading venues. Selling several thousand within a month poses no challenge, translating to profits in the millions. Have you finished your discourse? The expression on Carimura's face was inscrutable, perceived by the corpulent noble as a sign of profound mystery. Yet, in the next instant, he sensed something flash before him. A still smoldering cigar struck his face, the ignited end searing his skin, inflicting upon this avaricious noble a pain surpassing the loss of a substantial sum of belly. However, he dared not voice his anger. Or rather, he could not muster the courage to express it at all. A servant cautiously approached to dispose of the half-burned cigar, leaving a conspicuous black hole in the crimson carpet. The rotund noble, his face flushed and visibly swelling into a blistering mass, was drenched in sweat, a consequence of both agony and dread. Yet he could not fathom how he had provoked Lord Carimura. You wish for my assistance in dealing with Casillas? Not a trace of mirth adorned Carimura's visage. The other nobles, varying in height and stature, bowed their heads, too intimidated to continue drinking or flirting, their postures slumping. Why the sudden silence? Carimura extended his hand, and the butler, Appley, presented him with a newly lit cigar, his gloved hands dazzlingly white. Lord Carimura, could it be that Casillas is your friend? Yet I have heard that this fellow is what precisely? Carimura exhaled a plume of white smoke, scrutinizing the corpulent noble and the other three who had remained silent. Is it not true that he has harmed my subordinates and tarnished my reputation? Yet I dare not retaliate? Dared not. Lord Carimura, that was not our intention. This time, the others, who had remained mute, panicked, fervently shaking their heads in unison. It is well that you do not dare. You may take your leave. Carimura's tone was indifferent as he rose. From now on, as long as Casillas does not seek your lives, do not come to me. The four nobles remaining in the parlor exchanged glances. After a prolonged silence, the slender noble spoke. In that case, let us relinquish that trifling profit. I was engrossed in a game of pirate versus navy when you dragged me here. And what was the outcome? I was met with a scolding. The inebriated tall noble took another swig of his drink, exhaling a cloud of alcohol-laden breath. Why bother with such matters? Lord Carimura has spoken. Let us all return to our respective abodes. The short man, without uttering a word, directly grasped the woman's hand and rose to depart. The other three followed suit, leaving only the rotund nobleman seated in a daze for an extended period. These unreliable companions, one obsessed with military games, another with drinking, and the last with women, what else could they possibly indulge in when funds run dry? How infuriating! It is I who devises means for them to earn, yet not a single word of support is uttered on my behalf. Enduring Lord Carimula's scorn feels like my just deserts. These three are utterly worthless. He muttered curses in his heart but dared not voice them. Touching the burn on his face, he inhaled sharply and slapped the servant who approached to assist him, departing in a huff. Shortly thereafter, in Lord Carimula's study, Appley entered gracefully with a tea set, elegantly pouring red tea into exquisite silver cups before gently placing one before Carimula. Has the person sent to find that scoundrel, Casillas, returned? Carimula inquired. The mission to locate Casillas was not merely for the sake of the rotund nobleman, but rather due to the commendable sales of the Desert Eagle. For Carimula was preparing for a second transaction, aiming to procure several thousand units. With his connections, it should suffice for at least a month or two of sales. Esteemed Lord, I was just about to report this matter to you. It appears that Casillas insists on a deposit being paid up front. Thwack! Carimula's hand slammed down on the table, causing tea to spill and saturate the crimson velvet beneath. As Appley cleaned up the mess, a sinister smile crept across the face of the aging nobleman. Such audacity. This Casillas truly does not know his place. Very well. Carimula waved his hand, indicating for Appley to cease his cleaning. If he desires it, let him have it, whatever quantity he demands. Understood. By the way, how is the disassembly research of the Desert Eagle progressing? While our Goya kingdom may not be an industrial powerhouse, we can still manufacture firearms. Urge those fellows to expedite the process. Yes, esteemed Lord Carimula, the personnel at the military factory are working diligently, but it will require some time. Carimula rubbed his temples. He was aware that the workers at the Goya kingdom's military factories likely lacked the capability to replicate such a weapon. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to attempt it. Even if it ultimately failed, he could seek collaboration with the Navy. As for whether the Navy possessed the capacity to replicate the Desert Eagle, one would hope so. Otherwise, alternative strategies would need to be devised. Chapter 25. The Power of Temperature Fruits in Jinjin. Casillas had just seen off Carimula's men when he noticed Hawk entering with a bag. "Boss, who is that?" Hawk, filled with curiosity, inquired about his encounter with a member of the Carimra as he entered. Who could it be but someone from the aristocracy? Claiming to procure 3,000 desert eagles directly? Casillas casually tossed a book on religion onto the table and remarked to Hawk, however. "I informed him that if he desires such a quantity, he must first provide a deposit, and the timeline for delivery will be determined by me." "Did he not mention the events you orchestrated this morning?" Hawk continued, referring to the early hours when Casillas had injured a multitude of tax collectors at the terminus of uncertain goods, incapacitating several in the process. In that single morning, those who exploited the tears and blood of the vagrants had completely vanished from the uncertain goods terminus, faced with a formidable adversary that none could withstand. Even the gangsters were not foolish. Who wishes to endure pain and punishment? Not having eliminated a few was indeed a mercy for them, Casillas mused, popping a purple ordinary candy into his mouth, speaking around it. As for Carimra, when he dispatched his envoy, he might have been unaware or perhaps disinterested in the matter. Oh. Hawk set down the bag he was holding, filled with metallic nails and other items that Casillas had instructed him to procure. "This is what you requested." "Boss." After placing it down, he seemed to recall something and added, "Boss, yes. Do you know how wildly the rumors outside have spread? They say all sorts of things." "What are they saying?" Casillas inquired, his brow furrowing, reminiscent of sour grapes. "The vagrants claim you are a good person. They are indifferent. However, those who maintain order here have a plethora of theories. Some assert that you must be a monster returned from the Grand Line. Others insist you are merely a new puppet for the aristocrats, and some even suggest you intend to establish a gang here to dominate all underground forces." "That sounds rather intriguing. Has anyone expressed a desire to join us?" "Indeed. I recently encountered a few individuals on the street who approached me to inquire if you were currently recruiting." Hawk recounted his earlier experience. "Well, we can discuss recruitment later. There is no urgency in the next couple of days." With that, their conversation reached a natural pause. Hawk settled into a solid wooden chair beside the table, his demeanor appearing somewhat listless, his golden hair tousled. "What troubles you? Did you not sleep well last night?" Realizing he had been observed, Hawk did not conceal the truth. He nodded and replied, "Boss, I hardly slept at all last night. In fact, it has been like this for several days." "Then you should return to your room and rest well. After all, there is little to attend to in the coming days." Casillas stood, patting Hawk's shoulder. "What was the name of that person seeking me?" After a moment of contemplation, Hawk replied, "I believe it was Vladil." "Indeed, let us seek him out tomorrow and discern the matters at hand." "Well then, I shall retire for the night." Hawk replied affirmatively and made his way to his room on the first floor. Meanwhile, Casillas lowered his gaze, grasped the bag, and proceeded to the small backyard of the three-story building. The space is desolate, devoid of anything save for a large water tank. The ground, paved with stone, occasionally sees resilient weeds stubbornly emerging, though they are evidently malnourished and frail. With no pressing matters at hand and news from Gray and Lucian likely days away, Casillas naturally dedicates his time to furthering his training. However, unlike his previous physical regimen, he now possesses the devil fruit, which necessitates a shift in focus. Relying solely on physical conditioning to attain strength seems too narrow a path for Casillas, especially as he doubts his ability to transform into monstrous beings akin to Cap and Kaido. The development of the devil fruit hinges on creativity. Reflecting on the likes of Doflamingo, Luffy, and Bartholomew Kuma elucidates that Paramecia-type devil fruits necessitate judicious application based on the nature and type of their abilities, alongside the invention of innovative techniques. For instance, Doflamingo's parasite string, the air walk, and string clone, Luffy's various forms in Gear 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and Kuma's compressed air blast that can repel fatigue, pain, and even everything else. Thus, what marvels can be conjured from temperature? Clearly, the extremes of low and high temperatures present themselves as the first considerations. Casillas inquired with Hawk about the whereabouts of a thermometer, but Hawk merely mentioned that he had only heard of such devices, which are rarely seen by common folk. This led Casillas to abandon the notion of finding a thermometer to gauge the extremes of temperature he could produce, and even if he had one, it might not be suitable for testing. Drawing a rusted iron nail from his bag, Casillas discarded his well-worn leather gloves, now marred by numerous signs of melting, and grasped the nail with his scarred fingers, beginning to heat it. Here, one might comment on the injury on his hand. The wounds adorning his hands were the result of relentless training over a period of time, hardening them into instruments of iron, impervious to pain. However, such fortitude came at a price. Had it not been for the emergence of his robust physical gifts, his hands would have long been rendered useless. Consequently, he had abandoned this self-destructive method of training long ago. As the temperature of the iron nail escalated, it began to glow a dark red after a few seconds. Yet it did not progress to an orange hue. Based on Casillas' rather limited knowledge in this domain, he surmised that this temperature could not exceed 1,000 degrees Celsius. If it were indeed 1,000 degrees, the iron would likely have melted. Casillas pondered, somewhat vexed, why he had never paid attention to such information before. After all, the melting point of iron is certainly above 1,000 degrees, and judging by the reddish glow of the nail, the high temperature he could currently produce was surely below that threshold. Whether it was 700 or 800 degrees remained uncertain. Nevertheless, this temperature was still considerably high. The heat imparted to the iron nail by his temperature fruit must have reached a level comparable to that of ordinary flames. After experimenting with high temperatures, Casillas proceeded to explore the realm of low temperatures. Herein lies a remarkable characteristic of the temperature fruit. A powerful trait possessed by Casillas allows any part of his body to embody extreme heat or cold, rendering him impervious to both frigid and scorching temperatures. For instance, if one were to hold a flame to his hand, even after several hours, he would remain unscathed. It can be asserted that he is immune to the damages inflicted by both high and low temperatures. While it remains uncertain what might transpire should the temperature exceed the limits he can generate, he surmises that he would indeed sustain harm. Otherwise, the capabilities of this fruit would be exceedingly formidable. With his right hand extended before him, when a cold object is placed at room temperature, the moisture in the air condenses into tiny droplets upon encountering the frigid surface. Consequently, a layer of frost swiftly adorns Casillas' hand. This is the transformation of water vapor directly into solid ice. Initially, Casillas harbored a fanciful notion that the temperature fruit encapsulated the abilities of both Aokiji and Ace, merely lacking the power of elementalization. However, he soon discerned that it was not so. Just as he can condense white frost upon his hand, which ultimately evolves into a layer of white snow, he can also convert a glass of water into ice cubes. Yet, the temperature fruit governs temperature, not the water vapor in the air. He cannot elegantly summon an ice sword with a mere flick of his wrist for combat, as he lacks the ability to manipulate ice or water, rendering it impossible to shape them. Moreover, he cannot control flames to inflict harm upon his foes, for it is improbable to conjure fire from thin air without the presence of fuel. Unless, of course, he could heat the air to the point where it ignites spontaneously. But can air truly burn? Someone who is not well versed in physics and chemistry remains in ignorance. Furthermore, even if the air were to ignite, he would still be incapable of controlling the flames. Chapter 26. Training how, then, can this ability be developed? For now, it seems the only avenue is to explore the extremes of temperature, the technique he previously employed against the captain of the Bone Pirate crew, involving instantaneous heating followed by immediate cooling to shatter solid objects, warrants further exploration. Casillas is still a novice in this regard. He intends to first experiment with whether the repeated application of his abilities constitutes an appropriate method for honing his skills. A large earthenware jar stands before him, reaching up to his chest, its exterior dark and uninviting, filled with water. However, this water is far from pristine, as withered yellow leaves and various impurities float within. The water within this vessel likely weighs 1 or 2 tons, Iker Casillas mused. Placing his hand against the dust-covered exterior of the vat, he commenced to activate his abilities. However, he soon realized that his powers could not penetrate the thick walls to affect the liquid contained within. Yet, when wearing gloves, igniting a rag had not posed such a challenge. Perhaps it was due to the thinness of the gloves? Pondering this was of little consequence for the moment. Casillas submerged his hand into the water, initiating his powers. Almost instantaneously, the water within the vat transformed into ice, accompanied by the sound of cracking. The dark, imposing vessel began to fracture, with the thick shards of pottery momentarily adhering to the ice, preventing them from falling. This was a miscalculation. Casillas felt a pang of frustration. He had not anticipated that the volume of water would significantly increase upon freezing, resulting in the vessel's destruction. Although this earthenware jar held little value and acquiring a new one would not cost much, the prospect of using a basin to practice his abilities was disheartening. Shaking his head, Casillas leaned closer to the substantial block of ice for a detailed examination. Due to impurities in the air trapped within the water, the ice was not the crystalline transparency one might expect, but rather a murky white mass, almost devoid of clarity. His hand had also become ensnared within the ice, quite firmly. However, by slightly raising the temperature of his hand through his abilities, he was able to extricate it. Casting a glance around, Casillas picked up a leaf from the ground and placed it upon the surface of the ice. A few moments later, upon tugging at it, he observed that the portion of the leaf in contact with the ice had frozen solidly to the surface, indicating that the temperature of the ice was at least well below the freezing point of water, possibly around -30 or 40 degrees. Yet again, this was merely a conjecture based on his recollections, as without tools to measure the temperature, Casillas could not ascertain its exact degree. Moreover, in the world of One Piece, the temperature unit was indeed Celsius, presenting no discrepancies. Once more, he pressed his hand against the ice to normalize its temperature, witnessing the ice rapidly revert to liquid, cascading with the shards of pottery onto the ground, forming a considerable puddle. With the water gone, he turned his attention to the bag of iron nails and assorted metal scraps that Hawk had procured, subjecting them to intense manipulation, heating them to their limits, then cooling them drastically. He repeated this process until he amassed a heap of brittle scrap metal that crumbled at a mere pinch. The exertion of his devil fruit abilities drained his stamina, and as he continued to employ them, Casillas began to feel fatigue. Yet, he showed no intention of ceasing, persistently engaging in the repetitive use of his powers until their efficacy began to wane. This has reached its limit. Upon returning to his room, he indulged in some fruits and savored 2 glasses of orange juice. After lighting a cigarette and taking a brief respite, he ventured back into the courtyard to continue his training. In this realm, individual strength is undeniably paramount. Even though he may never possess the might to become a world-dominating titan like Whitebeard, he must at the very least attain the power to stand unafraid against the 4 emperors and marine admirals. Otherwise, survival would prove exceedingly challenging. During this contemplation, he suddenly recalled the existence of a devil fruit. He nearly forgot about it. Yet, should he exchange this devil fruit with the system? Or perhaps sell it? After disposing of a sack of iron materials, he began to ponder this dilemma. Alternatively, he could inquire if Hawk would like to partake. The enigmatic power of this crimson-haired devil fruit remains unknown. Should Hawk or Lucien Gray express interest in it? Casillas believes that allowing them to taste it would be a commendable choice. With this contemplation in mind, he resumes his muscle training. The innate talents bestowed upon him grant this 15-year-old physique a strength comparable to that of an adult, yet he does not allow himself a moment of complacency. Having dedicated the past few days to training, he is resolute in making the most of his time. The intense exertion required to maximize the devil fruit's capabilities renders each movement exceedingly arduous. Nevertheless, be it squats or push-ups, he meticulously completes 100 repetitions of each. Casillas possesses a clear understanding of his current strength. In the realm of One Piece, the threshold for true mastery begins at the rank of Rear Admiral. But what does it mean to possess the strength of a Rear Admiral? The standard lies in the 6 techniques commonly employed by them: shave, moonwalk, tempest kick, paper drawing, iron body, and the like. Barring paper drawing, each technique relies solely on raw physical prowess. Can he currently execute any of these techniques? The answer is unequivocally no. Whether it is the instantaneous rapid movement achieved through shave or the ability to traverse the air with moonwalk, these feats are beyond Casillas' reach. He senses that, in terms of physical attributes, he still falls significantly short of the Rear Admiral level. Moreover, Rear Admirals possess the mastery of Haki. In comparison to the 6 techniques, Haki is the true dividing line between the powerful and the insignificant, and for Casillas, it remains a distant goal. Thus, even after effortlessly dispatching the likes of Scissorjack and defeating the captain of the Bone Pirate crew, Luke, he has never felt particularly formidable. Perhaps this is one of the advantages of being a transmigrant, an awareness of the vastness of the heavens and the depth of the earth. As he perseveres through rigorous training, time quietly slips away. When night falls, Casillas, now struggling to walk, dons his windbreaker and makes his way to the living room, where he takes a seat. At that moment, Hawk is busy preparing dinner. "Boss, have a sip of water and use this towel to wipe off your sweat. The meal will be ready shortly." He handed Casillas a glass of water, set down the towel, and hurriedly dashed into the kitchen. Breakfast and lunch had been consumed outside until now, and it was during lunch that Hawk suggested he should prepare a meal. Although unsure of Hawk's culinary skills, Casillas did not discourage his desire to cook. He thought to himself that he would try it once. As long as it wasn't too unpalatable, it would be fine. After wiping the sweat from his face with a towel soaked in cool water, Casillas felt significantly rejuvenated, yet his craving for a cigarette resurfaced. Just as he reached for a cigarette, intending to light it with his powers, a knock echoed through the air. Chapter 27. At sea, Casillas nodded at Hawk, who peeked out from the kitchen, signaling him to answer the door. To his surprise, it was none other than the butler Apolli, from the esteemed Karimu family, accompanied by several individuals, each carrying a small leather suitcase. The middle-aged butler, impeccably attired in a formal uniform, bowed his head and inquired, "May I come in?" "Let him in," called out Casillas, who then attempted to light a cigarette. However, he soon realized that his strength had been overextended, leaving him unable to ignite even a single match. Reluctantly, he abandoned the effort and rummaged through the cluttered table to find a matchstick. The individuals accompanying Apolli did not follow him inside. He approached Casillas directly, placing his leather briefcase on the table and stating, "Mr. Casillas, Lord Karamura has consented to your request. Here is an advance payment of 18 million burley. When can the 3,000 desert eagles be delivered?" "In about a week." "I require some time," Casillas replied. "Very well. I shall inform Lord Karamura," Apolli responded, bowing once more. As he prepared to depart, he noticed a Bible resting on the table. "Mr. Casillas, do you practice faith?" "Certainly not," Casillas retorted, a cigarette perched between his lips. As he squinted and casually flipped through the Bible, "I am merely somewhat intrigued. I do not believe in any grand deity or omnipotent God. This Bible has seen better days. Its aged, dark cover bears no inscription save for the 5 uppercase letters spelling Bible." Apolli said nothing and turned to leave. "However, Mr. Apolli, do you adhere to faith?" Casillas inquired, observing Apolli's retreating figure at the doorway. "If you do believe, do you consider yourself sinful?" Apolli offered no response, swiftly exiting and closing the door behind him. Casillas did not mind. This Bible was not a deliberate find, but rather a relic that resided within the house. He recalled that the bear often carried a Bible, which piqued his curiosity about whether this one bore similarities to that of another world. Ultimately, he found himself unable to ascertain such details, for Casillas harbored no belief and had never read the Bible, rendering him incapable of discernment. Nevertheless, he did glean some insights, such as the notion of a singular deity creating the world in 7 days, which was indeed present within this Bible. Yet, it also encompassed tales of the creation of demonic fruits. As far as Casillas knew, there were indeed individuals who practiced faith in this world. However, he had yet to hear of any organized, proactive religious groups. For instance, while he had encountered this Bible before, terms such as pope or bishop were entirely foreign to him. In this world, few individuals engage in idle prayers to the divine. Although the Bible exists, Christianity may not be a reality within the realm of One Piece. The use of may is due to the ancient history of this world. What transpired a millennium ago remains obscured in mystery. Moreover, in a geographical expanse that could aptly be described as fantastical, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for a hidden papal state to exist. In any case, Casillas holds only a fleeting curiosity about this matter. His inquiry to Apolli regarding religious beliefs was merely a casual remark, lacking any profound significance. "God pities mankind," he murmured, reciting meaningless phrases, as he carelessly tossed the Bible into a corner of the table. Yet, as the ancient Chinese adage wisely states, heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all creatures as mere fodder. The essence remains quite similar. Hawk, dressed like a cook with an apron, cleared the clutter from the table and placed a platter laden with pork sausages and other delicacies upon it. He caught wind of Casillas' words. "Boss, what are you talking about?" "Nothing much," Casillas replied, taking a pork sausage and dipping it in garlic paste before taking a hearty bite. "By the way, have you ever encountered anyone preaching with a Bible?" No. Hawk shook his head, seated across the table, as he thoroughly mixed the lettuce salad with dressing. "I've never seen anyone, whether they follow the Bible or adhere to other beliefs." Gazing at the pork sausages and bacon and egg sandwiches on the table, Casillas couldn't help but reminisce about Chinese cuisine. How he yearned for scrambled eggs with tomatoes. With such thoughts in mind, he suddenly lost his appetite. The pork sausage in his mouth becoming difficult to swallow. He bit off half of the sausage, which was discarded on the table by Casillas. Yet he still reached for a few purple grapes. Upon tasting them, he grimaced at their sourness. "Boss, is it not to your liking?" Hawk, who had initially felt somewhat confident in his culinary skills, began to feel a twinge of anxiety upon witnessing Casillas' reaction. To be fair, the meal was not particularly unpalatable. It was just that consuming such fare repeatedly had begun to wear on him. Casillas popped another ordinary grape into his mouth and inquired, "I recall that there are many restaurants on Central Street, right? There seems to be one that sells ramen. Do you know where it is?" He was referring to the ramen shop where, in his memories, the steel pipe trio had indulged in a feast without paying. "I know." Hawk reflected briefly. "That place is quite famous. I've heard it's delicious." "Excellent. Then let's go there for ramen tonight." Casillas waved his hand enthusiastically. He had expected Hawk to be thrilled. Yet after hearing his words, a look of regret appeared on Hawk's face. "What about this food? If we leave it until tomorrow, it might spoil and go to waste." "No worries. I'll freeze it when we get back. It definitely won't spoil by tomorrow," Casillas quickly reassured him, dispelling Hawk's concerns. On the table, alongside the freshly prepared dishes, lay a Bible, fruits, a suitcase, and other items. "We haven't counted the money yet," Hawk began to say, but just then, he saw Casillas pull out a black bag and place the suitcase inside it, which appeared to be empty and flat. Hawk swallowed his words and stood up to follow Casillas. As the two exited, far out at sea, Gray and Lucian's pirate ship encountered another vessel. Across the vast expanse of the ocean, one could spot the target from a considerable distance. Therefore, the passenger ship had no hope of escape. Moreover, pirate ships were nimble and swift, contrasting sharply with the cumbersome, rotund passenger vessel, akin to the difference between a seabird and a plump duck. "Captain, what do you think? Shall we make a move?" a pirate eagerly asked Gray. However, Gray looked to Lucian, remembering that their leader had advised him to heed the first mate's counsel. After Casillas' departure, the crew immediately set sail, but their destination was not the former first mate Jack's hometown. Instead, they aimed for the nearest large black market. They needed to procure a din mushy before returning to the kingdom of Goya to leave one behind, after which they would commence their long voyage. Thus, the pirate ship had only just exited the waters of the kingdom of Goya, still at least a day's journey from their target location. Lucian, without much thought, replied, "Let's seize it, but remember the captain's orders." "All right. I recall that the captain stated we must not harm innocent people without cause." "I understand." Gray's azure locks danced in the sea breeze as he bellowed, "You lot, you scoundrels, pursue that vessel. Once we catch up, all the riches shall be ours. But heed my warning. Murder and the violation of women are strictly forbidden. Whoever dares to defy this command, I shall sever his head." These words were spoken by Gray, echoing the sentiments of the late Captain Luke, albeit with minor alterations. When Casillas advised them, he did not intend to dissuade them from plundering merchant and passenger vessels. After all, pirates are pirates. As long as they do not harm innocent lives, they cannot be deemed excessively malevolent. Who knows, with a bit of finesse. This could even be construed as a Robin Hood-like endeavor, could it not? He had always been mindful of one crucial point. One must avoid becoming a villain. For villains are inevitably vanquished by the protagonists. The fluttering black flag adorned with crossed pistols symbolized the identity of the pirate crew. A rudimentary creation fashioned by Lucian and Gray after much deliberation. On the vast expanse of the dark sea, the predatory beasts drew ever closer to their unsuspecting prey. Chapter 28. Ace Captain, is that not the Jolly Roger? Are they truly pirates? A passenger inquired as the passenger ship had already spotted Gray's pirate vessel. The captain, a stout man, was perspiring profusely as he busily directed his crew to prepare for battle. What else could it be? Pirate ships are distinct from merchant and passenger vessels, being swifter craft. In these waters, aside from the Navy, encountering such ships is often synonymous with pirate activity, although this crew may be newcomers. As I have not seen this flag before, one must never underestimate any pirate. The captain barked orders for the crew to ready their firearms and blades, all the while providing brief explanations to the anxious onlookers. "Then let us hasten our escape. Why are we still dawdling?" someone in the crowd shouted. The captain, feeling somewhat helpless, wiped the sweat from his brow and, in a despondent tone, explained to the passengers, "That is impossible. Once a pirate ship has spotted us, escape will be unfeasible. The speed of this passenger vessel is far too sluggish. We can only pray that the pirates aboard are not overly formidable, or that they refrain from indiscriminate slaughter. Such an explanation, naturally, has evoked discontent among some, particularly the few opulently dressed guests at the forefront of the crowd, who are not nobility, since true nobles possess their own private vessels and can summon armies for protection, are merely affluent individuals among the common folk. Ranking among the highest on the ship, residing in first class, one woman, whose features bore harshness, erupted into a tirade. Are you all aboard this vessel nothing but a bunch of swine? When confronted by pirates, you can only wait for them to catch up. If our personal safety is compromised, how will you take responsibility? What manner of captain are you? The woman, evidently accustomed to a life of luxury, had yet to finish her sentence when she was abruptly silenced by a tug from the man beside her. He nodded apologetically at the embarrassed captain and said, I sincerely apologize. My wife's words may have been excessive. However, I implore you to do your utmost to fend off the pirates. Should we successfully navigate this crisis unscathed, I assure you, a generous reward awaits. Regardless of the circumstances, someone had intervened to ease the tension. The captain, with his bronze skin marred by an unfortunate corpulence, repeatedly affirmed, Yes, yes, we will certainly do our best, please rest assured. Yet, internally, he remained skeptical. The captain's thoughts mirrored his earlier explanations. While it was preferable for the crew to withstand the pirates' assault, should they falter, a swift surrender would be the most prudent course, relinquishing all valuables in the hope that the marauders would spare them. Typically, if one were to comply and hand over their most prized possessions, the pirates might take a few lives, but would likely refrain from total annihilation. However, should they encounter truly bloodthirsty foes, they could only resign themselves to their misfortune. In this day and age, pursuing a livelihood at sea remains an inherently perilous profession. Many individuals engaged in this vocation frequently lament the inaction of the Navy and the world government, fully aware that these authorities are utterly incapable of eradicating the multitude of pirates that swarm the seas and the Grand Line. Fortunately, pirates often turn against one another, otherwise, the situation could be far more dire. With this thought in mind, the captain began directing the passengers. Everyone, please return to the cabin and take shelter. It will be perilous when we engage with the pirates. Persuaded by his words, those gathered on the deck retreated to their quarters, securing their doors as they awaited the whims of fate. In the darkness, illuminated by the moonlight, a pirate ship bearing the ominous black flag of crossed pistols became discernible on the horizon. It resembled a ghost, silent and stealthy, with all sound drowned out by the crashing waves. Inside the passenger cabin, the innocent occupants anxiously listened to the commotion outside, nervously praying that the makeshift fighting force composed of crew members could fend off the pirates. Yet, amidst the anxiety, one individual stood apart. In a lowly cabin, a figure no taller than 4 feet sat cross-legged on the floor, a sheathed longsword resting across her knees. Through the cabin's circular window, the moonlight illuminated her face. Delicate and pale, her features bore an unexpected resoluteness for one of her tender years, appearing to be around 11 or 12. Her blood-red hair cascaded gracefully down her back, reaching the floor. The raucous voices of the pirates outside were becoming increasingly audible, their vulgarities a favorite pastime among the less reputable scoundrels during battle. Gunshots, cries of battle, and a cacophony of chaos erupted around them. Meanwhile, on the streets, Casillas strolled alongside Hawk, noticing the presence of numerous ruffians patrolling the vicinity. As he pondered what mischief might be afoot, a commotion erupted nearby. We found him. That little brat is over here. Don't let him escape. Quick, come over. Block that little devil. From around the corner, a child of about 10 burst forth, pursued relentlessly by several scruffy men, armed with machetes and iron rods, their missing front teeth further accentuating their menacing appearance. The boy, clad in a red off-shoulder t-shirt and brown shorts, with flip-flops adorning his feet, grasped a steel pipe that was significantly longer than himself, clearly a water pipe. Casillas discerned with clarity that this freckled lad, with black hair and the pipe in hand, could only be Ace at such a tender age. Ace was none other than Portgasti Ace. Casillas was well aware that at this hour, Ace was likely roaming the terminus of the uncertain. However, he never anticipated encountering this future legend so swiftly. A mischievous grin spread across his face. Ace sprinted with remarkable speed. Had he not, he would have been captured numerous times by the locals, facing demise more than once. Even a child is not granted immunity from death. Nearby, a few ruffians dashed forward, intent on seizing Ace. As the distance between them dwindled rapidly, a faint smile graced Ace's face. These fools could never catch him. With a swift swing of the steel pipe, 10-year-old Ace possessed strength surpassing that of most adults. Otherwise, he could not so brazenly rob in this locale. With a couple of sweeping blows, he dispatched the two approaching thugs, only to meet the gaze of a black-clad youth whose eyes sparkled with amusement. Attempting to obstruct him, Ace remained unfazed, bringing the pipe down in a decisive strike. Yet, in the next moment, the swiftly advancing metal pipe was halted by an overwhelming force. Casillas, donned in fresh black leather gloves, effortlessly countered Ace's attack, a triumphant smile illuminating his face. Your strength is simply inadequate. This statement ignited a fury within Ace, stirring his competitive spirit and causing him to lose his composure. He halted in his tracks, engaging in a struggle with Casillas. To his astonishment, he discovered that his once unassailable might had become futile. No matter how much strength he exerted, the steel pipe remained utterly immovable. His face flushed and his neck strained. He had already summoned every ounce of strength he could muster. This was undoubtedly a blow to the young Ace. Casillas felt a surge of satisfaction within. Although Ace was but a child, such youth presented a rare opportunity to assert dominance. After all, if not now, when would the chance arise again? Thus, when one encounters such a moment, one should seize it without hesitation. Ace and Casillas found themselves locked in a standoff, oblivious to the pursuers closing in behind them. When Ace suddenly came to his senses, regret flooded his mind. It was too late. Damn it. Just as Ace prepared to relinquish his grip and make a desperate bid for escape, he heard the voices of several individuals behind him. Hey, that S. Yes, it's that dark demon. WH, what should we do? You can go and confront him. I certainly will not. Chapter 29. Assistance after exchanging a few words. One of them stepped forward, Lord Casillas, this little brat. He anxiously rubbed his hands together, carefully choosing his words. He previously stole something from our boss. Might it be possible for us to take him off your hands? Gripping a steel pipe, Casillas took a drag from his cigarette and replied, Oh, and how much are you offering for him? Well, the man appeared visibly troubled. After all, he was merely a subordinate and could hardly consent to such a matter, leaving him in a quandary. Unable to make a decision, he resolved to seek counsel from his superior. Until then, he would not relinquish the individual to them. Casillas naturally regarded Ace as his own possession. The tone of the conversation only served to deepen Ace's disdain. Who was Ace, after all? A person who would never cower before anyone. This man in black, merely possessing a bit more strength than him, seemed to believe he had already subdued him. Ace was not one to maintain composure at that moment. His most judicious course of action should have been to relinquish his weapon and swiftly create distance, seizing the opportunity to escape while these ruffians hesitated in fear of Casillas. Yet, his lack of composure led him to take an entirely opposite approach. Instead of fleeing, he vigorously yanked the steel pipe, propelling himself into the air and launching a punch aimed directly at Casillas, as if intending to knock him down before making his getaway. One cannot deny that at the tender age of 10, Ace already demonstrated considerable prowess. His daily practice hunting beasts in the mountains had rendered his movements decisive and swift, imbued with a certain element of surprise. However, if Casillas were to falter here, how could he ever retain his dignity as a gang leader? With a deft flick, he raised the steel pipe, intercepting Ace midair and preventing his advance, before reaching out to seize the boy's clothing. Unperturbed, Ace reacted quickly. Despite the pain in his chest from the steel pipe, he shifted his posture in midair, delivering a swift kick to Casillas' outstretched hand. Using the momentum to retreat and land safely, the steel pipe clattered to the ground, emitting a sharp metallic sound. At that moment, a small stone shot from a nearby building's visual blind spot, striking Casillas squarely in the chest and leaving a smudge of dust on his black lining. However, the impact was negligible, akin to a mere scratch on his clothing. A voice, belonging to another child of about 10, cried out, Ace, run. With the call from his companion, the newly steadied Ace no longer acted impulsively. He immediately turned and dashed toward an open space. In that fleeting instant, Casillas barely moved. One of the thugs lunged at Ace, but was met with a gunshot to the thigh from Casillas, collapsing to the ground in a chorus of anguished wails. Oops, my hand slipped, he exclaimed with exaggerated theatrics. I've been exercising a bit too much lately. Just had a cramp in my hand. Nothing serious, right? Hurry. Take him to a doctor. Tell me how much it costs. I will pay. Unbeknownst to him, the desert eagle in his right hand gleamed with a silvery reflection under the night sky, causing unease among the gathered ruffians. The The thug who had previously approached hesitantly stammered. "Oh, no, it's fine. We can handle the medical expenses ourselves." As he spoke, he gestured for his companions to carry their injured comrade away. Casillas' words were truly not to be believed. They are not fools. This malevolent figure is evidently intent on shielding that young rascal. The reasons behind it are beyond their concern. The leader of the group secretly relished the situation, for someone had been injured, providing a justification to report back to their superior. After all, they had not simply fled without taking action. Indeed, they had made an effort. Yet, alas, their adversary is a nefarious entity. As he holstered his Desert Eagle, Casillas pondered a question and turned to Hawk. What is the story behind this malevolent figure? I haven't committed any truly heinous acts, have I? Hawk contemplated for a moment, responding, I am uncertain who bestowed that nickname, but it undoubtedly originated from the factions in town. After all, you decisively eliminated Scissorhands Jack upon your arrival, showcasing formidable strength. Moreover, your recent endeavors have involved disrupting the livelihoods of those targeted by the tax collection team. The individuals from in-town are all part of the shadowy underbelly, engaging in similar nefarious activities. Many are spreading tales that you will soon eradicate all who partake in such enterprises. So, they have dubbed me a demon? Casillas brushed off the dust from his chest and glanced down at the small stones scattered on the ground. His next utterance veered into an entirely unrelated topic. A slingshot? Sabo truly is a mischievous child. Sabo, do you know that boy from earlier? Is that why you assisted him? Hawk felt a realization dawning upon him. Well, I suppose I do, but they do not recognize me. This remark left Hawk somewhat bewildered. However, Casillas had already continued onward, and he chose not to press further for the time being, hastening to catch up with him. Under the cloak of night, the town of Duan was adorned with numerous abandoned houses, many of which had long fallen into disrepair, teetering on the brink of collapse. Within a roofless structure near the Golbo mountain, Ace gasped for breath, retrieving a clean water source he had concealed there, taking several hearty gulps. He and Sabo had scouted many similar hideouts. In pursuit of funds for their future voyages, they naturally targeted not the ordinary folk devoid of wealth, but rather the morally corrupt individuals residing in Duan town. By seizing the ill-gotten gains of these people, they inevitably encountered the relentless pursuit of various factions. There were times when Ace and Sabo would conceal themselves for several days in a particular location, waiting for the storm to pass. After all, they were merely two 10-year-old children. Managing to acquire money was already a formidable feat, let alone standing a chance against the overwhelming numbers of thugs. The Dayton band of mountain bandits had grown accustomed to Ace's frequent absences lasting several days. A rustling sound suddenly stirred Ace from his thoughts. He instinctively readied himself, grasping a broken piece of brick nearby, prepared to retaliate should enemies have tracked him down. However, the distinct sounds of varying knocks against the wall soon reached his ears, granting him relief. It was Sabo returning. Wearing a grand top hat adorned with wind-resistant goggles, Sabo cautiously entered through the partially collapsed doorway, plopping down beside Ace and exclaiming in a hushed tone, Wow, that was a close call today. You almost got caught. Humph. It's your fault for being careless. You were spotted right after you got the goods. Ace retorted, irritation evident in his voice. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have needed to draw their attention to help you escape. Sabo chuckled sheepishly. Oh, don't put it that way. I helped you too. I used my slingshot to divert that dark demon's attention. Luckily, he didn't chase after me. Perhaps he wasn't too interested in us. Sabo had darted away from the scene after shouting for Ace to flee, thus missing what transpired thereafter. Yet, Ace was acutely aware. As he fled, he glanced back, witnessing Casillas swiftly draw a silver pistol and shoot the thigh of a thug pursuing him. That guy was helping me, Ace affirmed to Sabo. Huh? Why? Do you know him? Of course not. I've never seen him before. I see. So why would he help you? Ace fell silent for a long moment before recalling that Sabo referred to the figure in black as the Dark Demon, prompting him to ask, Do you know him? Yes. He just arrived here in the past few days. It seems to me that it was about 3 or 4 days ago when a certain individual ventured into Ronald's territory, only to eliminate the infamous Jack the Ripper the following day. Rumor has it that he struck some sort of deal with the powerful aristocrat backing Ronald. There are numerous speculations surrounding these events. Subsequently, Ronald appeared to have met his demise, and the leadership passed to one of Ronald's former subordinates. Some allege that this very person was responsible for Ronald's death. Such chaos and confusion abound. Ace, however, remains indifferent to these matters. Sabo, with a grin exposing his missing white tooth, remarked, What you need to understand is that this fellow is formidable. Here in Duan town, no one dares to provoke him. They have dubbed him the Dark Demon, as he prefers to don an all-black ensemble. Chapter 30. The surrendered passenger ship on the vast ocean. As the pirate ship drew nearer, the sharp crack of gunfire echoed through the air. Even from a distance of 10 to 20 meters, the pirates commenced their assault, prompting the makeshift guards aboard the passenger ship to retaliate. The flash of gun muzzles illuminated the limited darkness. At this range, Lucien began to display his prowess. The Desert Eagle has an effective range exceeding 100 meters. Wielding the silver handgun, Lucien effortlessly picked off each guard that dared to show their face. The thunderous report of the Desert Eagle, accompanied by the vivid flames from the muzzle and the brass shell casings soaring into the night, rendered the guards' firearms on the passenger ship splintered and incapacitated. Though the weight of the Desert Eagle and its substantial recoil make it challenging for an ordinary person to accurately strike moving targets, Lucien was an exception. His exceptional shooting skills, bolstered by remarkable physical prowess, set him apart. While he may not rival Gray, who revels in hand-to-hand combat, Lucien's physical capabilities are undeniably impressive. On the passenger ship, even before the vessels had closed in enough to commence boarding, the rotund captain realized they could not match these pirates. The 30 or so sailors acting as guards were vastly outnumbered, and within less than a minute, nearly half of their firearms had been rendered useless. This is a marksman indeed. What a misfortune! As the pirates cast their grappling hooks to connect with the passenger ship, the incessant gunfire from the vessel had fallen silent, and the rotund captain decisively led his crew in surrender. "We surrender! We surrender!" the captain shouted hoarsely, tossing his firearm 2 meters away onto the deck, raising his hands high, nearly kneeling in submission. The sailors followed suit. The pirates of the Bone Pirate crew, seasoned in their craft, swiftly boarded the passenger ship, brandishing swords and firearms to coerce the sailors into gathering together, discarding the abandoned firearms into a corner. As Gray and Lucien stepped onto the creaking wooden planks of the passenger ship, they found all the sailors and the captain huddled together, guarded by 7 or 8 pirates wielding firearms and swords. How utterly tedious. I expected these fellows to put up a bit more resistance, allowing me to stretch my limbs. But alas, they are such cowards. Gray grumbled in dissatisfaction, only to be interrupted by Lucien. Enough. We have only one injured by stray fire. That is a fortunate outcome. You lot, summon the passengers to the deck, and remember the new rules. The pirates, elated, filed into the ship's cabin, rummaging about, seizing anything of value, wasting not even food and drink, carrying it all back to their own vessel. Freshwater is a rare commodity at sea, while food is of secondary importance. Among these, preserved beverages are the most coveted, which partly explains the prevalence of drunkenness among pirates. The trembling passengers were ushered by the pirates from their quarters to gather on the deck, clustered beside the sailors and the captain. Among them were men, women, the elderly, and even children. Gray, arms crossed, observed these individuals, feeling it was time to speak. But just before he could utter a word, a gunshot echoed from the cabin below. It was the sound of a firearm, followed by an unsettling silence. Was there resistance? There should still be a few pirates below. Could it be that they had shot someone? If not, it would imply the presence of a formidable character who had dealt with them. For how could there be but a single shot, followed by such stillness? Lucien shot Gray a knowing glance, signaling him to remain on deck while he approached the entrance to the cabin to assess the situation. Before he could reach the entrance, he noticed someone emerging from the downward opening. A person was dragging a comatose pirate before them, slowly ascending from the lower cabin, which typically served as the working and living quarters for sailors, and should have been devoid of life. Strangely, this individual was notably short, though obscured by the unconscious pirate. It was evident that their height was scarcely over a meter. Lucien seized the portly captain, pressing a Desert Eagle against his head. "Speak. Who is that?" The captain, drenched in sweat and trembling uncontrollably, responded in a quavering voice. "There is no one else in the lower deck, except for a little girl who was brought up from Frostmoon Village, pleading with me to take her to the kingdom of Goya." "A little girl?" Gray narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the situation carefully, and finally discerned a clue. The figure, entirely concealed behind the unconscious pirate, revealed only a hint of crimson hair, while her partially exposed feet were adorned with a pair of modest women's leather boots, embellished with somewhat delicate, yet distinctly feminine, decorative patterns. "Lucien, can you hit her?" Gray inquired, glancing at Lucien, as the adversary was holding a hostage, prompting him to consider the skilled marksman for the task. Despite the fact that she was merely a young girl, Gray felt no compassion beyond a fleeting sense of surprise. If she were to stand against them, Eliminating the girl would pose no moral dilemma. After all, Boss Casillas had stipulated that they must not harm innocent civilians without cause. Yet this enemy did not fall within that category, even if she appeared to be just a child. Christina, wielding an adult as a human shield, was dragging the burden of several dozen kilograms forward, her heart racing with anxiety. Originally, her journey had been a simple visit to check on her father's well-being after a prolonged absence, only to unexpectedly encounter pirates. To her dismay, the captain surrendered without much resistance. When the first pirate confronted her, her immediate instinct was to strike him down, albeit with the hilt of her weapon. She had never taken a life before. After incapacitating 3 or 4 pirates, she utilized one as a shield to protect herself from the chaotic gunfire that erupted around her. At that moment, uncertainty gnawed at her. What should she do next? Defeating all the pirates seemed a fantastical notion, unless they were all as feeble as those she had just subdued. At merely 13 years of age, she possessed strength, yet she was not a formidable warrior. No, she remained cautious, her body tucked in a corner, her feet ceaselessly in motion. Even if she could strike, she could not guarantee that the unfortunate soul would not meet a swift demise. Her knife was firmly gripped in her other hand, having already been unsheathed. "Allow me." Upon hearing Lucien's declaration, Gray promptly abandoned the notion of having him shoot. Though these pirates had just become allies, it was imperative to minimize casualties. "Kid, what's your name? Tell Gray." Gray, unyielding in his brusque demeanor, showed no mercy toward the young girl. He referred to her as Kid with the same lack of distinction he afforded to any adversary. An enemy was an enemy, regardless of age or gender. Christina remained silent at the cabin door, uncertain of what to say. Noticing her reticence, Gray hastened toward her, his feet pounding rhythmically on the deck, and in an instant, he was upon her at the doorway. He then bent low, sweeping one leg toward the ground to strike both the sturdy wooden wall and her ankle with all his might. Chapter 31. Gray's devious thoughts. Gray moved swiftly. Yet Tina was not slow to react. She immediately cast the pirate she had been holding on to the ground, and as her longsword fell, its blade pierced the deck of the cabin, creating an obstacle to Gray's sweeping kick. Had Gray recklessly continued his assault, it is likely that the pirate would not have even reached the ground before his leg was severed by the sword's edge. Gray lacked the fortitude to withstand blades. Reflecting on the impressive strength of this young girl, he abruptly halted his movement, instead using one hand to grasp the unfortunate pirate in midair, swiftly retreating and tossing him aside at the entrance. Although Tina had not yet engaged in formal combat after years of training in the swordsmanship dojo of Frost Moon Village, her remarkable talent shone through. Faced with an adversary, she displayed no hesitation in her actions, seizing the opportunity presented by Gray's preoccupation with rescuing the pirate. She advanced relentlessly, her sharp blades slicing through the air, aimed directly at the exposed area of Gray's chest and abdomen. The sword struck true, capable of eviscerating Gray. Fortunately, Gray was no novice. With Lucien's remarkable marksmanship, the bond they shared as brothers was indicative of Gray's prowess, which was far from that of mere riffraff. The silver blade shimmered like a fleeting light, yet as it approached Gray, he deftly pinched the tip of the sword with 2 fingers. Tina, being merely a 13-year-old girl, could never hope to match the strength of an adult like Gray. She was not of the same ilk as the formidable 4 emperors, possessing bloodlines that were anything but ordinary. The force accompanying the longsword was effortlessly neutralized by Gray using just his 2 fingers. One might wonder why he chose to employ only 2 fingers. At that moment, Gray glanced toward Lucien, his expression inquiring. How was that? Wasn't that impressive? Meanwhile, the unfortunate pirate whom Gray had tossed had just collided with the ship's wall, thudding back to the ground and rolling several times. Tina was acutely aware of her absolute disadvantage in strength, yet she could scarcely fathom the magnitude of power exerted by the 2 fingers. Nevertheless, this realization did not deter her from resisting. Gripping the hilt of her sword with both hands, she exerted a spiraling force, allowing the longsword to break free from Gray's grasp, followed by a flurry of whirlwind-like slashes. If strength was not on her side, then speed would have to suffice. Gray perceived a shimmering silver light materializing before him. In the briefest of moments, Tina unleashed a series of rapid strikes, each not entirely random but purposefully aimed at Gray's vital areas, targeting his limbs and torso. Due to her height, she found it difficult to aim for Gray's head, which proved to be quite the challenge. This is her limit. After unleashing her ultimate move, Tina's stamina was nearly depleted. She leaned on her sword against the deck, panting heavily, with beads of sweat rapidly forming on her forehead and face. As for Gray, he remained unscathed. It was not due to his invulnerability, but rather because, upon feeling the opponent's sword slip from his fingers, he sensed something amiss and took a step back. This single step rendered Tina's sword techniques ineffective. She should have advanced, which would have at least allowed her to continue pressuring Gray. However, Tina, unable to fully control her technique, found it exceedingly strenuous to execute, leaving her with no strength for further actions. Gray felt a sense of incredulity. He was initially astonished when a flurry of blades erupted before him. Indeed, she was still just a girl. She unleashed a technique she could not possibly control from the very beginning. Did she possess no practical combat experience whatsoever? Soon, she would be powerless to resist. He advanced 2 steps, his tone chilling as he addressed Tina. At that moment, Tina was engulfed not only by regret but also by a profound sense of helplessness. Staggering backward while gripping her sword, she pondered her next course of action. Her strength was simply insufficient. How could she shamelessly boast to her father about being his protector in the future? The sweat-drenched hilt felt heavy in her grasp. What should she do next? Attempt a sneak attack? Or simply draw her sword for self-termination? A myriad of thoughts flashed through her mind, yet she remained unable to decide. Just as Gray closed in 2 more steps, seemingly poised to deliver a crushing blow, Lucien appeared behind him and slapped his shoulder. Stop scaring her. TCH. Lucien, you're so dull. Didn't you see her expression just now? It was adorable. Gray expressed his dissatisfaction with Lucien's interruption, but soon became engrossed in a lively chatter with him. The still trembling Tina unconsciously touched her face, realizing it was damp with cold sweat. Simultaneously, she felt a surge of aversion towards Gray, the blue-haired youth. Hadn't the boss said to recruit anyone with noticeable strength? Lucien, with an expression devoid of emotion, interrupted Gray's incessant rambling. Huh? This little girl. Gray turned to scrutinize her closely. So young. Oh, Lucien, don't you think she would make a fine match for the boss? Lucien looked utterly perplexed by Gray's words. Look, how old is she? She seems even younger than the boss, and her skills are quite impressive. She will undoubtedly become a formidable swordswoman in the future. No, a future Grand Swordmaster. Just think about it. A powerful woman deserves a strong partner, right? Shall we introduce her to the boss as a potential bride? Lucien, having grasped Gray's train of thought, directly inquired. Yes. What do you think? I am certain the boss would be delighted. In the future, we will be the matchmakers for the boss. Just look. Gray pointed at Tina. She is quite lovely, isn't she? In a few years, she will undoubtedly be a great beauty. The boss will surely be grateful to us and remember our contributions. Lucien rubbed his temples, feeling a slight headache. Well, let us not dwell on that for now. We must hasten to complete our tasks. Yes, ahem. Gray interjected seriously. We must not be too hasty. Let us discuss it further when we meet the captain in a couple of days. Alas. You there. Come here. Gray summoned 2 pirates. Keep a close watch on her. Whatever she desires, you may grant, but ensure she is well guarded. Do not let her escape. This is crucial for the future prosperity of both me and your esteemed brother, Lucien. Tina, stripped of her sword and escorted back to the pirate ship by the 2 brigands, found her mind a whirlwind of confusion. Was it possible that she could survive without resistance? They spoke of a captain who wanted her to serve him. No, it cannot be. Tina was no naive child. She understood all too well the implications of Gray's words. Their captain was likely a hideous, fearsome old man who favored young girls like herself, a complete pervert. She needed to find an opportunity to escape. But for now, there was no way out. If only she possessed the prowess of a great swordsman. Meanwhile, in a beautifully decorated restaurant located in the heart of the kingdom of Goya, Casillas sat at a table adorned with a pristine white tablecloth alongside Hawk. He felt an itch in his nose, which he could not suppress, leading to an involuntary sneeze. They were eagerly awaiting their ramen to be served. In this restaurant, newspapers are available for reading. During the waiting period, Casillas, with great interest, began to peruse the newspaper. This is precisely the newspaper disseminated worldwide by the newsbirds. It is the only publication capable of reaching every corner of the Pirate King's realm. Thanks to the diligent efforts of these tireless messengers, each edition brims with diverse content, featuring sensational stories, introductions to new policies from the world government, obsequious tributes to the celestial dragons, and, most importantly, coverage of significant global events. The copy in Casillas' hands is the latest issue, detailing occurrences from no more than a fortnight ago. The most striking headline, prominently displayed in bold, reads, "Shocking. The Navy has slain Fisher Tiger, the captain of the Fishman pirates who once wreaked havoc in Mariewa, Chapter 32. The Seven Warlords and the hero Casillas undoubtedly holds a vivid recollection of Fisher Tiger. In the world of One Piece, his tale of liberating slaves of various races from Mariawa is widely celebrated. The fishmen regard him as a formidable hero and the leader of the Sun Pirates, including Jinbe, who is destined to become one of the Seven Warlords. Reflecting on the Seven Warlords, Casillas ponders the differences between the 7 individuals at this time and the ones who will accompany Luffy a decade hence. Jinbe has yet to become a warlord. What about the others? Crocodile, Doflamingo, Mihawk, Moria, Hancock, and Kuma. Hancock and Kuma can be confirmed as not yet warlords, with the former having recently ascended to the position of Empress and the latter still involved with the Revolutionary Army. As for the others, Doflamingo likely achieved notoriety quite early, and Mihawk is already well known. Casillas is less certain about Crocodile and Moria. Hawk, do you know who the current 7 warlords are? Boss, why do you ask? Hawk, languidly toying with the cutlery before him, inquired curiously upon hearing Casillas' question. To be honest, I've heard a bit about those prominent figures, but their veracity is unknown to me. I've never paid much attention to such matters before. Is that so? What have you heard? Casillas pressed. Well, some say the Shichibukai are merely pawns of the world government, while others claim they have curtailed the rampant piracy in the first half of the Grand Line. Regardless, some deem them worthless, while others exalt them as great. Some even envy their power, wishing to serve the world government as dogs, believing one must possess great skill to do so. Those who speak of such matters are often a band of destitute vagabonds, and I cannot fathom why they are so concerned with the affairs of these eminent figures. And what is your own opinion on the 7 warlords? Hawk hesitated for a moment before finally responding. I don't know. Those individuals seem too distant from me, boss. He. Casillas couldn't help but chuckle, leisurely addressing Hawk amidst his puzzled gaze. Hawk, the distance may seem vast now, but soon it shall not be so great. Without waiting for Hawk to inquire further, Casillas set down the newspaper and continued. There is much you must learn in the days to come. Even if your future endeavors revolve solely around managing wealth, you cannot remain a mere bystander. You must learn to wield a firearm, to aim. You must learn to fight, to take a life. Moreover, you need to consider the security of future riches and the management of your subordinates. I hope you will rise to the occasion. Of course, I shall endeavor to do so, Hawk replied resolutely, for Casillas had liberated him from a life of uncertainty, and he had no desire to return to those days devoid of promise, nor to fail the one who had saved him. Ah, indeed. Casillas sipped from the grape juice before him, clicking his tongue as a thought crossed his mind. Hawk, I happen to possess a devil fruit. Would you care to taste it? Without hesitation or inquiry into the nature and powers of the devil fruit, Hawk nodded at the mere mention of it. Once this matter was settled, Hawk's gaze fell upon the newspaper, where a striking headline caught his attention. The literacy rate in the world of pirates surpassed that of the medieval era or ancient East, and being born into a merchant family, Hawk recognized the bold letters. Fisher Tiger is dead? The world government and the navy rarely resorted to deceit. Given the newspaper's proclamation, it seemed he had indeed met his end. Caught off guard by the navy and overwhelmed to death. However, the account presented in the paper diverged from what Casillas had described. It stated that the righteous Vice Admiral Stowberry had received a tip-off from the principled residents of Fuchsia Island, leading to a fierce battle with the Sun Pirates, during which he had severely wounded Fisher Tiger, resulting in his eventual demise shortly thereafter. Naturally, details about the naval ship being seized and Fisher Tiger's refusal to shed human blood until death could not be disclosed in such a publication. Such particulars would circulate through the shadowy channels of the black market, a phenomenon beyond the control of the world government and the celestial dragons. What a pity. I think he could be considered a hero. Hawk hesitated slightly as he expressed his thoughts on the matter. A hero of justice whom you admire? Casillas inquired with a smile. I suppose so. Those celestial dragons, they are even more excessive compared to the aristocrats here. Had he not liberated those thousands of enslaved souls, their fate would have been dire. Even within this secluded compartment, Hawk unconsciously refrained from directly criticizing the celestial dragons while speaking, and Casillas could comprehend his hesitation. The celestial dragons. Those who offend them face the wrath of an admiral of the navy. An admiral stands as one of the most formidable beings atop the vast sea, possessing the power to obliterate the very heavens and earth. Such a claim is by no means an exaggeration. This is the essence of power. He is indeed a hero. Albeit merely a hero, Casillas remarked to Hawk, the existence of such heroes cannot rescue the vagrants of the kingdom of Goya. nor can they liberate the slaves held by the celestial dragons. Of course, he has saved a small portion of them. This small fraction will undoubtedly play a significant role in the future. Casillas referred to the Empress and her 3 sisters, as well as the little girl sent to Fort Shard Island, who, if memory serves, is destined to become the wife of the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army. That rascal Sabo is still aimlessly wandering at the terminus of uncertainty. Hawk temporarily set aside Casillas' discourse on heroes and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "Boss, what do you mean? What significance?" "You will come to understand in due time." Just then, the waiter brought forth a large white porcelain bowl filled with steaming ramen, instantly igniting Casillas' appetite. Hawk fell silent. The white noodles, vibrant green vegetable shreds, and milky broth presented a far more appealing sight than the Lanzhou ramen Casillas often consumed, particularly with the generous slices of marinated beef atop. "Excellent. Let us have another bowl." Casillas slammed his hand on the table and, before he had even eaten, called out loudly. The chef standing nearby bowed in acknowledgement and hurried away. A few drops of vivid red chili oil were added, and with a gentle stir, the enticing aroma of the noodles wafted through the air. Unable to restrain himself, Casillas eagerly lifted a pair of chopsticks, slurping the steaming noodles into his mouth. The scalding heat of the noodles posed no obstacle for him. Rather, it intensified the exhilaration of his meal. In an attempt to emulate him, Hawk grimaced and winced at the heat. Chapter 33. 3 days later, Casillas enjoyed a leisurely existence. As he had no immediate plans to recruit a band of followers in this town to expand his influence, he believed he had better alternatives. Thus, apart from honing his abilities, each day was spent teaching Hawk marksmanship and combat skills. Although Casillas was largely self-taught, his proficiency with firearms allowed him to adequately instruct newcomers, and he had gathered some insights into fighting techniques. That evening, Hawk consumed the pink devil fruit that Casillas had acquired from the red-haired man. To everyone's surprise, Hawk spent a considerable time vomiting afterward, informing Casillas that the fruit's power was to create sweetness. It could produce anything that tasted sweet, such as various candies, and could transform anything into something sweet, meaning even a pile of dog excrement could be made to taste sweet. Though the question of who would dare consume dog excrement remained another matter. The unexpected nature of this power immediately reminded Casillas of the Big Mom pirates. Among the myriad of food-related devil fruit users, the existence of such a fruit seemed entirely fitting. In other words, had Casillas not intervened, might this devil fruit have become a part of every member's abilities within the Big Mom pirates in the future? He had Hawk test this power on his cigarette, and immediately the bud exuded a sweet flavor. It was a delightful sweetness, fragrant yet not cloying. Likewise, the smoke from the burning tobacco carried this unique taste, offering a novel experience. Although Casillas was not particularly fond of sweets, this flavor still brought him comfort. The thought that even a pile of dog excrement could be transformed into such a flavor left him with a peculiar feeling. Aside from this, there was little else to recount over the 3 days. On the evening of the 3rd day, Casillas sat beside a newly excavated pond in the backyard, continuously experimenting with his abilities. This large pit filled with water had been dug the previous day. The specific costs were Hawk's concern, and Casillas had not bothered to inquire. In any case, it proved to be quite convenient. The surface of the water alternately froze into solid ice and silently melted away, transitioning almost instantaneously and without much intermediate process. Casillas could sense that with constant use, the powers of the devil fruit were gradually enhancing, both in terms of the speed of its effects and the limits of its temperature. Although this progress was modest, the strengthening of the devil fruit's abilities generally unfolded in such a manner. One cannot become overweight in a single bite, nor can one slim down instantaneously. "Boss, Brother Gray is back," came Hawk's voice from the room. Due to their age difference, Hawk naturally referred to Gray and Lucien with the affectionate title of brother. Without needing to look, Casillas soon saw Gray rushing into the backyard, triumphantly holding up a small box as if it were a treasure. "Boss, look. We've managed to obtain a transponder snail." Casillas was not in a hurry to examine the transponder snail's appearance. Instead, he casually inquired about the experiences Hawk and Lucien had during the past few days. "He, boss, do you know? We didn't spend a single coin on these transponder snails. Just 3 nights ago, we encountered a passenger ship at the open sea boundary. And not only did we seize some gold and jewels, but we also got a few transponder snails." "What a stroke of luck," Casillas remarked, reaching for the box. The brown leather case featured the simplest clasp design, which popped open with a gentle press. Inside, it was lined with an assortment of unfamiliar dried hay. and a transponder snail was slowly emerging from its shell, gazing at Casillas with its two vacant eyes. I've heard that these transponder snails look like this when not in use, but once they begin to communicate, they can mimic the expressions, tones, and gazes of the other party. Truly impressive. Gray eagerly boasted about the knowledge he had recently acquired from the former owner of the transponder snail. Furthermore, this creature was quite easy to care for. It required very little food daily and was not picky, generally thriving on vegetables or even wild grasses. The transponder snail itself resembled a common snail, slightly larger than a fist, yet its surface lacked the unpleasant slime often found on smaller snails, appearing instead like smooth human skin. Its grayish-black shell was already fitted with a matching black microphone and a numerical dial. This is a most wondrous little creature, I must say. The first word that springs to mind for Casillas upon gazing at this being is adorable, or perhaps cuddly. I can imagine that many women from a past life would have screamed upon encountering such a creature, their shrieks resonating with the power of a conqueror's hockey. However, the pair of dazed, wide eyes staring back at him somewhat detracts from its charm. Setting that aside, Casillas closed the box and summoned Hawk to put it away, then turned to Gray and inquired, "Are you familiar with the Seven Warlords? Could you tell me who they are?" Gray, his gaze shifting to the partially frozen surface of the pond, pondered Casillas' question for a moment before beginning to recall a few names from memory. Compared to Hawk's utter indifference towards such matters, Gray was somewhat more knowledgeable. After reciting the 7 names, he recognized only 3. Crocodile, the sand alligator, Dracul Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, and Boa Hancock, the Empress. The remaining 4 names elicited no recollection, which contradicted his previous expectations. Furthermore, it was said that the Empress had only recently ascended to the rank of warlord, not exceeding 6 months. The advantage of being a time traveler, being well-versed in the narrative, seemed to pose a challenge for Casillas. He was not a devotee of the One Piece lore, one who would meticulously study the ascension of each warlord, especially when the cast of characters was so extensive. Nonetheless, these figures were not particularly significant to Casillas, and his curiosity was more piqued than anything else. By the way, boss. Noticing Casillas' dazed expression after listing the 7 names, Gray broached another topic. During our heist, we also captured a girl. A girl? What of it? Well, Gray continued, somewhat sheepishly, this girl appears to be only 12 or 13 years old, yet her swordsmanship is remarkably adept. It took considerable effort to subdue her, and I intended to bring her back for you to see. However, upon our ship's arrival at port, I discovered she had vanished. Let her go, Casillas replied, showing little concern. Even the keywords little girl and formidable swordsmanship failed to capture his attention. Gray had intended to elaborate further, but seeing Casillas' disinterest, he refrained from speaking. Meanwhile, the girl Gray referred to as Tina was dressed in tattered, dirty clothes, standing before the dilapidated tavern in town. This was the very establishment of the unfortunate owner Ronald, which lacked even a proper sign. As the pirate ship was nearing the shore, Tina cleverly pried open the porthole with a concealed tool and leaped into the sea. In the excitement of docking, the pirates momentarily neglected to watch her, allowing her to escape successfully. By the time they realized her absence, she had disappeared without a trace. The reason she had come to this tavern was that it was, in essence, her home. The deceased Ronald was her father, and she was the daughter whom Ronald had once mentioned to Casillas. A girl of notable talent studying swordsmanship at the dojo in Frostmoon Village, known as Christina. Little did Tina know what awaited her. At that moment, she was inwardly lamenting how this supposed pleasant journey home had been marred by pirates, leaving her in a state of disarray. And she pondered how to explain the situation to her father upon their reunion. Chapter 34. Revenge in the Dim, Confined Space. 13-year-old Christina had changed into a simple garment made of coarse linen. She gazed at Vladil, who stood before her with his head bowed, towering over her by several heads. The imposing figure, standing at nearly 2 meters and 3 centimeters, bore a look of shame, unable to meet the gaze of the girl who had just learned of her father's demise. So you loyal subordinates stood idly by while my father was slain. And you so comfortably assumed his position, serving that old dog Carimula? Her voice, though youthful, carried an undeniable air of authority, largely due to Vladil's demeanor in her presence. Her words were merely a venting of frustration, akin to a curse. In truth, she understood that if Vladil had indeed taken over everything and was reveling in it, there was no way a mere girl could converse with him in the tavern's inner sanctum. Those with even a shred of conscience would likely avoid her, while the more treacherous among them would contemplate how to eliminate her for good. She was uncertain about others, but she was confident that Vladil, who had watched her grow, would never entertain such thoughts. His relationship with her father was akin to that of brothers. After a prolonged silence, she softly apologized. "I am sorry, Uncle Vladil. I was a bit too agitated just now. Could you please share the specific details with me?" At present, all she knew was that her father had incurred the ire of Carimula, resulting in his demise. The nobility possessed such power, although the law prohibited all defined crimes. It regrettably failed to constrain everything, particularly in the world of the Pirate King. Indeed, most understood that while the solemn codex of law may not explicitly state it, the nobility enjoyed privileges that allowed them to act outside the law. This is what is referred to as the determination of one's status by birth. Vladil recounted the entire sequence of events in detail, providing Tina with a general understanding. Did he not perceive this? Why was there no preparation made earlier? How many have perished serving that old hound? Tina maintained a semblance of calm, neither weeping nor shedding tears, merely inquiring thus. Yet within her, turmoil brewed. After years of practice in kendo, her small hands were calloused, clenched into fists with such force that her knuckles turned pale. "Your father is not oblivious to this," Vladil remarked, a pained expression crossing his face. When Scissorhand Jack was defeated, he sensed what was to come. "Then why?" Tina pressed. "I am well acquainted with who Carimura is. It is his common practice to vent his frustrations by eliminating those who fail him. I urged Ronald to leave the kingdom of Goya swiftly, to escape with you. But he would not agree. Ronald insisted that if he fled, the brothers who followed him would likely face dire consequences. Given Carimura's cruelty, it is not unfathomable that all those related to him, brothers, sisters, and so forth, could be implicated. He has done such things before. Should he endure it all, experience suggests that Carimura's wrath would be directed solely at Ronald, subsequently selecting one among us as a successor. Tina was well aware of this. If she were to describe her father, she would undoubtedly resort to the term fool. While he may not be considered a good person, he exhibited genuine kindness towards the brothers who accompanied him through life, a kindness so profound that he would willingly sacrifice his own life for their safety. Much like the harsh reality she now faced. With a resounding thud, Tina's hand struck the modest wooden table before her. The mediocre quality of the material yielding under the force, leaving cracks and a dent in its surface. "He never considered my feelings, that scoundrel." Tina unabashedly uttered words she would never typically associate with her father. Many would indeed deem Ronald's actions as foolish and despicable. A single tear escaped her eye, tracing a path down her fair skin. In the next moment, her wrath, tinged with sorrow, regained composure as she wiped away her tears and turned to Vladil. "What is your plan for the next step?" Upon hearing Tina's inquiry, Vladil's spirit lifted. Regarding this matter, Ronald had previously advised me to seek out the Dark Demon. The Dark Demon? A glint of hatred sparked in Tina's eyes. "He is certainly one of the culprits responsible for my father's demise." Vladil fell silent. If one were to approach this situation with rationality, the true object of hatred should evidently be the ruthless Carimura. While Casillas bore a share of responsibility that could be deemed negligible or significant, he seemed merely a hapless bystander caught in the crossfire, somewhat innocent. Yet, logic is but a construct, and if reason prevailed, the world would be devoid of such enmity and conflict over interests. Even if one attempted to persuade oneself to overlook the troublesome figure of Casillas, it would be an impossible endeavor. It is akin to a new car malfunctioning and causing a fatal accident. Ultimately, the responsibility lies with the car manufacturer. But would the bereaved family harbor no resentment towards the unfortunate driver? Unthinkable. Yet, seeking vengeance against Carimura feels insurmountable. Vladil lamented, "My uncle and I possess only brute strength, far inferior to that of true monsters like Jack the Ripper. Even if we have numerous loyal brothers willing to join us in seeking retribution, and even if we are equipped with the most advanced naval weaponry, achieving vengeance remains a daunting task. Not to mention, Carimura's connections with the upper echelons of the Eastern Sea Navy run incredibly deep, to an extent that is almost unfathomable. This is a stark display of power. The noble elite of the Goya kingdom not only enjoy the protection of soldiers but also possess their own trained bodyguards. Furthermore, one can only speculate about the number of pirate crews that belong to this individual in the East Sea. With a mere command, the gathered force is formidable, so immense that the mere thought of it is suffocating. Thus, it is imperative to seek cooperation with this dark fiend. Only then might there be a chance for vengeance. Tina pondered aloud. Indeed, Vladil solemnly affirmed with two decisive words. "Is he truly that formidable?" Tina inquired, her mind drifting back to the recent pirate attack she had endured on her return journey. Not long ago, this incident had been her foremost concern. Yet now it seemed trivial. As long as that band of pirates does not cross her path again, she would be content. The reason for her contemplation stemmed from yet another encounter with the debilitating sensation of powerlessness. Had she possessed greater strength, the pirate ambush would not have left her so beleaguered. Had she wielded significant power, she could have single-handedly stormed the high town, vanquished Calimura, and displayed his head upon the walls of the Goya kingdom's palace. Uncle Vladil, have you had any dealings with this fellow named Casillas? What impression did he leave? A few days ago, I mentioned to one of his subordinates my desire to meet him, yet to this day, there has been no word, whether due to his reluctance or some other reason remains unclear. Vladil pondered before replying. However, his residence is not a secret. Since you, Tina, have arrived, it may be more fitting for you to discuss matters of vengeance for Ronald with him. If he does not come to us today, I shall escort you to him tomorrow. Tina responded absently, her thoughts consumed with the significance of power. Might her future self rise to become a grand swordsman akin to Mihawk, traversing the seas with ease? It is said that the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, lives a life of freedom, often drifting upon a small boat across the Grand Line, eliminating those who offend him with a mere flick of his wrist, and engaging in a legendary duel with one of the four emperors, Shanks, much to the admiration of many. Chapter 35. The Nobles Hunt a Noble. Standing at a mere 5 feet tall, surveyed the street with eyes scarcely larger than mung beans, not in search of anything in particular, but rather as part of his customary quest for prey. As a noble, he harbors interests and hobbies that are deeper than those of ordinary folk. He indulges in no other vices, neither smoking, nor drinking, nor experimenting with hallucinogenic substances. His sole passion lies in the pursuit of women. From a tender age, as his own physical development commenced, he discovered a pleasure that transcended the traditional boundaries of gender. Certainly, he harbored no interest in seeking such pleasures from creatures other than women. As a nobleman under the dominion of Carimula, he was one of 4 aristocrats, each with their own peculiar inclinations. For instance, the slender noble delighted in games reminiscent of the childhood pastimes of boys wielding wooden swords and guns. However, his preference leaned towards real weapons, relishing in the bloodshed that accompanied them. This posed a dilemma. While his subordinates occasionally eliminated a few unfortunate souls, the slender noble's daily indulgence in such games left him in need of more victims than his followers could provide. Naturally, he resorted to indiscriminately capturing commoners to satiate his thirst for violence. Those wretches, whose very breaths were deemed bothersome, were far better off meeting their demise at his hands, thus conserving resources. Moreover, the tall noble reveled in the pleasures of fine wine, yet many of the bottles he cherished were not purchased, for he not only savored the drink, but also took pleasure in brewing it. Consequently, he acquired numerous vineyards and distilleries, often demanding payment in the form of lives rather than coin. Then there was the avaricious rotund noble, who placed immense value on every copper coin representing the smallest unit of currency, each one seemingly stained with invisible blood. In the capital city, even the streets inhabited by commoners were adorned with splendor, illuminated by countless lanterns that guided the evening's pedestrians. The short noble was often accompanied by a retinue of attendants, who remained vigilant to his demeanor and gestures. Upon identifying a target of interest, they would swiftly converge, abducting the unfortunate woman and escorting her to their master's abode. If fortune smiled upon her, she might even return alive the following morning. The short noble's attire was remarkably modest, a stark contrast to his initial successes in capturing women who met his desires. However, as time passed, such finds became increasingly rare, for the common folk began to grasp the predilections of their noblemen. Thus, he resorted to disguise, abandoning the trappings of aristocracy. Initially, this ruse proved effective, but it gradually faltered. A short man accompanied by a throng was easily recognizable to the commoners. Consequently, he had not ventured out in quite some time. Had he been willing to offer some benefits to the families of women, it is conceivable that desperate individuals might have even presented their daughters or wives for his enjoyment. However, few women who fell into his grasp emerged unscathed, especially as his desires evolved beyond mere carnal pleasures, leaving most of his captures either dead or severely damaged. Furthermore, he was loath to part with even the slightest advantage. There had once been a slave trader who, seeking favorable terms, gifted him a beautiful slave, only to meet a sudden and violent end, with all his possessions subsequently falling into the hands of the rotund noble. There existed slaves specifically tailored for the proclivities of men like him, yet he remained reluctant to spend unless they were exceedingly beautiful. Today, he found himself once again on the bustling central street, driven by both the prolonged absence of satisfactory women and a growing sense of agitation. A few days ago, After being reprimanded by Lord Karimu, the chubby man vehemently expressed his grievances regarding the three of them. He warned that if they did not assist him in dealing with Casillas, he would sever the supply of the goods they desired, including beautiful women, fine wine, and high-grade weaponry. This matter left him profoundly dissatisfied. In his view, the hefty individual clenching so many assets in his grasp owed a substantial portion of his fortune to the assistance of the three of them. Now, he audaciously threatened them. Such treachery was utterly despicable. Yet, the avaricious man was resolute in his words, especially when it came to his wealth. The night air carried a pleasant chill, and he resolved to set aside his worries for the time being. His previously narrowed eyes suddenly widened in surprise upon spotting a figure with fiery red hair in a dessert shop. The rush of excitement triggered a surge of hormones, causing the stocky nobleman to point eagerly in that direction. The individuals surrounding him instantly comprehended his intent. 8 or so people, with 2 blocking the entrance of the dessert shop, surged in as the rest followed suit. The woman, no, the youthful girl, though her figure has yet to fully develop, possesses skin as white as snow and long, vibrant red hair, coupled with her petite frame and strikingly beautiful features. She is truly captivating. All of this has led the diminutive nobleman to begin fantasizing about how he might slowly torment and savor the presence of mature married women, vibrant young maidens, and innocent little girls. Regardless of their type, each is to his liking. Such exquisite specimens have not graced his life in quite some time. The events unfolding here are shunned by the surrounding civilians as if they were venomous serpents. The proprietor of the confectionery, along with the attendants and patrons, remained eerily silent, their eyes drawn to the flintlock pistols holstered at the waists of these intruders. They harbored a vague understanding of the sinister intentions behind the encirclement of the young girl. Such audacious acts are the domain of the nobility, and the nobility are not to be trifled with. Christina felt particularly unfortunate of late on her way home. She encountered pirates, narrowly escaping their clutches, only to learn of her Na'vi father's demise at the hands of those who had indirectly caused his death. Now, in her quest for vengeance, she was compelled to collaborate with her father's enemies. And as if that were not enough, she found herself in yet another predicament while merely seeking a moment of respite with some food. Had she known, she would have disguised herself. In moments of joy, she delighted in indulging in delectable sweets as a reward for herself. At this juncture, however, she sought the comfort of confections as a means of solace, a form of catharsis. Little girl, the leader, garbed like a ruffian, spoke softly. Our master wishes to extend an invitation for you to dine with him. You must understand, this is an invitation from a noble, and we hope you will consider it earnestly. His tone was casual, for he presumed that a mere child would be terrified at the mention of nobility, making her abduction an effortless task. And where is your master? Tina initially kept her gaze lowered, methodically scooping the creamy pudding from the glass and savoring each bite. Upon hearing his words, she inquired with a calmness that belied her youth. He gestured with his chin towards the outside. Following his gaze, Tina caught sight of a short nobleman stationed outside, his eyes glimmering with a grotesque eagerness as they fixated on her. As Ronald's daughter, she had heard of such a nobleman. Upon recognizing him, her earlier intention of drawing the hidden blade she carried to dispatch these scoundrels and flee was swiftly altered. With a slightly sweetened voice, she asked, "Is he truly a nobleman?" This sound nearly caused the sycophant, who had served under the short noble for many years and had thus acquired a wealth of experience, to falter. Fortunately, he managed to maintain his composure and offered a confident smile as he provided a definitive response. The little girl's fluctuating tone did not faze him in the slightest. Those of lower status within the noble class aspired to ascend, and the common folk naturally entertained the notion of marrying their daughters into nobility to attain a higher standing. He merely regarded this girl as precocious, recognizing her awareness of the attentiveness displayed by a noble who had taken an interest in her. Tina wore a smile of eager anticipation, albeit tinged with a hint of nervousness. It is universally acknowledged that tension is a natural response. Yet, at this moment, no one is aware that this girl is about to take the life of an aristocrat in broad daylight. Is she nervous? Certainly. This marks her inaugural act of murder and serves as the first step in avenging her father. As for what to do after the deed is done, such considerations are far beyond her current thoughts. Chapter 36. The throat-slitting curious onlookers observe the unfolding scene, though the majority keep their distance. Those bold enough to commit such acts must surely be noble lords. For them, disposing of an inconvenient commoner is as effortless as crushing an ant. Tina displays a perfectly poised blend of anticipation and excitement, tinged with a hint of shyness, akin to any ordinary girl. To outsiders, She resembles those women who desperately strive to enter the aristocratic circles, albeit at a younger age. However, it is worth noting that a 13-year-old girl is not without suitors. The short-statured retainers surrounding her contemplate the naivety of this innocent girl, feeling a twinge of pity for her impending fate, along with a sense of discontent for not being part of the noble class themselves. As Tina draws nearer, the diminutive aristocrat is able to scrutinize her exquisite features more closely. He grins, a smile that nearly induces nausea in Tina. "Come here, little girl." The girl, standing a head shorter than him, evokes an inexplicable sense of satisfaction in the short nobleman. Though he does not harbor intentions of sending all those taller than himself to hell, in a world where many tower above 2 meters. His own height of 1.5 meters is a constant reminder of his stature, instilling a sense of inferiority. In this moment, he muses that perhaps this child could linger for a few days, allowing him to thoroughly enjoy her company. While he has encountered girls of a similar age before, none have matched the combination of suitable height and exquisite beauty that she possesses. Precious things are always worth cherishing, are they not? Standing before a noble seems to instill a genuine sense of fear in the girl, as the short noble observes her averted gaze and her reluctance to approach any closer. What is the matter? He muses, convinced that his smile is endearing and charming. Come closer. In reality, while the short noble's appearance is not particularly handsome, it is certainly not unappealing. However, due to his expressions and demeanor, many perceive him as rather unattractive, especially when he smiles. Yet, scarcely anyone in his vicinity dares to voice this truth. Tina displayed a palpable hesitation, her gaze cast downward as she gradually inched forward, her hand dangling beside her lace-trimmed skirt, nervously tugging at the hem. As she approached, the diminutive nobleman's green eyes sparkled with an increasingly intense luminescence. If gazes bore substance, Tina would have likely found herself pierced by 1,000 wounds at that moment. At last, Tina stood before him, with a mere stretch of his hand. The short nobleman could caress her hair and delicate frame, and indeed, he proceeded to do so. As he extended his hand, Tina finally began to lift her head. No one noticed that her fingers, still clutching the hem of her skirt, gradually slipped beneath its fabric. Even if one were to observe, their attention would likely be drawn to the unadorned expanse of her smooth thigh, revealed above the knee. The youthful girl's legs gleamed with a radiant whiteness under the streetlights of the bustling night. The nobleman's hand hovered just shy of her hair. At that moment, he once again beheld her alluring visage, along with those eyes, jet black yet seemingly imbued with a hint of crimson, radiating a chilling, piercing malice. He sensed that something was amiss. As a nobleman, he led a life of luxury, unaccustomed to physical exertion. Moreover, having dedicated countless years to the rigorous study of the human condition, his body had become weak and frail, rendering him incapable of any athletic prowess. His reflexes were equally dulled. Before he could utter a sound or command his body to retreat, a flash of silver light darted before his eyes. A gasp echoed through the air. The short nobleman stood momentarily stunned, initially oblivious to what had transpired, but soon an indescribable sting began to spread from his throat. He could feel the warmth of liquid trickling down that very spot. Tentatively, he reached a hand to touch it. It was indeed warm, slightly sticky, and somewhat slippery. Bringing his hand before his eyes, he found it stained with blood. The vivid crimson hue mirrored the color of his opponent's hair. He opened his mouth, and a wave of briny liquid surged from his throat, saturating his oral cavity. The breeze that coursed through his throat rendered him incapable of producing coherent sounds. And with his attempt to speak, the wound widened further. The severed artery, initially held together by the speed of the incision, was now overwhelmed by the relentless force of his heart, which began to expel blood from his body in torrents. The ruptured artery continued to spill the lifeblood of the diminutive nobleman. Instinctively, he pressed his hand to his neck. Yet nothing could stem the crimson spray that painted everything around him, including the delicate figure of Tina in her light-colored dress. A profound sense of helplessness and suffocation enveloped him, causing his body to weaken. He collapsed, succumbing to the darkness. In the final moment, his gaze fell upon the dagger in Tina's hand, glinting with a silvery sheen, its length no more than that of a palm. Perhaps the short nobleman had never envisioned such a demise. In truth, even as he slipped into unconsciousness, his mind had yet to fully comprehend the situation. In other words, he would leave this world without ever understanding how he met his end. Around him, his subordinates stood in a daze. All of this transpired within the mere span of a second or two. It was not that they required such an extensive duration to comprehend the situation, but rather that they could scarcely fathom the reality that their master, a nobleman, had been so brutally slain with a single stroke to the throat. The profusion of blood left no doubt about the impossibility of survival. In that moment, they found themselves utterly bewildered. Who would dare to assassinate a noble? Is this noble their master? So, seize her. It was unclear who uttered such a command. But aside from a handful of individuals who might have genuinely been paralyzed by fear, the rest quickly encircled Tina. One person crouched down to inspect the scene, then shook his head at the others. My lord, he no longer breathes. The flicker of hope within them was extinguished. They gazed with bloodshot eyes, consumed by a ravenous desire to rend the girl asunder in their wrath. They were acutely aware that with the demise of the noble, regardless of the circumstances surrounding his death, their fates would be dire. Their only hope lay in capturing this murderer. Perhaps the other nobles, in a moment of mercy, might spare their families. Tina nonchalantly wiped away the specks of crimson staining her face. After slaying this nobleman, she felt an unexpected lightness of spirit. She had to admit, her actions had been impulsive. Instead of fleeing directly, she had brazenly executed this loathsome noble in broad daylight. The repercussions would likely send ripples throughout the kingdom of Goya, and perhaps even reach the farthest reaches of the East Sea, and beyond to the Grand Line and the other 3 seas. Incidents of commoners brazenly eliminating nobles were exceedingly rare. The dagger in her hand bore no traces of blood. It was a finely crafted weapon, albeit too short for her liking, yet she cherished it. Moving forward, she resolved to survive. Chapter 37. Unrest in the present state of affairs. The death of an individual holds little significance. If it is an ordinary person, whether succumbing to illness, meeting with an accident, or being slain, their passing rarely captures the public's attention. At most, their relatives and acquaintances may remember them for a time, but it won't be long before their existence fades into obscurity, leaving nothing but unmarked bones buried somewhere. Nobles, however, are an entirely different matter, especially when one is murdered in broad daylight. Within mere minutes, the city guards, responsible for the security of the town and palace, cordoned off the street, detaining several witnesses to interrogate them about the details. The murder of a noble would soon reach the king's ears, drawing significant concern. Keldon, in charge of city security and order, was drenched in sweat. He too was a noble. Yet, just as the populace was divided into royalty, nobles, commoners, and wandering outcasts, there were varying ranks among the nobility. Keldon was but a minor noble, despite having some backing. It paled in comparison to the powerful patrons of the recently deceased short noble. In light of this incident, he would undoubtedly be held accountable for the oversight, unless he could swiftly track down and apprehend the assailant. Otherwise, the wrath of both Karamura and the king would be far worse than death itself. My lord. A city guard approached Keldon, who was stifling the urge to vomit, and remarked, the situation has nearly come to light. The kingdom of Goya lacks officials akin to police. The responsibility for maintaining public order falls solely upon the city guards, of which Keldon is the supreme leader. Speak. According to all eyewitness accounts, this noble was in contact with a red-haired maiden who suddenly erupted in violence, severing his throat with a single stroke. The red-haired maiden? Where is she now? After slaying this noble, she swiftly dispatched several assailants. Though injured, she managed to flee towards the outskirts of the city. Humph! Keldon scoffed, a chilling wrath emanating from his gaze. What manner of scoundrels are these? Capture those incompetent fools. They cannot even apprehend a mere girl. They shall pay for their ineptitude. Keldon's heart seethed with unquenchable rage. Had the diminutive noble subordinate seized the perpetrator at that moment, he would have had a more straightforward explanation to provide. Yet, these worthless maggots failed. Furthermore, imprisoned those witnesses among the commoners. They merely stood by as a noble was slain. Such incompetence must also be punished. The city guard hesitated briefly before responding, yes. Capturing these commoners was merely Keldon's way of venting his fury and anxiety, if the murderer could not be apprehended swiftly. Ultimately, even if he were to perish, he would drag more down with him. In some way, this would offer him a semblance of solace. Truly, it is an undeserved calamity. What has become of this world? How could there exist individuals audacious enough to slay nobility? That murderer is the most vile of all. She must be captured at all costs, and one must ensure the preservation of everything one holds dear, compelling this harlot to pay for her transgressions. The commoners began to cry out in terror, yet the city guards, being essentially an army, cast cold, unyielding gazes upon them. Many wisely chose to remain silent under the threat of rifles. Those who dared to speak were struck down by the butts of guns, while others resigned themselves to their fate in fearful silence. They could not blame anyone but themselves, perhaps for lingering in place to witness the spectacle, ultimately ensnaring themselves in dire consequences. As for their hatred towards the aristocrats intent on imprisoning them, they may have harbored such sentiments, yet none dared to cast even a fleeting glance of disdain in their direction. Fast forward in time, before the short noble had identified his target, leading to his demise. The corpulent noble was ensconced within his leather sofa, his imposing gaze fixed upon the individuals kneeling before him. "You there? Immediately gather men and head to the gathering places of the vagabonds to continue collecting taxes." One among them displayed a conflicted yet obsequious smile. "But, my lord, what of that Casillas? We have already lost several of our men to him. He is exceedingly ruthless." The fat noble's smile twisted into a grimace. "Dare you question me?" No, how could we ever question you, esteemed lord, but we truly lack the means to deal with Casillas. You need not worry about that." The corpulent noble softened his tone upon hearing their plight. "Come in." Two servants entered, carrying a wooden crate, carefully setting it before the kneeling figures. "My lord, what is this?" "I procured some firearms at considerable expense," the fat noble proclaimed with a gleam of pride in his eyes. "I am aware that this fellow has bested even Jack the Ripper, but he cannot be impervious to blade and bullet like that Jack. You shall lure him out, then fire in unison with the firearms. I refuse to believe he will escape unscathed." The rotund noble had pondered thoroughly over the past days, concluding that Lord Carimula was excessively timid. Indeed, Casillas was a formidable opponent. He had dispatched even Carimula's most trusted subordinates. Perhaps it was this very fact that instilled fear within Carimula. Yet, this individual was merely a youth. How formidable could he truly be? With a flintlock musket aimed at him, the noble was certain he could not survive. To sever one's means of livelihood is akin to slaying one's kin at this juncture. The corpulent noble willfully overlooked the notion of cooperation between Casillas and Carimula, resolute in reclaiming his losses. Each bereavement of a belly caused him pain. Moreover, the spoils extracted from those wretched commoners amounted to far more than a single belly, even though he possessed ample business ventures yielding profits that far surpassed this trivial loss. The thought of this seemingly insignificant loss drove him to madness. Eliminate Casillas. He believed this to be the best choice. Not long after, Casillas was absent-mindedly prodding at the vegetables and some unknown meat stuffed into sausages on his plate when a knock echoed through the room. Gray did not linger for long before departing with Lucien, setting off for the hometown of first mate Jack. In the room, only he and Hawk remained. Hawk went to answer the door. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a grim expression, informing Casillas, "Those tax collectors have come again." Upon hearing this, Casillas burst into laughter. "Ah, they certainly possess a remarkable audacity to emerge once more." Drawing a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it, he restrained his excitement. He felt perhaps he had been too lenient, as these individuals seemed incapable of learning their lesson. Therefore, this time, it would be appropriate to eliminate a few of them, instilling in them the understanding that his words were to be heeded with utmost seriousness. How many should he take down? Chapter 38. The Ambush in the Kingdom's Capital by Night. There existed a stark three-tiered distinction, rendered even more pronounced by the artificial lights. The Royal Palace, alongside the affluent district, appeared devoid of substantial dark areas, as radiant illumination enveloped every ornate structure, expansive green spaces, and the roads flanking them. The rulers of this nation spared no effort in perfecting every detail of their domain, a display of status that starkly contrasted their existence with that of the common folk, highlighting the disparity between individuals. Surrounding the main street beneath the affluent district, at least in the bustling commercial areas, the lights shone brightly. However, as one ventured slightly farther away, the flickering lights from the humble homes of commoners became visible, illuminating the encroaching darkness through their windows. Casillas glanced up at the starry sky, the multitude of stars countless and dazzling. Unfortunately, he possessed no knowledge of constellations. Had he been aware, he might have taken delight in discerning the intricate tapestry of stars, pondering whether it bore any relation to his previous life. The probability of such a connection was, however, exceedingly slim. This time, he did not allow Hawk to accompany him, for he sensed that there might be peril ahead. These individuals, having maintained a semblance of decorum for a few days, have once again resurfaced, undoubtedly having devised a strategy. Beyond mere violence, what else do they excel at? Perhaps it is the aristocracy behind them that has begun to lend their support, if one can still perceive vestiges of prosperity in the central streets by night. Then the terminus of uncertainty at Douanjan and its periphery truly represents a desolate wasteland. In Douanjan, there remain a few scattered lights, though scant, they still exist. In stark contrast, the terminus of uncertainty, which could aptly be referred to as a mountain of refuse, reveals not a single artificial light. The distant twinkling of stars and the glow of the moon serve as the sole sources of illumination for those who dwell here. Of course, there is also the flicker of fire. The wanderers are still human. As such, they possess an innate inclination for companionship, prompting them to gather and construct their makeshift shelters. This is reminiscent of the place where Hawk once resided, which lies within this very vicinity. Among the wanderers, there exists a hierarchy, albeit less defined. The robust young men are able to seize the freshest refuse, reaping greater rewards, and may even have some clandestine connection with the exploiters of Dwanjin. Women, the elderly, and children, naturally, constitute the more vulnerable demographic, primarily subjected to the so-called taxes imposed upon them. At this moment, the fire pit, which served to boil water and prepare food, has just been forcibly extinguished by this newly re-emerged group. They gather the marginalized with derogatory language, making their intentions unmistakably clear. The embers of the fire smolder slowly, flickering with uncertain red sparks. The menacing figure of their leader stands at the forefront. He is none other than the one who had recently shown deference to Casillas, and who had knelt before the portly aristocrat not long ago. However, this night, he shall no longer endure in silence. You wretched commoners truly believe that with someone like Casillas at your side, you can become complacent? He bellows. Let me tell you. Tonight, right here, we shall eradicate everything. Furthermore, the taxes you will owe henceforth will double. These words stirred a sense of unrest among the crowd. However, tranquility soon descended upon them, for each individual surrounding them wielded a firearm. The notion of a solitary gun pales in comparison to the presence of dozens. What? Do you dare to resist? The man arrogantly proclaimed. Have you all been enjoying your days? Look. The noble has equipped each of us with a firearm to ensure our work continues uninterrupted. Do you truly believe that with this firepower, Casillas can still shield you? He brazenly exhibited his might, releasing all the pent-up frustrations from previous days, his mood considerably lifted. In truth, upon hearing from the corpulent noble that he need not concern himself with Casillas' relationship with Calamura, this typically fierce gang leader was filled with exhilaration. Even without the noble's generous provision of firearms, he would have dared to act as he did tonight with the few he originally possessed. The disparity between fists and firearms is immense. Were it not for the fear of offending Calamura, a figure even the noble dreaded, he would have long since severed ties with Casillas. As he reveled in the terror he inspired among the vagabonds, a subordinate rushed from the shadows and whispered something in his ear. You. Upon hearing this, he pointed to a few individuals. You stay back and keep an eye on these wretches. The rest, follow me. We shall turn that bastard into a sieve. From the outset, the noble had meticulously crafted their plan. They were to seek out those scoundrels, which would soon attract Casillas' attention. Only one needed to remain and observe. The moment he arrived, they would ambush him midway. With dozens of firearms, if even a single bullet struck true, it could send this man straight to hell. Every one of his subordinates brimmed with confidence. The condition of the roads through the refuse was far from ideal. Casillas could feel the remnants of putrid food and moisture-laden muck adhering to his boots, likely mingled with foul-smelling substances resulting from layers of biological decomposition. While manageable by day, navigating such filth at night proved exceedingly difficult. Casillas lacked the ability to perceive the world with the clarity of a keen observer. Given the time, such a place truly warranted a thorough cleansing. Although he was not particularly fastidious, this level of squalor was beyond his tolerance. The path was flanked by towering heaps of refuse. Casillas caught faint sounds, so subtle they could easily be overlooked if one were not attuned to them. It was the sound of many feet slowly shuffling across the ground. While his hearing might not rival that of a canine, it undeniably surpassed that of an ordinary human. A testament to his robust physique, which had significantly enhanced all his senses and strength. Especially when focused, his senses became acutely sharp. Upon closer listening, he discerned the sound of breathing and caught a whiff of the distinct scent of gunpowder. Firearms, there were quite a few. An ambush, perhaps? Casillas halted his steps, his exceptional hearing enabling him to discern the general location of his adversaries. He retrieved a silver desert eagle from the pocket of his trench coat. The formidable weapon exuded a robust metallic aura, reflecting a unique brilliance even in the dim light. His proficiency with firearms endowed him with an uncanny familiarity with his weapon, akin to an extension of his own limbs. Ejecting the magazine, he confirmed the number of rounds. The brass 50 caliber bullets were fully loaded within. The crisp sound of metal resonated as the magazine was reinserted into the chamber. This distinctly audible noise traveled far into the night. Among a group of individuals concealed by a refuse pile several meters away, one noticed the sound, though its significance eluded them. Cautiously, someone peered out from behind the makeshift cover. A thunderous crack echoed, accompanied by the violent shuddering of a hapless soul. They were horrified to witness a blackened wound appear on their comrade's forehead, the force of the bullet obliterating the entirety of the back of his skull. Viscous red and off-white matter splattered across the vicinity, resembling tofu that had been carelessly dropped. The rigid corpse collapsed to the ground, the firearm slipping from his grasp, landing amidst the refuse-laden muck. Chapter 39. A brief gunfight when a large-caliber bullet strikes a person's forehead at supersonic speed. It not only creates a cavity in the skull, but also alters the trajectory and motion of the bullet. This phenomenon is not merely due to the hardness of the cranium. In fact, any obstruction encountered by a bullet traveling through the air significantly influences its path. Originally flying steadily and rapidly spinning due to the rifling, the bullet will deviate slightly, utterly shredding the tissue within the cranial cavity. Ultimately, the cavitation effect generates a far larger wound at the rear. The bullets from the flintlock pistols wielded by these gang members could at most penetrate the skull, but could never exit from the back. The sudden collapse and the gruesome demise of one of his subordinates startled the leader, who had been loudly berating those he deemed beneath him. A cold sweat trickled down his back. Casillas possessed a silver weapon of formidable power. He was aware of this. The question is, how did this individual discover their presence? The Watcher reported back immediately after noticing Casillas leaving, and he refrained from sending his subordinates to surveil the adversary's movements. An ambush along a likely route was undoubtedly a foolproof strategy, unless this individual had ventured out at night not to seek trouble with them. Damn it. Charge. He only possessed a single firearm, while we numbered over 20, each armed. Together, let us advance. A palpable sense of impending doom propelled him into a frenzied yell. Almost half of his subordinates instinctively obeyed the command, emerging from either side of the refuse piles, brandishing flintlock pistols. Upon sighting Casillas, who stood a mere 10 meters away with a gun in one hand, they launched their assault with determination. It was not that the remaining few disobeyed. The path was simply too narrow to accommodate more than a dozen individuals. The crack of gunfire erupted, resonating at least a dozen times. Yet amidst the cacophony of flintlock shots, 3 thunderous booms rang out, marking the instant when 3 individuals sustained fatal wounds to their heads or chests. By observing the direction of their gun muzzles and aiming stances, Casillas adeptly maneuvered to evade their shots, significantly diminishing the likelihood of being struck. The marksmanship of these individuals is undeniably lacking. Amidst a barrage of a dozen shots, only 3 or 4 grazed the fringes of Casillas' body, with merely one striking his arm. Had he not evaded in advance, the projectile would have surely found its mark on his torso. In terms of numbers, they possessed a distinct advantage. Yet 4 of their own had already perished. Casillas' exceptional shooting skills enabled him to return fire with unfaltering precision while evading their assaults. Such prowess stemmed from his profound understanding of firearms, even the antiquated flintlock pistols. After discharging a round, the gang members promptly retreated behind their cover, not solely due to the loss of 3 comrades, but because their flintlocks could only fire once before requiring time to reload. Those who had previously refrained from exposing themselves to fire now ought to have resumed their offensive. However, the presence of the 3 additional corpses on the ground instilled a sense of hesitation. A surge of malevolence welled up within their leader as he observed his subordinates struggling to reload. One individual's trembling hands caused the paper cartridge containing gunpowder to slip and fall into the mud, rendering it useless. The leader refrained from executing him on the spot, for his own firearm could only discharge a single shot before necessitating a lengthy reloading process. At this moment, it was most prudent to set aside matters for a later reckoning. "Follow me," he shouted, resolutely leading the charge. The tremendous lethality of the adversary's firearm struck him like a blow against iron. Yet, he harbored a conviction that with so many of his comrades and an arsenal of weapons, if even one bullet struck true, it would signify victory for him. Cursed Casillas. The only way to quell the raging hatred within him was to utterly annihilate him. The loss of 4 lives was insignificant. What truly irked him was the palpable breath of death he felt encroaching upon him, driving him to a state of frenzy. However, when he beheld the ominous black muzzle of the gun, regret washed over him. Casillas held his Desert Eagle steadfastly aimed, fully aware that the opponent would not yield easily. When that figure dared to expose himself, it ignited a spark of clarity within him. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The firing pin struck the primer, igniting the propellant within the cartridge. The explosion generated a surge of gas and heat, confined tightly within the casing, directing all its force towards the projectile, propelling it forward along the rifle barrel and into the open air. The shot remained precise, creating a passage through the eyes of the gang leader. In order to ensure this strike, Casillas even forsook evasive maneuvers. With a stroke of fortune, he might have successfully eliminated the enemy's backbone without harm befalling him. Even in the event of a slight misfortune, should he sustain a wound, it would matter little. The goddess of fortune seemed to favor him. Apart from a small debris of refuse displaced by a bullet from a flintlock at his feet, no shot came perilously close to his person. Such is the nature of poor marksmanship. At a mere distance of a dozen meters, a multitude of individuals firing simultaneously can yield such results. Conversely, at the same range, Casillas, wielding a desert eagle with formidable recoil, could, through his immense strength and skill, ensure that each bullet found its mark, claiming the life of an adversary. Their leader has fallen. This is a decisive outcome. Some stand frozen in place, while others hastily begin to reload their weapons. A few panic-stricken individuals collapse to the ground, scrambling towards the nearest corner of refuge. Among them are two loyal subordinates of the fallen leader, who, in their desperation, have discarded their flintlock pistols and now brandish knives. Intent on charging forth to fight desperately, Casillas effortlessly delivers 2 bullets to them. To be frank, it feels somewhat wasteful. The remaining group has descended into chaos. Some may seek vengeance for their leader, while others yearn to flee this nightmarish scene. 7 have already perished. Who among them will be next? It is nothing short of hell. At that moment, Casillas had just expended the 7 bullets in his magazine, whistling softly as he commenced the process of replacing it. The more than 10 individuals still alive, some even standing foolishly, were hastily dragged into the enveloping darkness of the refuse piles by their comrades. They now faced 2 choices: to remain and confront Casillas in a desperate struggle, or to swiftly disperse into the obscurity of the towering heaps of garbage under the cover of night, seeking to escape with their lives. It goes without saying that preserving one's life was paramount. They had already lost 7 comrades without landing a single shot, which had instilled in them a sobering awareness of their own inadequacies. Casillas leisurely lit a cigarette, and after replacing his magazine, turned to inspect the abrasion on his arm. The wound was not deep. It merely broke the surface of the skin. This is not a lead bullet, so there is no cause for concern. He is aware that these individuals are likely trembling with fear, possibly opting to flee from him, the merciless demon of death wielding a gun. Yet, he remains indifferent. Should he pursue them and eliminate them one by one? These insignificant fish merely serve to make Casillas feel that his time is being squandered. If they all fled, it would perfectly eliminate the need for him to exert effort in vanquishing them all. The brief skirmish lasted no more than 2 minutes and comprised merely 2 exchanges of fire. The seemingly isolated party inflicted a heavy toll upon the numerically superior adversary, claiming 7 lives, including that of their leader. It could undoubtedly be deemed a catastrophic defeat. As the smoke lingered, a mere 10 meters in front of Casillas remained eerily still. Conversely, from behind, in the direction of the town, disordered noises began to emerge. Chapter 40. The search. Climbing to the summit of a towering heap of refuse, Casillas beheld the commotion unfolding in the town with clarity. He touched the heated barrel of his weapon, stowing the desert eagle away in his pocket, pondering the nature of the events that had transpired. The individuals here have all armed themselves with firearms, seemingly resolved to eliminate me. Could the unrest in the town stem from Calimera's intent to eradicate me entirely? This seems unlikely, unless he has managed to replicate the Desert Eagle, which is improbable. Even if he were to enlist the aid of the Naval Armament Department to procure metal akin to that used in the Desert Eagle for a credible imitation, the issue of ammunition remains paramount. The firing pin's ignition of the solid propellant within the bullet hinges on a minute chemical substance known as lead azide. Indeed, it is not mercuric fulminate, but rather a more stable and effective explosive agent. Casillas is convinced that even if the bullets were sent to the genius scientist Vegapunk, he could not decipher the structure and preparation methods of this substance in a short time frame for production. This technology originates from an entirely different world, belonging to a completely distinct system. The scientific framework of the One Piece universe is highly advanced, although the East Blue still employs flintlock firearms. Many other regions have already embraced multi-shot firearms or even 6-shooter revolvers. Moreover, there are individuals like Frankie who can utilize cola as fuel, illustrating the vast disparity in technological sophistication. Unless a person of similar nature were to assist Calimera, Casillas does not believe he could replicate the Desert Eagle and no longer require his supplies. Given the impossibility of imitating the Desert Eagle, The current situation merits reconsideration. After pondering while clenching a cigarette, Casillas resolved to first visit the gathering place of the Wanderers, as there may still be remnants unaware of their defeat. Led by Keldon, a substantial contingent of the city guard, armed with standard-issue firearms, surged into the town, commencing a brutal search. Those who dared to resist were summarily executed. Blood pooling on the ground into dark puddles, sapping the courage of all. Observant individuals quickly grasped that significant events were unfolding. The city guard, akin to the kingdom's standing army, is deemed the most elite force within the Goya kingdom, especially under the watchful eye of the nobility and royalty concerned for their own safety. The mobilization of such a force for extensive searches is undoubtedly no trivial matter. When Keldon informed several prominent figures in the town that they were searching for the murderer of the nobility, they understood that this matter was non-negotiable. The prospect of mitigating losses was out of the question. Buildings were turned inside out, with the city guard sparing no detail, confiscating valuables, weapons, and cash concealed throughout the town. Some breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that they had not hidden their money in their residences. Others wore expressions of despair, knowing that a significant portion of that money was not merely their own, but required to be surrendered. At that moment, did you say it was taken by the city guards? Those influential figures are indifferent to such matters. If one fails to present sufficient funds, their status falters, and their very lives are at stake. As for whether the city guards would return what they have seized, that is but a fanciful dream. Only a fool would relinquish what has been obtained. Soon, the modest building where Casillas resided was encircled by the city guards. Hawk, clutching a small suitcase, stood at the entrance, his countenance grim as he faced two guards aiming their firearms at him. Within that suitcase lay 18 million belly and the newly delivered telebug from Gray. This was the only valuable possession he had gathered, and he intended to cooperate with their search of the premises. However, how could the city guards overlook a suitcase that was so evidently laden with something of significance? We are currently investigating the heinous criminal responsible for the murder of a noble. Please cooperate with us, if you do not. Could it be that you are an accomplice of the murderer? The guard leading the contingent exhibited a palpable greed. Hand over the suitcase. Hawk placed one hand inside his pocket, gripping the now warm Desert Eagle, contemplating ways to navigate through this perilous situation. These funds are undoubtedly of great significance to the leader. Losing them without cause is indeed regrettable. Moreover, if one does not manage the household well, how could the leader view them? One must never relinquish possessions. What is happening? Curtin, with his ample belly and an air of authority, inquired sternly. He found himself at a loss regarding the actions of the city guards, although he ostensibly commanded them. In reality, these soldiers pledged their loyalty to several noble families, seizing the rare opportunity to line their pockets while on duty, a situation he found impossible to rectify. Additionally, a portion of these gains would eventually find their way to him. As for the oblivious Hawk, Curtin regarded him with disdain. His inquiry was not intended to offer assistance, but rather to compel compliance. If one were to ask Curtin why he did not direct his efforts towards apprehending the criminals responsible for the nobility's demise, he would merely laugh. In his view, the city guards conducted a thorough search throughout the city, excluding the high town and palace. How could the perpetrator possibly evade capture, even if they failed to apprehend him? He had already devised a means to ensure his own protection from being uprooted. The city guards would relinquish a significant portion of the spoils they amassed, and those upper-class nobles benefiting from these riches ought to remember the merits of Keldon. Regardless of circumstances, he should be able to preserve his position. At the very least, he can maintain his noble status. As long as he holds that title, he will invariably lead a life of comfort. My lord, this fellow refuses to cooperate with us. What do you think? The soldiers, upon seeing Keldon, a noble and the highest-ranking official, found their confidence bolstered significantly, their gazes towards Hawk becoming increasingly haughty. Hawk, observing this extravagantly dressed man who tread carefully as if fearing to disturb the dust upon the ground, felt a spark of recognition. He recalled the original owner of the box. Bending down to lift the small leather case, he searched meticulously for a moment until he finally spotted what he desired. Hawk cleared his throat, drawing Keldon's suspicious gaze. Esteemed lord, Hawk cautiously employed formalities, suppressing his inner revulsion with utmost decorum. If an inspection is truly necessary, perhaps it would be best for you to conduct it personally. Keldon immediately perceived this as an affront. This is a task for the lower class. Should we allow him to intervene? However, just as I contemplated instructing the soldiers nearby to execute this insolent youth on the spot, I noticed a rather inconspicuous badge on the side of the suitcase he held. Hawk deliberately stepped closer, turning the side towards Clerton for a clearer view. Instantly, Clerton's expression shifted. He recognized it as the emblem of the esteemed noble Calimura. Nobles have a penchant for such embellishments, adorning their carriages, possessions, and correspondence with unique insignias that proclaim their identity. This included the small leather case meant for currency. Hawk had previously observed this detail without particular concern, but now it fortuitously served its purpose. After scrutinizing the heavy suitcase carefully and confirming the authenticity of the badge, Clerton's gaze towards Hawk transformed significantly. Though he maintained the demeanor of nobility, the hostility and disdain had evaporated. One must tread carefully when dealing with those connected to Calimura. "What is your name?" "Hawk," he replied with a smile, reclaiming his suitcase. Clerton chuckled. "Ah, a misunderstanding indeed." He turned to the city guards and declared, "There is no need for a search here. I assure you, there will be no issues. Should anything arise, I will take full responsibility." The soldiers were understandably reluctant. However, as Curtin was a noble and their nominal superior, they had no choice but to obediently turn and search elsewhere. Curtin cast another glance at the respectfully behaving Hawk, refraining from inquiring about the nature of his relationship with Karimla. "What is your name again?" he asked, seemingly having forgotten his earlier question. "Hawk, my lord," came the reply. "Ah, very well. Hawk, I shall take my leave now. Should there be any further matters, you may seek me out. The search tonight may extend into the early hours. Especially considering that a commoner has committed the heinous act of murdering a nobleman. Such vile criminals must be apprehended." With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Chapter 41. Old Hank. In the gathering place of the wanderers, a fire was being rekindled, fueled by collected wood and discarded refuse. They boiled water from the mountain stream, preparing to warm the hard whole grain bread they would eat for their evening meal, one of only 2 meals they had each day. A designated individual ventured into the mountains to fetch potable stream water, a perilous task due to the presence of wild beasts, which often resulted in injury or even death. As for sourcing water from the town or the central street, that was a matter of purchasing rather than acquiring for free, although there were some nearby water sources. These were not only stagnant but also polluted by refuse, rendering boiling insufficient to resolve the issue. Those who fetched water could earn food, while others labored in vain, exchanging their meager efforts for the precious resource of drinking water. This can be regarded as a form of collaboration among the collective, straightforward and devoid of complexity. Just moments ago, after the 2 ruffians who had gathered them together met with a returning companion, they abruptly fled, leaving not a single word or trace behind. Many remained indifferent to what transpired, numbly repeating their daily rituals of sifting through refuse to exchange for meager currency to procure barely enough sustenance to survive. Life offers no glimmer of hope. Existence is reduced to a mere struggle for survival, driven by the dual fears of hunger and death that compel them to persist. Old Hank stands as a figure of slight authority among these vagabonds. It is he who has managed to establish a semblance of order amidst the chaotic and uncertain terminus, enabling a few elderly individuals, women, and children to barely endure. The thousands gathered here constitute the largest organization among the wanderers at the terminus of uncertainty. However, they are also the group most severely affected by the so-called persecution of taxation. This is an unavoidable situation. Numerous groups of young individuals are far more agile than they are. To collect taxes? How long would it take to find them amidst the vast mountains of refuse? Many of the thousands gathered by Old Hank are elderly or children who are not mobile. How can they hide? Faced with authority, they can only bow their heads. Accompanied by some vegetables salvaged from the refuse, with the decayed parts removed, and whole wheat bread soaked in boiling water, Old Hank, now quite aged, finds it difficult to chew the hard, dark crust, even after toasting it. He must soak it for a while before it becomes palatable. With his graying hair, he gazes at the cracked porcelain bowl filled with vegetables, frowning as he inquires, did those injured earlier have access to such vegetables? When gang members drive them away from their gathering, they certainly do not do so with smiles, but rather with guns drawn and fists flying, inevitably resulting in some injuries, albeit not severe. Of course, old man, you need not worry. A somewhat haggard middle-aged man beside Old Hank manages a faint smile. Today we were fortunate. The city discarded a batch of spoiled fruits and vegetables, and we managed to salvage a bit, enough for everyone to have a meal tonight. That's good to hear. Dodge, what are your thoughts on that pack of wild dogs we just encountered? How could those 2 fellows simply walk away? Did they run into trouble? The term wild dogs refers to gang members who work for the nobility, collecting what they deem taxes from the populace. Dodge, Old Hank's son, hesitates before responding. I suspect they might have encountered difficulties while dealing with Mr. Casillas. They are indeed grateful for the actions taken by Casillas in recent days. as he had previously saved women and children who were part of their community. Indeed, it's unfortunate that we cannot assist that young man, old Hank muses. His thoughts tinged with ambivalence. It is said that the youth clad in black is a violent individual, employing brutal methods, even if he has not taken lives. The gang has caused many to suffer lifelong disabilities. Is Casillas truly aiding them, or does he harbor ulterior motives? In this world, there exist individuals who embody the traditional notion of goodness. However, old Hank is acutely aware that virtuous people often receive little in return, which accounts for their scarcity. Among the multitude of wanderers who have found themselves in such dire circumstances for various reasons, how fortunate are they to encounter a benevolent soul endowed with considerable strength? At least, old Hank harbors a sense of skepticism regarding this notion. Nevertheless, within this throng of thousands, some individuals have begun to place their hopes upon the sudden emergence of Casillas, who has stepped forth to champion their cause. Gradually, whispers of his benevolence have begun to circulate, and he is increasingly regarded as a good person. Could it be that young Hawk, the blond lad, has allied himself with Mr. Casillas for this very reason? Dodge recalled the tales he had heard regarding the golden-haired youth. Hawk? Old Hank indeed remembered the blond boy. So he's now accompanying Mr. Casillas? No wonder he hadn't seen him in quite some time. Oh, it seems there were reports of Hawk being seen recently with a few others. Old Hank was referring to the incident where Casillas, Gray, and Lucien had spent a night together in a modest shelter. Initially, he hadn't paid much heed to this news, but upon hearing about Hawk, his mind immediately connected the dots. Could it be due to Hawk? That is a possibility. As old Hank slowly savored the softened black bread, a commotion began to ripple through the gathering. What could be happening? With the assistance of his son Dodge, he shakily rose to his feet. Acutely aware of the frailty of his aging body, which now necessitated support even for a few steps, he had come to realize that he was nearing the twilight of his life. The wanderers, who had been gathered around the campfires, abruptly left their meals. Converging along the roadside, their gazes fixed intently upon a youth clad entirely in black. Casillas was quite pleased with their reaction. While there were no overt expressions of adoration, many eyes reflected a semblance of respect. Yet, more were simply curious, intrigued by the identity of the one who dared to stand against the pack of wild dogs on their behalf. Others, still oblivious to the unfolding drama, were drawn in by a herd mentality, only to discover Casillas before them, with a lightness in his step that belied the weight of 1,000 observing eyes. Casillas bore no trace of discomfort or pressure, his serene smile unwavering upon his face. It was only when old Hank, supported by Dodge, came into view that Casillas inquired, "Are you old Hank?" Having gleaned much about the wanderers from Hawk, he recognized this elder who had painstakingly gathered thousands of lost souls over the span of 2 decades. "It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Casillas. Your presence is a blessing to us." Old Hank spoke with propriety and exhibited suitable etiquette, which did not surprise Casillas in the slightest. It is rumored that old Hank was once of noble birth, until he fell victim to an arrow in his knee. Chapter 42. The Great Search. Despite his physical limitations, old Hank persisted in guiding Casillas, leading him to a nearby campfire. "I apologize, Mr. Casillas," old Hank said, glancing at some charred black bread warming by the fire, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face. "As wanderers, we have little to offer you." Though he bore the appearance of a mere 15-year-old, Casillas felt no discomfort at being addressed as Mr. "A bowl of water will suffice," he replied, gesturing dismissively. A young boy approached, carefully placing an unblemished white porcelain bowl filled with crystal-clear stream water before Casillas. He nodded in gratitude and took a sip to show courtesy before addressing the matter at hand. "I've heard that the tax collectors from in-town have returned, so I came to investigate. On my way, I encountered a group of them and dispatched 6 or 7. The rest have vanished." Dodger, sitting on a bed of hay beside his father, could not help but gaze at Casillas in astonishment upon hearing his father casually mention the elimination of 6 or 7 individuals. Casillas paid no heed to the boy's wide-eyed stare and chuckled. "These ruffians disregard my warnings, and they must face the consequences. The first time, I spared their lives. But now, for every one I see, I shall take one down. It is imperative that others understand the heavy price for disobedience. Only then will my words hold weight. Wouldn't you agree?" With a wry smile, Casillas regarded old Hank's aged visage and murky eyes. "Indeed, you speak the truth, Mr. Casillas," old Hank nodded, discreetly tugging at his son's sleeve from the corner of his eye, urging him to avert his gaze. "I've heard that you were once a noble, old Hank. I wonder if there is any truth to that." Casillas was somewhat intrigued by this. "Ha ha, those were matters of the past. better left unspoken. Old Hank's face flickered in the glow of the fire. Even if I were once a nobleman, I am no longer. I am but a vagabond. And nearing the end of my days, Casillas could discern that old Hank truly appeared to be on his last legs. The pack of wild dogs had indeed come earlier, gathering us together under the pretense of dealing with you, Mr. Casillas. Old Hank recounted the recent events. Fortunately, they did not succeed. The 2 guards left behind also fled. We were quite fortunate, though some were injured, none severely. At this point, old Hank's murky eyes seemed to brighten gradually as he fixed his gaze upon Casillas's face, inquiring deliberately, "We are profoundly grateful for Mr. Casillas's assistance. However, I, old Hank, am curious to know why Mr. Casillas has chosen to aid us. What do you hope to gain from us, mere destitute wanderers?" In response to old Hank's inquiry, Casillas chuckled lightly twice, but remained silent. The atmosphere fell momentarily into a hush. Dodge felt a twinge of anxiety, the middle-aged man's hand concealed in the shadows. He silently reproached his father for so bluntly posing such a question. What if it provoked discontent in the other party? The youth clad in black attire exuded an aura that suggested he was not one to be trifled with. The other vagabonds instinctively refrained from approaching him. Though old Hank never assumed the role of a commander, always opting for discussion over decree, in the hearts of the thousands gathered, he was undoubtedly their leader. And what of you? After investing so much time to establish this semblance of order, what is it that you seek? At last, Casillas spoke, retorting with a question. To be candid, old Hank, momentarily reverting to his frail, lethargic demeanor, remarked, "Initially, my intention was to gather a group together, believing that with greater numbers, we could assist one another. As I age, if I had not created such a refuge, my weary bones would have long since decayed beneath the earth. I have aided them, and in turn, they have aided me. It is evident that my motivations were not solely altruistic, at least. That was not the case at the outset. Is that so?" Casillas mused, tapping a cigarette lightly against his fingers before placing it between his lips. Speaking with a somewhat muffled tone, "I can assure you, old Hank, that my endeavors have proven immensely beneficial to these individuals." That puts the old man at ease. Just as Hank was poised to elaborate further, a disheveled vagabond, his face smeared with soot and grime, stumbled before them, rasping, "It's bad. The city guards are conducting a search. A squad is heading this way. Remain calm. Speak plainly. What is happening?" Upon hearing the mention of city guards, Hank's countenance shifted. He beckoned Dodge to assist the ragged man. "It is said that someone has murdered a noble and fled. Consequently, the guards have mobilized, searching not only the main street and the town square, but also every nook and cranny of the uncertain terminus. A noble has been slain?" Hank pondered the implications of this revelation, recognizing that the guards' actions were, in fact, entirely justifiable. Nobility is held in the highest regard. As long as one remains of noble blood, the entirety of a kingdom's elite will instinctively protect the dignity, rights, and elevated status that a noble deserves. If the murder of a noble does not warrant serious attention, it implies that all the nobility in the kingdom are fools. "I see," Hank murmured. "We must cooperate. We have no choice but to assist in their search." Meanwhile, Casillas appeared increasingly intrigued by the identity of the noble's assailant. "Do you possess any information about the murderer?" The vagabond glanced between Hank and Dodge. Recollecting, "It is rumored to be a girl, a very young girl, who severed the noble's throat right in the main street." "A young girl?" This intrigued Casillas even further. "Old Hank, what do you intend to do? Will you cooperate with the city guards?" "Indeed, we have no means to resist. Besides, their objective is to apprehend the murderer. As long as we comply, there should be no issues," old Hank replied. "I shall take my leave for now. Old Hank, if anything arises, send someone to find me in the town. I shall assist in any way I can." Casillas adjusted the collar of his black trench coat, exhaling rings of smoke, and without awaiting their response, turned to depart. The audacity to slay a noble in the streets would indeed make for a fitting subordinate. As Casillas gradually melded into the shadows, such thoughts coursed through his mind, particularly given that it was a girl. Having already gathered a few subordinates, it would be prudent to include a female presence to balance the forces of yin and yang. This led him to suddenly recall Ronald's words about a young girl, mastering the sword, having slain a noble. Could this possibly be a person? The sound of bustling footsteps echoed, prompting Casillas to conceal himself behind a splintered plank embedded in the refuse. The city guards, wielding flashlights, hurried past, tasked with an immediate search of the vagrant encampments. Behind them, soldiers were dispersing to scrutinize every nook and cranny. Realizing this, Casillas understood he was in for a bit of trouble. The notion that soldiers and brigands are akin to one another is not unfounded. Indeed, soldiers can easily morph into brigands at any moment. The vagrants possessed no wealth to speak of, thus they harbored no fear. As for him, he slipped his hand into his pocket, gripping the handle of his pistol. It appeared death was once again on the horizon. To be frank, Casillas harbored no fondness for taking lives unless his adversary was intent on courting trouble. Chapter 43. A curious interest. Damn it. Why must we engage in such tasks? Those ruffians can scour Central Street and the town square, reaping untold benefits, yet we are relegated to this filthy, odorous place in pursuit of some wretched murderer. Clad in the white military garb of the kingdom of Goya, the chilly night air nipped at them. One soldier, seemingly in his early 20s, wielding a flashlight, swept the area, occasionally kicking debris in frustration and complaining to his companion. Quit your grumbling. Do you think I relish this? Consider it our misfortune. Pairs of search teams like theirs scattered from Central Street, radiating outwards to the outskirts of the royal city, leaving no corner unexamined. Despite their incessant complaints, the duo diligently scrutinized the shadowy recesses, ensuring no hiding spot went overlooked. The silence did not linger long before the younger soldier, unable to bear the quiet, spoke again. I wonder why we weren't born into noble families. If we had been, even as mere illegitimate offspring, life would be devoid of hardship, filled with wine, meat, and women. Blame your mother for not ensnaring a nobleman. Then, his middle-aged companion jested with a hint of malice. Huh. Indeed, he took no offense, merely retorting, your father didn't manage to woo a noblewoman either, did he? I've heard he was quite dashing in his youth. I would have certainly attempted to entice a noble maiden. Do you truly think that would elevate your status? I can assure you, had you been conceived by such a noble woman, you would have met your demise before even drawing breath. In this world, men may have illegitimate children without consequence. But should a woman find herself inexplicably pregnant, her husband would likely go mad. Let us speak no more of that. One soldier shifted the topic. How goes it with your old flame? I've heard you mention her numerous times, claiming you intend to marry her. Aren't you concerned about what others might say? After all, you have a position in the city guard. Finding a respectable woman shouldn't be too difficult, should it? You do not understand. Although she is in this profession. Indeed, I do not comprehend. I am merely concerned that you may have been deceived. Such occurrences are frequently heard about. One must remain vigilant. Adjusting the flintlock rifle slung across his back, the middle-aged man responded with a gentle smile. It is nothing. I trust she is not that kind of person. TCH. The young man turned away, somewhat disinterested, and followed the beam of his flashlight into the distance. The woman they spoke of worked at a service establishment adorned with suggestive pink lights somewhere along Central Street. She was merely one among many, not particularly beautiful, and in the young man's eyes, there was nothing remarkable about her. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, this nearly 40-year-old fellow had become infatuated with her. This is not the first time he has attempted to persuade the middle-aged man, yet each instance yields the same outcome. Whenever the woman is mentioned, his countenance transforms into one of tender sweetness, at times evoking a sense of dissonance or even revulsion within him. He is convinced that this woman is not virtuous, for he has been deceived by such individuals in the past. He would never concede that a flicker of envy resides in his heart, nor that he anticipates the man's reaction when the woman's true nature is revealed. More prominently, he feels a sense of superiority born from his own experiences. Previously, he had been schooled by this middle-aged man, gradually gaining clarity regarding the true face of society. There lingers a faint hope that this man, who has always cared for him like a guardian, will soon awaken from the gentle reverie spun by that woman. Suddenly, a sound breaks the silence. The two men instinctively direct their flashlights towards the source, catching a fleeting glimpse of a shadow, the red strands of hair strikingly vivid. The young man and the middle-aged man exchange a glance, both recognizing the surprise reflected in each other's eyes. This is a murderer who has slain a noble. The nobles in the city undoubtedly harbor a deep-seated hatred for this assailant, as he poses a direct affront to their dignity. If he is not captured and dealt with severely, it would bring disgrace upon all the aristocracy. Capturing him comes with a reward of 10 million Bailey. What could 10 million afford? It is ample enough for two individuals to share, allowing them to lead a life free from the worries of sustenance. Although it is likely they may not receive the lion's share of this bounty, it presents an extraordinary opportunity. They would undoubtedly ascend in rank. And with promotion comes the promise of wealth. Many, though mere commoners at the outset, begin as minor officials and gradually rise to prominence. While they may never attain noble status, they become figures of significance in the eyes of their fellow citizens. Capture him. This is not merely a sum of money. It represents an opportunity for ascension. Without a moment's hesitation, both individuals hastened towards the source of the commotion. They disregarded the commander's instructions to immediately launch a signal flare, for such an act would likely result in their accomplishments being appropriated by others. The beam of the flashlight illuminated none other than the assassin who had slain the noble in the street, Christina, at the tender age of 13. She bore several wounds and was utterly exhausted. She dared not seek out Uncle Vladil, fearing that it would endanger everyone's lives. If one were to inquire whether she harbored any regrets at that moment, the answer would be no, as she fled from the central street to the uncertain terminus, hiding amidst refuse while tearing her garments to bandage her wounds. She could not help but recall the bewildered and terrified expression of the short nobleman as his throat was severed. The sensation of warm blood splattering upon her skin was exhilarating and gratifying. With no alternatives left, she had no choice but to flee with force. After effortlessly severing a noble's throat, she felt an awakening of her desires. Not merely vengeance for her father Ronald, but a fervent wish to eradicate all these maggot-like nobles. If she were to survive the night, there lay a possibility of realizing this ambition. The sharp pain from the 2 wounds on her thigh and chest persisted. Lacking bandages and possessing inadequate skills in first aid, she sensed fresh blood oozing from her injuries as her body engaged in vigorous motion once more. Damn it. Tina could not afford to falter, mustering her weakened body to press onward in flight. The beams of 2 flashlights, swaying and rapidly closing in, pursued her from behind. Having lingered in darkness for so long, her eyes had barely adjusted to the light, allowing her to discern her surroundings, yet the ground was littered with debris, and she inevitably stumbled. A stone, lying in the mud, met the girl's forehead, and she instantly lost consciousness. In that fleeting moment of being tripped, despair enveloped Tina's heart. Perhaps this was to be her fate? Nonetheless, it was far better than the pitiful demise of her cowardly father Ronald, who only considered his comrades, never once reflecting on his own daughter. It mattered not. Upon entering another world, she would have endless time to confront this irresponsible parent. She has fallen. Hurry. The young man moved with a buoyancy that felt foreign to him, stumbling several times along the way, disregarding the pain that coursed through his body. Breathless, the 2 finally arrived before the unconscious girl. The middle-aged man turned her over, noticing the bleeding wound on her forehead, and sighed with relief. Thank goodness. She merely fainted due to misfortune. The young man's joy was palpable as he prepared to draw the signal gun, only to have it swatted from his grasp by the middle-aged man. The signal gun fell to the ground, splashing into a puddle of mud. Once this firework-like object comes into contact with water, it becomes utterly useless, as the dampened gunpowder can no longer be ignited. There is no need to summon others. We shall personally return to N-Town to seek out Commander Kelton. The young man suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation, feeling both remorse for his earlier mistake and admiration for the middle-aged man. Indeed, presenting their findings directly to Lord Kelton would ensure that no one could obscure their achievements. Should others arrive, the direst consequence would be their untimely demise, with their accolades unjustly transferred to another, leaving their families to receive but a meager compensation. Come, let us carry her. Be cautious of her wounds. Or should we tend to her injuries first? It would be unfortunate if she were to perish en route. All right. The young man chirped with the exuberance of a lark. The 2 proceeded to tear away the girl's clothing, revealing gruesome, mangled wounds marred by mud and filth. A sight both shocking and unsettling. At that moment, a voice startled them. You 2 are quite the enthusiasts, under the cover of night. Tearing the garments off a poor maiden. Chapter 44. Treatment of wounds in such a moment, hearing another voice. The first instinct of the 2 city guards was to suspect a rival had come to claim their glory. In unison, they instinctively raised their flintlock rifles towards the source of the sound, driven by the desire to protect their monumental achievement and the astonishing bounty that awaited them. Yet, before they could discern the figure of the unexpected voice, the young man was abruptly struck, his vision fading to black as he was propelled backward into the muddy ground. The middle-aged man, however, did catch a glimpse of the assailant's appearance, but had no time to redirect the muzzle of his firearm. He witnessed the black-clad young man deliver a powerful blow that sent his companion flying, advancing in swift strides before landing a kick squarely on his chest. Reacting instinctively, he raised his only weapon in defense, but was met with a cacophony of cracking sounds as his flintlock shattered into pieces. The splintered wood and metal, coupled with the force of the black-booted assault, struck him squarely in the chest, overwhelming him with a sensation of weightlessness as his footing slipped away, leaving him breathless. The world around him began to recede into darkness. At that moment, he became aware that he had taken flight. By the time he landed, he had already succumbed to unconsciousness. After dispatching the 2 city guards, Casillas casually picked up a flashlight that had fallen to the ground, only to find that its beam flickered a few times before it completely ceased to function. Shaking it vigorously did nothing to revive its light. It was uncertain whether it had simply run out of batteries or had been damaged by water. Such misfortune was truly lamentable. He twisted the back cover of the flashlight to inspect for batteries, but was met with a dark void inside, revealing only a tangle of wires and incomprehensible components. Finding the item dull, he tossed it aside and approached the unconscious young girl. The fabric of her clothing at the wound had been torn, exposing flesh that had turned pale from the dirty water, with no blood seeping forth. This sight led him to doubt the possibility of saving the little girl. However, having rescued her, he resolved to carry her as far as he could. With a firm grasp, he hoisted the girl onto his back and set off towards Golbo Mountain. Returning to the town was out of the question, as the city guards had turned every corner upside down, making it impossible to return without being discovered. Thus, the best hiding place would undoubtedly be the desolate mountains, though even these mountains were not entirely devoid of life. As a band of robbers led by Dayton still roamed there, perhaps he could offer them a sum of money to look after the girl? Casillas quickened his pace, the burden of the girl on his back hardly affecting his speed. The more he pondered, the more he felt this was a commendable choice. Nevertheless, her wounds needed tending, and she required nourishment and a night's rest. Carrying her up the mountain, he feared that by the time he found Dayton and his crew, it might be too late for her. Skillfully navigating through the overgrown underbrush and the roots of the trees that sprawled across the ground, Casillas's figure swiftly vanished into the darkened forest beneath the night sky. When he had sought out the red-haired individual in Windmill Town, he had spotted a small wooden cabin at the foot of the mountain, conveniently located near a water source. This may have been constructed by hunters, or perhaps by some other individuals. Casillas felt that temporarily borrowing it would pose no issue. Before long, the wooden cabin was within sight. The night forest resonated with the haunting howls of wolves, leading Casillas to ponder whether the mountains were teeming with ferocious beasts. Besides the unsettling wolf howls, a cacophony of other miscellaneous sounds accentuated the eerie ambience of the cabin, reminiscent of scenes from certain horror films. The gentle gurgle of flowing water could be heard as a stream cascaded down from the mountaintop, less than 100 meters from the cabin. Casillas, carrying the girl, made his way to the water's edge. Just then, a light drizzle began to fall, the sound of the raindrops quickly dominating the auditory landscape, overshadowing most of the forest's noises. Unconcerned, he set the girl down by the stream and retrieved a wooden ladle from his pocket, scooping up some water from the stream. Casillas began to cleanse the dirt from her wounds. The ground at the uncertain destination was rich with a variety of substances, including not just soil and water, but also an assortment of refuse, urine, feces, and decaying matter from corpses. In this world, there exists no place that is utterly pristine. To speak in factual terms, when one uses the restroom and flushes, particles of urine and feces disperse into the surrounding air for several meters, subsequently settling upon the nearby ground and clothing, entering the digestive and respiratory systems through inhalation. Even in the most commonplace environments, such as on the streets, there remain molecules of fecal matter suspended in the air. It can be said, with strict accuracy, that the act of consuming excrement is, in a sense, something all individuals partake in. This is no jest. It is as undeniable as the myriad of microscopic mites that inhabit the surface of our skin. One day, when Casillas comprehends this truth, he will remember to close the toilet lid after flushing. Since it is impossible to refrain from breathing, one should strive to minimize the inhalation of such particles and, even more so, avoid breathing through the mouth, acknowledging the reality of ingesting excrement. If the filth upon a wound is not meticulously cleansed, the likelihood of infection becomes boundless. As Casillas rinses her wound with clean water, Tina awakens. "Where am I?" she inquires, her confusion accentuated by the raindrops incessantly falling upon her face, making the act of opening her eyes significantly more arduous. "You're awake?" Casillas replies, pouring water onto her chest while carefully tending to her wound with cotton. "I'm treating your injury. Please remain still." Tina struggles to lift her head slightly, hoping to discern Casillas's face. But her attention is drawn first to her own dire predicament, more precisely, to the condition of her body. The wound on her thigh is manageable. The concern lies in the fact that this young man is attending to his hands on her chest. The injury is located just below the collarbone, slightly to the left. Having already torn her clothing, Casillas has completely lifted it to facilitate his ministrations. Thus, It is only natural that the developing contours of Tina's body are fully exposed to his gaze. Not only does he observe, but during the treatment of the wound, it is inevitable that Casillas' hands occasionally brush against the slight elevation. In an instant, Tina's eyes brim with tears. She struggles to rise. But it is in vain. Casillas firmly presses her back down, and with her strength all but depleted, she obediently lies back down. At this moment, feeling that the wound had been sufficiently cleaned, Casillas spoke to her as if nothing had transpired. Next, we must disinfect it. I am not a doctor, so I can only use strong liquor. I hope you can endure the pain. Although unable to rise, Tina's striking blue eyes were fixed intently on Casillas, as if she wished to devour him whole. Why do you look at me like that? He found it rather peculiar. After a moment's reflection, noticing the exposed areas of her body, Casillas finally grasped the issue at hand. However, he dismissed it entirely, explaining in a casual tone, "You must understand. I am doing this to save you. You have killed a noble, and I have nowhere to find a doctor for you. Moreover, bringing in a doctor would only lead to further scrutiny. In truth, I am akin to a doctor in this instance. To me, you are merely a patient. What is the harm in examining these areas? It's child's play. I'll treat you like a piece of dead pork. It's really no big deal." His words nearly drove Tina to the brink of fury. Yet, Casillas relished in aggravating her. When boredom struck, he sought amusement. In response, Tina clenched her teeth and managed to utter a few words. "Once I recover, I will surely take my revenge on you." "Oh, I shall eagerly await that." Casillas replied with an exaggerated, mischievous grin. "By then, who knows, I might just pin you down. You must realize, even a 13 or 14-year-old child can be dealt with. And I wouldn't mind exploring that. However, you are currently in a fragile state and cannot withstand much more." Tina chose to ignore him, closing her eyes and thinking that if she were indeed like a piece of dead pork, then let him look and touch. One day, this scoundrel would pay for his insolence. He produced a transparent glass bottle containing a liquid as pure as water, high-concentration alcohol. It was said to be a favorite of certain malevolent spirits, and he had prepared it for disinfecting his own wounds if necessary, but unexpectedly, it was first used on someone else. "Bear with it," he warned her, and without hesitation, Casillas poured the alcohol over her wound. Tina shuddered violently. Though drenched from the rain and thoroughly soaked, a flush crept across her face. This is not a belated shame, but rather a desperate effort to endure. She suppressed the urge to scream. "Huh, quite the stoic, aren't you? By the way, you still haven't told me your name. Have you eliminated a heinous noble heroine?" Gritting her teeth, she averted her gaze from Casillas and declared, "Christina." "Ah, a fine name indeed. To be frank, I often hear this name, although I have no idea what it signifies." The name evokes distant memories for Casillas, a flicker of recollection where Christina holds a notable presence. "I am Casillas, your savior." Upon hearing his name, Tina opened her eyes wide and stared intently at him for a moment, seemingly oblivious to her own suffering. Soon, a satisfied smile graced her lips. "How delightful. I now have an additional reason to slay you. You truly are Ronald's daughter, aren't you?" Casillas had sensed a connection earlier, yet he never anticipated such a fortuitous coincidence. Initially, he thought he would have to journey to Frostmoon Village to meet Ronald's daughter. Instead, she had come right to him. Chapter 45. How long has it been since you bathed? Tina fell silent, tightly shutting her eyes. She wished to avoid witnessing her helpless form sprawled on the ground, at the mercy of this detestable fiend. Even if it were mere self-deception, it was the only recourse available to her. "Don't be like that. I saved you." While tending to her wounds, Casillas continued to speak. Unperturbed, "You must be around 13, just a child in my eyes. What is the matter? It won't cost you a piece of flesh, will it? Moreover, although your father is passed, I am not the one who killed him. While I cannot claim it is entirely unrelated to me. You ought to know that he poisoned me as well, and I haven't held that against you. Have I? I even saved you. How much older are you than me? Are you also a child?" Tina could barely tolerate Casillas' incessant prattle and retorted, "Must you constantly remind me that you saved me?" It's quite bothersome. Though her wounds bled considerably, they were neither deep nor extensive. Otherwise, Casillas would have had to resort to stitching her up. Fortunately, he merely needed to apply medicine and wrap her wounds in bandages to accomplish his task. He carried an assortment of supplies, wound ointment, bandages, and spirits, always prepared for any situation. After all, one never knows when certain items might be needed, so he stuffed his pockets with whatever came to mind. After all, he possessed a convenient system space. Aside from the inability to conceal a few individuals, it was a practically flawless function. "Is this how you speak to your savior?" "Little girl, Be cautious, or I might just strip you bare and leave you here. Do you believe me? Casillas threatened ominously. Upon hearing this, Tina shuddered, drenched by the rain. She felt an intense chill stemming from the ruthless sincerity in Casillas' words. As a young girl, she was not only fearful of the possibility that he might follow through on his threat to strip her bare and abandon her here, but she also felt an inexplicable sense of injustice. She was a girl, after all, and had never encountered someone so utterly devoid of compassion. However, she did not reveal her feelings. Instead, she remained silent, watching as Casillas retrieved a towel to dry her off and then wrapped her wounds in gauze. Perhaps a girl of her age in a similar situation would have sobbed uncontrollably, but Tina was different. She considered herself mature, having once urged her father to break free from the clutches of Karamura, believing that serving such a capricious noble would inevitably lead to a fate akin to that of her predecessors. The unfolding reality had proven her correct. Thus, it was Iker Casillas who found himself somewhat uncomfortable under her unwavering gaze. Please, stop looking at me like that. I admit my fault. He lifted the girl into his arms and headed toward the wooden cabin nestled within the forest. Having rescued you, how could I possibly abandon you here? He expressed a certain admiration, noble indeed, to be so decisive in matters of life and death. Such is the nature of human relationships. When one party yields, the other inevitably follows suit. What of nobility? It bleeds a crimson hue. Tina retorted casually, her mind conjuring images of the short-statured nobleman, whose eyes reflected his bewilderment or perhaps his ignorance of the unfolding events, alongside the vivid splatters of blood. You speak so readily, yet here, in this land, nobility stands as the unquestionable pinnacle of society. Look at the aftermath of your actions. The city guards have commenced a thorough search, leaving no refuse unexamined in their pursuit of you. And yet, I remain unapprehended. Tina lifted her gaze to meet Casillas, who held her in a princess carry. Moreover, since you saved me, do you not fear the wrath of the esteemed nobleman? Huh, nobility, indeed, I am terrified. Casillas scoffed, though his tone belied his words, laced with a palpable contempt. As the rain continued to patter softly, Casillas shielded her from most of the downpour, with her head tilted upward. Tina observed the smooth contours of the young man's jaw, though an unpleasant odor wafted from him. Casillas, when was the last time you bathed? You reek. Tina's keen senses discerned the unmistakable scent of neglect that clung to him, prompting her, despite her frail condition and the pain from her wounds, to struggle against his grasp. Her voice dripped with disdain. As a young woman, she could tolerate this insufferable man's harsh words, but she could not abide the foul stench emanating from him as he held her close, even after she had wallowed in the filth of a refuse heap. Her struggles proved futile. Upon entering the dimly lit cabin, Casillas playfully smacked her backside to encourage her compliance. This rendered Tina's gaze even more ferocious. The cabin was furnished with a bed, with straw strewn across the floor. The elevated design, significantly raised above the ground, ensured that the interior remained dry even during rainy days. However, in comparison to the impeccable waterproofing on both the upper and lower sections, its ability to withstand the wind left much to be desired. This place is ill-suited for winter habitation, unless the drafty spots are adequately sealed. The cold winds will render one nearly frozen. He placed her on the ground, which was strewn with dried straw, and Iker Casillas produced several garments identical to those he wore, tossing them to her. After all, he was not a pervert, preparing women's clothing without reason. Had he retrieved a few items of women's clothing and undergarments, the young girl before him would undoubtedly regard him as a deviant. Although, at this moment, the situation did seem somewhat akin. Meeting Tina's disdainful gaze, Casillas lowered his head and sniffed his sleeve, remarking, "It seems there is no odor at all. That lad Hawk has never mentioned any foul smell emanating from me. Perhaps you are mistaken. Now, do enlighten me. How long has it been since you last bathed or changed your clothes?" Tina adjusted her position amidst the hay and pulled the black garments over herself for warmth. Then inquired, I believe it was about a week ago that I last bathed." Casillas reflected, realizing he had been in this country for 8 days, with his last bath occurring before arriving in the kingdom of Goya, meaning it had indeed been over a week. "And what of your own attire? Clothes?" Casillas tugged at his collar, pondering, "I suppose I have worn this for 2 or 3 months." The black fabric was indeed resilient against dirt. Upon closer inspection, one might struggle to discern just how soiled his clothing had become. "Damn it, you filthy bug." Tina recalled her earlier act of sniffing him and nearly retched. "Hurry and bathe, change into fresh clothes. There is a stream outside." Casillas felt a sense of resignation. acknowledging the truth of his prolonged neglect and personal hygiene. He chose not to protest and turned to exit the small wooden cabin. Meanwhile, Tina instinctively glanced at the black garments draped over her, hastily brought them to her nose. And sighed in relief. The warmth enveloping her began to lull her into drowsiness. At this hour, it was already deep into the night. Ordinarily, she would be peacefully slumbering in her bed at this time. Yet today, she had taken a life. Perhaps the nobility believed she had no right to slay a member of their rank, that such an act was beyond her station, but she had done so nonetheless. Moreover, the act had filled her with an unexpected joy. The dagger lay beside her, a constant companion she had refused to part with. And Casillas had picked it up as well. Extending her hand, she grasped the cool hilt, gradually succumbing to the embrace of sleep. The palace was ablaze with light. Brilliant rays illuminated the grand hall belonging to the king, reflecting off the golden walls and ornate decorations, casting a resplendent glow that infused every inch of the space with a divine radiance, a majestic spectacle of unparalleled grandeur. This does not appear to be rustic. For in addition to the golden hue, there exists a plethora of elements rich in historical and artistic significance. For instance, the murals vividly depict each monarch and chronicle every momentous event in the annals of the kingdom's history. This signifies a lineage steeped in history, where venerable nobles take delight in meticulously displaying their ancestors in chronological order, elegantly framed, accompanied by inscribed phrases that extol their illustrious deeds worthy of honor. Each intricate pattern, engraving, and decorative flourish has been painstakingly crafted by the most skilled artisans and the most distinguished designers. Notably, every inch of gold adorning the kingdom's walls and columns is secured with genuine gold leaf rather than a mere facade of paint. Since its completion, each successive monarch has added subtle details to this grand edifice, leading to the demise of many in the process. At the pinnacle of the palace, upon a throne of gold encrusted with a myriad of gemstones, the king, wielding a formidable scepter fashioned from a colossal sapphire, gazes sternly at his ministers. The king, nearing his 60th year, bears the weight of time upon him. At this age, the elderly often find their health in decline. Even if one is adorned in finery and indulged in luxury, and even with the finest physicians tending to their needs, their well-being inevitably deteriorates. The doctors have cautioned him against succumbing to anger, yet the current circumstances leave him no choice but to seethe with rage. A nobleman has been assassinated in broad daylight. And yet, the city guard has been dispatched for nearly 6 hours without apprehending the perpetrator? Pander, the individual in charge of the city guard is your subordinate. Is he not? The powers wielded by the kingdom's ministers are merely divided into finance, civil affairs, judiciary, and military governance, all held in the grasp of various high-ranking nobles. Pander serves as the Minister of Military Affairs. The individual in question possesses a robust physique and is perpetually adorned with a cheerful smile. A stark contrast to the gravitas typically associated with military and political affairs. It would be more fitting to appoint him as the Minister of Finance. Swapping positions with the ever-serious Carimula. His name is Keldon, Your Majesty. Upon the immediate occurrence of the incident, Keldon arrived at the scene. No one could have anticipated that such a violent perpetrator lay hidden in the heart of the town, which is why the culprit was not apprehended without delay. However, I firmly believe that Keldon will not disappoint us, nor will he let Your Majesty down. Pander, with his thinning silver locks, reveals himself to be significantly older than the king, yet his voice resonates powerfully within the Golden Palace. I trust you, Pander, my good friend. The king rose from his seat and descended the steps towards the gathered ministers, stating, We have waited long enough. It is time to return. It is quite late. I am confident that upon awakening tomorrow, Keldon will bring us good news. Unlike the emperors of China, this king is still considerably distant from absolute power, essentially remaining a high-ranking noble. Thus, it is quite customary for him to refer to his ministers and other nobles as my friends. The ministers responded in unison. Carimula and Pander, along with a dozen other nobles, exited the palace. Suddenly, a feeling of writer's block enveloped me. I am unsure why, but I desire to take a day of rest. I shall make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 46. 7 kills in the early morning. Tina awakened from her slumber. Upon opening her eyes, she immediately spotted Casillas seated at the entrance of the wooden cabin, munching on a large red apple with a satisfying crunch. The rain from the previous night had not yet ceased, though it had diminished to a mere drizzle. Would you like to have one? Casillas inquired, producing another apple. Tina shook her head and, with some difficulty, managed to sit up. Although challenging, she succeeded, indicating that Casillas's healing methods had yielded some effect. She was certainly in a better state than the previous day when she could hardly rise at all. You're recovering quite well. This is fortunate. As we have a considerable journey ahead. Curious, Tina asked, where are you taking me? To a safe hiding place, of course. There is a group of bandits on this mountain known as Dayton. Placing you with them should ensure your safety. The kingdom's city guards are unlikely to search the far side of this mountain, and even if they do, I believe it will take some time. And the Dayton family is not easily provoked, Casillas explained extensively. He believed that even though the Dayton family consisted of mere bandits, in these times, being a bandit is no trivial matter. Their strength must be considerable, and they would likely not fear the city guards. Bandits? You intend to send me to such a place? Tina found it hard to believe. Casillas, with a hint of exasperation, reassured her, rest assured. You must know that in this world, there are both virtuous and wicked souls, be they pirates, nobles, or common folk. The Dayton family, I assure you, embodies the benevolent nature of mountain bandits. How can you be so sure? Tina queried skeptically. Well, I have had a brief encounter with them, he boldly fabricated. In truth, the Dayton family indeed possessed the qualities he described, and he was untroubled by the prospect of Tina uncovering his fib when the time came. When shall we set forth? Let us wait a while longer. It would be best to depart when you are capable of walking unaided. I would rather not carry you over this towering mountain, for that would be quite exhausting, Casillas jested, producing a cup and taking a sip before inquiring. Would you care for some sweetened water? This is no ordinary concoction. It is crafted from Hawk's unique abilities. For the time being, neither Hawk nor Casillas had a clear understanding of how to harness his powers for combat. However, Hawk had chosen to apply his abilities to food. Although it imparted only sweetness, that sweetness alone was already delightful. Casillas not only brought along the sweetened water, but also a fair share of these flavored cigarettes. The sensation upon igniting the sweetened tobacco was distinct, and he would occasionally indulge in one. Having gone a while without water, Tina reached out for the cup. The liquid appeared indistinguishable from plain water, yet upon tasting, a continuous cascade of sweetness enveloped her senses, perfectly balanced, leaving her with an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. It is said that humanity's penchant for sweetness is inscribed within our very genes, as sugar is one of the most effective means of replenishing fat reserves. Foods rich in sweetness allowed our ancient ancestors to store energy more efficiently, enabling them to withstand the harshness of nature and fend off famine. Thus, many are drawn to the allure of sweet flavors. While Casillas was uncertain of the validity of this assertion, he lacked the inclination or desire to delve into such trivial matters. The sweetened water, once mere plain water, was simply delightful. Someone is approaching, Casillas suddenly declared. Rising to his feet, Tina, cradling half a cup of sweetened water, cast a puzzled glance at him. Are you daft? It is undoubtedly the city guards commencing their search into the mountains. Casillas retorted, irritation creeping into his tone. It seems we have no time to rest. We must depart immediately, but first we must deal with this squad of city guards. Upon the discovery of two unfortunate city guards, Keldon immediately commanded his subordinates to venture into the Golbo mountain in pursuit of the culprits. This time, however, they would not proceed in pairs, but rather in groups of 20. It was improbable that an injured young girl could inflict such severe injuries. One man had lost a significant portion of his teeth, while another had several ribs broken. There had to be accomplices involved, and they were likely formidable adversaries. Although Casillas' cabin was situated not far into the mountains, it was perched at a higher elevation than where the guards were positioned. Coupled with his remarkable vision and acute hearing, he was aware of their presence. The city guards, clad in waterproof coats to shield their firearms from the elements, fanned out into an irregular line, maintaining a distance of over 10 meters between each individual, ensuring a vast area was within their line of sight, leaving no suspicious nook overlooked. As one guard tread upon the soft ground, laden with decaying leaves and organic matter, he cast a glance towards a comrade to his left, only to be startled by a gunshot. His companion's body stiffened, a spray of unidentified matter erupting from the back of his head as he slowly collapsed to the ground. What was happening? Was that the sound of a gun? Had he been struck in the head? As confusion clouded his mind, darkness engulfed him, and he knew nothing more. A bullet pierced through the toughest part of his skull, tearing away a substantial fragment of bone from the back of his head, liberating a torrent of blood and brain matter from its bony confines. The price of such liberation was his life. The city guard squad was positioned over 200 meters apart at the furthest ends, and aside from the few closest guards. The others only heard the thunderous echoes of 2 gunshots, unaware of the grim fate that had befallen their 2 comrades. It was not until they spotted their remaining allies seeking refuge behind large trees or rocks, gesturing frantically and shouting, that they realized they had come under enemy fire. Another gunshot rang out. A guard hiding behind a tree trunk was struck in the back by a bullet. Although the projectile had lost much of its force after penetrating the thick trunk, it still easily tore through the frail flesh of his body. The tree he had chosen for cover was insufficiently robust. The bullet did not strike the heart, yet it pierced the lung and lodged there. Blood surged from the mouth and nose, flooding the lung lobes, as he weakly turned his gaze toward his comrades, yearning for salvation. However, lying on the ground, his vision was constricted. He could see little beyond the obscured sky, shrouded by the branches of trees. He would soon succumb to drowning in his own blood. Within a brief span, 3 teammates fell, while those near them took refuge behind cover. Meanwhile, comrades further away began to converge cautiously towards the scene, meticulously searching for concealment. Fearful of a bullet that could end their lives, they gradually came to the realization that there was likely only one enemy, with only a single adversary present. What was there to fear? A sense of determination to eliminate this foe began to rise within most, especially within the team leader, a man of rank. He did not ascend through flattery. His marksmanship was exceptional, and his combat skills were lauded within the city guard. Cautiously, he peered from behind a rock, ever ready to retreat. Silence enveloped the area, save for the faint sound of the rain. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The 4th shot marked the fall of the commanding officer, shattering the composure of the more than 10 men present. Someone shouted in anger, rushing from cover. Armed with a flintlock rifle, scanning the surroundings in search of the enemy, eager to take a shot. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bodies collapsed, and once again, silence fell over the jungle. If the captain's death had stripped them of their calm, the demise of these 3 shattered their courage. A chilling sensation coursed from their spines, and the reality of death loomed ominously. The remaining dozen or so men hid in various places, no longer daring to show themselves. In truth, they had only lost 7 men. Casillas did not think it excessive. After finishing a magazine in his Desert Eagle, he reloaded and waited. Seeing that these men seemed truly unwilling to reveal themselves, he descended from the tree. Standing atop a trunk several meters high, he contemplated sniping with a handgun from a distance of 70 or 80 meters. If the enemies could detect him from such a distance, amidst so many leaves and branches, they would indeed be formidable. Yet, even if someone could spot him, their firearms lacked the range necessary, and even if they had such range, their aim would not be precise. Casillas returned to the nearby wooden cabin and said to Tina, clad in matching black attire, "Let us depart." Chapter 47. You are the eunuch. In the few minutes that the city guards, paralyzed with fear, cowered behind their fortifications, Casillas had already carried Tina away from the wooden cabin and was advancing swiftly through the jungle. However, midway through their journey, he lit a cigarette. Tina furrowed her brows. Detesting the acrid scent, "Casillas, could you possibly refrain from smoking? I'm nearly choking." Chuckling, he not only disregarded her plea, but took a deep drag, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Coughing violently, Tina muttered, "Just you wait. Once I'm healed, I'll have my revenge." "I'll be waiting," Casillas replied with a grin, as laughter echoed between them, clearly enjoying the moment. Hours later, Casillas reached the mountain summit. Yet, another challenge awaited him, for he was unaware of the whereabouts of the Dayton family within the mountains. This is quite vexing. He feels as though he has been a fool for not considering this issue until now. This is not a quest for the town of windmills. Upon traversing this mountain, one can catch a distant glimpse of the sea, with the town itself nestled by its shores. The band of mountain thieves known as Dayton may have established their lair in any hidden corner of these hills. The prospect of uncovering their location, relying solely on the slow and laborious search of one's own feet, echoes the tale of the old man moving mountains. Though not as exaggerated, it remains a formidable and time-consuming endeavor. What to do? Just as he pondered this predicament, he caught the faint sound of human presence, breath. Casillas' gaze shifted toward a large tree in the distance, which appeared utterly ordinary, a common sight, one that required several individuals to encircle. However, soon after, a grating voice emerged, drawing nearer. This voice is one that Casillas has heard before, just a few days ago, hence it is quite familiar. A voice calls out, "Ace! Ace! Ace!" The sound reverberated through the jungle, startling numerous birds and creatures, creating considerable chaos. Hiding behind a towering tree, Ace felt as though his head might explode. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have shrugged it off, but now, Casillas wore a knowing smile. Sensing that his fortune had begun to rival that of the protagonist, Just when he found himself at a loss, two individuals capable of providing direction appeared. He positioned Tina against the trunk of a tree before striding toward the colossal tree. As he walked, he called out loudly, "Come out. Don't hide. I know you're there." As soon as he uttered these words, Casillas reached the side of the immense tree, only to be confronted by a steel pipe whistling through the air. He raised his hand to seize the pipe, feeling somewhat bemused. "Ace, I just assisted you. And this is how you repay my kindness?" Emerging from behind the tree, Ace fixed a penetrating gaze on Casillas, his eyes gleaming with menace. He swiftly relinquished the weapon caught in Casillas' grasp, scanning the surroundings for any advantageous elements he might exploit. Though their encounter had been brief, Ace was acutely aware that Casillas was significantly stronger than himself. The voice of Luffy grew increasingly audible. Casillas had already caught sight of him, unlike their last meeting. He now sported a straw hat. In just 4 or 5 days, Redhead has departed, and has Carp already paid a visit? Casillas appeared somewhat distracted. Ace, endowed with an instinctive and acute sense for battle, instantly recognized this fleeting opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward, his fist clenched tightly, aiming for Casillas' groin. With a swift and ruthless strike, he aimed to incapacitate Casillas' prot-chi. He contemplated the situation with clarity, targeting the chest, abdomen, or head would likely yield minimal success given his own capabilities. However, the male anatomy's vulnerable regions presented a different scenario altogether. This particular area, regardless of the feebleness of the force applied, is undeniably a vital target. The impact will surely be significant. However, Casillas is no pushover. His lightning-fast reflexes prompted him to instinctively lower one hand to block Ace's fist, and in the subsequent moment, he felt a chill enveloping his lower regions. Naturally, this incited a surge of anger within him. While he understood that Ace, during this period, regarded nearly all strangers as adversaries, nearly leading to Luffy's demise, his own manhood being threatened compelled Casillas to instinctively muster greater strength for a counterattack. In the next instant, Casillas lifted his foot and kicked Ace, who was considerably shorter, sending him flying into a tree. The collision between Ace and the trunk resonated with a dull thud. The kick nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Luffy happened to witness this scene. "Wow, Uncle, what are you doing? Stop it," he shouted, his straw hat fluttering behind him in the wind created by his swift movement. Casillas had no intention of continuing. He was acutely aware that such a blow was not easily endured. For an ordinary child, this strike could very well result in several broken ribs, with a significant chance of immediate demise. However, Ace was no ordinary 10-year-old. The impact would not inflict severe damage on him, though it might cause some internal displacement or similar injuries. This would incapacitate him temporarily, necessitating a few days of rest for recovery. Luffy knelt beside Ace, anxiously inquiring, "Ace, how are you feeling?" "Don't worry, he won't die." Casillas elegantly adjusted his slightly disheveled attire before lighting a cigarette. After all, who told him to come up here intending to kill? At this moment, Luffy was somewhat bewildered. He had already considered Ace a dear friend, and despite their brief acquaintance, he had also come to regard Casillas as a friend. Now, witnessing their conflict and Ace's injury placed him in a difficult position. "Don't worry. This injury will heal quickly." Noticing Luffy's worried expression, Casillas reassured him. "Really?" Luffy gazed at him with wide eyes, prompting Casillas to reflect on how remarkably innocent he was. Is it truly wise to believe in oneself so readily? Nevertheless, it is, after all, a positive development for one's own sake. Ace gradually regained his senses and, upon noticing Luffy's gaze, began to snort and turned his face away in an attempt to avoid eye contact. He wished to rise, yet the pain from his injury rendered that endeavor quite futile. After much effort, he was still unable to succeed. "Luffy, I seek to find the members of the Dayton family. Would you be able to escort me?" Casillas expressed his desire to expedite the matter, yearning to return to the town of End. "Huh." Luffy, with his adorably foolish expression, finally responded after a brief pause, "Sure." This prompted Ace to cough incessantly. He felt a constriction in his chest, a pent-up pressure that refused to release, causing him considerable discomfort. What is the purpose of this Casillas seeking Dayton? The people of N-Town are notorious for their malevolence, and undoubtedly, Casillas is not a man of virtue either. That fool Luffy. In Chapter 48, National Insult, Casillas carries Tina on his back, while Ace is reluctantly slung over Luffy's shoulders. However, due to Luffy's diminutive stature and Ace's lack of cooperation, Ace's legs drag along the ground, leaving a trail behind them. The path is straightforward. Casillas can already see a large wooden house rising amidst the jungle. The structure is expansive, 2 stories tall, possibly with an attic. By mere estimation, the first floor boasts at least a dozen small rooms. From a distance, Luffy shouts, "I'm back." As his voice echoes, someone emerges from the doorway. "You two brats would be better off not returning," Dayton exclaims with disdain, her mouth perpetually holding a cigarette, flapping as she speaks. That old geezer Carp is truly a rascal. One ace is already enough, and he sends his grandson back too. As the leader of the mountain bandits, Dayton possesses a robust physique. To describe her build, the word broad suffices. It is said that she was quite the beauty in her youth, reminding Casillas of Big Mom, who was also said to have been attractive in her younger days. Thus, it seems that as women mature, they undergo transformations that are hard to define. Dayton, a coarse woman, spat on the ground before noticing that Ace was being carried back by Luffy. This was indeed peculiar, not to mention Ace's formidable abilities. There were hardly any beasts in these mountains that could pose a threat to him, yet here he was, being carried back by Luffy. In just a few days, Ace's attitude towards Luffy remains unchanged, dismissive as ever. After observing the two individuals she was most concerned about, she finally noticed Casillas and the girl he was carrying, who was fixedly gazing at her. "You brat, what are you doing here?" As she spoke, the brown beads hanging around Dayton's neck swayed, producing a faint sound of friction. Meanwhile, the cigarette in her mouth remained steadfast, seemingly glued to her lips despite her animated speech. Honestly, what Casillas envied most was this ability. He still could not manage to hold a cigarette while performing such exaggerated movements with his mouth. "I would like her to stay here for a while," Casillas said with a smile. However, before he could finish, he noticed Dayton's expression darken instantaneously, her orange hair contrasting starkly with her newfound scowl. "Brat, this is not a place for children," Dayton bellowed. "I am a mountain bandit. This is the lair of the Dayton family. You little brat. Take your people and get lost." A few individuals emerged from the shadows, clamoring excitedly, among them a diminutive bandit named Goya, who bore a striking resemblance to an Arab with his head wrapped in cloth. Casillas shrugged, retrieving a bulging small pouch from his pocket and shaking it lightly. "In exchange for your promise to look after her, this money is yours." A profound silence enveloped the scene. Even Luffy, who had initially intended to interject on behalf of Dayton and the others, found himself momentarily speechless, the sudden quietude rendering him unable to voice his thoughts. Confusion clouded his mind. What was transpiring? Dayton wrestled with her inner turmoil. The flesh on her face twitched as she heard the unmistakable clinking of coins within the pouch. Gold coins. This bag must contain millions of berry. Although she too was a notorious mountain bandit with a bounty in the millions, the Dayton family's circumstances were far from favorable. The primary reason being that Carp had been keeping a close watch on them. Additionally, with the responsibility of caring for Ace, even though Ace could occasionally procure some food, they still had to purchase staple supplies, for a diet solely consisting of meat would lead to malnutrition. Moreover, the presence of Luffy, a mere 7-year-old boy, had exacerbated their situation. He consumed far more than any of them. The Dayton family had not seen a substantial sum of money in years, having been devoid of a steady income for so long. And now, this was gold, an invaluable currency in the underworld. With difficulty, Dayton swallowed hard, feeling someone tugging at her side. Turning to see Goya, she crouched down to his level, allowing him to whisper a few words into her ear. This scene is somewhat comical. However, Casillas remains unfazed. Unsurprisingly, Dadong reluctantly inquires, "Well, how long will she stay?" The duration remains uncertain, and during this time, her safety must be ensured. Observing the effectiveness of the golden barrage, Casillas feels a surge of joy and becomes notably generous. As long as her safety is guaranteed, there will be rewards to follow. Money holds little significance for him. A mere 1 million belly is trivial. Even if he were to grant Dadong's family an additional 2 million, he would not bat an eye. The exorbitant profits from arms dealing render such sums a mere drop in the bucket. For the first time, he experiences the sensation of wealth in his previous life. He was an ordinary individual, devoid of the means to indulge in such pleasures. When a bag of gold coins finds its way into Dadong's hands, the band of brigands displays broad smiles, including Dadong himself. As Dadong lifts the immobile Tina, she casts an anxious glance towards Casillas, though she is reluctant to admit it. Casillas is her sole support at this moment. This left her in a state of conflict. However, it mattered little when Casillas, with a gentle smile, reached out to stroke her head and reassured her, "Do not worry, in due time, I shall return for you. Rest easy and focus on your recovery here." Following such words, her anxious heart found solace. "Uncle Yes, are you truly leaving?" Luffy asked, visibly reluctant, proudly displaying the lighter Casillas had gifted him. Look, I've taken great care of it. With Luffy's persistent inquiries, Casillas reluctantly poured a glass of sweet water, and upon tasting it, Luffy exuberantly declared it delightful, allowing him to take his leave. Having completed his tasks and finding little reason to linger, Casillas swiftly vanished into the forest. Ace was being carried inside by a few mountain bandits, and at that moment, he seemed to recall something, turning to Dayton to say, "This man is no good. He recently appeared in the town of Duan, and taking on the responsibility of caring for this woman is merely courting trouble." Dayton, slapping Ace on the head, showed no concern for his potential foolishness, delighting instead in the freshly acquired gold coins. Their future days promised to be much improved. And if she could care for the young girl well, even more riches would follow. TSK, noting Dayton's inability to heed his warnings. Ace turned away in frustration as the bandits carried him into the house. Luffy, still clutching his cup, scampered in after them, continuously calling out, "Hey, Ace, would you like to try this? It's really good. There is still half left. I'll give it all to you. What do you say? Want to taste it?" Once the subordinates and the two troublesome children were inside, Dayton lowered her gaze to the girl who was staring at her. With a gentle demeanor and soothing tone, she inquired, "Your name is Tina, correct? What happened to your injuries?" "I killed a nobleman, and his subordinates struck me twice," Tina replied in a calm voice. As if discussing the previous evening's meal, Dayton, taken aback, questioned, "What did you say?" After a moment, the mountains of Golbo echoed with the harrowing cry of a woman, so coarse that even the distant Casillas could hear it. WCNMLGB. Chapter 49. A suggestion regarding the true culprit on the way back. Casillas once again encountered the gathering place of the wanderers. During the day, few souls could be seen. In their precarious existence, everyone capable of walking, regardless of age, must venture out to seek sustenance, scavenging through refuse. The city guard's search of this area should have concluded the previous night. After all, it was merely a dilapidated shanty, revealing nothing but trash upon a cursory glance. Undoubtedly, the city guards assigned to such a task, whether they be ordinary soldiers or officers, do not wish to squander excessive time in this place. Casillas made no prolonged stay here, in contrast to the seemingly unchanged gathering of vagabonds. The town of Duan has descended into chaos. Some houses have had their doors forcibly removed by the city guards. On the uneven streets, traces of blood can still be seen. Invariably, there are individuals who, unable to discern the circumstances, refuse to relinquish their possessions, ultimately losing everything. Even after a night has passed, the city guards remain, with soldiers still patrolling. Similarly, in the refuse heap at the uncertain terminus, squads of soldiers continuously traverse the area, resembling diligent ploughmen, resolute in their pursuit of the perpetrator. These matters are within the comprehension of Casillas. However, what eludes his understanding is how his very doorstep has been surrounded by the city guards. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that these armed men, brandishing flintlock rifles, appear to be stationed as sentinels. As he approaches, one of the guards, with a stern expression, steps forward and inquires, "Who goes there?" "I am the owner of this residence," Casillas replies, raising his hands in a gesture of compliance, smiling in the face of the pointed weapon. Upon hearing his words, the guard retreats to the side of the door, ceasing any further movement. What a model of unwavering duty this soldier is, Casillas muses, reflecting that had it not been for the presence of several hundred city guards surrounding the town, he might have drawn his weapon and offered the man a bullet for his trouble. Pushing the door open, he is met with the anticipated sight of a man who bears the unmistakable air of nobility, seated at a table, a cigar clenched between his teeth as he exhales plumes of smoke. Beside him stands a woman of striking beauty, attending to his needs. This individual has evidently gained weight, although a faint trace of his robust physique from his youth remains visible. However, it is largely overshadowed by his plump visage and burgeoning abdomen. His once lustrous golden hair has begun to gradually turn a shade of gray. The man turned towards Casillas, exclaiming, "Ah, pardon my indiscretion, Mr. Casillas." He rose and offered a slight bow. "I have trespassed into your abode without the consent of the master. However, I find myself in need of temporary shelter, and I trust you shall not hold it against me." He appeared exceedingly courteous, yet it was evident that this demeanor was a mere fade. His insistence on politeness stemmed from an awareness of the potentially clandestine connection between Casillas and the affluent noble, Karimla. Deep down, however, he harbored a sense of disdain for Casillas, for he was a noble, while Casillas was not. This is also the reason he boldly intruded here, treating it as his temporary command center and resting place. Hawk approached Casillas and whispered a few explanations. "Haha. It is indeed an honor to have a distinguished nobleman in attendance. Casillas instantly broke into a smile. However, I must apologize. For this place is certainly far too humble compared to your residence. His reaction pleased and comforted Keldon. In Keldon's eyes, regardless of the connection this individual had with the great noble Karamura, since he was not yet a noble himself, he should maintain such an attitude in his presence. Casillas straightened his somewhat disheveled attire, took a seat on the opposite side of the table, and glanced at the tall glass goblets, the red wine, and the ashtray already filled with numerous ashes. With a smile, he inquired, "My lord Keldon, have you yet apprehended the audacious murderer who dared to challenge noble authority?" At the mention of this, Keldon could not help but display a look of irritation. "There is nothing I can do. That despicable commoner, that ruffian, has vanished without a trace, and as of now, I have lost 7 of my men in the Golbo Mountains." "What? Does this murderer have accomplices?" Casillas exclaimed in surprise, but inwardly thought about how he would soon learn of even more fatalities, having encountered a few on his way back. It seems that indeed there is more than one person involved. Keldon remained oblivious to the fact that the very man before him was the instigator behind the demise of his 7 subordinates. And he complained without awareness, "I have already dispatched several men into the mountains, hoping they will bring me good news. However, I must also guard against the possibility that this band of commoners has slipped back into the refuse hills or returned to the town. So I cannot abandon the search here. My lord Keldon, you truly bear a heavy burden." As he spoke these words, Casillas wore a sincere expression of admiration and concern. "But have you considered, my lord Keldon, what if they have already crossed the mountains and fled to an unknown location?" The statement seemed to resonate deeply with Keldon's inner turmoil. He exuded an aura of anxiety and despair, lamenting, "Alas, I can only do my utmost." Casillas lit a cigarette for himself, gazing at Keldon's visage, and cautiously continued his discourse. "I believe, my lord, you must be wary of such eventualities. In fact, it appears to me that there exists a far more advantageous alternative." "What?" Keldon, distractedly stroking the woman beside him, responded absently. However, Casillas' subsequent words caused his eyes to widen in astonishment. "I have heard that the perpetrator is a red-haired girl, likely around 12 or 13 years of age." Pausing momentarily, Casillas exhaled a plume of smoke and added, "You see, since no one knows her identity, all you need to do is capture a red-haired girl, is it not?" This is a rather straightforward matter, so simple that Keldon suddenly realized, lamenting his previous fear of the king's accountability for so long, how he had not thought of this alternative. The girl with red hair was not difficult to find. The simplest approach was to seek out the slave traders, who possessed a variety of slaves to cater to the demands of the nobility and the wealthy. In an instant, Keldon comprehended this and burst into a hearty laugh. "Mr. Casillas, you are remarkable, truly remarkable. This resolves a significant dilemma for me. I owe you a favor." Tears of mirth nearly escaped his eyes as he chuckled, only to be momentarily choked by his cigar smoke, prompting the woman standing beside him to gently pat his robust back. "A favor? What value does that hold?" Casillas silently scoffed. For him, Keldon's favor as a minor noble was negligible. Certainly, it might hold some merit, but that would be a concern for another time. The sudden inspiration he provided Keldon was merely to ensure Tina's safety. The death of a noble in broad daylight, with the perpetrator escaping, posed an issue of reputation among the aristocracy. Even without Casillas' suggestion, the nobles, unable to apprehend the murderer, would have eventually conceived this solution. Once the culprit was dead, everything would be resolved. Thus, the pursuit of the true culprit is likely to gradually fade into obscurity. Should the nobles begin to employ such methods to punish the murderer in a few days, the city guards, who have been scouring the mountains, will likely discover that Tina, the perpetrator, is indeed in the possession of the Dodots, even if the noble lords previously deemed it too costly to eliminate the Dayton family. The discovery of Tina would change the equation. With the identification of the murderer by Curtin, the city guards would naturally retreat, effectively resolving the issue at hand. Filled with excitement, Curtin promptly decided to depart in search of the true culprit. Seizing the opportunity of his farewell, Casillas handed him a small package. Ordinarily, a commoner presenting him with any item would be met with reluctance from Curtin. However, given that Casillas had just rendered him significant assistance, he accepted it without hesitation. As he stepped outside, he tore open a small corner of the paper wrapping, only to swiftly rewrap it, ensuring that none of those nearby caught sight of its contents. Inside was a thick bundle of banknotes, amounting to at least 1 million belly, judging by its substantial thickness. The exterior, shrouded in layers of paper, concealed the true nature of the contents. Reflecting on Casillas's beaming smile, Curtin mused, "Indeed, what an astute individual." Chapter 50. The Truth of the World After Curtin's Departure. Casillas felt a twinge of regret for his financial outlay. He currently possessed just over 2 million in cash. Nevertheless, this was of little concern. In a couple of days, after completing the transaction of 3,000 goods, he would recoup his losses, potentially amassing over 100 million belly, significantly more than at his peak. Thus, he was quite liberal with his expenditures, gifting 1 million to the Dayton family and another million to Lord Curtin. If all went as anticipated, he would gain a new subordinate, who could potentially become a formidable female swordsman. The minor inconvenience and financial expenditure were entirely justifiable. Consequently, Casillas's spirits soared, and he began to sing with a tuneless voice, "Moonlight hue, the scent of women. On this battlefield of worldly affairs, who among the myriad can claim kingship? Through the trials of love, who dares to intrude? Gazing at the bright moon, my heart feels desolate." Just as Casillas became engrossed in his song, relishing the sensation of reclaiming his former glory in the karaoke room, an untimely noise interrupted him. Hawk stood awkwardly in place, holding a tray that was now bare, with shards of glass and a liquid speckled with orange pulp scattered on the floor. "Boss, I apologize." Casillas waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no consequence. However, as he lit a cigarette and took a puff, Hawk curiously inquired, "Boss, what song were you just singing? The language seemed unfamiliar to me." In the world of pirates, a universal language is propagated by the world government. Yet numerous local dialects exist, albeit rapidly fading into obscurity. For adventurers and merchants in this realm, the barrier of language is seldom a hindrance. "That is the language of my hometown," Casillas remarked. At the mention of this, he seemed to pierce through the haze before him, once again envisioning the splendid neon lights flickering all around, colossal steel beasts traversing the expansive, smooth black pavement, and towering skyscrapers rising 100 meters into the sky, rendering individuals insignificantly small. Casillas harbored a disdain for his homeland, for it was devoid of cherished memories, overshadowed instead by exhaustion, numbness, injustice, helplessness, and jealousy. In his hometown, he was merely an ordinary man, constantly encountering obstacles. Perhaps a faint sense of longing persisted for the relatives he had not seen in ages. But nothing could withstand the relentless passage of time. At least for now, Casillas no longer reminisced about them as he once did. During his moment of introspection, Hawk quietly cleaned up the shards of glass from the floor and brought over a fresh glass of juice. After taking a sip, Casillas could not help but exclaim, "Delicious." "Of course. I scoured the entire central street to find the finest and freshest oranges, and I squeezed it myself." Hawk's face radiated a sense of pride. In any case, Casillas was quite satisfied. The orange juice was indeed delightful, perhaps enhanced by some of Hawk's own experimentation to elevate its flavor. However, it soon became apparent to Casillas that Hawk seemed to be grappling with something he wished to express but hesitated. He could easily surmise what Hawk intended to say, and the outcome was precisely as he anticipated. "Boss, why did you suggest that to Keldon? Though it does not concern us directly, it's just that." "But boss, he will pin the blame on an innocent girl." Hawk's confusion was palpable. Casillas understood that Hawk was a kind-hearted individual, and thus he could foresee his reaction. "Hawk, your concern for ordinary and innocent people is commendable," Casillas stated, pinching the cigarette but between his fingers, his demeanor unwavering, neither angered nor smiling, but rather serious. "However, you must first comprehend your own standing. Hawk, how much influence do you believe your boss currently holds in this country?" Just as Hawk was about to respond, he was cut off. "Let me enlighten you, Hawk. I remain utterly insignificant in this nation, even if Karimula collaborates with me for his own gain. The moment he can extricate himself from the need for my supplies, say, by replicating the Desert Eagle, I will be rendered worthless. In the blink of an eye, countless city guards will surround us with cannons. Do you understand? Do not suggest that I can withstand cannon fire. The mere presence of 100 city guards armed with muskets surrounding this room renders our escape impossible. Unlike Jack the Ripper, I cannot disregard the ordinary musket ball. Do you understand? Therefore, in matters such as these, refrain from meddling. Do not presume that my involvement in some minor noble's affairs at the rubbish heap grants me the liberty to interfere in this nationally significant issue, which is under the scrutiny of both nobility and the king. I cannot perfectly shield the perpetrator, at the very least. A scapegoat must be offered to preserve the facade that the nobles cherish, and it is of utmost importance that my role in this matter remains undisclosed. Do you comprehend?" Hawk stood speechless, his mouth agape, unable to gather his thoughts. "Hawk, you cherish justice, do you not?" Casillas finally remarked. "Yet, there is a statement by an individual that I hold in high regard, for it embodies the most accurate truth. Justice must prevail. For it is the victor who embodies righteousness, while the vanquished are eternally deemed malevolent. The timeless axiom that the victor is king while the defeated are but brigands is evident upon a mere glance through the annals of history. Casillas is not a virtuous man, yet he does not consider himself a villain either. If it were possible to conclude this matter swiftly without sacrificing an innocent life, he would be most pleased. However, the reality is that he lacks the capability, or more precisely, the strength, to do so. Had he possessed sufficient power, akin to Doflamingo's ability to usurp a nation, it would have been a trivial task. Yet, he does not wield such strength. Thus, when personal power is insufficient, he must seek greater gains and acquire more allies. Extinguishing his cigarette and observing the dazed Hawk, Casillas began to contemplate when Lucian and Gray would return. His decision to refrain from recruiting the local ruffians in the town stemmed from his desire to build his own power with the pirates who make their living at sea. Primarily, these individuals are steeped in bloodshed, far superior to the feeble thugs outside the town. Furthermore, those of the sea tend to yield to the strong. For the most part, securing the allegiance of these outlaws merely requires defeating and capturing them. Casillas is confident that in terms of personal strength, he can consistently outclass everyone. He requires this confidence. Should he falter in strength, without the need for justification, both Gray and Lucian, who recently joined him, would likely abandon him. For they allied with him solely due to his formidable prowess. Their brief acquaintance lacks deep emotional ties, and it is plausible that they might abscond with many of his possessions. Ultimately, the only one who might remain by his side, even to face death together, is Hawk. This is the true face of the world, compelling Casillas to strive relentlessly. By the age of 15, he had already surpassed the capabilities of the majority of adults. Chapter 51. The Guild and Reflections on Ability. As Casillas sat by the waterlogged area in the backyard, immersing his feet in the water and continuously exercising his abilities to freeze and boil the water in a perpetual cycle, Hawk approached with a platter of peeled and sliced fruits. It appeared he had come to a realization. "Boss, there is something I forgot to mention." Hawk placed the fruit platter beside him and recalled, after the city guard's search concluded last night, Liddell paid a visit. "Was it for Ronald's daughter?" "Indeed," Hawk nodded. "He hopes we can assist him in locating the girl named Tina and ensure her safety. But," Casillas, munching on a piece of apple, interjected, "you guessed correctly. I rescued Christina and sent her to the mountain bandits. For now, she is safe. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't need to concern myself with this mess. The nobles want to kill a murderer. What does that have to do with me? Should we inform Liddell about this? Not for now. What difference does it make if he finds out? He offers us no assistance and might instead heighten the risk of exposure." Casillas shook his head, gazing at the water that alternately froze, melted, and boiled due to excessive heating, pondering Liddell's usefulness. Perhaps he would serve as an informant when the time came to eliminate Carimula? Frankly, he doubted this would be of significant help. Individuals like Liddell and Ronald could never gain Carimula's true trust. When Casillas sought to eliminate Carimula, it would necessarily be with a tangible advantage in strength. If lacking sufficient power, as is the case now, what could Liddell do to kill Carimula? Poison the great noble? Or draw a gun to shoot him during a meeting? Entering Gowtown would require a search, and even accessing Carimula's mansion would entail another search. Success was nearly impossible. Perhaps he could receive loyalty from his subordinates. Regardless, Casillas regarded Liddell as an inconsequential presence, which is why he had not sought a personal meeting with him over the past few days. It was better to devote that time to honing his devil fruit abilities. "Hawk, I believe we need to commence our actions." Having finished the fruits, Casillas exhaled with relief and stated, "Aren't you skilled in commerce? Thus, establish a guild and utilize your expertise." "A guild?" Hawk was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that his future endeavors alongside Casillas would revolve around bloodshed, yet unexpectedly, the boss suggested he form a guild. "Precisely." Casillas stretched lazily. Upon reflection, "Since you excel in this, go ahead and venture into business. Certainly, I require your assistance in these matters. Once Lucian establishes contact with another buyer, he will arrange for ships and personnel. It is preferable that the personnel from the trading company do not consist entirely of pirates. It would be wise to recruit from wanderers and ordinary folk. With vessels and crew at hand, commerce can commence. In the present era, the tumultuous seas present the greatest challenges for merchants, imposing the highest barriers to entry. Conducting business on land is not particularly arduous, yet the profit margins are often meager. What, then, constitutes a lucrative venture? Undoubtedly, it involves transporting abundant goods from areas of surplus to regions where such items are scarce, thereby commanding elevated prices. However, even in the East Sea, where pirate forces are relatively weak, the prevalence of marauders remains staggering. Moreover, are pirates the sole threat on the high seas? Certainly not. Merchant ships and naval warships also pose considerable risks. At the right moment and location, anyone might engage in plunder. On the ocean, should one eliminate individuals or sink vessels? Who can ascertain whether the assailants are indeed pirates? Thus, it is implausible for an ordinary person to procure a ship and some cargo to venture into trade without considerable forethought. One must also employ individuals capable of safeguarding themselves and the cargo against adversaries, while ensuring that this entourage does not turn against you and seize everything for themselves. Either one must possess substantial financial resources or connections to acquire effective permits that can safeguard against pirate raids and other threats. Otherwise, one should not harbor lofty aspirations. Engaging in maritime commerce is inherently perilous. Upon the establishment of the trading company, the foremost task shall be to assist in the transportation of arms, while also exploring ancillary business opportunities. I believe procuring a sea pass from Carimula should not pose a significant challenge, even if he declines. As long as we have sufficient manpower, armed with my Desert Eagle, we can navigate various locales across the East Sea with confidence. Hawk did not hesitate for long and promptly agreed. Understood. I shall prepare immediately. However, conducting business is not a trivial endeavor. He must first familiarize himself with numerous details, such as what commodities sell well in the kingdom of Goya and what items are in demand in other nations. Navigating the maritime routes requires skilled navigators. Where can they be employed? Which trading companies operate throughout the East Sea? To which factions do they belong? From this moment onward, Hawk must commence his preparations, delving into a wealth of information. Meanwhile, Casillas remained by the poolside, occasionally indulging in morsels of freshly cut fruit or lighting a cigarette. After Hawk's departure, his thoughts shifted to his temperature manipulation abilities. Might some knowledge acquired in a past life regarding temperature prove beneficial? This matter is indeed difficult to ascertain. For instance, Luffy's rubber serves as an insulator, effectively countering lightning. However, does this imply that rubber is entirely impervious to electricity? Certainly not. When the current and voltage reach a substantial threshold, it is quite feasible for rubber to become charred and incinerated. Yet, when confronted with Enel's lightning fruit abilities, Luffy is seemingly immune. This phenomenon may have numerous explanations, such as the notion that Luffy's rubber possesses properties distinct from ordinary rubber, or perhaps Enel's colossal attacks, purportedly generating millions of volts, do not actually yield such immense voltage and are merely theatrical displays. To illustrate a simpler example, consider Kizaru and his fruit abilities, which I believe is referred to as the Pika Pika Nomi. This power allows him to transform into light, enabling him to move at the speed of light and strike with that same velocity. However, the question arises, does he truly attain light speed? In my view, he does not, for if he genuinely possessed the ability to move at light speed, Kizaru could potentially obliterate this planet with a mere kick, or even traverse the realms of Dragon Ball with ease. This may be attributed to the fact that when Kizaru needs to reach the speed of light, his body must convert into light itself. Since light lacks physical form, generating tangible force becomes a daunting challenge. He must either produce sufficient heat or revert to physical form just before making contact, a process that likely incurs a loss of that light speed, causing him to decelerate. Furthermore, regarding the Magu Magu Nomi, if I recall correctly, the temperature of magma typically ranges around 2,000 to 3,000 degrees Celsius. Such temperatures seem questionable in comparison to the Mera Mera Nomi's capabilities. The temperature of flames does not cease at that level. According to rudimentary knowledge gleaned from educational videos, flames are plasma, and the sun's flames also consist of plasma, achieving temperatures in the thousands of degrees. For Ace, reaching such extreme heat is not insurmountable, especially considering his prowess, as he could serve as the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates, indicating his fruit's development is formidable. So, why is Akaina able to suppress Ace's flames? Is it due to the tangible nature of his abilities? I believe not. Rather, it is likely that the temperature of his magma is indeed superior. Of course, there could also be disparities in physical strength and haki that contribute to this dynamic. These are merely conjectures. Perhaps it is only when he has the opportunity to confront these formidable beings that he will discern whether such speculations hold any truth. Although he remains uncertain about the applicability of his previous life's knowledge of physics in the development of these abilities, Casillas is resolute in his pursuit of this avenue. He begins to recollect that he has encountered certain texts that elucidated the essence of temperature. What causes the fluctuations in temperature? It seems he is on the brink of grasping the elusive thread of memory. What was it? Suddenly, a series of knocks at the door interrupts his reverie. This left Casillas somewhat vexed. He felt he was on the brink of recollection, tantalizingly close, as if merely breaking through a thin veil would unveil the truth. Many may find themselves in similar predicaments, struggling to recall something that seems just within reach, requiring only a little more effort to grasp. Hawk had stepped out, leaving Casillas to answer the door himself. As he opened it, his mood was rather sour, for he harbored an almost instinctive premonition that grasping this elusive thought might greatly enhance his capabilities. However, his train of thought was abruptly interrupted, and now, as he pondered, he found himself devoid of any inkling. Thus, upon opening the door, his demeanor was grim, his gaze tinged with a hint of ferocity. If he could, he would have liked nothing more than to shoot the knocker on the spot. Chapter 52. The search. The visitor was Apolly, the steward of Calimura, whom Casillas had encountered twice before. Upon seeing Casillas open the door, Apolly slightly bowed and promptly stated his purpose. Mr. Casillas, the esteemed Lord Calimura requests your presence. What does he want? Casillas addressed Calimura directly, which caused Apolly's brow to furrow momentarily, though it soon relaxed. Maintaining his respectful demeanor, he replied, I am not privy to the details. You shall find out upon your arrival. Without further deliberation, Casillas nodded in acquiescence, turned, and donned his black overcoat before following Apolly. To his surprise, he discovered that the noble steward had brought a carriage. It was the very same carriage he had seen during his initial encounter with Calimura, a detail that lingered in his memory. Under Apolly's courteous assistance, Casillas ascended into the lavishly appointed carriage. Opposite him sat a scantily clad woman, who, upon his settling down, immediately bowed her head deeply, revealing more than was perhaps appropriate. Faced with such a scenario, Casillas felt no embarrassment, nor did he flush with heat. While not an expert in the company of women, he was far from a novice. Such a scene was merely commonplace to him. As the carriage commenced its slow journey, the woman straightened up, reaching for a cigar from a nearby tray, preparing to cut it with a cutter. Casillas halted her. I do not favor cigars. Do you have cigarettes? She paused briefly, placing the deep brown cigar back into the tray, then opened a nearby box to retrieve a beautifully packaged, albeit unadorned, pack of cigarettes. With practiced ease, she tore open the seal, but just as she was about to proceed, she found her hand suddenly empty. In a swift motion, Casillas snatched the cigarette from her grasp, extracting a pristine white roll and placing it between his lips. The woman, taken aback by the scene before her, quickly regained her composure, being a trained professional. She seized the lighter and ignited a flame. Soon, she observed that Casillas's cigarette had been lit. The bright tip of the cigarette dimmed, and wisps of white smoke gracefully ascended into the air. She found it perplexing. She had distinctly not seen him place the cigarette in his mouth or perform any other actions, yet it had inexplicably ignited. Initially, Casillas had not possessed such proficiency. However, as his mastery of the temperature fruit's abilities grew, he began to effortlessly apply the technique of raising only a portion of an object's temperature upon contact. The smaller the object, the more adept he became. He could instantaneously ignite the tip of a cigarette without needing to touch the end with his hand. Casillas drew back the curtain and gazed outside. The people on the street mostly kept their distance or bowed their heads in respect as the carriage approached, only to disperse once it had passed. Although this was a dignified town, even the local ruffians dared not disregard the nobility's authority. The woman quietly extinguished the lighter and returned it to the tray, only to hear the man across from her exclaim, "Nobility truly is enviable." Of course it is, she mused. If only she had been born into a noble family, she would not have been captured by slave traders, forced to tirelessly learn various etiquette skills, ultimately to become merely a higher-ranking slave after years of effort. As a slave, she possessed striking beauty and an array of skills honed through extensive training. Unlike some of her peers who toiled in squalid conditions, subsisting on meager, spoiled meals, she was fortunate, yet also unfortunate, for like all slaves, she lacked both freedom and dignity. Casillas's voice interrupted her reverie. "What is your name? Are you a slave?" "I am Sasha, my lord," she replied, her golden hair cascading down to her shoulders. As for the second question, she remained silent. She did not wish to utter that word. Casillas understood this as an implicit acknowledgement. "Where are you from?" Sasha pondered momentarily before shaking her head. "I was taken by slave traders when I was very young." "I do not remember." "Is that so?" Casillas replied, offering no further words. Sasha's dark eye scrutinized the man before her, and after a while, she recalled that such a gaze was quite impolite. Had he been her master, she likely would have faced punishment by now. Thus, she hurriedly lowered her head, instinctively arranging the items on the nearby tray. The tray was adorned with a layer of exquisite silk, upon which lay red wine, elegant goblets, cigars, and a lighter. Her role, particularly during her master's outings, was to serve him in every conceivable manner. It was said that the previous slave who undertook similar duties had met a grim fate, which caused her companions to hesitate and ultimately left this task to her. For Sophia, she found this duty rather agreeable. Even if she were to meet the same end as the former female slave, it was preferable to being summoned to the master's bed or being offered to some repulsive, corpulent noble. She was unaware of the identity of the person before her, but it was evident that he was an individual of considerable significance. As a high-ranking noble, Carimula would not use his carriage for just anyone, indicating that this person was far from ordinary. However, Sophia had no inclination to delve deeper into his identity. The carriage soon made its way into the central street, finally halting before the gates of the high town. The soldiers of the city guard, initially intent on inspecting the carriage, recognized the family crest and, upon noticing the impatient gesture from Appley seated at the front, allowed them to pass without further ado. If the central street could be described as neat and tidy, then High Town was immaculate, gleaming as if newly polished. Casillas observed slaves, shackled and bearing sweeping tools, patrolling a stretch of road. Should they spot a fallen leaf or a speck of dust, they would meticulously clean it. He had even heard that if a noble lord were to drop a handkerchief, and it became soiled, a contingent of the slaves responsible for maintaining cleanliness would face execution. The veracity of the rumor remained uncertain to Casillas. It could indeed hold a kernel of truth, or it might simply be the fabrication of idle gossip mongers. Just as he began to feel a twinge of ennui while seated in the carriage, the butler, Appley, opened the partition at the front of the carriage and addressed Casillas. "Mr. Casillas, we have arrived." Stepping down from the carriage, he found himself before a magnificent edifice, towering impressively with an estimated height of 4 or 5 stories, exuding an overall aesthetic beauty. Here, the city guards are stationed. As Casillas stepped forward, 2 guards hastily approached him, rudely blocking his path. "Apologies. For the safety of the noble lord, a search is necessary." The so-called 7th-rank officials before the chancellor. These soldiers bore their rifles with an air of arrogance, casting a disdainful glance at Casillas. The unperturbed Appley followed closely behind. Casillas chuckled softly. "Is this how you treat your guests, Lord Carimula?" "My apologies, Mr. Casillas. A search is a requisite procedure. Please surrender your weapons, as per the rules," Appley explained. "Ah, rules, indeed. I shall certainly abide by them. Appley, I trust you won't mind if I take matters into my own hands?" Appley's expression shifted, and just as he was about to respond, he witnessed Casillas move with a blur, executing an almost imperceptible motion that sent both guards sprawling to the ground. They bore no visible wounds, yet they struggled momentarily before failing to rise again. At least they were not dead. Before Appley could even exhale in relief, he saw Casillas draw forth the silver desert eagle. "Wait," he cried out, but it was already too late. Chapter 53. Do you wish to become a noble? With 2 gunshots, the guards lost something of great significance. Casillas aimed with precision, the bullets of the desert eagle piercing through the base of their 3rd leg, severing it from its owner, akin to a eunuch's operation. He did not take lives. The sudden turn of events left the stationed city guards in a state of bewilderment, unsure of how to react. In truth, the actions of these 2 individuals were directed by the steward, Appley. Otherwise, the guards, not lacking in intelligence, would have recognized that Casillas had descended from the carriage of Carimula, understanding immediately that he was no ordinary person. Appley represented the will of Carimula, and thus the guards were aware that this individual surely did not share a favorable relationship with Carimula, which led them to comply with Appley's instructions. It was merely an act of humiliation, with no intention of violence. Consequently, 2 unfortunate souls lost their manhood. The other guards, witnessing the blood swiftly spreading beneath the 2 men on the ground, accompanied by their wretched cries, could not help but shudder, a chill lingering in a certain part of their anatomy. "They do not respect me, thus I shall impart a lesson," Casillas remarked, puffing out his chest as if he had discharged a firearm without smoke, smiling at Appley beside him and inquiring, "You have no objections, I trust?" "Of course not." Appley felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would not have resorted to such petty actions, not anticipating this individual's vehement reaction. Even if a few city guards were to perish, neither Appley nor Carimula would care. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that this was at the doorstep of Carimula, and the ones being reprimanded were indeed Carimula's lackeys. The steward could foresee that he would likely face punishment, as this incident tarnished Carimula's reputation, and word of it would become a source of mockery among other noble families. As for Carimula, it was unlikely he would unleash his fury upon Casillas. The humiliation would likely be directed at Apolly instead. Thus, he regretted his actions, yet regret was futile. Apolly, with an irritable tone, instructed the two guards to drag away the unconscious men, while the blood would soon be dealt with by slaves. Do not be angry. I shall still adhere to the rules, Casillas said with a carefree smile, handing his desert eagle to one of the guards. At Apolly's subtle signal, the guard hesitantly accepted the desert eagle and proceeded to search Casillas. The notion of someone touching his body was distasteful to Casillas, particularly when it was a grown man, even if done through clothing. Fortunately, the guard was discreet and did not venture into inappropriate areas. Otherwise, Casillas would not have hesitated to perform a castration procedure on him. After a cursory search, Casillas followed Apolly into the grand entrance of the building. It must be said, the residences of the nobility were indeed magnificent, with every detail exquisitely crafted, worthy of being deemed a work of art. The floor was adorned with a blood-red carpet, the walls embellished with intricate patterns, and perfectly placed decorations, suggesting that dedicated individuals were responsible for ensuring perfection in every detail, creating a comfortable and visually satisfying environment for the master. As Casillas surveyed the hall, he pondered whether he would eventually make this place his own. It appears to be a commendable choice. Apolly led the way, guiding through a side entrance, and after navigating several turns in a corridor adorned with impeccable decor, they arrived at a dark brown wooden door. After lightly knocking, Apolly entered upon receiving permission. After a brief interval, he returned. Mr. Casillas, the esteemed Lord Carimula requests your presence. Without a hint of reservation befitting a guest, Casillas strode in boldly, nonchalantly sinking into a fabric sofa, propping his legs up carelessly as he turned to the figure standing by the window. What business does the honorable lord require of me? Even the glass of the window was embellished with intricate colored patterns, a testament to the indulgences of the nobility, evident in every corner. Carimula did not betray any anger at the other's impudence. He took measured steps, embodying the elegance expected of a nobleman. Returning to the dark red long table, Carimula seated himself in his chair. There are certain matters I believe warrant your attention. His graying hair was meticulously combed back, adhering closely to his scalp, likely slicked with some sort of oil, giving it a glossy sheen that reflected the light. What is it? Casillas inquired, pulling out a cigarette from a case he had seized from Sasha, placing it between his lips as he began to exhale clouds of smoke. Carimula glanced at Apolly, who approached with a box presented before Casillas. The box was unsealed, lined with a layer of velvet containing a slightly deformed bullet. Even the finest flintlock pistols employed by the Eastern Sea Navy did not utilize such ammunition. Flintlock bullets were typically solid metal spheres, and in the world of piracy, aside from sea stone bullets, it seemed there were no other materials used for ammunition, such as lead. The bullet head originates from a Desert Eagle handgun. Upon seeing this, Casillas immediately comprehended the implications. However, even with such evidence laid before him, he could not possibly concede anything. Isn't this a bullet from my Desert Eagle? But what do you mean by showing me this? Apolly placed the box on the table before Carimula, who fixed his gaze intently upon Casillas. 7 members of the city guard perished in the mountains, and later, several more fell victim to this very bullet. Likewise, others in Douanjan met the same fate. Therefore, I wish to inquire, Mr. Casillas, do you know anything about this? With a cigarette pinched between his fingers, Casillas nonchalantly replied, I am unaware of such matters. How many Desert Eagles have you sold? I, too, have sold a few recently. One of these weapons may have fallen into the hands of a criminal who killed your men. Surely, you cannot hold me accountable for that? As he spoke, Casillas maintained a composed demeanor, tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction, leaving both Carimula and Apolly unable to discern whether he was speaking the truth or merely playing a role. Of course, Carimula chuckled softly. I am merely inquiring, not seeking to blame you. Since you claim ignorance regarding this matter, let us discuss something else. What matter? Casillas extinguished his cigarette and suddenly turned to Apolly. Fetch me a glass of juice, preferably orange juice. Apolly glanced at Carimula, who subtly nodded, and then departed. Where does Mr. Casillas hail from? Carimula raised a goblet filled with deep crimson liquid, gently swirling it as he posed a question that left Casillas somewhat perplexed regarding his intent. What relevance does that hold? It bears no significance, nor is it important. Karimu replied, taking a sip of the red wine. However, there is a piece of good news that I believe will pique your interest. Good news? What sort of good news? The way he tantalizingly articulated his statement indeed captured Casillas' curiosity, albeit with a hint of annoyance. Karima set down the glass and locked eyes with Casillas. Would you be inclined to become a noble? Chapter 54. Threat without hesitation, Casillas inquired, what are the conditions? Becoming a noble was undoubtedly a fortunate prospect, and he believed Karimu possessed the ability to elevate him to that status. After all, the former pirate captain, who had set fire to uncertain destinations, had been offered a chance to ascend to nobility, although he ultimately reneged on his promise. However, benefits are seldom bestowed without expectation. What, then, did Karima seek to obtain from him? The blueprints for the Desert Eagle and the methods for manufacturing its ammunition. Upon hearing such a response, Casillas could not help but let out a derisive laugh. You must know that this is impossible, without delving into whether I possess the design of a Desert Eagle, he said, waving the hand that held the cigarette towards Karimula. Even if I did, would it be worth it for a mere noble? Therefore, it is out of the question. Karimula's expression darkened slightly. In terms of monetary gain, the rewards for a noble could hardly compare to the immense profits from a Desert Eagle. Yet, from Karimula's perspective, this fellow should not decline such a transaction, as the nobility offered advantages beyond mere financial incentives. Are you certain? Casillas took a sip of the orange juice handed to him by Apolly, remaining silent, which could be interpreted as tacit agreement. This ignited an uncontrollable fury within Karimula. What is nobility? It represents the most esteemed class in the kingdom of Goya. How ludicrous it is that a noble would extend an invitation to a commoner, only to be met with rejection. Such news would be a monumental jest. He felt his dignity eroding once more. But what could he do? Karimula compelled himself to regain his composure. However, the words that followed from Casillas sent him into a rage. While one's noble status may not secure the desired outcomes, I can offer you a promise in exchange for my elevation to nobility. For instance, I would refrain from seeking partnerships with others in the kingdom of Goya. What do you say? Are you threatening me? A fierce glint ignited in Karimula's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the smile adorning Casillas' face. How could the esteemed Lord Karimula perceive this as a threat? Casillas, holding his glass of orange juice, mimicked the gesture of swirling red wine, slowly swaying it. You must understand, such immense benefits would not only appeal to you in the kingdom of Goya, other great nobles would surely find them enticing as well. If I were to present my request for nobility to them as a condition for collaboration, do you think, Lord Karimula, that I would succeed? The threat has become increasingly evident. Casillas is not afraid of this individual turning against him, not merely due to considerations of self-interest, but also because this person is powerless against him. Indeed, he could immediately turn hostile and summon the city guards to apprehend him. However, before that occurs, Casillas undoubtedly possesses the capability to jeopardize the other's life. As for the possibility of an ambush after Casillas departs, he remains untroubled. True, a contingent of dozens or even hundreds of city guards could pose a threat to Casillas, yet it is improbable they could deliver a fatal blow. If they cannot ensure a kill, then Karimura must weigh the risks and rewards. Ascending to nobility is a commendable ambition, and Casillas genuinely aspires to achieve that status. He could collaborate with other prominent nobles, as he previously suggested, and likely succeed without the need to risk antagonizing this esteemed noble. Nonetheless, a crucial factor remains: time, which entails certain complications. Casillas harbors a strong aversion to entanglements. Thus, finalizing this matter here expedites the process significantly. The minimal risk involved does not concern him overly much. Karimura has but two choices: to confront him openly or to acquiesce to Casillas' demands. To heighten the pressure, Casillas retrieved a new Desert Eagle from his pocket. Indeed, during the search, he had relinquished his weapons and had not been found to possess any others. Yet, at this very moment, he produced another Desert Eagle. Unbeknownst to Karimura, who is oblivious to Casillas' concealed advantage, his thoughts dwell on the fate of the unfortunate wretch responsible for the search. Such a formidable firearm, how could it possibly be overlooked? Besides the city guards, this opulent mansion belonging to Karimula undoubtedly houses numerous private armed forces at his disposal. However, he dared not take any action. Even as Casillas withdrew the magazine and scrutinized the bullets within, he remarked, "Observe, 7 rounds. I trust that mere flesh and blood cannot withstand this, unless one is the infamous Jack the Ripper. But is he present here?" Karimula was compelled to suppress the tumultuous flames of his anger. "Mr. Casillas, you have truly surprised me. Upon hearing this, Casillas realized that he had acquiesced. Then, how long will it take? 1 month hence. It is a deal. In return, I shall not seek other collaborators within the kingdom of Goya. Casillas beamed with delight. Then, shall we part ways? No need for farewells. As the door behind him closed, Casillas heard the sound of shattering glass, which evidently did not fall to the ground, but rather struck someone. Within the chamber, red wine mingled with blood, slowly trickling down from the forehead of Apolli. Carimula could no longer maintain the grace and authority befitting his noble status. After shattering the wine glass against Apolli's head, he retrieved a modified desert eagle from the drawer. In the beginning, it was Casillas who presented Ronald with that firearm. The originally silver and black gun now bore a layer of gold, adorned with exquisite engravings that did not compromise its functionality. It was evident that a true artisan had crafted it with great skill. However, a chill coursed through Apolli's heart. He could not feel the sting on his forehead, nor could he perceive the discomfort of his clothes soaked in red wine. For the golden desert eagle in Carimula's hand seemed to have conjured a fearsome specter named Terror, which gripped his heart with an iron fist. Apolli had always been a diligent butler and subordinate, the most trusted individual by Carimula himself, a trust not even granted to Carimula's own sons. Yet he understood one crucial truth. This trust had dwindled since the arrival of Casillas. Apolli had witnessed many meet their end at Carimula's hands, some executed swiftly, others subjected to prolonged torment, depending on Carimula's mood. At times, he found himself as the executor of such fates. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, he sensed the murderous intent in Carimula's gaze, the golden desert eagle seemingly poised to unleash a bullet that would tear through his flesh. Much like many who had faltered before him. Chapter 55. Scheming. Go fetch the person responsible for the search, Carimula commanded, caressing the cold weapon, gradually regaining his composure. A single phrase pulling Apolli from the abyss of fear. Unbeknownst to him, just moments ago, this loyal butler at his side had experienced a profound shift in mindset. Carimula had indeed entertained murderous thoughts, contemplating the elimination of this devoted steward to vent his rage. Yet, he managed to quell that impulse. Unaware that Apolli had sensed his lethal intent, nor could he foresee the consequences that such awareness would entail. Smashing a wine glass and bleeding was trivial. What mattered was that Apolli comprehended the reality of Carimula's murderous intentions. The eyes do not lie. What was he to do? At this very moment, he was fortunate to be alive, but what of the future? Apolli understood that his safety was no longer assured. A whirlwind of thoughts surged through his mind. Yet outwardly, he displayed no signs of distress, merely responding affirmatively before departing the room. If possible, he wished never to return to this place. Yet life often presents insurmountable challenges. Just like him, wishing to escape Carimula? Unless Carimula is dead or has perished, it is impossible. Shortly thereafter, with a few gunshots, the corpse of a city guard was dragged out of the door. Meanwhile, Carimula, holding a new glass of red wine, was lost in thought. Apari stood quietly to one side. He had managed to clean himself up, and if it weren't for the glaring wound on his forehead, accompanied by a throbbing pain as a reminder, it would seem as though nothing had ever occurred. That scoundrel Casillas must die. In a hurry. Apari pledged his loyalty. Noble Lord Carimula, I shall take my men to. Even at this moment, he still could not forget to add the word noble. Carimula interrupted him. No, any movement from our side will attract the attention of others. The city guards are no different. This army is not a monolith, and I only command a small fraction of its strength. Thus, we must enlist others. Carimula was concerned about not drawing the attention of the other great nobles. The others he referred to were indeed the other great nobles. In this realm, only the royal family and a few other powerful nobles could instill fear in him. He dreaded that these individuals might seize the opportunity to challenge him and usurp his interests. Casillas' weapon was also of immense value, and he was reluctant to relinquish it. Then, Apari momentarily failed to grasp his meaning. Carimula sneered. Summon the navy. Opening the drawer in front of him, Carimula retrieved a telephone bug. Beep beep. Beep beep. After dialing several times, the telephone bug began to emit a beeping sound, awaiting a connection on the other end. Hello? The telephone bug opened its eyes and uttered a somewhat shrill voice. Carimula adjusted his posture. Is this Major Mouse? Oh, is it not the esteemed noble Carimula of the Kingdom of Goya? It is truly an honor to receive a call from such a distinguished figure. However, let me correct you. I am now a lieutenant colonel. Lieutenant Colonel Mouse, a scoundrel within the Navy. In truth, the Eastern Seas Navy is rife with individuals of a similar ilk, or rather, within the vast organization of the Navy. There are many like Lieutenant Colonel Mouse at the grassroots level. The Eastern Sea is the region with the weakest pirate influence and the least attention from the Navy, resulting in a proliferation of such characters. The lax oversight has allowed the Eastern Sea Navy to decay to its very core. Carimula maintained a favorable relationship with the Eastern Sea Navy, although Lieutenant Colonel Mouse appeared to be a mere minor figure compared to him. This seemingly insignificant individual could assist him greatly. In this world, the celestial dragons hold the highest status, followed closely by the world government, various allied nations, and the Navy. As the instrument of the world government to maintain control over global affairs and suppress pirate forces, the Navy's banner of justice can be said to extend to every corner, from the four seas to the New World. At least, such is the ambition of the Navy. To many, the Navy symbolizes justice. Typically, Calimura would not directly approach this rat. However, this time, considering that the individual collaborating with him among the high ranks of the East Sea Navy is also a greedy man, he directly sought out Captain Rat. Even though he is merely a captain, Rat commands a naval warship and leads nearly 100 sailors. This is a formidable force, close to 100 elite naval officers, well-equipped and possessing a combat prowess far superior to an equal number of city guards. It was my oversight, Colonel Mouse. Let us speak of serious matters. There is something I wish for you to undertake. Carimula gazed intently at the overflowing crimson liquid in his wine glass. Although Colonel Mouse held a lesser status, he did not exhibit any disdain at this moment. Come to the kingdom of Goya and assist me in eliminating a certain individual. Who? A nefarious villain, notorious for his malevolence. Carimula stated coolly, eliminate him, and I shall bestow upon you numerous rewards. On the Azure Sea, Colonel Mouse stood at the bow of the naval ship, while the others discreetly kept their distance. With a small tuft of mustache and in his 20s, he had already ascended to the rank of colonel, compelling one to regard this unattractive figure with respect. How ugly could he be, one might ask? He bore a slight resemblance to a rat. This also explains the origin of his nickname, Mouse. However, he no longer concerns himself with such matters and has never contemplated shedding the moniker that has accompanied him since childhood. What of the Mouse? He commands a naval warship and leads nearly 100 sailors. Who would dare to underestimate this diminutive creature? Upon hearing the words emanating from the phone before him, his eyes sparkled with intensity. A notorious criminal? Just how grave is this villainy? 20 million berries in cash. This succinct statement quickened the Mouse's breath. What does 20 million berries signify? Currently, no pirate in the East Blue carries a bounty of such magnitude. Even pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million are ones that Commander Mouse would not dare provoke. His crew consists solely of ordinary sailors recruited locally from the East Blue, and he himself possesses little strength. All he has is sheer numbers, nothing more. What of this individual's strength? Although Commander Mouse was nearly dazzled by the staggering figure of 20 million, he maintained his composure and posed the most crucial question. How could an ordinary person be worth 20 million? Their strength is formidable. The words spoken left Colonel Mouse feeling cold. Yet, there followed, but he is not like those monsters. My subordinate, the Scissorhands Jack, will also be involved, and I shall assist you in creating the right opportunities. He cannot withstand bullets. All you need to do is bring your men and fire. Colonel Mouse swallowed hard. 20 million berries was a price he could not refuse. Although he was fully aware of the peril, he resolved to proceed nonetheless. Moreover, are you familiar with the Desert Eagle? The voice of the telephone worm roused him from his thoughts. The Desert Eagle? Colonel Mouse had indeed heard of it. It was rumored to be a newly emerged weapon in the hands of pirates, which had inflicted significant losses on the Navy, resulting in numerous casualties, and ultimately thwarted the plan to eradicate that pirate crew, with many escaping. That incident had only occurred the day before. I shall provide you with 10 Desert Eagles, thus. Before Calimura could finish, Colonel Mouse let out a thunderous roar. To punish evil and uphold justice. This is the duty of the Navy. The only word that resides in the hearts of the Navy is justice. Though Calimura pondered the reason behind such a loud outburst, he replied, When can you arrive at the waters of the Goya Kingdom? The distance is somewhat considerable. Colonel Mouse estimated, it will likely take about a week. Very well. I shall await your arrival. However, Colonel Mouse, 20 million is not my full sincerity. If you can capture him alive, I have 40 million berries prepared for you. Colonel Mouse felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. I am aware that the East Blue headquarters has long stored anesthetic bullets meant for subduing villains. Reportedly crafted by the genius scientist Vegapunk, they should prove quite effective. However, the round trip will take longer, approximately half a month. Anesthetic bullets were precisely what Calimura sought. He needed to capture Casillas alive, rather than eliminate him, as that was the only way to secure the source of the Desert Eagle. He was thus quite pleased. Calamira nodded and softly remarked, "Then we shall meet in half a month." The telephone worm fell silent, and Brew closed his eyes, enveloped in quietude. Chapter 56. First, teach them to shoot. The next encounter with Butler Appley would be 3 days hence. In recent days, Appley has been plagued by unease, finding it difficult to fall asleep each night. Even when he finally drifts off, he is haunted by visions of Karimu shooting him dead with a Desert Eagle. Today, according to the timeline, marks the day when Casillas has 3,000 pristine Desert Eagles available. Consequently, Appley has found a legitimate reason to meet Casillas. To be candid, Appley sees Casillas as his only chance for survival. Escape? With his family held captive by Karimu, he has nowhere to flee, unless he forsakes his wife and children. Although many perceive him as a nefarious individual, he cannot bring himself to commit such an act. As for the other great nobles, even if he were to aid them in seizing all of Karimu's possessions, it is unlikely he would meet a favorable end. After all, he would be branded a traitor, a betrayer of a noble. Casillas, however, is different. Arriving in Dwanjin with a retinue, he gently rapped on Casillas' door. The door was answered by Hawk. Besides Casillas and Hawk, there was another individual present, Dodge. Hawk's trading company has begun to take shape, with the initial recruitment focusing on the multitude of destitute wanderers beyond the borders of Dwanjin. These individuals merely require a bath, a change of attire, and a hearty meal to become indistinguishable from ordinary folk. Dodge represents Old Hank in discussing this matter. The crucial details have been finalized. Nearly 400 able-bodied men, both young and mature, from Old Hank's enclave will join the guild. The terms offered by Hawk are undoubtedly generous. Beyond ample sustenance, they will receive a wage, a rare and fortuitous opportunity for the wanderers. At present, the guild's initial endeavors will predominantly entail labor-intensive tasks, such as embarking on ships and transporting goods. Thus, only male laborers are being recruited for the time being, with the elderly, children, and women excluded. Once stability is achieved, considerations will be made to allow women to join the guild and engage in tasks within their capabilities. As for the elderly and children, their survival should not fall upon their shoulders. Casillas, smoking a cigarette, spoke eloquently to Dodge, standing before him. In time, as the guild flourishes through their collective efforts, everyone will enjoy a better life. Even now, as long as they are united as one family, resources such as food, water, and clothing will be abundant. Casillas' message was clear: the wanderers serve him, and in return, he shall provide for those elderly and children who currently hold no tangible value. Such matters are eagerly sought by Dodger, and Hank shares the sentiment. As for the diminished authority he once held among the wanderers, it evokes little emotion in him. When one's belly remains unfilled and one's clothing fails to provide warmth, such issues scarcely capture one's attention. That is all there is to it. For it is not a particularly complex situation. Casillas stretched languidly, unceremoniously consuming a slice of peeled fruit. "Boss, I believe these individuals are currently in a state of considerable weakness. They require at least a period of training," he remarked casually, interrupting Hawk. At that moment, a knock resonated at the door. Having nearly concluded their discussions, Dodger, displaying a keen sense of timing, rose to his feet. "Mr. Casillas, as you have other guests, I shall not intrude further." Standing up, he smiled and patted Dodger on the shoulder. Casillas offered him a cigarette, lit it for him, and, noticing a flicker of unease on his face, said with a grin, "Go on, return and inform Hank that henceforth you need not endure a life of hardship any longer." These words stirred an inexplicable excitement within Dodge. He vividly recalled his childhood, a time when every aspect of life, food, clothing, and adornments was marked by exquisite taste. A life of happiness befitting nobility. However, it was not long before he found himself in the throes of poverty, enduring days where meals were scarce. A stark contrast to his current age of approximately 40, a time when he had resigned himself to the belief that his life would remain thus forever. The life he had longed for seemed almost within reach. At the entrance, Appley spotted Dodge. Naturally, he could not recognize a vagabond. Yet he was intrigued. What could such a person be doing here? This fleeting thought was soon cast aside, as more pressing matters occupied his mind. Casillas remained unchanged, perched casually in his chair, one leg crossed, smoking a cigarette while gnawing on an apple. He gestured for him to take a seat. But he noticed one significant detail. This time, the individuals brought by Appley were left outside, not permitted to enter. Just as he settled in, Appley eagerly leaned in and whispered, "Mr. Casillas, I seek your assistance." As he spoke, Apolly kept his gaze lowered, adopting a humble demeanor that starkly contrasted with his previous polite yet subtly arrogant disposition. This left Casillas somewhat astonished. Apolly, you are a trusted confidant of the esteemed Lord Carimula. How could there possibly be anything for me to assist you with? What am I? A mere confidant. Apolly replied, his expression darkening. Lord Carimula has had many confidants like me by his side, yet few have met with a favorable end. Just like Ronald. A trivial mistake could cost him his life. As for those like me, we are merely permitted to err a few more times. Moreover, even when the fault is not mine, he would still lay the blame at my feet. Are you suggesting that Carimula intends to kill you? Casillas inquired, his skepticism towards Apolly's motives not particularly strong, yet intrigued by the inquiry. How do you know he wishes to take your life? Intuition. Apolly hastily elaborated. I can sense that his gaze upon me has shifted from what it once was. Just 3 days ago, when you departed, I was certain he had already harbored thoughts of my demise. Casillas found it somewhat curious. Is it truly possible to rely on such intuition and feelings? From his understanding, Apolly was indeed the most favored individual in Carimula's retinue. In other words, he was exceptionally capable, assisting Carimula with both menial and laborious tasks, and had likely executed them with commendable proficiency. Such a confidant might harbor murderous intent over a trivial mistake, igniting feelings of discontent and anger. Reflecting upon the tales previously heard regarding Calimura, it appears that this nobleman indeed embodies such a character, which seems quite reasonable. Well then, Apolly, you find yourself in peril. Casillas, with a cigarette between his fingers, inquired with a smile, what news do you bring? Moments later, Apolly signaled to those accompanying him to transport numerous boxes from Casillas's abode, leaving behind a large leather trunk. Hawk, take this money and attend to the affairs of the merchant guild. Ensure that the gathering of wanderers has sufficient food and clothing. Casillas, having filled a smaller leather case with 20 million burley, handed it to Hawk, stating, the guild must be established swiftly. However, prior to that, impart another lesson to these men and boys. Boss, what lesson? First, teach them how to shoot. Casillas grasped a desert eagle, chambered around with a decisive click, and aimed toward a window that offered a glimpse of the outside world. Chapter 57. Target practice. Ugly gorged on a bowl of white rice, accompanied by a pork sausage. Relishing the meal with great satisfaction, he bore no name, merely this moniker. Such is the nature of wanderers, many possess only a nickname, lacking a true identity. He was dubbed Ugly due to his unappealing visage, marred by numerous fleshy lumps that had persisted since childhood, sufficient to frighten a child to tears. Despite his unfortunate appearance, Ugly held a respectable position within this enclave led by Old Hank. This was largely attributable to his exceptional archery skills, while firearms had rendered bows obsolete. He had achieved numerous feats with his homemade longbow, slaying several beasts and augmenting the communal meals with fresh game. Moreover, he was easily contented, requiring nothing more than ample food and drink. Logically, he could have distanced himself from the throng of wanderers, seeking a gang to join elsewhere, where life would undoubtedly be more comfortable. Yet, he had never entertained such notions. At roughly 20 years of age, Ugly possessed a robust physique, having earned the best provisions as one of the strongest among thousands. Short in stature with stunted legs, his long arms were his greatest asset, enabling him to wield his crafted longbow with remarkable proficiency. He was generous in sharing his skills with others, yet none could replicate even a fraction of his prowess, perhaps due to his reticence which rendered him a poor instructor. As he finished his meal and patted his full belly in satisfaction, a voice called from outside the shelter. Time's up. Assemble everyone. It was the voice of Old Hank's son, Dodge. To be frank, Ugly harbored a certain disdain for Dodge. Primarily, he was inclined towards peculiar pursuits. While others toiled for survival, Dodge spent most of his time merely talking. Moreover, although this individual is the son of Old Hank, one cannot help but wonder if his noble upbringing in childhood has instilled in him an air of superiority when he regards others. In contrast, Old Hank, despite his advancing years and diminishing strength, does not succumb to idleness, waiting for sustenance. He consistently engages in tasks within his capacity. As for the assembly, Acho is certainly aware. The food he recently devoured, both rice and meat, was generously provided by a man named Casillas. Having consumed the offerings of another, it is only fitting to repay the favor with service, especially since not only the men, but also the children and women are well provided for. All of this is provided by Mr. Casillas. In recent days, they no longer find themselves compelled to habitually rummage through the putrid refuse, seizing the newly discarded treasures. These days feel almost dreamlike. Carefully picking the last few grains of rice, Cho tossed the chipped porcelain bowl aside onto a heap of straw. He took up his longbow and pushed open the door of the humble shack, stepping outside. The men and older boys stood together, lined up under the command of a golden-haired youth. It was said that Mr. Casillas intended to form a trading company, and they were to work for it. Cho did not fully comprehend the specifics, nor did he inquire further. In any case, he was willing to do anything, for the prospect of savoring fragrant rice and meat represented the pinnacle of his existence. The people were divided into two groups, one comprised of the frail and the slightly older, while the other consisted of the stronger individuals and all the adolescents. Upon noticing Cho, the golden-haired boy inquired about his bow and arrows, clearly intrigued by such a rare weapon. To be candid, the longbow, crafted from rough wood, along with arrows adorned with iron nails or other sharp objects, was quite rudimentary. This golden-haired youth was none other than Hawk. He expressed a keen interest with a few questions before directing the somewhat diminutive, yet impressively muscular Cho to join the ranks of the adolescents. Leader Yas was quite clear in his intentions to select the younger, physically capable individuals for training as the initial foundation. Even though it was unlikely that significant progress could be made in the short term, simply learning to aim and shoot with the Desert Eagle would cultivate considerable combat effectiveness. This segment of individuals comprises 200 slots. However, upon final selection, it is astonishing that only 70 to 80 meet the criteria. Hawk is acutely aware of the existence endured by the Wanderers. This outcome, albeit slightly more favorable than he anticipated, necessitated considerable effort to assemble 200 individuals, as he ultimately had to select a few marginally better candidates to fill the gaps. After expending ample time, Hawk set forth with these 200 souls. As for the remaining men, Casillas conveyed that there was no need for haste. The priority was to establish military strength, while other matters could be postponed. The destination is a desolate village by the sea. The kingdom of Goya is replete with such coastal human settlements akin to Windmill Town. Some have flourished, evolving into small towns like Windmill Town itself, while many exist merely as impoverished fishing hamlets, with numerous others having succumbed to abandonment in pursuit of the kingdom's prosperity. Long ago, the nobility, originally stationed throughout the realm, perhaps sought to emulate the lifestyle of the celestial dragons converging upon the capital. Consequently, many were forcibly relocated to the capital, and a considerable number of wanderers are descendants of these displaced commoners. Even to this day, such practices continue, perpetually generating more wanderers. The intentions of the nobility are rather simplistic. They desire a sufficient populace to serve them, much like the vast number of slaves serving the celestial dragons. Those who manage to survive in the capital become the denizens of the central streets, while those who cannot survive, what concern is that to the nobility? This desolate village requires neither traversing great mountains nor navigating through dense jungles. Departing from the refuse hill in the direction opposite to the royal capital and Mount Golbo, one can behold the horizon meeting the azure sky from several miles away. In recent days, Hawk has undertaken repairs in this location and transported various supplies. Upon arriving here at midday, he commenced the execution of his established plan. This was recounted by Casillas, and he retained a fair amount of it. The 200 individuals do not include Dodger. According to Casillas, henceforth, Hawk shall be their leader, without the necessity of Dodger issuing commands in between. Not far from the seaside, a newly established shooting range awaits. Opening the 2 crates he had brought along, Hawk distributed the gleaming Desert Eagles into their hands. Cho clutched the weapon, feeling the cold metal of the gun, as he listened attentively to Hawk's instructions regarding its usage. The targets before them, set at a distance of 30 meters, appeared diminutive, adorned with concentric red circles on wooden boards. Many may not fully grasp the true extent of 100 meters. In reality, individuals beyond that distance appear scarcely larger than ants through the eyes of a marksman. Training novices who have never handled a firearm at such a distance is rather impractical. After careful consideration, Casillas resolved that 30 meters would suffice. The effective range of a handgun is approximately 100 meters. The Desert Eagle is notorious for its significant recoil, making 50 meters an unrealistic goal. Achieving accuracy at 30 meters would indeed be a commendable feat, and in the context of real combat, it is more than adequate. When rifles are available, they may contemplate training at distances of 100 or 200 meters. Hawk demonstrated the proper stance and essential points, then fired a shot. Although he possessed little natural talent for marksmanship, he was able to hit the target at 30 meters, with the precision of a bullseye left to chance. The thunderous report of the Desert Eagle startled the group, causing a momentary hesitation among them. Cho was the first to approach the designated position by the stone wall, raising the Desert Eagle in both hands, and attempted to fire a shot. His first bullet struck the target. This garnered the commendation of Hawk and inspired others to follow suit. However, Cho, feeling the slight numbness in his wrist, realized that he was not particularly fond of such weaponry. His bow and arrows were far more to his liking, as they did not cause his hands to ache from the vibrations. Chapter 58. The captured mouse. A colossal warship emblazoned with the naval insignia emerged on the horizon. Behind the jagged rocks lining the shore, a young man, who had been waiting for some time, discerned the ship and sprinted away. On board the warship, Colonel Mouse gently toyed with a stack of banknotes, his spirits soaring with each touch. Whether it be the heavy, glimmering gold coins or the high-denomination notes, he relished them to the extent that he embraced them while sleeping each night. Through generous donations made to assist those in financial distress, he had ascended to the rank of colonel. Yet, this was merely a stepping stone. The prospect of acquiring even more wealth loomed enticingly, promising further advancement. With greater power came the opportunity to secure even more benefits, leading to a higher office and a virtuous cycle. Colonel Mouse envisioned a future illuminated with prospects and paved with ease. Being part of the Navy was indeed advantageous. To his knowledge, his actions were not the most audacious. Many of his peers directly drove away pirates and then plundered those same pirates, engaging in risk-free ventures. While he currently lacked sufficient manpower, he anticipated that upon his promotion to captain, he would have enough personnel to embark on such exploits. Reclining in the captain's quarters, Colonel Mouse's dreams grew ever more splendid, until a series of knocks interrupted his reverie. "What is it?" The voice of Colonel Mouse, high-pitched and reminiscent of a mouse's squeak, often drew laughter from his colleagues. However, as long as no one aboard dared to mock him, he remained unfazed. He was indifferent to the jests of those of equal or superior rank, who would have to smile in return. But if any of the lower-ranking soldiers dared to jest, Colonel Mouse would ensure they would not have the faintest idea of how they met their demise. "Colonel, we have arrived." Upon hearing the words of the naval soldiers outside, Colonel Mouse cautiously returned all his belongings to the concealed compartment beneath the floorboards, ensuring the bedding was properly arranged before he pushed the door open and stepped outside. 100 meters away, the scattered rocks jutted unevenly, forming a rocky expanse that occupied the entire coastline. This was the designated rendezvous point agreed upon with Carimula's steward. The details finalized during their communication via the telephone bug had not yet reached the level of complete arrangement. During the half-month voyage to the East Sea Naval Headquarters and subsequently to this location, Colonel Mouse had spoken with Carimula several times, ultimately only confirming their landing site. While the method of capture remained a topic for further discussion, Colonel Mouse intended not to land with the entire naval force, but rather to first take a few trusted individuals to meet Carimula in person. The warship would not approach the shore, not only because a naval vessel was conspicuously visible, but also due to the fact that this area lacked the capability to accommodate large ships. This place was not a harbor and was densely populated with rocks, necessitating the use of small boats to reach the land. Accompanied by 3 trusted subordinates, Colonel Mouse sat in the small boat, with 2 naval soldiers rowing on either side, gently propelling through the water as the crimson hues of sunset enveloped them. On the shore, in the now dimming twilight, a freshly lit torch stood out prominently. As they drew nearer, Colonel Mouse could vaguely discern 2 figures standing on the shore. As they approached even closer, he recognized one as remarkably youthful, clad in black and holding the torch, while the other, a middle-aged man, was empty-handed. Presumably, this was Appley. Colonel Mouse had never met Appley before. In fact, he had only seen Carimula conversing and laughing with his superior from a distance at a banquet. And it was only through a series of fortuitous events that they established contact, yet they had never engaged in face-to-face dialogue. He would not mistake him. As the steward of a grand noble, Appley's every gesture epitomized the standards of aristocracy, and even standing there, he exuded an aura distinct from that of ordinary men. As the small boat drew within 10 meters of the shore, Appley spoke just as they were about to land. "Yes," Colonel Mouse replied as the boat reached the shore, stepping onto the somewhat slick rocks. "My apologies for keeping Lord Carimula waiting. Let us depart at once." "Not at all," Appley replied with a smile, gesturing to the side. "This way, please. The rocks can be submerged during high tide and may be slippery, so do take care." Colonel Mouse lowered his head to observe the surroundings, and indeed, the rocks beneath his feet were thickly adorned with various black, fuzzy marine algae and fungi. However, they had been trampled upon repeatedly, resulting in a somewhat flattened appearance. The sun was nearly dipping below the horizon, casting a shadow that rendered the once vibrant aquatic flora a mere silhouette of darkness. Following what appeared to be the tracks left by Appley and the cloaked servant, he ventured deeper into the rocky thicket, where the terrain gradually rose, and the ground beneath him became less treacherous. Colonel Mouse pondered the name of the adversary he was yet to confront and could not restrain his curiosity. Appley. Who is the individual that Lord Calimura is so intent on dealing with? Casillas. Casillas? Colonel Mouse stroked his neatly trimmed mustache, reminiscent of a mouse's whiskers. What manner of person is he? Lord Calimura has indicated that this individual possesses formidable strength. Just how formidable is it? Suddenly, Appley halted in his tracks. Colonel Mouse was taken aback, nearly colliding with the leading figure of Appley. This provoked a surge of irritation within him, and he was about to voice his inquiry when he heard a series of muffled thuds. What has transpired? Turning, Colonel Mouse's gaze fell upon 3 naval soldiers sprawled on the ground, alongside a black-clad youth who was rubbing his hands. After a prolonged period of inactivity, he felt an itch to engage. The youth uttered a casual remark. It has been a while since I last fought. I feel a bit restless. Startled, Colonel Mouse barely had time to express his astonishment before darkness enveloped him. A fist, clad in a black leather glove, struck his face with force. The punch landed precisely, causing blood to gush from his nose while rendering his head dizzy, momentarily robbing him of the ability to shout loudly. This occurred just behind a large reef, where even in daylight, the personnel aboard the warship could not perceive what transpired here, let alone in the dead of night. They could only glimpse the flickering light of a fire, which briefly vanished before reappearing, fading in and out as it receded further into the distance. The sailors aboard the warship could never fathom that their highest commander had already been captured. Several youths clad in coarse clothing emerged from the shadows, binding the 4 fallen sailors securely before lifting them to continue onward. Only Casillas, holding a torch, followed the group at a leisurely pace. Once they had completely distanced themselves from the ship's line of sight, the captured sailors were unceremoniously discarded onto the ground. As Colonel Mouse's body made contact with the hard earth, he felt as though he might fall apart, small stones scratching against his face, adding a deeper hue of crimson to his rodent-like visage. The blood had ceased to flow, but the quickly drying crimson scabs clung to his lips and chin, causing him considerable discomfort. In this state, Colonel Mouse gradually regained his capacity for thought, his first query being, "You are not from Calimura, are you? Who are you?" The youths, having tossed the bound sailors to the ground, stood silently at a distance. Similarly, Appley remained stoic, leaving it to Casillas to elucidate the colonel's predicament and ensure his compliance. Colonel Mouse observed the cloaked youth squatting down, inching closer. "Admiral, I am Casillas, the very person you just inquired about. How unfortunate it is that you do not recognize me." Upon hearing this, Colonel Mouse momentarily lost his composure. After a brief pause, he hastily asked, "How did you know I would land here?" "You." His sentence trailed off as realization dawned upon him, directing his gaze towards the silent Appley. He understood. Appley was not an impostor. He was indeed the steward of Calimura. Yet, this steward had betrayed Calimura, aligning himself with its adversaries. This accursed noble had surrounded himself with such shameless rogues. What a blind fool he was, setting aside the traitor who favored the disloyal. The pressing concern was his own predicament, captured before anything had even commenced. "Colonel Mouse, I would like to propose a collaboration with you. I wonder how you feel about that." Casillas' smile appeared devilish, at least in the eyes of Colonel Mouse. "You have 3 seconds to consider." The detestable little imp in black was laughing even more joyfully. 3, 2, 1. Still hesitating, the bewildered Colonel Mouse could only watch as this fellow drew a short blade and brandished it before him upon reaching the count of 1. A torrent of scalding blood gushed forth. Chapter 59. Arrival at Frostmoon Village. At this moment, Colonel Mouse was overwhelmed with despair, his regret gnawing at his soul like an insatiable ant. Had he known, who could have anticipated that this individual would so recklessly slice open his own throat? Shouldn't he have asked a few more questions? He felt a warmth spreading in his trousers, already succumbing to involuntary urination. Yet, at this critical juncture, Colonel Mouse felt no shame in such a trivial matter, for death loomed imminent. The blood that splattered was a vivid crimson. He thought to himself. A few seconds later, Colonel Mouse sensed something was amiss. His neck did not seem to hurt at all. The sound of a body collapsing nearby instinctively drew his attention, and he turned to see one of the 3 naval soldiers lying helplessly on the ground. Although the darkness obscured details, a large pool of dark liquid was spreading around him. It turned out that it was not he who had suffered a severed neck. The feeling of having narrowly escaped death caused Colonel Mouse's body to go limp, and he was about to fall backward when someone grasped the collar of his shirt, forcefully pushing him forward until he nearly collided with the knife held by Casillas. "Stop, please. I surrender. I will tell you everything. I still have money. I will give it all to you. Please, don't kill me." The blade was ominously close, exuding an aura of death. The bright silver metal glistened, stained with the blood of his unfortunate subordinate, which was rapidly drying. As if finally remembering to plead for mercy, Colonel Mouse hastily cried out in a high-pitched, urgent tone, "Please, don't kill me." With the back of the knife, Casillas struck Colonel Mouse's forehead twice, observing the violent tremors coursing through him, and made a gesture for silence. "Be quiet." Colonel Mouse complied instantly, sealing his lips and curling his frail body in an attempt to find some semblance of safety. "Quick on the uptake, I see. If you continue to play games, you might find yourself next in line," Casillas said with a reckless grin that, in Colonel Mouse's eyes, appeared cruel and tyrannical. "You have no one to blame but yourself for wanting to deal with me. Wouldn't you agree?" Yes. It was my folly. I should not have crossed that detestable Karamura." Silence. Casillas pressed the knife closer, and Colonel Mouse immediately swallowed the rest of his unfinished sentence. "I don't want to hear things I already know, nor do I wish to listen to your futile chatter. Now be quiet and listen to me, understood?" Colonel Mouse nodded obediently. Yes. "Colonel Mouse, you are about to meet Karamura, and I require you to do one thing, which is—" Meanwhile, across the vast ocean, Gray and Lucien stood side by side at the bow of the ship, gazing at the twinkling lights of Frostmoon Village beneath the night sky. Beside them stood First Mate Jack. "Is this the place?" "Indeed, by logging in here. One can reach the capital of the kingdom in just over a day's journey." The bespectacled First Mate Jack responded, having been confined to the cabin for so many days. His spirits inevitably dulled, with even the dust accumulating on his lenses left unattended. Yet, he had never contemplated escape, for if he were to flee now, he would lose everything. His family and possessions resided in the capital, where he served the Queen of the realm, following the demise of the Bone Pirate crew. If he could not return to the Queen with the loyalty of a new pirate crew, he would lose it all, perhaps even his life. As for fleeing, to be candid, once a bounty is placed on one's head in the East Sea, life becomes unbearable. Unless one ventures to the other three seas or the Grand Line, which is perilously treacherous. Speaking of which, I have heard that your king met his demise at the hands of a wild boar during a hunt? Gray inquired with keen curiosity. "It is said that your loyal queen was responsible for this tragedy. Is it true? Moreover, I have also heard that not only did she cause her husband's death, but she also engaged in incestuous relations with her own brother, resulting in the two princes and a princess not being the king's biological offspring. Tragically, the poor king was unaware of this truth even as he lay on his deathbed. Yet, the majority of the populace in the kingdom is well aware of it. These rumors were all gleaned from the lips of pirates by Gray. Yet they were articulated with such conviction and intricate detail that they seemed almost credible. For instance, it was said that the king's illegitimate children all bore dark hair, while both the princes and the princess were golden-haired, and even the queen's own brother shared the same golden locks." Jack's expression turned somewhat uneasy, and after a lengthy pause, he asserted, "Such claims are merely the fabrications of ill-intentioned individuals, exacerbated by the ignorance of others. The queen has never committed such acts." He, of course, dared not join in the widespread gossip, feeling compelled to vehemently deny it, for he was uncertain whether his words might reach the queen's ears. Even if they did not, he was, after all, in her service. "Oh." Gray scratched his blue short hair. "Is that so?" At this moment, Lucien spoke. "Allow me to meet the queen this time. You stay aboard the ship. With your penchant for indiscretion and idle chatter, should you inadvertently provoke her, our leader's plans may very well come to ruin." "Are you belittling me? Am I, Gray, such a person?" Gray retorted indignantly. "And what were those words you just uttered?" Lucien inquired, his expression impassive. Gray, feeling somewhat embarrassed, pondered for a moment before offering an explanation. "Oh, I merely meant that we have yet to encounter this queen, Circe. Who would know if I were to speak a few words here?" Lucien tilted his head slightly. Following his gaze, Gray noticed a pirate standing not far behind them, scrubbing the deck with a brush. The pirate, upon noticing Gray's gaze, felt a twinge of guilt and lowered his head, diligently scrubbing the wooden deck with a long-handled brush, producing a series of squeaky sounds. In response, Gray delivered a swift kick, sending the scoundrel flying, which elicited a chorus of laughter from the other pirates. Gray, however, refrained from reprimanding those who jeered, instead turning to Lucien to offer an apology. All right. I swear I shall refrain from speaking out of turn in the future. This time, you may proceed. By the way, am I permitted to step off the ship during this interval? Gray had been quite stifled during the lengthy journey. Having spent over half a month at sea without encountering a single vessel, be it merchant or pirate, his fortune had indeed been rather dismal. A small boat was launched into the water, and Gray, Lucien, Jack, and 2 other pirates, 5 in total, settled into it, rowing slowly towards the shore. Once ashore, just before parting ways, Lucien cautioned Gray once more, "Do not cause trouble." To which Gray retorted, "Understood." How tiresome. After that, he led his 2 pirate companions into the town, while Jack and Lucien headed directly towards the royal capital. Before the group disembarked, a cadre of children, around 10 years of age, perched on a nearby hillock, spotted the pirate ship anchored offshore. They immediately began chattering excitedly and planned to rush to inform the adults of this astonishing discovery. One child attempted to call over another, who was busy lifting a large stone for strength training, but was met with a sharp reprimand. "Get lost. I must continue my training and grow stronger. You do as you please, but do not disturb me." Dismissing the child who had called him, the green-haired boy persevered, straining to lift the stone as he stood and squatted repeatedly. He was determined not to squander a single moment. How could he surpass that despicable woman without effort? Pirates. What did he have to fear? Should they dare to come ashore, he would slay them all. Chapter 60. I am here to learn the sword. The swordsmanship classes at the Isen dojo are conducted during the day, so at this moment, within the spacious dojo, only a girl just over 10 years old was present, wielding a bamboo sword and honing her skills. With both hands grasping the sword, she raised it to her brow, channeling all her strength into a powerful downward strike. Each swing of her sword was executed with utmost effort and concentration. Although Kuina possessed remarkable talent, her ability to consistently suppress the green-haired Zaro was not solely due to her natural gifts. While Zaro tirelessly toiled, Kuina's diligence was undoubtedly equal to his, if not superior, especially considering her physical condition as a girl. Beads of sweat accumulated, cascading down her cheeks and forehead, soaking her collar. "Ha!" With another fierce shout, the bamboo sword in Kuina's hand sliced through the air, producing a resonant sound of displacement. She finally paused, wiping the sweat from her forehead with the sleeve of her garment to prevent it from stinging her eyes, while also taking a moment to rest. However, just as she began to relax her aching muscles, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the entrance of the dojo. Most of the children studying at the Isen dojo were of a similar age to Sauron and Kuina, with quite a few even younger. Indeed, children are creatures that perpetually create mischief. Their daily noise is merely the most trivial of their antics. Fights and scuffles were not uncommon. A swarm of half-grown children surged into the dojo, chattering excitedly and uttering a jumble of incomprehensible phrases. "Silence! What is going on?" Kuina, the respected leader among the students of the dojo, commanded, pointing at one child at random. The child sniffled, wiping his nose with the back of his hand, and spoke in a high-pitched voice, "We saw a pirate ship on the sea." Yes, we all saw it," another exclaimed. "I saw them lower a small boat." "Right. They must be up to no good. Not a single pirate is a good person. So we came to call Master Jingshiru to drive those bad people away." The children clamored in unison. "Pirates?" Kuina felt a chill at the very mention of the word and intended to turn to find her father. Just as she did, she noticed Jingshiru standing behind her, gently placing a hand on her shoulder and softly uttering, "I am already aware." "Father." Kuina began to say something, but she saw Jingshiru, wearing small round glasses, smile and add, "They are here, right at the entrance." With that, Jingshiru stepped towards the dojo's entrance. At that moment, Gray was observing the sign of the Isen dojo while chatting with 2 of his companions. "I recall that the Isen dojo is quite renowned. I've heard that its master is an exceptional practitioner," Gray remarked. In truth, the Isen dojo was not particularly famous, having never produced a formidable figure to shake the East Sea, nor had Jingshiru ever showcased his prowess to the outside world. Gray had actually learned about the dojo from Casillas. He had once confided in Casillas his desire to learn the way of the sword, enchanted by the grace of swordsmen, especially after witnessing the swordsmanship of the young girl Tina. This desire intensified, prompting Casillas to mention the Isen dojo, where the master Jingshiru was reputed to be a skilled swordsman. Thus, when he discovered that their destination was Frost Moon Village, he resolved to visit, hoping to become a disciple and learn the art of the sword. Gray had always been a brawler, relying on his fists in combat, thanks to his naturally excellent physique and formidable strength. At present, he feels a compelling need for transformation, having never engaged in systematic study of combat techniques. His fascination with swordsmanship is particularly profound. Among the two pirate subordinates, one hails from this nation, however. Even he has never heard mention of any extraordinarily skilled swordsman at the Isen dojo. Hence, they can only listen to Gray's words and nod in a daze. Yashikuro, accompanied by a group of children, spotted Gray and his companions from afar. Upon their meeting, Gray promptly inquired, "Are you Mr. Yashikuro?" The scholarly Yashikuro smiled and nodded, courteously responding, "Indeed, I am Yashikuro, the master of this dojo. May I inquire the name of this esteemed guest?" Yashikuro's gaze swept across Gray's two companions. Noting the bulge of hidden firearms at their waists beneath their garments, their sun-kissed skin from years at sea, and certain habitual gestures, leading him to conclude that they were indeed pirates. However, he deemed it necessary to further observe whether they bore any hostility. "I am Gray," he boisterously declared. "Our leader mentioned that in the East Sea, only Mr. Yashikuro's dojo imparts genuine swordsmanship, so I have come to learn." Upon hearing this, Yashikuro felt a sense of relief. It was preferable that they were not seeking trouble. Although no one in the East Sea possessed the capability to trouble him, he favored a peaceful existence dedicated to teaching swordsmanship, rather than engaging in violence. After all, he had chosen to establish his dojo in the remote village of Frostmoon, a place far removed from conflict. "If you wish to learn swordsmanship, a modest fee is required, and you may begin classes tomorrow. I shall instruct these children during the day," Yashikuro said, wearing a benevolent smile, exuding an aura of harmlessness. "By the way, may I ask who your leader is? Do I know him?" Yashikuro pondered whether an old acquaintance had ventured to the East Sea to become a pirate, originating from the land of harmony. He had numerous old friends, yet he doubted they would have the leisure to traverse to the East Sea as he had. "My leader?" Gray scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed at the thought of learning swordsmanship alongside a group of children. "His name is Casillas. When I inquired about where to learn swordsmanship, my leader mentioned your dojo." "Casillas?" The smile on Yashikuro's face remained unchanged, yet internally, he contemplated the unfamiliarity of the name. "Very well, what is the tuition fee?" Gray then inquired about the matter at hand, as he handed the cheerful Yashikuro the tuition fee in the high town of the Goya kingdom. Karimula intimately exchanged a thick stack of belly currency into another person's hands. "You have finally made your decision," Kalamura observed as the individual cautiously tucked the banknotes into their cloak, chuckling softly. "My lord Kalamura, if I follow your instructions, will you truly assist me in restoring my noble status?" The figure was entirely shrouded in a hood, their face obscured from view. "Of course," Kalamura replied. "As long as you fulfill my expectations. This noble title rightfully belongs to you. It is merely your father's misdeeds that have tarnished it. If you undertake the right actions, your past transgressions can be counterbalanced." Kalamura spoke with an air of charm, his words laden with irresistible allure. "I shall strive earnestly to ensure that I carry out your commands to perfection, my lord Kalamura." The man stood up in a fit of excitement, revealing a weary visage beneath his hood, unmistakably the son of the old Hank, Dodge. "Indeed, I believe you," Karimula nodded in affirmation. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. "Esteemed Lord Karimula, Lieutenant Mouse has arrived." It was the voice of the butler, Appley. This evening, Karimula had dispatched him personally to fetch Lieutenant Mouse for a meeting to discuss the details of their undertaking. According to the schedule, Lieutenant Mouse had arrived somewhat later than anticipated. However, it was a trivial matter. "Come in," Karimula called out, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, perfectly audible to those outside. Chapter 61. The outburst. The chamber where Karimula and Dodge were situated was his study. Just a fortnight prior, he had met with Casillas within these very walls and had placed a call to Lieutenant Mouse. The floor was adorned with a blood-red carpet, and Karimula held a glass of the same crimson wine. The door swung open, with Appley entering first, followed closely by Lieutenant Mouse and a diminutive naval officer, his hat pulled low over his brow. The latter stood at a mere 5 feet, leaving one to wonder whether he was youthful or merely unfortunate in stature. "Lieutenant Mouse, you have finally arrived," Karimula exclaimed, rising to his feet while signaling for the hooded Dodge to take his leave. "Haha, the distance was considerable. There was little I could do, as the warship's speed is already quite brisk." Lieutenant Mouse chuckled awkwardly in explanation. Karimula, however, did not overlook the stiffness in his tone. "Appley, pour a glass of wine for our guest, using the same kind I usually partake." "Yes, Lord Karimula," Appley responded. Yet, Karimula furrowed his brow, not only because Aptly had failed to prefix his title with the appropriate honorific, but also due to the butler's inertia, standing still instead of attending to the task. What ails this fellow, Aptly? This is rather unusual, Carimula pondered, but before he could unravel the mystery, he heard Dodge emit a cry of terror. In truth, Carimula's men had located Dodge many days prior. Initially, he had scoffed at their words, but when they claimed they could restore his father's lost noble status, he was finally swayed. In this nation, possessing noble status equated to possessing everything. The hazy memories of his childhood were vividly etched in the heart of this middle-aged man. Delicious cuisine, respectful servants, the envious gazes of the common folk. One day, all of it vanished without a trace. What followed was a life of arduous wandering, enduring hunger and cold in winter, while in summer he faced starvation accompanied by relentless mosquito bites. Death and hunger shadowed most of his existence. Thus, ultimately, he found himself before Carimula, consenting to the arrangement. When the stack of banknotes finally reached his hands, desire subdued all else, including any minuscule sense of shame associated with betrayal. His task was, in essence, quite straightforward: to divulge to the authorities all that Casillas had undertaken, including the number of individuals trained and the status of the Merchant Association's formation. Such trivial matters, are they not? With but a few words, one could restore noble status in the future. He was filled with exhilaration. However, just as he was about to exit through the door of the house, he beheld a figure adorned in a naval cap and uniform, the face obscured beneath the brim. It was Casillas. A gasp escaped him, and a vice of fear gripped his heart. In that moment of dread, Carimula snapped back from his bewilderment regarding Aptly's odd behavior and cast his gaze forward. In the next instant, the red wine glass in his hand was hurled to the ground as he bent down to open the drawer before him, shouting, "Jack." Simultaneously, Casillas raised the Desert Eagle, aiming it at Carimula, who was reaching into the drawer to grasp the gilded Desert Eagle. Yet, just as Casillas squeezed the trigger, the pristine white wall behind Carimula erupted. The exquisite decorative mural shredded to fragments. Amidst the chaos of splintered wood and shattered plaster, a colossal figure leaped forth, using his armored body to absorb the bullet from the Desert Eagle. Ah, an old friend. Scissor hands, Jack. Upon seeing this individual, Casillas lowered his Desert Eagle, for he was the only one thus far impervious to its might, able to deflect bullets with mere muscle. Not only was his visage concealed beneath a formidable steel helmet, but he was also clad in armor of identical material and thickness, safeguarding his vulnerable spots. This was clearly designed to counter the Desert Eagle. Do they dare to thwart me? Apart from this being a towering figure nearly brushing the ceiling, Casillas recognized him by the weapon in his hand, akin to oversized scissors, replacing his severed hand. Casillas, how dare you assault a noble? Today shall be your day of reckoning. Carimula had acquired the golden Desert Eagle, taking refuge behind an opulent wooden desk. Though covered in dust, he remained resolute. The guards outside would soon storm in, leaving you with no escape. He sought to undermine Casillas' resolve, for he understood that Scissorhands Jack was likely not his equal. Within this grand estate, dozens of armed forces loyal to him stood ready, while outside, the city guards delayed time, a situation most favorable to him. Was it not so? The laughter of Casillas echoed in his ears. Could one still rely on the city guards outside? The once confident mindset of Carimula was shattered by Casillas' words. A cacophony of gunfire erupted, resembling the sound of popping beans. Without the support of others, how could I brazenly arrive here to eliminate you? Carimula's heart plunged into the abyss. Yet Casillas continued, as the Minister of Finance, your reach has extended too far. Merely amassing wealth would have sufficed. But you have meddled within the kingdom's military. Is not a portion of the city guard sufficient for your own protection? This has incited public outrage, including the king. They shall seize your amassed fortune, and for the sake of that wealth, they will pave the way for me. After I dispose of you, I shall naturally ascend to the status of a noble residing in the high town. How could I contact these influential figures? One must inquire with your esteemed steward, Mr. Aptly. Huh, how does that surprise you? Carimula's eyes reddened as he grasped the severity of the situation, the veins on his hand clutching the Desert Eagle bulging ominously. Jack, eliminate him. Carimula was consumed by fury, wishing to cast aside all other thoughts and vanquish the one responsible for his current plight first. Ah, wait. Casillas waved his hand in front of Scissorjack. Do you comprehend our discussion? Would you forsake your master and follow me? I assure you the rewards here are far superior. In response, a powerful punch was delivered. Scissorjack's colossal fist cut through the air with a whistling sound, arriving in an instant. Casillas only had time to sigh before hastily raising his palm to block the blow. The impact resonated like a dull thud, and the red carpet beneath his feet crumpled and tore as his body slid back, his heels retreating over half a meter, leaving a deep mark on the solid wooden floor beneath the rind crimson carpet, with splintered wood fibers scattering about. What force? Casillas laughed heartily. The benefits bestowed by his ironclad physique finally manifesting in combat. Had he faced such a formidable opponent before acquiring this gift, he would likely have sustained grievous injuries, perhaps even broken bones. Yet now, the steel-like resilience of his body allowed him to withstand such a punch as if it were nothing, even without an increase in strength. The combat prowess granted by this talent was undeniably formidable. Colonel Appley had long since fled. Such a monstrous confrontation was beyond their capacity to observe. Witnessing Casillas absorb a punch as if it were nothing, Scissorhands Jack raised his other scissor hand and brought it crashing down. In the face of such an onslaught, a rather exhilarated Casillas chose not to evade but to confront it head-on. He lifted his hand, once more deflecting his opponent's blow, although this left his arm aching, as the force of metal and fist was undeniably disparate. Casillas, despite the brutal grip on the enormous scissors that had already shattered the skin of his palm and drawn blood, still appeared unfazed, bellowing, "All right, that's the spirit. Ha. Come at me with your best shot." The surge of adrenaline dulled any sensation of pain, propelling him to unleash the powers of his devil fruit. Chapter 62. Sustained injury. Casillas pushed forward with the palm that had blocked Scissorhands Jack's fist, and then he noticed a flicker of red light across the metallic gauntlet. This was followed by a cacophony of jarring metallic explosions. In the blink of an eye, the once formidable and robust metal was riddled with numerous fine cracks, emanating a chilling aura and the faint scent of charred flesh. This is the sole application of the Casillas temperature fruit that possesses any semblance of technical sophistication. Following an instantaneous surge of extreme heat, a rapid plunge into sub-zero temperatures ensues. The effects of thermal expansion and contraction wreak havoc on the once resilient internal structure of the metal, obliterating it in the blink of an eye. The dual assault of extreme temperatures has inflicted some degree of harm upon his hand. However, the process is so swift that even Scissor Jack, upon glancing at the shower of fine metallic debris cascading from his hand, has yet to register any pain. Were it not for my devil fruit abilities, you might indeed prove to be a formidable adversary. Nevertheless, the unpredictability of fate renders such musings moot. Casillas remarked with a hint of nostalgia, marveling at the advantages of possessing great strength and robust physical attributes, a quality that evokes envy. In the world of pirates, there exists an abundance of individuals with extraordinary physical prowess. How delightful it would be to possess such superhuman strength. Though he mused thus, he had no intention of relying solely on physical prowess in this confrontation. Scissor Jack seemed to finally register the searing pain inflicted upon his hand, as well as the stiffness and sharp pangs in his finger joints from the accumulating frost. With a deafening roar, he surged forward, shattering the sturdy wooden floor beneath him, and recklessly struck at Casillas once more with his injured palm. What an absolute brute! Casillas cursed inwardly, bracing his arm defensively in front of him. The violent collision caused the iron shards that covered Scissor Jack's hand to scatter, revealing blisters formed from the burns that covered his palm. These blisters, now compromised by the frigid temperatures, shattered, releasing a mixture of blood and fluid that crystallized into ice, cascading down with his movements. The encounter was far from over. Just as Casillas intended to make his next move, he felt the grotesquely bloodied hand of his opponent grasp his outstretched arm, establishing a fierce struggle of strength between them. Immediately, an overwhelming force surged forth, propelling Casillas towards the wall behind him. In terms of raw power, Casillas found himself at an undeniable disadvantage. At this moment, he felt a twinge of regret for his miscalculation. Engaging in combat with this formidable beast, whose strength was unparalleled, he found that his own advantage lay in the powers bestowed by his devil fruit. In such close quarters, ensnared as he was, the opponent's superiority was maximized to its fullest extent. Regrettably, the ability of the temperature fruit did not permit him to directly incinerate the biological entity before him. Otherwise, he could have reduced the creature's heart to a smoldering cinder, thereby avoiding such dire circumstances. Nonetheless, he was not entirely powerless. Seizing the hand wielding the giant scissor-like weapon and the arm ensnared by his foe, he commenced to unleash his ability. A plume of black smoke erupted, eliciting a pained howl from the scissor-handed Jack. One could only imagine the agony of grasping a piece of red-hot iron with bare hands. This was his current predicament. Simultaneously, the colossal scissor weapon affixed to the severed arm visibly glowed crimson. This contraption, akin to a pair of scissors, was intricately fused with the very flesh and bone of the opponent through advanced human modification techniques. The extreme heat radiating from it rendered Jack's torment almost unimaginable. Yet, contrary to Casillas' expectations, he did not withdraw and retreat. Rather, the intensity of his suffering seemed to awaken his primal instincts. His eyes, exposed beneath the helmet, were bloodshot and gleamed with a ferocity that suggested a hunger for destruction. With a frenzied roar, he surged forward with renewed vigor. The individual erupted with terrifying force, propelling Casillas as if he were merely a deeply embedded wooden stake, uprooting the solid wooden floor beneath them. The black leather boots were shattered, and with a resounding crash, he slammed into the hard wall. Despite this, his momentum showed no sign of abating. Rather, it surged forward, breaking through the wall with an impressive display of strength, creating a gaping hole that led to the corridor outside, only to collide once more with the wall on the opposite side of the passage. Casillas felt a profound unease. With half of his body embedded in the wall, how could he possibly feel well? Moreover, at that moment, he sensed pain coursing through his arms and torso, and his feet were bloodied, with not a single part unmarred. He was grateful for his innate resilience, for without it, this moment of carelessness could have cost him his life or left him severely incapacitated. And now, although he was in considerable discomfort, he could at least claim he was not gravely injured. It appeared quite tragic, yet these were merely superficial wounds, which he could endure. At this juncture, Scissorhands Jack was not in a much better state than Casillas, his remaining hand perhaps only partially intact. Thus, he raised his other arm. The intense heat radiating from the massive metal scissors had yet to dissipate, and with a whistling gale, he swung them once more at Casillas, who was still pinned against the wall. In agony, Casillas struggled to lift his arms, adopting an awkward stance to deflect the assault. With a dull thud, his body crashed through the second dilapidated wall, rolling onto the lawn outside. Surrounded by numerous city guards, they witnessed this scene and instinctively stepped back in trepidation, gasping in horror. Before them, a being nearly 4 meters tall had torn through the wall, sending shattered bricks flying, injuring several unfortunate guards in the process. Coughing and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Casillas assessed his injuries, silently reminding himself that this was a valuable lesson as he clambered to his feet. The soft green grass beneath his scarred feet only intensified his pain. Seeing him rise again, Scissorhands Jack let out an unearthly roar, charging towards him from a distance of 7 to 8 meters. However, this time, Casillas barely registered a blur before a sharp sting pierced his rear. Utilizing his speed, he maneuvered behind Jack, striking the metal plating on his backside. The metal twisted and shattered, incinerating the garments beneath and leaving behind a large mass of cold, smoldering remnants. Jack emitted an enraged cry, finally uttering 2 words upon their renewed encounter: "Damn it." As Scissorhand Jack let out a furious roar, he instinctively swept his arm back, only to encounter empty air. Had he remained within the confines of Carimula's residence, where space for Casillas to maneuver was limited, perhaps Casillas would have harbored some trepidation towards him. Yet, in the vast expanse of the outside world, his diminished speed rendered him a negligible threat. Casillas, swift as the wind, continued unabated, his feet stained crimson, yet his velocity remained unhampered. It was Jack's legs that became the target of the assault this time. However, Casillas chose not to further dismantle the tortoise-like armor, but instead opted to heat it. For the first time, Scissorhand Jack experienced the sensation of wearing iron boots heated to 1,000 degrees. In summary, it was utterly disastrous. He found himself powerless to turn the tide. Within merely 2 minutes, as Casillas used his now swollen arms to retrieve a cigarette from his box and light it, Scissorhand Jack lay defeated on the ground, his legs presumably half-cooked. A cadre of city guards, who had previously hesitated, surged forward, deftly binding him with thick ropes. "Boss, how are you? Do you need to tend to your wounds first?" Hawk inquired, cradling a medical kit with concern. "No need. Where is Carimula?" Casillas waved him off, instructing him to place the kit on the ground before sitting upon it. "The city guards have already surrounded him in the study," Hawk replied, observing the grotesque swell of scars on Casillas's forearms from Jack's lethal scissor strikes, and the ghastly sight of his feet, some areas exposed to the bone. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to leave, only to return 2 minutes later with a new medical kit. Crouching before Casillas to tend to his wounds with bandages and alcohol. Though Hawk had learned these skills, his execution was far from polished. Noticing his evident anxiety, Casillas refrained from further refusal. While the occasional jolt of pain was intolerable, it was better not to dampen Hawk's enthusiasm. Had he not been so overconfident, allowing excitement to overtake him during the battle, perhaps the outcome would not have been so dire. Before long, The beleaguered Carimula was dragged forth, securely bound and unceremoniously tossed before Casillas. Upon encountering Casillas, the first words from this individual were, "If you spare me, I shall grant you 2 billion berries." Chapter 63. Death 2 billion berries? Casillas tilted his head, intrigued. Lord Carimula, your proposition is indeed enticing. But is that truly all your wealth? Surely, it must be more than that. With his hands bound behind his back and his body positioned face down, Carimula regarded Casillas with an awkward posture, promptly responding, "This is all my liquid assets. If that does not satisfy you, I also possess real estate." No, Lord Carimula, Casillas interjected with a chuckle. A cigarette, but clenched between his teeth. It's not that I find your offer lacking. In fact, it is quite substantial, and I am indeed tempted. However, you must understand that once you are eliminated, I shall not be able to claim a single coin of your fortune, as it will all be seized by those influential figures who frequent the palace or reside within its walls. Thus, 2 billion is quite a considerable sum. At this juncture, Casillas exhaled a plume of smoke before continuing. The crux of the matter is, what I desire extends beyond mere monetary gain. This is the first point. Secondly, should I choose to release you, do you believe the city guards would acquiesce? Has Lord Carimula not yet grasped the gravity of his predicament? Your life no longer rests in my hands. It is in the possession of others. Whose hands hold Carimula's life? Surely it is in the grasp of Casillas' current collaborators. The benefits I can derive from Lord Carimula, aside from a noble title, are merely the smuggling routes under your control. Lord Pander has assured me that all those channels you once commanded will henceforth be mine, and at least on the surface, they will not interfere. Casillas spoke with an air of self-assuredness amidst a gathering of city guards, all loyal to the military minister Pander. They formed a tight encirclement around Casillas and his entourage of a dozen or so men. In truth, throughout this encounter, not a single guard laid a hand upon them. Even the earlier gunfire, which dispatched Carimula's armed forces, was executed by combatants carefully selected and briefly trained from the ranks of the outcasts by Casillas. Pander's men had yet to engage, not even discharging a blank shot. The reasoning behind this is quite straightforward. Both Pander and the prominent figures require a narrative. The downfall of the noble Carimura was orchestrated by an outsider, and Casillas emerged as a fortuitous ally for them. Even though the entire scheme was under their directive, they refrained from direct involvement. This is of paramount importance. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise in the future, they shall bear no relation to them. For it is Casillas who is responsible for this matter. Naturally, it would be impossible to proceed without some publicly declarable transgression. This is the role of Colonel Mouse. Soon, the kingdom of Goya, along with those in the East Sea who are keenly aware of various news, will learn that the noble Carimura has colluded with pirates to exploit the common people, a transgression unveiled by the righteous naval officer, Colonel Mouse. In his unwavering commitment to uphold justice, Colonel Mouse boldly disclosed Carimura's crimes and initiated his apprehension. During this process, Carimura violently resisted arrest, leading to a confrontation. However, the naval forces, embodying justice, ultimately triumphed. Of course, the incursion of the Navy into a nation allied with the world government to apprehend a nobleman is neither procedurally nor legally permissible. Nevertheless, the king of the kingdom of Goya will later pardon this act and offer verbal commendation. Thus, even if Colonel Mouse does not receive a promotion, he is unlikely to face any demotion, rendering it a most satisfactory conclusion. Such news is trivial and, after being conveyed beyond the East Sea, will hardly garner excessive attention from the other 4 seas and the Grand Line. No one will realize that the so-called heroes within are merely a band of naval miscreants. At least, the ordinary populace remains oblivious. Casillas is not perturbed by the prospect of the Pandal city guard turning their weapons upon him at this juncture, for he possesses the immense benefit of the Desert Eagle to offer in return. The price of the Desert Eagle sold through smuggling channels remains a staggering 100,000 per piece, with 50,000 of that destined for the pockets of the other party. Each month, profits exceeding 100 million berry flow in. Without him needing to exert effort organizing various matters, even a fool would know how to choose. Unless, of course, Pandal is truly a fool. Could the esteemed Minister of Military and Political Affairs of the Kingdom of Goya be a fool? Clearly not. Casillas had only spoken half of his thoughts. Yet Calimera had nearly grasped the matters he had previously overlooked or failed to comprehend due to the dread of impending death. Realizing this only deepened his despair. He had always been a lofty noble, and while he had contemplated death, it was always in the context of a distant future when he would be too frail to move, peacefully passing away in bed. rather than facing a gruesome demise at the hands of his enemies. How could he not feel fear? Memories long buried in the recesses of his mind were now vividly etched by terror. Countless slaves he had ruthlessly executed for trivial offenses. The beautiful slave girl he had bludgeoned to death with an ashtray in a carriage, her eyes reflecting a foreboding that he too would one day meet a similarly untimely end, and so forth, the list endless. Before today, no. Before Casillas entered his study, he had reveled in the superiority and thrill of holding the lives of others in his hands. Yet, the elation he once felt now stood in stark contrast to the profound despair he experienced. Calimera, being a relatively astute individual, gradually began to emerge from the depths of his senseless fear upon realizing his inevitable demise. He started to curse vehemently, perhaps seeking to indulge in the fleeting pleasure of his words before meeting his end. His vitriol primarily targeted Casillas and Apolly, followed closely by Pandal and the king. The man was quick with his words, and Casillas paid him no heed. After Hawk finished bandaging the grievously injured feet, he dragged the esteemed nobleman aside and handed a desert eagle to Colonel Mouse, who stood nearby. "Do you understand what to do?" Colonel Mouse's hand trembled slightly, but he quickly steadied it with his other hand and nodded vigorously. "Yes. Yes. Excellent. Then proceed." With a sorrowful expression, Colonel Mouse turned away. He genuinely wished to refuse, but the memory of the blood from his loyal subordinate splattered across his face extinguished that courage. When a gunshot pierced the night sky, silence enveloped the surroundings. Colonel Mouse, having fulfilled his mission, numbly gripped the handle of the Desert Eagle. Even as waves of pain surged through his wrist from the tremendous recoil. It was only when his eyes caught the intricate patterns of the currency that he snapped back to reality. At some point, he found himself once again before Casillas, who was fiddling with a thick stack of banknotes that made a rustling sound. Instinctively, Colonel Mouse swallowed hard. He recalled the imagined 40 million bellies, which had seemed tantalizingly within reach, yet now it felt like a mere illusion. "Colonel Mouse, congratulations." The sudden voice of Casillas startled him, and he realized he had just heard the words of congratulation. As confusion enveloped him, Casillas patted a leather suitcase beside him. "The promised 40 million from Carimula is all here. Now, it belongs to you." Colonel Mouse's mouth hung agape, unable to close for what felt like an eternity. Soon, elated, he squatted beside the suitcase, cradling it. "Boss, is this necessary?" Casillas glanced at Hawk. "Of course it is. Maintaining a good relationship with this Colonel Mouse is essential. The more of his kind we have in the Navy, the better. Besides, the money isn't coming from me. When that old curmudgeon Pandal arrives, he will reimburse me for this advance." As he spoke, Casillas surveyed the line of over a dozen individuals. He noticed a man with numerous growths on his face, carrying a longbow and a quiver of arrows on his back. Chapter 64. The Fallen Captain Baki Boss. "This is a Cho," Hawk introduced to Casillas. "Do not be deceived by his appearance. He possesses remarkable talent. Not only is he skilled with the bow, but his marksmanship is exceptional as well. After days of training, he has surpassed me. He can hit his target with every shot within 50 meters. Moreover, during this operation, he single-handedly took down nearly 10 opponents. Truly impressive." Hawk's praise was delivered with such bluntness, yet Ho displayed little emotional fluctuation. He slightly lowered his head in acknowledgement, appearing to be even less loquacious than Lucien. "If one possesses a firearm, why carry a bow?" Casillas inquired with curiosity. Ho regarded the black-clad youth, significantly shorter and younger than himself, with utmost respect, for it was this very individual who had bestowed upon them, the Wanderers, a life free from the anxieties of sustenance, a true blessing. "My Lord Casillas, while I have quickly mastered the use of firearms, I believe I am more suited to wield a bow. In many respects, a bow is far more effective than a gun, at least in my hands," he articulated, making an effort to convey his thoughts despite his preference for silence. "Is your bow newly acquired?" Casillas observed, noting the pristine condition of the weapon slung across Ho's back, prompting another question. "Indeed. It was only upon obtaining this that I realized the inadequacy of my previous bow," Ho replied, his tone tinged with nostalgia as he caressed the sturdy, smooth limbs of the longbow. Previously, he lacked the means to purchase such an expensive and rare weapon until a few days ago when Hawk, adhering to his request, procured this bow for him, allowing him to truly comprehend the essence of weaponry. "Very well, you shall take charge of training and leading these individuals from now on. Hawk's capabilities in this regard are rather modest, and it is more fitting to entrust this responsibility to a specialist like you," Casillas thoughtfully decided, considering it a reward for Ho's contributions in the recent skirmish. Ho's instinctive reaction was to refuse. Truthfully, He had little inclination or habit of stepping into a leadership role. However, upon noticing Hawk's subtle gestures, he acquiesced with a nod. Regarding the others, ensure that those injured receive ample compensation. No one has perished, correct? Casillas directed his gaze toward Hawk, who shook his head in affirmation, prompting him to continue. Distribute as you see fit, Hawk. Henceforth, such matters will fall under your purview. Hawk nodded in agreement once more. Ah, what of Dodge? Ho stepped aside, and Casillas recalled another individual necessitating his attention. Dodge, with a dejected countenance, was dragged forth, bound tightly with several ropes. As an ordinary man, he was utterly powerless to escape, and the two captors refrained from treating him as roughly as they had with Calimura. After all, he was the only son of Old Hank, and those from the Wanderer's Enclave still retained a modicum of respect for him. Of course, this merely meant they would not mistreat him, but no one would entertain the notion of releasing this traitor for Old Hank's sake. Mr. Dodge, TSK. Casillas observed the middle-aged man whose hair was beginning to show strands of white, and with a hint of exasperation, he asked, I did not perceive this during our previous encounter. What compelled you to betray me? Certainly, I do not require your oath of loyalty. Perhaps it is not entirely your fault. After all, one must look after oneself, or else face dire consequences. Is this not the sentiment held by Mr. Dodge? Before Dodge could utter a word, Casillas murmured to himself, to be candid, I have learned from Hawk that Old Hank has been quite cooperative. I could swiftly amass a force of over 100, largely thanks to his contributions. Moreover, you are Hank's only son. It would be unfortunate for him to see his silver-haired head buried by his own progeny. Dodge's pallid complexion gradually regained a hint of color as Casillas spoke. Hawk, taken aback, had initially anticipated that Casillas would decisively eliminate this traitor, but was surprised to discern the possibility of leniency in his leader's words. Standing in his current position, Hawk was inclined to ensure that this individual faced adequate retribution. After all, the distinction between reward and punishment is of utmost significance. However, considering the elderly Hank, who was already half buried in the earth, he ultimately chose to remain silent. Let the esteemed leader make the decision. Having spoken at length and sensing a void in his hands, Casillas initially contemplated asking Hawk to procure some fruit for him. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that matters here would soon conclude, and he would soon return. Thus, he lit another cigarette and indulged in a leisurely smoke. His prolonged silence regarding Dodge's fate only intensified the torment within the kneeling Dodge. Nevertheless, as a prisoner, he maintained his silence, awaiting his fate. Dodge did not perceive any fault in his actions. Are you not, Casillas, also in pursuit of a noble identity? What is wrong with my desire to reclaim the noble status that my father forsook? Ultimately, if I failed, it is not the fault of anyone but my own misfortune and lack of strength. At this moment, Dodge lamented only that he had not inflicted any damage upon Casillas. Instead, he had merely exposed the act of betrayal and was now destined to face punishment. In this state, he felt somewhat aggrieved. The agonizing wait stretched on, seemingly enduring for an eternity, although in reality, Casillas' cigarette had merely burned halfway. Eventually, Dodge heard Casillas speak again. Very well, I shall spare you, however. You can no longer reside here. Depart this country, cross the sea, and do not let me see you again, Dodge. Casillas then turned to Hawk, commanding, prepare a lifeboat for him and send him out to sea immediately. Hawk, momentarily stunned, quickly grasped Casillas' intent. He did not plead for Dodge's mercy, but summoned two individuals to assist in escorting Dodge away. The city guards surrounding them offered no resistance. Apolly, present. Upon hearing his name called by Casillas, he responded promptly, you shall return to your former duties. As for Hawk, he can be somewhat soft-hearted at times, so you must assist him with matters he has not handled adequately. Do you understand? I understand. Apolly swiftly responded, clearly understanding the implications of Casillas' words, that he would henceforth serve as Hawk's aide. He harbored no resentment regarding this arrangement. Compared to him, Hawk was merely a novice. However, his proximity to Casillas, a trusted confidant, granted him a certain stature. Moreover, as one who had betrayed Carimula, Apolly found little reason for discontent in maintaining a position of relative significance. Unlike Carimula, who reveled in bloodshed, Apolly was aware that he would not hesitate to extinguish the life of those deserving of it without a moment's pause. A shiver ran down his spine. Casillas' remark served as a clear admonition. At that moment, a corpulent figure, flanked by a retinue, entered the perimeter of the city guard, and upon seeing Carimula's lifeless body, nodded in satisfaction. This is the future collaborator of Casillas, the Minister of Military and Political Affairs, Pander. Another corpulent individual, excessively rotund. Several hours later, when Dodge was unceremoniously thrown onto a small boat by Hawk and his companions, he finally comprehended the gravity of the situation he was confronting. Only upon seeing the lifeboat did Dodge grasp its true dimensions. This modest vessel, slightly more substantial than a small canoe, consumed half of the available space once Dodge was stowed away. The boat was barren, devoid of both sustenance and water. In truth, none was necessary. This diminutive craft would likely capsize in the face of even a modest storm. At such a moment, it mattered little whether Dodge possessed swimming prowess akin to an Olympic champion. He would inevitably succumb to the depths. Moreover, Hawk displayed no intention of loosening his bonds. Dodge's pleading gaze went unnoticed by Hawk. A grand ship towed the tiny lifeboat into the tumultuous embrace of the ocean, one of several merchant vessels purchased by Hawk, soon to be put to use. The larger ship continued to drag the smaller one until it reached a safe distance from the shore, ensuring that the lifeboat would not be swept back by the waves, at which point Hawk commanded the ropes to be released. The message from the captain was unmistakable. Should you survive, it is merely fortune, if the boat capsizes or if you perish from hunger. It is solely your failure to endure. Farewell. The sailors aboard, all hailing from a camp of drifters, recognized Dodge, yet they remained silent, merely observing. Bound and immobilized, Dodge lay helplessly on the heaving surface of the boat, watching as the grand vessel gradually diminished into the night. He refrained from uttering a plea, preserving the last vestige of his dignity. Time passed, though he could not discern its measure, until he perceived an unusual commotion. Suddenly, a hand gripped the edge of the small boat, drenched and bearing the marks of the sea. In Dodge's line of sight, the owner of that hand emerged, a figure adorned with a soaked captain's hat, emblazoned with a pirate skull insignia, their forehead painted with two crossed bones in white, lips adorned with vivid red lipstick, and a round, crimson nose. Dodge hesitated as the sea began to brighten with the impending dawn. A jester? His voice was hoarse, weakened by a night devoid of nourishment or hydration. The stranger paid no heed to the bound Dodge, laboriously climbing into the cabin, dripping with seawater. Erupting into laughter, "The heavens have not forsaken me, Captain Buggy. Ah ha 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 ha." Having just assembled a crew of pirates, Captain Buggy found his ship sunk by fierce cannon fire, and now, clinging to a piece of driftwood, he had floated for days until discovering this small boat. He stroked his chin, laughter subsiding as he turned to the previously overlooked Dodge. "Hey, what is the meaning of this? Why are you bound on your own ship? And where is your food? Your drink? Have you consumed it all?" Dodge replied in a feeble voice, "There was nothing to begin with. I was cast into the sea by my enemies to await my demise." "Oh," Buggy exclaimed, "what kind of revenge is this? They even gifted you a boat? Throw my words into the sea, clean and decisive. With such a vessel, how could one possibly meet their demise? Since the passing of Roger, Buggy has been tirelessly gathering a crew to form his pirate band in the East Sea. He has encountered numerous instances of drifting alone on a mere plank in the vast ocean. In his experience, such small boats are unlikely to capsize. Having sailed on similar crafts many times before, always with a sense of safety. Alas, what shall we do without food or water? Just moments ago, filled with bravado, Buggy now felt a wave of despondency wash over him. No matter. Buggy glanced at Dodge, bound by ropes, and unsheathed his small dagger, swiftly freeing him from his restraints. The reason he employed his devil fruit power was to subdue this fellow. Now, having lost everything, with the crew he had just gathered feeding the fish below, despite Dodge's seemingly feeble demeanor, how could Captain Buggy operate without anyone to run errands for him? Witnessing the manifestation of his devil fruit abilities would surely astonish this individual, leading him to naturally become one of Buggy's subordinates. Just as he severed the ropes, Buggy suddenly caught sight of a vague silhouette in the distance. The ocean was dotted with numerous islands, yet, given the vastness of the sea, encountering one was a rare occurrence. However, Buggy perceived a dark shape resembling an island far off. Chapter 65, The Celestial Dragon's Inspection. "There is an island ahead. Quickly, get up and row the boat," Buggy shouted excitedly, shoving Dodge aside and searching for oars. To his dismay, he found nothing. Damn it, not even a single oar. Buggy felt the malice of the world pressing down upon him. After enduring days of fatigue with half his body submerged in seawater, he finally spotted a small boat. Yet it was not only tiny but devoid of food and water. Even if there was no sustenance, now that an island was in sight, to lack oars was unbearable. Upon hearing of the island, Dodge, who had been pushed aside, felt a surge of energy and climbed up to squint toward the direction Buggy indicated. confirming the shadow of an island. Observing Buggy's furious antics, he leaned over the side of the boat and began to paddle with his hands. Buggy, consumed by rage, noticed Dodge's actions and quickly followed suit. The small boat's sides were low enough for him to reach the water easily. As a powered individual with some combat prowess, Buggy paddled with remarkable speed, splashing seawater behind him. However, after only a few strokes, the small vessel began to spin in place. "Damn it! Row harder!" Dodger was startled by the roar, and immediately, with a hint of grievance, he cautiously flattered, "I am merely an ordinary person. Captain Buggy possesses immense strength, far beyond my capabilities." Buggy, known for his affable nature, despite occasionally venting his frustrations by harming the innocent, had already considered this timid individual as his subordinate. Upon hearing such praise regarding his formidable prowess, he felt a surge of elation. "Ah. Very well, I shall look after you," Buggy declared. "I shall proceed at a slower pace, but you must also exert yourself. Our chance of escape hinges upon the island ahead. Who knows how long we might wait for another if we miss this one." Dodger inwardly cursed, "As if there is another island. The mere fact that I stumbled upon one this time is a stroke of luck that I should not have survived." He then began to row with all his might. Regardless of the circumstances, through their combined efforts, they gradually drew closer to the distant island. Moreover, fortune smiled upon them. The sea, under the morning sun, was tranquil, with scarcely a ripple. Casillas could not have anticipated that Dodger would encounter someone with an aura of a protagonist upon the sea and manage to survive. At that moment, he stood at the lower end of the grand hall of the palace, at the tail of a large crowd of nobles. The military and political minister, Pander, was announcing the crimes of Karamura to the assembly of nobles. The elderly gentleman, adorned with sparse silver hair and of a similar age to Karimula, although possessing a rather corpulent physique, exhibited an impassioned fervor as he vociferously condemned Karimula's transgressions. His countenance, imbued with a profound sense of justice, seemed almost on the verge of overflowing from his ample flesh. In summary, Karimula was steeped in malevolence. He was utterly unworthy of noble status within the kingdom. Although the actions of the esteemed Lieutenant Colonel Rat were somewhat extreme, it was imperative to consider the gravity of this individual's misdeeds. His Majesty the King would publicly extend forgiveness for the colonel's indiscretions. At the head of the assembly sat the aged monarch, visibly weary and yawning, plagued by insomnia that rendered him unable to find slumber until dawn. However, he felt compelled to be present, if only for the sake of the vast fortune left behind by Karimula. The reactions of the assembled nobles varied widely. Those aligned with or benefiting from Karimula wore ashen expressions, not out of sorrow for his sudden demise, but rather due to apprehension regarding their interests. Would the prominent nobles, poised to divide the spoils after Karimula's passing, acknowledge the distribution of these assets? Or would they greedily consume everything, leaving naught in their wake? Among them were many who mourned, yet their sorrow was largely self-serving. They had been loyal adherents of Karimula, and with the loss of such a formidable ally, they pondered whether they could find another patron and whether they would face retribution. This group included the corpulent noble, the tall noble, and the lean noble. While some were consumed by grief and unease, others reveled in the misfortune, nearly bursting into laughter. A faction remained indifferent, reflecting the myriad of sentiments present among the nobles, gleeful, contemplative, and visibly distressed. The assembly had convened early, not solely due to the matter of Karimula. As for Casillas, at this very moment, he had already ascended to the status of a noble, albeit one on the periphery, devoid of any official title. Yet, to stand in this gathering signified that he had attained the noble identity that commoners could only aspire to throughout their lives. The addition of a minor noble evoked little more than a fleeting glance from most, with no significant reactions. Except for Keldon. He would not forget Casillas, who had presented a bribe of 100,000 belly. Although Keldon's circumstances were better than those of most nobles, holding the position of a commander of the city guard, this was nonetheless the first time he had received such a substantial bribe. From the moment he laid eyes on Casillas, Keldon suspected that a considerable sum had been exchanged to secure such noble status. This is not without precedent, in fact. A considerable portion of the minor nobility in the kingdom of Goya comprises former merchants who have purchased their noble status rather than inheriting it from their forebears. However, such wealth is substantial, and most merchants cannot afford it. The reason for this phenomenon lies in the financial scarcity of the kingdom of Goya, a commonality among all member nations of the world government. The royal family must diligently amass wealth, as they are obligated to pay the celestial golden tax to the celestial dragon in the Holy Land. As Pander delivered his eloquent speech, Keldon leaned towards Casillas with a grin exclaiming, "Ha ha, who would have thought, Casillas? In such a short time, you have already become a noble." Lord Keldon jested. Casillas responded with a smile. "In comparison to Lord Keldon, I truly am insignificant, merely a minor noble." The words brought comfort to Keldon, who chuckled softly before inquiring, "Do you know what else is to be discussed today?" He sought to display a sense of superiority. "Look, you may be of noble birth, but you fall short in comparison to me. There are matters known to me that escape your awareness." Yet, he realized that soon all the nobles present would be privy to this information. "I am unaware. What other matters are at hand?" he asked, with a sly grin. Keldon leaned closer, fixing his gaze upon the elderly king, who was dozing with half-closed eyes on the throne. In a hushed tone, he revealed, "Another topic for discussion is the arrangements for the celestial dragon's inspection of our holy land in a few months." At this revelation, Casillas felt a jolt of alarm. He had nearly forgotten this crucial detail. The inspection by the celestial dragons in the kingdom of Goya could be regarded as the sole significant event that transpired in the original tale, a tumultuous finale marked by the arrival of revolutionary forces that rescued a multitude of vagrants abandoned by the nobles amidst flames, and of Sabo, whose ship was destroyed by the celestial dragons, only to be saved by the revolutionaries, later rising to become their second in command. Reflecting on these events, Casillas began to ponder the potential advantages he might derive from this upcoming incident. The revolutionaries, the celestial dragons. Chapter 66, The Fallen Pirate. Recently, we received word that 4 months hence, the celestial dragons would visit the kingdom of Goya for an inspection. The subsequent preparations to receive these esteemed celestial dragons would be of paramount importance to the kingdom. The elderly king, gripping his scepter, roused himself to personally announce this news. The tidings of the celestial dragon's impending visit sparked an even greater uproar than before. Some were already informed, yet for the majority, it was their first encounter with such news. The nobles engaged in animated discussions. "Silence," the king commanded, tapping his scepter upon the armrest of his throne. He continued, "Our kingdom of Goya has long been celebrated as the visage of the East Sea, perhaps a reason the esteemed celestial dragons have chosen our nation. Therefore, when the celestial dragons set their eyes upon the capital for the first time, it must reflect the truth." Everyone fell silent. In truth, they quickly grasped the implications of the old king's words. When the celestial dragons beheld the capital of the kingdom of Goya from the port, they would not only notice the pristine and orderly city, but also glimpse the dilapidated outskirts and the terminus of uncertainty. The journalists who extolled the capital's beauty dared not mention the squalid outskirts and mountains of refuse, yet the celestial dragons were different, should they feel deceived. The repercussions would be dire. The nobles were certainly not ordinary citizens. They were acutely aware of matters such as the demon-slaying edict. They understood the ways of the world government and the celestial dragons all too well, for they belonged to the same ilk. It was not beyond the realm of possibility for the celestial dragons to unleash their wrath upon the Goya nobility, leading to a massacre. Before the world's aristocracy, these nobles from the world government member nations resembled little more than slaves. The atmosphere in the grand hall turned frigid, until one noble ventured, "Why not simply eliminate the terminus of uncertainty?" Casillas and Keldon stood together, observing the fervor ignited among the noble assembly by this suggestion, feeling like mere bystanders at a theatrical performance. The proposal was utterly outrageous, yet if successful, it could indeed resolve the monumental nuisance of the refuse mountain. What manner of beings were the celestial dragons? He had never encountered one in the flesh. With practical considerations weighing heavily, Keldon hesitated for a moment before expressing his viewpoint. It was indeed a viable solution. Casillas concurred with a subtle nod. At that moment, he could only perceive a sense of distorted absurdity. What sort of individuals gathered here? The most esteemed nobles of a nation, pivotal figures for the kingdom, were now, due to the presence of someone far more exalted, yet fundamentally no more worthy than a wretched maggot, approaching the situation with trepidation and strategizing their response. They might still harbor hope. If they could manage to placate the porcine celestial dragons, perhaps immense benefits would follow. How laughable, though he longed to depart. Remaining in this place to listen to this collective discussion on how to appease the celestial dragons felt like a squandering of time. It would be far more prudent to return and hone his abilities. Yet even with his feet bandaged, he still felt pangs of pain, making departure at this juncture rather inappropriate. Reflecting on it, he realized his current endeavors were not markedly superior to those of the others. If confronted by a celestial dragon demanding him to serve as a living steed, would he acquiesce or refuse? Perhaps it was best to abandon any notions of superiority. Such musings were futile. He needed to acquire formidable strength swiftly to extricate himself from this predicament. Perhaps one day, he could compel all celestial dragons to kneel at his feet, begging for mercy. This fantasy is somewhat enchanting. Unbeknownst to him, Casillas felt an unprecedented sense of anticipation, or perhaps desire. Self-preservation? The completion of a mission? Might this be what one calls ambition? Casillas murmured to himself. What? Beside him? Curtin seemed to have caught a hint of this, turning his head to express his curiosity. Nothing. I too am eager to witness the splendor of the noble world. Casillas replied, his laughter appearing both natural and radiant. Yet, this beaming smile inexplicably sent a chill down Curtin's spine, causing him to shudder involuntarily. What's wrong? Casillas inquired, noticing his tremor. Curtin stammered. It's nothing. I just felt a sudden chill. Really? Casillas responded, glancing around in confusion. Unable to detect even a whisper of a breeze, Curtin awkwardly chuckled, instinctively distancing himself a few steps, falling silent thereafter. The midday sun blazed fiercely, and the island, once bustling with pirates, had quieted. The pirate crews, seeking supplies or engaging in trade, had departed, leaving those who lingered to rest. Reluctant to venture out in the sweltering heat, typically they reclined with women purchased for a brief period of companionship, nestled in comfortably constructed wooden huts, either slumbering or laboring under the sun, savoring the rare pleasures amid their brutal lives. On the island, the only ones still at work were the official personnel, such as the lookout crouching in the watchtower, idly fiddling with his telescope, occasionally peering toward certain huts, hoping to catch a glimpse of something enticing to relieve his own urges. So large, so white, though a bit saggy. That wretched Sally only cares for money. She won't let me see unless I pay. Humph. Now she's showing it all. If only I were that pirate. Such excitement. Hiss. It's about to come out. After fulfilling his physiological needs, the frail lookout, gazing through the lens of his telescope at the undulating black and white forms, found the spectacle rather dull. Adjusting his trousers, he redirected the telescope toward the sea. In moments of boredom, he often resorted to such activities. What is that? A flash of color, distinct from the ocean's azure, caught his eye. Shifting his angle, he discerned the truth. It was a small boat, a pitifully diminutive vessel, with two individuals aboard who were struggling to paddle their way toward the island. Are they castaways? Upon closer inspection, he recognized Buggy, adorned in a pirate captain's hat, his clownish attire strikingly conspicuous. Still a pirate, is he? A clownish pirate. I believe I have heard of him before. Gazing into the palm of my hand, I pondered deeply. This is hardly a significant matter. Everything on the island is fundamentally designed to cater to the pirates. As long as one possesses wealth, it becomes an utterly trivial issue. Although the unfortunate pirate who arrived on a small boat had never before set foot on this island, he leaned out from the lookout tower and shouted down below, "There are pirates approaching by sea, but they seem to be in distress, only 2 of them. Go and see. Do not allow them to cause any trouble." Minutes later, as 7 or 8 armed individuals brandishing swords and firearms made their way to the shore, the small boat, steadily drawing closer from the distance, became distinctly visible. Chapter 67. The matter of face. More than 10 days swiftly passed. The nobles appeared to be occupied with preparations for the arrival of the celestial dragons, the fall of a grand noble such as Carimula. While a topic of casual conversation among the common folk elicited little in the way of substantial reaction, the kingdom remains unchanged, much like in days of yore. Casillas, seated by the poolside with a newspaper in hand and a cigarette between his lips, peruses its contents. The remnants of the Sun Pirates, led by the vicious Shark and Arlong, have stealthily infiltrated Fuchsia Island with the intention of orchestrating a massacre. However, they were thwarted by Rear Admiral Borsellino of the Navy headquarters. Borsellino? Is he not a vice admiral at this juncture? Casillas stroked his chin, flipping back to the front page of the newspaper, where a large photograph of Jinbe adorned one side, while the opposite side bore the headline, "New leader of the Sun Pirates, the Sea Knight Jinbe accepts invitation from the world government to join the Shichibukai, filling the vacancy left by the previous departure of a warlord." Arlong, that fool, is truly naive. It is remarkable that he has survived, considering he faced a future admiral. Moreover, Borsellino seems to possess a penchant for leniency, allowing such a minor character as Arlong to escape. Perhaps he is taking into account that Arlong is still affiliated with the Sun Pirates, prioritizing the greater good? Who can say? Borsellino strikes one as an individual reminiscent of a bureaucrat, and as far as Casillas is concerned, he is a rather shrewd and somewhat enigmatic figure. Many speculate that he is an undercover agent for the Revolutionary Army, but such conjectures are largely unfounded, lacking any conclusive evidence. The multitude of individuals referred to here undoubtedly comprises the enthusiast from the social platform of a previous life. "Socha, could you fetch me some orange juice?" Casillas remarked to the woman who was kneeling beside him, glancing at the now empty cup beside him. He found himself in the opulent mansion of Carimula. Perhaps in consideration of allocating a residence for this newly ennobled nobleman, and with nearly all of Carimula's assets appropriated by them. Several prominent nobles seemed to have developed a pang of conscience, leaving this mansion to Casillas. Moreover, some of the slaves that remained within were not taken away. After all, slaves hold little monetary value. Socha was among them. Given their acquaintance, Casillas had permitted Socha to attend to his needs during these days. One cannot deny the proficiency of a professional. She adeptly fulfilled all the roles expected of a maid, mastering tasks such as making the bed, folding linens, and serving tea. Socha rose gracefully, departing with a seductive feline gait. This was a habit ingrained in her since childhood as a female slave, one that was not easily altered. Coupled with her attire, which was comparable to that of their first encounter, her tall stature and long legs exemplified elegance. Casillas was no saint, yet in recent days, he had refrained from taking advantage of the house full of beautiful female slaves. After all, his body was merely 15 years old. Any premature damage would be detrimental. Furthermore, he intended to keep only Socha while distributing the remaining female slaves to his subordinates. Why couldn't I have encountered a leader as benevolent as myself in my previous life? He mused, grasping the ice sword that lay discarded nearby, observing the melting traces upon its surface. Casillas activated his abilities once more, lowering the temperature of the ice sword to the minimum threshold attainable by his temperature-manipulating powers. He pondered the notion of possibly carrying such an ice sword as a weapon in the future. However, it needed to be sufficiently cold and possess considerable hardness. At present, the hardness of the low-temperature ice sword was still significantly inferior to that of a typical iron sword. Metal becomes exceedingly brittle at low temperatures, whereas ice, when frozen, becomes harder as the temperature decreases. Thus, once the hardness of the ice sword reaches a certain level, it could easily serve as a substitute for conventional blades, additionally inflicting low-temperature damage, a promising application of his abilities. As for the idea of creating a high-temperature fire sword, that notion had never crossed his mind. Regardless of how low the temperature might be, ice remains ice. However, the concept of augmenting an iron sword with high temperatures seemed far less appealing. It seems that it will soon become molten iron. Even the most renowned blades cannot withstand this, unless it is the mightiest of the black swords. As he caressed the ice sword, feeling the uneven surface formed by the repeated melting and crystallization, he found himself lost in thought when suddenly the phone bug began to ring. Bring. The phone bug lay beside him, and Casillas reached out to pick up the receiver, hearing Hawk's voice on the other end. "Boss, I've nearly wrapped up everything on my end. But there has been a slight issue with one of the locations." Hawk had been at sea for nearly 10 days. Among the 200 armed forces selected from the Wanderers and trained, only 20 remained by Casillas' side, while the rest had embarked on the merchant ship with Hawk. This voyage cannot be deemed the commencement of a formal commercial gathering. The smuggling channels controlled by Carimula primarily belong to the realm of darkness. These individuals, bloodthirsty as they are, resemble pirates to a great extent. Hawk and Appley must convey to them that their master has changed. There may be dissenters among them, though the likelihood is minimal. Upon hearing Hawk's words, Casillas inquired, "What is amiss? Is there someone unwilling to continue as a dog?" The telephone bug adeptly mimicked Hawk's expression, revealing a distinctly human-like gesture of denial, as he responded, "No, boss, that is not what I intended to convey. There are indeed a few die-hard loyalists of Carimula, but they have been successfully eliminated with the assistance of the steward Appley." "However, what do you mean by however?" "The smuggling routes of Carimula include several nameless islands that engage in commerce with pirates. Upon our arrival at one such island, all of Carimula's men had perished. We captured a pirate who claimed that over 10 days ago, a fellow named Buggy the Clown landed with a small vessel, plundered the ships and supplies, slaughtered numerous individuals, and departed with those willing to submit to him." "Buggy the Clown," Casillas exclaimed with a chuckle upon recognizing the familiar name. "So, does this pirate know where Buggy the Clown is gone?" "That he does not know. He mentioned that many surrendered at that time, but he was reluctant to pledge allegiance and received a knife wound from Buggy, collapsing to the ground. When he regained consciousness, he found himself alone on the island." "Oh, I see." Casillas accepted the orange juice from Sasha's hand, pondering for a moment before instructing, "Let us reconstruct this island. Additionally, inquire about the whereabouts of Buggy the Clown. Remember to exercise caution. Those 100-plus individuals wielding desert eagles possess considerable strength, yet there are many formidable foes upon the sea. Proceed with care." "Understood, boss," Hawk affirmed, ending the call. "Sasha, are you familiar with Buggy the Clown?" Casillas asked the woman beside him. Not at all. Sasha searched her memory but found no trace of recognition. Casillas refrained from pressing further. By his recollection, Buggy had been wandering the East Blue since the death of Roger. Though his strength appeared lacking, gaining entry into the Grand Line was not an insurmountable task. It was only when Luffy set sail that he followed Luffy out of the East Blue. Was there some ulterior motive at play? Regardless of whether there is any hidden agenda, this individual has pilfered what rightfully belongs to him, and when we locate him, he must be made to pay a price. In the world of pirates, or rather, in the shadowy realm, if one suffers a loss without seeking retribution, others will merely regard you with disdain, perceiving you as weak and easily exploited, irrespective of your underlying considerations. Thus, Buggy the Clown must undoubtedly face consequences. This is, in essence, a matter of pride. The notorious Big Mom pirates have lost face and are relentlessly pursuing Luffy, venturing into Kaido's territory. The nobles of the Goya kingdom, having suffered a similar indignity, feel compelled to unearth the perpetrator to uphold their dignity. The reasoning is quite parallel. In Chapter 68, as Casillas took a sip of orange juice and was about to request Sonia to peel a banana for him, the transponder snail began to ring again. What an unusual day it was. The transponder snail, which had lain dormant until now, rang twice in quick succession. With a glance from Casillas, Sonia delicately lifted the receiver from the transponder snail's back and handed it to him. As soon as he grasped the receiver, the transponder snail opened its eyes, displaying a jubilant expression. "Boss, we have returned." From the tone of voice and manner of speech, Casillas recognized the individual on the other end, none other than Gray, who had been absent for nearly a month and a half. "Gray, how have you fared?" he inquired. "Of course, boss, you ought to inquire about my reputation at sea. With Lucien by my side, there is nothing we cannot accomplish. But, boss, why have things changed so drastically on your end? I was puzzled to see everything seemingly vacated. Even that rascal Hawk is nowhere to be found. It turns out you've ascended to the ranks of nobility. This is a long story. Where are you now?" Casillas felt a surge of happiness, likely believing that their objectives had been splendidly achieved. He wondered how much the other nation could contribute to the sales of his Desert Eagle. The surrounding countries of the Goya kingdom were small and sparsely populated. Although Hawk had been tasked with exploring market opportunities and seeking local allies in those regions, it was doubtful that a significant portion could be carved out of the 50,000-unit pie. A month had passed, yet the count here barely surpassed 5,000. "We're at the city gates of the high town. The city guards appear quite displeased and want to eliminate them all." At that moment, Gray stood alongside Lucien. Without any additional company, the two brazenly commenced their conversation through the transponder snail at the heavily fortified gates of the high town, drawing bewildered glances from the city guards. The pirate attire was unmistakable, and Gray had, at some point, had the audacity to tattoo the pirate flag on his exposed arm, two silhouettes of Desert Eagle handguns intersecting, identical to that on the pirate flag. Upon learning that Casillas had attained nobility, Gray boldly approached in an attempt to enter the high town, only to be summarily denied entry by the guards. Were it not for Lucien's intervention, Gray might have resorted to violence at that moment. "All right, Gray. No need to cause a ruckus," Casillas chuckled. "I will come to escort you. I will arrange a pass for you to enter and exit the high town. For now, please wait for me to arrive." Hanging up the phone bug, Casillas, under the attentive service of Sophia, donned black leather boots and a matching overcoat. He lit a cigarette from the one Sophia had ignited beforehand, accustomed as he was to this pampered existence akin to that of a swine. With a dismissive wave, he signaled for her not to follow. Exiting through the back door, Casillas strolled along the streets of the noble district. The immaculate and tidy roads were seldom populated. If the nobility were to evenly distribute the architectural expanse of the district, each would likely possess several hectares of land. Compared to the bustling central streets, this area truly exemplified a sparsely populated expanse. As Casillas walked by, a sweeping slave immediately prostrated himself on the ground, remaining there until he was well out of sight. He paid no mind to it. Although it seemed leisurely, Casillas traversed the path with remarkable speed, reaching the towering walls separating the noble district from the central streets in a matter of minutes. Spotting a youth clad in black, Adorned with the distinctive insignia of the nobility, the city guards saluted respectfully, stepping aside. From a distance, Casillas could hear Gray's exuberant calls. "Boss! Over here! Over here!" The sight of Gray, jumping about like a monkey, prompted Casillas to stifle a facepalm, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Why did this fellow increasingly seem deserving of a reprimand? Upon reaching them, Lucien, deliberately maintaining a slight distance from Gray, nodded in acknowledgement, prompting Casillas to inquire, "What would you like to eat? Or shall we venture inside to sample the delicacies favored by the nobility? Do they have good beer there?" Gray's eyes sparkled with excitement. "No. The nobility only drink red wine. At least, I have yet to see any beer. But perhaps there is some. I never drink, so I haven't paid attention." Casillas shook his head. Gray appeared crestfallen. "Nobility is so dull. What's so great about red wine? Let us just find a restaurant on Central Street." Lucien nodded in agreement. Later, the three found themselves seated in a tavern. Gray seemed familiar with the place. Casually greeting the bartender and ordering 2 large barrels of stout, a glass of juice, and 3 ample servings of roasted lamb. "Boss, you won't believe it. The owner of this tavern used to be a pirate. After making enough money and marrying the love of his life, he settled down here and opened this establishment." "Oh, that is quite rare. Is the owner still around?" Casillas inquired, genuinely surprised. It would be one thing for a tavern to operate in a minor district, but to establish one in Central Street and appear to be thriving was indeed no small feat. Moreover, it is quite rare for a pirate to earn a satisfying fortune and then retire in peace. Gray shook his head, remarking that the old fellow seemed to have genuinely reformed, severing all ties with pirates and other underground factions. As for his current state, he likely enjoys a tranquil retirement at home, with his son now managing the tavern. Casillas cut a generous slice of golden, crispy lamb, generously sprinkled with spices and chili powder, and stuffed it into his mouth, washing it down with a sip of orange juice before mumbling, "Let us set that aside for now. What was the outcome?" Gray swallowed a hearty mouthful of meat, took a large gulp of dark beer, and, with a contented hum, replied, "Boss, you won't believe it. We struck gold this time. The power there is now held by the infamous Sea.He, and chaos reigns. It feels like civil war is imminent." Perhaps in a bid to bolster their might, after witnessing the power of the Desert Eagle, they gobbled up 1,000 of them. And they're requesting another 5,000, each priced at 150,000. A smile crept across Casillas' face. "Sea.He? 6,000 in one go? Now that's a bold move." "Huh, boss, you have no idea. Sea.He's family is renowned for its immense wealth. Rumors are swirling in their homeland, suggesting that her son and daughter are not the true heirs of the king, who met his demise at the hands of a wild boar. The noble families are restless. If that's the case, won't those nobles opposed to Sea.He also be in need of weapons?" Casillas' mind raced with the possibilities, connecting the dots between Sea.He's adversaries and envisioning a lucrative opportunity to sell even more arms. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lucien seized the opportunity to respond. "I had also pondered this matter. Yet the chance to meet Queen Sea.He, now likely the Dowager Queen, is afforded by the recent capture of First Mate Jack. The other noble lords, however, show no inclination to meet with us. Even if we were to seek them out, it would be futile to expect their company." Casillas comprehended the situation, nodding in agreement. "Since they have squandered their opportunity, there is no need for us to proffer our warm regards to their cold indifference. Rest for a few days, and then we shall present these 5,000 Desert Eagles to them." "Master, your wisdom is unparalleled," Gray exclaimed, having just devoured the last morsel of his meat. He called out, "Another serving of roasted lamb, please." Chapter 69. Restrictions. After satiating their hunger and thirst, Gray and his companion followed Casillas back to the high town. "My, what a pristine place!" Gray marveled, his gaze darting about like that of a child with boundless energy, fascinated by the immaculate ground untouched by dust, and gasping at the sight of slaves collapsed by the roadside. Upon reaching the estate and catching sight of Sasha, Gray exaggeratedly exchanged knowing glances with Casillas, his expression brimming with the camaraderie of men. As Sasha assisted Casillas in shedding his trench coat, he chuckled. "There are quite a number of female slaves purchased from Calamura here. Should you two be interested, you may select a couple. However, I do not consider them mere trinkets. If you take them, you must treat them as your own." In the initial part of Casillas' remark, Gray was eager, but the latter half dampened his spirits. "Master, how can you suggest such a thing? If I must take on responsibility, I might as well spend some coin outside for a more pleasurable experience." Casillas merely smiled and replied, "If you are reluctant, I shall reserve these women for distribution. Do not touch them. For now, Take the time to relax and explore. With that, he produced a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Gray. Lucien, however, declined. Gray accepted it, maintaining a composed demeanor as Casillas lit it for him. Once he saw Casillas settle into the sofa, he joined Lucien on the opposite side and exhaled a cloud of white smoke. Casillas lit one for himself as well, opting to share the indulgence with Gray instead of allowing Sasha to assist. The wisps of smoke unfurled and spread like delicate gray-white cocoons, filling the space with their presence. After relishing a few puffs of the soothing tobacco, Casillas recalled the jester, Buggy, and inquired, "Gray, have you heard of the jester Buggy?" Gray paused, a look of surprise crossing his face. "Buggy? Has he crossed paths with the master?" Casillas, inhaling his smoke, fell silent, allowing a slender column of smoke to rise from the half-burned cigarette between his fingers. Buggy the Jester is said to possess some renown, rumored to be a user of a devil fruit. In the East Sea, an area quite rare, little is known about the true nature of this individual's abilities. It is said that those who have encountered him have met their demise, which suggests that his strength is formidable. Gray pondered, furrowing his brow as he endeavored to sift through his memories. Yet, the specifics of his prowess remain shrouded in mystery, merely whispered in rumors. As for this individual's notoriety, it primarily stems from his misfortunes. Misfortune? Casillas inquired, seemingly intrigued by the term. What kind of misfortune? The clown Buggy has been sailing the seas as a pirate for several years now. He has attempted to gather a crew and set sail on 4 occasions, 3 of which ended in shipwrecks, leaving him as the sole survivor. On another occasion, he encountered the Navy, which promptly sunk his pirate vessel with cannon fire. Yet, miraculously, he emerged unscathed. Gray remarked, "Many claim this fellow is merely a paper tiger, devoid of any real strength, all just bravado. Nevertheless, whether his luck is good or ill remains ambiguous. People mock the repeated downfall of his pirate crew, yet he himself seems to possess an extraordinary resilience to death." A misfortunate clown, Buggy? Casillas found amusement in this thought, yet replied, "This fellow must possess some degree of strength. Not long ago, he single-handedly obliterated a stronghold of Carimula's subordinates and amassed a considerable following. It appears he is poised to raise the flag of the Buggy pirates once again." "Really? This fellow is rather impressive." Gray's perspective shifted, a newfound respect evident in his tone. "Indeed, however, at that time, I had already begun to assume control of Carimula's forces." Making his actions a direct affront to me, Casillas stated nonchalantly. "Ah, I see now." Gray exclaimed with realization. "Then I shall seek this fellow out. Anyone who dares to challenge the boss must learn a lesson." He appeared invigorated by the prospect of action after a month at sea, during which he had encountered neither a decent merchant vessel nor any pirates, save for his solitary skirmish with a young swordswoman. Observing Gray's enthusiasm, Casillas chuckled and asked, "Are you not in need of rest?" "Rest? What rest? Boss, I have been itching to do something for a month. I want to join forces with Lucien to track down this clown Buggy and make him understand the consequences of provoking the boss. Moreover, there are weapons to deliver over there, so there's no time to waste." Gray's eager demeanor prompted a shift in Casillas' thoughts. Since Gray was so eager to find something to do, Casillas decided to let him proceed, but not without a word of caution. "Gray, you may seek out this individual, but do not underestimate him." Casillas extinguished his cigarette and addressed Gray, stating, "The jester Buggy is indeed a person of considerable ability. The fruit of his power is known as the chop-chop fruit. It allows him to disassemble his body into numerous parts, such as sending his hands flying or detaching his head from his body. It appears as though his form is fragmented into pieces, yet he can control it with remarkable freedom. If one is unaware of such capabilities and suddenly encounters him, they may find themselves at a disadvantage. The vulnerability of this fruit's power lies in his feet. Regardless of how he disassembles, his body cannot exceed a certain range from his feet, which themselves lack the ability to fly like the other parts of his body." Casillas revealed everything he knew about the strengths and weaknesses of Buggy's chop-chop fruit. "I see. I understand." Gray did not inquire how Casillas acquired this knowledge. He extinguished the cigarette but in the ashtray and offered a respectful bow, customary for a subordinate addressing a leader, before seizing Lucien's hand and dashing away. Throughout this entire exchange, Lucien had not managed to utter a single word. As he watched Gray burst through the door, Casillas suddenly remembered that he had yet to provide them with the necessary documentation for entering and exiting the town. However, with them already gone, he decided it would be best to wait for their return to address the matter. This fellow is so reckless. One cannot discern whether it is a boon or a bane. A few minutes later, as Socha was preparing juice for Casillas, she suddenly heard an exclamation filled with frustration. Unsure of what had transpired, she cautiously knocked twice on the bedroom door, only to hear a voice from within responding, "It's nothing, carry on." Relieved, Socha departed from the threshold of the bedroom, clutching the juicer in her arms. In recent days, although she has been dutifully attending to Casillas, the sole forbidden realm for her remains his bedroom. On the very first day, he sternly warned her that any unwarranted intrusion would not be met with kindness. Initially, she felt little unease about this. However, as time passed, the anticipated frivolity of her physical presence did not materialize. Instead, she found herself engaged in the routine of attending to his meals and outings. In moments of relaxation, curiosity began to blossom within her. Yet, she understood that Casillas was not a man of tender heart, and thus she stifled her inquisitiveness. Meanwhile, within the confines of his bedroom, Casillas sat upon silken bedding, his mood decidedly sour. Before him lay a multitude of large crates, sufficiently numerous to be overwhelming. Fortunately, the chambers of nobility are quite expansive, and the one that Carimula inhabited was particularly vast. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to accommodate such an abundance of boxes. Neatly arranged within were numerous silver desert eagles, while on the crimson carpet, a considerable heap of firearms awaited organization, haphazardly piled together. His discontent stemmed from the realization that the system imposed restrictions on the purchase of desert eagles. Each month allowed for only 10,000 units. According to the system's calculation cycle, several days remained before a refresh could occur. With his recent acquisitions, his stock approached 7,000 units, ample enough to fulfill a substantial order of 5,000 with a comfortable surplus. What truly irked him was that this quantity limitation had not been indicated by the system prior to his reaching the monthly cap. It was only after he procured 10,000 desert eagles that a notification appeared. Purchase limit. Please await refresh. The purchase button for the desert eagle remained illuminated, showing no signs of anomaly. Yet upon confirmation, the disheartening message would inevitably surface. This is entirely different from his expectations. A mere 10,000 each month in such a vast expanse of the East Sea is utterly insufficient. Moreover, there are the other four seas and the Grand Line to consider. Casillas brooded with a furrowed brow for an extended period. Suddenly, a cold smirk crept across his face. Given the limited quantity, the prices must be elevated. Ideally, each piece could fetch 200,000 berry, or even more. His only concern lies with the Desert Eagle's purchasing restrictions. Once other firearms are unlocked, will there be further limitations? What will be the imposed quantity? Is it possible to lift these restrictions? Chapter 70. The Celestial Islands. As dusk fell once more, the Celestial Islands bustled with life. While many nameless isles have been utilized for commerce with pirates to reap their profits, they are often controlled by influential figures of the white market. In stark contrast, the Celestial Islands are entirely shrouded in darkness, belonging wholly to the underground powers and pirates. The East Sea is expansive, with over half of its area comprised of ocean. The Celestial Islands occupy a prime location, distanced from the mainland, nestled near the doldrums, and characterized by a remote position with treacherous reefs along the navigational routes, making access exceedingly difficult without a seasoned guide. The East Sea Navy once devised plans to eradicate this place, but ultimately abandoned them for various reasons. The challenges were considerable, compounded by the intricate web of vested interests, with the Navy itself entangled in the fray. The archipelago consists of a sizable central island surrounded by a dozen smaller ones. Over the centuries, these islands have been interconnected by floating bridges or structures that literally float upon the sea. The buildings are crowded and haphazardly arranged, leaving a first impression of chaos and congestion. Pirates adhere to few rules, and the layout here reflects their style perfectly. Apart from a handful of universally respected regulations, everything else is governed by brute force. The mightier the fist, the greater the victor. Consequently, violence and bloodshed are commonplace, with the air perpetually thick with the scent of gunpowder and blood. A somewhat dilapidated three-masted sailing ship, bearing a jester-like skull flag with a prominent red nose, approached the docks. Two pirates, draped over each other with bottles in hand, staggered to the pier, their bleary eyes fixed on the incoming vessel. One, while pouring liquor into his mouth still tainted with remnants of vomit, curiously inquired of his companion, "Is there a new pirate crew arriving? Have we seen this flag before?" His companion, in no better condition, donned tattered and stiff hemp garments that exuded a peculiar mlang of odors. Upon realizing his own bottle was empty, he snatched the one from his friend's lips without a second thought, disregarding the saliva and grime, and gulped it down greedily. The meager remnants of liquor vanished swiftly as he flung the bottle forward, gazing at the pirate ship now moored at the shore, and remarked, isn't that the flag of that jester-like pirate crew, Packy? The prolonged bout of intoxication, coupled with an excessive intake of alcohol, rendered his brain incapable of adequately commanding his throat, causing him to mispronounce the name Bucky. Nevertheless, he distinctly heard the words clown. As Bucky, flanked by Dodge and several henchmen, stepped onto the wooden planks of the Sarah's Islands harbor, he realized that he was the subject of conversation. His mind inadvertently transformed clown into Bucky. Ah! Bucky erupted into a fit of laughter, his pearly white teeth gleaming from behind lips adorned with crimson lipstick, while his bulbous, ruby-red nose seemed to glow even brighter. To his surprise, someone still remembered him, the clown Bucky. He had once visited this place, though the memories it conjured were far from pleasant. In truth, his pirate crew met its demise during their inaugural voyage here due to unfamiliar waters, leading to a shipwreck on the rocks. Lying on a large plank, draped in his pirate flag, the clown Bucky had endured mockery for an extended period. The tale of his misfortune lingered long after his departure, perhaps still being recounted to this day. Bucky glanced at the two drunken men, pondering if they were acquaintances from that time. With this thought, a fierce determination welled up within him. As he turned his feet in their direction, he contemplated how to exact revenge on those who had ridiculed him. Rumor had it that some had even laughed themselves to death over it. With a sudden splash, silence enveloped the surroundings, save for the crisp sound of a glass bottle rolling on the planks before plummeting into the sea. Who had cast away that bottle? Bucky's body lay sprawled on the ground, yet his head and hands floated in midair. One hand clutching a drunken man without concern for the filthy clothes that stained his pristine white gloves. Dodge observed this scene, his heart still filled with astonishment. Is this the power of the devil fruit? The body can separate like this and soar through the air. It is indeed a remarkable strength, which never fails to astonish him each time he witnesses it, igniting within him a profound yearning. If one possessed such power, would it not facilitate vengeance? As for enlisting Captain Buggy's aid in his quest for retribution, Dodge harbored doubts about its feasibility. After prolonged interactions, he sensed that Captain Buggy was hardly a reliable individual. Thus, he had refrained from broaching the subject, dutifully following Buggy to this very point. Two drunken souls, suspended in the air by Buggy's grasp, felt a portion of their alcohol-laden bravado evaporate, replaced by cold sweat upon encountering the furious visage before them. We didn't do it. We have no idea. Please don't question us. In their panic, they vehemently denied Buggy's inquiries regarding the shattered bottle. Buggy's nose nearly touched their faces, his expression one of skepticism. Yet, moments later, he stifled the urge to retch and distanced his head slightly. Are you certain? Absolutely. We assure you, it was not us. They pleaded. Captain Buggy, spare us. We are innocent. Is that so? Buggy repositioned his head, swiftly reuniting it with his body, restoring his normal form. However, the hands of the two pirates he held began to move stealthily. Fixated on Buggy, the pirates failed to notice this shift, nodding fervently. Yes. Yes, we truly do not know who threw the bottle. Very well, I shall take your word for it. It is rare for you two to recognize my illustrious name. Captain Buggy. A sinister smile crept across Buggy's face. But I suspect you have mocked me on numerous occasions, haven't you? Before they could respond, Buggy exerted his strength and flung the two ruffians into the sea, landing them a dozen meters away. Their fate now depended on fortune. Approaching the calm belt, the waters teemed with ferocious creatures, with schools of sharks being the most commonplace. Should they manage to overcome the alcohol in their systems and tap into their innate swimming abilities, perhaps they could reach the shore unscathed. Having disposed of the two, Buggy turned to his crew and called out, "Let us move. After drifting at sea for so many days, it's time for a hearty feast, beer aplenty." The dozen or so pirates following him cheered, their excitement drawing curious glances. Yet, no one dared confront them. The unfortunate duo's companions were likely indulging in revelry at some tavern, blissfully unaware of the events that transpired. As Buggy and his band of pirates entered a tavern, Gray and Lucian, from a distance, could already see the lights of the Celestia Islands beginning to twinkle. Gray was fiddling with a sword. Though termed a sword, it hardly resembled one in the true sense. This object measures approximately 1.5 meters in length, with a width comparable to that of a hand and a thickness nearing 1 inch. It possesses no sharp edge, resembling merely a long strip of iron. Although Lucian did not inquire, Gray nonetheless felt compelled to share the origins of this peculiar item. Alas, I studied swordsmanship for 2 days at that one-hearted dojo, only to be told by Gung Silang that I am utterly unsuited for swordplay and would fare better wielding an iron rod. Humph. I still wish to master the art of the sword. You see, though this item may differ from other swords, it is still a sword, is it not? The iron plate, or rather, an extraordinary sword, has been forged with remarkable craftsmanship, not merely created as a ruse. Its surface is smooth and even, revealing the natural dark gray of the steel. Although it lacks a sharp edge, each side has been polished to a smooth, rounded finish. Due to its size, the weight of this weapon is astonishing. However, for the inherently strong gray, this sword is the perfect armament. When I next encounter Gongshiro, I shall present this sword to him. Gray firmly believes that swordsmanship is not overly complex. He is destined to become an exceptional swordsman. Chapter 71. The tension mounts within the bustling tavern. A cacophony of raucous laughter, shouts, and the clinking of glasses melds into a chaotic symphony of noise. Yet, accustomed to the din, it hardly phases anyone. The arrival of Buggy and his entourage draws little attention. The waitstaff, bowing and scraping, swiftly find them 2 tables. For they are not regarded as pirates but rather as property akin to slaves. The owner of the tavern, not wishing to antagonize them due to their conflicts with actual pirates, treats these individuals with the utmost deference, as if the customers were indeed gods. Soon, large barrels of beer and platters of roasted meat are served. After Buggy takes the first bite, the others begin to devour their meals ravenously. Buggy, equally famished, does not hold back. Once this feast concludes, he plans to recruit some pirates without a crew. And then the illustrious Captain Buggy shall set sail once more towards the Grand Line. This time, he is resolute that failure will not be his fate. With a large piece of roasted meat, an unknown part of some creature, stuffed into his mouth, Captain Buggy struggles to chew when suddenly darkness envelopes him, cast by the shadow of an imposing figure. A man, towering over 3 meters tall, glares at him, his face twisted in anger. "Are you the one who threw my crew member into the sea?" The man slammed his enormous palm down, shattering the table into pieces, causing beer mugs and skewers to tumble onto the floor, rendering them inedible. Baki's brows twitched violently, a surge of fury igniting within him. Yet, he methodically chewed and swallowed the food in his mouth before allowing a sinister smile to creep across his lips, which were painted a vivid red, curving into an expression difficult to replicate. "Are you referring to those 2 drunken fools?" It was indeed your doing. The towering figure, muscles bulging, was quick to resort to violence, bellowing, "Whoever dares to harm me shall kneel and beg for mercy." With that, he raised his fist. Baki remained cautiously alert, ready to utilize his abilities to evade the impending strike, for this formidable brute, endowed with immense strength, was precisely the type he detested the most. This was not due to his seemingly frail appearance. Yet, at this critical moment, amidst the surrounding spectators, a young man with dark hair gently adjusted his glasses with a flick of his wrist, when suddenly a thunderous shout resonated from outside the tavern. "Jester Bucky, I have come today to seek trouble with you." Gray succinctly summoned his breath and shouted these 2 lines with fervor, then swept his sword in a horizontal arc, transforming the tavern's door into 4 splintered wooden pieces. The patrons within the tavern turned their gazes toward the commotion. The manner of his entrance, Gray perceived, was rather dashing. Although others may not necessarily share this sentiment, it was undeniably captivating enough to draw attention. The individual preparing to confront Bucky stood frozen in place for several moments. Meanwhile, Bucky sat on his bench, disregarding his raucous subordinates, and scrutinized Gray, who had just shattered the tavern door. After a considerable pause, he finally inquired, "Who are you?" As the atmosphere fell into silence, interrupted only by the crisp sound of glass clinking, Gray was poised to respond when the towering man, feeling overlooked, erupted in fury and charged at him, bellowing, "You bastard, get out of my way." The man's thoughts were clear, regardless of any grievances between Gray and Bucky. One must adhere to the principle of precedence. He was on the verge of avenging his underling, and this intruder's sudden appearance was unwarranted. Did he not regard his own worth? "Then let me teach you a lesson, you scoundrel." Gray swallowed his retort, his gaze sharpening with cold intensity as he sprang into action. He advanced with remarkable speed, meeting the rushing giant head-on, wielding his iron plate as he leapt into the air. In the next moment, the brute was nearly upon him. Gray swung his weapon, cleaving towards the man's neck with the precision of a longsword. The robust man sought to react, raising his hand in defense, only to be seized by terror as he realized he was far too late. With a resounding crack, Gray's weapon struck the man's neck with tremendous force, sending his body hurtling through the air, shattering several tables and crushing a few pirates who were unable to evade the chaos. As the cacophony settled, gasps erupted from the onlookers. Who was this individual? The formidable giant Power Johnson was vanquished in an instant. Do you not recognize him? I know. He is one of the combat captains of the Bone Pirate crew. However, the Bone Pirate crew has not made an appearance in some time. The Bone Pirate crew? Is that the one led by Captain Luke, who is said to possess a legendary devil fruit ability? Indeed, no wonder he is so formidable. Amidst the murmurs of astonishment, Gray planted his weapon firmly on the tavern's wooden floor, his gaze icy as he surveyed the room. Those who met his eyes instinctively recoiled, wishing to distance themselves from the tavern, yet feeling an unspoken reluctance to make any sudden movements. The man known as Giant Power Johnson had ceased his final gasps. His neck grotesquely contorted at an alarming angle, swollen and crimson as blood trickled from his mouth, staining the tavern floor. With a single strike, Gray had shattered the man's neck, and as he lay motionless on the ground, devoid of breath, he was irrevocably dead. Listening to the surrounding whispers, Gray spoke with an air of authority. Such a wretch pales in comparison to Scissorhand Jack. Scissorhand Jack is a legend in the East Blue. His body nearly impervious to blades and bullets, a truly formidable adversary. From this man's words, it seems he has also dispatched Scissorhand Jack. This fellow is truly a monstrosity. Gray, oblivious to their chatter, remained unfazed, for they were unaware that the one who vanquished the infamous Scissorhands Jack was none other than their own captain. Surely, the captain would not mind this detail. Thus, he continued unabated, "Furthermore, I am no longer a member of the Bone Pirate crew. My new crew is called." At this moment, Gray halted abruptly. What was the name of their pirate crew? Although they had their flag, they were yet to bestow a name upon their band. Black Flag. Lucian entered through the dilapidated tavern door, seamlessly picking up where Gray left off. Gray exhaled in relief. Indeed, I am now the captain of the Black Flag pirate crew, and Lucian is my first mate. Casillas implied that it was prudent to refrain from openly declaring his status as the leader for the time being. Although Gray was uncertain of the benefits of such concealment, he acquiesced to the captain's wishes. Having ceremoniously declared his allegiance, Gray finally turned his gaze upon Captain Buggy. "Are you prepared?" At that moment, Buggy was beset by thoughts of fleeing, yet turning tail would not guarantee his escape. After all, the one capable of defeating Scissorhands Jack was an adversary he could not contend with. He had encountered that hulking brute before, and his dagger had merely left a faint mark upon the giant's skin. Moreover, he was now faced with two formidable foes. But how could the great Captain Buggy cower in fear? He steeled himself, knowing that his abilities would make him a difficult target in the short term. He resolved to seek an opportunity to flee amidst the chaos of battle. As for his newly acquired subordinates, they would have to fend for themselves. He rose to his feet, facing Gray with an air of defiance under the scrutinizing gaze of his new crew. With a cold tone and an arrogant glare, he declared, "Your name is Gray, is it not? Mark this day next year as your day of reckoning." The surrounding pirates, sensing that the situation no longer pertained to them, were suddenly filled with a sense of amusement, and they hesitated to flee. Only a few, recalling their comrades crushed or injured by the formidable Giant Johnson, wisely slipped away from the tavern. Meanwhile, the novice pirate Cielo, newly initiated into this world, gazed with palpable excitement at the impending clash, adjusting his glasses with a flick of his wrist. Chapter 72. Ambushed. As the cacophony of chaos began on the Sarah's Islands, 3 merchant vessels, bearing numerous patches from past repairs, bobbed upon the azure waves near the waters of the Goya kingdom. Hawk stood at the bow, lost in thought as he gazed at the half-obscured white moon shrouded by dark clouds. The journey had been relatively smooth thus far. When he first set sail, the inexperienced Hawk found everything to be remarkably novel: the vast ocean, the briny sea breeze, the constant swaying sensation, and the occasional glimpse of bizarre marine creatures. However, after some time, that initial sense of wonder began to fade. "Hawk, would you care for a glass of red wine?" Apari, still clad in his impeccable butler attire, proclaimed that he had grown accustomed to this role and had no desire for change. He held 2 glasses of red wine, gently swirling them to create small whirlpools within the crystal vessels. Hawk silently accepted one, taking a sip. "Mr. Casillas detests wine," Apari chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I once endeavored to have him taste a mere sip, hoping he might appreciate its allure, but in the end, he simply uttered 2 words, 'undrinkable.'" Hawk responded, glancing at the red wine in his hand. "I too find little merit in red wine. Yet, don't you esteemed individuals revel in such things? Perhaps it possesses an enchanting quality, though regrettably, it is not one I can savor." Apari awkwardly echoed a laugh, sensing the conversation dwindling. He had initially sought to engage in small talk. Just as he pondered a new topic, a shrill alarm pierced the air. Ships sighted in the distance. Pirates. At 7 o'clock. 10 vessels. The initial lines held little significance, This trio of merchant ships had encountered pirates before. However, the latter part revealed a staggering number, 10. In the East Blue, pirates typically sailed solo, indicating small crews, as a single ship seldom harbored more than 100 souls, which already felt cramped. What could 10 pirate ships signify? The absence of a pirate admiral with 5,000 followers was notable, for in the current East Blue, a group of 3 or 4 ships was already a rarity. 10 was utterly astonishing. This signifies at least several hundred pirates. This is indeed the East Sea of the weakest seas. When did such a formidable pirate crew emerge in the East Sea? Appley and Hawk exchanged glances, both recognizing the surprise and gravity in each other's eyes. All hands, battle stations, Hawk shouted. Meanwhile, Ah Cho, who had stealthily ascended the mast, confirmed the lookout's alarm. Indeed, 10 ships flying the pirate flag. Renowned for his exceptional eyesight and proficiency with the bow, Ah Cho frequently took on the role of lookout during shifts. The crew, armed with Desert Eagle pistols, sprang into action, knowing full well that their merchant vessel could not outrun the pirate ships. In their previous encounters with pirates, they had only managed to repel them through overwhelming firepower, inflicting significant casualties. Now, faced with a pirate crew of 10 ships, their hopes rested solely on the possibility that the enemy would suffer heavy losses under the might of the Desert Eagle before retreating. Before long, the silhouettes of the pirate ships became distinctly visible. The anticipated cannon fire, however, did not materialize, leaving both Hawk and Appley perplexed. Typically, when encountering a target at sea, pirates would initiate a show of force with cannon fire as soon as they were within range, even if they feared damaging valuable cargo. They would merely adjust their aim casually. Yet now, it was evident they were well within cannon range. The moment of doubt did not linger for long. Beneath the shroud of night, 10 pirate ships formed a menacing encirclement, swiftly closing in on 3 merchant vessels. The raucous shouts of the pirates could be distinctly heard. Hey, you worthless dogs. Surrender at once. Perhaps I'll spare your lives. You bastards. Lay down your weapons. You'd best pray your backsides are clean. Otherwise, if I am displeased, I shall ensure you are transformed into women. Such brazen taunts were a common tactic employed by many pirates to dismantle the psychological defenses of their adversaries. The gunners were no longer novices. While their combat skills might resemble the vacuity of beggars on the street, their sharpshooting had, after a period of training, reached a commendable level. Furthermore, their previous encounters with pirates had endowed them with a modicum of experience, preventing them from being mere greenhorns in the face of danger. Some felt the grip of anxiety, their palms clammy with sweat. After all, they were confronted by hundreds, perhaps nearing 1,000 foes. Yet, none entertained the notion of surrender. The harsh struggles they had endured in the refuse of life had led them to a newfound existence where they now earned money daily, enjoyed delectable meals, and donned warm, comfortable clothing. While no one explicitly explained the reasons behind this transformation, they understood it was all due to Mr. Casillas. Now, they served Mr. Casillas, safeguarding his treasures. Under the helmsman's command, the merchant ships huddled closely together, forming a triangular formation, encircled by the 10 pirate vessels. Due to their considerable size, each merchant ship had 2 pirate ships casting grappling hooks, initiating boarding combat. A sudden eruption of gunfire ensued. A gaunt pirate was the first to ascend the grappling hook. Yet before he could traverse even a meter, a bullet struck him. Dangling from the rope, he desperately clung to it, as if that might stave off death. However, the Desert Eagle's bullet had penetrated the heavy fabric armor embedded with metal plates on his back, utterly shattering his chest cavity, tearing apart a significant portion of his lungs. Before blood could pour forth, his breath was already obstructed. Ultimately, he could only watch helplessly as his stiffening fingers reluctantly relinquished their grip on the coarse grappling hook, his body plummeting like a small stone, creating a splash upon the surface of the sea between the 2 ships. Many more pirates met a similar fate. The bullets of the Desert Eagle were lethal. If they struck, they claimed a life, regardless of whether one wore thick fabric armor or a sturdy iron helmet. Death was inevitable. In an instant, the pirates suffered the loss of over a dozen men. Numerous pirates retaliated with their firearms. Yet the dilemma lay in their offensive position, clinging to the grappling hooks without any cover, while their adversaries could take refuge behind the ship's railings, utilizing designated firing ports to launch their attacks, effortlessly evading incoming bullets. In less than a minute, the pirates had sustained nearly 100 casualties. While on Hawk's side, aside from the typical crew losses, the gunners had only suffered a few injuries. The losses incurred are undeniably severe. The incessant deaths have instilled a profound sense of dread among the pirates. It seems that the very hooks serve as instruments of the Grim Reaper, with each ascent leading to certain death. They have begun to falter in their advance. Chapter 73. The Navy upon the largest pirate ship at the periphery of the battlefield. A pirate with a bushy beard gazed with bloodshot eyes at the fierce confrontation. He watched as one pirate after another fell victim to gunfire, sending plumes of spray into the sea. Each loss twisted his furry visage in anguish, overwhelming him with sorrow. Beside him stood two others, equally grim in countenance. Damn it! Whose ships are these? There are over 100 gunners wielding those silver firearms. He bellowed, slamming his fist against the ship's railing, disregarding the pain, his fury manifesting in curses. That wretched Desert Eagle cost 100,000 berries each. That amounts to over 10 million berries. Damn it! For these three pirate captains, 10 million berries was no trifling sum. Even though they held some influence in the East Sea, their profits would dwindle significantly after tribute, leaving little for themselves, especially considering the need to maintain several ships and their respective crews. The gaunt middle-aged man beside him, with a sinister expression, seemingly consoled himself as he remarked, "After all, these are foes that Lord Foxhunter wishes to confront. They cannot be mere commoners. Did not the Lord promise that the spoils would belong to us? This could offset our losses." "Nonsense. Our men are all dead. How can we ensure our own safety?" the bearded pirate retorted, his coarse words eliciting impatience from the lean man. They were three groups of pirates assembled to serve their superiors, yet this fellow, witnessing the relentless sacrifice of his crew, had become increasingly agitated. The lean man glanced at the third individual, short in stature and adorned with several firearms, who bore a grim expression as he listened to the cacophony of gunfire. His mood brightened slightly upon seeing that the other was equally distressed by the grievous losses of their men. But what solace was there in grief? The pirates retrieved long wooden planks to bridge the gap between their ship and the merchant vessel. Compared to the swaying hooks, this provided a more stable foothold. At the captain's urging, the pirates surged onto the plank, only to be met with a more ferocious barrage of gunfire from the merchant ship. Those stepping onto the plank were evidently more vulnerable to gunfire than those suspended by the swaying hooks, and the casualty numbers soared once more. It was akin to a pathway leading to death, as the desperate pirates, with the watchful captain brandishing a weapon behind them, had no choice but to surge forward relentlessly. Charging forth with unwavering resolve, they made a formidable impact. No matter how ferocious the gunmen's firepower, it could not deter these individuals from their frenzied advance. Particularly, one pirate, in a moment of cunning, seized a wounded comrade and used him as a shield against the bullets, prompting the others to follow suit, leading to an unstoppable surge. "Hold the line," Hawk shouted, firing relentlessly, yet he felt the immense pressure stemming from the overwhelming advantage in numbers held by the enemy. After suffering hundreds of casualties, the pirates stormed the deck of the merchant vessel. A chaotic melee ensued. Although the Desert Eagles wielded by the gunmen remained lethal in close combat, the pirates held the upper hand, often dispatching their foes before they could even reload. The hired crew, armed but lacking the ferocity of the pirates, faltered. The air was thick with the stench of blood and the cries of the dying, as the battle increasingly tilted in favor of the invaders. With the pirates breaking through their defensive line, more of them surged forward, rendering the gunmen's fire ineffective. In the absence of viable close combat tactics, many gunmen fell victim to the blades of the pirates, collapsing onto the deck. Despite the continued gunfire claiming the lives of some pirates, the overwhelming numerical superiority proved insurmountable. Within mere minutes, the conflict reached its conclusion. Of the over 100 gunmen selected from the vagabonds, only a handful of the surviving few surrendered, only to be met with death. Hawk, struck from behind by a pirate's blade, fell captive. Had it not been for his status as leader, the pirate would have surely used a more lethal weapon. The butler, Appley, was equally disheveled. After being kicked to the ground by a pirate, he knelt, blood filling his mouth, and witnessed three figures who clearly commanded authority among the pirates approaching him. No wonder 10 pirate ships it turned out 3 factions had converged. Appley, tasting blood, had lost 2 teeth from a punch, and one side of his face was grotesquely swollen. The bearded pirate surveyed the deck strewn with corpses, his lips twitching. Even with the pirates having secured victory over the merchant vessel, the fierce resistance had cost them nearly 300 lives, and among his own men, he had lost a third, an undeniably devastating toll. Executing the surrendered enemies did little to quell his fury. Without warning, he delivered a kick to the unconscious Hawk's abdomen. Hawk slid half a meter across the deck, his body curling like a shrimp as searing pain jolted him awake. Instinctively, he clutched his stomach, retching violently. "Stop!" Just as the bearded pirate prepared to strike again, A voice, not loud but imbued with authority, resonated through the chaos. The disgruntled pirate captain, with a somewhat portly physique, trembled slightly and retreated 2 steps alongside his 2 companions, bowing his head to explain to the owner of the voice, Lord Foxhunter. I was merely overwhelmed by anger. Those fellows. Enough, interjected a man clad in a pristine white military uniform, his tone measured and indifferent. Those surrendering gunners were slain by your outburst, and while I shall not pursue this matter further, these 2 individuals are of paramount importance. Do you understand? Yes. Yes. I understand. The bearded man replied, wiping the sweat from his brow as he stepped aside with the short and slender pirate. Upon seeing this man, Appley's gaze flickered. Initially incredulous, he soon came to a realization. So that is why. It is indeed Lord Foxhunter. Haha, Appley. The man in the white military garb said, a cigar clenched between his teeth, his expression inscrutable. We have been acquaintances for quite some time. My collaboration with Lord Carimula has always been quite smooth, yet I never anticipated. Why did you choose to betray him? Haha. Appley spat a mouthful of blood and, with a wry smile, responded, Carimula has never cared for the lives of his subordinates. I always believed I would be the exception. Yet I later discovered that even after years of unwavering loyalty, I was not spared. The man nodded thoughtfully, a look of understanding crossing his face. Indeed. I must admit that I do not care much for the fate of Carimula. However, the issue lies in the fact that after Carimula's demise, my portion of the business seemed to have come to a standstill. This has caused me considerable distress, until I learned of this so-called Desert Eagle. He took a blood-stained Desert Eagle from a soldier nearby, toying with it for a moment before continuing. Alas, this is not mine. Isn't Lord Fox here to seize it? Appley shifted uncomfortably on his knees. Yes, the only flaw is that the surrendered gunmen have all perished. Nevertheless, it matters not, for even if you are insignificant, the one named Hawk should prove sufficiently important. The man pinched his cigar, exhaling a cloud of smoke. At this moment, Hawk gradually regained his composure. He directed his gaze towards the man who had spoken, although he did not catch the entirety of the dialogue. He distinctly heard his name being uttered. Under the flickering light of the torch, the naval uniform worn by the man was strikingly conspicuous. The Navy. Hawk gritted his teeth, yearning to rise, yet the after-effects of the brutal blows to his chest, abdomen, and the back of his head rendered him incapable, and he inevitably faltered. Secure these 2 guests, the fox hunter commanded the naval soldiers beside him, then turned his attention to the 3 pirate captains standing nearby. As the naval soldiers dragged Hawk away, he could clearly hear their words. As previously agreed, all spoils belong to the 3 of you. Fortunately, I have witnessed your losses. Thank you, Lord Foxhunter. The trio responded in varied and discordant tones. Proceed as planned. Dispose of the bodies and head for the Casillas Islands. Moments later, the final corpse was tossed overboard, the pungent scent of blood having already attracted countless marine carnivores. The freshly fallen body was swiftly seized by a multitude of toothy jaws, torn apart in a frenzied display. The traces of the naval battle would soon vanish after these ships departed. Chapter 74. The Fox Hunter. The cabin doors swung open, and a figure was unceremoniously thrown inside. Hawk, half reclining on the unforgiving wooden floor, cast a glance and nearly failed to recognize the battered individual before him. It was ugly. His entire face was a patchwork of bruises, swollen flesh marred by clotted blood, a ghastly shade of red and purple, rendering his unsightly features somewhat less conspicuous. One of Ugly's legs was grotesquely twisted, clearly broken. Hawk was not surprised that he had been captured. There was no suitable hiding place aboard the ship. Did you resist? Hawk, feeling slightly breathless, inquired about his condition. The wound on the back of his head and the dull pain in his abdomen reminded him of the severity of their situation. However, he and Appley were fortunate to have avoided severe injuries, while Acho had suffered a broken leg along with numerous other wounds. Acho sighed heavily, his speech somewhat slurred. I seized an opportunity to ambush that naval officer, only to be effortlessly subdued. All these injuries were inflicted by that fellow. Hawk exhaled deeply, moving closer. The cabin was shrouded in darkness. Without the brief adjustment period for his eyes and the faint light filtering through the small window, visibility would have been non-existent. If that leg isn't treated promptly, it may become useless. Hawk observed Acho's twisted leg in the gloom. A wave of guilt and anger intertwined with worry surged within him. The first batch of men under their command had been utterly decimated. Moreover, their adversary sought not merely the cargo and riches aboard the merchant vessel. The assailant was a high-ranking officer from the Navy. What could that hunter, known as Fox, possibly want? The answer was tantalizingly close. Coughing a few times, Cho seemed to find some relief, a hint of amusement creeping into his tone. If this leg is lost, so be it. I have no regrets in my defeat. That individual's strength. He paused momentarily. How formidable is he? Hawk pressed. Very powerful. My arrow was already in flight. I never imagined he could evade it. But in the blink of an eye, he had vanished from sight and appeared right before me. As an archer, being engaged at such close quarters left me with little hope. Cho recounted, his words flowing without interruption, seemingly disregarding his pain. Perhaps I should have opted for the Desert Eagle, but I sensed that even its bullets might be evaded the moment I pulled the trigger. Listening to Cho's account, Hawk inhaled sharply, incredulity creeping into his voice. Is he truly that formidable? Fox is a brigadier in the East Sea Navy, rumored to have emerged from the naval headquarters training camp. At that moment, Appley, who had remained silent, interjected. He was acutely aware of the significance of the naval officer known as Fox. In the East Sea, he is one of the most powerful figures within the Navy. The only one who could possibly rival him is the local East Sea Navy's vice admiral. His dominance over another brigadier stems from his extraordinary prowess. He has mastered 2 of the 6 forms of the Navy. Hawk paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. The 6 forms of the Navy? What are they? Cho was evidently unaware, awaiting the erudite Appley to elucidate the uncertainties that loomed over the 2 of them, who possessed scant knowledge. The 6 styles of the Navy are said to be formidable techniques mastered solely by the elite warriors within its ranks, each move wielding tremendous power. Of course, I have yet to witness them firsthand and remain oblivious to the precise nature of these so-called styles, let alone their names. Although the Hunter Fox is purportedly a product of those eliminated from the training camp, it appears to have no rivals in the East China Sea. This is merely one Hunter Fox. It is rumored that the Navy headquarters harbors numerous formidable beings, fully versed in all the techniques of the 6 styles, possessing an astounding prowess capable of battling sea kings. As Appley spoke, his tone grew increasingly somber. With the Hunter Fox's strength being so formidable, do they stand a chance of survival? Or rather, does Appley himself have any hope? It seems that the Hunter Fox intends to leverage their captivity to negotiate with Casillas for some benefit, perhaps the schematics for the Desert Eagle. If that endeavor fails, it is one matter. But should it succeed, what then? Hawk and Cho might endure, but what of Appley? How might Casillas perceive this latest attack? Is he not the prime suspect in the matter involving Appley? Given the substantial loss he has incurred, could it be possible that he would seek retribution? The more he dwells on such thoughts, the deeper the unease within him grows. Appley is a man who values his life and fears death. He has no desire to perish, which is why he betrayed Calamura. Yet, what choices remain for him now? It is evident that there are none. The Navy. 6 styles. 6 styles. Hawk repeatedly mulled over this term. Although he had never encountered the Sea Kings, he had heard tales of these monstrous beings. It was said that they were relatively rare across the seas, yet abundant within the Grand Line and the Calm Belt. The Calm Belt, in particular, had become an absolute forbidden zone due to the overwhelming presence of Sea Kings, thus shaping the very nature of the Grand Line. Just how formidable are the 6 styles? Hawk was uncertain, but witnessing the disheveled state of Cho, he recognized the prowess of Hunter Fox. However, how does that compare to their leader? Perhaps Hunter Fox is currently in contact with their leader? Upon learning of this incident, their leader would likely feel a profound disappointment in him. At that moment, the cabin door swung open. Several naval officers entered, carrying bandages and medical supplies, and began to treat Cho's grievous leg injury with a roughness that elicited deep, guttural cries from the stoic man, clearly indicating the discomfort of their crude bone-setting technique. The flickering candlelight they brought was somewhat blinding. Despite the existence of electricity and electric lights, such luxuries were absent aboard this vessel due to their exorbitant costs. The technology within the pirate world remains woefully underdeveloped in both power generation and storage methods. Once they had tended to the broken leg, the naval officers tossed aside some food and water before departing. Hawk, feeling somewhat petulant, was disinclined to eat. He gazed at the seemingly well-bandaged leg of the unconscious Cho, lost in thought. The hunt for the fox indeed seems to revolve around the exchange of interests. Prior to uncovering this truth, Casillas stood within the confines of a newly constructed factory, observing his surroundings. With such a multitude of individuals congregating at the sanctuary for the wayward, it was implausible that they could all be sustained without purpose. Before departing, Hawk had proposed the idea of establishing a winery, a notion that was soon brought to fruition. Consequently, those women and the less aged individuals could find employment within the winery, and wine, being one of the most coveted commodities, was favored by the common folk. Adored by pirates, and even sought after by beggars who, upon acquiring some wealth, would indulge in a drink. The matter proceeded smoothly, with no troubles from the authorities. Even though it encroached upon the interests of numerous nobles, they seemed remarkably accommodating, allowing the situation to unfold without any turbulence. This is somewhat unusual. Yet Casillas could not quite discern what was amiss. In any case, the factory has been completed today. The machinery is in place. And experienced brewers along with a number of skilled workers have been engaged. Everything seems poised, awaiting his command to commence operations. Standing beside Casillas is the venerable Hank. The elderly man, despite his frail appearance, continues to shine with vitality. Even upon learning of his son's actions in the manner in which Casillas has dealt with the situation, he merely sighed, offering no further reaction. He remains the de facto leader of the Wanderers since Hawk's departure. The establishment of the winery has largely been under his meticulous oversight, progressing smoothly to this point. The women and older individuals, poised to commence work in the factory, gathered around, seemingly awaiting the command from the young Mr. Casillas to initiate the brewing of the first batch of wine. However, Casillas, inhaling the faint scent of alcohol wafting through the new factory, remained silent, hesitating to speak. It was only when a marksman, who remained in the high town, hurriedly arrived with a phone bug still engaged in conversation that the atmosphere shifted. Chapter 75. The Journey. Taking a temporary seat, Casillas fixed his gaze on the phone bug, tapping the cigarette's tip, and calmly inquired, "So, does this mean Hawk is now in your custody?" "Indeed," came the reply. "I hope Mr. Casillas can personally come to the Sarah's Islands to discuss the matter of these hostages with us. What are your thoughts on this?" This incident can be described as having occurred quite unexpectedly. Recently, Casillas has occasionally found himself pondering whether his progress has been a tad too smooth. Calimula effortlessly resolved matters. While Scissorhands Jack possesses formidable strength, yet he did not pose a significant threat. It appears that the real challenge lies here. The most devastating losses have been endured by the gunmen. Apart from the unfortunate Ocho, not a single one of the over 100 remains. This is not merely a loss of personnel, but also a profound breach of trust among the Wanderers towards Casillas. Once this news spreads, one can only imagine the reactions of those Wanderers who currently hold him in such high regard. Is this a step towards a better life or a path to demise? This is a perplexing dilemma. Many of those gunmen have relatives within the ranks of the vagrants, and now, some have grown careless. Given the size of the pirate force in the East Sea, the 100 or so gunmen clearly represent a formidable strength, making it difficult for any adversary to match them. Thus, he had never been concerned about this issue. Yet, trouble has unexpectedly arisen. Old Hank listened intently, his hand trembling slightly as it rested on his cane. He understood all too well that allowing these vagrants to follow someone like Casillas meant danger lurked at every corner. However, he never anticipated that disaster would strike so abruptly and without warning. Over 100 individuals, all young and strong vagrants. Very well, I shall go. Casillas extinguished his cigarette and ended the call. Casillas. Old Hank saw him rise and couldn't help but call out, yet hesitated. Fear not, Old Hank. Casillas turned to face the elder, his dark eyes seemingly ablaze with fervor. They are all mine. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on my people must pay the price. With that, he turned and departed, stating as he walked, prepare a ship for me. No need for anyone else. I will confront those who dare to plot against me alone. On the Casillas Islands, Gray was relentlessly pursuing Buggy's head with his sword. The head, soaring through the air and circling the tavern, was causing considerable chaos. Buggy always managed to evade Gray's attacks at the last possible moment. In the face of such a foe, whose body could disassemble into pieces, Gray could only chase after the clownish head, attacking with fervor. At Gray's request, Lucien stood by, casually toying with his silver desert eagle, opting to refrain from intervening. Outside the tavern, a throng of pirates who had exited yet lingered, peering through the windows and doors to observe the unfolding battle. Captain Buggy emitted wretched cries, yet after nearly 2 minutes, not a single piece of furniture remained intact. While the seemingly disadvantaged Buggy remained unscathed, occasionally, he would launch a surprise attack on Gray with his daggers. Gray's frustration mounted with each clash. This fellow was not only agile but also possessed a devil-fruit ability that allowed him to disassemble when cornered. Moreover, just when Gray was about to land a decisive blow upon Buggy's spherical head, he would counterattack from behind, forcing Gray to abandon his strike. Was it truly necessary to exchange blows with such a feeble opponent? Gray was indignant. TMD. Perhaps he should simply ask the captain to procure a devil fruit for himself. This ability seemed excessively advantageous. Alas, is that clown Buggy merely putting on an act? He has clearly suffered no injuries thus far. Yet he persistently exclaims how perilous the situation is, lamenting as if in dire straits. Perhaps this individual possesses considerable strength, merely masquerading as weak? With a whimsical imagination, a pirate inquired of his companions nearby. Your assertion does seem plausible. I have heard tales of individuals who feign frailty, only to be cunningly deceptive, biding their time to strike when their adversaries let down their guard. They present themselves as weak, and upon the enemy's complacency, suddenly unleash their full might to vanquish their foes. Moreover, Captain Buggy has previously informed us that he fears no swordsman. The two conversing are, in fact, newly recruited subordinates of Buggy. This discourse garnered considerable support, as numerous pirates, who had no direct connection to Buggy and were merely spectators, nodded in agreement with this assertion. Just observe how that individual named Gray swiftly dispatched the formidable giant Johnson, yet Buggy remains utterly incapable of handling him. Minutes have elapsed, and he is still relentlessly pursuing Buggy, unable to bring him to heel. Consequently, one voice rose above the rest, exclaiming, "Captain Buggy, cease this charade. Quickly eliminate that detestable Gray. Is prolonging this merely a waste of time? Isn't a swordsman precisely the type of adversary Captain Buggy excels at confronting?" Upon hearing such remarks, and realizing it was one of his own subordinates, Buggy nearly spat blood in frustration. In truth, as others perceived, Buggy was indeed in a precarious position. Yes, Buggy is not intimidated by swordsmen. He possesses the ability to divide his body at the point of a sword strike, thus evading fatal injury. However, is this wretched individual even considered a swordsman? That weapon he wields is hardly a sword. Such a forceful encounter would undoubtedly result in injury, even if one were to instantly split their body apart. However, Buggy had no time to reprimand his rowdy subordinate. He needed to devote all his energy to countering Gray's relentless assaults. Gray was not only swift, but also possessed significantly greater strength, rendering Buggy's attempts at ambush futile as they were effortlessly evaded. Damn it, this is exceedingly troublesome. Suddenly, a gunshot interrupted their fray. The bullet struck the ground a mere 2 inches in front of Gray's foot, creating a small crater. Lucien holstered his Desert Eagle and beckoned Gray. "What are you doing? I still need to deal with this guy?" Lucien deflated his enthusiasm with a single statement. "The boss called. There's something important to discuss." "What is it?" Gray quickened his pace, joining Lucien in their exit, casting a fierce glare at Buggy as they walked. The pirates blocking the tavern's entrance hurriedly parted to create a path for the two, and along with the messenger pirate, they made their way back to the ship. In the captain's cabin, the transponder snail lay in wait. "Has Gray arrived?" came the voice of Casillas. "Yes, boss. What is the matter?" "Hawk has been captured. They've summoned me to the Sealess Islands to resolve this issue. You should head there as well. As for Buggy, he's inconsequential." Gray was taken aback. Hawk has been captured. Though he did not share a close bond with Hawk, they were merely acquaintances, and his relationship with Casillas was also not deeply rooted. Nevertheless, Hawk was a comrade, and within moments, Gray's face contorted with rage. "Who did this? I shall tear him limb from limb." "Ha, the opponent is no ordinary foe." Casillas mused, admiring the ocean under the night sky, sparkling with countless stars. Leisurely sipping a glass of orange juice, he stood at the bow of a small sailing vessel, accompanied only by a few crew members. "In any case, you should reach the Sealess Islands first and refrain from acting recklessly until I arrive. I am uncertain whether they are aware of your and Lucien's presence, so caution is paramount." Boss, we are already at the Sealess Islands." Chapter 76. The mission 3 days later. Casillas arrived off the coast of the Sealess Islands. The vessel was not manned by pirates, and the crew, aware of the treacherous reefs surrounding the island, nervously explained the situation to Casillas. He merely smiled and replied, "There is no need for you to go in. I can manage it myself." Upon concluding his words and without waiting for a response, Casillas leapt into the sea. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crew, he splashed into the water, creating a cascade of droplets that, before they could reunite with their aquatic kin, were swiftly transformed by the chill into shards of crystalline ice, which fell onto the already solidified surface of the sea, producing a series of crackling sounds. Although it was his first attempt at mimicking the gait of the formidable green bull, he executed it with remarkable finesse, albeit with a slight delay as he initially plunged into the water, causing his feet to become ensnared in the icy layer. Feigning nonchalance, Casillas extricated his frozen feet from the frigid waters and ambled forward. "Dad, who is that person?" a youth exclaimed, wide-eyed as he observed the ice spreading across the surface of the sea in tandem with Casillas' steps his expression a blend of curiosity and trepidation. Smack. The boy received a sharp slap from his father, who admonished, "Why ask so many questions? We are heading back," unbeknownst to Casillas, who remained oblivious to the friendly banter aboard the vessel. His gaze was fixed on the Sarah's Islands, basking in the fierce sunlight. This diminutive archipelago bore little trace of nature's artistry. Instead, it was dominated by a haphazard array of chaotic structures. The pirates, it seemed, paid no heed to aesthetics. The disarray and squalor formed his immediate impression of this place. Here, near the calm belt, the absence of wind results in minimal waves, and the gentle undulations of the sea hardly impede Casillas' movements. His appearance has already captured the attention of the pirates inhabiting the archipelago. "What is that?" A pirate, equipped with a telescope, exclaimed as he scanned the surface of the sea. His companion snatched the telescope from him, only to witness a scene he would find impossible to forget for the rest of his life. A narrow path of glistening white ice, ever expanding, was revealed, upon which a dark figure ambled leisurely. In the vast expanse of the ocean, this appeared as a white line slicing through the azure mirror, a visual stimulation of remarkable intensity. The two individuals were undoubtedly members of the pirate crew that had attacked Hawk, their memories of the devastating battle 3 days prior still vivid in their minds. "Stay here. I shall report to the captain." "Very well." Though his voice trembled slightly, the pirate acquiesced. The East Sea was neither the Grand Line nor the New World. Here, even a pirate with a bounty exceeding 10 million was considered a rarity, let alone the extraordinary sight of someone traversing the ocean with ease. In recent days, this pirate had been contemplating the identity of the adversaries their captain had united forces against, and it now seemed that some answers were emerging. The armed men aboard the 3 merchant ships, numbering over 100 and equipped with Desert Eagles, coupled with the figure before him who glided effortlessly atop the freezing sea, gradually led him to realize that this could escalate into a major conflict. Upon receiving the news, the bearded man and his 2 companions appeared on the shore, their expressions grim. When they heard the report from their subordinate, they initially suspected they were being deceived. Without the need for a telescope, the formidable figure of Casillas, draped in dark hues, was already distinctly visible. A sense of regret surged within the bearded man, yet the deeds were done, even in the world of pirates. There existed no miraculous remedy for regret. With the backing of Lord Fox Hunter, he believed that even if this individual possessed extraordinary abilities, he could not possibly rival his formidable ally, who hailed from the naval headquarters. The subtle sounds accompanying the freezing seawater were unmistakable, as wooden stakes driven into the seabed and planks resting above the surface became adorned with a layer of frost. The ice seemed to possess a life of its own, growing and spreading as the intense chill dispelled the warmth of the blazing sun above. Every pirate felt the piercing cold, their bodies trembling in response. As Casillas twisted his body and approached the group, the pirates instinctively recoiled a few steps, as though confronted with something fearsome. The bearded man and his companions were not exempt from this reaction. Casillas' gaze was as frigid as steel, brimming with a menacing aura, and the intense cold he exuded caused all present to avert their eyes. Only the bearded man and his companions managed to maintain their composure, though the bearded man struggled to conceal the trepidation swelling within him, projecting an air of indifference instead. "So, you were the one who captured Hawk?" Casillas inquired. "Indeed. That would be me," the bearded man replied, twisting his neck, only to feel that his demeanor was lacking, prompting him to adjust his posture subconsciously. The voice was unmistakable. Casillas regarded him with a sardonic smile, his tone indistinguishable from what had been heard through the transponder snail. "Ah, splendid. Now, do tell, what is it that you desire?" As the stubble-bearded man contemplated the notion of a leisurely conversation in the tavern, Iker Casillas abruptly proclaimed the designed blueprint of the Desert Eagle. Casillas had anticipated this moment. What else could possibly tantalize one's desires? Indeed, it was the Desert Eagle. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that he possessed no actual blueprint, for such items were merely exchanged within the confines of the system, traded for currency. At that moment, he instinctively gestured in the air a few times. The surrounding pirates, each wielding a Desert Eagle, gazed on with uncertainty, some nearly pulling the trigger in panic. Although the stubble-bearded man was equally puzzled by Casillas' unfocused gaze, he refrained from inquiring further. Instead, he waved away the numerous pirates encircling them, fully aware of the chaos that had just unfolded, where many had nervously raised their weapons. He understood the lethal power of the Desert Eagle. Should Casillas be harmed without retrieving the desired item, Lord Hunter would surely wreak havoc upon them. Turning his attention back, he revealed a repulsive grin. his teeth stained by smoke, and remarked, "There's no need to rush, Mr. Casillas. Why not join me in the tavern for a few pints of beer to deliberate?" Casillas remained fixated on the air before him, casually responding, "All right." He was engrossed in examining the system's panel. Frankly, the system had been rather inconspicuous of late, aside from the occasion of exchanging for the Desert Eagle. It had seldom crossed his mind. Now, a task, which had emerged even before his departure, awaited his acceptance or dismissal. Random mission: eliminate the mastermind. Optional task: a few simple lines appeared beneath the two ongoing missions. Previously, he had been entirely unaware of such a task's existence, having never encountered it before. Yet, this aligned with his extensive reading of novels, as it was only natural for random trigger tasks to exist. The rewards below were straightforwardly outlined: freedom to select one firearm exchange privilege and unlock the advanced store. After the stubble-bearded man had voiced their desired item, Casillas immediately activated the system and accepted the task. Having been busy since rising, save for a few cigarettes and a meal, he glanced at the clock. Realizing it was nearly 8 o'clock. Perhaps I should take a break. If tomorrow isn't too hectic, I could make up for it with 2 updates. I'm so exhausted. Chapter 77. Explosion in the tavern. Casillas boldly took a seat and called out, "A glass of orange juice." The tavern staff had already been cleared away. There was no one to serve him orange juice. After a moment of eerie silence, the stubble-bearded man turned to one of his subordinates and signaled with a glance, "Go." Upon a spacious round wooden table, 3 pirate captains took their seats. Aside from the one with a bushy beard, the other 2 bore expressions of reluctance to speak. However, Casillas exhibited no urgency. He first seized a sizable piece of meat still attached to the bone and began to gnaw at it. It was evident that prior to his arrival, these men had been indulging in a lavish feast. The remnants of gnawed bones and discarded empty bottles littered the table and floor, remnants of their hasty revelry. The bearded captain glanced at his 2 companions, the taciturn thin man and the short pirate, scratching at his thick, unruly facial hair, feeling a slight itch on his chin. The directive from Hunter Fox was straightforward: negotiate with this fellow named Casillas, ideally persuading him to hand over his possessions, and then eliminate him. Yet, he felt a pang of uncertainty, for he pondered whether, even if this man complied and surrendered his belongings, they truly possessed the strength to confront him. The chilling air that accompanied their arrival from the sea still sent shivers down his spine. Even with their crew of pirates armed and vigilant in the tavern, he remained apprehensive about this man, or rather, this boy. Strangely, as he observed the gluttonous figure before him, devouring his meal, he found it hard to reconcile this ordinary sight with the imposing silhouette that had emerged from the icy depths. Perhaps he would have to heed Hunter Fox's counsel. After all, he was reliant on him. The bearded captain mused, tying a knot around the tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind. He and his 2 companions commanded more than one ship and were prominent figures in the East Sea pirate circles, all thanks to Hunter Fox's covert support. Without him, the middle-aged, slightly portly man would have found it difficult to sustain a crew. Any attempt to form a pirate band would have likely ended with being devoured by rivals or crushed by the Navy. "Mr. Casillas, we did not acquire your weapon designs without compensation. 20% of the profits from the sales of such weapons will be yours," he began, echoing Hunter Fox's words in an attempt to persuade Casillas. "You see, Mr. Casillas, your current influence appears rather limited, does it not? Unlike you, we have navigated the seas for many years. With your designs, mass production would pose no issue. This venture promises far greater profits than the petty skirmishes of the present." Struggling to swallow a mouthful of food, Casillas licked the remnants of meat from between his teeth, then raised a glass of juice, drinking it down in a single gulp, letting out a contented belch that released a rich aroma of oranges. The bearded captain's eye twitched as he heard Casillas cheerfully inquire, "Oh, you are quite generous. But before we proceed, might you answer a question of mine? First, how did you learn that I possess the designs for the Desert Eagle? Furthermore, I am curious as to why you chose to eliminate all my subordinates, leaving only Hawk alive." This inquiry startled the bearded man. For the few dozen gunslingers who had surrendered and ceased resistance were the very ones he had ordered to be executed. It was then that he grasped the gravity of the matter. Each of those hostages had been a bargaining chip, and now they were all dead. A consequence of his rash decision fueled by anger over the casualties among his subordinates. Fortunately, Lord Foxhunter did not pursue accountability for his actions. There was little more to be said, as the current situation was quite straightforward. All that was required was for Mr. Casillas. Just as he began to speak, a thunderous sound erupted. Casillas slammed his hand onto the table before him with such force that the dishes and beer mugs soared into the air. When those around him heard the tremendous noise, the solid wooden round table seemed to endure for a couple more seconds before it shattered with a loud crash, scattering food and drink across the floor. The three pirate captains, clearly caught off guard, found themselves splattered with various liquids. And as the remnants of the table still hovered in the air, they only then reacted, instinctively recoiling in a state of utter disarray and embarrassment. They collectively stumbled backward, supported by their own men. Meanwhile, Casillas remained seated, calmly extracting a cigarette to place between his lips. His face bore an unmistakable expression of fury, his tone laced with lethal intent. "Do you even think you are worthy of discussing matters with me? Bring him out to speak with me directly." From the recent assignment he had received, it was evident that these three individuals were not the masterminds behind the scheme. Moreover, after a period of observation, Casillas discerned that these so-called pirate captains were physically weak and feeble, their capabilities on par with that of ordinary men. He found it utterly implausible that such individuals could hold the title of pirate captain or possess the ability to pursue their own interests. In just a second or two after Casillas had overturned the table, the surrounding pirates, momentarily dazed, soon raised their firearms, aiming at the center of the encirclement, where a certain individual lounged with his legs crossed, smoking a cigarette. The three bearded men were taken aback, initially fearing he would unleash violence. Upon hearing Casillas's words, the bearded man hesitated for a moment before gesturing for the pirates to lower their weapons. Turning to enter the tavern's door leading to the kitchen, Fox Hunter, still clad in his military attire, was engaged in light-hearted whispers with the woman in his arms. The commotion from the front did little to distract him from the warmth of her presence. Upon spotting the bearded man, his expression soured. Meeting Fox Hunter's piercing gaze, the bearded man steeled himself and quietly reported, "He has deduced your significant presence behind the scenes and wishes to speak with you directly." Fox Hunter, dressed in pristine white military attire, released the woman and stood up decisively. "Let us go." The bearded man nodded repeatedly, bending slightly as he followed behind Fox Hunter, unaware that his counterpart had already grown thoroughly disillusioned with him. Previously, it would have sufficed to eliminate those captives who could serve as bargaining chips. Yet now even this trivial task remains unaccomplished, leading to an unwelcome disturbance. "Perhaps it would be more prudent to offer you to this Casillas." In an attempt to quell his ire, Fox Hunter mused. Across the street from the tavern where Casillas was located, Gray and Lucien were intently observing the establishment that had been exclusively reserved for a day. Not long ago, they had just witnessed their leader's silhouette enter the tavern, and now they were met with the unmistakable sound of a table being struck. "Lucien, what did our leader say before? Didn't he mention that upon hearing the sound of a table being slammed, we should rush in?" Gray's impatience was palpable. Lucien shook his head, gently smoothing back the hair at his temple, and replied, "Our leader indicated that we should only take action upon hearing an explosion. There's no need for haste. This is merely the beginning." "But there are so many of them," Gray exclaimed, perspiration evident on his brow, his blue hair appearing damp as though soaked, possibly from the sweltering heat within the cramped space. He continued in a muffled tone, "Inside the tavern, there must be dozens, and outside, there are throngs, over 100. And that is not even counting the many more in the vicinity. Oh dear. If they decide to attack with a volley of gunfire, can our leader withstand it?" Gray's frustration was evident. Lucien remained silent, but it was at this moment that another voice interjected, "I believe our leader possesses his own strategies. He would never embark on an endeavor without certainty." The individual, scarcely more than 17 or 18 years of age, bore a fair visage adorned with a pair of spectacles. His hands were encased in two peculiar gloves, each affixed with elongated blades extending from the tips of his 5 fingers. Habitually, he adjusted his glasses with a flick of his wrist, a somewhat awkward gesture, yet it effectively prevented him from inadvertently injuring himself with his own weapons. This was Clow, one of the onlookers during the tumultuous clash between Gray and Bucky, who later approached Gray with the hope of joining his ranks. Gray, ever the carefree spirit, tested Clow's abilities and, finding them satisfactory, consented to his request. Such is the hope. Gray believed this reasoning to be quite sound, gradually regaining his composure. At that precise moment, a thunderous explosion erupted, and through the window, they beheld what appeared to be a colossal bomb detonating at the tavern across the street. A fierce gust of wind and flames surged forth from the doors and windows. The entire establishment seemed to ignite in an instant, engulfed in roaring flames. Chapter 78. Scorching air. Moments earlier, The fox hunter boldly emerged through the rear door of the tavern's bar, his gaze immediately drawn to the chaos before him, where he found Casillas seated alone on a bench amidst the wreckage. Casillas met his gaze, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. The Navy. At this moment, he experienced a profound epiphany, as if the previously perplexing connections had suddenly become crystal clear. What force could possibly unite a multitude of pirates upon the sea? The Navy, indeed, stands as one such power. The Navy's method of driving away pirates who plunder and subsequently appropriating their spoils pales in comparison to the more antiquated approach of nurturing and supporting a band of pirates to raid, then demanding tribute from them. With this thought in mind, Casillas remarked with a tone of disdain, "In a place like this, do you still intend to don the Navy's uniform? Are you not afraid of being besieged by the pirates on this island?" The implication behind Casillas' words suggested that he himself might resort to violence to resolve the matter. Mr. Casillas certainly had a knack for humor. Fox Hunter raised his hand, making a gesture to emphasize his point. Few pirates are unfamiliar with the illustrious name of Fox Hunter. Even if there are some ignorant of it, they are but mere insects. Who fears insects? The underlying message from Fox Hunter was one of confidence in his own abilities, inviting a challenge. Based on the intelligence he possessed, he understood that Casillas wielded a devil fruit power, seemingly capable of generating extreme temperatures. However, in terms of physical prowess, he was not particularly strong, finding combat against Scissorhands Jack quite demanding. Were he to face Casillas, it would be an effortless endeavor to subdue someone like Scissorhands, who relied solely on brute talent. Casillas narrowed his eyes, fixating intently upon him. Fox Hunter summoned a chair and took a seat directly opposite him, his height of nearly 2 meters giving him a significant advantage over the seated Casillas, imparting an even greater sense of authority. At that moment, Casillas suddenly spoke. "I am not opposed to giving you the items, but I have certain conditions. Pray, do tell." The fox hunter nodded in response. "Firstly, regarding the 20% profit previously mentioned, how can you assure that you will not renege on our agreement later? Should we sign a contract?" Casillas flicked the ash from his cigarette and blinked, concealing the gradual emergence of fine blood vessels in his eyes. Were it not for the influence of the temperature fruit, his face would undoubtedly be drenched in sweat. The fox hunter remained oblivious to this fact. He pondered seriously, secretly resolving to eliminate Casillas once he handed over the items. For that share of profit would surely not be his to claim, rendering any promises meaningless. However, how could he convince him of his commitment? The fox hunter truly could not devise a solution. Signing an agreement? That would merely become a worthless piece of paper. Who would oversee the enforcement of such a clandestine pact? Just then, Casillas spoke again, offering him another option. "Of course, we can only have a verbal agreement, as there is no one to guarantee its fulfillment." If only God truly existed. Casillas chuckled. "Thus, I do not require you to ensure my share of the profits. But you should demonstrate some sincerity. What do you say?" "Sincerity?" The fox hunter was momentarily perplexed, furrowing his brow. "I have over 100 men, my only strength. With all of them dead, should there not be someone held accountable?" Casillas revealed a malevolent smile. As soon as these words were uttered, some individuals in the vicinity began to tremble. The bearded man realized the implication of Casillas' words. He must pay the price. And what can he offer? Certainly, his life. The dwarf and the thin man have also recognized the peril they face, for this deed was committed by the three of them. The fox hunter's brow unfurled, and he erupted into laughter. Indeed, someone must bear the consequences. Seize him. His finger pointed accusatorily at the bearded man. In that instant, the dwarf and the thin man felt as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders, and they promptly subdued the bearded man, even displaying remarkable cleverness by producing a scrap of cloth from somewhere to gag him, rendering him unable to utter a sound. The rapidity of these changes was startling, inciting a stir among the surrounding pirates, whose rebellious spirit began to awaken. However, they soon fell silent under the scrutinizing gazes of other pirates and the hunter. At this moment, all eyes were fixated on the disheveled figure of the bearded man kneeling before them. Casillas, his taut body finally relaxing, spoke. "The sincerity I seek is the lives of you all." No sooner had his words escaped his lips than the hunter, upon hearing them, felt an overwhelming sense of impending danger wash over him, sending shivers down his spine. Instinctively, he activated his shave technique, shattering the wooden planks beneath him as his figure vanished from sight like a fleeting shadow. At this moment, Casillas remained utterly still. However, the air surrounding him surged in temperature, swiftly escalating to nearly 1,000 degrees. Such a dramatic rise in heat caused the relatively small volume of air to expand violently, creating an explosive effect that radiated outward from Casillas in all directions. In an instant, fierce flames erupted. The air, heated to approximately 1,000 degrees, ignited every flammable object it touched, be it wooden tables, chairs, the floor, the ceiling, or the very structure of the tavern itself. The pirates, too, were not spared. Their hair and garments suffered the same fate, followed by the gunpowder in their firearms, leading to a relentless series of explosions. Under the pressure of the high-temperature air, everything in the vicinity was swept away, and the fragile human body was met with catastrophic devastation. Flesh was instantly scorched and charred, even carbonized. A mere breath would allow the searing air to infiltrate, transforming the lungs into decaying masses emitting a foul odor. The pirates within the tavern were obliterated in an instant. Those outside fared little better. The unforeseen explosions inundated them with waves of scalding air and flames, leaving even the fortunate survivors wounded, with varying degrees of burns. As the high-temperature air gradually dispersed upon exiting the confines of the narrow tavern, the temperature began to drop, blending with the surrounding atmosphere until it vanished into nothingness. Meanwhile, the entire tavern was engulfed in flames. The island, characterized by wooden structures, ignited with alarming ease. Such a tremendous conflagration naturally drew the attention of other pirates on the archipelago, prompting some to organize efforts to extinguish the fire. If left unchecked, it would not be long before the entire Casillas island was consumed by flames, reduced to a barren wasteland. The rapidity of the situation allowed Hunter Fox to evade the initial wave of searing heat, leaving him with only singed hair. Gazing at the tavern that had been devoured by flames, Hunter Fox found his emotions beyond words. The magnitude of the explosion, had he not fled in time, he would have undoubtedly sustained severe burns. How could he possess such formidable power? No, it is inconceivable. This must be a culmination of a fruitability that requires prolonged charging. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to stall for time with prolonged distractions. The troubling aspect is that I failed to notice it. Have I become complacent after spending too long away from the Grand Line? Or has this fellow disguised his prowess too adeptly? Nevertheless, this is inconsequential. The shaving technique and finger pistol are the cornerstones of the hunter-esque confidence. After relentless refinement, the 6 powers have been perfected, allowing one to subdue a mere martial arts practitioner wielding a devil fruit ability, which should not pose much difficulty. Even if one were to endure such an explosion, survival is not out of reach. Moreover, whether he can execute such a technique again remains debatable. As thoughts raced through his mind, the hunter suddenly heard gunfire behind him. He turned to see 2 individuals leading a group of pirates, relentlessly firing upon those who were wounded yet alive or approaching. The individual wielding a desert eagle unmistakably signified their identity. Chapter 79. Explosive movements. Flames danced menacingly, scorching the air and unleashing waves of searing heat in all directions. The cries of agony intertwined with the crackling of igniting wood, compounded by the shouts of many urging for extinguishing the flames, created a cacophony of chaos. Yet amidst this turmoil, the thunderous gunfire of the desert eagle rang clear and piercing. Lucien's deep brown eyes glinted with an eagle-like sharpness, absorbing the surroundings in their entirety. With a desert eagle in each hand, every gunshot claimed a life. The crew of the bearded trio was not numerous. Among the 10 pirate ships, only 3 were docked, and their number amounted to approximately 300. The explosion orchestrated by Casillas had taken down over 100. In the wake of this disaster, the surrounding pirates, caught off guard, hastily gathered to discern the unfolding events, only to be met with a sudden offensive from Lucien and his companions, resulting in significant losses. As the first round of gunfire erupted, a dozen individuals fell lifeless to the ground. Although Lucien and Gray commanded a contingent of several dozen, each armed with silver pistols, the majority of their aim was rather poor, with most bullets finding empty air. Nonetheless, the opposing sides suffered losses of around a dozen in that initial exchange. Marking a considerable achievement, Lucien fired twice, dispatching 2 pirates wielding confiscated desert eagles, before retreating with his companions into the nearby building. Although other pirates remained within, they were disinclined to stir trouble and chose to ignore those who had taken refuge in their territory, occasionally peeking out or firing erratically. Damn. This weapon is truly difficult to wield. Gray fired several shots, only to find that the pirate he aimed at remained unscathed, prompting him to voice a complaint. At that moment, the adversary began to retaliate. A bullet pierced the beam above the window he was leaning against, sending splinters flying. Instinctively, he recoiled, feeling a profound sense of frustration. Another shot dispatched 2 foes, and Lucien, observing the beleaguered remnants opposite, recognized their inevitable collapse was imminent. He felt compelled to engage Gray in conversation, remarking, "You must learn to wield a firearm with greater proficiency. It seems such weaponry will only proliferate in the future." The fierce gunfight ultimately compelled the pirates, who were primarily focused on extinguishing the flames, to halt their advance, as the prospect of recklessly plunging into the fray threatened severe losses. Moreover, these individuals were remarkably affluent, brandishing sleek, silver firearms. Even a slight proximity raised their apprehensions. Fearing a stray bullet could claim their lives, Lucien and his companions refrained from targeting the conspicuously attired fox hunter, as their leader had decreed that the enemy's commander was to be dealt with personally. Fox Hunter furrowed his brow, hesitating as he contemplated whether to engage the adversaries. However, the ominous sounds from behind drew near. Casillas had no desire to linger amidst the inferno, while the heat enveloped him in a comforting warmth. He was still human and required oxygen. He was not of the nature type, capable of merging with flames or magma. The concept of breathing was foreign to him. He did not possess 3 dragon eggs to slumber amidst the roaring flames. Following the explosion, chaos reigned around him. Casting a glance at the pirates writhing on the ground in agony, Casillas felt no stirrings of empathy, even as he beheld the charred, lifeless forms of the 3 bearded men. Eliminating Fox Hunter, the architect of this turmoil, was his foremost priority. As for the consequences that would follow, not to mention that he had no blueprints to present. Even if he did, what fate awaited him upon submission? Conflict would remain unavoidable. Casillas could surmise the opponent's likely course of action. Should he possess a blueprint to hand over, it was probable that once in their grasp, they would seek to eliminate him. This is not solely the ambition of the Fox Hunter. It undoubtedly aligns with the desires of the nobles within the kingdom of Goya. It is reasonable to assume that both parties found common ground. The nobles hold no fondness for Casillas, the executioner who has slain a prominent aristocrat, and thus are inclined to eliminate him. When the Fox Hunter approached them due to his financial losses, both sides immediately recognized the opportunity to fulfill their respective needs. The Fox Hunter would dispose of Casillas and, in return, acquire the blueprints for the Desert Eagle, yet he would require the assistance of the nobles for its construction. The nobles, eager to rid themselves of Casillas, clearly saw the Fox Hunter, a formidable individual trained at the naval headquarters, as an excellent choice. Casillas strode forward, and just as he was about to step beyond the fiery threshold, a surge of heated air erupted beneath him. He was not merely indulging in leisure at the high town every day. His mastery of his fruit abilities had seen considerable advancement. The minute air beneath his feet exploded with heat, generating an immense force that propelled Casillas forward at astonishing speed, to the extent that he could feel the air growing somewhat viscous, offering noticeable resistance. Like a cannonball released from its chamber, he shattered the illusory flames and, in the blink of an eye, was upon the Fox Hunter's back. Swiftly twisting his body and bending his arm, he ignited a surge of heat with one hand and unleashed a powerful punch. The Fox Hunter, however, was far from unresponsive. As Casillas reached his rear, his fist nearly grazing the Fox Hunter's form, he noticed that the latter did not even glance back. Instead, with a flick of his arm, he remained firmly planted. Having twisted nearly 90 degrees, his pale blue eyes locking onto Casillas' dark pupils, as he raised his palm to intercept the incoming blow. Speed equates to power. Even though the Fox Hunter believed his strength to surpass that of the youth, the overwhelming force generated by Casillas' rapid momentum pressed his palm back, destabilizing him. In the next instant, he was sent flying like a struck pinball. Without pausing, Casillas unleashed another surge of scalding air beneath his feet, pursuing the airborne Fox Hunter, who found himself with no leverage. Yet, even in this precarious position, the Fox Hunter managed to respond aptly to the unexpected disadvantage. He kicked off Casillas' approaching fist, momentarily halting his momentum, while twisting his body mid-air to drive his palm into the ground, splintering an expanse of wooden planks to steady himself. At this moment, he felt a sharp sting in his palm. The damage caused by the intense heat did not discriminate against his robust physique, as the brief contact had already scorched his skin. Just as he regained his footing, with a series of explosive sounds, the shadowy figure reappeared before the Fox Hunter. In this face-off, the Fox Hunter's gaze sharpened, yet he disregarded the opponent's fist aimed at his face. With a swift motion, he extended one hand, his fingers poised like a blade, thrusting towards the opponent's vital torso. The finger spear. The blade pierced directly towards Casillas' waist. And though it was merely a hand joined together, it seemed to summon the very sound of thunder. At a critical moment, a deafening explosion erupted beside Casillas, causing his body to shift slightly from its original position. A muffled thud resonated, akin to the sound of a defeat. The two combatants separated instantly, In an attempt to evade the incoming attack, Casillas heated the air around him, propelling himself sideways and crashing through a wall of a building engulfed in flames. Meanwhile, the hunter, despite his efforts, was struck by a powerful blow, rolling several times on the ground before stabilizing, bearing a charred imprint resembling a fist on his face. With the surrounding skin glowing a furious red. Emerging from the splintered wooden wall, Casillas instinctively touched the bloodstain etched by the hunter's strike on his chest, his heart sinking at the sight of the injuries upon the hunter's visage. The explosive force of the heated gas was still beyond his control, rendering it unsuitable for use on his hands. Otherwise, he would harm himself before he could harm another. As for his feet, he had no fear, for the soles of his shoes were reinforced with iron plates, though the explosive power had somewhat warped them. Likewise, the recent explosion had caused damage to his clothing and inflicted minor injuries. Yet fortunately, his robust constitution had merely sustained scrapes and bruises. Both parties were lightly injured, but the hunter bore the mark of his wounds upon his face, igniting his fury. Chapter 80. Deception. However, the hunter recalled what the naval instructors had imparted. The paramount factor in battle is composure. Suppressing his wrath, he observed Casillas brushing off the dust from his attire and attempted to engage in verbal sparring. I fail to comprehend. If you simply relinquish what you possess, wouldn't it be better for us all to prosper together? Casillas, taken aback, was incredulous that the hunter believed him to be a fool. He retorted sharply, do you think I am oblivious? It's evident that the nobles from the kingdom of Goya provided you with information to eliminate me. Yet, possessing the blueprints, you cannot simply approach the navy to produce the Desert Eagle. That would be perilous. Thus, those nobles must be splendid collaborators, wouldn't you agree? Delaying the confrontation? Indeed, it was advantageous. The previous explosive heat had drained considerable stamina, and any recovery was a boon. Casillas recalled the swiftness of his own blade and the instantaneous disappearance of his figure upon fleeing the tavern, gaining insight into the caliber of his opponent. The scythe and the spear indicated that this adversary was formidable. The hunter was somewhat taken aback, recognizing that Casillas' words conveyed a truth not far from reality. With that acknowledgement, there was little left to banter. With a sudden tremor in his feet, he propelled himself against the ground over 10 times, harnessing that immense force. Moving with lightning speed, Casillas, perceiving a blur before him, realized too late that the hunter had closed the distance, landing a punch squarely upon his chest. The speed of the scythe was such that Casillas found himself unable to react. Just as he discerned the hunter's figure, he was already struck. This exemplifies the formidable prowess of the Navy's sixth style, not to mention that Casillas was struck in the chest, seemingly propelled backwards as though struck by a colossal iron hammer. Even the hunter felt a sense of incredulity. He believed that with such a punch, the opponent would at least suffer a few broken ribs. It was not inconceivable that he could even kill him. Yet, in reality, this powerful blow did not break a single bone of his adversary, a stark contrast to his expectations. It was only at this moment that he realized the situation was rather precarious. The dichotomy of ice and fire left him uncertain of the true nature of Casillas' abilities. However, as long as he was not of the natural type, it mattered little. The opponent's martial prowess was vastly inferior. A single punch should leave him either dead or severely injured. Yet, following the sensation of that recent strike, he felt as though he had struck a creature composed of bone and sea stone, for not only did he fail to fracture anything, but he also did not even hear the sound of bones cracking. The blow inflicted only minor injuries. Thus, let us target the head. In the blink of an eye, the cunning thoughts of the hunter fox traversed his mind, leading him to make a swift and accurate judgment. He once again employed his technique, catching up to Casillas, whose body had yet to touch the ground. With a pointed finger, he aimed directly at his adversary's eyes. Regardless of how resilient the bones may be, these areas remain unequivocal vital points. However, just as he believed he could seize the opportunity, the air before him suddenly erupted. A wave of scalding heat tore through his military uniform, piercing his cracked skin and igniting a few sparks, forcefully propelling him away. Casillas fared no better. The acrid scent of charred fabric filled the air as he landed awkwardly, casting a glance at the lightly injured but still steadfast hunter fox. With a slight twist of his arm, he inhaled sharply. A significant bruise had formed on his chest, though his steel-like physique proved advantageous. It was regrettably non-impervious. The muscles and skin were simply not resilient enough. He was merely a wretch exiled to the East Sea. Yet he was on the verge of annihilating himself. Damn, Casillas muttered under his breath, casting a glance at the fox hunter across from him, who was busily tearing away the scorched rags fluttering about his body. Casillas silently continued to gather his strength. He had already devised a plan to eliminate this formidable adversary. All it took was for this fellow to take the bait. The fox hunter felt his mounting frustration becoming increasingly difficult to contain. During his years in the East Sea, he had never endured such injuries. What kind of enemy was this? He had scarcely encountered anyone capable of forcing him to utilize his razor-sharp techniques. Truly, this was the weakest of seas. Having witnessed the monstrous martial prowess of the Navy headquarters, the fox hunter harbored a deep disdain for this region. Despite being a mere reject from the training camp of the Navy, his wounds were merely superficial burns. Yet, his pride had been severely wounded. Thus, this little brat, named Casillas, must be punished. He intended to see this boy suffer excruciating torment until death. "You've succeeded." The fox hunter raised his head. Feeling the pain radiating from his face and body, he spoke in a sinister whisper, "Your abilities are quite impressive, aren't they? You believe you can deal with me by trading wounds for wounds, correct? That must be your line of thought." Casillas spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva and retorted, "And what of it?" Boom. In an instant, the fox hunter closed the distance, heedless of the searing air that erupted between them. Enduring the explosive force that carved wounds into his flesh, with a single hand, he thrust his fingers through the chaotic air, aiming directly at Casillas' eyes. This time, Casillas barely managed to react, raising his palm to deflect the blow. The explosive force generated in front of him was not something he could respond to in real time. Rather, it stemmed from his prior preparations. If relying solely on reflexes, he still lagged behind the fox hunter. The power of the finger gun was so immense that it felt as if it penetrated Casillas' palm. Yet, at least he managed to block it. Before blood could spurt forth, and before he could even feel the pain in his hand, the fox hunter's other hand formed a fist and struck Casillas in the abdomen. The second explosion was not interrupted, even as Casillas' body folded backward from the impact, seemingly on the verge of breaking in two. The blast enveloped the air before the fox hunter once more. However, the fox hunter remained unfazed. Although Casillas was engulfed in intense heat, the fingers he used for the finger gun had turned charred, and the fist that struck his abdomen bore the marks of burns. Nevertheless, he closed his eyes to shield them from the searing airflow and brought his hands together, clamping down on Casillas' head like a vice. The impact was direct. For an ordinary person, their head would surely have exploded at this moment. Yet this young lad's skull was remarkably resilient. The fox hunter leaned forward without hesitation. Raising his knee, it seemed he could no longer create a third explosion. Casillas, his form wavering, was about to collapse when the fox hunter's knee strike collided with his chest, sending him flying once more. He crashed through several building walls before finally coming to rest amidst the splintered wood. The intense heat surrounding him had dissipated, and the wooden planks remained unscorched or blackened, as if he had lost consciousness. The fox hunter felt a sense of elation. Having so decisively dealt with Casillas alleviated much of his pin-up rage. Even though his body was covered in burns, incessant pain serving as a reminder, the battlefield had drifted far from its original location. With unrelated pirates frantically avoiding the clash between the two, more concerned with extinguishing the flames. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, the fox hunter stepped into the dimly lit building. Lifting Casillas, who lay amidst the shattered wood, by his neck, a smile crept across his soiled and burned face. "How about it? Can you continue fighting? Or will you resort to that ultra-high temperature explosion like at the beginning? Can you still wield it?" His greatest concern remained the possibility of a high-temperature explosion that could obliterate all the pirates in the tavern. Sensory perception told him that the temperature of that explosion was markedly different from the one that followed. If the former was rated at 100, then the temperature of the subsequent explosion and that of his own body were likely only around 30 or 40. Yet now he was convinced that it had merely been a singular eruption, perhaps requiring a considerable amount of preparation. Under his mocking gaze, Casillas opened his eyes. Within his swollen orbs, a glimmer of mirth flickered, sending a shiver down the fox hunter's spine. Suddenly, it seemed that Casillas, seemingly powerless to resist, moved. One hand radiated a crimson glow, as if reaching out to pluck a fruit before him, but his motion was swift, plunging directly into the chest and abdomen of the fox hunter. Instinctively, the fox hunter attempted to retract his palm, aiming to crush Casillas' neck. However, a chilling cold had already rendered his hand immobile. The cold, the low temperature. Why did I overlook this detail? He had never employed this ability before. Why did I fail to recognize it? No, that is not the crux of the matter. It is the crimson glow emanating from his hand that is pivotal. That temperature must even surpass the explosion from the tavern. So, have I fallen into a trap? Just a slight rigidity, and he already knew it was too late. Casillas moved with unparalleled speed, the The temperature in his hand had exceeded 1,000 degrees, searing through the flesh of his opponent and penetrating deep within. The slick, charred entrails evaporated into steam, swirling within and outside the fox hunter's body, followed by a trace of gas, also heated by his ability. The temperature in his hand alone could not trigger an explosion. It still required Casillas' power. A thunderous explosion erupted. The midsection of the fox hunter's body burst forth like a blood-soaked bomb. Chapter 81. Mission accomplished. Vivid crimson, verdant green, and charred black substances spread like a colossal explosion, splattering the ground and walls around. The fox hunter's hand could no longer muster strength, gradually encased in frost, transforming entirely into a solid block of frozen flesh. Casillas effortlessly snapped it from the neck, discarding it carelessly on the ground. The fox hunter opened his mouth slightly, but only blood poured forth, unable to produce any sound, for his lungs had been reduced to a pulpy mass. The upper part of his chest and his legs remained intact, yet from the hips upwards, only his spine remained connected, faint splatters of blood still marking the stark whiteness of the bones, while flesh, intestines, and various organs had vanished without a trace. A dull thud resounded. A half-charred meat chunk fell to the ground, rolling twice before it throbbed a few final times. It was the heart of the fox hunter. Ultimately, this organ, severed from its master, expelled the last vibrant drop of crimson blood and succumbed to silence. The hunter's defiant gaze lost its focus, its luster extinguished. The formidable adversary had finally been vanquished by his own hand. Casillas yearned to take deep breaths, yet the movement exacerbated his wounds, causing him to collapse to the ground with a thud. His chest and palm, wounded by the pointed gun, were manageable, but the state of his head was dire. As he momentarily relaxed, a cacophony of piercing buzzing began to resonate within his mangled ears, far more unbearable than mere tinnitus. Coupled with the dizziness and nausea resulting from the blunt force trauma to his head, it felt like torment from the depths of hell. However, another matter drew his attention. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. Such proactive notifications were rare, only sounding upon the completion of a task or the emergence of a new one. Enduring waves of discomfort, Casillas leaned against a wall, dismissing the grime that clung to it, for he too was enshrouded in filth. The task has been completed. Please click to confirm acceptance of the reward. He extended his finger, scrutinizing the task interface. The top entry, now exceeding 10,000, and the 2-year task below, perpetually counting down, caught his attention. Finally, he pressed the blinking confirmation button within the newly unveiled third temporary task. Congratulations, please select to unlock weapon purchasing privileges. A series of patterns lined the screen, each clearly labeled with the names of various weapons. Casillas, not being particularly well-versed in military affairs in his previous life, found his understanding of these numbers and the occasional mix of English and Chinese characters to be rather scant. Faced with such a multitude of intricate firearms, he recognized but a few. This was precisely the reason why he initially chose the Desert Eagle. After all, it was a weapon he was familiar with, even if only by name. Scrolling down the page, Casillas soon spotted the selection he had long considered, the AK-47. He noticed many similar firearms listed before it, such as the AK-74 and others, including variants with additional letters or single-digit modifications. Presumably, these were merely upgraded versions of the AK-47. However, being unfamiliar with these assorted models, he couldn't help but wonder if randomly selecting one could lead him to a regrettable choice. Thus, Casillas diligently searched until he confirmed his selection of the AK-47, ultimately clicking to finalize his choice. Congratulations on the successful explanation. The advanced shop is now open for your inspection. 2 system notifications appeared, and then the system resumed its previous state, resembling a lifeless entity. An advanced shop, selling high-end items? Casillas mused, intending to explore further when he heard Gray's voice. Boss, how are you? Ugh. The blue-haired youth burst through the half-open wooden door, only to be met with an overwhelming stench that contorted his face, prompting him to retch and hurriedly dash aside to vomit. Casillas inwardly lamented, could Gray truly be feigning his reaction? Does he genuinely find my scent unbearable? After years as a pirate, how could one still be repulsed by the smell of blood? Following closely behind Gray, Lucien emerged, displaying a far more composed demeanor. He calmly instructed his subordinates to fetch water and a towel. Have you found Hawk? Casillas inquired as Lucien helped him to his feet. As they maneuvered around the grotesque corpse of the fox-hunting creature, which was merely a white spine held together by sinew, Lucien replied, we located him. Hawk has no significant injuries. He is in decent condition. However, only 3 have survived. Aside from Hawk, There are only Appley and Ugly left. Upon hearing this, Casillas couldn't suppress a sigh. He had harbored a glimmer of hope. Water and a towel were soon procured, and Lucien adeptly began to cleanse Casillas of the grime on his face and body, applying ointment to his wounds and wrapping the necessary areas in gauze. The enemy pirates had been eradicated, save for those who surrendered and a few stragglers. Once Lucien finished tending to his injuries, Casillas gently moved his limbs. Slowly rising to his feet, he took a few tentative steps, realizing that his wounds were not as severe as he had feared. A brief rest would suffice for recovery. The dizziness that had plagued his mind had significantly abated, and he sensed that it would not be long before he regained his full strength. "Boss, how are you?" Gray approached, wiping his mouth with a handkerchief. Casillas raised his foot and kicked him to the ground. "Get lost. Do not disturb me. Let me find a place to rest before anything else." "Haha, the boss seems to be in good spirits." Gray, with a stubborn resolve, clambered to his feet, unconcerned as he brushed off his trousers. "When you kicked me, you used such force, so you must be fine." Casillas, disinterested, turned to leave. "Do not follow me. Gray, gather those elusive stragglers. If you fail to do so, I shall not spare you." He spoke without looking back. "Yes, boss. I assure you, I shall not disappoint you." Gray saluted with a sailor's gesture, exuding confidence. However, once Casillas had walked far enough away, he immediately beckoned to Lucien. "Hurry. Help me out. Capturing these individuals is hardly my forte." Since Casillas reached out to them 3 days ago, Gray and Lucien anchored their vessel near the islands, close to the doldrums, steering clear of the regions heavily populated by pirates. The side of the Sarah's Islands adjacent to the doldrums was predominantly utilized as storage facilities, starkly contrasting with the bustling entertainment-laden opposite side. Along the way, many pointed and whispered, yet they kept their distance, with few foolish enough to approach and cause trouble. As the pirate ship, adorned with the black flag of cross guns, drew nearer, Casillas noted that the figure leading the way seemed vaguely familiar. Particularly striking were the black gloves resembling feline claws adorning the individual's hands, along with the long blade, stained with remnants of blood. "What is your name?" "CLO. "I am CLO, Captain." The young man, sporting a neatly combed black pompadour, turned his head slightly and politely introduced himself. "Do you have any commands for me?" Casillas shook his head. He recalled who this fellow was, a pirate once trampled upon by Luffy, who, it seemed, was yet to become a captain himself. Nor had he taken up a position as a steward in some wealthy household. Chapter 82. Good things though it was meant to be a time of rest. Casillas found himself unable to sleep. He needed to contemplate the forthcoming plans. Originally, he intended to steadily develop his influence, waiting until the uncertain culmination of the fire to rescue a few individuals, thereby incorporating them into his ranks, while also actively recruiting other wanderers. However, it appeared he could still pursue this endeavor. Casillas mentally assessed the reactions of the nobility and the navy. Having eliminated a key figure from the East Blue branch of the navy, he surmised that the righteous navy would not let this transgression go unpunished. It was time to brace for the impending counterattack from this formidable entity. Fortunately, the naval forces of the East Sea are rather feeble, making it improbable for them to dispatch a formidable figure from headquarters for such a trivial matter. Overall, the outlook appears quite optimistic. As for the nobles, it is unlikely that he will return, at least not to the heights of Gao Town. To reiterate, Casillas is not, at present, a formidable adversary. And should he venture back to the heart of the kingdom of Goya, what if those nobles, resolute in their intent, muster armies to encircle him? However, he will not return. Hawk and Appley may do so. Over there, a winery has already been established, and coupled with the recently formed framework of a merchant guild, it would be rather regrettable to abandon it. As long as the perilous figure of Casillas remains, the nobles will think twice before acting against Hawk and the others. Alas, it is a pity about the opulent mansion of Kalimura. Living there is quite comfortable, and Sasha is adept at attending to one's needs. The vicinity of the windless zone is not truly devoid of wind. The sound of waves crashing against the shore and the gentle undulation of boats upon the water dispelled the remnants of his drowsiness. Unable to sleep, he recalled the so-called high-end shops that he had not had the chance to explore earlier. He accessed the system. Beyond the 3 options, an additional choice had indeed appeared. The words high-end shop were emblazoned in bold, unadorned characters. Speaking of which, the system's text was entirely composed of characters from his previous life. Sometimes, after a long existence in this world, Casillas would only remember, upon opening the system and seeing those characters, that he was indeed a time traveler. Occasionally, even the knowledge he carried over from his former life could not evoke the long-sealed memories in his mind. Everything from that time felt ephemeral. Particularly after he had given a lighter to Luffy, the frequency of those memories resurfacing had plummeted. Truth be told, whenever he reflected on it, Casillas found himself nostalgic for those times. Whether it was his favorite anime or web novels, or even the once despised melodramatic dramas, they all stirred a sense of longing. If only he had brought along not just a lighter, but a desktop computer brimming with tea resources when he traversed here, perhaps life would be more enriching. Nowadays, the only times he feels a semblance of joy are those moments of personal progress and strength. Beyond that, there seems to be little amusement to be found. The world is vast and splendid. However, Casillas remains feeble, and though the world is indeed captivating, the weak are devoid of the privilege to experience its marvels. Realizing that his thoughts had drifted too far, Casillas refocused and selected the option for the premium shop. The interface of the premium shop was comparable in size to others. Yet the icons representing the wares were significantly larger, resulting in only 2 rows, with a total of 6 shimmering icons. Without examining them closely, Casillas instinctively scrolled down, only to discover that the interface remained unresponsive. Thus, are these merely the 6 products available in the premium shop? Very well, let us see what they entail. Given that the shop bears the term premium, might it offer high-tech weaponry? Perhaps even the likes of Little Boy Ivan? Indeed. The reality was as exaggerated as he had envisioned, yet sufficiently astonishing. The first item, the icon depicted an object akin to a skateboard. But its design could only be described as cool through the lens of a youthful imagination, adorned in the hues of the vast prairie. The Green Demon Skateboard. Produced by Osborne Industries, it is assuredly a masterpiece. This product can accommodate a normally sized human for high-speed flight at a maximum velocity of 400 kilometers per hour, reaching altitudes of up to 5,000 meters, with exceptional agility. It has a rated load capacity of 1 ton, equipped with dual titanium alloy blades at the front, 12 miniature rockets, 5,000 steel core armor-piercing rounds. It boasts an immensely powerful firepower. The structure is primarily composed of tungsten titanium alloy, having undergone impact testing in the millions, with a damage rate of merely 0.3. Furthermore, this product is equipped with highly efficient solar panels, eliminating any concerns regarding energy. 10 hours of charging, 10 minutes of liberation. As he read the vividly reminiscent product description, Casillas' emotions oscillated like a roller coaster, rising and falling in rapid succession. Though this item exudes a sense of technological sophistication and is indeed a high-tech product of known origin, the mere fact that it requires 10 hours of charging for a mere 10 minutes of usage led Casillas to dismiss it outright. Regardless of how long it may function upon initial use, the prospect of waiting 10 hours for a mere 10 minutes of operation is laughable. To exchange a devil fruit for such a remarkably inadequate battery life is absurd, unless he harbored thoughts of insanity. Turning his gaze to the second item, Casillas encountered what appeared to be 2 ordinary metallic spheres, their surfaces smooth and reflecting a silvery sheen. A lengthy description caught his eye: a high-energy magnetic levitation laser cutter. The origins of this product remain shrouded in mystery. It purportedly obeys the user's brainwaves, allowing it to hover and maneuver within a 2-meter radius. When activated, a high-energy laser beam is generated between the spheres, capable of effortlessly severing known materials. The asking price is 1 devil fruit. With a cautionary note, this device lacks a standard energy source and can only be powered by the system during the user's operation, costing 1 billion berries for each 10 seconds of functionality. Before reaching the end of the description, Casillas had developed a fondness for the seemingly thumb-sized metallic spheres. But the final advisory nearly caused him to bite his own tongue. While he is not a miser, the notion of spending 1 billion berries for merely 10 seconds of operation, equating to a staggering 100 million berries per second, was utterly unacceptable. With decisive resolution, Casillas relegated this item to the list of worthless distractions, resolving never to revisit it. The third item presented itself as a sci-fi-inspired, yet standard, sniper rifle, its body entirely silver, with a robust stock seamlessly integrated with the barrel, adorned with numerous pulsating blue lines, and a remarkably elongated barrel. This was the Gauss sniper rifle, released by Hawkeye Corporation in 2333 to dominate the arms supply market in North and South America. Its specific model was designated as flower type. This Gauss sniper rifle boasts an impressive length of 2.3 meters and a weight of 23 kilograms, recommended for use in conjunction with the Yanhuang Type 233 exoskeleton armor. It possesses a maximum range of 20 kilometers and an effective range of 12 kilometers, equipped with a 20-kilometer microwave scanning system and intelligent aiming and ballistic calculation devices. A purchase includes a complimentary 100 standard rounds and 20 high-explosive incendiary rounds. The product is powered by a miniature low-temperature fusion nuclear battery, ensuring a century of use without the need for replacement, provided the battery remains intact. The price is one devil fruit, limited to a single purchase. Casillas gazed enviously at the object before him, the Gauss weapon. He was well aware of its nature, a form of electromagnetic weaponry. The worth of a single devil fruit was undeniable, and aside from the rather delicate fusion battery mentioned in the introduction, everything else seemed satisfactory. However, he currently lacked a devil fruit. Should he contemplate acquiring a standard zone-type fruit? The next 3 items were all flawed equipment. Ultimately, Casillas disregarded the other merchandise. Casting a cursory glance at the shop's upper right corner where the refresh time of a month was displayed, accompanied by a flurry of numbers rapidly counting down. After some calculation, it confirmed to be precisely 1 month's time. Chapter 83. Captives. The aftermath of yesterday's fierce battle left behind only a lingering sin of blood, now faded, and vast areas turned to ash by flames. Some rejoiced that their territory remained unscathed, while others seethed with anger, for these were their own assets. Originally, the Navy had arrived on the Casillas Islands accompanied by a group of pirates contemptuously dubbed lackeys by others, claiming to be on a mission. Though reluctant to associate with the Navy, the formidable presence of the fox hunter made the dominant pirates in the area turn a blind eye. Yet, just 2 or 3 days later, such an incident occurred. The bald-headed UK stared grimly at the charred remnants left by the flames. His heart ached not only for the substantial loss of property, but also from the apprehension regarding the individuals who had clashed here yesterday. Additionally, the potential repercussions of the fox hunter's demise in this location loomed large. How would the East Blue Navy respond? Would they resolutely decide to annihilate the Casillas Islands? Such a matter was indeed grave. Have you ascertained who they are? UK's pockmarked face quivered as he directed his gaze toward a nearby underling. Captain. For now, we only know this individual is named Casillas. He has 2 subordinates we recognize, former members of the Bone Pirate crew, Gray and Lucian, both exceptionally powerful. Casillas? That name sounds somewhat familiar, UK mused, stroking his bald head, marred by several jagged scars. He furrowed his brow in contemplation. Where does he originate from? It seems to be the Kingdom of Goya. The mention of the Kingdom of Goya sparked UK's memory, reminding him of a recent article he had read in a Goya internal newspaper, which spoke of a newly ennobled individual, Casillas. A noble from the Kingdom of Goya who was, in fact, a formidable pirate? How amusing. I had thought the nobility of the East Blue were merely a bunch of ineffectual fools. Nevertheless, since he is of noble birth, he likely won't linger here. Though UK's exterior was rough, his mind was calculating. Whenever a powerful newcomer arose, chaos would inevitably ensue on the Casillas Islands. The magnitude of this upheaval would depend on the newcomer's strength. The prowess of Casillas undeniably surpasses that of all the pirate crews in the archipelago. Should he choose to remain, Uke would not only have to endure immediate losses but might also forfeit numerous long-term benefits. However, this individual has taken the lives of naval officers, and not just any ordinary soldiers. Reflecting on this, Uke began to feel a swell of anxiety. Although the Kingdom of Goya is considered a major power in the East Sea, it is but an ant compared to the Navy and the world government that stands behind it. There remains a significant possibility that Casillas may choose to linger here, decisively relinquishing his noble status to embrace the life of a pirate, for his kingdom could never safeguard him. A throbbing pain began to manifest in Uke's head. The more he contemplated, the more intense the ache became, almost compelling him to strike his own bald head in frustration. At that moment, a voice cried out, "Hurry and look. That fellow named Casillas is setting up a display by the sea, seemingly preparing to execute those enemies. Is that true? Let us go see." Amidst the clamor, the idle pirates who had gathered to observe promptly lost interest in Uke's potential reaction, as the main event was evidently far more enticing. Habitually, Uke rubbed his bald head, his gaze seemingly penetrating the distance, reaching the indistinct shoreline. The Casillas Islands, save for a few docks where ships could moor, are lined with barren coasts, unsuitable for navigation due to treacherous reefs. However, of late, there have been plans to exploit these reefs, aiming to construct structures atop the water, supported by the submerged rocks, thereby expanding the island's territory. This is a commendable idea, yet it remains unexecuted. At the edge of this beach, the ceaseless sound of crashing waves fills the air, while the eerie calm of the distant windless zone can be discerned by the naked eye. Casillas stifled a slight yawn. Aside from Gray Lucian, dozens of pirates surrounded him. Newly minted members of the Black Flag Pirates, some of whom appeared somewhat familiar, evidently hailing from the Bone Pirates. Hawk, hindered by his mobility, chose to remain behind. Lounge chairs, sun umbrellas, and a small round table were arranged on the sandy shore, the latter adorned with a glass of watermelon juice. The transparent glass was beaded with tiny droplets of water, evoking a refreshing sensation that beckoned the surrounding pirates to swallow their saliva in anticipation, occasionally cursing the heavens for the glaring sunshine and the oppressive heat. The watermelon juice was imbued with finely crushed ice, making it delightfully refreshing. The reason for indulging in such a drink was not merely for relief from the heat. The abilities bestowed by the temperature fruit allowed Casillas to endure hours of exposure under the scorching sun without breaking a sweat. His consumption was simply a matter of habit. He casually offered half a glass of watermelon juice to a visibly envious Gray, jesting, "If you truly wish to drink, go fetch more. I have plenty of ice for you." Gray merely chuckled and glanced at Lucien, who shook his head, prompting him to take a hearty gulp. Casillas treaded upon the damp, yet warm sand, taking a few steps forward to observe the captives bound with their hands behind their backs, kneeling in several rows. They were drenched in sweat, most of them bowing their heads, trembling more violently as Casillas approached. Yet, there were those who maintained a resolute demeanor, their pain unable to sway their determination. With a smile, Casillas remarked, "You must be parched, having basked under the sun for so long. I assure you, I am not a villain. If anyone desires a sip of water, I would be more than willing to oblige." At his words, a few captives raised their heads, catching sight of Gray, who was indulging in the watermelon juice. A chorus of swallowing echoed among them. Despite their prolonged thirst, their mouths produced copious amounts of saliva, which they swallowed back down, yet this only exacerbated their discomfort, instilling a sensation akin to becoming a desiccated corpse. One murmured, "I crave water." The yearning and feeble tone of this plea intensified the psychological collapse of the kneeling captives. "Very well, I can provide you water, but there is a stipulation," Casillas announced, his gaze fixed on the murmuring captive, whose consciousness seemed to waver. A malicious smile crept across his face. "You must surrender, align with me, and serve my purposes." Some exhibited hesitation, while others cried out fervently, "I am willing. I am willing. Give me water." With the first surrender, dozens of captives weakly voiced their willingness to capitulate. Naturally, the pirates of the Black Flag pirate group stepped forward to assist the willing captives, guiding them to one side and providing them with fresh water and sustenance. The gaze of Casillas fell upon the remaining few individuals, his brow furrowing in dissatisfaction. Were there truly such loyal souls among pirates? A silence enveloped the scene for a moment, and under the scrutiny of many, Casillas called out, "Lucien, grant these unwilling souls a swift end." Upon hearing this, Lucien hastily approached, raising the AK-47 slung over his shoulder, and aimed the barrel at the kneeling captives, their heads bowed in silence. "I have grown lazy. No updates today, but I shall compensate tomorrow." Chapter 84, Demonstration of the AK-47. The full name is AK-47 Automatic Rifle. This fully automatic rifle, developed by the Russians, embodies quintessential characteristics synonymous with its origin: robust durability and exceptional reliability. It performs admirably in conditions of both extreme heat and cold, as well as in sandy environments, boasting an impressively low failure rate. The price for this remarkable system stands at 50,000 belly, a stark contrast to the significantly higher cost of a Desert Eagle. More importantly, this time the purchase quantity is limited to 1,000 units, while the price of ammunition remains unchanged and is available in unlimited supply. When Casillas contemplated the possibility of procuring these bullets for self-manufacturing firearms, he discovered an intriguing addition to the ammunition purchase interface. Ammunition can only be purchased in conjunction with the firearms sold by the system. A seemingly simple statement, yet one that Casillas was certain he had never encountered before. It felt as though the system was taunting him, suggesting, "Think you can exploit my loophole? Think again." Naturally, he had no doubt regarding the system's capability to enforce such a restriction, even if he meticulously replicated an AK or a Desert Eagle. It was likely that the bullets would all turn out to be duds. As for manufacturing ammunition, he would likely need to consult a scientist akin to one from the realm of Vegapunk. Returning to the subject at hand, the AK-47 weighs just over 3 kilograms and measures less than 90 centimeters in length. It is equipped with a 30-round magazine, a caliber of 7.62 millimeters, and boasts a firing rate of 600 rounds per minute, allowing an entire magazine to be expended in a mere 10 seconds. Its effective range extends to 300 meters, with a maximum lethal range of 1,500 meters, and it achieves a bullet velocity of 700 meters per second. In terms of specifications, it surpasses the Desert Eagle by a considerable margin. It is only natural that while the Desert Eagle is among the most formidable handguns, it pales in comparison to the might of a rifle. Lucien, wielding this oddly shaped weapon, took aim at several individuals kneeling on the ground. The sudden and jarring gunfire echoed through the air, causing the surrounding pirates to instinctively recoil a few steps back. They could clearly observe how this peculiar firearm, a blend of dark gray and splashes of fiery orange, belched forth a series of fire serpents, leaving a gaping wound the size of a bowl in the back of one captive. With remarkable marksmanship, despite having only recently acquainted himself with such a weapon, Lucien had already mastered the art of managing the rising muzzle during firing. 3 bullets struck one captive's body before the subsequent shots found their mark in another. For captives, 12 bullets, all within the span of merely 3 or 4 seconds. The surrounding pirates watched as the smoking muzzle dissipated wisps of pale blue smoke into the air. A gentle breeze swept through, and the acrid scent of gunpowder sent a chill through their bodies, which had been sweating profusely under the sun, eliciting beads of cold sweat to form on their palms and soles. UK, with his bald head gleaming, gazed at the body sprawled on the beach, blood seeping into the sand, and swallowed hard, struggling to suppress the rising tide of dread. This unprecedented firearm is astonishingly powerful. The shooting speed it exhibits is beyond compare. One cannot even say that a typical handgun, let alone a Desert Eagle, could rival it, as it surely requires a moment to pull the trigger. Yet, he distinctly observed that this individual merely pressed the trigger with his finger and did not release it thereafter, allowing the firearm to continuously unleash a torrent of flames until he finally let go. He found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe it. Perhaps the sentiment of a World War II pilot witnessing a supersonic fighter jet would be akin to his own. Moreover, the potency of those bullets is at least on par with that of the Silver Desert Eagle. Unable to resist, he took a closer look at the others, only to realize that each member of the Black Flag pirates bore such a weapon at their backs. Wiping the sweat from his brow, UK took a moment to ponder the impulse to acquire one of these firearms. Even if it cost $1 million or more, he felt it would be a worthwhile investment. Each individual in this group wields a Desert Eagle, and now each possesses yet another formidable weapon. It stands to reason that they are likely suppliers of these arms on the black market. Even if that is not the case, a connection surely exists. Memories of yesterday's battle flood Yuke's mind, and the threads of realization begin to intertwine. So, the cunning hunter fox's intentions revolve around profiting from the arms trade? It is a plausible theory. Yuke experiences a moment of epiphany, contemplating the allure of such power, even for someone like him, who lacks the strength to contend for it. Yet, he resolutely dismisses these thoughts. After subduing several obstinate individuals unwilling to surrender, Casillas, amidst the watchful eyes of an increasing number of onlookers, nonchalantly lights a cigarette. As he exhales the first plume of smoke, 30 to 40 pirates from the Black Flag pirate group, in perfect unison, remove their AK-47s from their backs, aiming skyward. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Brass casings scatter like confetti, landing upon the sandy beach beneath their feet, while the gun barrels continuously expel a barrage of bullets. The deafening gunfire echoing like a cacophony of firecrackers, piercing the eardrums and resonating within the souls of all present. The pirates under Casillas had only just acquired these weapons and had yet to fire a single shot. Aside from Lucien, who had practiced for a few hours, none had experience with them. However, this did not deter them from following their captain's orders, unleashing an entire magazine into the sky upon receiving the signal. 10 seconds were precisely allotted for this display. They removed the empty magazines, reloaded fresh ones, and held the weapons, muzzles resting against their shoulders, cradled in their arms. The warmth of the gun barrels penetrated their clothing, yet no one faltered. Instead, their spirits burned brighter. An inexplicable pride surged within them. As the Black Flag pirates straightened their backs, striving to maintain a calm demeanor in the face of the astonished and fearful expressions of the onlooking peers, a hush enveloped the scene. The gunfire from the execution of the recalcitrant captives ignited a wave of curiosity among the surrounding pirates, who were unable to discern the unfolding events, prompting them to inquire about the unfamiliar sounds. Yet, the next volley of fire silenced them all. 48 Ks, each with 30 rounds, totaling 1,200 bullets, unleashed a staggering 120 shots every second over the span of 10 seconds. The realization dawned upon everyone. Should those gun barrels be aimed at them, it would spell disaster. Casillas observed the varied expressions of the onlookers before him. This is merely a demonstration, a display of strength. You may not be well acquainted with me, so allow me to introduce myself. Casillas, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, surveyed the diverse faces before him. My name is Casillas, and perhaps you have heard this name. However, soon the entire East Sea shall be aware of my existence. For I have eliminated a naval officer known as Hunter, albeit only from this side of the East Sea. Everyone is quite respectful. For a lack of respect could result in bullets finding their mark, and thus they listened intently to Casillas' impromptu oration. Among them were the captains of the most powerful pirate crews on the island, as well as the clown Buggy, who mingled within the crowd. Buggy stood alongside Dodge, having lingered since that day when Gray abruptly ceased his actions, instead of departing immediately. When the battle erupted yesterday, Buggy had entertained thoughts of playing the role of a hidden observer, but Casillas' swift victory left him without such an opportunity. The scene before him today was not particularly shocking, though it did evoke a sense of surprise. In terms of firearms, a formidable sharpshooter could, even with the most rudimentary flintlock pistol, fire a bullet several kilometers away, capable of piercing city walls and bringing down buildings with ease. He had witnessed more advanced weaponry, and the Grand Line and New World still held many secrets waiting to be uncovered. He was simply astonished at how this individual, Casillas, had acquired such a plethora of devastating weapons that could wreak havoc upon ordinary people. Just as he pondered the various possibilities, someone gave him a shove. Buggy stumbled a few steps, emerging from the crowd. Chapter 85. Buggy has a temper. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to Buggy. The pirate with the prominently red nose underwent a drastic change in complexion, oscillating between shades of blue, black, and crimson. His gaze felt like a barrage of sharp daggers piercing through him, rendering Buggy utterly uncomfortable, particularly under the amused scrutiny of Casillas, who stood a mere few meters away, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Who on earth pushed me out here? Buggy seethed internally, turning to glance at his subordinates, each wearing an expression of innocent bewilderment, leaving him utterly baffled as to who bore the blame. After fruitlessly searching for the instigator, Buggy resignedly turned back around. I find you somewhat familiar, Casillas mused, stroking his chin, the cigarette but at the corner of his mouth bobbing with each utterance. What is your name? Do you have any objections to me? The striking red nose unmistakably identified him as the clown Buggy to Casillas, although he feigned ignorance. Previously, overwhelmed by the crowd, he had not paid much attention. But now this fellow had stepped forward. Haha. To Buggy, the smile on Casillas' face was laden with malice. No, of course not. Buggy hastily waved his hands, indicating his lack of objections. Given his own strength, should he be subjected to a barrage from such a weapon, he would surely end up either dead or severely injured. That's good, Captain Buggy. Yes, indeed. Buggy nodded repeatedly, though soon his neck grew rigid. You know me? He asked hesitantly, his eyes wide open, revealing bloodshot whites akin to a case of conjunctivitis. Of course. How could I possibly fail to recognize you? Casillas stepped forward with warmth, wrapping his arms around Buggy's neck. You looted all the treasures from an island, and anyone who refused to comply or was deemed superfluous was eliminated. However, Captain Buggy, you lack attention to detail. Leaving a survivor after a massacre is quite the oversight. If it were me, I would never make such a blunder. Buggy felt exceedingly uncomfortable, dwarfed by Casillas' stature. He had to bend awkwardly to accommodate the embrace while beads of cold sweat formed on his brow as he pretended to be oblivious. Have I done such a thing? Casillas chuckled inwardly, exhaling a plume of smoke into Buggy's face. Are you certain you haven't? Buggy attempted to maintain his facade of ignorance, but felt the cold press of a firearm against his lower back. Without needing to turn around, he understood that someone was aiming a gun at him. Of course. I have indeed done so. Buggy quickly amended his statement. It's just that I inquired that area belonged to. Regardless of whose territory it was at the time, it is mine now. Do you understand? At this proclamation, Buggy's heart seethed with anger. He suddenly recalled the day he and Dodgy had rowed ashore, and upon learning that everything on the island belonged to Calimura, Dodgy had urged him to loot it thoroughly, claiming that disaster was imminent for Calimura. Buggy was no saint. He had bombarded towns merely out of boredom, indifferent to the loss of life, and felt no qualms about innocent bloodshed. The thought had indeed tempted him. Moreover, there were no formidable figures on the island. He had easily vanquished all who dared to resist with his dismemberment abilities, eliminating everyone who did not catch his eye to recruit as subordinates. This included the island's prostitutes. In an effort to conceal the truth, he resolved to eliminate everyone, leaving no witnesses to his actions. Who would have anticipated that there would be a survivor? Faced with the inevitable, Buck, rather unexpectedly, displayed a newfound bravado. He broke free from Casillas' grasp, disregarding Lucien, who aimed a firearm at him, and boldly declared, "Very well. I confess it was I who did it." Buck adjusted his attire and straightened his captain's hat, continuing, "What do you intend to do?" "Captain Buck, we stand with you." "Captain Buck, fear not." "Indeed, Captain, we are with you." A throng of Buck's loyal subordinates emerged, brandishing muskets and swords, their gazes fixed intently on Casillas and his companions. It is worth noting that Buck possessed an inexplicable, almost hypnotic charisma, and his followers seemed to revel in the fantasy of envisioning their captain as a valiant and formidable figure. Perhaps in the eyes of Buck's men, their captain was threatened by Casillas' nefarious intimidation, yet Buck remained undaunted. Initially, he engaged in feigned diplomacy, but as these vile adversaries advanced with increasingly unacceptable demands, the fearless Captain Buck finally erupted. Now, he desperately sought the unwavering support of his devoted crew. This unexpected situation caused a twitch at the corner of Bucky's mouth. He merely intended to showcase a semblance of his own temper. Are these fellows truly intent on ensnaring themselves? They have audaciously begun to proclaim their desire to engage in a confrontation. Casillas cast his gaze around, only to suddenly catch sight of a familiar figure. It was Dodge, who stood low amongst the crowd, striving to push his way through the solid wall of bodies. However, the pirates on the island had nearly all flocked to this spot, rendering his efforts arduous. After a considerable time, he had scarcely made any progress. Turning to Lucien, Casillas tilted his head, indicating for him to look in that direction. Amidst the throng, someone was conspicuously attempting to extricate themselves. Lucien nodded in response, raised his Desert Eagle, and fired a shot. Amidst a chorus of gasps, Dodge tumbled onto another individual, only to be hastily shoved away by the unfortunate pirate, who was splattered with blood, landing on the ground where the surrounding crowd had scattered. During this tumult, several instances of trampling occurred, accompanied by shouts of anger and cries of despair. They were oblivious to the unfolding events. All they knew was that someone had been struck by a bullet. And that individual was likely an enemy of the Black Flag pirate crew and the man known as Casillas. Lucien moved swiftly, retrieving Dodge, who lay on the ground and was struggling to rise once more. Casillas scrutinized the man closely. He had ordered Hawk to send this fellow out to sea to await his demise, yet to encounter him again was a rather unexpected delight. "Ah, it's you. You were the one who urged me to plunder that island. Speak, Dodge. Was this deliberate on your part?" Before Casillas could utter another word, Buggy, who had been caught in a precarious position, suddenly perceived a savior in Dodge. He lunged forward, grasping Dodge while incessantly chattering, as his subordinates mercilessly aimed at Dodge's face, delivering blow after blow with fervent determination. In this scene, it became evident to Casillas that Bucky was indeed a person of considerable audacity. After having thoroughly damaged Dodge's face, it would be ideal if he rendered him speechless, thus allowing all responsibility to fall upon this individual. Lucien pointed his gun forward, prompting Bucky to reluctantly cease his actions. However, his visage was already grotesquely swollen, with only a few teeth remaining intact. The bullet wound in his shoulder continued to bleed profusely. The punishment had been duly administered. Yet it was surprising that fortune had smiled upon him, sparing his life. Casillas cast a glance at Bucky before addressing Dodgy before him, remarking that his reappearance before him was quite unwarranted. Yet, he would spare his life, for the consequences of his transgressions had already been meted out. At this juncture, Casillas extended a Desert Eagle to Bucky, inquiring if the captain was adept at handling such disloyal subordinates. Without hesitation, Bucky seized the Desert Eagle and fired 3 shots into Dodgy. To Bucky, Dodgy was merely a subordinate that could be discarded at any moment. Sacrificing him for Casillas' forgiveness was hardly a matter for contemplation. "Captain Bucky, since all this was merely a misunderstanding, it seems we can move past this." Casillas reclaimed his Desert Eagle, preparing to resume his unfinished business when he heard Bucky's booming voice inquire, "Are you selling that rapid-fire weapon of yours?" Chapter 86, Arrangements. Are you referring to the AK-47? Casillas replied with an apologetic smile, "That is not for sale, as we do not have enough for our own needs." He had a task to fulfill involving 50,000 Desert Eagles, but the AK-47 posed a far greater threat if distributed. Had Hawk and his men been armed with AK-47s and ample ammunition, even double the number of pirates would have been left in disarray. If he were to sell such arms, it would only be to those who posed no immediate threat, such as the Revolutionary Army. Bucky's expression clearly shifted to one of disappointment. but he quickly composed himself. Casillas, feeling a tinge of ennui, realized that the purpose of showcasing the AK-47 to the public had already been achieved. With Bucky's interruption, he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Stifling a yawn, let us return. Watching as Casillas and his entourage departed, the bald-headed duke in the crowd furrowed his brow, pondering that the power dynamics in the East Sea, particularly among the pirates, were likely on the brink of a significant upheaval. Despite Casillas' apparent lack of immediate action or intent, it was conceivable that in the coming days, the Black Flag pirate crew would embark on unsettling endeavors, such as recruiting pirates or engaging in underhanded dealings. It was unfortunate that such formidable weapons were not for sale. This serves to confirm that the other party is not merely a businessman, but rather one with ambition. Upon returning to the ship, Casillas first checked on Hawk and Appley. They were both in good condition and merely needed some rest. The problematic case was Ho, the archer whom Casillas still remembered, as his broken leg posed a significant issue. After consulting the island's doctor, the response was that once his body recovers, it may take a while for him to adjust to his limp. Ho clearly heard the doctor's words, yet he exhibited no signs of concern. Upon waking, he began to devour his food ravenously. He remarked to Casillas, "A limp is of no consequence. I rely on my hands and arms, rather than my feet and thighs." Observing his optimism, Casillas felt reassured. He patted Ho on the shoulder and returned to the captain's quarters, where Gray, Lucien, and the resting Hawk and Appley were seated. Casillas' first inquiry was directed at Lucien and Gray. "I have heard that a common animal-type devil fruit can sell for at least 100 million berries. I am in need of a devil fruit. Where can I procure one?" The East Blue seldom sees devil fruits, making them difficult to obtain here. Such auctions where devil fruits are available can only be encountered in the Grand Line, right? Gray, after a rare moment of contemplation, finally spoke. "But boss, why do you want a devil fruit? Is it for us? Though I'd rather not have an animal type. Boss, if you were to give me a devil fruit, it must at least be a natural type worthy of me." Gray. Casillas disregarded his unfounded narcissism and replied calmly, "Of course, it is not for you to consume. I merely require a common devil fruit. Since they are primarily found in the Grand Line, Gray, Lucien, are you willing to make the journey yourselves?" As anticipated, Gray leapt to his feet, exclaiming, "Wow, the Grand Line. I certainly want to go. Boss, let me go." Lucien nodded in agreement. "Well, I will provide you with 100 million berries. However, if it can be done without spending, that would be preferable," Casillas stated, not batting an eye. Even though he possessed just over 100 million berries, having given the bulk to Gray and the others, leaving only a few tens of millions for himself. Yet, this was sufficient. The more devil fruits they could acquire, the better, though it would be ideal to return within a month. This was not a strict requirement. If necessary, a delay would be acceptable. Thus, in the name of the Black Flag pirates, they would set forth to the Grand Line, taking all of their original crew members along. In addition to 2 AK-47s each, Casillas would prepare ample ammunition for extended use. Each Desert Eagle would come with 120 rounds, and Casillas would supply them with 100,000 bullets, costing 1 million berries. Thus, the remaining funds in his possession amounted to just over 30 million. Although a significant portion of his money had vanished in an instant, the thought of the exquisite Gauss sniper rifle in the upscale store ignited a fervor within Casillas. "Aha, you are truly magnificent, boss," Gray exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. The Grand Line, his long-cherished ambition. Although this venture was merely a temporary mission to the Grand Line, with the hope of returning within a month, the mere prospect filled him with exhilaration. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Casillas signaled for him to quiet down and then turned to Hawk and Appley. "Hawk, you shall return to the kingdom of Goya to continue managing the newly established winery and trading company. Those nobles will not dare to turn against me. As long as I draw breath, they will not risk your safety." Casillas spoke with unwavering conviction. The notorious fox hunter, who had long been touted as the strongest in the East Sea, had been vanquished by him. Thus, individuals like the military minister, Pander, would think twice before acting recklessly. Moreover, the day of inspection by the celestial dragons was fast approaching. Continue recruiting wanderers, provide them with sustenance and shelter, as long as they pledge their loyalty to me. Train them. I wish to see the emergence of my new forces in a few months. Hawk promptly stood and nodded earnestly, responding, "Understood, boss." After tapping his unlit cigarette, Casillas gazed at the bare millimeters of white paper at the tip of the roll, suddenly recalling someone he had overlooked. Go to the mountains and find the Dayton family. I have an underling there, a girl named Christina, a talented swordswoman. Bring her back. Also, Their essay Soxia in Gow Town. Fetch her as well. Casillas reminisced about the days spent with the blonde beauty in service to him, feeling a pang of nostalgia. Though only a few days had passed, he had already grown somewhat unaccustomed to her absence. I have grown soft, he reflected after issuing his orders and lighting his cigarette. Shaking off such thoughts, Casillas continued, we shall remain here for 2 days. I expect some individuals will wish to join the pirate crew. The captives and newcomers will accompany me. I shall personally deliver the goods requested by the queen. With that, he turned to the young clone standing nearby. You will accompany me. Without hesitation, the youthful clone nodded in agreement. Well, it seems there are no further matters at hand. I shall take my rest. You all may do as you please, just refrain from causing unnecessary trouble. Chapter 87. Aftermath. Sigh, have you heard the news? A boisterous voice in a bustling tavern was inquiring, breath laced with the scent of alcohol. The companion at the table, intrigued, asked what? Has something significant happened recently? The man waved his arms dramatically. You mean to say you are unaware? Oh. Are you familiar with a certain figure known as Hunter Fox within the East Sea Navy? This individual possesses quite the reputation, particularly among pirates. This formidable naval officer is frequently the subject of their discussions, much like how the pirates of the New World relish conversing about the distinguished officers of the Navy headquarters. Hunter Fox's standing in the East Sea is akin to that of the 3 admirals at Navy headquarters. Indeed, he represents the pinnacle of strength within the East Sea Navy. Enough of the pleasantries. Who doesn't know of Hunter Fox? Speak quickly. What has transpired? Has that old dog Hunter Fox once again obliterated a pirate crew? Someone, growing impatient, slammed their hand on the table and demanded an answer. The individual remained unfazed, gulping down a hearty draught of beer, followed by a loud belch that prompted those nearby to wrinkle their noses in disdain and mutter curses under their breath. He then chuckled, saying, Ha! What a vanquishing that pirate crew! The loyal hound of the Navy, Hunter Fox, has already descended into the abyss. As the words escaped his lips, the once boisterous tavern fell into a brief silence. Many ears perked up, revealing expressions of disbelief. After a fleeting moment of quietude, the clamor erupted once more, even louder and more chaotic than before. What? The Hunter Fox is dead? Who did it? Is this for real? It is said that the Hunter Fox emerged from the pirate headquarters training camp. Can anyone truly have the audacity to take him down? Are there such figures in the East Sea? Ha! What a joy to behold. The pirate crew I once belonged to is also dismantled by the Hunter Fox. Thankfully, I was fortunate enough to escape with my life. A throng of individuals gathered around, blocking the man who had just downed another half a mug of beer, clamoring with questions. Speak up. Who did it? Where did your news come from? Is it true? Hey, I'm asking you. Hurry up. Who possesses such strength to vanquish the Hunter Fox? The besieged man, brushing his hand over his beer foam-laden beard, slammed his empty mug down heavily. The sturdy oak material left a distinct mark on the table, resonating with a deep yet adequately loud thud. Immediately, someone shouted, Damn it. Pour this greedy wild boar a pint of stout. I'll cover the cost. Upon hearing this, the bearded man, who had been insulted as a wild boar, revealed a satisfied grin, his yellowed, darkened teeth gleaming. On this island, teeming with an abundance of pirates, numerous vessels lay anchored. The rainy season of the East Sea has arrived, and few pirates dare to venture out for plunder during this time. Although the seas at this season may not be as treacherous as the Grand Line, the frequent storms and sudden downpours are sufficient to deter anyone who makes their living on the ocean. Merchant ships refrain from venturing far, and pirates typically choose a harbor to rest for 2 to 3 months, waiting for the tempestuous weather to pass. Thus, the tavern resembles a can of sardines, exceedingly crowded. Amidst the howling winds and torrential rain outside, within the tavern, a blend of sweat and foul breath permeates the air. A figure downed half a pint of stout, the aroma of alcohol escaping their lips as they uttered the name, Casillas. With a resounding crash, an exquisitely packaged bottle of fine red wine shattered against the wall. The Minister of Military and Political Affairs of the Kingdom of Goya bellowed this name in fury, simultaneously sacrificing a cherished vintage from his collection. Pandarl's face flushed crimson, a reflection of his rage. He had just received the news of the death of the fox hunter, slain at the hands of Casillas. The messenger had only just departed, and unable to contain his fury, he smashed the wine bottle that he had been meticulously polishing. Still unsatisfied, he seized the glass ashtray from the table and hurled it against the wall, adding yet another scar to the now wine-stained white surface. He could not comprehend the situation. The fox hunter's prowess was formidable, and Pandarl was acutely aware of this fact. Thus, after reaching an accord with the fox hunter, He had awaited Casillas' demise with a sense of tranquility. Once Casillas was dead, he could rest easy, as the king and several noblemen would no longer press him to dispose of the weapon that had taken a noble's life. Yet now, the fox hunter was dead. With a faint ache in his chest, he hastily retrieved a vial of medication, trembling as he popped a tablet into his mouth. The ailments of aging are many, and his heart was particularly troublesome. This medicine, which he had purchased at great expense, was now reduced to just a few tablets. After a prolonged moment of stillness with his eyes closed, Pandar exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his forehead that clung to his silver strands. Now that the fox hunter was dead, he might have no choice but to mobilize the kingdom's army. But did he realize that the hands of the nobility were at play in this matter? If this were to be known, it would complicate matters significantly. It is highly likely that Casillas will not return to the homeland. As for dispatching the military to eliminate him, that is equally unfeasible. Pandal can only hope that Casillas remains oblivious to his involvement in the fox hunter incident. Moreover, even if Casillas were to return, it would be prudent to keep the matter discreet. To avoid scandal, it would be best to refrain from taking action unless assured of a quiet resolution. The inspection by the celestial dragons is drawing near, with merely around 2 months remaining. Should any unfavorable rumors emerge, the noble class would bear the brunt of the consequences. The temperament of the celestial dragons is notoriously capricious. To them, these noblemen are hardly more esteemed than commoners. Perhaps just a slight distinction akin to that between an ant and a cricket, merely insignificant creatures. A headache is the sentiment that now envelopes him. On a brighter note, the death of the fox hunter at the hands of Casillas could potentially draw the attention of the Navy in future dealings with Casillas, which Pandal sincerely hopes for, ideally. The Navy would take decisive action against that wretched Casillas, thus performing a commendable deed. However, the reality is far from his expectations. The Navy is currently overwhelmed with pressing matters. Firstly, the new captain of the Sun Pirates, Jinbei, has been invited by the world government to join the Seven Warlords, a process laden with complexities. Furthermore, over 6 months ago, the surgical fruit that Dios Beryllus possessed was intended for sale to the Navy. However, complications arose, and the fruit has since gone missing. The 5 elders of the world government have issued a stern directive mandating its recovery. Despite extensive efforts, this exceedingly critical devil fruit remains unfound. Sengoku is reluctant to dwell on this matter, as it cost the life of his disciple. These 2 matters have consumed considerable energy from the Navy. Initially, all seemed well, but recently, the red-haired pirates, one of the 4 emperors, returned to the New World, causing quite a stir and rendering the Navy increasingly occupied. A mountain of documents piled up. As the fleet admiral, Sengoku wore a perpetually serious expression, meticulously concealing his distinctive explosive hairstyle beneath a hat. His finely braided beard cascaded down his chest. For him, being fleet admiral necessitated a corresponding demeanor. A neat appearance and a grave countenance were merely part of the expectation. An untidy appearance akin to that of Garp was utterly unacceptable. Handing a worthless document to his subordinate, who served as a shredder, he glanced at the next file. The death of the fox hunter. A rear admiral from the East Blue? Sengoku furrowed his brow and casually passed the document to a nearby subordinate. Issue a bounty for this Casillas. The specific amount can be determined with Admiral Tsuru. The overall strength in the East Blue is feeble. The rank of this rear admiral is rather hollow. Having completed this task, Sengoku's thoughts drifted away from the matter. It was not surprising that he did not regard it with much seriousness. He had a faint recollection of the fox hunter, but just a fleeting one. Even in less hectic times, he typically did not prioritize such issues. Ambitious pirates inevitably sought to tread the grand line. Should Casillas possess substantial strength, it would be prudent to address him upon his arrival in those waters. Matters of the 4 seas, especially those concerning the East Blue, held little weight in his mind. Moreover, with so many Navy personnel in the East Blue, if they could not contend with a single pirate, it would reflect poorly on their capabilities. Sengoku's gaze shifted to the next document, which contained intelligence. The warlord of the seas, Mihawk, had sought out red-haired Shanks. Sengoku muttered with a hint of satisfaction, with Shanks having lost his sword arm. All you can do now is drink. Chapter 88. Procuring a warship? The rainy season is indeed ill-suited for naval voyages. Thus Casillas' plan to deliver a package was abruptly thwarted. The vessel adorned with the black flag of the double-gun Cutlass pirates docked at the small port of Windmill Town. The overcast skies and relentless raindrops rendered the heavens dark as if steeped in ink, while the tumultuous waves ceaselessly rocked the small ship, seemingly intent on capsizing it. At this moment, it had been over 10 days since the encounter with the fox hunter. According to the original plan, Gray and Lucien had intended to board their initial pirate ship at the Celestial Islands and head towards Logetown. If all went swiftly, they might have already surpassed Reverse Mountain and entered the Grand Line. The so-called plan to acquire the devil fruit within a month became increasingly implausible once he learned that the journey from the Celestial Islands to Rogue Town would take approximately 10 days. Consequently, Casillas could only hope that the advanced shops would not deplete their stock of the Gauss sniper rifle or that it might reappear. Having returned to the kingdom of Goa for a week, he remained in Windmill Town. The rain fell incessantly from the eaves in a fine, dense curtain, splashing upwards only to fall helplessly back to the ground, merging with his numerous companions to form a layer of stagnant water that covered the streets. The rudimentary drainage system struggled to carry it all to the sea, resulting in a noxious mixture of dirt and debris that was quite bothersome. Seated on a stool, Casillas gazed out at the torrential downpour while engaging in monotonous muscle exercises. Following his encounter with the fox hunter, he became acutely aware of his physical shortcomings, particularly in martial prowess. If only his physical skills were stronger, he might have been able to contend with someone like the fox hunter, who could employ one of the 6 forms, shave, thus securing his position in an undefeated stance. In reality, however, he found himself with little opportunity for counteraction against the opponent's swift movements. This served as both a blow and a wake-up call for him. The injuries on his body had nearly healed. The most severe was the almost penetrative wound on his palm caused by a gunshot, but it was now of little concern. His head was not entirely free from discomfort either. The notorious dual peaks of the hunting fox had left him with lingering after-effects akin to a concussion. There remained a dull ache in his palm, a mere illusion stemming from his nerves. Casillas gripped a metal dumbbell weighing over 100 pounds, moving it up and down with a slow yet steady rhythm. His muscles, neither overly exaggerated nor insufficiently robust, bulged and relaxed in a mechanical manner, making the monotonous exercise almost unbearable. Yet, he possessed an abundance of patience and determination. Much like his scarred, rough hands, perseverance had long ceased to be a challenge. However, after acquiring the devil fruit, he had somewhat neglected physical training, and now he began to reclaim that aspect of his life. "Sir, would you like some orange juice?" A woman with golden hair, clad in a brown-red dress, approached him, one hand holding a transparent glass filled with orange juice, while the other carried a plate of sliced fruits and several bananas. Casillas nodded, setting down the heavy dumbbell. He took the glass, drained it in one go, and returned it to Sophia, resuming the rhythmic bending and stretching of his arms with the heavy equipment. When fatigue set in, he switched to the other hand. "Casillas, when will you take me back?" A red-haired girl appeared, her face marked with dissatisfaction. "Watching the rain in this town every day is worse than staying on the mountain, where I could at least torment those little kids. Ace is a few years younger than you. Do you really have the audacity to say that, Tina?" Casillas glanced at the sulking girl and replied casually, "Well, I promised to take you to find your swordsmanship instructor. Venturing out to sea in this weather is simply out of the question." Tina had spent over a month on the mountain, enduring her bouts of boredom. Aside from practicing swordsmanship, she had reportedly trained alongside the 3 little ones who aspired to become pirates. Even when they teamed up, they were no match for Tina wielding a wooden sword. Whenever Casillas recounted this, he noticed the girl's face betraying a suppressed sense of pride. "I'm not just letting them get beaten. Ace and the others have made rapid progress lately. However, that rubber boy, Luffy, is quite lacking. He can hardly control his powers and often ends up injuring himself during fights." Tina leaned her wooden sword against the eaves and deftly snatched a peeled banana from Sophia's hands, consuming it eagerly. After finishing, she clapped her hands and noticed Sophia quickly offering another freshly peeled banana to Casillas, only to snatch the second one for herself. Under Casillas' exasperated gaze, Tina devoured the second banana, leaving only a few slices of peeled apples and oranges on the plate. "What are you looking at? You want to recruit me as your subordinate? You can't even spare 2 bananas. Humph. Who cares about your bananas? Next time, I want to eat them, all right? Tina, could you please repeat that?" Unexpectedly, upon hearing these words, Casillas broke into a peculiar grin, his arms, which had been in motion, suddenly coming to a halt. Mimicking her voice, he mockingly uttered the latter part of her statement. "Who cares about your banana?" The young girl momentarily failed to grasp the meaning, gazing at Casillas in confusion, obediently repeating word for word, "Who cares about your..." It was only when she reached the word fragrant that realization dawned upon her. "Ah, The final syllable tumbled from her lips like a distasteful morsel. And Tina let out a half-stifled squeal, transforming the word banana into a mere whisper of breath escaping her lips. The truths of the world often intertwine seamlessly. The link between certain nouns and specific organs remains well known, even in the realm of One Piece. Though still quite young, Tina was no innocent blank slate. Her understanding was not so naive. Despite her slight delay in reaction, she managed to catch on just in time. In a fit of indignation, she grasped her wooden sword, crafted from a carved piece of timber, and swung it directly at the wickedly grinning boy. With a single hand, he effortlessly caught the blade of her wooden sword, shaking his head with a chuckle. You dare to challenge me? Be careful, or I'll spank you. Pervert. Lecher. Tina spat out these two sharp words, relinquishing her grip on the hilt of the sword before turning on her heel and retreating back into the house. In recent days, several playful skirmishes have transpired, each culminating in the defeat of the prodigious swordswoman, Tina. Regardless of her finesse, she finds herself utterly outmatched by Casillas, who possesses undeniable superiority in both speed and strength. Even though she wields a wooden sword, Casillas has refrained from employing his full capabilities. The episodes of playful spankings have occurred twice, and ultimately, this crimson-haired maiden is left pleading for mercy before him, though she staunchly denies the events once she escapes his grasp. These matters serve as a diversion during the monotony of ordinary days. Upon returning to the kingdom of Goya and reuniting with Christina, Casillas intended to set sail immediately. However, he was informed that the rainy season had arrived, rendering it unwise to venture out to sea during this period, compelling him to wait for some time. Initially, the acquisition of the devil fruit within a month seemed improbable, and now with the onset of the rainy season, further setbacks had emerged in his plans. He pondered what the queen, anxiously awaiting the delivery, might be thinking. Furthermore, the rainy season would persist for a considerable duration. The uncertain destination of the blazing fire was nearing, and on a few clear days prior, Casillas had contemplated departing at once, only to be dissuaded by Chloe. During the rainy season, despite the occasional clear skies, one could suddenly be met with tumultuous storms. The reason this period is termed the rainy season is due to the relentless storms that plague the seas, shifting locations with each passing moment. While formidable vessels with strong resistance to wind and waves might brave such weather, their ordinary ship, seized from pirates, certainly did not qualify. Sailing in the rainy season on a vessel that could at best be considered medium-sized posed excessive danger. Should a maritime disaster occur, while Casillas might save a few souls, what of the provisions? What of the water? In any case, embarking during the rainy season was a folly. The rainy season would stretch nearly 3 months, marking the third alteration to his plans, as he had originally intended to journey there and then return to participate in the Celestial Dragon inspection event. Now, however, he might need to devise a means to secure a sufficiently large ship. In the East Blue, only the warships of various nations and the Navy possessed such vessels, and that was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Thus, Casillas busied himself, muttering, "Shall we have Hawk seek away? Though such vessels cannot be procured with mere currency, it is worth a try. Pander should not disappoint me." Chapter 89. Hartrog's return from the Grand Line after a sudden deluge. A series of relentless rains ensued. Outside the dilapidated tavern in Duan Town, a shivering drunkard, soaked by the chilly winds and rain, mumbled incoherently about the dreadful weather, finishing the last drop of his meager liquor before hurling the brown glass bottle in frustration. The bottle landed with a few rolls on the waterlogged ground, coming to rest at the feet of a man clad in a waterproof leather coat. He raised his head, revealing a weathered visage beneath his hood, marked by several scars and adorned with black letter tattoos on his profile. Upon seeing this face, the drunkard gasped in astonishment, disregarding the incessant rain as he crawled out from under the eaves, fleeing into the curtain of rain. With a brief exhalation, the man emitted a non-committal grunt and approached the tavern's entrance. After years, Hartrog returned to Duan Town, contemplating the familiar surroundings with a tinge of nostalgia, noting the minimal changes that had transpired over the years. Prior to his return, he had often feared that this place, steeped in his memories, might have fallen into ruin or vanished entirely. Shaking off the rainwater, he made his way to the bar. Currently, the proprietor, Vladil, was engaged in conversation with a blonde youth, momentarily oblivious to the arrival of this unexpected guest. However, the tavern's thugs and the blonde youth's subordinates all turned their attention to him, instinctively raising their weapons in caution. The blonde youth was none other than Hawk, inquiring about the sales status of the brewery's products. The initial batch of beverages was nearing completion, and the pressing issue now was distribution. The brewer hired by Butler aptly proved reliable. Although the concoctions were merely standard fare, their quality was commendable, promising a competitive edge. Vladil's trial sales of the first batch yielded gratifying results, a promising sign for Hawk, who could now fully engage in production. The alcoholic beverages would become a cornerstone of the newly established Black Flag Trading Company. Of course, given that the trading company bore the name of a pirate crew, its primary foundation remained the arms trade. Noticing the shift among his subordinates, Hawk turned to scrutinize the towering figure, concealed within the leather coat, whose chiseled features bore a slender scar, indicating he was no ordinary man. Ultimately, Hawk waved his hand, signaling his men to refrain from rash actions, as the man had exhibited no overtly suspicious behavior. "A glass of rum," the man stated as he approached the bar, addressing Vladil. While Hawk concluded his business and departed the tavern with his entourage, the voice held an inexplicable familiarity. Vladil, momentarily diverting his gaze from Hawk, furrowed his brow as he regarded the diminutive man before him, who stood significantly shorter. He gently set down the drink prepared for his companion. Who was that young man? The towering figure of Vladil, approximately 2 meters and 4 centimeters tall, tensed momentarily, resembling a bear in physique, but soon relaxed. A look of confusion and uncertainty gradually surfaced on his face as he hesitated before inquiring, "Hatrog?" The man lifted his hood, revealing a face that Vladil recognized, albeit marked by the passage of time with several scars that had not been there before and dark tattoos adorning his skin. "Aha!" Vladil, the robust man, could not contain his laughter, stretching out his arms to envelop his friend in a bear hug, undeterred by the bar that separated them. "You actually returned. I thought you had perished in the Grand Line." Hatrog, too, wore a smile. "How could that be? I will not be the first to fall." Hatrog and Vladil had been close friends since childhood, once subordinates to Ronald. Years ago, he had bravely set sail, becoming a pirate, and eventually ventured into the Grand Line alongside his captain, disappearing without a trace ever since. To be honest, Vladil had long believed that he might have met his demise in those treacherous waters. Yet, unexpectedly, he was reunited with this old friend. As they spoke, Vladil embraced Hatrog tightly, as though wishing to meld him into his chest, a nostalgic pastime of theirs, testing their strength against one another. However, despite Vladil's efforts, Hatrog remained unfazed, laughing nonchalantly. "Your strength seems to have diminished." Taken aback, Vladil released him, surveying Hatrog with astonishment. "You know, haha. A place like the Grand Line is hardly fit for humans. If I hadn't improved in some way, I would have been tossed into the sea long ago to feed the sea kings. Don't think that just because you look like this now, you could best me. Even if you brought 10 more like yourself." Vladil had no reason to doubt his words. Just moments ago, it felt as if he were embracing not a man, but a statue forged from iron. After exchanging a few more words, Hatrog inquired, "What of Ronald? And that little girl, Tina? When I left, she was still not even up to my waist." Vladil's expression darkened as he sighed. "He is dead. Karamira took his life." Hearing this, Hatrog crushed the sturdy oak cup in his hand, fury and sorrow flashing in his eyes. "What? I'll go slay him." Vladil hastily interjected, "Do not act rashly. Karamira is already dead. The vengeance has been exacted." Hatrog gazed at him in confusion. "Really? You did it? How could that be?" "It is not I, but Casillas. He is now considered my new leader." Vladil, unfazed by the suspicious glances and tones directed at him, calmly elucidated. "Tina, in a moment of impulsiveness, took the life of a noble, and it was Boss Yes who saved her. She is currently with him. As for my role here, I shall continue as a tavern keeper, which I find quite agreeable. The youth who just spoke to me is none other than Boss Yas's trusted confidant, Casillas." Hatrog wiped the wooden shavings from his hands, and, after savoring the rum, lamented with a hint of sorrow, "Alas, what a waste of a drink." This elicited a look of helplessness from Vladil. "It is your own wastefulness." He added, "Consider this my treat, but in the future, do ensure you have funds for food and drink." He slid a fresh glass of rum toward him. "Greedy fool," Hatrog muttered under his breath. As fool was a nickname he had once used to refer to Vladil, due to his tendency to exploit his physical advantages. This was not the common understanding of exploitation. It was, simply put, a form of bullying. Hatrog, unable to contend with Vladil's strength, often found himself overpowered, losing some of his provisions in the process. For the first time, Hatrog felt a sense of satisfaction from his years of survival in the Grand Line. No longer was he the one being bullied by that foolish bear. Now, he could easily subdue this once overpowering friend with just a few punches. It was somewhat regrettable to think that had Vladil ventured into piracy and entered the Grand Line, he might have carved out a place for himself in that realm teeming with monsters. Yet, considering the brutality of such a place, perhaps it was for the best that he did not. In recent days, I find myself grappling with the arduous task of writing, particularly today, when I spent countless minutes producing scarcely a few words. Indeed, today marks a cessation of updates, and I anticipate that tomorrow will not bring any remedy. My apologies. I may require some time to organize my thoughts, perhaps even to delve into the so-called outlines of the great masters. Chapter 90. The Peak of Sea.He. Pray tell me, what is the nature of the Grand Line, and what have you been occupied with these past years? Upon reuniting with an old friend, Vladil was immensely delighted, recalling that Hatrorg had returned from the Grand Line, and thus inquired with curiosity. Hatrorg smiled faintly, contemplating for a moment before he began to narrate his tale. Have you ever beheld the Red Earth continent? It is truly a sight to behold, from the sea. It appears as if it were the lofty abode of the celestial beings. Do not speak to me of the Red Earth continent. I am well aware of that place. Vladil retorted with a flourish of words. If the deities reside upon the Red Earth continent, then I must be the father of the gods, dwelling above them. Hatrorg, with a sigh, took a sip of his drink, dismissing Vladil's colorful exclamations as he continued. Very well, you may claim to be anyone's father if that pleases you. But let us set that aside. The Red Earth continent is indeed magnificent, yet even more astounding is the upside-down mountain. Where water flows upwards, have you ever witnessed such a phenomenon? What? Is that truly the case? Water can flow upwards? Vladil felt his worldview begin to tilt. For he had never encountered such a notion before, yet he chose to trust Hatrorg's words. Huh, you have never seen it, have you? Hatrorg's face lit up with glee. Radiating pride, not only does it flow upwards, but it cascades down like a waterfall. The seawater rushes as if pouring down from the heights of the mountain, perpetually surging towards the summit of the upside-down mountain. To embark on a journey to the Grand Line, aside from navigating the doldrums to one's demise, one must traverse this path, allow the waves to carry the ships to the mountaintop, and at that moment, the most perilous part emerges. At the peak of the upside-down mountain, there lies a waterfall. Many have met their doom here, with their ships shattered and lives lost. So treacherous? The Grand Line is indeed. Vladil opened his mouth, yet no fitting adjective emerged. After all, he was not well-versed. And to exclaim in astonishment would only betray his lack of education. Ah, the Grand Line is a most wondrous realm. A place where one may encounter sights that people from all corners of the world may never witness in their lifetime. Do share more. Do not rush. If one successfully navigates past the waterfall and evades the occasional grasp of a lurking whale, one may indeed find oneself triumphantly entering the Grand Line. The inaugural stop on this journey is none other than Whiskey Peak, as the man who has returned from the Grand Line utters this name. A multitude of pirates within a restaurant at the very starting point of the Grand Line, Whiskey Peak, are engaged in raucous revelry. Successfully entering the Grand Line and embarking on the quest for the legendary treasure known as One Piece, as spoken of by Roger, is undoubtedly a moment worthy of celebration. Even if the survival rate for these pirate crews may dwindle to a mere 10%. In a corner of the restaurant, a girl of approximately 12 years is fiercely attacking a golden roasted chicken with her teeth. Opposite this girl, who is adorned in a black dress and has long black hair tied with a bow, sits an eccentric figure. Most would gasp in shock at the sight of him, labeling him a peculiar oddity. He is a robust man. Yet, aside from the black sunglasses shielding his eyes, his attire is anything but conventional. With a pacifier clenched between his teeth, a pink infant cap atop his head, and clad in a yellow diaper adorned with star patterns, he embodies a look that is far from what a normal person would don to step outside. If one were to overlook this peculiar ensemble, he could indeed be considered an attractive man, particularly with his well-built physique. A young girl, rather ungraciously, burped, then carelessly wiped her mouth with a napkin, casting an odd glance at the man opposite her. Why must you venture out in such an outfit? I can hardly endure the stares of those people. I could just scream. The man's voice, deep and resonant, seemed incongruous with his attire. I need you to be patient. Upon hearing his words, the girl's face flushed suddenly, her body trembling as though something extraordinary had occurred. Oh, I will be patient. It was akin to a love-struck maiden discovering that her secret crush reciprocated her feelings. The man, donned in an infantile outfit, internally sighed, reflecting that exploiting a companion's vulnerabilities was not the behavior of a true gentleman. However, when Baby 5 threw a tantrum, it could lead to complications. More critically, should her weaknesses be exposed, The repercussions could be dire. After all, she was merely 12 years old, and sending her out alone on missions posed considerable danger. Thus, he felt compelled to accompany her with a more composed adult. Though Say or Pick did not seem particularly stable himself. Resigned, he recalled the smile of his wife, now in a vegetative state, and felt no shame. If it pleased her, he thought, he would wear this outfit for a lifetime without hesitation. The mission had been accomplished, and it was time to return. He needed to discuss with the young master about taking on fewer tasks for a while, to spend more time with Lucian, perhaps in hopes of her recovery. Surely the young master would agree. Are you unable to eat? Pick inquired, observing Baby 5 nodding in response. He then drew the last remnants of food toward himself and pushed a drink in her direction. Have a sip. We will head home after finishing our meal. After a brief pause, Baby 5 began to return to her usual self, the color gradually fading from her flushed cheeks. However, she did not touch the drink before her, instead directing her gaze towards the entrance of the restaurant. What a strange weapon. I've never seen anything like it. Pick displayed a look of confusion, turning to gaze in the direction of Baby 5. At the entrance of the restaurant, a blue-haired youth was animatedly questioning the waiter, exuding the unmistakable aura of a novice who had just embarked on the Grand Line. Accompanying the blue-haired young man were several companions, among whom only a dark-haired man of similar age, bearing a stern expression, caught Pick's attention. The others were rather unremarkable. What piqued Baby 5's curiosity were the peculiar weapons strapped to their backs. Even without Baby 5's inquiry, Pick could discern that they were firearms, albeit with an unusual design he had never encountered before. Given the vastness of the 4 seas and the Grand Line, it was not particularly surprising that, despite the young master's efforts to expose him to various weapons to hone his devil fruit abilities, there remained firearms he had yet to see. Pick spoke in a calm tone, but Baby 5's subsequent thought struck him as an unwelcome complication. The young girl declared, I want to get one of those to take a look. Let us just buy one from them. Pick raised an eyebrow. They probably won't sell. Baby 5 smacked the table with her delicate hand, exclaiming, Humph. I don't care whether they sell or not. If they want to sell, we'll just take it. The 12-year-old beauty spoke with a boldness that belied her age, displaying a fiery temperament despite her significant flaws. Pick was at a loss for words and, after picking his nose and flicking away a soft, sticky booger, finally muttered, Forget it. Baby 5's strength could easily handle a group of novices just entering the Grand Line, but he sensed that this group was no ordinary bunch of rookies. Pick believed their task was complete, and it would be best to avoid trouble. Before Baby 5 could respond, a conflict erupted nearby. A band of late-arriving pirates seemed to have a grudge against the blue-haired youth and had drawn their weapons, tension mounting. Meanwhile, in another corner of the restaurant, a woman obscured by a hood subtly lifted the edge with her fingers, casting her gaze towards the 2 groups at the entrance. She is a young woman, seemingly around 18 or 19 years of age, with deep blue-black eyes that shimmer with an enigmatic light. Her sleek, dark hair cascades gracefully from her ears, and her demeanor exudes tranquility. How intriguing, she murmurs softly, raising her coffee cup to her lips. Chapter 91. Mutual schemes. The group of blue-haired youths, without a doubt, includes Lucian and Gray. As for the one who came to provoke them, he is a gaunt middle-aged man with a disheveled appearance, his face marred by pockmarks and scars from youthful acne, emanating an air of arrogance and disdain. He speaks bluntly. So it's you ruffians. Clear the way for me. Good dogs do not block the path. Gray, who had been inquiring with the waiter about any house specialties, was abruptly interrupted, his mood soured. He turned around and retorted, And who might you be? The grotesque extra erupted in fury, directing his firearm at Gray. You scoundrel. Was it you who was capering atop the upside-down mountain, hollering like a monkey? You are nothing but an insufferable pest. The grand ambition of entering the Grand Line has been utterly obliterated by your antics. What was my name again? Gray inquired, a look of bewilderment crossing his face, indicating that he had completely forgotten the matter at hand. The man seeking confrontation paused, hesitating for a moment before finally uttering, Look at this bowl. It is both large and round. Observe this noodle. It is long and curved. Oh, that was my song. What of it? Gray scratched his head, acknowledging that his emotional turmoil had indeed led him to shout a few lines atop the mountain, including a peculiar couplet that resembled a song, yet did not quite fit the form. These 2 sentences were overheard by him from the boss by chance, and he found them rather remarkable, so he noted them down. Give me a moment. As soon as Gray's words fell, the other party immediately interjected, not wishing to utter another word, but rather eager to swiftly eliminate this detestable foe. Yet, In that very instant he opened his mouth, Lucien had already fired his weapon. When the man brandished his firearm towards Gray, both sides had drawn their weapons, standing on high alert. Lucien's shot came unexpectedly. The muzzle flash of the AK-47 flickering a dozen or so times within mere seconds. At the moment the gun fired, they sought to react, but the next instant, they felt a sharp pain in certain areas of their bodies. Looking down, they realized they had been struck by bullets, and then they succumbed to weakness, collapsing to the ground. The 7 or 8 adversaries all fell as well. Fresh blood rapidly soaked into the earth. No one gasped in astonishment at the sudden turn of events, for this locale was populated either by bloodthirsty pirates or bounty hunters who preyed upon them. Even the waitstaff in the restaurant were seasoned veterans who had witnessed their fair share of similar occurrences. Nevertheless, some did inhale sharply, their hearts secretly shaken. What type of firearm were these individuals utilizing? The recent barrage of gunfire, numbering at least 20 shots, was clearly witnessed by many. And yet it appeared that only one person was firing. With just a single individual wielding such a weapon, an astonishingly dense network of firepower could be established. The thought crossed the minds of many. If only they too could possess such a formidable weapon. However, these musings were quickly suppressed. And aside from shedding a few tears for the fallen band of short-sighted pirates, they began to contemplate whether they could procure such a powerful firearm through monetary means. Where do these individuals hail from? Are they inclined to sell such weaponry? After a moment of silence in the restaurant, the clamor erupted once more. Gray, not sparing a glance at the individual sprawled on the ground, now transforming into a corpse, turned to the waiter. How about you assist me in disposing of them? Lucien, at the opportune moment, produced several banknotes and handed them to the waiter. The waiter nodded eagerly. Of course, it shall be done. We will handle these unfortunate souls appropriately. This way, please. Our specialty is butter-baked cactus. Cactus? Why not sample a bit of that? In the present day at Whiskey Peak, the rampant activity of bounty hunters has yet to reach the levels it will in a decade. However, in the first half of the Grand Line, at each of the 7 starting points of the sea routes, numerous bounty hunters await, for the novices embarking on the Grand Line are the easiest to handle, and their bounties are the most accessible. Yet, there are hardly any bounty hunters fixated on Gray and his crew. Everyone possesses a modicum of sense with weaponry like that. Should they all open fire, it would be hundreds against them, and ultimately, it would be their own demise. This peculiar yet formidable firearm not only boasts an impressive rate of fire, but also demonstrates a significantly greater power. Among the limited elite of bounty hunters, there are those capable of discerning the trajectory of bullets fired from ordinary guns. However, they remain incapable of perceiving the velocity of the projectiles from this extraordinary weapon. Although the bounty hunters do not collaborate extensively, the practice of sharing intelligence has long been established. Consequently, those who dare to continue scheming against Gray and his associates are fundamentally individuals with profound confidence in their own capabilities. Such individuals are indeed a rarity. Seyorpik, having finished his last morsel of food, lifted a glass of drink and, addressing Baby 5, inquired, "Do you still intend to seek them out?" The girl's expression was far from pleasant, filled with a sense of reluctance. Given her profound understanding of various weaponry, she was acutely aware of the formidable power of such firearms. Both of them were fully cognizant that they had no guarantee of acquiring the items without incurring any losses. Yet, it was precisely because of this formidable weaponry that a profound sense of dissatisfaction brewed within Baby 5. Perhaps it was the allure of possessing greater strength that would attract more individuals to her. Or perhaps it was simply the fact that this flawed girl held an unwavering affection for these weapons. She was unwilling to concede defeat. Though we cannot seize it, we might explore the possibility of purchasing it. Our assumption that they would not sell may be misguided. Who knows? They might be willing to part with it, or perhaps for a sufficient price, they would agree to sell. Baby 5 mused, nibbling on her rosy lips as she spoke to Pick. All right, Pick replied, raising his hand to summon the waiter, instructing, "Let us give it a try." He then proceeded to order an array of dishes. At that moment, a rather loud voice broke through the atmosphere. "Wow, look over there. There's a freak. The Grand Line is truly remarkable. It even harbors such rare creatures. To encounter one at the very first stop is astonishing." Pick recognized the voice belonged to a blue-haired youth. However, he had grown accustomed to such remarks, having donned this outfit for a month or two. Any sense of embarrassment had nearly dissipated, and he felt no need for such modesty. Conversely, Baby 5 turned her head in discontent, glaring in the direction of the noise. While many might whisper upon seeing Pick's attire, who would be so audacious as to shout, The voice rang out again. Look, Lucien, there's a little lowly. She's stunning. Calm down, baby. 5. Pick said with an air of composure to his companion. This is all for the sake of the transaction. Umph. Baby. 5 exhaled through her nostrils, clutching her drink and sucking on the straw, producing a series of slurping sounds. Meanwhile, Gray leaned in to speak discreetly with Lucien. What do you think of that little lowly? Do you reckon the captain would fancy her? What if we snatched her away? Lucien remained silent, awaiting the arrival of their dishes, neither endorsing nor opposing Gray's suggestion. However, Gray understood that this reaction indicated a neutrality, allowing him to proceed as he wished. Unbeknownst to Baby 5, while she was contemplating the other's weaponry, they had already begun to take an interest in her as a person. In another corner of the restaurant, a woman had long departed, revealing her complete visage, with fair skin and a face that exuded a captivating blend of charisma and intellect. She sat gracefully in a small room diagonally across from the restaurant, deftly manipulating the dial of the telephone book. After a brief moment, a hoarse voice emerged from the other end. What is it, Robin? Chapter 92, Provocation. Are you saying you have captured a little girl who possesses the powers of a devil fruit? Well then, what are her abilities? Casillas inquired into the receiver, directing his question towards Gray on the other side. A devil fruit user, indeed, could be a valuable asset. At present, it seemed that Casillas lacked any formidable warriors among his ranks. Perhaps Gray and Lucien could be considered strong, but beyond them, there was little else of note. The combat prowess of the Black Flag pirates relied predominantly on advanced weaponry rather than personal strength. It remained uncertain whether Hawk's devil fruit could be harnessed for combat capabilities. And while the young girl, Tina, possessed commendable swordsmanship, one must ponder how much combat strength a 12-year-old girl could truly wield. She was no extraordinary Casillas. At times, he mused how splendid it would be to recruit a future powerhouse like Ace, yet such thoughts were but fanciful daydreams. Idle. Nanny S. Rye? Came Gray's reflective mutter from the other end. Weapon fruit, Lucien's voice chimed in, and the telephone bug, mimicking the speaker's expression, instantly transformed into a face resembling a playing card. However, it was Casillas who experienced a more dramatic change, sitting by the seaside near Windmill Town. When he heard the words weapon fruit, a jolt of surprise coursed through him, triggering the abilities of the temperature fruit unconsciously. In an instant, patches of thick frost coalesced upon the ground, while other areas visibly evaporated all moisture, rendering the earth arid. His feet, immersed in seawater, were also affected. The high temperatures caused an explosive vaporization, which then rapidly crystallized into frost, enveloping him in a localized tempest of snow. What did you say? Casillas could not contain a shout. The deafening sound startled Gray, causing him to flinch. At this moment, on Whiskey Peak, Gray and Lucien were confined within a cramped cabin aboard their vessel. On a small bed, neatly made with bedding, lay a 12-year-old girl, tightly bound and gagged, struggling desperately. Ah, Captain! Gray instinctively recoiled at the furious shout from across the room, only to realize that the formidable captain was, in fact, a considerable distance away and could not come over to reprimand him. What's wrong? Lucien cast a weary glance in his direction, but before he could utter a word, Casillas solemnly inquired, Does anyone else know about this? The girl's companion was a peculiar individual, fond of wearing infantile attire. However, he was also a devil fruit user capable of traversing the ground and buildings as if swimming. Thus, he had eluded capture. Sitting by the sea, Casillas gradually calmed his agitated mind, exhaling deeply as he murmured, So, does this peculiar individual know who you are? Casillas could easily surmise the identity of this eccentric. A certain iron-willed man, recognized by none other than Frankie. When the adversary had threatened that he was associated with the Don Quixote family, Gray foolishly retorted, proclaiming himself a member of the Black Flag pirates, with Casillas as the captain, inviting the intruder to come and rescue the girl. Lucien recounted the actions of a certain individual in a composed tone, but before he could finish, Gray covered his mouth. After absorbing this information, Casillas was devoid of any remaining optimism. He began to contemplate his strategy. The Don Quixote family indeed posed a formidable challenge. The future warlord of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo, was indeed a notable figure, renowned in the New World as the infamous night demon, a flamingo, and the greatest intermediary of the Dark World, codenamed Joker, with a bounty exceeding 300 million from the world government. Damn it. Was Gray the type to attract trouble, much like Luffy, who incited the wrath of the strongest boss wherever he went? Although Da Flamingo could not yet be deemed the ultimate boss of the Grand Line, He was undoubtedly a significant threat, especially to Casillas at this moment. If Doflamingo were to come personally, he could likely crush Casillas with a single hand. A headache surged through Casillas, reminiscent of the pain from a prior encounter with the hunter, as the lingering effects of a concussion began to resurface. Gray. Casillas wished fervently to tear him into pieces and cast him into the sea for the Sea Kings to consume. For now, do not return. Find a way to meander through the first half of the Grand Line to stall for time. When I'm ready for you to come back. Then return. What else could he do? Casillas could only hope that Gray and the others could buy some time. To him, who was just starting out. The Don Quixote family loomed like a colossal entity, possessing the hard power to effortlessly crush him. We will do our utmost, Lucien replied, acknowledging that this predicament was indeed of Gray's making. Lucien, Casillas interrupted, standing up with the phone bug in hand, as he traversed the chaotic terrain around him. The contrasting frost-laden ground and the parched earth instantaneously settled into tranquility. He slowly made his way toward Windmill Town, his tone light, yet imbued with an unending weight. You two rascals better not perish. Since the mess has been made, I, as your leader, shall shoulder the burden. Gray's voice, tinged with desperation, instantly resonated. Boss. Blue. Casillas decisively severed the connection, unwilling to endure the absurdity of Gray's tone, knowing it would only sour his mood further. In truth, there could have been a more favorable resolution to this dilemma. Casillas could abandon everything and seek refuge in a new locale, effortlessly rising again. Regarding Gray and Lucien, he harbored little emotional attachment. To put it bluntly, they had not even shared the experience of fighting side by side in the strictest sense. Yet, Casillas chose not to take this exceedingly simple path. To be honest, after the initial shock and a tinge of fear, he gradually found himself infused with an emotion called excitement. The formidable Don Quixote family, the fearsome Don Quixote Doflamingo. A powerful adversary, a daunting challenge. No. It is an overwhelming anticipation. This sensation was profoundly unfamiliar, evoking memories of his childhood when he would clandestinely scale the school walls in the dead of night to indulge in games at an internet CAF. Subjectively speaking, it felt as though decades had passed. Was it not akin to a lifetime? In truth, it indeed spanned an entire era. Casillas began to dial the telephone book, reaching out to Hawk. The connection traversed mountains and oceans, linking to the starting point in the midpoint of the Grand Line, the Shambadi Archipelago. Hello? The flamboyant pink feather coat hung nearby as the man reclined with his legs crossed on a sofa, surrounded by a disarray of discarded bottles, some shattered, others containing mere remnants of liquor. Oh, you're not afraid at all, are you? Casillas, are the Black Flag pirates merely novices just embarking upon the Grand Line? Where do you hail from? The North Sea? The West Sea? The South Sea? The East Sea? His long legs, clad in pointed shoes and cropped pants revealing coarse black-like hair, began to twitch with excitement. Oh, what a fascinating situation. I see it clearly. Sitting upright. His short blonde hair glimmered in the sunlight, and the lenses of his crimson sunglasses sparkled with a brilliant sheen. Then you must bring back that weapon. I will dispatch others to capture these little pests first. Chapter 93. Treatment. Senior Pick was concealed within a secluded cave on Whiskey Peak. After concluding his communication with Mingo, he seized the moment to tend to his wounds. Previously, he had hastily bandaged himself, and only now did he have the time to incise the injury and extract the bullet. The force of an AK-47 round was tremendous. Most individuals would have been pierced through entirely, yet he was, after all, a cadre of the Don Quixote family, possessing remarkable physical resilience. The bullet struck his arm and collided with bone, lodging itself within. Though the injury was on his arm, Pick understood it was no trivial matter. This arm was rendered incapacitated. Had the bullet simply traversed the muscle and exited, it would indeed have been a minor injury, but instead, it had impacted the bone, creating a groove and fissures, even though it had not completely shattered the ulna. He could feel the bullet embedded in his ulnar bone. After attentively listening to the sounds from the outside world, Pick took out a gleaming silver knife. Ideally, it would have been best to sterilize it with fire. But such conditions were not available now. He was uncertain whether the blue-haired youth was currently searching for him. Thus, starting a fire was not a prudent choice. The cave was shallow, and with the onset of darkness, a bright flame would pose a significant risk. Unwrapping the bloodstained cloth, Pick gritted his teeth and used the knife to widen the circular wound, crimson blood gushing forth immediately. Yet, he did not hesitate. As soon as he cut open the wound, he swiftly released the knife and plunged 2 fingers into the mangled flesh, gritting his teeth as he extracted a yellow-orange bullet. Beads of sweat trickled down his cheeks, some even stinging his eyes, but Pick remained undeterred. After retrieving the bullet, he wasted no time, quickly applying a coagulant and deftly rebandaging the wound. In the pitch-black cave, Pick's series of movements were precise and rapid, minimizing time and alleviating pain to the greatest extent possible. However, the agony was a true torment that penetrated to the marrow. He suppressed his gasps and began to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Moments later, the blood-stained bullet he had discarded on the ground found its way back into his hand. Gazing at the pointed object reflecting a dim light, he envisioned how its sharp tip had pierced the surface of his bone, creating fissures due to its forced insertion. After extracting this bullet, it would leave a small cavity, revealing the marrow beneath. The pain was akin to maggots gnawing at his bones, sending waves of stimulation through his nerves. How careless of me. With a self-deprecating smile, Pick began to reflect on how he had come to this predicament. At that moment, Baby 5 had directly confronted the opponent in a small alley just outside the dining room, exchanging a few words. Then, for reasons unknown, the adversary suddenly turned hostile. Baby 5, being only 12 years old, was subdued in the blink of an eye, while Pick, a few meters behind her, was forced to evade under the powerful fire of their firearms. Even so, he was still struck by a bullet. Pick recalled who had fired that shot. It was the man with an expressionless face. Even though he reacted quickly, he was still hit in the arm. While the chaotic gunfire from others failed to graze him at all, Pick realized he had become accustomed to the identity of a cadre within the Don Quixote family, leading him to become increasingly careless in his actions. After all, as long as one acknowledges him as a member of the Don Quixote family, even in the harshness of this new world, few would dare to show him disrespect. When he proclaimed his identity, the two leading figures remained unfazed, and Pick realized he was in trouble, although he was not afraid of the blue-haired youth in close combat. The expressionless sharpshooter, with his impeccable aim, posed a significant threat he could not contend with. Moreover, the adversary possessed such formidable weaponry. Pick lifted the AK-47, which he had set aside. In the darkness, he could not discern its details clearly. However, the weighty feel and the combination of metal and wood were quite satisfying. Detaching the magazine, he examined the novel structure with curiosity and quickly grasped its function. The curved, elongated magazine held bright orange cartridges. Gazing at this weapon, he sighed. He needed to rest for a few hours, at least until the pain in his arm subsided. In his current state, even walking was a struggle. The excruciating pain in his arm had drained much of his strength, and he truly required respite. Beneath the tranquil night sky, raindrops began to fall. In contrast to the desolate, stormy Whiskey Peak, the Seven archipelago remained warm and beautiful, bathed in gentle sunlight and fragrant blossoms. Under the roots of the Yarchi mangrove, enormous bubbles formed, each representing a distinct world. On Island 1, Doflamingo glanced at the auction hall where mermaids were being sold. The attendees, adorned in lavish attire and exhibiting an array of eccentric appearances, continuously raised their bids. Jibe was on the verge of joining the Shichibukai, becoming a collaborator with the world government and the Navy. Rumors circulated that the world government would commence a stringent crackdown on the slave trade of fishmen. And although the authenticity of this information was uncertain, it had gained considerable traction, leading many to believe it. Consequently, each mermaid slave sold would be one less available. Today's slave auction was particularly lively for various reasons, with wealthy patrons fervently waving their gem-encrusted hands, offering ever-increasing sums for the trembling mermaids in the tanks. Standing in the shadows, Doflamingo's lips curled into a broad smile as he observed the scene unfold. This scene truly evokes a sense of delight. Although the space is filled with a group of repugnant miscreants exuding an overwhelming stench, their unabashed malice directed toward the slaves elicits a profound sense of satisfaction in Don Quixote Doflamingo. Human trafficking is a highly lucrative enterprise in the world of One Piece. And he, Don Quixote Doflamingo, stands as the preeminent slave trader. Providing slaves to these wretches constitutes merely a commonplace aspect of his business. In truth, the majority of the slaves he supplies are destined for the celestial dragons. Compared to the detestable inhabitants of Mariehua, these individuals are of little consequence. Doflamingo's smile fades as he turns, navigating the dimly lit passageway. In short order, he arrives at a spacious and brightly lit chamber, where someone awaits his presence. Doflamingo, what is the matter? Inquires a man in his 30s or 40s, adorned with two ambiguous vertical crimson stripes on his face. Baby 5 has been captured, Doflamingo replies, reclining on a long sofa, crossing his legs nonchalantly. Diamante, I need you to assess the situation. Do not underestimate the adversary. Those who dare oppose us must possess some form of leverage. What? Who is the opponent? Diamante, dressed like a chieftain of an indigenous tribe, is visibly enraged. Doflamingo casually remarks, the capture of Baby 5 is a minor issue. According to Pika, the assailants wield a special type of firearm, one that is immensely powerful, capable of severing an arm with a single shot. In his estimation, this weapon surpasses any firearm he has encountered, including those produced by our military factory. Diamante understands. So, we need to obtain the manufacturing method for this firearm? Ah, clever, Doflamingo responds, popping the cork off a bottle and gulping down the liquor. Haha, it's nothing. I can't claim to be clever. Now off you go. Chapter 94. The oranges of Casillas village. The orange trees thrive splendidly. Their fruits transitioning from green to a vibrant yellow-orange, nestled among lush green leaves. The sight brings joy to all who behold it. This is the essence of harvest. In the orange grove of Casillas village, two young girls are assisting a young woman in gathering the fruits. Nami, stop sneaking bites. Hurry up and work. Noki, with her striking blue short hair, glares at the orange-haired girl who is stuffing orange segments into her mouth. Though only 10 years old, Noki already bears a semblance of maturity, reprimanding the lazy Nami with no hesitation. Hey, 8-year-old Nami, with juice trickling from the corner of her mouth, nods repeatedly while clutching a pile of oranges and wobbling towards the large basket designated for the fruit. Despite the overcast sky, which threatens rain at any moment, the urgency of harvesting oranges does not hinge on weather conditions as it does with crops like wheat. Once ripe, they must be swiftly collected and exchanged for money. Belmel, clad in a checkered shirt and a beige apron, busily attends to her task while observing the two little girls. Noki resumes her scolding. Nami, how many times have I told you? When picking oranges, it's best to leave a few leaves on. This not only ensures the freshness of the fruit, but also adds a bit of weight. Look at what you've picked. Some of them have even lost their skin. How can you sell them for a good price like that? Humph. Who says that? I don't believe it. Nami pouts, disregarding Noki's advice as she deposits all the oranges in her arms into the woven wooden basket and scurries off to another spot. Noki chases after her, exclaiming, Hey, you stop right there. Nami. Belmel merely smiles at their playful antics. She does not expect much assistance from her daughters in tasks like these. Even with their utmost effort, they cannot significantly alleviate her workload. After all, children often engage in such playful mischief. As she skillfully plucks one orange after another, leaving on 1 or 2 green leaves to enhance their appeal, she hears someone calling her name. Belmel. She brushes aside a strand of her pink hair and turns to see the village's constable, Kinju. The man bore a thick black mustache above his lips, and atop his head sat a whimsical windmill model, intended to amuse Nami. The entire ensemble was rather peculiar. What is it? Belmir inquired, a hint of curiosity in her voice. After steadying himself, Kinzo exhaled deeply and replied, A new merchant ship has arrived, offering prices that exceed those of previous traders by 20%. Given the exceptional quality of your oranges, you could command an even better price. Upon hearing this, Belmir's face brightened with joy. Is that true? Yet, in the next moment, her expression shifted to one of concern. Aren't they afraid of backlash from their competitors? Belmir was no naive village girl. Having served in the Navy and participated in battles, she possessed considerable experience and understood the nature of merchants well. Regardless of the quality of the oranges in the orchard, merchants seldom offered fair prices. These traders had men, ships, and connections, even if they offered the villagers a pittance. There was little the villagers could do but sell to them, lest they watch their bountiful harvest rot and spoil, incurring catastrophic losses. For the sake of profit, merchants were capable of all manner of treachery, including eliminating rivals. Belmir was uncertain whether the members of this high-bidding caravan were genuinely benevolent or merely indifferent to exploiting the common folk. But she knew that the merchants who had previously purchased oranges at low prices from Cocoa Village would not simply stand by and do nothing. Heh, Belmir, fret not. Did you not see? When those unscrupulous traders sought trouble, the members of this caravan did not hesitate. They swiftly subdued them with their firearms. These words involuntarily furrowed Belmir's brow. Are they all dead? Not quite, Kenjutsu replied. They were merely injured in their limbs. And the leading rogue traders were beaten to a pulp. Changing the subject, he inquired, How much more do you have left to pick? Would you like me to find some people to assist? After surveying the lush orange trees in the orchard, he asked again. I've already completed half. There's no need for assistance. In another 2 days, it should be nearly finished. Belmir, pulling up her apron to wipe her hands, called out to the two girls. Let us head back for dinner. Ah, understood. Noki, clutching a pile of oranges, ran back alongside Nami. Uncle Kenjutsu has arrived? Nami, taking the lead, tossed a few oranges from her arms into the basket and leaped into Kenjutsu's embrace. Uncle Kenjutsu, did you bring me a gift? With over a year remaining before Arlong's release, Nami, untouched by the cruel realities of life, was merely a typical young girl at this moment. Unmaterialistic and possessing the charming skills characteristic of her age, acting cute. Kenjutsu's face, still unmarred by scars, broke into a radiant smile as he patted Nami's small head, disregarding Belmir's reproachful gaze, and said, As long as you behave, Nami, I will procure whatever you desire. Really? Nami exclaimed in delight. Then I want the detailed navigation guide. I've already finished the introductory book, and I've also completed all those books about ocean currents and weather. All right, Nami, Belmir interjected, holding her back. Let us go eat first. I'll check on the new merchant caravan later and inquire about the prices. Suddenly recalling that she did not yet know the name of the caravan, she asked, By the way, what is the name of that new caravan? I believe it's called the Black Flag Trade Association, Kenjutsu recalled and confirmed. Indeed, it is the Black Flag Trade Association. After dinner, Belmir and Kenjutsu carried a basket of freshly picked oranges from the orchard to the small port by the seaside village. A merchant ship, bearing the flag with a black silhouette of twin guns, was docked there. The name of the Black Flag pirates had not yet reached the ears of ordinary folk, and Belmir had long lost connections with the Navy. Otherwise, she would have been aware of the recent notoriety surrounding the newly emerged Black Flag pirates. After Iker Casillas made a spontaneous decision, the term conjured by Lucian became the common name for his pirate crew and trading company. Initially, there were several merchant vessels here, some selling essential goods while others acquired oranges, but now only one remains. After being severely battered and with his crew suffering from gunshot wounds, these individuals could no longer stay. Whether they sought reinforcements or chose to flee, they departed without delay. At the small dock, a crowd gathered, with some individuals aiming to sell goods and others looking to purchase. Having greeted a few familiar villagers, the now well-acquainted Kenji went in search of the caravan leader. Shortly, Apolly, dressed in his customary butler attire, approached Belmel. He picked up a vibrant orange, scrutinized it intently, then peeled it and tasted a segment, nodding in approval. Indeed. Haha, Mr. Apolly, I told you so. The oranges from Belmel's orchard are the finest in our village of Kokshia. No one excels at this task more than she does. In high spirits, Apolly mused that these oranges should satisfy Mr. Casillas, and thus donned a noble smile. So, it is Lady Belmel, correct? We can offer you double the price originally proposed by those caravans, provided that all products meet this level of quality. We could even sign a long-term supply agreement. What do you think? Naturally pleased with the price, Belmel extended her hand with a smile. Very well, thank you. We can discuss the agreement later. It seems premature at this moment. Apolly shook her hand. How much stock do you have? It will take another 2 days. We must finish the harvest and weigh it before we know, she replied. Meanwhile, Acho now walked with a slight limp in the pirate realm. A broken leg was hardly significant, as many who suffered severe injuries could bounce back to life in no time, thanks to their robust vitality. His recovery, however, had been relatively slow, and the lingering after-effects of his rough treatment were irreversible. Duan Town had undergone a remarkable transformation, although Hawk had not deliberately orchestrated it. Most of his subordinates had been selected from the oppressed vagabonds, and upon becoming members of the Black Flag Trading Company, they held no fondness for the ruffians of Duan Town. The residents who dared to engage in wrongdoing were acutely aware that they must avoid detection by the Black Flag Company. Numerous unfortunate souls had already been caught and hung beneath thieves for abusing the weak, with the earliest victims beginning to decay and emit a foul stench. The armed guards of the company took great pleasure in this. Hawk permitted their actions, enhanced by the fact that these individuals were once oppressors and enemies, driven by a sense of justice. This naturally incited considerable discontent among many, particularly the nobility of the high town. However, they remained inactive. The nobles were acutely aware that the Black Flag Trading Company was under the dominion of a certain individual named Casillas. And who is this Casillas, you may ask? He is the man who assassinated a prominent noble, Kalamura. Not long ago, it was rumored that the most formidable force of the East Sea Navy, the Fox Hunter, also met his demise at Casillas' hands. In this age of piracy, the greatest fear arises from the powerful. To the nobles of the high town, Casillas undoubtedly epitomizes strength. Originally, the pirate factions of the East Sea were exceedingly weak. There were scarcely any formidable entities among them. Even the sporadic appearances of pirates who could be deemed significant in the East Sea posed no threat to the might of the state, especially with the Navy's suppression. However, Casillas is a stark departure from the previous figures. It is said that he possesses the abilities of a devil fruit, and not just any abilities, but powerful ones that allow him to conjure frost as well as flames. The information they have gleaned comes solely from the tales recounted by pirates who have witnessed his battles, rendering it impossible to ascertain the true nature of Casillas' powers. These accounts merely reflect the surface of his confrontations. The dual abilities of ice and fire evoke thoughts of the Navy's current two most renowned strongmen, both of whom are vice admirals and have become legendary figures across the seas. Yet, there is more to this tale. In the realm of the East Sea, the notorious Casillas has been relentlessly peddling a plethora of firearms, with the formidable Desert Eagle becoming a household name. Presently, within the borders of the Kingdom of Goya, in a dilapidated town beyond the royal capital, a newly formed armed faction has acquired an even more potent weapon. It is said that a single individual wielding this weapon can unleash a firepower net that would otherwise require a dozen or more men armed with muskets. This weapon is rumored to possess immense destructive capability. While many are envious of this peculiar weapon known as the AK-47, Casillas is unwilling to part with such a powerful armament. As for seizing it by force, who would dare? Even the king refrains from entertaining such thoughts. Should the royal army be mobilized to annihilate this faction at any cost, what then of Casillas? By the time the enemy amasses 1,000 men at sea, or even a mere few hundred pirates equipped with those terrifying weapons, they could potentially overrun the royal capital, staining the throne of the Kingdom of Goya with the king's blood. Some may suggest that simply stealing the enemy's weapons for one's own use would suffice. The answer, however, is a resounding no. The Desert Eagle, now prevalent throughout the East Sea, boasts significant firepower and, when combined, forms a formidable armed force. Yet, to wield these weapons effectively, one must procure the specialized ammunition that only Casillas can provide, while lesser nobles may be unaware. The prominent aristocrats of the Kingdom of Goya are well aware that the Desert Eagle has been replicated, even to the point of being indistinguishable. The dilemma lies in the fact that these nobles are utterly incapable of duplicating the uniquely structured bullets. Not even the naval forces, whose technological prowess surpasses that of the other kingdoms in the East Sea, can manage this feat. What, then, is to be done? Among the great nobles, particularly those most frequently in contact with Casillas, such as Pander, a shift in mindset has begun to take root. In this world, there are no eternal enemies or friends, only enduring interests. Had they not been unable to locate Casillas, they would have long since commenced efforts to mend the relationship between the two parties. Even if this would result in significant losses for the prominent nobles of Pander, it would still be far preferable to perpetuating the current state of affairs. In summary, the Black Flag Trading Company in Dwanjan has remained entirely unimpeded, freely pursuing its endeavors. The shops selling goods are already preparing to open on the main street, facing no resistance whatsoever, even though their actions have adversely affected the interests of many. This is the advantage of possessing strength. Before long, Cho found himself before Hawk, only to be met with astonishing news. Cho, the boss has decided that you shall deliver this batch of goods. What do you think? Are you willing? Do we have a large ship capable of venturing out to sea in this season? Cho inquired, slightly taken aback. Though he had previously been an ignorant drifter, he had recently come to understand the challenges faced by the Merchant Guild. They lacked the capability to withstand storms with sufficiently robust vessels. Sailing far during this season was utterly unfeasible. They could only navigate along the coast or between nearby islands for short distances. Any longer journey, particularly in inclement weather, would be perilous. Previously, Apolli had sailed along the coastline of the Kingdom of Goya, and during this season, ordinary merchant ships had no choice but to follow such routes. It appeared that during prior communications, he had been occupied with the procurement of oranges. Hawk nodded. The boss instructed me to directly request a warship from Pandau, and to my surprise, he readily acquiesced. He mused, the Royal Navy is indeed a tale too complex to unravel. Hawk's expression was a mixture of joy and disappointment as he recalled the scene he had witnessed upon visiting the naval port of the Kingdom of Goya. There were no soldiers training, and the sentries stood in disarray. The warships were rarely clean and orderly, and many soldiers, resembling pirates, indulged in drunkenness during the day, while gambling was child's play. He had even observed women of dubious professions brazenly entering the barracks, receiving financial assistance from the sailors. What does it mean when one speaks of storing weapons and letting horses roam free? Hawk was unfamiliar with this phrase, which the boss had casually uttered when discussing his observations. It was indeed worth pondering whether the kingdom truly needed a navy. In the East Sea, the presence of a navy sufficed. There was little risk of the kind of pirate invasions that could capture nobles or even slay kings, leading to the kingdom's downfall. This situation could certainly be attributed to the relative weakness of the pirates in the East Sea, given that the Royal Navy seemed ineffective and hardly warranted existence. It was understandable that such a neglected military force would be in disarray. It was no wonder that Pandal appeared somewhat generous. After all, the Navy was in such a state that offering a warship would carry no burden. Between the lines, Hawk discerned the underlying message. Pandal sought reconciliation with the boss and was willing to pay a price for it. Upon relaying this information to Casillas, he discovered that the boss seemed indifferent to the matter, showing no concern whatsoever. Instead, he shifted the conversation to the procurement of devil fruits. This pertains to the mission of requesting a warship alongside Hawk. As Casillas expressed, the East Sea is vast. There may yet be devil fruits hidden within. Spare no effort. Procure them for me. Chapter 96. Rumors. Hawk has already taken action regarding this matter. He even made a call to the Appley area, where various fruits are being acquired, to give instructions on the issue. The East Sea is one of the 4 seas, and its population and area are at least comparable to the other seas. Although the devil fruits are rare items along the Grand Line, it is entirely possible that many remain hidden within the East Sea, through the Merchant Guild. News of this has spread, and it seems that the entire Goya kingdom is already aware. Indeed, this information may have reached the farthest corners of the East Sea, for such matters are of great significance there. The existence of devil fruits has long been akin to legend, and now, with the notorious black demon Casillas acquiring them, the common people of the East Sea will surely realize that these fruits are not merely figments of imagination, but perhaps very much real. Speaking of the moniker Black Demon, Casillas knows it is often criticized as unflattering, yet he struggles to conceive a more appealing title. Hawk mused whether someone might come forward to sell them a devil fruit. One could only hope for such an eventuality. If there is a sufficiently large ship, I would certainly be willing. But is it truly wise for me to go? Achu hesitated, feeling a twinge of anxiety. He is neither a fearless pirate nor an exceptionally knowledgeable figure. The only pride he holds lies in his commendable marksmanship and cherished archery skills. Hawk smiled and remarked, with Gray and Lucien absent, I find the captain's decision quite reasonable. Since you possess strength, you cannot merely aspire to be a foot soldier. The captain has high hopes for you. This mission entails more than just delivering goods. You will also be tasked with other responsibilities. Achu's grotesque, tumor-ridden face revealed a look of uncertainty. What other tasks are there? This time, I will assign you 20 guards and provide you with 200 AK-47s. You will, of course, set out under the banner of the Black Flag Merchant Guild. However, upon arrival, your first duty will be to disseminate the news that the Black Flag Merchant Guild is acquiring devil fruits and that the prices are negotiable. This is straightforward, but there is another task. You must establish a foothold for the Black Flag Merchant Guild and recruit those willing to join us. I hope to cultivate some loyal followers there for the captain. What do you think? The term followers is, of course, borrowed from Casillas. And although Hawk does not fully comprehend its origin, he knows it refers to subordinates. Taking a deep breath, Achu replied, All right, I will do my utmost. He has always been a person who adapts to circumstances. Even as a vagabond, his daily desires were limited to 3 meals to fill his belly. And he had no particular expectations regarding the flavor of food, as he had never experienced or savored much. However, he has now become a subordinate of Casillas, gradually gaining access to information from the outside world, indulging in exquisite cuisine, and acquiring a finely crafted longbow. He has witnessed firearms that surpass his bow, met formidable individuals who can effortlessly evade his arrows and casually inflict injury upon him, yet such overwhelmingly powerful beings have met their demise at the hands of Casillas. Gradually, the desires that should have remained dormant within him began to awaken, not for gourmet food, enchanting beauties, or material wealth, but for strength. He yearned for his archery skills to become so formidable that he could effortlessly eliminate an officer known as the Huntsman, to possess greater power than the miraculous AK-47, to achieve a longer range. Thus, during this period, he diligently practiced his marksmanship, aspiring for a superior bow and more exquisite skills. Naturally, he could not remain a mere foot soldier. He realized that the strong in this world possessed their own means of becoming powerful. Could he perhaps seek guidance from Casillas on how to attain such strength? He understood that he needed to accumulate sufficient merits along with formidable abilities to have a chance at acquiring this knowledge. Therefore, he consented. Achu was not foolish, nor did he care about others' opinions regarding his appearance. He simply lacked ambition previously. However, now that he had a purpose, he began to strive toward that goal. Hawk nodded thoughtfully, recalling everything that needed to be said, and then declared, "Let us proceed. I shall take you to view the naval warships of the kingdom. This is the finest vessel we currently possess, and it may take a considerable time before we acquire another." Just as they were preparing to leave, a figure rushed in. This is precisely the place where Casillas once resided in Duanjin, a modest locale. Two individuals, tasked with guarding the entrance, hurried in. They were once vagabonds as well, though not part of the same cohort as the older Hank. The 20 individuals who remained with Casillas have since assumed the roles of minor leaders, either overseeing the establishment of shops or serving as instructors for new recruits. They are fortunate, and due to their newfound responsibilities, the morale of those in the encampment, shaken by the loss of 180 individuals, has gradually stabilized. Hawk also extended financial assistance and various privileges to the families of the fallen, and his goodwill has indeed yielded commendable results, playing a significant role in pacifying and uniting the populace. Some even regard Casillas as a savior, a beacon of hope amidst their previous desolation as castaways in a refuse heap. What more could they possibly desire? Consequently, the initiative to gather other wanderers is steadily progressing, with nearly 400 newcomers undergoing training, many of whom have already been assigned to Apolly, from whom future companions for a show will also be selected. Upon entering the living room, the individual exclaimed, "Boss, someone has brought the devil fruit." Hawk had previously advised on numerous occasions to address him simply by his name, eschewing the term boss, as he believed only Casillas deserved such a title from these subordinates. They could refer to him as master or by any other designation, even his name, yet it was evident that the newcomers had not yet grasped this. However, at that moment, Hawk overlooked this detail he had once deemed significant. Rising to his feet, he inquired with a hint of surprise, "Is that so?" Rog Town. This indeed stands as the most bustling locale of the East Sea, akin to a radiant pearl of the region. At this moment, the notorious smokers have yet to establish their dominion, allowing pirates to move freely in and out of this island, a crucial waypoint along the Grand Line. Consequently, commerce flourishes, and the number of settlers continues to rise. Although the streets may not be thronged to the point of jostling, they are certainly alive with a steady flow of pedestrians. However, to Robin's discerning eyes, this place appears rather ordinary. Having been a fugitive for many years, she has witnessed far more opulent and flourishing places than Logtown. If one were to identify what makes this locale unique, it would solely be the legacy of the Pirate King. This is the birthplace of Gold, Roger, his hometown, and the site of his execution, the conclusion of a legendary era, though perhaps not entirely at an end. Robin gazed up at the lofty execution platform, contemplating this thought. The platform itself was rather unremarkable, lacking any distinctive features. The only aspect that stood out was the extraordinary individual who had met his fate upon it. Many would linger here, not just Robin, but also a few individuals whose dubious nature was immediately apparent, their eyes reflecting a mix of nostalgia and excitement as they regarded the ordinary yet extraordinary platform. Pirates venturing from the East Blue into the Grand Line would likely pay homage to this site. Regrettably, few possess the stature to maintain their footing in the Grand Line, let alone achieve renown that stuns the world. At this moment, Robin was clad in a simple outfit, her appearance strikingly illuminated. She bore slight enhancements to her visage. Her lips were subtly downturned, her eyes rounded more softly, and even her irises had transformed to a shade of blue. Her long hair had taken on an ordinary light brown hue. These minute alterations rendered her almost unrecognizable. Coupled with modest attire that concealed her curves and a fabric strip tightly binding her chest beneath her shirt, Robin appeared quite ordinary, her figure nearly flat, making it exceedingly difficult for others to take notice of her. Since she acquired the powers of the devil fruit, the frequency of employing such disguises has gradually diminished. However, in the Navy-occupied town of Roguetown, caution remains paramount. As she mingled among the crowd, Robin discovered a tavern that was still in operation. Before she even pushed the door open, she overheard a high-pitched voice loudly proclaiming, "Hey, do you all know that our East Blue clown, Buggy, was once a crew member of the Pirate King's ship? Moreover, he is friends with one of the 4 emperors, Shanks." Chapter 97. Turbulence. Who told you that? That guy could never have been a crew member of the Pirate King's ship or a friend of Shanks, who would believe such nonsense. Immediately, someone countered, expressing disbelief. Reaching the bar, Robin ordered herself a glass of red wine, quietly savoring it while eavesdropping on the gossip. Discussions surrounding the Pirate King are a fervent pursuit for the public. Many ordinary individuals harbor grievances against the one who instigated the era of great pirates due to the havoc wreaked upon their lives. Yet those frequenting the tavern seemed indifferent to such matters. Whether the treasure spoken of by the Pirate King truly exists, or why the Pirate King chose to surrender, are topics often fervently debated by inebriated patrons. How can you be so sure it's false? The man retorted, then continued to divulge what he had heard. It is said that Buggy was once an intern on the Pirate King's ship, and at that time, Shanks was also an intern aboard. They were already good friends back then. Later, before Roger surrendered, he disbanded the crew, and Shanks established his own pirate crew, quickly gaining notoriety and becoming one of the 4 emperors. As for Buggy, he wandered aimlessly, eventually beginning to recruit men here in our East Blue. His words flowed with conviction, albeit most listeners were merely enjoying the spectacle. Curiously, they seemed more intrigued by the mention of Shanks, never mind Buggy. What strength does he possess? I certainly don't believe it. His crew has reportedly faced annihilation several times, and recently, he encountered that fellow, Casillas, selling out his own crew to survive. How could he possibly have any connection with the Pirate King or Shanks? Exactly. Claiming Shanks was once on the Pirate King's ship is plausible, but Buggy? No way. Believe it or not, it's merely what I've heard from others. There exists a peculiarly incredulous aspect to this matter. It is widely believed that all individuals aboard the Pirate King's ship are formidable warriors. How could someone like Buggy possibly fit this mold? While Buggy undoubtedly surpasses the boastful patrons of the tavern, they would never concede such a fact. The one capable of silencing the drunken men in the tavern is certainly not Buggy. Robin, however, finds herself intrigued by this notion. Quietly taking note and pondering the veracity of this information, the name Clown Buggy is indeed unfamiliar to her. Furthermore, she has never encountered any accounts regarding the Pirate King. Roger. Her interest in this subject is piqued. Although merely a decade has passed, it remains a fragment of history. The Pirate King Roger, a man who conquered the Grand Line and reached Raftel, is believed to have acquired immense treasure and profound secrets. It was his final words before his demise that heralded the dawn of the Great Pirate Era. Understanding the life of such an individual would undoubtedly hold great significance. However, as a fugitive sought by the world government and its greatest adversary, records pertaining to him are likely scarce, most of them probably destroyed. At times, the mere thought of this man evokes a sense of inexplicable kinship within Robin. After all, they are both outlaws in the eyes of the world government. Upon finishing her drink, she rises to leave, seeking a temporary place to reside. Initially, her journey from the West Sea to the Grand Line was motivated by a desire to explore the other 4 seas, or perhaps to meander along the Grand Line. Yet, after witnessing the weapons wielded by Gray and Lucien, her previously disregarded East Sea has now become her objective. Although the East Sea is deemed the weakest of the seas, it has also birthed figures of the caliber of the Pirate King. Rowtown, however, appears rather unremarkable. It is not difficult to comprehend. Roger was merely born here and subsequently met his demise in this very place, leaving behind little more than the execution platform. Over the years, Robin, apart from meticulously concealing her true identity, could not remain in one place indefinitely. She resembled a traveler, her footprints scattered across every corner of the West Sea, having perused numerous historical accounts. Yet, in her heart, what she yearned for most was the essence of history, the very text that had obliterated all she once possessed. Shortly after stepping out of the tavern, Robin suddenly came to a realization. The world government was exceedingly sensitive regarding all matters pertaining to the Pirate King, Roger. It was said that they were still in pursuit of his crew and everything related to him, including the enigmatic Rayleigh, and the possibility that the Pirate King might have had a child, among other things. The veracity of the claim regarding this so-called Joker Buggy being a member of the Straw Hat Pirates remains uncertain. Nevertheless, regardless of its authenticity, such matters are bound to pique the interest of many, ensuring their widespread dissemination. This is sure to capture the attention of the global authorities. This could potentially attract agents of the world government, such as CP9. With this thought, Robin's expression grew markedly more serious. As the infamous demon child with a bounty placed upon her by the world government, she had gradually come to grasp information that eluded the general populace regarding the espionage apparatus of the world government. The reach of this organization extended globally, wherever humanity resided. There existed a source of intelligence, even in remote locations like Fishman Island. For instance, should her current whereabouts be disclosed, it would not take long before members of CP9 materialized here, a process that would unfold within mere days. She needed to exercise utmost caution. Upon further reflection, a subtle premonition began to stir within her. The so-called Jester Buggy being a member of the Pirate King's crew is a rumor that may have been deliberately propagated by someone, regardless of its veracity. It is illogical for Buggy himself to make such claims, especially since he remained silent after the death of the Pirate King. How could he possibly come forth now to declare such matters? Unless, of course, the entire affair is a fabrication, concocted by this individual known as Buggy in a bid for notoriety. She senses that this possibility is rather slim, and it is more likely that it is somehow linked to a certain individual named Casillas. Although there is no concrete evidence, merely baseless speculation, she indeed did not err in her conjecture. The rumors concerning the Jesterbaki indeed stem from Casillas' dissemination. This can be considered yet another stratagem to counter the troubles provoked by Gray, as long as we successfully attract the attention of the intelligence agency of the world government. It will not be long before the celestial dragons arrive in the East Blue, coinciding almost perfectly with the arrival of Don Quixote Doflamingo's men. Should the enemy arrive prematurely, we will have to allow Gray and Lucien to maneuver in the Grand Line for a while. When the time comes, with the celestial dragons, the world government, the Revolutionary Army, and Doflamingo's subordinates all converging in the East Blue, it will become a veritable gathering of formidable forces, providing him with ample opportunities amidst the ensuing chaos. At that point, any disturbances could be conveniently attributed to the clown Buggy, as he is a crewmate of the Pirate King, or deflected onto the Revolutionary Army, serving as an excellent scapegoat. As for how to instigate trouble without being discovered, the answer lies in utilizing the devil fruit to exchange for a Gauss sniper rifle. With an effective range of 12 kilometers, a single shot from such a distance could easily obscure the identity of the shooter. Originally, Casillas had sent Gray and the others to the Grand Line with the intention of acquiring several devil fruits for trade. Now, with an urgent need for this astonishingly ranged electromagnetic rifle, he instructed Hawk to disseminate news of his acquisition of devil fruits. To his surprise, just a few days later, a fruit was indeed procured. The individual appeared to be someone returning from the Grand Line to the East Blue. Casillas, aboard a small boat swiftly navigating along the coastline, was in high spirits. At the stern of the vessel, white ice crystals formed an arm, propelling the small craft forward, leaving a trail of dissipating frost in the water, reminiscent of the white streaks left by a fighter jet slicing through the sky. Chapter 98. Fortune. After bidding farewell to Ugly, the incessant rain returned, leaving Hawk in a somewhat irritable mood. He had always detested rainy days, as his previous residence in a makeshift shelter ensured that rainwater inevitably seeped through the thatched walls and tattered roof, instilling in him a lasting impression of dampness and chill during the rainy season. Although he no longer harbored such concerns, he still found rain unappealing. With the window ajar, the diagonal wind carried in fine droplets, occasionally splattering into the room, soaking the modest wooden table and the few plates of fruit atop it. Despite now possessing considerable wealth, Hawk had refrained from furnishing the room with luxurious, practical items, instead opting for the exposed wood grain and the time-worn traces of the wooden table and chairs that had been used by Casillas and him during their brief time together here. The table had been moved to the window's edge, now dampened by the rain, its dark surface shimmering as if it were a water surface. Yet, Hawk had no intention of closing the window. The gentle breeze from the rain had entered the room, gradually shedding the warmth of summer and bringing with it the coolness of autumn, making it likely that anyone dressed lightly would shiver. Hartrog sat opposite the table, with half a plate of dessert before him. This marks the third plate he has consumed. While it is true that many people have a penchant for sweets, even he, having indulged in 2.5 servings, begins to feel a certain fullness, despite not perceiving the dishes as overly cloying. Though the desserts crafted by Hawk possess a delightful flavor, the portions tend to be rather generous. Observing his struggle to continue, Hawk silently sighs. Perhaps it is due to his fruit-based abilities, but he has recently developed a fondness for personally crafting confections. Many new members of the guild have sampled his creations and sung their praises. Yet, it is evident that without the aid of his powers, his desserts can only be deemed satisfactory. Were he to utilize his abilities in their preparation, Hartrog could likely consume 4 or 5 plates more, persistently indulging even when his stomach is at capacity. The disparity is quite significant. At this moment, Hartrog was growing increasingly impatient. Since his arrival, having presented the devil fruit, He had anticipated receiving his desired reward promptly. Yet, the young lad informed him that his superior would arrive personally, requesting him to wait. Reluctantly, he found himself obliged to remain there. As twilight descended, 5 or 6 hours had elapsed, yet the individual named Casillas had still not appeared. Hartrog, by nature, was not a patient soul. Although Hawk maintained a polite demeanor and offered delightful confections and fruits as hospitality, he could no longer restrain himself and was on the verge of voicing his thoughts. However, before he could utter a word, he noticed Hawk suddenly rise, a smile gracing his features. "He's here." Upon hearing this, Hartrog followed Hawk's gaze to the window. Through the misty drizzle, the dimly lit street revealed few pedestrians. A figure, seemingly cloaked in shadows, was approaching slowly, stepping through the puddles. Had it not been for the illumination reflecting off the figure's black coat, he might have overlooked the individual briskly moving through the gloomy surroundings. The person appeared rather diminutive, standing at approximately 1.5 meters tall, a stark contrast to Hartrog's towering 2-meter frame. Before long, Casillas arrived at the entrance. Hawk had already opened the door, bowing slightly as he welcomed him. "Boss, you've arrived." Casillas lifted the black hood from his head and removed his outer garment, which Hawk instinctively accepted, meticulously folding it and draping it over his arm. "Where is it?" Casillas inquired, his immediate concern clearly centered on the devil fruit. "This way." Hawk stepped aside, addressing Hartrog, who had risen to his feet behind him. "This is Boss Yass." Hartrog, momentarily taken aback, observed with keen interest that the coat draped over Hawk's arm bore not a trace of moisture. Rather, it emanated a chill, distinctly lower than the surrounding temperature. Noticing fine shards of ice cascading from the coat, he was about to speak when Casillas interjected. "You were one of Ronald's subordinates?" "Yes," Hartrog replied. "Before venturing into the Grand Line, I served under Boss Ronald. I recently returned to the East Blue and am profoundly grateful for your assistance in avenging him." As he spoke, Hartrog scrutinized Casillas' features. Standing at an imposing 2 meters, he looked down at Casillas, yet he did not dare to assume superiority. "Though I have spent several years navigating the Grand Line and believe I have attained considerable strength, I am acutely aware that individuals like Hunter, who are counted among the elite of the Navy, are far beyond my reach. The young man before me has slain a formidable adversary like Hunter, one I could never hope to withstand. Although I had mentally prepared myself and had learned from Vladel that he was of a similar age to Hawk, witnessing him in person still evokes a profound sense of admiration within me. With his raven black hair and youthful visage, the penetrating gaze in his eyes instills an immense pressure." Casillas, acknowledging my gratitude, detachedly made his way to a table by the window. He picked up a rain-soaked banana and began to peel it, saying as he ate, "You need not thank me. Carimula deserved his fate. Hawk mentioned you would provide me with the devil fruit without expecting any monetary compensation." A chuckle escaped Hartrog's lips. "Indeed. I seek no financial reward, yet I hope that Vladel and I may rely on the Black Flag Trading Company in the future. That is certainly agreeable. Is there anything else?" Casillas, seated comfortably with one leg crossed over the other, extracted a cigarette and drew in a puff of smoke. "How about I offer you 10 AK-47s instead?" After Carimula's demise, Vladel, who inherited Ronald's influence, found himself bereft of support. Despite learning that Christina appeared to have joined the Black Flag Pirates, he still showed no inclination to align himself with Casillas. Perhaps Vladel was unaware of this development, or he simply wished to maintain his tavern business. "Do not worry, I shall not impose any demands upon you. This is merely a reward for the devil fruit. You have rendered me a significant service this time, and I am profoundly grateful." Hartrog beamed with joy. He had initially sought the devil fruit merely for protection. Even though Tina was now a member of Casillas' crew, he remained an outsider in essence. The assurance that they would not be required to undertake any tasks alleviated his concerns about parting with the devil fruit, and he felt quite satisfied, especially with the prospect of receiving 10 such formidable weapons. "Ah, Hawk," Casillas said with a smile, "bring the items and assist in sending him off." Hartrog, grinning from ear to ear, followed suit. Meanwhile, Casillas reached for a wooden box on the table, casually opened it, and gazed at the banana-shaped purplish-blue devil fruit within, a look of excitement illuminating his face. "This is a tremendous surprise. Who could have anticipated whether the Gauss sniper rifle would be replenished after being removed? Even if it is, how long would it take?" Initially, Casillas had regrettably abandoned the notion of acquiring this advanced weapon, only for Gray to unwittingly attract a formidable adversary. The dissemination of the news regarding the acquisition of devil fruits was merely a gamble based on hope. Little did he know, One wonders how much of his luck the European monarch has consumed this time. Chapter 99. The Gauss sniper rifle after sending off Hartrog, who was cradling a wooden crate containing 10 firearms along with their accompanying ammunition. Hawk returned to Casillas, expressing his reflections at that moment. When he claimed it was for free, I truly found it hard to believe. Casillas offered a subtle smile. In any case, we should keep an eye on them in the future. After all, they already share a close relationship with Tina. This devil fruit acquisition is merely the icing on the cake. Boss, I haven't asked you yet. Why the sudden interest in devil fruits? Hawk inquired, puzzled. Back when they were on the Sarah's Islands, Casillas had instructed Gray and Lucien to scour the Grand Line for devil fruits, which had piqued his curiosity. Yet he had refrained from asking. If the intent was to select some subordinates to consume the devil fruits in hopes of gaining formidable powers, Casillas' sudden urgency to procure them now seemed rather peculiar. Hawk reflected on the devil fruit he had consumed, which seemingly only allowed him to create desserts, leaving him utterly clueless about how to unlock any combat capabilities. Although he had recently contemplated mass-producing cakes to sell, which he estimated would fetch a decent profit, it appeared to serve solely as a means of earning money. Casillas did not respond. Instead, he retrieved a bundle of black material from his pocket. Upon unfolding it, it revealed a large cloth bag with an opening diameter of nearly 1 meter. Under Hawk's curious gaze, Casillas reached into the expansive bag as if grasping something. Hawk, allow me to show you something remarkable. As he spoke, Casillas extracted a gleaming object from the previously empty bag. The item measured over 2 meters in length, and Casillas found his arms insufficient to hold it entirely. Thus, he grasped one end with one hand while releasing the bag with the other. With a swift motion, he cast the black bag aside, unveiling the entirety of the object. Although it was not his first encounter with such a phenomenon, Hawk still found it utterly astonishing. It was as if the ordinary black cloth bag concealed an alternate dimension. Casillas had consistently retrieved weapons from such places. But now he had produced something that left Hawk utterly speechless. The Gauss sniper rifle, measuring approximately 2 meters and 3 centimeters, appeared rather unwieldy in Casillas' grasp. The object is entirely silver-white, adorned with smooth lines that shimmer with a bluish glow, arranged in a neat yet somewhat chaotic distribution across the entire body of the firearm. The barrel, extending over 1 meter in length, is encircled by perfectly aligned rings of blue, resembling either glass or crystal, exuding an exquisite beauty. Is this a gun? Hawk inquired hesitantly, noting that it bore a structural resemblance to an AK-47, featuring components such as the trigger, grip, and stock. Indeed. Casillas grasped the Gauss sniper rifle with one hand, his index finger resting on the trigger. The streamlined surface of the firearm reflected the metallic sheen, harmonizing beautifully with the seemingly animated, flowing blue lines. He raised this formidable piece, weighing over 20 kilograms, effortlessly as if it were a mere straw. On the body of the rifle, there existed an apparatus akin to a telescope, serving as the scope. However, rather than the traditional monocular form, it took on the appearance of binoculars, extending about 7 or 8 centimeters from the rear, aligned with the barrel. Casillas pressed his face close, a smile illuminating his expression. Outside, a gentle rain fell, shrouded by thick clouds, and with the sun long set, visibility was nearly non-existent. Yet through the scope, the world outside was as bright as day. Casillas immediately spotted a dilapidated wall at the end of a street several hundred meters away. As he shifted his gaze upward, traversing the vast distance, the automatic focusing feature brought his vision to the verdant forests of the Golbo Mountains, allowing him to discern the intricate veins of deep green leaves, the raindrops splattering upon them, and the minute spherical droplets formed by surface tension, all within the confined space of his view. The clarity of the scope was astonishing, displaying data such as wind speed, direction, and the distance to the observed target, all in constant flux. With a slight adjustment of his aiming direction, the entire scene within the scope transformed dramatically, revealing everything from the brick wall just meters away to the scattered raindrops high in the sky, over 20 kilometers distant. Furthermore, with a gentle pressure on the trigger, the automatic scope calculated the trajectory and various influencing factors, marking deviations and fine-tuning the muzzle's position. Indeed, the muzzle could be adjusted within minute ranges, yet this correction of trajectory was accomplished automatically, requiring no manual adjustment from the user. For ultra-long-range shooting, allowing the machine to handle the minuscule adjustments of the muzzle angle over such distances proved far more reliable than relying on the shooter's own efforts. This technology, Entirely alien to the era familiar to Casillas, is a formidable weapon that truly showcases its power. The Gauss weapon can be straightforwardly referred to as an electromagnetic weapon. Based on Casillas' scant military knowledge, he is aware that such weapons have long been under research in the laboratories of various great nations. Yet he has not heard of any practical applications thus far. Electromagnetic weapons, as the name suggests, utilize electric currents and magnetic fields to propel metal projectiles, offering significant advantages over traditional firearms, which have evolved from black powder to chemical explosives. The most notable benefits are the enhanced firing power and velocity. The muzzle velocity of electromagnetic projectiles can reach speeds exceeding 1,000 meters per second, with rumors suggesting the possibility of approaching sublight speeds, depending on the strength of the magnetic field. As for the rate of fire, it is said that several thousand rounds per second could be achieved. However, since this Gauss sniper rifle is indeed labeled as a sniper rifle, it is not designed for rapid fire. The muzzle velocity, too, cannot reach the speed of light, but it can still achieve approximately 4,000 meters per second. Casillas rummaged through his pocket and produced a silver bullet. The bullet is as thick as a finger and nearly the length of 2 middle fingers. It is unclear what metal it is crafted from, however. Upon meticulous examination by Casillas, it is evident that this is a wholly solid metal bullet, devoid of any mechanisms. This is one of the ordinary bullets included in the 100 pack, with a gentle press on the circular blue button located at the rear of the firearm. A mechanical whirring sound accompanied the emergence of a slender opening at the rear middle section of the gun, perfectly sized to accommodate the bullet. Hawk observed as Casillas inserted the bullet. The slender opening promptly sealed itself, and the flickering blue lines on the gun's body began to illuminate. "Boss, you aren't actually going to fire it here, are you?" Hawk hastily urged. "Of course not. I merely wish to experience it," Casillas replied, holding the Gauss sniper rifle, its muzzle maneuvering within the confines of the narrow window. Although his index finger rested on the trigger, he was not foolish. The bullet's muzzle velocity reached an astonishing 4,000 meters per second, requiring merely 3 seconds to strike a target 12 kilometers away. The commotion caused by such a projectile being discharged was unimaginable. For now, Casillas could only indulge in the thrill of the moment. If he were to truly test the weapon, it would certainly not be in a place like this. Chapter 100. Training Camp for the Merchant Guard. After stowing the flamboyant Gauss sniper rifle into a black cloth bag, Casillas crumpled the bag into his pocket and said to Hawk, "Let us go observe the training of the merchant guards." "Huh, what suddenly prompted this thought, boss?" Hawk inquired. Somewhat perplexed, as previously, he had only established a few rules in the training schedule without further involvement. Casillas donned his black trench coat, pulling the hood over his head. "I've taken a sudden interest. I wish to see how well my subordinates are training. Afterward, I shall set off for Rog Town. There are matters to attend to." "Rog Town? What business do you have there?" Hawk asked curiously, as Casillas had yet to reveal the troubles caused by a certain individual. Even now, Casillas had no intention of disclosing anything. "It's nothing, just a minor issue." Even if he were to inform Hawk, it would be of no assistance. This matter required strength to resolve. If all went well, perhaps he could turn Doflamingo from foe to ally, though for someone like him, friendship was merely a matter of mutual benefit, and Casillas happened to possess the interests that could be of value to him. Hawk, merely curious, did not press further. He donned his raincoat and, accompanied by several merchant guards, followed in Casillas's wake. On the waterlogged streets of the town, with each step Casillas took, a layer of white ice formed where his foot landed, slowly melting away after he had passed. Raindrops, upon nearing him by mere inches, transformed into small, oval ice beads, ensuring that not a single drop dampened his form. Such extraordinary circumstances were not unfamiliar to Hawk. Thus, he felt no particular astonishment. However, the several armed guards trailing behind him exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of surprise and delight. They were aware that this individual was the true leader of the Black Flag Consortium, though it was merely their first encounter and they had not received a warm welcome. Witnessing this supernatural power, which seemed to exist only in tales, evoked in them not only a sense of trepidation and wonder, but also an overwhelming sense of pride. This individual serves as their leader, providing them with protection, sustenance, and employment. Some fortunate souls have even been bestowed wives. They have all sought the company of these lucky women, who were reportedly once slaves to the grand aristocrats of Gausian, possessing fair complexions, striking beauty, and statuesque figures. For men hailing from the depths of destitution, these women appear as celestial beings, unattainable. Many of those who initially followed the esteemed leader, Casillas, have since ascended to the status of minor chieftains, accompanied by the wives granted to them by their leader, inciting envious sentiments among others. Originally, the training grounds for the caravan guards were established in an abandoned coastal village. However, Hawk has recently relocated the site to the foothills of Golbo Mountain. Considering factors such as distance and the complexity of the training environment, the former site has been transformed into a dwelling for the elderly, women, and children affiliated with the guild. After all, that location was not suitable for docking vessels, nor could it serve as a transit point or warehouse for the guild. From a distance, one can observe the training camp, bordered by massive logs driven into the ground, forming a makeshift wall, as the guild's business has yet to fully unfold. The majority of the newly recruited guards are still undergoing training here. Alongside the cooks and instructors, the total number of individuals amounts to fewer than 600. Thus, the camp is not as vast as Casillas had envisioned. Currently, this space suffices, and should expansion be necessary, it would be a simple matter of dismantling the walls to increase the area. Hawk, standing beside Casillas, casually explained this. Upon approaching within 30 to 40 meters, they were spotted. However, with a wave and a call from Hawk, the ruggedly constructed wooden gate swung open, and several figures rushed toward them through the rain. "Boss Hawk, what brings you here?" asked one, a figure clothed in a rain-soaked coat and wielding a rifle, who approached swiftly and halted in front of Hawk, perplexed. "Boss Casillas has arrived. He wishes to assess your situation," Hawk replied directly. The man's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he turned to Casillas, who was hooded and draped in rainwater. Noticing the ice forming on the ground beneath his feet, he shivered and stood at attention, exclaiming, "Boss, you have come." The stance was reminiscent of the training protocols that Casillas had imported from a previous life. The individual, a youth in his 20s, exuded a robust aura, particularly with the AK-47 and bayonet slung across his back. Interestingly, Casillas had merely spent some money to equip each AK with a bayonet, and he remained uncertain about its utility. The individual known as Casillas struck me as somewhat familiar. Upon reflection, I recalled that he was among the 20 individuals who had previously accompanied me near the opulent mansion in Gaussian Calamura. I smiled slightly and retrieved a pack of rolling papers from my pocket, offering one to him. "What is your name?" I inquired. The young man, taken aback, bent slightly in the rain and extended his hands to receive the white cigarette Casillas proffered, responding cautiously as he stored the cigarette away. "Boss, my name is Paul Walker, but everyone calls me Monkey." "Ah," Casillas replied nonchalantly and proceeded to walk ahead. Without any sign of discontent, Monkey promptly stepped forward to lead Casillas, saying, "Boss, our training camp currently accommodates a full capacity of 400 individuals." After the butler, Appley, and the fool withdrew several personnel, we immediately replenished our ranks. Each day begins at 6 in the morning with morning exercises, followed by breakfast at 8. We then embark on weighted cross-country treks through the mountains and forests. Lunch is typically resolved either by foraging or hunting, after which we return to the camp for formations and shooting practice. Dinner is served at 7:30, after which we engage in strength training until 9 o'clock, at which point we retire for the night. As Monkey walked alongside, he succinctly recounted the daily routine of the caravan guards. "It sounds quite arduous. Have any individuals found it unbearable?" Casillas inquired casually, though he perceived that this regimen paled in comparison to his recent high-intensity muscle training. Nevertheless, it was undeniably strenuous for these ordinary individuals. Monkey hesitated for a moment, glancing at Hawk before receiving an affirmative nod, then replied, "Indeed, a few have struggled, but we promptly dismiss such individuals. There is no shortage of wanderers eager to join the Merchant Association as guards. Young men are plentiful and easily selected. Those who dare to complain are simply ungrateful." Monkey expressed this with indignation, then shifted his tone. "However, this represents only a small minority. The vast majority are immensely grateful to you, boss, for rescuing them from the brink of starvation on the streets. They train diligently and fearlessly endure hardships." Casillas had merely posed a casual question. Yet he found himself somewhat pleased by the response, though he refrained from revealing any outward pride. Monkey's words held a kernel of truth. The inhabitants of the camp were indeed content with their way of life. They enjoyed 3 hearty meals a day, each filled with meat. And for those who had once lived in constant fear of hunger, this existence was nothing short of paradise. Moreover, if a man with a family enters the guard training camp, his wife, children, or elderly parents will receive ample provisions, warm clothing, and shelter. Perhaps even gainful employment at a distillery or in one of the various shops that are being established. What a splendid existence that would be. Of course, It would be even better if the training were not as grueling and extreme. Chapter 101, Solo Voyage. Upon entering the gates, one is greeted by rows of neatly arranged barracks, simple structures constructed from wood, for this place is still in its infancy, lacking the time to erect stone dormitories. However, as Hawk asserts, a more comprehensive camp construction plan is already underway. The expansive shooting range and training grounds are drenched in rain. The monkey remarked, although it has been raining incessantly with few clear days, outdoor training has not been neglected. Only afternoon activities that could be conducted indoors have been moved inside. Shooting practice has also been sheltered from the rain, continuing daily. At this moment, it is dinner time in the camp's large mess hall, where, apart from a few personnel on guard duty, everyone else gathers to partake in the meal. From a distance, the enticing aromas of pork sausages, bacon and onion soup, and bread waft through the air. Boss, would you care to join us? Monkey boldly invited Casillas, shaking his head. Casillas had no intention of approaching. To be frank, the cuisine of the kingdom of Goya is hardly commendable. The endless sausages and bread have long since lost their appeal to him. He had no desire to partake in communal dining, feigning camaraderie with others, or engaging in the pretense of shared hardship. This is the world of the pirate king, starkly different from another realm. Here, individual strength can reach cataclysmic proportions, rendering numbers irrelevant in the face of true power. Even if Casillas were to train thousands of loyal soldiers, they would be of no use against a formidable adversary like Don Quixote da Flamingo. With the powers of observation hockey, armament hockey, and the abilities of the string fruit, Da Flamingo could effortlessly slaughter ordinary individuals wielding AK-47s, let alone his capacity to expel weaker foes with his conqueror's hockey. And Da Flamingo is merely one of the strong in the New World. Above him are figures like Katakuri, a high-ranking officer of the four emperors, along with the emperors themselves, admirals, and others. These ordinary individuals can only be regarded as the foundational strength of the future, at the very least. They can handle the same trivial matters with ease. Casillas, feeling satisfied, observed them from a distance for a while before remarking with a smile, "Not bad. Keep up the good work." With that, he turned and departed. The monkey stood in bewilderment for a moment before eventually escorting him to the door, only to come to a halt. He found himself somewhat perplexed. Did the leader truly just glance at them casually before leaving? He initially assumed that Casillas would undoubtedly engage with the guards from the merchant guild undergoing training. However, contrary to his expectations, Casillas merely acted on a whim. Taking a fleeting glance, after departing from the camp, he soon returned to the streets of the town, yet his course was not directed towards home. Instead, he intended to traverse the town directly towards the coastline beyond the realm of uncertainties. Throughout the journey, Casillas remained silent, his pace brisk and unyielding. "Boss, where are we headed?" Hawk inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. A look of perplexity etched upon his face. "Did I not inform you that I was going towards Rogue Town?" Casillas replied nonchalantly. Yet, Hawk had harbored doubts. The only vessels capable of embarking on long voyages during this season were the recently acquired warships, but the warship had already been commandeered by a Chew. Hawk pondered whether he could request another ship from the corpulent Pandau. However, would he be amenable to such a proposition? Moreover, judging by the demeanor of his superior, it seemed they were set to depart immediately. Had Casillas procured another grand vessel unbeknownst to him? Casillas extended his palm, catching a few drops of rainwater, and remarked as he observed the delicate shards of ice resting in his hand, "I can manage without a ship." In the depths of night, around 10 o'clock, Casillas and Hawk, accompanied by several subordinates, arrived at the seaside. The refuse of the realm of uncertainty stretched into the ocean. Fortunately, the kingdom of Goya bore little heavy pollution. At worst, it was merely a few human corpses. As for animal remains, they were often regarded as sustenance and had already been collected. Even the carcasses of animals succumbing to illness were considered food by the wanderers, and they consumed them nonetheless. Furthermore, the ratio of corpses to the towering heaps of refuse was relatively insignificant, posing minimal threat to the marine environment. Should this situation persist, it is conceivable that in a few centuries, this area may transform into a landmass created by landfill reclamation. In actuality, the refuse submerged in the seawater has already filled the shallower regions along the shore. To Casillas, this debris hardly qualifies as severe pollution. However, the clarity of the water here has indeed become quite murky. On this rainy, nocturnal evening, the distinction is notably perceptible, particularly to Casillas, who possesses superior eyesight. Casillas ambled onto the surface of the sea. The ability bestowed by the temperature fruit allowed a robust layer of ice to form beneath his feet. After advancing for more than 10 meters, he momentarily halted, creating a substantial ice surface that continued to spread forward and laterally. "Hawk, behold my latest invention," Casillas called out to Hawk, who stood atop a mound of refuse. Immediately, a shrill whistle erupted from his heels, and a slender plume of scalding white vapor burst forth, piercing through the deluge of rain, enveloping the shore and enveloping Hawk and the others in a wave of intense heat. As these two serpentine jets of vapor erupted, Casillas' figure shot forward like a released arrow, swiftly disappearing into the distance. "Please take care of Tina and Sophia," he exclaimed, his form merging with the night, leaving only a trace of white mist behind. Hawk stood momentarily in a daze, scratching his golden short hair, then sighed. The boss truly is something. Was that scorching vapor also an application of the temperature fruit's power? What does that mean for my own abilities? On the surface of the sea, Casillas inhaled the brisk winds that rushed towards him, continuously utilizing his powers to heat the ice fragments within the metallic tubes of his boots. His speed escalated, as beneath his feet lay a continuous expanse of ice. Wherever his soles brushed, the amorphous seawater solidified into a path sturdy enough for a robust man to traverse. Casillas had ingeniously integrated a mechanism into the soles of his leather boots, featuring two hollow metallic tubes embedded within, each equipped with tiny nozzles at their rear. Before them lay a delicate apparatus designed to crush ice, through which water or ice fragments within the metal tube transform into high-temperature vapor, propelling forth while simultaneously scraping the icy surface ahead. The shavings that fall into the metal tube serve as an inexhaustible source of kinetic energy. However, a complication arises. This device cannot continuously emit vapor indefinitely, as the incoming ice fragments require a pause to enter the reaction chamber. During vapor emission, a completely sealed environment with only a small outlet is necessary, thus necessitating manual intervention to allow the ice shavings to transition from the front section of the metal tube to the rear. Despite not being a permanent solution, it remains remarkably effective. The speed propelled by the steam on the ice surface is swift, and even if the duration is limited to just over a minute, it proves entirely sufficient. With exceptional bodily balance and reflexes, one can leap over or glide down even amidst the undulating sea, occasionally glancing at the compass in hand. Casillas squints against the fierce wind and rain, estimating his current speed to be well over 100 kilometers per hour. This is a significant improvement compared to traditional sailing vessels. Further acceleration is certainly possible. However, the likelihood of encountering unforeseen mishaps increases, as reckless speeding often leads to calamity. Indeed, I have taken leave again. Whether to make up for it or not depends on my mood. Chapter 102, Red-Footed Zeph. At the port of Rogtown, an array of sailing ships adorned with bare masts swayed with the tumultuous waves of the stormy sea. These vessels varied in size, comprising merchant ships, passenger ships, and a fair number of pirate ships. Yet, the pirates maintained a low profile. Their once fluttering Jolly Roger flags had been lowered. Rogtown serves as a vital hub for entering and exiting the Grand Line from the East Sea, where the East Sea Navy is heavily stationed, making it foolish for pirates to flaunt their identities here. Discretion is the better part of valor, as it avoids unnecessary trouble. Of course, there will always be pirates oblivious to this truth. Those fortunate enough may escape unscathed, while those who cross paths with naval patrols, lacking strength, find themselves imprisoned. In contrast to these pirates awaiting their turn to enter the Grand Line, the chef pirates have just traversed the Red Land, successfully returning to their homeland of the East Sea. They too have lowered their sails and pirate flags, blending inconspicuously among the multitude of vessels. Some pirates, unable to wait, venture forth through the storm, believing the Red Land lies just beyond, risking shipwreck and loss of life without even glimpsing its form. Those with a modicum of luck may navigate through the perilous upside-down mountain, entering the treacherous currents. In Zeph's eyes, such behavior is utterly foolish, even in calm waters. Successfully aligning the angle to enter the upside-down mountain requires a blend of luck and rich experience, let alone amidst the turbulent conditions of the rainy season. At this moment, Zeph, the captain of the chef pirates who successfully withdrew from the Grand Line, was diligently occupied in the kitchen. Known as Redleg, he once instilled fear across the East Blue as a notorious pirate. However, since the chef pirates ventured into the Grand Line and vanished from the East Blue, he had nearly been forgotten by all. Yet, the mere fact of his successful retreat from the Grand Line would soon echo throughout the East Blue. Returning unscathed from such a perilous journey is newsworthy indeed, especially in the East Blue. In the ship's kitchen, equipped with an array of culinary tools, gleaming knives danced in the light, deftly exchanging hands amidst various lengths and styles. Fresh meats, sea fish, and an assortment of vegetables were transformed in the blink of an eye into neatly cut pieces, ready for cooking. Such a scene was rare on typical pirate ships, where one would be fortunate to possess a few cooking tools and perhaps add a tad more seasoning, with whole fish and meat merely sliced for convenience. But on Zeph's ship, it was an entirely different affair. As a chef, he possessed remarkable culinary skills, and a true chef, even if not a gourmet, must have a discerning palate, ensuring that no detail regarding food was overlooked. Though as captain, Zeph seldom cooked himself, the majority of his crew were proficient in the kitchen, with some even having backgrounds as chefs. However, today he felt a surge of inspiration and decided to indulge his culinary instincts. The thick, aromatic steam enveloped the kitchen as Zeph pushed open the porthole, allowing the cool breeze to sweep in, dispelling the stifling heat and drawing away the rising white mist from the steamer. After gazing at the relentless curtain of rain for a couple of moments, just as he was about to proceed to the next step, he heard a commotion outside. "Hey, look over there. There's a person." "What? Let me see." "Whoa. There really is someone out there. Come quick. He's moving so fast. This guy is actually skating on the sea." "Really? Look beneath his feet. It's ice. Is he a devil fruit user?" The cacophony buzzed incessantly, prompting a frown from Zeph. As a chef, he detested interruptions while immersed in his culinary creations, especially from a throng of noisy individuals. Nevertheless, amidst the chaos, he managed to glean some key information about a person skating on the sea. A devil fruit user? Such occurrences were exceedingly rare in the East Blue. Scratching his prominent nose and adjusting his braided golden beard, Zeph pushed open the kitchen door and strode purposefully outside. Just as he reached the deck, a hasty pirate stumbled directly into his path. With a swift kick akin to a whipping steel lash, Zeph sent the intruder flying. "What's all this ruckus? You lot. Be quiet." Jappu, his fierce gaze brimming with wrath, paid no heed to the subordinate he had just sent flying, who lay incapacitated against the mast. The atmosphere aboard the ship grew remarkably quiet as the pirates sensed the intensity of his anger. Red-footed Jappu was no benevolent figure. He was a ruthless pirate. Although his crew adhered to certain rules, such as never stealing food from their victims, at his core, he was a volatile and merciless marauder. However, compared to his earlier self, Jappu had mellowed significantly after a year of sailing the Grand Line. Upon realizing that he could not achieve his dreams, he decided to return home and began planning to open a restaurant in the East Sea, vowing to retire from his life of piracy. In times past, the pirate who had just been thrown aside might have already met his demise. "What is happening?" Jappu inquired, the golden twist of his mustache quivering slightly. Although he had a strong inkling of the situation, he sought confirmation from his trusted subordinate, Paddy, with bulging muscles reminiscent of a cartoon sailor after consuming spinach, rubbed his hands together and, grinning widely, reported to his captain, "Captain, look." He gestured towards the sea in a particular direction, peering into the distance. Jappu squinted and indeed observed a dark silhouette growing larger at an alarming speed. The crew aboard nearby vessels also took notice, the clamor of their voices rising. "Bring me the telescope," Jappu commanded, extending his hand as Paddy swiftly handed him a pair of binoculars. Gazing through the lenses, Jappu discerned the figure's features, a youth, seemingly no older than 15 or 16, with an undeniably youthful visage and an unremarkable height. Yet, coupled with the ice spreading beneath his feet and the majestic waves around him, along with the curtain of rain in the air, the scene was strikingly astonishing. "A boy in black. Ice," Jappu muttered. Suddenly, he heard an exclamation from his crew. "Hey, it seems like he is heading straight for us." Upon closer inspection, Jappu confirmed this was indeed the case. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the dark-clad boy and their ship had shrunk to less than 100 meters, and given his speed, it would only take moments before he collided with their pirate vessel. A flush of urgency spread across his face as Jappu bellowed, "Prepare for battle." He is getting closer. Mere meters away, before the astonished eyes of all, the waters beneath the boy erupted into a boiling frenzy, followed by a burst of scalding steam that enveloped the area in a vast, white mist. The figure, like a cannonball, tore through the cloud of steam, soaring high into the air. At that moment, someone suddenly tapped their forehead and exclaimed, "It is he, the malevolent demon Casillas." The words, whose origin remains a mystery, echoed alongside the sound of the black-clad youth landing upon the deck of the Cook pirate cruise ship. Someone interjected, "Is that the one from the latest bounty notice?" The one with a staggering reward of 30 million berries? As Casillas landed on the ship's edge, he silently scoffed at the rather cliché and unflattering moniker of the Dark Fiend, yet maintained a faint smile upon his visage. Standing on the slick deck, the chill in the air crystallized the water around him. He glanced at Zepp, whose distinctive mustaches stood out prominently. Red-footed Zepp, fortune smiles upon me. It seems a feast awaits. By the way, who was it? Do I have a bounty? Bring forth the notice for me to peruse. Chapter 103. I see you are putting me in a dilemma. The atmosphere fell into a sudden silence as the members of the Cook pirate crew stared with blank expressions at this unexpected guest, unsure whether to seize him or. This individual is indeed the one with a bounty of 30 million. Although one has encountered even more formidable adversaries on the Grand Line, such a person is certainly not to be trifled with. Moreover, the words he just uttered, did he truly consider himself a guest? They then turned their attention back to Zepp. In such moments, one naturally awaits the captain's command. Sepe fixed his gaze, locking eyes with Casillas. I thought you were restaurateurs. Surely you wouldn't turn away your patrons? After all, I am the first. Casillas, undeterred, felt secure in his position. If matters escalated, he could always make a swift escape. His ability to manipulate temperature rendering flight effortless, with no worries about sailing, the vast ocean offered countless destinations. As he spoke, the temperature around Casillas visibly plummeted. Ice crystals gradually spreading forth, perhaps out of respect for Casillas' formidable demeanor, or perhaps believing that since they had plans for a restaurant, it would be a splendid choice to entertain their very first guest after many years. The jovial Sepe let out a hearty laugh. What are you waiting for? Show our guest to the dining area. With that, Sepe turned and strode towards the kitchen, while Casillas, guided by Patty, entered the elegantly adorned dining room. The space aboard the pirate ship was certainly limited, lacking the expansive halls of a seafaring restaurant like Baratai. Within the modest dining area, there rested but a single table. This is the dining table of Zepp, impeccably adorned with a pristine white tablecloth, where gleaming silver cutlery is meticulously arranged upon immaculate plates. As Casillas settled into his seat, Patty graciously presented a napkin. Slightly adjusting the collar of his trench coat to accommodate the crisp white napkin, Casillas bluntly remarked, after several days of bland roasted fish, I kindly request no more fish dishes. Furthermore, I have no interest in those minuscule portions characteristic of Western cuisine. My sole demand is for ample servings. Understood. Patty responded before departing. Truly, the chef pirate crew was remarkable. Several initially fearsome pirates had transformed their appearances, donning dapper suits and polished black shoes. Two of them stood flanking Casillas, one carrying a tray laden with an array of beverages. Mr. Casillas, here is the bounty notice you requested. Additionally, would you care for a drink? Casillas accepted the thin brown paper without a moment's hesitation and inquired, do you have banana juice? The seemingly unassuming waiter was, in fact, a pirate, taken aback by the thought. He pondered to himself, can bananas truly be juiced? How have I never heard of this before? Is he jesting with me? Am I being put to the test? Yet, his expression did not suggest that he was indulging in humor. Could it be that I am woefully ignorant? That bananas are indeed suitable for juicing? As a member of the culinary pirate crew, I have never once encountered this notion. Banana juice. I envision a banana being peeled and juiced, only to wonder what on earth could possibly emerge from such a process. It seems you are attempting to perplex me. He did not voice his thoughts aloud. Instead, after a pause of 2 seconds, he replied, I'm sorry, no. It was evident that Casillas felt a sense of disappointment. He picked up a silver knife and gestured with it, saying, I would have thought your chef pirate crew would have such a thing, but apparently not. What is it? Redfoot Zepp, personally carrying a massive platter with one hand, entered just in time to hear Casillas' words and inquired. The waiter pirate hurried over to inform Zepp. Observing this, Casillas casually remarked, Then I shall have a glass of grape juice. Zepp cast a peculiar glance at Casillas, but ultimately chose to remain silent. He stepped forward, placing the large platter, nearly a meter in diameter, down on the table, which was covered by a silvery metal dome. Without any mention of banana juice or similar topics, he directly lifted the lid of the platter, revealing a colossal roasted piece of meat still attached to the bone. The shape of this delicacy evoked a sense of déjà vu in Casillas, reminiscent of the straight, snow-white bone sticks often depicted in anime, adorned with a substantial round mass of meat. Although it lacked the same smoothness, the knife-cut opening revealed a hint of rosy flesh within. Its surface was golden and crisp, embellished with a medley of spices, including chili, cumin, and an array of unnamed seasonings. The rich aroma of meat wafted through the air from the moment it was unveiled, enticing one's appetite. Despite his curiosity about the origin of such a perfectly straight bone, Casillas, whose stomach was already grumbling, resolved without hesitation, regardless of the questions that lingered. He would indulge in the feast first. The meat was several times larger than Casillas's head. Although it was impossible to eat to fullness, one could estimate that it would suffice to render one nearly satiated. Grasping the still sizzling bone, he took a bite of the meat that had just been removed from the flames, glistening with oil and releasing abundant steam. How could one describe it? Crispy and fragrant, melting upon the tongue, chewy, succulent, and delectable? Apologies, but Casillas's vocabulary was rather limited, with most of his culinary terms gleaned from food shows. In short, one could only exclaim in astonishment at its exquisite flavor. After swallowing the morsel, Casillas exclaimed, "Incredible! This is truly delicious." A proud smile spread across Sepp's face. His culinary skills were his greatest pride. His journey to the Grand Line was not solely in pursuit of the great treasure spoken of by Roger, but rather the legendary seas themselves. Unfortunately, his abilities were insufficient to support such a dream. After hastily expressing his admiration for the dish, Casillas's mouth was never at rest, the sounds of him savoring the meat echoing continuously. At that moment, he regretted not having chosen Luffy's rubber fruit, for he could have devoured this exquisite roasted meat with abandon. Zepp performed a respectful bow, a standard gesture of gratitude from a chef in response to a patron's praise, adjusting his tall chef's hat with a slight nod. Despite many years away from the kitchen, he remembered these details vividly. The compliments of customers were the highest accolades for a chef. He then turned and returned to the kitchen. It was evident that one portion was hardly sufficient. Minutes later, Casillas had gnawed the bone clean, leaving no trace of meat, pristine and gleaming as though it had been licked by a dog. He lifted a glass and downed the sweet and tangy grape juice in one swift motion. The beverage is evidently crafted from superior grapes, striking a perfect balance between acidity and sweetness. It is clearly freshly squeezed, as grape juice that has been stored for a while tends to ferment slightly, imparting an alcoholic taste. Just as I set down my glass, a second serving of roasted meat is presented. Once again, I indulge heartily. After the meal, Casillas lets out a contented belch and savors a glass of orange juice before reclining comfortably in his chair, in a relaxed posture reminiscent of Goya. Casillas retrieves a cigarette and glances at Zepp, who sits across from him, now devoid of his chef's hat. "No need," he replies. Casillas lights his own cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke. His gaze sweeps across the table, landing on a wanted poster that has been carelessly placed, marred by a few grease stains. He reaches for it, and the contents come into clear view. Chapter 104. Hiding upon closer examination of the color, the paper could be described as a shade of straw yellow, albeit leaning towards a deeper, browner hue. Its texture is relatively sturdy, significantly superior to that of the newspapers sold by the likes of Newsbird. It is said that some individuals even collect such wanted posters, especially those featuring notorious pirates of the New World, whose bounties can fetch a fair sum. Amidst the paper's color and texture, Casillas's attention is drawn to the accompanying image. A wanted poster must, at the very least, depict the appearance of its subject. However, the image on this poster is an illustration. Indeed, Casillas has never had his photograph taken, nor has he been captured by the prying eyes of the pirate world as paparazzi. Instead, the poster showcases a sketch-like representation, presumably rendered based on various intelligence reports. Upon closer inspection, Casillas feels that the likeness bears little resemblance to himself. Well, at least they did not resort to depicting an outright monstrosity, which is a small mercy. Above the illustration lies the seal of the world government and the Navy, while below, some descriptive text reads, "User of a devil fruit." Specific abilities unknown. Presumed effects include the generation of extreme temperatures, approximately 16 years of age, prefers to wear all black, and has brutally murdered Rear Admiral Hunt Fox of the East Blue Navy, possessing formidable strength. After a brief description of the text, the bounty amount is revealed. A substantial figure, 3 followed by 7 zeros, signifies a bounty of 30 million berries, presented in bold and enlarged text for striking visibility. To be candid, upon seeing his own bounty notice, Casillas felt an inexplicable surge of satisfaction and pride. It is no wonder that pirates often take pride in their high bounties. This sensation is indeed quite remarkable. Of course, there are a few who do not wish for their bounties to increase. However, they are the exception rather than the rule. After finishing his meal, Casillas nonchalantly sat back to enjoy a cigarette. then retrieved a toothpick from the table to meticulously clean his teeth. The crew members of the chef pirate crew frowned at the sight, yet Zep remained silent, leaving them reluctant to voice their opinions. "Hey, kid, you finished your meal. If you wish to eat more, we will be opening a restaurant in the East Sea soon, where you can indulge as much as you like and linger for as long as you desire. For now, you may leave." After some time, noticing that Casillas seemed to be engrossed in his toothpicking, as if his teeth were packed with strands of meat, Zep could no longer contain himself. "Oh." As if suddenly realizing something, Casillas sprang to his feet with a grand gesture, causing the crew members to tense up, nearly reaching for their weapons. "Thank you for the hospitality. I look forward to the grand opening of your restaurant." He placed a stack of bills on the table, tidied the oil-stained napkin, smiled at the crew of pirates, and turned to depart. To be honest, encountering Zep, who had just returned to the East Sea, was quite a surprise. The unexpected delight of savoring a delicious barbecue could be deemed a pleasant surprise. He had no intention of imposing on this crew to cook for him. It certainly was not the right moment to stir up trouble, at least not until this crisis had safely passed. Moreover, while Zep's culinary skills were commendable, it was unlikely he would agree to such a request. Perhaps he might allow someone skilled in cooking to assist instead. Setting aside his scattered thoughts, Casillas took a powerful step on the deck, leaping the 5 to 6 meters separating the shore from the ship, landing gracefully on solid ground. It was time to greet Gray. Whiskey Peak is an enormous island, characterized by its towering cactus peaks. Beneath these colossal formations lies a network of currents, the widest of which is the channel through which pirates enter Whiskey Peak, flanked by welcoming shores, cutting across the entire island like a skewer through roasted meat. Numerous other waterways crisscross the island like bronchial tubes within a lung, connecting various parts of the land. Gray and Lucien, along with their crew, were hiding in one of the inconspicuous waterways. In recent days, under Lucien's guidance, they have been concealing themselves in this secluded location, venturing out only when absolutely necessary, typically to procure essential supplies during the day when their provisions of food and water are running low. The hidden waterways here are known to few, even among the locals. The expanse of Whiskey Peak is such that the areas populated by humanity account for less than a tenth, perhaps even less. Lucien took considerable time to select this particular refuge. Not far from here lies the ocean, should they need to escape into its vastness upon discovering the enemy. They can do so within mere minutes, navigating through the narrow passages into the open sea. "Lucien, is this truly a reliable plan?" Gray mused, clutching a bottle of rum, sipping intermittently as he gazed at the towering cliffs and the multitude of cacti flanking the narrow waterway. The sight of the cacti now filled him with a sense of dread. Virtually everything visible from Whiskey Peak was a cactus, and in this desolate place, the green, spiky formations had induced a profound aesthetic fatigue within him. He felt as though the image of cacti was seared into his vision. Yet, remaining confined within the cabin was even more tedious. The mildly sweet and tart rum offered little solace against his gloom. Lucien shot him a glance, questioning, "What is the matter with you?" Ruffling his short blue hair with the hand that held the bottle, Gray innocently replied, "All right, I admit it was my blunder. But you share some blame too. Who was it that didn't stop me at that moment? Initially, we had no idea she was a member of the Don Quixote family. By the time we realized, it was too late." Gray shamelessly attempted to shift the blame onto Lucien, who, to his credit, did not dispute it. After all, he had tacitly approved of Gray's actions at the time. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs in this world. It was only after they had acted that they discovered the complexity of their adversary's identity. Yet, at that juncture, it was too late to voice regrets. Even if they had released Baby 5 then, would the other party simply relent? They would not gamble on such uncertain matters. The captain has instructed us to buy time. Do you think the Don Quixote family has already arrived here? I genuinely wish to see what these individuals look like and gauge their strength. Gray lamented his boredom, but was met with Lucien's indifferent gaze, prompting him to fall silent. Sighing, Gray reflected, Lucien is admirable in many respects, yet he is excessively stringent with himself. His taciturn nature often leaves Gray, who has a tendency to be loquacious, feeling somewhat exasperated, but there was little he could do. They had been close friends since childhood, bonded by an unbreakable trust in life and death. Gray could only tolerate Lucien's shortcomings. As for himself, Gray never acknowledged any flaws. Who else in the world could match his charm and prowess? He considered himself the epitome of perfection, the very model of manhood. After Gray had closed his mouth and contemplated for a considerable time, he was suddenly startled by the sound of the telephone bug chirping. Brew, brew, brew. Brew, brew. Chapter 105. 2 days. Gray glanced at Lucien. It must be the boss. You should answer it. As the instigator of the situation, Gray felt apprehensive about receiving another reprimand. Even before he could pick up the telephone bug, he instinctively began to withdraw. Lucien remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The voice of Casillas emanated from the telephone bug. What is the situation? Lucien, understanding the context of Casillas' inquiry, replied, the time is still short. We are uncertain if the members of the Don Quixote family have arrived. However, even if they have not, they are likely close. We have been hiding in a location that is quite difficult to discover, and for now, we are relatively safe. Well then, return for the time being. I am in Rogtown. Be cautious on your way back. If you spot anyone from the opposing side, contact me again. By the way, how do you return from the Grand Line? The currents of the reverse mountain change direction periodically, but there is still a considerable duration until the next shift. Casillas took a drag from his cigarette, pondering for a moment before saying, in that case, abandon your ship and ascend to the Red Line. I will come to assist you. Lucien acknowledged this and subsequently ended the call. Did the boss not mention me? Gray inquired anxiously as Lucien pushed open the door. No. Lucien replied nonchalantly, the boss instructed us to return to the East Sea, to Rogtown, where he is currently located. Oh. Gray scratched his head and proceeded to summon the crew to row the boat. In such a narrow channel, they could not unfurl the sails. Furthermore, the terrain on both sides towered above the tallest mast of the ship, rendering any wind virtually non-existent. After more than half an hour, the Black Flag pirates exited the constricted waterway and entered the open sea. They swiftly adjusted their course, unfurled the sails, and proceeded at full speed towards the Red Line. To return to the East Sea, they would need to wait for the periodic reversal of the currents to successfully navigate back to the Four Seas. However, they did not have that luxury of time. Upon reaching the Red Line, they would have to abandon their ship, but fortunately, despite its desolation, the Red Line was not overly difficult to scale. In a corner of Whiskey Peak, an individual lowered their telescope and hurriedly vanished from the mountaintop. Shortly thereafter, a ship also departed from Whiskey Peak, following closely behind the Black Flag pirates. Diamante would require 2 more days to reach Whiskey Peak. But the Don Quixote family had already established comprehensive surveillance over the area. The moment the Black Flag pirates' vessel appeared, it would be impossible for them to escape notice. Dressed like a tribal native, Diamante gazed intently at the recording compass in his hand. Due to the chaotic magnetic fields of the Grand Line, a specially crafted compass that recorded the island's magnetic fields was essential for vessels to ascertain their course. Otherwise, they would simply become lost in the vast ocean. In the first half of the Grand Line, each of the 7 routes possesses its own distinct magnetic field. Typically, vessels are confined to navigate along these fixed paths. In Diamante's possession is a compass that points towards Whiskey Peak, yet their ship requires an additional 2 days to reach its destination. This is an unavoidable circumstance. Even the Buffalo cannot surpass this speed. Glancing up at the flag atop the mast, Diamante felt a twinge of boredom. Their voyage at sea had spanned nearly 10 days. And had it not been for Baby Five's capture, you would have had no desire to venture to such a remote locale. The starting point of the Grand Line offered no prospects that would captivate his family's interest. However, the firearm spoken of by Say or Pick piqued Diamante's curiosity, and it seemed to hold significant value for Doflamingo. If that weapon truly possesses such formidable capabilities, it would undoubtedly bolster the family's arms business, which could explain Doflamingo's keen interest. Their ultimate objective for this endeavor is to obtain the schematics of this weapon. In Diamante's estimation, there should not be many obstacles ahead. Nonetheless, the family's business had been rather hectic lately. Ultimately, only one member of the Spade army, Gladius, could accompany him. Furthermore, it would not be long before the Celestial Dragons embarked on their inspection of the East Blue, which was utterly tedious. While Doflamingo consistently displayed a disdainful demeanor and tone when mentioning the Celestial Dragons, Diamante was acutely aware that this was merely superficial bravado. The Celestial Dragons remain a formidable presence that commands respect. It would be ideal to resolve everything before their arrival, but time was of the essence. That was merely an ideal scenario. Dressed in unconventional attire, resembling a flamboyant aristocrat, Gladius emerged from the cabin. He cast a quick glance at the crew members diligently scrubbing the deck and approached Diamante. There's news from Whiskey Peak. The Black Flag pirates have just surfaced, and it appears they intend to return to the East Blue. Oh, is that so? Diamante said, swinging his slender rapier with a playful flourish and letting out a chuckle. It seems we have an opportunity to venture to the East Blue. I have long wished to visit Lobetown. The infamous execution platform has a legendary reputation. Doflamingo was even an audience member when Roger met his end. Indeed, but we must first deal with the Black Flag pirates, he mused, stroking his chin. Gladius seated himself beside him, his helmet and glasses obscuring his features entirely. The myriad of metallic gears, triangular spikes, and silver chains adorning his ensemble clinked together, rendering him a veritable moving display of ornamentation. This is a young man in his 20s, appearing rather frivolous when compared to the more mature Diamante, who was already in his 30s. As he settled into his chair and crossed his legs, he inquired, "Isn't our pace rather sluggish? Is there no way to hasten it a little? If you possess such an ability." Diamante glanced at him and replied, "There exists no swifter vessel in this world, unless you wish to pray for stronger winds in the coming days, while hoping they do not escalate into a tempest." Upon uttering these words, Gladius fell silent. Yet, he soon succumbed to the impulse to inquire, "Is that firearm truly as formidable as they say?" Frankly speaking, aside from the hands of a skilled marksman, capable of striking distant targets or imbuing bullets with an overwhelming force, what weapon boasts such might? Diamante raised an eyebrow. "Do not underestimate firearms. Are you familiar with the revolver machine gun? It is said to be a byproduct of the scientists who study enhancements for modified individuals, designed to augment their combat prowess. Not only do the bullets possess tremendous power, but they can unleash hundreds of rounds in a mere minute. However, such machinery is ineffective against true warriors, and we lack access to its blueprints. The firearm that Pick mentioned is by no means inferior to the revolver machine gun. It is quite remarkable. Do you possess the ability to utilize hockey?" Diamante turned to him. "Surely you do not, for without armed hockey, one cannot withstand the assault of such firearms, unless your speed exceeds that of the gunfire. Otherwise, you will simply be struck by the bullets, and that would be the end of it." "Is that so?" Gladius, having never encountered the so-called revolver machine gun, felt a twinge of skepticism. He yearned to meet that elusive Casillas and compel him to surrender the desired item. Diamante muttered this thought and subsequently closed his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Casillas, the very individual on his mind, had just entered a weapons shop, casting his gaze around. "Ah, esteemed guest, what may I assist you with?" The shopkeeper greeted. This man was none other than Ippenmatsu, who had sold the third generation of the cursed sword, Kitetsu, and the renowned blade, Yuki Tazaro. A balding figure with an unusual hairstyle resembling two wings, he appeared with slightly more hair on his head than a decade later, not reduced to mere wisps. The middle-aged proprietor, sporting a ruddy nose and a beaming smile, welcomed Casillas. However, Casillas did not genuinely seek to purchase a sword. He merely hoped to glimpse the third generation of Kitetsu, perhaps to seize an opportunity. After a prolonged search, he found nothing of interest. Indeed, with a decade span between now and then, who could say where the third generation of Kitetsu might be? It could very well still be raw material. Slightly disheartened, Casillas shook his head at the eagerly expectant shopkeeper. "Never mind. I have yet to find any worthy blades." Chapter 106. The renowned blade Murakumo. The moment the words "no worthy blades" escaped his lips, they incited an intense reaction from Ippenmatsu, the proprietor. He was undoubtedly proud. As the largest sword shop in Rogue Town, he would boldly declare himself second. No one dared to claim superiority over his establishment. Certainly, while Rogue Town may be regarded as the most prosperous settlement in the East China Sea, it pales in comparison to the grandeur of the Grand Line and other regions. Nevertheless, Ibn Song, a merchant in this thriving town that flourishes due to its proximity to the entrance of the Grand Line, possesses an undeniable sense of pride. His establishment is touted as the finest in Rogue Town, perhaps even in the entirety of the East China Sea. The proprietor, his prominent nose tinged with a hint of crimson, spoke with a mix of arrogance and discontent. "Dear customer, such statements cannot be taken lightly. The swords in my shop are undoubtedly the finest in Rogue Town. Just look at the merchandise displayed here." The diminutive owner gestured with one hand while the other rested on his hip, directing attention to rows of gleaming blades. "Observe closely. If you are a discerning swordsman, you would understand the folly of your previous remark. Each of these weapons is a masterpiece, meticulously forged and refined. The quality is indisputable. Venture into other shops, and you may find their so-called fine swords lacking in comparison to what I have displayed upon my walls." As the proprietor delivered his earnest monologue, Casillas exhibited a demeanor of indifference. He scanned the corner of the shop where a collection of discarded blades stood, casually selecting one to inspect. The blade, marred with rust and dullness, had clearly lost its former luster. Though it may have once been a commendable weapon, it had succumbed to the passage of time and the rigors of battle, now reduced to scrap. Ibn Song glanced at the blade and smirked. These are swords reclaimed from swordsmen, not items I specifically offer for sale. However, they are not devoid of value. The one you hold is utterly beyond repair, but many others here remain intact, perhaps even containing some worthy blades. Are you interested, dear customer? Casillas, suspecting a ploy to exploit the psychology of bargain hunters, refrained from voicing his thoughts. His earlier remark about the absence of fine swords had been made with intent. I have no interest in this, he replied, casually returning the worthless hilt to its sheath. However, given that you claim to run Rog Town's finest weapon shop, is it not a bit exaggerated to lack even a single renowned blade? It is worth noting that the distinction between a renowned sword and the various categories of well-known swords, fine swords, and supreme swords is not to be overlooked. This world boasts an ancient history, rich with an array of renowned swords and blades that extend far beyond the mere few. The concepts of re and mush are merely rankings derived from countless esteemed blades. In reality, outside of these classifications, there exist formidable swords that could rival the re and series in actual combat efficacy. They simply have not been selected for such distinction. Take, for instance, the third generation Onitachi. When compared to the first and second generations that fall under the mush and categories, it does not even qualify as a re-blade. Yet it still belongs to the esteemed lineage of swords. However, is it inferior to Yukai's? Clearly not. The renown of a famed blade derives fundamentally from the prowess of its wielder, not solely from the blade's inherent strength. Consider the contemporary mush greatsword, Hirat. Acclaimed as the mightiest, this reputation stems from its master, currently the foremost swordsman in the world. Furthermore, the genesis of Kirat is attributed to the formidable swordsman's armament color perpetually saturating the blade's body, ultimately merging with the sword to create what is known as the black blade, a manifestation of the swordsman's very will. A division of self, thus explaining the existence of numerous black blades, including the illustrious Akiyuki wielded by the dragon-slaying warrior Rima. Hence, it is evident that the prestige of a renowned blade is rooted in the strength of its wielder. Of course, this lengthy discourse serves merely to enlighten all regarding the intricacies of this particular lore. When Casillas references the absence of esteemed blades in the shop, it only serves to further aggravate the owner, who is a passionate aficionado of swords, continually on the quest to collect illustrious blades. Recently, he has indeed made a noteworthy acquisition. Humph, who told you there were no famous swords in my shop? Just wait. Casting aside such a remark, Ibn Song turned and entered the small door behind the counter. In his heart, Casillas thought, it's done. So, the snow walk had already fallen into the hands of the shopkeeper a decade ago, though he felt a twinge of regret. The snow walk would have inevitably been destroyed by the rusty fruit in Zaro's possession. It might be better to let Casillas acquire it now, allowing him to gift this fine blade to Tina. As a gesture of appreciation, this little girl would undoubtedly follow Casillas devotedly in the future. Of course, whether a fine blade could truly win over this precocious girl remained uncertain. All of this belonged to the realm of his fanciful imagination. To be candid, if only the tales of the world could unfold like the numerous exhilarating stories Casillas had read, that would be ideal. Achieving the strength of a general within months, contending against the world government within years, and then unleashing a majestic aura that would leave the original characters awestruck and submissive. The men would be at his command, and the women would be easily swayed. To single-handedly conquer the world, effortlessly obliterating the celestial dragons, and establishing a beautiful, peaceful new world. In a mere instant, Casillas' thoughts had soared to the heavens. Well, after all, even more exaggerated developments were not unheard of. While he had once scoffed at such tales, now he found himself as the protagonist, yearning for an even more exhilarating and mindless plot to unfold in his own life. Though this may be impossible, indulging in daydreams is harmless. No one could cast blame upon him. Shortly thereafter, Ibn Song returned, cradling a long blade wrapped in white silk. Before him, the shopkeeper wore a self-satisfied expression, the famed sword, Muramesa. Aside from those 4 words, he uttered nothing further, tearing aside the silk cloth to reveal the entirety of the weapon in his hand. The long blade, sheathed within a white scabbard, featured a hilt intricately woven with crimson thread. However, a row of diamond-shaped hollow designs on either side allowed the pearly white beneath the red strands to show, indicating that both the hilt and the scabbard shared the same hue. Observing this object, Casillas found himself somewhat taken aback. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. It was only natural that the owner, after nearly a decade, would possess other exquisite blades. Evidently, Shuezo remained unaware of their whereabouts. The name Muramesa lingered faintly in Casillas' memory, though it belonged to his previous life. Legend had it that Muramasa was forged after the slaying of 1,000 men. Its bloodlust intensifying with each life taken, and droplets of water would appear on the blade when stained with blood, cleansing its surface. However, in this world, the cursed sword Muramasa he had drawn forth seemed to be unknown even to the red-haired individual. It appeared that the famed blade Muramasa did not exist here. Lacking Shuezo was one thing, but Muramasa would suffice. After all, Casillas merely desired a renowned sword. While the system did possess various swords, those of legendary caliber were not available for exchange with bellies. Ordinary, standard swords could be purchased with bellies. In contrast, weapons such as Kusanagi, Longquan, Teia, Yuan Hong, Amatsumigatsuki, and Victory Oath available in the system store required the exchange of devil fruits. The cursed sword Muramasa was an unexpected reward, and Casillas was not particularly inclined to trade a devil fruit for a renowned weapon, especially after the emergence of high-tech items in the premium shop. Each devil fruit was unique, and while those weapons were also singular, Casillas believed it wiser to exchange for formidable armaments akin to the Gauss sniper rifle. Unless, of course, the Victory Oath sword could accommodate an EX curry stick. Yet, after scrutinizing the image, Casillas felt it improbable that it was the weapon of the king from the anime. "May I take a look?" he inquired, and the owner readily handed him Muramasa. "Thank you." Upon grasping it, the scabbard's texture, reminiscent of jade yet not quite, felt smooth with a subtle elasticity, the material unknown, perhaps leather from some creature or another substance. To Casillas, the sword was not heavy. Rather, it felt light, given his considerable strength. Unfastening the red silk binding the hilt to the scabbard, he exerted a gentle force, revealing a chilling brilliance. The crimson was somewhat muted, contrasting starkly with the gleaming silver blade and scabbard. The circular hollow design, with its dark brownish-black mouthpiece, elegantly unites two distinctly different colors, creating a remarkably harmonious overall appearance. Casillas fully unsheathed the blade, raising it high. The shop's lighting cascaded over the smooth metallic surface, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. The entire length of the Muramasa, which measured just under 1.5 meters, provided a delightful sensory experience for Casillas. With a couple of graceful swings, the sound of the blade slicing through the air was melodious and pleasing to the ear. Wouldn't Titina be overjoyed if this gift were to be presented to her? Recalling the vivacious 13-year-old girl who, beneath a facade of maturity, could not conceal her exuberance, Casillas mused that she might leap in delight and reward him in her own charming way, perhaps with a playful exchange of bodily fluids. "How much?" Casillas casually sheathed the Muramasa and inquired with a smile. Chapter 107. Coffee. Even in inclement weather, the foot traffic in Rogue Town remained substantial. People passed by the shop's entrance in a constant flow, though the number of those seeking to purchase weapons was relatively few. A shop like that of Ippon Suji typically enjoyed a leisurely pace, undisturbed by customers. Ippon Suji scratched his ear, feigning confusion. "What did you say?" "I want the Muramasa." "How much?" Casillas, slightly exasperated, reiterated, "I'm not a swordsman, but I'm purchasing it as a gift for her. She is the swordsman." "Not for sale," Ippon Suji asserted decisively. His expression conveyed a firm unwillingness to negotiate as he promptly reclaimed the Muramasa. It was no trivial matter, having acquired such a renowned blade. He intended to keep it as a prized possession in his shop and would not part with it easily. 2,000,000 berries. Casillas extended 2 fingers. Ippon Suji displayed an unyielding demeanor, even as he wrapped the Muramasa again and placed it behind the counter, beginning to pick his nose with his pinky. 3,000,000 berries. Casillas nonchalantly added another finger. "TCH. My dear customer, while I am indeed fond of wealth, you must understand that for a lover of swords, the value of a famed blade cannot simply be measured in berries." Ippon Suji flicked away a morsel of nasal debris. Though 3,000,000 was nearly 1,000,000 more than what he had paid for the treasured blade, it was still insufficient to persuade him to part with his beloved treasure. 5,000,000 berries. Without further ado, Casillas raised the offer by 2,000,000. Despite recent expenditures, he could still comfortably manage 5,000,000. In that moment, Ippon Satsu's expression shifted dramatically. He opened his mouth, yet found himself unable to articulate an immediate refusal. Selling Murakumo would yield nearly 3,000,000 berries, a stroke of fortune that was nearly impossible to come by. What to do? Should he sell? A wave of indecision washed over him. He took pride in his collection of swords and cherished the notion of possessing a renowned blade. Moreover, having such a distinguished weapon in his shop would undoubtedly elevate its reputation and attract greater profits. However, those gains would be gradual. amounting to merely several 100,000 over the course of a year. The prospect of a swift profit nearing 3 million. No. Though I am indeed tempted by wealth. No. 8 million berries. Just as he began to utter a half-hearted refusal, he heard Casillas state an even more astonishing price. In the next instant, Ipensatsu shouted, "Deal." The force of his voice shook loose some dust from the ceiling, catching the attention of a woman passing by outside the shop. A woman of unremarkable appearance, she curiously stepped inside, witnessing Ipensatsu urgently negotiating with Casillas. Cash on delivery. It sounded as if they were bartering illicit substances. Casillas mumbled something under his breath, noticing Ipensatsu clutching Murakumo tightly, and reached into the inner pocket of his trench coat. He then produced a stack of bills wrapped in paper. "This is not 8 million berries. Are you mocking me?" Ipensatsu exclaimed, his expression turning to one of anger. "No need to rush." Casillas calmly placed a neat stack of cash on the adjacent counter, then reached into his pocket once more, pulling out another stack, and then again, until he had retrieved a total of 16 bundles of berries. Ipensatsu stood there, utterly astonished. It dawned on him that the person before him was no ordinary individual. Observing his chest, which appeared utterly unencumbered, it seemed implausible that it could conceal such a multitude of cash. 2 or 3 stacks would be impressive enough, regardless of the methods employed by this man. It was evident he was far from typical. However, what does it have to do with him? Regardless, the money is in hand. This stack amounts to 500,000 berries, isn't it? Casillas remarked with a smile. Ipensuk, unabashedly, began to count the bills. After a considerable time, he lifted his head and said, "Indeed, Muramesa is yours." Ipensuk was selling without any burden, although he had a genuine fondness for renowned swords. It was a different matter compared to making money. Moreover, with nearly 6 million in profit, is there anything more joyous in this world? Besides, even if he chose not to sell it, the repercussions of his wife discovering it would be unbearable. Casillas picked up Muramesa, tossing aside the white silk wrapping. Just as he was about to store it in the system space, a slightly hoarse, yet magnetic female voice came from behind him. "The famed sword Muramesa is well worth the 8 million. Turning around, he saw a woman of ordinary appearance, dressed quite plainly. Casillas, intrigued, asked, "Do you know about Muramesa?" The number of renowned swords has never been precisely documented, although each sword likely possesses a story. Who truly knows these legends? What is widely known is but a fraction of the multitude of tales, too many to be remembered. The woman smiled and, gazing at the Muramesa in Casillas' hand, said, "According to some vague accounts in ancient texts, the name Muramesa is derived from Muramesa. And Muramesa, from a long-forgotten era, was the name of a cursed blade." Casillas' interest was piqued, and he eagerly inquired, "Do you know about Muramesa? Can you elaborate further?" The shopkeeper Ipensuk also wore an expression of great anticipation. Although Muramesa was a famed sword, the story behind it had long been forgotten, making him equally curious. Interrupting others is not a behavior befitting a gentleman. However, the woman maintained her composure. Casillas, feeling slightly embarrassed, said, "I am not a gentleman, and as far as I know, being a gentleman is not necessarily a compliment." "Oh." The woman displayed a curious expression. "In my hometown, gentleman is synonymous with pervert." "Your hometown? Where do you come from? Is such a place still in existence? Could you tell me more about it?" Casillas inserted the Muramesa into his coat pocket, as if performing a magic trick, the blade over a meter long seemingly vanishing into another realm. The woman's eyes sparkled with intrigue, her curiosity evident. "This is not the right place for conversation. Shall we find somewhere more suitable to discuss?" With a brisk nod, the woman exited the shop alongside Casillas, leaving the proprietor behind, gazing at their departing figures with a look of melancholic longing. It was as if he were lamenting, "I wish to join them." A few minutes later, within the confines of a CAF, the atmosphere exuded elegance, accompanied by the melodious strains of a violinist. This was the finest CAF in Rogtown, a favored haunt of the affluent. Gray and his companions had returned from Upside-Down Mountain about a day ago, yet Casillas remained unperturbed. Despite the fact that the red-haired woman had never heard of the cursed blade Muramesa, she seemed well informed, piquing his curiosity to inquire further about its details. Stirring the brown liquid with a silver spoon, she added a splash of milk, allowing the two to swirl together in harmony. With graceful poise, she savored a sip of her coffee before recounting the tale of Muramesa, which intrigued Casillas. "It is a story I encountered in an ancient tome from my childhood. Though it is significantly fragmented, Muramesa is the name of a family, likely residing in what is now known as the Land of Harmony. This family was renowned for their swordsmithing skills, crafting blades that bore the inscription Muramesa. However, at some point, the name Cursed Blade began to circulate, as it was said that the owners of Muramesa often met untimely ends, much like the current Cursed Blade, Onakiri. Even the lineage that forged the Muramesa blades gradually dwindled until it ultimately vanished. Upon hearing this, Casillas inquired, "Does the Muramesa still exist today? What about the blade Murasame?" The name Muramesa had not surfaced among the contemporary renowned blades, and the date of the records was rather obscure, presumably spanning millennia, employing none of the modern script. If we speak of a Muramesa that persists in the present, the blade you possess, Murasame, might qualify as one, she replied. Casillas raised an eyebrow. Why is that? According to the accounts, Murasame was originally known as Muramesa, but it was the last blade forged by the final descendant of the Muramesa clan, who sought to escape the curse of the cursed blade, ultimately renaming it Murasame. Yet, in the end, it could not avert the extinction of the Muramesa lineage. That is essentially the crux of the tale. So, Murasame is a cursed blade then? Casillas posited. The woman shook her head, while the records of Murasame never elucidate its origins. The narratives of its various owners do not suggest that it possesses the characteristics of a cursed blade. After coming into contact with blood, it is said to cleanse itself with droplets of water. Do you consider that to be a sign of a cursed blade? Casillas fell silent. In this context, the mystical blade Muramesa, which you possess, may or may not bear any connection to the Muramesa of this world. Observing his silence, the woman began to inquire, "It is my turn now. Where do you hail from?" The terms pervert and gentleman are synonymous, a notion I find utterly perplexing. Casillas mused to himself, "You are still too youthful. These two words are but a fraction of their true meaning. There exist myriad interpretations, such as the relationship between the chrysanthemum and that particular subject, or the intriguing uses of cucumbers and eels, concepts that you could scarcely fathom. Nevertheless, this woman, there is something peculiar about her. The ancient records, measured in millennia, speak of the origins of the cursed blade Muramesa and the sword Muramesa. Her keen interest in my discourse regarding gentlemen and perverts is quite curious. Perhaps her fascination lies more with the method by which I conceal the Muramesa within the system's space." Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Casillas' mind. In his childhood, ancient tomes, the archaic language that differs from the contemporary. The woman appeared to await his response, delicately lifting her coffee. Her every movement seemed to harmonize perfectly with the surroundings. Her demeanor was fitting for such an expensive CAF. However, her appearance was somewhat lacking. What initially piqued Casillas' curiosity was likely this very detail. Her ordinary looks, which were inconsequential. Her attire was unremarkable, resembling that of a struggling passerby on the street. Yet as she sipped her coffee, she embodied the grace of a pampered young lady, creating a notable dissonance between her clothing and her demeanor. She did not receive the explanation regarding gentlemen and perverts that she anticipated. Instead, she observed Casillas as he smiled and uttered a name, Nico Robin? Chapter 108. Humans evolved from monkeys. The name Nico Robin did not elicit a significant reaction from the woman. She expressed mild surprise, her subtle smile remaining largely unchanged. "Do you believe I am that child of the devil? Why? Is it merely because I possess extensive knowledge of historical facts?" Casillas scrutinized her expression, discerning no signs of deceit. Indeed, the thought had arisen spontaneously within him, and he had merely wished to tease her. Whether this woman was a disguised Nico Robin or simply an ordinary individual well-versed in historical lore remained indiscernible. Regardless, he could not confirm his suspicions. He merely harbored doubts. The woman's features appeared quite ordinary, her skin not particularly radiant, but rather dull and mottled, her hair color differing, and her eye color dissimilar. Knowing about the cursed blade Muramesa, a relic from millennia past, and possessing knowledge of ancient scripts, it is only natural for me to harbor suspicions. He blinked and, maintaining his composure, stated, "I am curious. If you are not the infamous demon of O'Hara, with a bounty nearing 80 million, how could you possess such rare historical knowledge? I recall that only the long-lost O'Hara possesses such a wealth of historical records. Thus, even if you are not Nico Robin, you might very well be an overlooked remnant of the Buster Call." Robin's first bounty at the tender age of 8 was a staggering 79 million, and through the years, she has remained inactive, causing her bounty to remain unchanged. Mr. Casillas' assertions are overly simplistic. Indeed, O'Hara boasts the most comprehensive historical documentation, with a vast majority of ancient knowledge residing solely within its confines. Yet, how can one be certain that during the Buster Call, the world government and the Navy obliterated all of it? Moreover, even if that knowledge were to vanish entirely, O'Hara is not the sole repository of historical wisdom. There are undoubtedly other invaluable records scattered across the globe. The woman, or rather Robin, calmly countered Casillas' arguments. She was no mere child. Her experiences endowed her with the psychological resilience to confront Casillas' sudden inquiry. At 18, Robin had endured trials that even an octogenarian might struggle to comprehend. She discerned that Casillas was merely skeptical, not truly unmasking her identity. You are correct. Casillas sipped his coffee, grimacing slightly. This coffee is not particularly good. I find it rather pleasant, Robin replied with a smile. As their conversation progressed, Casillas increasingly suspected that perhaps he was being overly cautious. Her reasoning was indeed sound. The pirate world is vast, encompassing the four seas and the Grand Line, a whole planet's expanse. It would not be surprising if there existed 100 young women rich in historical knowledge, and he might have simply encountered one of them. Moreover, it seemed improbable that Robin would be present in the East Blue at this time. His vague recollection suggested she had been in the West Blue, and would not venture into the Grand Line for some time, before eventually encountering the ambitious crocodile and establishing that infamous workshop. Of course, there remained a glimmer of possibility. But what of it? Inviting Robin to join him? Casillas certainly held fondness for the members of the original protagonist crew, particularly the alluring and enigmatic Robin. Yet, to be frank, what purpose would it serve to have Robin as an ally? To aid him in uncovering historical truths? To fulfill her dream of interpreting such matters? That would be folly. Such perilous endeavors were fraught with risk. Aside from that, what other benefits could he offer her? To rescue a heart that was on the verge of despair? In Casillas' view, such a task would likely require someone like Luffy, the true hero. It was beyond his capabilities. As the doubts regarding the woman before him gradually subsided, Casillas found himself invigorated by curiosity. I am intrigued. Setting aside matters such as the blank century, how long has history existed in this world? Based on my understanding of historical records, one can only make simplistic conjectures. In response to Casillas' inquisitive inquiries, Robin, feigning an ordinary demeanor, revealed a cheerful smile and began to elucidate in detail, to speak of the earliest times. The kingdom of Alabasta, a part of the Great Sea Route, is known to be the longest existing kingdom, with estimates suggesting its existence exceeds 5,000 years, predating even the Tree of Omniscience. However, the specific details and timelines remain shrouded in obscurity. The most comprehensive records regarding this kingdom date back to 4,000 years ago when Alabasta established its capital. The era described in the scant records predating the Tree of Omniscience is collectively referred to as the Ancient Era. 5,000 years ago, during this ancient era, Casillas mulled over these two terms, recalling the meager historical knowledge of his previous life. The Huaran, often regarded as one of the oldest civilizations on Earth, transitioned from tribal times to the 21st century, encompassing merely around 5,000 years. Furthermore, the formation of a unified nation and ethnicity occurred only about 2,000 years ago, coinciding with the advent of modern technological advancements and the establishment of the global landscape, which can be calculated to have transpired over a few centuries. In stark contrast, the kingdom of Alabasta boasts a history that surpasses 5 millennia. This world is indeed a fascinating one. Is it possible for the world of pirates to establish a nation that dominates the entire globe? The answer should be affirmative. We already possess the conditions for communication and technological productivity. It is rare to hear of a nation that has fallen into poverty solely due to a lack of food, as the destitution seen in countries like Wano stems from the folly and tyranny of their rulers, even with the Grand Line dividing the world into quadrants. Transcending the barriers of the calm belt is not insurmountable, as the Navy has already developed vessels capable of navigating through those windless waters. Why did the ancestors of the celestial dragons congregate at Mary Geos? What secrets lie hidden in the blank century? What awaits at the end of the Grand Line? What is the truth? The lunar ruins witnessed by Enel and the existence of cosmic pirates signify what? The origins of sea kings and devil fruits, and so forth. There are too many enigmas. It gives one a headache. 5,000 years is quite a long time. The development of this world has been excruciatingly slow, remarked Casillas. Slow? Robin asked, her curiosity piqued. What do you mean by that? Too slow. Observing her expression, a mix of confusion and intrigue, Casillas chuckled. Allow me to share a story with you. All right. Do you know how humanity came to be? How so? There is a theory that humans evolved from monkeys. Impossible. It's merely a conjecture. However, in my homeland, this notion is widely accepted, as it presents a seemingly rational explanation. Your homeland. Do elaborate. They continued to sip coffee, finishing it before it cooled, refilling their cups, adding sugar and milk, repeating the process. Two strangers had transformed into friends. I must take my leave. Casillas glanced at the sky outside, finishing his last sip of orange juice, having already switched to a more familiar juice behind him. Until we meet again. Throughout their conversation, Casillas never inquired about her name. Robin watched him depart, stirring the remaining half-cup of brown liquid with a spoon. Her mind flickered with unfamiliar terms like evolution, biology, survival of the fittest, and cells, eventually returning to the moment when Casillas called her name. Truth be told, she almost believed she had revealed herself. If she were to reflect, she should not have engaged with this individual, let alone display her extensive knowledge of history. Setting aside the perplexing knowledge from his homeland, was he still suspicious of her? Placing the white porcelain cup down, Robin also exited the CAF, feeling the need to adopt a different appearance, just in case. I need to rest and regain my composure. Perhaps others could offer me some advice regarding any issues in the updates over the next 2 to 3 weeks. After such a lengthy period, I have only garnered 10 additional followers, which is utterly disheartening. Although I previously expressed my desire to complete this story in its entirety, the disheartening statistics regarding my followers have consistently prompted thoughts of abandoning this book. I even contemplated adopting the practices of others, quietly discontinuing my work and starting anew under a different guise. I shall provide an update tomorrow. I sincerely hope for your feedback, honestly. I feel that the updates over the past 3 weeks have been quite satisfactory, devoid of any significant flaws. Could it be that the early appearance of Robin is the issue? As an author, I may very well be one who cannot discern the true nature of the situation. Chapter 109. Waiting. The red Earth continent encircles the world, intersecting with the Grand Line, thereby dividing the world into 4 parts. At the intersection points located at the extremities of the world, one is the sole passage for the seas to enter the Grand Line, known as Reverse Mountain. The other is the location of the Holy Land, Mariewa, as well as the Sebaidi Archipelago and Fishman Island. Kurok has led a life of remarkable routine as a skilled physician. He understood the importance of maintaining a healthy lifestyle. The monotonous duties of the Twin Cape Lighthouse keeper left him with little interest in the ceaseless stream of pirates venturing into the Grand Line. Aside from eating, drinking, and perusing newspapers, his daily activities revolved around the occasional maintenance of the lighthouse and calming the frenzied whale named Laboon during its bouts of madness. Laboon's size resembled that of a mountain, yet it paled in comparison to the vast expanse of the red Earth continent. Over the years, Laboon had merely accumulated more wounds upon its body. However, in recent days, amidst this desolate intersection of seas, the lonely lighthouse keeper at Twin Cape found himself in the company of others. This should indeed be a band of pirates. The reason for the word should lies in the clarity with which he observes their flag, featuring the silhouette of 2 crossed peculiar firearms, devoid of any motifs related to skulls or bones. Upon their arrival, these individuals immediately captured the attention of Coloccus. However, aside from the peculiar pirate flag, there seemed to be nothing particularly remarkable about them. He surmised that they were likely waiting for the currents of Reverse Mountain to flow, preparing to return to the seas. Such pirate crews have always existed, yet the journey back to the 4 seas is far more arduous than entering the Grand Line, with only a few achieving success. Although it is certainly safer than traversing the doldrums. Casillas stood by the shore, where a steep slope inclined sharply into the sea. With a sudden flourish of his arms, he shouted, "Spicy Tiansun." A tempestuous mixture of hot and cold air surged forth from him, and upon reaching the nearby surface of the ocean, it had already absorbed a copious amount of external air. The interaction of these 2 contrasting airflows birthed a swirling storm, rapidly escalating in size and lifting vast quantities of seawater into the air. Occasionally, chunks of ice, frozen by the cold air, would be ejected, alongside steam bursting forth from the intense heat. The storm continued to grow, eventually expanding to a diameter of 4 to 5 meters before gradually subsiding as the surrounding air temperature normalized, ultimately dissipating. How far off I am. Casillas mused softly, playing with the irregular ice fragments he had conjured. He imagined a day when he could unleash such a powerful shout, obliterating the holy land of Mariewa. What a spectacle that would be. Alas, lacking the Renegade, he understood that mere high-speed airflow and repulsive force were entirely different phenomena. Unfortunately, the system did not provide such abilities. Whether the subsequent rewards would grant him any talents remained uncertain. Since the battle at the Celestial Islands, he had resumed rigorous physical training, and his exploration of abilities had not waned. His progress in manipulating explosive air currents had significantly improved, at least now. He avoided injuring himself in the process. Utilizing tools for steam-powered ice skating on the ocean was merely one aspect of his development. Currently, he was applying another capability, harnessing the contrasting effects of hot and cold air to generate storms, and he believed that mastering the weather would not be beyond his reach. However, that seemed a formidable challenge, as controlling the weather necessitated a broad influence over the environment, while Casillas could presently affect only a limited distance around himself. Perhaps, with the awakening of observation hockey, he might achieve such feats. The journey to elevate temperature extremes was long and yielded little immediate results. Conversely, his ability to create a whirlwind had advanced remarkably. After reflecting on his previous endeavor, Casillas attempted to make adjustments, realizing that temperature-induced chain reactions were numerous. He looked forward to a future day when he could command thunder, manipulate climates, conjure molten hellfire with ease, and achieve absolute zero. Such dreams felt so distant. Spicy. Boss, we've grilled some lamb chops. Would you care to try? Just as Casillas was poised to extend his hand, it froze in midair before he casually withdrew it. What did you just hear? Gray cast a peculiar glance at the captain, and after a brief moment of reflection, he replied, "It seems there is nothing amiss." Casillas exhaled in relief. "Gray, it was you who instigated this situation. How do you believe I should punish you?" Seizing the plate containing the somewhat charred lamb chops, sprinkled generously with an array of spices, Casillas took a piece and bit into it, continuing, "How about you remain in the East Sea from now on? I think it would be better for Lucien to venture into the Grand Line alone." "What? Why would you suggest that?" Gray's expression instantly fell. "Captain, I assure you it was just this once. It will never happen again." The meat was poorly cooked, tough and aged, the seasoning overly strong, and much of it burnt. Casillas struggled to swallow a mouthful of lamb, remarking, "And it has a gamey flavor." "You didn't cook this, did you?" "Captain, don't wrongfully accuse me. This was grilled by Lucien himself. What I brought you is the best of what he made." "Is that so?" Casillas scrutinized the remaining charred rib he held for a moment, yet ultimately continued to eat. He hadn't anticipated that Lucien, whom he thought reliable, could produce such a dismal dish. If he hadn't been so hungry, he would never have taken a bite. He found himself reminiscing about Zepp's barbecued meats, pondering the stark disparity in culinary quality that existed in this world. After consuming most of the plate of meat, Casillas finally tossed the plate back to Gray. "All right, let me be alone for a while. But, Captain, I have another question." "What is it?" Glancing back at Gray, who wore a beaming smile, Casillas disdainfully hurled the remaining bone he had discarded at him. "Get lost. Consider this a reprieve." "Thank you, Captain," Gray quickly replied, scampering away along the nearly vertical rock face, the half-plate of grilled meat firmly in hand. Casillas fished out a box of toothpicks he had pilfered from the chef pirate's ship and began to clean his teeth. He wondered when the principal party would finally arrive. After parting ways with the woman who resembled Robin, Casillas had come to this place that very night, after exerting considerable effort to traverse the towering red earth continent. Gray and his companions finally arrived at the entrance of the inverted mountain, only to halt for a mere half-day. What followed was an arduous wait of over 2 days. From their vantage point, the ocean lay before them, where the faint silhouette of a vessel, serving as an eye for the Black Flag pirates, remained motionless on the water, resembling a ghost ship. With the Gauss sniper rifle in hand, and utilizing its formidable optical sighting system, Casillas was able to discern the figures and the flag aboard the ship with remarkable clarity. Indeed, it was the banner of the Don Quixote family. Chapter 110, The Candidate for Admiral Cap. "You've been elusive lately. Where have you been hiding?" Just as Sengoku delivered a document to his desk, the office door swung open with a loud bang. Carp, striding in with a casual gait, clutched several packets of rice crackers and plopped down on the sofa, awaiting the tea service from Sengoku's subordinate. In response to the inquiry from his old friend Sengoku, Carp leisurely picked his nose and flicked the residue from his pinky. "Why do you care about me?" With a steaming cup of tea placed before him, Carp tore open a packet of rice crackers and indulged heartily, consuming 7 or 8 large pieces. Feeling parched, he lifted the hot tea and downed it in one go. Just as he was about to continue feasting, he noticed that the rice crackers he had set on the table had vanished. Turning to look, he found that half a packet had already made its way into Sengoku's mouth. "If you wanted some, you could have just asked. I would have bought you some. Why steal mine?" Carp protested, though he soon noticed several more packets of rice crackers beside him and chose to dismiss his irritation, opening a new pack to continue his indulgence. Observing Carp's reaction, Sengoku, despite having taken advantage of the situation, felt a growing annoyance. Nevertheless, he composed himself and refrained from seizing the remaining crackers. The reason I sought you out today is that I have matters to discuss. You've been so busy. Did you think I hadn't noticed your absence? Sengoku returned to his desk, retrieving a document. Take a look for yourself. As he spoke, he flicked his wrist, sending the paper slicing through the air towards Carp. With his large, calloused hand still clutching the packet of rice crackers, Carp deftly caught the document while grumbling. Can't you just say what you need to say? Why do you have to throw papers around? I'm tired of you high-ranking officials and your pretentiousness. In just a few glances, Carp scanned the text before tossing it back in dismay. I refuse. Sengoku's expression soured, his white hat barely containing his unruly hair, which seemed on the verge of breaking free. The aged admiral, now in his 60s and nearing 70, boomed with a voice that resonated like thunder as he stood his ground, unleashing a tirade. Look at yourself. Now that I'm an admiral, the vacant position for a naval commander remains unfilled. Is it really so difficult for you to accept the rank? Look at the other naval officers, who isn't eagerly eyeing the admiral's position. Unlike you, this old fool, who has clung to the position of a captain for years, too lazy to move. You're always off gallivanting, and when there's work to be done, you can't even be found. Once there's nothing to occupy your time, you appear before my eyes every day. The sound resonated throughout the naval headquarters. In another room, a middle-aged man clad in a strikingly striped suit, casually crossing his legs while perusing a newspaper, dug at his ear and remarked in a sarcastic tone, "How terrifying. Do you suppose that once we attain the rank of admiral, we will endure such reprimands daily? Just thinking about it." The expression of Kizaru was rather. At that moment, he cast a glance at the burly man across from him, feigning a dramatic demeanor as he uttered his final words. I'm so scared. Had Iker Casillas been present, he might have retorted, what a show-off. However, Akainu, well accustomed to this fellow's antics, maintained his stern and unyielding countenance, ignoring him entirely. Both men, who had long occupied the rank of vice-admiral, were typically quite occupied. The purpose of their congregation today was, of course, due to the beckoning of the admiral position. The admiral of the Navy symbolizes the pinnacle of naval combat prowess. During the tenure of Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong, the admiral seats had rarely been filled. Since Zephyr transitioned back to logistics, only Fleet Admiral Sengoku remained to bear the title of admiral. Now, with Sengoku elevated to Fleet Admiral, all admiral positions had naturally become vacant. Originally, it wouldn't have been an issue to gather the three admirals with Sengoku, Zephyr, and Garp, but the legendary hero of the Navy, Garp, who had once vanquished the formidable Sea Overlord Rocks, adamantly refused to accept the admiral role, leaving one position unfilled. Presently, the nomination for the three admiral candidates, jointly submitted by Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the Chief of Staff Steelbone Kong, lay before Akainu and Akiji, with the third candidate being Garp. However, persuading Garp to dutifully assume the responsibilities of an admiral proved to be quite the challenge. One could easily discern this from the continuous tirade of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Those familiar with Sengoku knew he was generally a placid individual. However, when provoked to such an extent, there was no one else quite like Garp to incite his ire. Regardless of how vehemently Sengoku expressed his frustration, Garp merely nonchalantly dug at his ear, flicking his pinky finger, causing all grievances to dissipate into the ether. With a frustrated thud on the table, Sengoku sat down, not having lost his composure, but rather venting his dissatisfaction towards an old friend. After the outburst, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, restoring his usual tranquil demeanor. Had he truly been enraged, a single strike could have caused the naval headquarters to crumble. Since Garp is unwilling, we shall seek others, Sengoku decided. Vice Admiral Tsuru entered, glancing at the now composed Sengoku, and said, currently, the Navy has a fourth candidate suitable for the admiral position. Although he is relatively junior compared to Kizaru and Akainu, Kazan's strength is undeniably formidable. Crack, crack. Akiji is indeed a good choice. Garp, with crumbs scattered about, his image in tatters, exclaimed, I like that kid. The crane cast a glance at Carp and settled onto the sofa. Compared to the two of them, she appeared more aged than during their days as a trio. However, her reprimands had a greater impact on Carp than Sengoku's words. You too, always up to no good at your age. Carp chuckled, running his fingers through his graying hair, a morsel of food accompanied by a hint of saliva dropping onto his collar. After a moment, he suddenly realized, hey, Crane, I'm only 67, hardly old. Indeed, you will forever remain a child. Sengoku interjected with an eye roll. Carp regarded Sengoku thoughtfully for a couple of seconds before exclaiming, I suspect you're insulting me, but I lack evidence. Sengoku, uninterested in continuing this banter with the old child, shifted his focus to matters at hand with Admiral Crane. Akiji was indeed a user of the natural fruit, his strength meeting the required standards, though his experience fell somewhat short. That damned world government. If those 5 old bastards dare say no, I'll crush their eggs. Carp's camaraderie with Akiji was genuine. He relished the admiration from the younger Navy officers, especially from those who were the most formidable among them. Though he rarely displayed it, his pride was undeniable. You're the old bastard, so get lost. Sengoku's frustration reignited. This man was of no help during discussions, only causing chaos. Carp made an exaggerated face and dashed away, clutching the unfinished rice cracker. If not for Sengoku summoning him, he would have never shown up. With the troublemaker gone, Sengoku stroked his beard, appearing the youngest among the trio despite being the oldest. His hair and beard were initially dark, only turning white upon his retirement as admiral. This guy is infuriating. Just as he assumed the position of admiral, he was burdened with the death of Rosinante and a multitude of complicated affairs, feeling more overwhelmed than ever. Perhaps living freely like Carp was the true enjoyment. No wonder such thoughts crossed his mind. Forget about him. You've known him long enough, Admiral Crane remarked calmly, cradling her teacup with poise. Indeed, Sengoku reminisced about his youth, when he, Admiral Crane, Carp, and Sea.He were all new recruits together. Later, he and Sea.He became admirals, fighting alongside Carp against the Golden Lion. Now, Sea.He was consumed with training new recruits, seldom seen, and every encounter with Carp provoked his ire. Only Admiral Crane could share the burdens of duty and engage in occasional conversation. The past was like smoke, ethereal yet tangible, reaching out only to grasp emptiness. Let us resubmit the report, adding Akiji's name, Admiral Crane instructed as she handed the documents to the White Lamb, suddenly recalling. The Don Quixote family has begun to stir again. As Sengoku raised his head, a glimmer of cold light appeared in his eyes. Is that so? Indeed, Diamante, one of the highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family, has recently made his way to the first half of the Grand Line, seemingly with the objective of reaching Whiskey Peak. And what of Doflamingo? What are their intentions? Based on intelligence, it appears to be related to a group known as the Black Flag Pirates. As for the New World and the Sebaean archipelago, it remains the same. Admiral Tsuru took a sip of tea before responding. Sengoku furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, then suddenly stood and returned to his desk, rummaging through a stack of thick documents. At that moment, a knock sounded at the office door. Come in. A naval lieutenant entered, cradling a box, and just in time to witness Sengoku uncovering a wanted poster. Black Flag Pirates. Casillas. Chapter 111. Admiral Tsuru takes action. What is it? Sengoku placed the bounty notice before Admiral Tsuru and turned to the lieutenant, inquiring. This is something sent by the Vice Admiral of the East Blue Navy, stating that it must be taken seriously. The commanders of the 4 seas are all at the rank of Rear Admiral. While the naval strength of the East Blue can be described as feeble when compared to that of the pirates, nonetheless, they hold the title of Rear Admiral. Even someone like Hound, who is not valued at headquarters, is considered a brigadier general in the East Blue. Oh. A peculiar expression crossed Sengoku's face. Although the lieutenant could not discern it, Admiral Tsuru was well acquainted with Sengoku, yet she refrained from inquiring directly at this moment. The naval lieutenant saluted and exited the room. Only then did Admiral Tsuru ask, what has happened in the East Blue? You seem rather perturbed. Has something occurred there? Sengoku, however, did not respond directly. Instead, he opened the box and revealed its contents to her. Guns? Taking the box in both hands, Admiral Tsuru immediately recognized its contents. However, compared to the dark and crude weapons she had encountered before, she had to admit that this one possessed a striking beauty, not in a way designed to please women, but rather an aesthetic that would appeal to men with its rugged charm. This weapon is known as the Desert Eagle, a new type of firearm she had never seen before. Sengoku observed as Admiral Tsuru picked up the silver short firearm, examining it closely before setting it down. His tone laced with a hint of frustration. The structure of this weapon is not particularly complex. I have seen similar designs before. Yet, its uniqueness lies in its ammunition. After preliminary research, we have discovered the answer. The ammunition for this Desert Eagle differs from that of traditional firearms, consisting of a shell and a projectile, with the hollow interior filled with gunpowder. Upon ignition, the gunpowder explodes, propelling the projectile through the barrel, while simultaneously ejecting the shell. Ignition? Admiral Tsuru picked up a brass-colored bullet from the box and scrutinized it closely, questioning, how does one ignite the gunpowder within such a precisely fitted assembly? Warring States chuckled. This is it. Look here. He picked up a bullet, directing General Crane's gaze to its base. It is this minuscule amount of filler in the center. With merely a slight external force to compress it, it will instantaneously ignite the powder within. Remarkably, this powder is unlike anything ever witnessed before, exhibiting extraordinary stability. According to a scientist from the world government, he posited that aside from this tiny substance at the bullet's base, everything else could be replicated. Even this particular powder could be substituted, albeit with a significant reduction in potency and effectiveness. Therefore, this item can be mass-produced. The actual circumstances eluded him, but currently, the Black Flag Chamber of Commerce in the East Sea was indeed trafficking such weapons. General Crane, upon hearing this, glanced down at the bounty notice. It is he, the Black Flag Pirates. It seems the individual who has provoked Don Quixote da Flamingo is one of his subordinates. This fellow named Casillas was not initially of much concern to me, until recently when CP9 presented this information to me. CP9 takes this seriously? More accurately, the 5 elders of the world government do. Do you comprehend what it signifies if this item can be mass-produced? General Crane set the bullet down. His expression now markedly more solemn than before. Could the knight Yasha be interested in this? Warring States shook his head. That is unlikely, at least for now. Diamante is merely a minor player, and Da Flamingo is, after all, only a pirate. His intelligence network remains confined to the Grand Line. If he had recognized the value of this item, he would not have dispatched merely a subordinate devoid of hockey. At the very least, it would require someone like Seika, or even himself. However, one cannot guarantee that he would remain unaware of its significance indefinitely. Indeed, according to CP9's intelligence, once he encounters what Senior Pink presents to him, he will likely realize what he has overlooked, and that moment is imminent. Warring States fixed his gaze on the bounty notice on the table, unable to divert his attention. Now that CP9 has commenced their operations, if another Doflamingo enters the fray, the variables will become too great. It has been quite a while since I last utilized my wash fruit. General Crane's face brightened with a hint of a smile. Then let us not delay. Of course. As he watched General Crane depart, Warring States began to tidy up, resealing the box. Although General Crane had not inquired, Warring States had already resolved, upon receiving this intelligence from CP9, to initiate a significant overhaul of the upper echelons of the Navy in the East Sea. Had the fools of the East Sea delivered this item sooner, matters would not have escalated to this point. Even a mere fortnight's advance would have sufficed. Yet, until a few days ago, when CP9 came to confer with him, the East Sea Navy showed no intention of delivering it, despite the fact that tens of thousands had already been sold among the pirates in the East Sea. What on earth were those imbeciles contemplating? Surely he could not be oblivious to their thoughts. That scoundrel, Hunter Fox, was likely inciting the East Sea Navy's desire to seize such weaponry, especially given the formidable prowess of Casillas, which emboldened him to take the initiative. Consequently, the most formidable naval officer of the East Sea met his demise, leaving this rabble to cower in fear. Moreover, there exist firearms that boast denser firepower and greater destructive capacity. The operational efficiency of CP9 is indeed commendable. It is said that a certain jester, rumored to have emerged from Roger's ship, ventured to the East Sea, and instead of merely confirming the existence of Roger's remnants, stumbled upon something far more significant. The elders of the sea, incensed by this, berated the newly appointed admiral of the Navy. Yet, he bears no unjust blame, as the East Sea Navy's failings are indeed his responsibility. One must accept the burdens of their position, and he cannot escape culpability. May the endeavors of CP9 unfold smoothly. Though, as he gazes upon the sketched visage on the bounty notice, Sengoku harbors an inexplicable sense that this individual may prove exceedingly difficult to confront. It would be preferable for this matter to conclude before the Celestial Dragon's inspection, as time is rather pressing. However, CP9 is the one executing the mission. Despite feeling a sense of unease as the Admiral of the Navy, he finds himself powerless to intervene. Should he dispatch some formidable naval forces? Yet, the objective this time cannot be achieved solely through strength. Although he harbors a disdain for the intelligence agency of the world government, their efficiency in handling such affairs is undeniable. With a calm demeanor, Sengoku dispelled this lingering thought. At Navy headquarters, Vice Admiral Tsuru's warship has set sail. This has attracted the attention of many. After all, aboard General Crane's naval vessel are a number of young and beautiful female sailors, whose prowess is not to be underestimated, naturally becoming the focal point for the predominantly male naval personnel. A sentry, with his hand shielding his eyes from the glaring sun, gazes at the ship with its sails unfurling and gradually receding into the distance, whispering to his companion, "What mission do you think General Crane is embarking on this time? Mind your tongue. Be cautious not to draw the instructor's ire." Chapter 112. A devastating strike. Who cares about the instructor? Just the other day, I saw him laughing and chatting with a female colonel by General Crane's side. If he can engage like that, why shouldn't we be allowed to ponder? Shoo. Speak no more. The soldier expected his companion to continue urging him to refrain from further discourse, as was customary in their daily exchanges. To his surprise, the latter completely ignored him, standing at attention, eyes fixed ahead, much like the majority of the sentinels, devoted to their duty. Alas, I say to you, bang. While on duty, do not engage in whispering. Save your discussions for after the shift. A burly naval officer, resembling a bear, delivered a resounding slap to the back of the loquacious soldier, sending him sprawling to the ground, accompanied by a torrent of merciless curses. The fortunate soldier kept his gaze steadfastly fixed on the empty air ahead, silently mourning for his companion. This fellow is perpetually devoid of any discernment, and thus he deserves every blow he receives. Fortunately, the instructor did not catch the initial remarks, otherwise, this chap would surely be doomed. As the warship of Admiral Crane cleaved through the waves, making its way towards the Shambadi archipelago, far away beneath the upside-down mountain on the Red Soil continent, Casillas finally discerned the pirate flag of the Don Quixote family. The vessels belonging to true members of the pirate crew differ in their display of the pirate flag from those merely affiliated with the pirate faction. The distinction is immediately recognizable. The Don Quixote family has arrived. Atop the Twin Cape lighthouse, Casillas, with a silvery Gauss sniper rifle in hand, remarked with a grin. "What now?" Gray and Lucien climbed up in succession, both casting inquisitive glances at him, as if to inquire whether they should engage or seek peace. Through the telescope capable of scanning the farthest range of the Gauss sniper rifle, Casillas smiled at the two figures standing at the bow of the opposing ship. If it were the infamous Don Quixote Doflamingo himself, our chances would be slim. However, it is evident that he is not present, and the strongest cadre of the family is also absent. Hence, we shall certainly engage. Let us employ a strategy of preemptive strike followed by diplomacy. The 2-meter-long Gauss sniper rifle emitted a series of mechanical sounds as its folding bipod automatically extended, securing itself atop the lighthouse. The crosshairs were already aligned with the waterline of the enemy vessel. Casillas could still recognize Diamante. Characters from One Piece are quite distinctive, such as Usopp's nose or this fellow's entire native attire. With this chap's fruitability, sinking the ship poses no threat to their lives. Ignoring Lucien's eager gaze, he jested, "Come on, I haven't even fired a shot yet. The inaugural use of this Gauss sniper rifle must be mine." Circles of translucent blue lines gradually brightened, the formidable electromagnetic field causing a tingling sensation across the skin of the three atop the lighthouse, akin to being pricked by ants. Just as Casillas was about to pull the trigger, a loud shout from below interrupted him. "Hey, you little brat, don't damage the roof. Watch it, or I'll turn on you." While aiming, Casillas tilted his head and gestured outwardly, signaling the elder below not to worry. "Rest assured, old man. If the roof gets damaged, we shall help you repair it." Iker Casillas held a profound confidence in the capabilities of the advanced weapon in his possession. After all, it was a domestically produced item, crafted by the esteemed Huawei company, and he trusted that the recoil would not compromise the structural integrity of the surroundings. Not long ago, Casillas had ventured here, presenting a selection of food as a token of goodwill, seeking permission from the lighthouse keeper to borrow a vantage point at the highest elevation. The former crew member of Roger, Calokas, was quite accommodating, graciously accepting the offering and granting his consent. The silver-hued metallic bullets had already been loaded into the Gauss sniper rifle. The blue lines illuminated once more, their radiance gradually filling every contour, casting a somewhat dazzling glow even in the bright light of day. This time, Casillas decisively pressed the trigger to its limit. A faint sound emerged, and both Gray and Lucien seemed to observe a slight distortion in the airflow at the muzzle. Yet they remained completely oblivious to the fact that the bullet had already been discharged. It was only when they saw Casillas exhale deeply, his finger having already squeezed the trigger, that they exchanged puzzled glances. With a staggering velocity of up to 4,000 meters per second, the bullet, once it exited the barrel and encountered the air, would impact as if it had struck a solid wall. In truth, the bullet from the Gauss sniper rifle appeared merely as a unified metallic entity, yet it was intricately designed. Prior to firing, a powerful electromagnetic field would activate the internal mechanisms of the bullet. Although Casillas was unaware of the underlying principles, he understood that this mechanism could mitigate the effects of air resistance on the projectile. Absent this clever design, the bullet would have produced a series of sonic booms extending far into the horizon right in front of the muzzle. This not only affects the velocity and power of the bullet, but also its accuracy. Consequently, when the bullet is discharged, it produces a mere whisper of sound. If one were to illustrate it, it would be akin to the faint sound of a person releasing gas. Perhaps this analogy is somewhat crude, yet it accurately conveys the reality. Meanwhile, Casillas remained steadfast, his gaze fixed on the scope. The moment he squeezed the trigger, he began to mentally count. The target distance, 10 kilometers. The trajectory calculations and automatic adjustments had already been completed. 1. Diamanti stood at the bow, engaged in conversation with Gladiolus, his expression relaxed, exuding a sense of pleasure and pride. He might have received some commendation, displaying his modesty in response. As for the masked figure, his expression was inscrutable. Casillas had no intention of utilizing the transparent scope to discern the visage or emotions of this individual. 2. Suddenly, Diamanti's expression shifted, as if he had become aware of something. Yet in the next instant, Casillas witnessed the bullet strike the three-masted ship. At the waterline, it appeared as though an insatiable maw had opened wide, devouring all in its path, creating a gaping hole. The silver bullet spun, and upon making contact with the hull, it seemed to disturb the very air itself, splintering the wood into fragments that scattered in all directions, while the compressed air transformed into razor-sharp blades, inflicting even greater damage upon the vessel. In an instant, the bullet traversed the entirety of the ship, tearing through the starboard side at the bow and exiting from the port side at the stern, creating an aperture the size of a barrel in the sea several meters away, before vanishing into the depths of the ocean. The unfolding events instilled a profound sense of alarm in Diamanti, whose countenance changed dramatically. The surging seawater rapidly inundated the ship's hold. The planks of the vessel's hull, hastily joined together, began to splinter, and in the blink of an eye, even the deck beneath their feet emitted ominous creaks, reminiscent of wood fibers fracturing. What had transpired? Gladius shouted, glancing back at the ship that had been surveilling the Black Flag pirates. They had passed by at a distance of over 100 meters. It was too late. The vessel had already begun its descent into the depths. Chapter 113. 2 shots. 2 ships. The three-masted sailing ship contorted and shattered as the bullets from the Gauss sniper rifle severed the ship's keel, the very spine that had supported it for years, causing this venerable craft to disintegrate instantaneously. Its own weight hastened its demise. Sailors working in the hold, unaware of their misfortune, were abruptly cleaved in two. Those fortunate enough to evade the bullets were not necessarily spared. The torrents of water surged violently, submerging much of the hold in a matter of moments. The force of the water mercilessly hurled these individuals against the walls, floor, and furnishings of the cabin, leaving them with broken bones and grievous injuries. Some, unfortunate enough to collide with the cannons, had their heads shattered like ripe melons. Those who had not succumbed to unconsciousness struggled desperately against the overwhelming currents, which were insurmountable for ordinary souls. Sailors, renowned for their swimming prowess, found their chances of survival in this maritime disaster exceedingly slim. Moreover, the thick wooden planks of the ship's hull continued to crack, with sharp splinters claiming the lives of the few who still fought for their survival. The situation was equally dire on deck. As the ship disintegrated, it continued to sink. The mast had already collapsed, and the heavy sails descended towards the deck, which was now riddled with gaping wounds. Although Gladius was somewhat bewildered by the chaos, he was no novice devoid of composure. Faced with the impending deluge of canvas, he calmly extended his hand. A violent explosion suddenly tore through the sail descending towards the bow, scattering the burning remnants like fireworks in the daylight, though not particularly noticeable. The vast canvas bore the emblem of the Don Quixote family, now missing a significant portion. The remaining fragments continued to ignite, gradually transforming into ash. Some sailors, resolute, leapt into the sea, desperately swimming towards the horizon, hoping to escape the pirate ship that had become their coffin. Alas, the swirling maelstrom created by the sinking vessel claimed them all. More seasoned sailors and leaders frantically made their way towards Diamanti and Gladius. This reflects a blind psychological tendency to seek refuge under the protection of the powerful. In truth, Diamante has little inclination to concern himself with these individuals. The deck beneath his feet is persistently emitting the sound of splintering wood. A once sturdy vessel has, in the blink of an eye, been reduced to ruins. His gaze is fixed upon the distant Twin Cape, a good 20 miles away, where an intense instinct informs him that this is not a mere case of a pirate ship running aground or being assailed by sea monsters, but rather an indication that an attack has been initiated from that direction. He has observed the sudden emergence of a breach on the starboard bow. Such power, such distance, could only belong to the most elite snipers of the vast ocean. Astonishment, shock, and disbelief surged within him. A person of this caliber could easily occupy a significant position among the formidable pirate crews of the New World, the Four Emperors. Why? Why would such a formidable warrior suddenly launch an attack against them? Could it be? Diamante clenched his teeth, shaking his head to dispel the thought from his mind. Impossible. Could this Casillas truly have such a formidable ally backing him? Remain composed, Diamante, as his expression shifted rapidly. The bow of the ship was now only a meter or two above the water's surface. In this critical moment, Diamante dared not delay any longer. With a powerful leap, he soared onto the water's surface, unleashing his abilities. Ocean Flag. In that fleeting moment, the sea underwent a wondrous transformation. The water, which originally evaded all things and could scarcely be grasped by a hand, seemed to thicken slightly, as invisible ripples emanated from around his body. The undulating surface of the sea appeared to morph into a substantial, viscous cushion. Diamante stood upon it, and even with the briefest of footfalls, he sank only a palm's depth into the liquid. This was possible because he could levitate his body, significantly reducing his weight. Had it been Gladius, half his body would have been submerged instantly. However, the ability of the float fruit could not alter the fundamental nature of the water. While it enhanced the buoyancy of the sea, allowing numerous shattered fragments of vessels to float more steadily, it did not truly convert the water into a flag. After all, the moniker flag bearer was merely a nickname. His fruit did not grant the capacity to transform any object into fabric. As the flag bearer, Diamante activated his float fruit. The descent of the surrounding debris from the ships slowed considerably, and the turbulent whirlpools caused by the sinking of large objects began to subside, even vanishing altogether. A few fortunate crew members, miraculously surviving, struggled to ascend onto nearby large pieces of driftwood, gasping for breath, overwhelmed by the sensation of having narrowly escaped death, to the point that they nearly forgot their own identities. Observing that his feet had completely sunk into the water, Diamante promptly kicked off with force and soared to Gladius's side. They found themselves at the largest wreckage of a ship. Nearly the entirety of the bow that had broken away from the main body, now overturned with its head pointed downward. On the irregularly fractured edge, Diamante and Gladius exchanged silent glances. After a long pause, Gladius could no longer restrain himself and inquired, "What is happening?" Diamante turned to glance at the subordinate vessel, which was originally surveilling the Black Flag pirates and was now making its way towards them, then looked towards Twin Cape, where the specifics of the situation remained unclear, and quietly replied, "We may be in trouble." Just then, the dilapidated bow beneath their feet suddenly plunged downward, and Diamante's power faltered. The so-called ocean flag is merely a half-baked stratagem. It is not that Diamante lacks the desire to refine it. He has long harbored the dream of possessing the capability for maritime combat independent of vessels. Hence, he whimsically envisioned transforming the ocean's surface into a tangible extension of the army's flag, a realm where he could find footing. However, after years of endeavor, he has managed only to achieve the present state. Enhancing the viscosity of the seawater to support his body momentarily after it has been transformed into a flag. Yet, it is utterly implausible to render the seawater akin to fabric. The terrestrial flag can flutter because the ground can bear a human's weight, whereas the ocean is an entirely different matter. Perhaps one day, he may attain the realm where seawater can also be transformed into flags. But that may very well be the pinnacle of awakening one's potential. The objective seems exceedingly distant. Even Doflamingo, who has mastered his string fruit to an extraordinary degree, has yet to reach the realm of awakened fruit abilities. The remnants of the ship, once buoyed by the thickened seawater, have all sunk beneath the surface. Diamante and Gladiolus leapt onto a relatively broad plank, presumably a part of the ship's side. How should one describe it? Gladiolus's strength pales in comparison to that of Diamante, and he remains perplexed as to how a perfectly sound vessel could have sunk. Just as Diamante was about to speak, he observed a ship hastily approaching, presumably to rescue them, suddenly develop a large gaping hole in its hull. Only when the seawater began to flood in did the sound reach their ears. The dark fissure rapidly spread, and before Gladiolus's astonished gaze, The ships swiftly followed in the wake of their own demise. His eyes widened in disbelief. It was only then that I realized it was not an accidental grounding or a collision with a formidable sea creature, but rather an assault from the enemy. Chapter 114. A brief discourse on dominance atop the lighthouse. Casillas wore a smile. The swift resolution of the enemy with merely 2 bullets was quite unexpected, leaving them ensnared at sea. The significant individuals were only Diamante and Gladiolus. Capturing them might allow for a fruitful discussion with the notorious Doflamingo. Satisfied, he caressed the slightly warm barrel of his gun and turned to Gray and Lucien. Would you care to take a look? Gray eagerly approached, seizing the spot Casillas had vacated, and peered through the scope, marveling. Boss, this gun is incredible. Could you get me one as well? Casillas' lips twitched in amusement. Get you one? You must be dreaming. There is only this one, and there will never be another Gauss sniper rifle. If I could produce them in abundance like AKs or Desert Eagles, would I still be lingering in this small corner of the East Blue? What? Gray's voice dripped with disappointment. Although Lucien kicked him a few times, he remained glued to the sniper's scope, pleading, Can I at least use this one? Boss, I am your most loyal subordinate. Such a remarkable weapon cannot go to waste. With it, wouldn't we stride confidently through the Grand Line? Stride confidently? Casillas scoffed. That is merely a fantasy. The Gauss sniper rifle is indeed formidable, boasting great power and long-range capabilities, and its automatic holographic sight can even function somewhat like observation hockey. However, it cannot truly be compared to genuine power. Top-tier snipers can shoot accurately over 10 kilometers or even further, and while the Gauss rifle may have such range, it simply cannot compete. This bullet cannot harness hockey for hardening, and adding hockey is merely a basic maneuver. The extent of what such individuals can achieve has yet to be portrayed in the original work. Gray, Lucien, do you truly comprehend the strength of the powerful? As for those 2 fellows, they were not in any mortal peril, and it was improbable they could traverse the sea without a vessel. Thus, Casillas resolved to engage these 2 in a conversation about a topic that had never been broached before. While Gray and Lucien possessed commendable strength, their experience was limited to the sights they had just witnessed at the onset of the Grand Line. This statement naturally piqued the curiosity of the 2 individuals. Gray immediately turned to face him, while Lucien, who had been intently fixated on the Gauss sniper rifle, also shifted his gaze. Do you know, boss? Gray inquired. Casillas nodded, his tone imbued with a sense of yearning as he spoke. You are all familiar with the pirate King Roger, as well as the likes of the Golden Lion and Whitebeard, and the marine hero Garb. They are all formidable figures upon the seas. But do you possess an accurate understanding of just how powerful they truly are? After pausing briefly, Casillas continued, while we need not dwell on their prowess, let us discuss what defines a strong individual in a place like the New World. The standard is hockey. What is hockey? Gray, ever the most talkative, asked with curiosity. Hockey is an innate ability possessed by every individual, a talent, if you will. However, the effort required to awaken and utilize this power is difficult to articulate. In this world, only those who have mastered hockey can be deemed strong, while those unable to harness it can never achieve true strength. Hockey is indeed remarkable. For instance, armament hockey can harden the surface of one's body or weapons. Once hardened, the strength of the body and weapons reaches an extraordinary level. No matter how sharp a blade may be, it cannot slice through a palm hardened by armament hockey. Moreover, armament hockey serves more purposes than merely this. Only by mastering such an ability can one contend with Logia-type devil fruit users who are immune to physical attacks. Of course, there are more advanced applications, but I shall refrain from discussing them further. As for observation hockey, it is said to be akin to a listening ability, allowing the wielder to perceive without sight and to discern an opponent's attack trajectory. One can't see everything within a certain radius, even possessing the extraordinary capability of glimpsing the future. In short, its wonders surpass those of armament hockey. Gray, momentarily dazed, extended his hand and gazed at it repeatedly, envisioning the scene of his palm forcefully striking a blade, resulting in a chipped edge. The shock within him lingered long after. Lucien's eyes, however, sparkled with newfound clarity. His thoughts had been solely on the Gauss sniper rifle. But upon hearing about observation hockey, he immediately recognized its significance for a marksman. A sniper lacking observation hockey would dwell in an entirely different realm than one who possesses it. Yet how does one master this ability? It was Lucien who posed this question. I am not entirely certain, but it may be related to one's willpower, came the reply. Casillas reflected on Luffy's 2-year training journey and the various discussions surrounding hockey, pondering thoughtfully. Regarding the armament hockey, one could endeavor to engage formidable foes to stimulate its development. As for the observation hockey, one might consider blindfolding oneself to evade attacks, relying on sensation rather than sight or sound to perceive the external world. It is said that hockey is a power that emanates from the spirit, a concept that is rather elusive to articulate. For instance, beyond the armament and observation hockey, there exists a rare form known as conqueror's hockey, possessed by only a select few. Conqueror's hockey? The name itself conveys immense power. Gray suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Those who wield conqueror's hockey are individuals endowed with the potential to become kings. Casillas scrutinized Gray for a moment before shaking his head. I fear, Gray, that you may not harbor much hope in that regard. Gray's expression immediately fell. Let us not dwell on this. Instead, we must address the matters concerning the Don Quixote family. Hockey is not something one can simply learn by hearsay. I anticipate that you will master this ability in due course. Boss, do you possess hockey? Gray, lacking the decorum expected of a subordinate, bluntly posed a question that left Casillas feeling somewhat awkward, unwilling to engage with such frivolity. Casillas prepared to stow away the Gauss sniper rifle. Wait, boss. Let me have a go with that Gauss sniper rifle for a bit. Gray clutched the silver barrel of the rifle, pleading insistently, looking as though he would not relent unless granted his request. Allowing him to try it was not out of the question, but it was imperative that he understood it was not a mere plaything. Wasting ammunition was unacceptable. Regardless, since the bullets remained in his possession, conceding to Gray's request posed no significant issue. With this thought in mind, just as Casillas was about to comply with Gray's request, he suddenly heard Lucien say, Boss, it turns out Gray has already damaged 5 or 6 AK-47s. What? Casillas turned to Lucien. Is that true? The AK-47 is said to be one of the most durable firearms, renowned for its simplicity, practicality, and resilience. Gray, let go or else. With a mournful expression, Gray reluctantly released his grip, and only after Casillas leaped from the top of the lighthouse did he cast a fierce glare at Lucien. Did we not agree to refrain from reporting such matters? Chapter 115, Guests Descending from the Towering Lighthouse. Casillas brushed off the dust from his hands and greeted Carocas, who was languorously rocking in a deck chair. Oh, young man, have you completed your task? The old man, dressed in shorts and a t-shirt, was perfectly attired for the climate here. Though the world experiences the cycle of the 4 seasons, this region, particularly the Grand Line and Twin Cape, is characterized by perpetual snow or a temperate climate, or enduring summer. Unfortunately, this place belongs to the latter, where temperatures rarely dip below 20 degrees Celsius. Fortunately, Casillas possessed the powers of the temperature fruit, rendering him impervious to the heat. Oh, indeed. I have nearly finished. Raising a hand, he lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before gazing out at the vast expanse of the ocean, exhaling a long plume of white smoke. Mr. Carocas, your life appears to be quite serene. Reading the newspaper and tending to the lighthouse daily is a life I could only dream of. Is that so? Carocas, with his grizzled hair and a chin that seemed to exceed the length of his gaunt cheeks, displayed a skeptical expression. Young people generally do not appreciate such a lifestyle, nor would they recognize the name Carocas. I happen to have heard of your esteemed name. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Casillas responded with a sincere smile. In light of the fact that a young man like me remembers your kindness, I hope that if any troubles arise in the future, Mr. Carocas might lend a hand. Of course, if it pertains to illness, I would be more than willing. Carocas shook the newspaper in his hand, as his daily entertainment, apart from painting within the body of a whale, consisted solely of reading the newspaper. Noticing that the ship's doctor of the Pirate King had once again lowered his gaze to the newspaper, Casillas shook his head, preparing to capture the adversary stranded at sea. By the way, young man, Carocas suddenly raised his head, prompting Gray and Lucien, who were following Casillas, to turn back in unison. The old man wore a mysterious smile. There are new guests arriving. I believe you should exercise a bit of caution. Casillas paused for a brief moment, and after hearing those words, he continued onward. Yet he had already slipped his hand into the deep pocket containing the Gauss sniper rifle. Moments later, standing at the water's edge and gazing at the pirate ship that could only anchor a few dozen meters away due to the depth, Casillas addressed Lucien and Gray. Board the ship and apprehend those individuals. If they remain composed, they should not resist. Gray, who often appeared somewhat dull-witted, was now keenly aware of the underlying tension. Rest assured, I shall extend a warm welcome to our new guest. You may proceed. Casillas replied with a faint smile directed at Gray. When Carocas uttered that phrase, the rarely seen system within him resurfaced. Random task. Host a guest. A formidable guest approaches you. Please extend your hospitality. Objective: repel, defeat, or eliminate the adversary. Given the opponent's strength, rewards will be upgraded. Upon successful completion, rewards include 1 random talent draw, unlocking a new weapon in the shop, 1 random high-tier shop item, and 5 purchase permissions for unlocked weapons. Good luck. Rob Lucci is a rather unique individual, though he himself might not share this sentiment. Those acquainted with him tend to harbor similar thoughts. However, in the presence of this ruthless weapon of slaughter, who single-handedly dispatched 500 soldiers from the kingdom 5 years prior, most would refrain from expressing such opinions openly. He boasts strangely shaped eyebrows and a light fuzz on his chin. At 18, he has yet to cultivate a thick black beard. Clad in a black suit, he embodies a battle fanatic and a training enthusiast, rarely encountering anything that irks him, except for pirates, the sole source of his disdain. As he treaded upon the rugged terrain of the Red Earth continent, Rob Lucci moved as if gliding along a smooth path. His body stood erect like a flagpole, and the black hair peeking from beneath his hat glimmered. Having joined CP9 only a few years prior, he had already emerged as the most formidable force within the organization. Boasting a combat power nearing 1,000, mastery of the 6 powers, initiation into life return, and a preliminary grasp of hockey, his remarkable achievements spoke volumes, painting him as a genius. There were whispers of him being the strongest in CP9 in 8 centuries. Lucci remained uncertain if he truly held that title. After all, by the world standards, it might not qualify as the greatest. He never allowed himself to slacken, for he was acutely aware of the depths of strength that existed. Although this world is composed of the weak, those who stand atop the hierarchy of power are as numerous as the stars in the sky. At the tender age of 18, he is evidently still far from reaching such heights. In a place like the New World, could there truly be an audacious youth of 18? He is merely an exceptional newcomer capable of astonishing a multitude. This time, only he from CP9 has arrived here. Firstly, intelligence reports indicate that Casillas' strength is clearly insufficient to contend with him. To this, Lucci can only utter, "Weakness is a crime." Secondly, their objective is not the individual Casillas, but rather the comprehensive industrial facilities he possesses, capable of producing 1, 2, or even more unprecedented and powerful explosive weapons. Indeed, through the intelligence gathered by CP9, although the means by which Casillas has quietly concealed and transported such a vast array of facilities remains unknown, it is evident that this factory for producing explosive weapons resides within the kingdom of Goya. Despite numerous lingering questions, such as the origins of the workers, investigations reveal that Casillas has not purchased any slaves, and aside from those taken for the celestial dragons, there have been no reports of missing persons in the Goya kingdom or its vicinity, not even throughout the entire East Blue. Is it possible that this factory operates autonomously? And what are the materials? Where do the raw materials required for the production of weapons, ammunition, and explosives come from? Investigations into this matter have yet to yield any progress, possibly due to the brevity of time and the clandestine nature of Casillas' operations. In any case, what the world government desires are these facilities and equipment. The good news is that after capturing Casillas, these questions should have a high probability of resolution. Even if he refuses to speak, the operations in the Goya kingdom have yielded no results. They have ample time to address the issues at hand. Ultimately, capturing the individual is paramount. Lucci pinched the brim of his black top hat, the shadow of the Twin Cape lighthouse now clearly in sight. Meanwhile, within the kingdom of Goya, in a warehouse guarded at both the front and back, the air rippled. A vague line, faintly outlining the shape of a door, materialized out of thin air, and then, as if it were a genuine door, it was pushed open from within. The transparent air parted, revealing a verdant space. A young man with horn-like hairstyle emerged gracefully, glanced around, and took a couple of steps forward, after which the door, standing upright in the air, vanished silently. Approaching the wall, Bruno leaned to the side, peering through the glass to observe the guards patrolling back and forth, armed with AK-47s. If this goes awry, I hope I won't have to swallow 2 bullets. Who deemed his abilities to be of great utility? Excluding Lucci's domain, the most arduous tasks were directly assigned to him. Glancing at the thick straw laid against the wall, concealing the tightly covered cargo boxes, Bruno listened intently to the sounds outside and gradually approached. Chapter 116, Rob Lucci. The waterproof tarpaulin, combined with the dense straw mat, suggested that the crates, shrouded in layers of protection, harbored significant secrets. Bruno scratched the back of his head, gently lifting a corner of the cover, which proved somewhat laborious due to the oilcloth and straw. However, for Bruno, endowed with a power level of 3 to 400, this posed no challenge. The entire process was executed without a sound and with remarkable fluidity. Inside the boxes lay a collection of desert eagles glimmering with silver. Bruno was well aware of their nature. After a cursory glance around, he estimated that this warehouse contained no fewer than several thousand such weapons, along with a substantial amount of ammunition. Yet, this was not what they sought. It could only be deemed an unexpected bounty. Considering the multitude of guards outside, armed with formidable firearms, Bruno dared not disturb these items. Instead, he discreetly pocketed a handgun and a box of ammunition before slipping through a door and vanishing from the warehouse. In an abandoned building, Bruno pushed open a seemingly conjured door and turned to his companion. That entrance is not a factory. I've checked thoroughly. If there were hidden passages, they would not evade my notice. As he spoke, he produced a silver desert eagle, adding, however, I did make an unexpected discovery. The warehouse is stocked with numerous desert eagles, but whether there exists something called an AK is uncertain. There are too many boxes for me to inspect individually. Such a degree of acquisition could not be reported to the commander. A golden-haired young woman, clad in alluring fishnet stockings and a black leather jacket, which clung to her form and revealed ample porcelain skin, possessed a mature demeanor that belied her age. She cast a sideways glance at Bruno, mocking him. Enough, Carifa. You're the newcomer here. Bruno is, after all, your senior. Gabra, sporting a long beard reminiscent of a catfish, glanced at Carifa. Though this youthful pair had entered CP9 through strength and determination, they often bickered with their teammates, displaying a hint of arrogance. Nevertheless, Gabra, whose power level approached 1,000, second only to Lucci within CP9, preferred harmony between Bruno and Carifa, despite his own penchant for cunning strategies in battle. This task bears great significance, as indeed no mission assigned to CP9 is devoid of importance. Gabra turned to Bruno and inquired, have all the suspicious locations been thoroughly examined? Without hesitation, Bruno responded, certainly. I have even visited the bandit camp atop Golbo Mountain, as well as the territories of the nobility in Gao Town, and I have been to the royal palace. There is no sign of anything amiss. Gabra then asked, and what of your intelligence gathering? What progress have you made? Shaking his head, Gabra replied, we have acquired all the necessary intelligence, yet thus far, nothing of substantial use has come to light. Is it possible that the so-called factory does not exist? Or that it is not located within the kingdom of Goa? That cannot be the case. Should we perhaps reach out to Lucci? If there are no leads here, he may hold the key to our hopes, suggested Khalifa, glancing at them. Let me handle it. Gabra said as he retrieved a din mushy from his coat. He was uncertain how it felt to wear a coat without a shirt underneath while donning a tie, but he certainly felt quite good about it. The din mushy connected, emitting a series of ringing sounds as he awaited a response. On the Red Earth continent, having just reached the summit and glimpsed Twin Cape, Lucci heard the ringing of the din mushy in his pocket. He paused, raising his arm, but suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Boom. The air before Rob Lucci was compressed and distorted by an immense force, and the resultant ripples in the atmosphere shattered the surrounding rocks and soil, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion that released a deafening roar capable of rupturing the eardrums of ordinary individuals, sending plumes of dust soaring into the air. 2 seconds prior, Casillas stood at the water's edge, the retractable stand ensuring that the Gauss sniper rifle remained steadfast like a cannon aimed skyward. Through the holographic sight, Rob Lucci's figure appeared just in time, and Casillas did not afford himself a single moment to ponder before pulling the trigger. Only halfway through the bullet's flight did he fully comprehend who this individual was. That distinctive mustache and brow were unmistakable. Has he been targeted by CP9? Rob Lucci from a decade ago. Given the substantial reward for this mission, he must surely possess hockey. Otherwise, the shot would have been sufficient to take him down. The bullet struck its target, yet it was evident that it had not inflicted lethal damage upon Rob Lucci. Although the formidable force of the Gauss sniper rifle disrupted the air in a manner imperceptible to the naked eye, Casillas had not relied on mere vision. Through the lens of his holographic scope, Lucci's situation was laid bare before him. In the fleeting moment of impact, Lucci instinctively raised his arm, utilizing his hardened forearm imbued with hockey to deflect the bullet. However, the immense kinetic energy, traveling at a staggering 4,000 meters per second, rendered even his defenses inadequate against the overwhelming force. The bullet, slender as a finger and not exceeding its length, collided with the surface of his hockey-hardened arm. unleashing a tremendous blast that propelled Rob Lucci backward. In that instant, he attempted to angle his arm to deflect the projectile, but to his dismay, the bullet's tip had already penetrated the outer layer of his haki and embedded itself in his obsidian arm. Damn it! His mastery of haki was still insufficiently refined. What was this? Was someone aiding him? Or was it a weapon of extraordinary power? A flurry of thoughts raced through Lucci's mind as his body was pushed backward, lifted off the ground, and hurled against the rocky cliffside after escaping the explosive air and debris. His body, hardened through rigorous training, met the cliff face with a resounding impact, causing the rock to shatter instantly. He became ensnared within the fissures that spiderwebbed across a significant section of the mountain. Less than half a second had elapsed since the bullet struck, and the power of the Gauss sniper bullet finally waned. In the next moment, Casillas beheld Lucci erupting from a 2-meter-deep crater in a blur of black, swiftly taking cover behind a massive boulder. At that moment, Casillas had just chambered his second round. However, as he prepared to fire again, he noticed that Rob Lucci was still in motion. Clearly, he had realized that a several-meter-thick rock would not suffice to shield him from such a bullet. Moreover, at this distance, the shooter, even without the ability to sense, undoubtedly possessed a skill akin to observation haki. It was evident that this would not be an easy feat. Rob Lucci had transformed into his leopard form, moving with such speed that only an afterimage remained visible. Even under the holographic scanning scope, Casillas found it impossible to take a shot. Thus, he could only rely on the effectiveness of the automatic targeting mode. Casillas forcefully activated an inconspicuous button on the gun's body. Simultaneously, Rob Lucci maneuvered around a towering peak, skimming the ground. With every contact of his leopard-like paws against the earth, his velocity increased, generating a gust capable of shredding the surrounding underbrush as he dove from the summit of the Red Earth continent towards Twin Cape. The barrel of the Gauss sniper rifle adjusted its aim automatically, emitting a distinct mechanical sound as it fired the second bullet. Rob Lucci, moving at high speed, abruptly halted like a kite severed from its string, collapsing onto the hillside. He crashed through several massive boulders, sending up clouds of dust and debris, carving a pit over 20 meters deep into the earth. The automatic targeting system of the Gauss sniper rifle proved remarkably effective. However, Casillas found no joy in this. While hitting the target was commendable, Lucci had not sustained significant injuries. As he loaded a third bullet, Lucci, covered in dust and debris, rose from the pit and examined the silver bullet embedded in his chest. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he gazed toward Twin Cape, deducing that the shooter must be positioned by the seaside, a chill creeping into his heart. Although he had yet to master observation haki, his formidable intuition had served him well, allowing him to employ armament haki defensively on 2 occasions. Otherwise, those 2 bullets might have shattered his heart twice over. Perhaps the day he would grasp observation haki was not far off. Chapter 117. High explosive incendiary bullets. At present, the situation appeared unfavorable for Lucci, though this was merely a superficial impression. For him, the straight-line distance was only about 10 kilometers. Although there was formidable sniper interference, it posed no decisive threat. And even minor injuries could not impede Lucci's mobility. 10 kilometers could be covered in just a minute or 2 at full sprint in his half-beast form. He flexed his ankles slightly. His well-defined muscles rippled, causing the spotted pelt of the leopard to undulate. Before Casillas could fire the third shot, Lucci transformed into a streak of yellow lightning, leaping out of the earthen pit he had dug. In an instant, he stomped the ground multiple times, momentarily vanishing from sight, even while clad in black dress pants. Shave. Like teleportation, Lucci's speed had increased severalfold. The enhancement of his physical attributes and his leopard form allowed him to utilize shave continuously. With each footfall, he left behind a chaotic array of cracks in the ground, further amplifying his speed beyond its original threshold. The velocity was such that he found himself unable to control it. However, this was of little consequence. Stumbling and falling in a most ungraceful manner was trivial. The crux of the matter lay in Lucci's hope that this swiftness would render his opponent unable to aim accurately, while simultaneously diminishing the distance between himself and the enemy. This strategy proves remarkably effective. Rob Lucci's sudden outburst renders the automatic targeting system of the Gauss sniper rifle incapable of precise shooting. The persistent alerts indicating a hit probability of less than 50%, flashing within the scope's view, instill a sense of anxiety in Casillas. The third shot. A bullet grazes just 3 inches beside Lucci, embedding itself into the ground and creating a cloud of dust along with a substantial crater. The bullet, spinning at high velocity, generates a wind pressure that slices into the earth at a steep angle, delving several meters beneath the surface and causing the surrounding ground to crack and subside. Though the bullet fails to strike its target, it nonetheless exerts a significant influence. Rob Lucci inadvertently places his foot perilously close to the area of destruction caused by the bullet, and coincidentally, a fissure created by the projectile extends right to this spot. His speed is so great that he cannot adjust in time. With an uneven footing, Lucci tumbles like a rolling gourd, crashing into a deep ravine. He ricochets between the cliff walls, shattering a robust tree that clings to the precipice and fracturing two horizontal red rocks, ultimately landing at the bottom amidst a heap of dark red rubble. Ouch, previously struck by a bullet, his head bleeding profusely. The immense power of the Gauss sniper rifle has inflicted some internal damage, causing a subtle ache with every movement, yet Lucci betrays no sign of pain. However, at this moment, the situation is different. The rubble at the bottom of the ravine, likely fallen from the eroded cliff sides over time, may appear weathered on the surface. Yet its core remains unyieldingly solid. As he descended, he refrained from utilizing his hockey for defense. After all, it is a resource that depletes with use. And he was reluctant to squander it on mere bullets. Consequently, his back and limbs bore the marks of numerous lacerations, with several sharp fragments of stone embedded in his flesh. However, one particular shard was situated in a rather sensitive area. With considerable effort, he managed to roll over, trembling as he extended his hand to probe the area behind him. Gritting his teeth, he extracted the obstinate stone. The pain was excruciating, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. He steadied himself against the moss-covered, mud-caked rock face and gradually rose to his feet. He had never realized that an injury in such a location could evoke such intense suffering. Nevertheless, he was no ordinary individual. Mere pain was something he could endure. After applying some analgesics and hemostatics and ensuring that further vigorous movement would not exacerbate the wound, he gazed at the narrow sliver of daylight that pierced through the towering rock walls on either side, his eyes bloodshot. With determination, he propelled himself upward, scaling the rocky surface. In the canyon, he had lingered for a minute or two, causing Casillas to grow somewhat impatient. A fiery red bullet lay poised within the barrel of the Gauss sniper rifle, ready to be unleashed. Having traded a devil fruit for the weapon, he received a supply of 100 standard bullets and 20 high-explosive incendiary rounds. So far, Casillas had expended 5 of the ordinary bullets, while none of the high-explosive incendiary rounds had been used. This is, after all, the first encounter with the Gauss sniper rifle in combat. Another reason for hesitation is the exorbitant cost of high-explosive incendiary ammunition. Just how steep is the price? Upon acquiring the Gauss sniper rifle from an upscale shop, the specialized ammunition became available for purchase in the system's ordinary store. A standard round is priced at 1,000 Bailey, which is quite reasonable and acceptable. However, a single high-explosive incendiary round demands a staggering 1 million Bailey. Such a price is undeniably prohibitive and extremely burdensome on one's finances. This is not even the most expensive. There exists a type of bullet known as the high-frequency tremor bullet, which costs a staggering 10 million Bailey each. Although this price is merely tenfold that of a high-explosive incendiary round for the current Casillas, a sum of 10 million Bailey is as precious as a vast diamond mine in Africa. In essence, Casillas could not afford even a single one of these formidable bullets. Not even before his purchase of Murakami, his finances dwindled to a mere 1 million Bailey. Fortunately, the bullets priced at 1 million Bailey each came with a complimentary offer of 20. Given such audacity to price a bullet at 1 million Bailey, one could only surmise that its power would undoubtedly correspond to its cost. At 1,000 times the price of a standard bullet, how formidable could its might be? The high-explosive incendiary round, as its name implies, detonates upon impact, igniting objects to create an abundance of flames. Hence, Casillas awaited the ascent of Lucci. Through the scope, the rocky terrain morphed into a transparent three-dimensional image, and Lucci's figure appeared with crystal clarity. As he neared the pinnacle, just about to exit the ravine, Casillas squeezed the trigger. Waves of blue luminescence ignited in succession, growing ever more brilliant. A stable low-temperature nuclear fusion battery supplied a powerful current, generating an intense magnetic field that propelled the flame-like red bullet from the barrel, in stark contrast to the silent departure of a conventional bullet. The moment the high-explosive incendiary round left the muzzle, it emitted a piercing, shrill cry. The red substance coating the bullet ignited instantly, a streak of crimson light roaring forth, leaving behind a series of explosive, fiery plumes of smoke that swiftly reached the emerging figure of Rob Lucci. The overwhelming spectacle and acute sense of danger compelled Lucci to instinctively curl his body into a sphere, unleashing a fierce aura of armed color that transformed him into an irregular black sphere. The collision of crimson and obsidian ignited a cataclysm in the next instant. A ferocious blaze and the shockwave of an explosion enveloped a radius of 100 meters. Casillas gazed, somewhat dazed, at the erupting crimson flames, a small mushroom cloud rising slowly. The terrifying heat had incinerated everything within 100 meters to ash. Even the rocks began to melt. Is this the might of the high-explosive incendiary shell? Chapter 118. Temporary Extinguishment. Given such power, 1,000,000 berries per bullet does not seem exorbitant. Casillas found himself contemplating this notion. To date, apart from his initial arrival in this world, he had never felt an intense need for wealth. Having over 20 years of life experience beyond that of others, it was unlikely he would develop an obsession with money akin to Nami's fervor and frugality. The crimson substance of the high-explosive incendiary shell dispersed upon impact, igniting from each molecule. Anything that came into contact with even a trace of it was reduced to ashes by the searing heat, while rocks and soil gradually shattered, reddened, and ultimately melted into a viscous paste. The weakened might of Akina's magma fruitability might account for the current power level. However, do not underestimate it. Individuals of admiral caliber possess the capacity to alter landscapes. Even a diminished attack of this nature would undoubtedly overwhelm most beings in this world. Optimistically speaking, Rob Lucci might have met a gruesome end. Yet, the marvel of hockey was not to be underestimated. The intense heat interfered with the holographic sight's observational capabilities, only restoring them after more than 10 seconds. What followed left Casillas in awe of the opponent's abnormal resilience. He witnessed Rob Lucci emerging from a makeshift shelter he had dug for himself, positioned over 20 meters from the epicenter of the explosion. His body shrouded in a layer of semi-melted earth still radiating heat. The hardened black form, fortified by armament hockey, trembled slightly, causing the protective soil to fall away. Lucci was astonished by the latent potential he had unleashed in a moment of crisis. During the explosion, he had curled into a ball, using armament hockey to shield his body while swiftly executing a combination of moonwalk and soaru for aerial relocation, managing to escape to a distance of over 20 meters. Although he could not completely evade the blast, he significantly mitigated the damage of the high-explosive incendiary shell. Employing moonwalk in conjunction with soaru for rapid movement in the air was a technique he had mastered for quite some time. Yet today he had to rely on it under dire circumstances. In that fleeting moment, he realized that replicating such an effort in the near future was improbable, especially since his leg muscles had already sustained strains from the recent exertion. While this did not significantly impair his combat capability, achieving another extraordinary performance was beyond reach. As he distanced himself from the explosion center and the shockwave began to spread, he dug downwards into the ground. Indeed, maintaining the posture of curling his body with his hands clasped over his head, Rob Lucci accomplished everything using only his feet. In that fleeting moment, although he had merely excavated a small pit sufficient to conceal himself, the thick layer of loose earth covering his body was the reason he had not sustained severe injuries. Even with the hardened protection of Busashoka hockey, coupled with a substantial layer of loose soil, he still suffered from severe burns on his neck and other vulnerable areas. Once the hockey's hardening dissipated, what remained was a charred, darkened surface, marred by fissures resulting from dehydration. The intense pain was such that even 2 specialized painkillers offered little relief. As he shook off the semi-melted soil, Rob Lucci dared not relent, focusing intently to heighten his mental concentration. Ignoring the persistent twinge of pain coursing through his body, he began to move at full speed, his feline form resembling a true cheetah as he adeptly maneuvered around a nearly 100-meter diameter area of soft, crimson earth, continuing his dive toward the base of Twin Cape. At this moment, the distance between the two was approximately 8,000 meters. As the gap narrowed, Casillas' sense of impending danger intensified. 2 consecutive rounds of ordinary bullets had failed to strike, narrowly grazing Rob Lucci's form. Once, Lucci abruptly changed direction, while at another moment, the bullet simply fell short. With 2 misses that failed to cause any disruption, Casillas began to contemplate retreating to the sea. The formidable aspect of the temperature fruit lies in its capacity to facilitate combat upon the ocean. The ability to lower temperatures and freeze the seawater rendered the sea surface just as accessible as solid ground for Casillas. As for launching another high-explosive incendiary round, the muzzle velocity of this bullet is somewhat slower compared to that of conventional ammunition. In such circumstances, even standard bullets struggle to hit their mark, let alone high-explosive incendiaries. Although there is a lethal radius of 100 meters, this distance is hardly significant for this adversary, had it not been for his previous ascent from the ravine. In the additional lead time calculated by Casillas, the high-explosive incendiary would have posed little threat to the opponent. Curse it. This fellow must possess observation hockey. Casillas muttered in frustration. Having armament hockey is one thing, but possessing observation hockey is truly unfair. In the original narrative, this character was merely 28 and lacked armament hockey. I truly wish I could wait for 12 years until the people of this world awaken what they call hockey. With this thought in mind, Casillas waved to Casillas, who had been observing beneath the lighthouse, greeted him, and promptly stowed away his over 2-meter-long Gauss sniper rifle before sprinting towards the sea. The ice that had hindered Casillas melted away instantly after his departure, leaving no trace of frost. Roosh had already witnessed this scene, and at this moment, the distance between them appeared to be approximately 5,000 meters. In a mere 2 minutes, he could reach the distance. Yet the perplexing matter was that this individual had ventured out to sea. Clad in a black trench coat, it was undoubtedly Casillas. And that silver firearm, could it be the very one? Capable of firing such formidable bullets that could even provoke a tremendous explosion. Was this a product of a weapons factory? A mythical weapon akin to the fabled Pluto, capable of annihilating islands with a single shot? If this contraption could be mass-produced, without diminishing his pace. Lucci occasionally took a slight detour, navigating past immense cliffs to evade any sudden gunfire. After a little over 2 minutes, Lucci arrived at the shoreline. In this process, it seemed improbable for Casillas to secure the target, leading him to refrain from continuing his fire. Crouching down, he glanced at Casillas' initial shooting position before shifting his gaze towards the sea. Casillas had already boarded Gray's pirate ship. The one-sided sniping had lasted merely a few minutes, and the pirate vessel, with its sails unfurled, had only drifted a short distance from the shore. Lucci squinted, calculating the situation. At this distance, he could indeed pursue the vessel across the water with remarkable speed. However, given the peculiar weaponry at play, such a decision would undoubtedly be unwise. Yet, should he choose not to chase, would this Casillas simply depart, embarking on the Grand Line without hesitation? Even if Casillas had no intention of entering the Grand Line, he might very well choose to venture forth irreversibly. After pondering with a furrowed brow for a moment, Lucci finally exhaled in relief. This hardly constitutes a problem. Although the outcome of Bruno's actions remains uncertain, it is improbable that he would carry the factory with him. As long as this factory remains in the East China Sea, the current endeavor cannot be deemed a failure. Furthermore, this individual faces formidable adversaries such as Don Quixote da Flamingo in the Grand Line. It is indeed regrettable that the opportunity for vengeance has slipped away. Lucci felt that particular area beginning to throb once more. After a day of idleness, he watched helplessly as Casillas boarded the pirate ship, unable to devise any plan, his delicate brows furrowing into a tight knot, an unusual sense of displeasure washing over him. The prowess of this individual truly aligns with the intelligence reports, possessing an almost unparalleled advantage at sea, akin to that of Akiji, who has recently ascended to one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, presenting a conundrum. Within Lucci's mind, an uneasy sensation began to take root. This person would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable adversary in the future. Suddenly, the phone bug emitted its distinct sound. Fortunately, despite being nearly devoid of clothing except for a few scraps around his waist, the phone bug rested securely in his pocket, remarkably unscathed. A veritable miracle in comparison to the extensive burn blisters covering Lucci's body. Perhaps this is fate. Hello, what is the situation? Lucci inquired, casting a glance at the towering Twin Cape lighthouse, where he spotted a diminutive old man, the lighthouse keeper. Bad news. Aside from some desert eagles in stock, we have found nothing, the phone bug replied, mimicking Khalifa's voice in response to Lucci's query. How could this be? Lucci questioned, bewildered. Could it be that Bruno has faltered? With his capabilities, no concealed facility could remain hidden. Unless, of course, you are treating this mission as a jest? As he spoke, Lucci's tone began to carry an undercurrent of menace. You know we could never engage in such folly, Khalifa retorted, casting a glance at her 2 silent companions. Bruno would never be foolish enough to slack off during a mission. This outcome signifies but one possibility. Are you suggesting that this factory is not located in the kingdom of Goa? Lucci pondered. I would rather believe that perhaps this factory does not exist at all. After a moment of contemplation, Lucci closed his eyes, reflecting on the intelligence gathered. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. The mission remains unfulfilled, so we must press on. I am certain the commander would not accept such an explanation. The factory certainly exists, Otherwise, it cannot account for the weapons produced by Casillas. I will remain here to confront this individual. You must locate the target and make Bruno work hard. Califa replied with a subdued acknowledgement, but soon realized. Are you implying that you did not apprehend Casillas, Lucci? Indeed, Lucci replied, neither ashamed nor concealing his failure, calmly recounting his experiences. A silver firearm with power rivaling that of elite snipers, capable of delivering strikes with the force of a vice-admiral. Am I listening to a tale? Califa could no longer suppress her urge to scoff. I am not spinning tales, Califa. The mission continues. I will exercise caution. And I will manage this adversary unless he directly ventures into the Grand Line. Lucci found a large boulder to sit upon and took out some provisions to nibble on. It is essential to replenish nutrients after sustaining injuries, and the food he consumed was quite effective in this regard, though its taste left much to be desired. While he ate, he continued speaking. There have been numerous unforeseen events this time. In any case, we must endeavor to locate our target. With those words, Lucci ended the call. Inside the dilapidated house of the town, Califa reluctantly hung up the phone and turned to Bruno and Gabra, saying, Do you think he is jesting? That kind of firearm, it's simply too difficult to fathom. I assent it, leaning against the wall, seemingly indifferent to the dust above. Gabra replied in a tone of someone who had been through similar experiences, Califa, you are still not well acquainted with Lucci. I understand him far better than you do. He would never joke about such matters, or rather, he has never joked with anyone at any time. Rob Lucci is an exceptional individual, calm, composed, and immensely powerful. He trains relentlessly. Though his sense of justice may be peculiar, it is still justice, not evil. While Gabra indeed possessed a deeper understanding of Lucci than Califa, he would not claim complete comprehension. Well, regardless of whether this matter is true or not, it is certain that Lucci has not succeeded, so we must continue our attempts. Bruno remarked. His reactions were often a bit slow, but unlike the other two, he focused on the pressing issues at hand. Naturally, the members of CP9 were not limited to just the three of them. However, only these three had come to the kingdom of Goya, while the others were scattered throughout the East Blue, gathering clues. Initially, hope rested heavily on the shoulders of these three and Lucci, but now all prospects seemed temporarily lost. Bruno, are you certain you have searched every possible location? Califa inquired. Indeed, he replied. Califa turned in place, observing that Gabra showed no intention of interjecting. And thus she directly expressed her thoughts. One of Casillas' subordinates, a blond lad named Hawk. I shall attempt to make contact with him. Hopefully, I can extract some intelligence. Since Bruno has found nothing, we must assume this factory is not in the kingdom of Goya. In that case, Bruno might as well search other suspicious areas, such as where Casillas first appeared. Bruno pondered her suggestion and then countered. The issue is, this fellow has returned in 2 months. Is that even feasible? Aside from the kingdom of Goya, is there any other place? Califa had already considered this. Could it possibly be the Ceres Islands? Or perhaps a nation across the sea? Or is he simply wandering aimlessly across the ocean? Bruno fell silent. Also, there rests that nameless tavern, AK, right? I entrust this task to you, Senior Gabra. Is that agreeable? With a hint of sarcasm in his words, Gabra smiled faintly and remarked, Then let us proceed. It is wise not to seek out the commander until we have results. Otherwise, we shall only face reprimands afterwards. I believe Lucy understands this quite well. Meanwhile, upon stepping onto the deck, Gray hurried over, exclaiming, Captain, this gun possesses such tremendous power. May I use it? Observing the eager glimmer in his eyes, Casillas chuckled and inquired, Can you assure me that you won't damage it? Of course. Gray nodded vigorously. Really? Casillas appeared tempted, leaning closer to Gray with an intense gaze. Yes, I promise not to break it. However, as Casillas caressed the gun's body, he passed it to Lucien, hesitatingly biting off part of his words before finally uttering. I refuse. Captain, that fellow? Lucien gently caressed the gun before glancing towards the coastline at Lucy, softly voicing a question. Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. As soon as he ventures out to sea, let's use the Gauss sniper rifle against him. Though I doubt he will act recklessly and put himself in a disadvantageous position at sea, Casillas stated calmly. First, let us address another predicament, ideally. We might reach an understanding with the Night Demon. Doflamingo is a man who values profit above all. He is the easiest to negotiate with. Chapter 120. Communication. The explosion of the high-explosive incendiary round was clearly visible even to Diamante, drifting upon the sea. The consequence of this situation is that they have essentially lost all thoughts of resistance. Currently, they can only await capture by their adversaries. Setting others aside, Diamante certainly does not wish to forfeit his life. As one of the most senior members of the Don Quixote family, his initial motivation for joining was undoubtedly the pursuit of wealth and advantage. Although his admiration for Doflamingo has since been added to this motivation, it does not detract from his original intent. Diamante cannot be deemed a formidable warrior. His ascension to the highest echelons of the family was primarily due to the advantages of time, much like Treble, relying on credentials, time, and the trust of Doflamingo. If one were to assess purely based on strength, neither he nor Treble would qualify as competent among the highest ranks of the Don Quixote family. In a world where strength reigns supreme, it is indeed a farce that the top executives under the Tenryubido are devoid of haki, although few dare to mock this reality. To put it euphemistically, one might interpret this as Don Quixote Doflamingo showing compassion for the elderly by providing them with better treatment. However, the reality is that Doflamingo's actions stem from the trust he has placed in Diamante, who has demonstrated his loyalty over time. Moreover, Diamante, along with Tori Pole and Virgo, were among the original four who bestowed upon Doflamingo the string fruit, acknowledging him as their king and establishing the pirate crew. It is fair to say that Doflamingo's utmost trust resides with these four individuals. Consequently, three of them hold the highest positions within the family. While Virgo has infiltrated the Navy, becoming a crucial pawn in Doflamingo's grand scheme. As the flag of the Black Flag pirates drew near, both Diamante and Gladius, whom he had persuaded, offered no resistance, obediently having their hands bound together on the deck, standing in line with a few surviving underlings. Casillas, with a cigarette perched at the corner of his mouth, scrutinized the two men. Thus far, he had encountered numerous characters from the original narrative, including the red-haired pirates, Luffy, Ace, and even Sabo, not to mention the fledgling pirate Black Cat Kuro. However, this marked his first encounter with foes, aside from the recently met Rob Lucci, being these two officers of the Don Quixote family. As for Buggy, Casillas certainly did not consider him a true adversary. If I were to claim that misunderstandings abound in this situation, would you believe me? Casillas exhaled a plume of smoke. Attempting to clarify, this was merely an act undertaken by my subordinates without my consent. In truth, a minor character such as myself would never dare to oppose a formidable entity like the Don Quixote family. Therefore, how about we conclude this matter by safely handing over Miss Baby 5 to you? Diamante pondered this for a moment. He was well aware that Casillas might be speaking the truth. However, their purpose in coming here extended beyond merely rescuing Baby 5, signaling Gladius to remain silent. He turned his gaze back to Casillas. Such matters are beyond my purview. I must consult Doflamingo regarding this. With narrowed eyes fixated on the grease paint adorning Diamante's face, Casillas nodded slightly. Very well, then shall we place a call to the esteemed Lord Nightcrawler? Coincidentally, I too wish to witness a figure of such stature. In future encounters with other pirates, I shall have much to boast about. Did you know I've had a chat with Doflamingo himself? Observing Casillas' enigmatic smile, Diamante acquiesced with a nod. Release him. Lucian unsheathed a gleaming silver dagger and approached, severing the ropes binding Diamante's hands. Once liberated, Diamante did not contemplate whether to free Gladius as well. Instead, he promptly produced a din mushy and began dialing. In truth, he had already attempted to call earlier, but no one had answered. The situation is somewhat unusual, which has caused Diamante a degree of concern. Thus, he did not refuse Casillas' request for this reason. The sound of the telephone bug, harmonizing with the rhythmic crashing of the waves, creates a remarkable sense of coordination. After a considerable wait, the call was finally connected, and Doflamingo's voice resonated on the other end. Diamante? What is it? Doff, there have been some developments here. You may need to make a decision. Diamante refrained from anxiously inquiring why his previous call had gone unanswered, or if there were any issues, especially with Casillas' men observing closely. Oh, what is happening? Diamante succinctly explained the situation. On the Chambord Islands, Doflamingo had just shed his customary pink feather coat, feeling somewhat warm, though it was merely a psychological effect. He had just stepped aboard a pirate ship that had been newly coated, where Treble was overseeing the unloading of supplies. Treble, with a long string of snot trailing behind him, was rushing over. Doff, hey, Doff, everything is ready. We can set sail at any moment. Doflamingo raised his hand, signaling him to be quiet. The disheveled man, exuding an unmistakable aura of repulsion, fell silent as he drew closer, intently listening to the voice emanating from the phone bug. Diamante spoke with clarity. How intriguing. Casillas? Let him speak. I am keen to hear what he has to say. Torpole appeared somewhat anxious, glancing at Mingo with a mix of hesitation and urgency. Mingo, perched on the edge of the boat with one leg crossed, displayed the sparse, coarse hair on his calves, accentuated by his shorts. From the other end of the phone bug, a youthful voice, mimicking with remarkable precision, resonated. Don Quixote da Flamingo? Young man, you are well aware of whom you have provoked. Given this, do you believe that returning baby 5 will resolve the matter? Mingo, his red-tinted sunglasses reflecting a flicker of light, responded menacingly, Of course, I know that is impossible. Casillas extinguished his cigarette and, with deliberate clarity, remarked, However, what if I were to offer you some weaponry? Mingo, your arms dealings extend across the globe, whereas my operations are merely trivial. Yet, there is one distinction. My weapons are far superior to yours. Providing weapons? Why not the technology to manufacture them? Casillas chuckled. You have yet to witness the AK-47, have you? But you will soon enough. Enough of that. I will only inform you that Rob Lucci is currently blocking my path at the exit of the Grand Line. At the mention of Rob Lucci, Mingo instinctively furrowed his brow. Rob Lucci? The one from CP9? This individual is merely a minor character, at least for Doflamingo at this moment. Doflamingo felt as if he had overlooked something significant. Suddenly, his mind pierced through a sheet of paper. A characteristic laughter erupted. Doflamingo seized the snail phone, bringing it close to his face, staring intently at the expression of Casillas it mimicked, and menacingly declared, Very well, but should you dare to deceive me, be prepared to dig your own grave. Upon finishing, Doflamingo hung up the snail phone and addressed Toribol, stating, The plan has changed. We will not proceed to the New World. Redirect towards the entrance of the Grand Line. Ah, Doflamingo? Toribol exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment, oblivious to the mucus that dripped into his mouth. But Vice Admiral Tsuru, under Doflamingo's unwavering gaze, Toribol ultimately swallowed the remainder of his sentence and turned to make arrangements. Doflamingo's gaze shifted towards the Navy headquarters. He had gradually come to comprehend why Vice Admiral Tsuru, who typically would be recuperating at the Navy headquarters during such times, had suddenly mobilized and with a target on himself. He had indeed been careless. When Pick had called him, he should have recognized this sooner, and compared to himself. The world government had been far quicker to perceive these developments and had taken preemptive action. How can this situation allow the world government to monopolize the benefits? Chapter 121. The arrival of Don Quixote at Log Town. What do you mean? Sengoku abruptly rose, grasping the Den Mushi to initiate a call. What is it? Vice Admiral Tsuru answered the Den Mushi in her captain's quarters, her voice laced with curiosity. Is it possible that Don Quixote is attempting to flee? Such occurrences are rather common. Given the vastness of the Navy, leaks are to be expected. If he intends to return to the New World, that would be fortuitous. Sengoku gestured for the secretary present to exit, then elucidated to Tsuru. He may have uncovered something. According to our intelligence, the Don Quixote pirates, who were initially poised to retreat, have suddenly commenced dispersing their forces across 7 different routes, each with their members. Meanwhile, Don Quixote himself has seemingly vanished. He could be concealing himself among one of these 7 factions or might be making his solitary way to the starting point of the Grand Line. In any case, it appears he has become privy to information we hope to keep from him. Vice Admiral Tsuru remained silent, gazing out at the tumultuous waves beyond the porthole. After a prolonged pause, she remarked, Don Quixote is an individual adept in schemes and deceit, and his identity seems rather peculiar. The world government's stance towards him is decidedly ambiguous. I have even heard whispers of his aspirations to join the Shichibukai. Sengoku refrained from responding. The thought of Don Quixote da Flamingo becoming one of the Shichibukai was the last scenario he wished to entertain. The Shichibukai system itself is a source of considerable discontent among many within the Navy, relying on notorious pirates to assist in curbing piracy. Is that not akin to inviting a wolf into the fold? Furthermore, pirates are adversaries. For a Navy that champions justice, depending on their might, is a disgraceful act. However, the implementation of this system is overseen by the world government, the absolute ruler of this realm. As subordinates, the Navy holds no authority to dissent, at least not since the time of previous fleet admirals. Although this system appears to have yielded remarkable results thus far, particularly in the first half of the Grand Line under the watch of the Seven Warlords, it is evident that some, like a certain empress from Amazon Lily, have not faithfully fulfilled their responsibilities. Nonetheless, the emergence of the Seven Warlords has significantly curtailed the rampant influence of pirates along the seas leading to the New World. The Navy stands as the most formidable military force in this world, However, it cannot attend to every matter. Following GOLD, Roger's proclamation that ignited the age of exploration. The power of pirates has surged to unprecedented levels, particularly with the 4 emperors of the New World, each capable of rivaling the Navy to some extent. In an effort to suppress the pirates of the New World and contain the 4 emperors, the Navy has concentrated the majority of its formidable forces in that area. The 4 seas in the first half of the Grand Line, by comparison, are left wanting in strength, even if one harbors disdain for the Seven Warlords system. Upon ascending to the rank of Fleet Admiral, Sengoku must acknowledge, upon reviewing the actual intelligence reports, that the Seven Warlords system has proven quite useful. The extent of its side effects remains to be seen. As Sengoku pondered the implications of Don Quixote Doflamingo's ambition to become a Seven Warlord, he was swiftly brought back to reality by the voice of Admiral Tsuru. Sengoku, speculating about his whereabouts is futile. I shall proceed directly to his intended destination. Fortunately, my route will be somewhat shorter than his. By the way, is there any news from CP9? Upon being asked this question, Sengoku felt a wave of frustration wash over him and shook his head. No, regardless of whether their operation is a resounding success or a complete failure. CP9 cannot directly contact me, the Fleet Admiral, unless they require Navy assistance. Otherwise, I understand. Tsuru responded decisively. Then let us proceed as I have suggested. Ending the call, Tsuru turned to the striking woman standing at the door. Let us head to the Red Continent. The woman was extraordinarily tall, standing over 2 meters. With a prominent spider tattoo adorning her snow-white thigh beneath her tailored naval uniform, complete with the insignia of a captain. Her dark, mid-length hair was elegantly pinned up, and her alluring features, accentuated by fiery red lips, exuded a captivating charm. She is an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Sister Crane, what is the matter? The person in question is Peach Rabbit, originally named Guion, with Peach Rabbit being her nickname. She is treated like a younger sister by General Crane, though few are aware of their actual familial ties. At this moment, Peach Rabbit has already become a formidable swordsman, and her renowned blade, Kimpira, serves as testament to her prowess. Although she is on the verge of attaining the rank of Rear Admiral, her actual strength is hardly inferior to that of General Crane. On this vessel, Peach Rabbit holds the position of second in command. However, once she is promoted to Rear Admiral, it is unlikely she will remain by General Crane's side, as she will need to lead her own team. Offering a resigned smile to Peach Rabbit, Crane, like a benevolent old woman, remarked, Doflamingo has begun to play tricks. Let us cut off his escape route. This time, we shall ensure he spends a longer duration in prison. Oh, Peach Rabbit responded with a charming smile. May I take the lead this time? I am quite eager to see the true strength of this Tenyasha. Can he withstand my Kimpira? To this, Crane merely smiled. Peach Rabbit's strength is indeed formidable, currently on par with a mid-ranking officer. Yet combat is not merely a matter of measuring against a standard. Moreover, the current situation is fraught with uncertainty. Once CP9 and the world government are involved, matters often cannot be resolved through mere brawling. Just as with that Doflamingo. Crane had captured this notorious pirate multiple times, yet the outcomes were always predictable. She silently hoped for a favorable outcome. For Crane, her perception of the world aligns with that of the majority of the Navy, dividing right from wrong through the lens of justice. However, everyone's interpretation of justice inevitably varies. As Peach Rabbit directed the naval ship to alter its course in a certain alleyway of Logetown, a man with a bright red nose was stealthily making his way through the shadows. For Buggy, fate had been particularly unkind. After the loss of an inconsequential subordinate on the Celestial Islands, he felt no remorse whatsoever. In fact, he could scarcely recall the unfortunate fellow's name. Following this, Buggy promptly began preparations for his voyage. Treasures of the Grand Line awaited him, the Great Buggy. However, fate is unpredictable, and misfortune can strike at any moment. His new pirate ship, new crew, and subordinates met with disaster once again. The reason being, just as they were nearing Logetown, a violent storm caused them to veer off their safe course, leading to a shipwreck. According to his later explanations, this is how the calamity unfolded, an unexpected annihilation. The suddenness of the disaster was overwhelming. Fortunately, Buggy managed to survive. Fortunately, the location of the shipwreck was not far from Logetown, merely a few kilometers away. He was fortunate to have encountered the right ocean currents, allowing him to ascend to the island where Logetown is situated, clinging to a large fragment of the ship. To his astonishment, he discovered that there were indeed people discussing him. If they were recounting the adventurous tales of the notorious Captain Buggy, it would have been one thing. But alas, some despicable, loathsome deceiver had taken it upon himself to disseminate fabricated lies. Buggy could swear on his honor. I, Buggy, have never. No, I mean, I, Buggy, have absolutely never set foot on the ship of the Pirate King, Roger. I also do not know any individual named Shanks. He almost convinced himself of his own words. Thankfully, he was not foolish enough to believe that others would share in his delusion. In Buggy's eyes, at that moment, Rogue Town, and perhaps the entire East Blue, was likely under the watchful surveillance of the world government's intelligence agency, all in pursuit of him. Thus, he resolved to proceed with utmost caution. Chapter 122. The chaos of Rogue Town. To conceal his most distinctive feature, the conspicuous red nose, Buggy deliberately draped a piece of black cloth over his face. This disguise effectively obscured his nose and mouth, leaving only his eyes visible. He dared to claim that this ruse was nothing short of flawless. Even acquaintances would struggle to recognize him. As for the outcome, while passers-by on the street cast him bewildered and wary glances, it was evident that none could identify him as the infamous clown Buggy who had once sailed aboard Roger's ship. With his black mask, Buggy transitioned from a state of initial unease to one of brazen swagger. His gait became increasingly audacious, resembling that of a crab. Indeed, in the art of disguise, I, Clown Buggy, am truly gifted, he mused, unwittingly making his way to the heart of Rogue Town, to the square dominated by the towering gallows. The throngs of people remain dense in this place. Buggy's gaze falls upon the deserted execution platform, stirring memories of a bygone era, when that audacious captain, unafraid of heaven and earth, faced the overwhelming might of the Golden Lion's forces without a hint of surrender in his heart. It seems he himself had contemplated capitulation back then, but one cannot blame oneself, can one? Who could have foreseen such fortuitous luck, a sudden tempest that annihilated the Golden Lion's fleet, just like his own pirate crew? That massive armada capable of filling the horizon was obliterated by the storm. Had it not been for that tempest, his actions would have been justified. Why did that detestable Roger possess such fortune? Why was his own luck so woefully lacking? Buggy found himself lost in thought. He failed to notice a gentle breeze stirring, sufficient to lift the edges of his garments, causing the loosely tied black rag at the back of his head to gradually loosen with the passage of time and his movements. Now, like the final straw that breaks the camel's back, a corner of the tattered cloth, adorned with several holes, fluttered up from his chin, ultimately dislodging the entire piece from his face. Initially, Buggy remained oblivious to the change, still ensconced in his reverie, merely sensing the breeze without giving it much thought. It was not until he discerned the unusual gaze of those around him that he began to feel a sense of unease. Some individuals regarded him with an intense fervor. Buggy recognized this sensation well. It was the same expression he bore when he glimpsed clues to treasure. So, what is happening? Why do they gaze at me thus? Only after a few moments did Buggy suddenly feel a chill upon his nose, the familiar sensation of the wind brushing against him. My disguise is gone. Realizing this, panic surged through him. In the next instant, Buggy turned and fled. A throng of people followed suit, all pirates or bounty hunters. Their motives for pursuit quite straightforward. Buggy was now a figure of immense interest. The news regarding this individual, who was once a member of the Pirate King's crew, has spread like wildfire. Those with idle time on their hands have even begun to fabricate tales about his past exploits. They claim that he had a contentious relationship with red-haired Shanks, that he possesses knowledge of the whereabouts of Joel D. Roger's great treasure, and that during the legendary Battle of Edwar, it was he who insisted on a fierce confrontation with the formidable Sea.He, ultimately aiding Roger in vanquishing Sea.He's vast pirate fleet. It is said that after Roger's surrender, he fell into despair and retreated to the East Blue, choosing to conceal his true strength and live as an ordinary pirate. When Casillas casually leaked the information that Buggy was once a crew member of Roger's, he never anticipated that the rumors would escalate to such an extent. Initially, people merely remarked that the clown Buggy had ties to Roger and was acquainted with red-haired Shanks. However, as the gossip mongers continued to embellish the narrative, the truth became increasingly obscured. Ultimately, the consensus among the masses is that Buggy the Clown is indeed a formidable figure, with the most crucial detail being, he possesses knowledge of the Pirate King Roger's One Piece. The news has begun to spread beyond the East China Sea, capturing the imagination of both ordinary folk and pirates alike. Their motivations diverge significantly. Some ambitious individuals, confident in their abilities, aspire to seize this individual and extract secrets about the legendary treasure. Others, enamored by the mythic figure, pursue him with the fervor of devoted fans. Yet, these two groups represent a mere minority. The majority are driven by the prospect of capturing this individual and delivering him to the Navy for a bounty. Despite Buggy the Clown's considerable strength, their numbers, counting in the hundreds, render them fearless. Should fortune favor them and they manage to apprehend him, the reward from the world government for a remnant of Roger's legacy would be substantial. However, the ordinary populace, with their limited understanding, remain oblivious to the true extent of a formidable person's power. If Buggy were indeed as powerful as rumored, a mere flick of his wrist could easily dispatch them. Yet, their ignorance fuels their enthusiasm as they chase fervently. A cloud of dust billows behind them, stretching like a serpentine tail, while street vendors suffer greatly, some stalls overturned, goods scattered, and in more severe instances, individuals trampled underfoot, with some tragically meeting their demise. As Buggy rounds a street corner, he is met by a formidable wall of Navy troops, meticulously arranged, with soldiers brandishing rifles and others maneuvering cannons, loading them with ammunition. Upon witnessing this sight, Buggy's head nearly took flight, spinning around his neck before settling back into place. Meanwhile, the Navy, still unaware of the full situation, had received word of a large group of pirates wreaking havoc in Logue Town, numbering in the hundreds and rampaging through the town. This posed a significant dilemma for the station Navy personnel. The commanding officer, with a decisive gesture, mobilized nearly all available forces to intercept this audacious rabble. The officer in charge, sporting a prominent mustache, spotted Buggy standing 100 meters away. Recognition dawned upon him. This red-nosed figure was none other than Buggy the Clown. "Capture him," he commanded. "If you succeed, you could all rise to my rank." The soldiers erupted with excitement, many recognizing the notorious figure before them and immediately opened fire. In an instant, bullets rained down upon the streets, striking several civilians who had failed to find refuge in nearby buildings. Though some civilians remained, the allure of significant profit overshadowed any concern for their safety. Moreover, the majority of these naval personnel are not local recruits from Rogue Town. Had they engaged in such actions in their hometown, they would undoubtedly exercise more discretion. However, here, they are strangers. What does it matter if a few civilians perish? As long as they can apprehend the clown, Buggy, all of this is deemed worthwhile. The unfortunate Buggy scuttled across the ground, his body fracturing into countless pieces to evade the bullets. The pirates and bounty hunters, initially pursuing Buggy, began to take cover, some with fiery tempers, retaliating by firing upon the Navy. The scene was in utter chaos. No one noticed a pale white arm quietly emerge beside an incapacitated civilian, pulling him into a nearby alley. Disguised as an ordinary woman, Robin checked for signs of life, only to discover that this unfortunate soul had already drawn his last breath. Letting out a sigh. Indeed, it is once again time for a hiatus. The first volume is approaching its conclusion, and today I intended to start writing, only to find my thoughts lacking, leaving me unable to proceed. In simple terms, I am experiencing writer's block. I apologize. Truth be told, I am not a master of this craft. I possess no extraordinary talent. My writing experience can hardly be deemed substantial, amounting to merely half a book. As my previous work on Naruto closely followed the original plot, only to falter in the latter stages, and let us not even mention the abandoned works. Chapter 123, The Little Girl. The streets of Rogue Town are engulfed in chaos. The air is thick with the cacophony of gunfire, mingling with anguished cries and roars of terror, a resounding warning for those who wish to avoid trouble to steer clear of this tumultuous scene. Despite Rogue Town being a crucial passage for pirates venturing into the Grand Line, such disorder is a rare occurrence. The sudden appearance of Buggy is to blame, as both pirates and Navy personnel have lost their rationality. After all, he is a coveted prize that everyone yearns to seize. Just a taste could satiate one's hunger, leaving them utterly satisfied. The bewildered townsfolk cower in their homes, praying that the chaos does not encroach upon them, though unfortunately, such hope is futile. Many astute individuals choose to flee, yet those who encounter pirates may meet a swifter demise. The pandemonium spreads rapidly. Some pirates, driven by fervor, opt to fight back, while others, maintaining their composure, instinctively seek refuge, shattering doors and windows to invade nearby residences, an undeniably prudent course of action. Once a wolf infiltrates a flock of sheep, it cannot help but seize a few lambs. Piracy and slaughter are inherent traits. Ordinarily, they might refrain from such acts in Rogue Town, but with the chaos unleashed, there is little concern for restraint. Looting ensues, and certain depraved individuals, if encountering a woman deemed not too aged, indulge themselves without hesitation. Do these frail civilians dare to resist? A competent pirate would certainly not mind adding a few more lives to their tally. Some, driven by their brutal instincts, indiscriminately take innocent lives, finding a twisted pleasure in the act. Buggy, too, adopts a similar path of escape, although he has become the focal point of the conflict. The hail of bullets fails to graze him. He has mastered the abilities granted by the chop-chop fruit, especially in evading attacks, splitting into numerous fragments. The bullets pass harmlessly through the gaps, seemingly striking him but failing to impede his speed. His pace is astonishing, darting through the crossfire between pirates and the Navy. Buggy feels as though he has sprouted 18 legs, performing beyond his limits. With the crisp sound of shattering glass, his fragmented form crashes through a window, tearing apart the brown curtains, and he reassembles before a pale pink children's bed, his face etched with apprehension. The recent experience evokes memories of his youth aboard Roger's ship, where countless foes relentlessly pursued them, and peril was a daily companion, all thanks to a captain who thrived on trouble. By thunder, had it not been for my quick reflexes, I might have met my end here today. Having survived the ordeal, Buggy leaned against the wall beneath the window, taking a moment to survey his surroundings. In that moment, he noticed a small girl, approximately 7 or 8 years old, hiding beneath the bed. Upon being discovered, the terrified child desperately attempted to retreat further into the confines of the bed's shadowy depths. However, given the already limited space of the child's bed, her efforts were strained and there was little room for retreat. Realizing this, overwhelming dread and panic caused the little girl to tremble uncontrollably. Her dark, crystal-like eyes, clouded with fear, reflected both a plea and a sense of hopelessness as they met Bucky's gaze. Just then, several bullets whizzed through the window, shattering a mirror on the wall and sending fragments of white plaster into the air. The girl, startled once again, shuddered in fright, instinctively trying to shrink even further away, her delicate arms scraping against the floor and drawing blood without her awareness as she mechanically repeated her anxious movements. Bucky's expression momentarily grew complex. Gazing at the girl who was fixated on him, he hesitated for less than a second, listening to the rapid gunfire echoing from beyond the thin walls, and then, in an instant, he surged forward, his body racing towards the door while one hand reached out to grasp the girl. The series of actions unfolded with remarkable swiftness. As he pushed open the door, he clasped the little girl's hand, returning it to his wrist. With one hand, Buggy guided her out of the room while using the other to cover her mouth, fearful that she might cry out and reveal their location. He darted down the corridor with the small girl in tow, his gaze fixed firmly on the main door of the room. With a resounding crash, Buggy barreled through the sturdy wooden door, the lock and the wood around it having been severely compromised, utterly destroyed. He sheltered the girl in his arms, and aside from a look of confusion in her eyes, she appeared to be unharmed. When Buggy burst onto the street, only 3 or 4 seconds had elapsed since he entered the room, demonstrating his astonishing speed. At that moment, a bounty hunter wielding a firearm and a blade leaped into the room, taking only a brief moment to survey the scene before hastily pursuing Buggy. Following suit, several other bounty hunters and pirates climbed through the shattered windows, converging without conflict, their sights set solely on Buggy. At this juncture, the initial pursuers had largely forgotten their original intentions. The pirates were now either fleeing, wreaking havoc, or engaged in fierce combat with the Navy. Conversely, a portion of the bounty hunters, sensing the dire situation, opted to withdraw, while a significant number continued their relentless pursuit of Buggy. Despite the row of houses in between, the street was largely devoid of pedestrians, with a few bodies sprawled at the roadside. The acrid scent of blood emanated from pools of dark crimson liquid, gradually permeating the surrounding air. Upon leaving the room, Buggy hesitated not for a moment, swiftly selecting a nearby room to enter. A cursory glance revealed that this room was the only one with an open window. He drew the curtains, though not entirely, casting the room into a dim twilight. Buggy then proceeded to enter another room through the corridor. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, as Buggy, guided by a faint glimmer of light, discovered a cabinet into which he gently placed the little girl, instructing her, "Stay quiet in here. Your survival now depends entirely on you." With that, he released his grip. Though her face betrayed her fear, the little girl obediently nodded, her eyes revealing a hint of reluctance as she watched Buggy turn to leave. Suddenly, he glanced back and reminded her, "Remember to close the cabinet door. Hide well." She promptly nodded in agreement. A sense of inexplicable relief washed over Buggy as he scrutinized the girl once more before departing, gently closing the door behind him. Just as he completed this action and had yet to turn away, a woman's voice resonated through the air, You should have hidden her in the kitchen cabinet instead. Her chances of survival would significantly increase that way. If pirates or similar intruders were to invade, they would first search places where items can be concealed. In comparison, the kitchen offers a modicum more safety. Of course, if you are willing to protect her continuously, her survival chances could exceed 50%. Chapter 124. The escape. At the moment the woman's voice echoed, Buggy's fear surged to its zenith, sending shivers coursing through him. It is indeed true that fright can be lethal. After what felt like an eternity, he managed to calm his racing heart and turned to face the source of the voice, bewildered by the audacity of a woman who dared to speak amidst such peril. What did she mean by exceed 50%? Did she possess any sense of discretion? If she was incapable of conversing wisely, she ought to remain silent and let those with eloquence speak. It was a rare occasion when he had displayed a modicum of kindness, only to be observed and audaciously criticized. Was she courting danger? Buggy contemplated silencing this reckless woman before hastily exiting this cursed place. It would be prudent to avoid drawing attention in the East Blue for the time being. After all, should word of this incident spread, it would undoubtedly tarnish Captain Buggy's illustrious reputation. In the dim light, he caught sight of her appearance, cascading golden curls, a face so unremarkable that it struck Buggy as peculiar, and fair skin adorned in a plain dress devoid of distinguishing features, standing at the corridor's end. A faint smile graced her lips, one that irked Buggy intensely, as it felt like mockery directed at him. With utmost caution, Buggy inquired, "Who are you?" Regarding Bucky's impression that he is being mocked, Robin could confidently swear that it was never her intention to ridicule him. Rather, the individual before her was simply overly sensitive. Having undergone several transformations in disguise, Robin responded to the predicament with an elegant smile. "Ah, Captain Bucky, your inquiry lacks the courtesy one might expect. After all, this is my residence, and you, Captain Bucky, are the intruder. A self-introduction would be in order, wouldn't you agree?" "Huh, I am not one to adhere to gentlemanly conduct." Bucky scoffed dismissively, "And besides, aren't you already aware of who I am?" "That is true," Robin began, but was abruptly interrupted by Bucky. "Enough. My patience is not infinite. Speak. What is your purpose?" "Nothing much, merely wishing to remind you that if you depart in this manner, she may find it exceedingly difficult to evade the clutches of death. The Navy of the East Blue will receive word and arrive to quell the chaos. It could take several hours, perhaps even the better part of a day. I am but a frail woman, left to fend for myself. Thus, you truly intend to leave at this very moment?" Bucky furrowed his brow, acknowledging that the woman before him possessed a valid point. Although his decision to save the young girl had been an impulsive act, he was reluctant to abandon her here, fully aware of the consequences. Yet, he found this woman irksome. Perhaps it was because she had glimpsed the benevolence that a pirate like him ought not to harbor. Or perhaps it was simply an innate aversion. Even now, gazing at her face, he felt an indescribable sensation, an unsettling dissonance. What is the matter? Buggy does not consider himself a noble person, yet he is certainly not one to judge others by their appearance. He seeks to uncover the source of this feeling. Is there something on my face? Observing the man who gazes intently at her, Robin, puzzled, touches her face, confident in her disguise. She does not believe Buggy could see through it. Suddenly, Buggy perceives that the expressions on her face, as she speaks, exhibit an unnatural shift in the curvature of her eyes and lips. He is indeed aware of the cause of this reaction. You are not an ordinary person, are you? Who could calmly converse with a pirate trespassing in their home? Buggy steps back, leaning against the door, ever vigilant of the enigmatic woman a few meters away. Furthermore, I doubt this is truly your residence, and you may not even appear as you do now. He anticipated that revealing her secret would astonish her, however, to Buggy's dismay. The woman merely paused momentarily before resuming her smile. "I did not expect to encounter someone discerning today." Without a hint of anger at being recognized or launching an immediate attack, Buggy, somewhat disenchanted, remarked, "I once resided on a certain ship where there was an individual skilled in this art, yet he was far superior to you, at least. I could never discern his disguise. Such a person exists? I would like to witness this." Buggy turned and pushed open the door, speaking in a nonchalant tone. "That would depend on luck. Who knows if that fellow is still alive? He may have long since turned to bones or could be somewhere, embracing a woman and drinking, boasting to complete strangers." Upon hearing this, Robin inquired, "You mentioned being on someone else's ship. Could it be the ship of the Pirate King, Roger? Are those rumors circulating outside true?" Although Robin phrased it as a question, she felt a growing conviction within. Buggy turned his head and cursed, "You ugly woman. Do you think I would admit it? If you wish to uncover the truth, first remove your makeup and false eyebrows. You dare to seek other secrets while concealing your true self? Reveal your identity before we proceed. No sooner had Buggy finished speaking than a voice rang out. We found it. Over there. The voice came from the street, seemingly not far away. This situation left Buggy feeling rather awkward. He had not anticipated that his loud speech would inadvertently reveal his whereabouts. As for cursing, the great Buggy is certainly not that kind of person. He would never resort to such language. It was merely a matter of speaking a tad too loudly. Damn it. Those insufferable bounty hunters and the ungrateful pirates. While his mind was filled with incessant curses, Buggy was swift in his actions. Darting into the room to scoop up the young girl and making a dash for the exit. Robin stood at the doorway, and upon seeing him carry the girl, her smile bloomed like a flower. This way. Without a moment's hesitation, Buggy, with the girl in his arms, followed Robin as they leaped out of the window. Soon arriving at a secluded alley flanked by walls, with only a few windows offering any other form of passage. Buggy's fortune remained intact. That room was indeed Robin's refuge. And being her hideout, she had naturally mapped out an escape route for emergencies. Progressing with purpose would undoubtedly prove more efficient than aimless wandering. In the face of such chaos, Robin, instinctively attempting to save the girl, quickly recognized that this posed a significant threat to her as well. The rampant activity of pirates and bounty hunters, along with the inevitable search operations to be conducted by the Navy throughout the town, made their departure from Logtown an urgent matter. However, just as she returned to her room to gather a few essential items, Buggy barged in. In this era, a pirate capable of saving others is indeed a rare creature, and for Robin, this is her first encounter. She feels that aiding this individual should pose no significant challenge. Meanwhile, within the minds of the two hastening figures, Buggy's inner thoughts are consumed by a singular plea. Please, let me not discover who has spread these rumors. Even if it's Shanks, I shall not hesitate to confront him. Wait, could it truly be the work of Shanks? At that moment, Casillas, engaged in fishing, sneezes. Days have passed, and he remains anchored at a vantage point where he can behold the distant Twin Cape, intently observing Lucci, who lies in wait on the shore. Occasionally, curious pirates venturing into the Grand Line draw near, only to be met with robbery or destruction of their vessels. With no option to retreat, Casillas finds himself unexpectedly at ease. Beyond his daily regimen of muscle training, he finds leisure in fishing. However, over the past few days, most of the fish have not been caught, but rather frozen along with the seawater, and when the ice melts, one might say he has indeed caught something. Chapter 125. Reflections on the situation. Unbeknownst to Casillas, chaos has erupted in Roguetown, situated across the Red Line. What began as a skirmish between a few hundred pirates and the Navy has escalated into a tumultuous affair, drawing nearly all pirates present in Roguetown into this sudden upheaval. A disturbance that will soon capture the attention of the Navy headquarters. However, such an intervention requires time. Even the East Blue Navy will need a while to arrive and restore order. A glass of watermelon juice sits before Casillas, but his thoughts drift far from it. He gazes out at the azure sea, lost in contemplation. Rob Lucci remains unyielding, and thus the impromptu mission remains unfulfilled. To forcibly expel this individual, employing a Gauss sniper rifle for an indiscriminate shot would indeed present a viable opportunity. Yet, after much deliberation, Casillas ultimately abandons this notion. The emergence of CP9 signifies that the world government has taken notice of him. Even if fortune favors him and he manages to exhaust Lucci's haki, injuring him enough to return to the East Blue, he must then confront adversaries potentially stronger than Lucci, such as a Navy Vice Admiral. At that time, while the Gauss sniper rifle may possess formidable capabilities, it is unrealistic to rely solely on this weapon to combat all dangers. The world government, aware of its own motivations, is undoubtedly influenced by weapons such as the Desert Eagle and the AK-47. Now, it may also need to consider the addition of a Gauss sniper rifle. Initially, the objective was to utilize the Gauss sniper rifle against the members of the Don Quixote family, preferably capturing them alive to leverage hostages in negotiations with Don Quixote da Flamingo. The anticipated outcome would inevitably involve conceding some benefits, such as selling weapons at a reduced price to the opposing party. The unexpected appearance of Rob Lucci has disrupted Casillas' plans, yet the situation remains largely unchanged. The subsequent arms may not only be sold to Da Flamingo but also to the world government. Naturally, the world government may not favor such an outcome, as they would prefer to acquire the methods of weapon manufacturing to produce these arms en masse, thereby equipping their navy and other military forces. However, that is an unattainable goal, It can be assumed that other members of CP9 are currently scouring the kingdom of Goa for a non-existent factory. If they cannot locate it, they will likely expand their search range. Given sufficient time, they might even comb through the entire East Blue. Unfortunately, their efforts will ultimately prove fruitless. At best, they may find some Desert Eagles and a few AK-47 stored in a warehouse, which is a far cry from their expectations. Casillas remains quite confident. Whether concerning the imminent Doflamingo or the world government, neither party is likely to recklessly eliminate him without due cause. Despite being at an absolute disadvantage in terms of strength, he believes he is not in imminent danger. Doflamingo is not a reckless individual. He is one who contemplates his actions carefully. As for the upper echelon of the world government, composed of the Goya Sea.He, they are likely to be even more rational than Doflamingo, unless matters concerning the celestial dragons arise. When thinking of the celestial dragons, Casillas envisions those absurdly dressed individuals, their heads encased in glass, behaving with impunity, representing the epitome of malevolence in the world of One Piece. Although exceptions exist, there are indeed benevolent fools among the celestial dragons, such as Doflamingo's father, and those like Saint Masquerade, who was saved by Princess Shirahoshi's mother and later aided Shirahoshi and her companions at the Holy Land, demonstrating at least a sense of gratitude. Nevertheless, on the whole, these individuals represent the most obstinate affliction of this world. They are foolish and unrepentant, driven by insatiable greed, acting with impunity. Their malevolence is of a nature so profound that not even the vast seas of the four oceans or the Grand Line could cleanse their sins. Of course, one might consider comparing the collective misdeeds of all pirates. The century of blankness, the true history, Laugh Tale, the Holy Land Mariawa, the Moon People, the Sky Islanders, the enigmatic Celestial Kings, the gigantification of humanity, the country on the bridge, the Celestial Dragon King the colossal straw hat frozen beneath the Holy Land, and so forth. What secrets do all these enigmas harbor? This is a world steeped in secrets, where the Red Earth continent and the doldrums are but fragments of these mysteries. The ultimate secrets likely lie hidden in the realm of Lavdru, once traversed by Roger, and in the sacred land of Mariawa, home to the celestial dragons. The more he pondered, the more an exhilarating emotion burgeoned within Casillas. Might there come a day when he could unravel all these enigmas himself? It is said that Doflamingo possesses some knowledge regarding the secrets of the sacred land, having once been a celestial dragon himself. However, this knowledge serves as his greatest leverage. Attempting to extract such secrets from this villain is akin to an unarmed ordinary person trying to wrest a piece of meat from a tiger, an exceedingly daunting task. Thus, the paramount objective remains to empower oneself swiftly. He lifted his cup and took a sip, while it may not have been exceptional. The mere opportunity to savor watermelon juice at sea was already a remarkable luxury. In recent days, Casillas has been consuming orange juice daily to the point of saturation. "Hey, may I touch it?" A clear, melodious voice inquired, emanating from Baby 5, who had fallen under Gray's charm. Nearby, Lucien was meticulously polishing the silver body of a Gauss sniper rifle with a cloth, despite the fact that only a few specks of dust clung to its pristine surface. Lucien, however, was indifferent to this triviality, adhering to a routine of cleaning the weapon morning, noon, and night. As for disassembling the rifle for oiling or other maintenance, the weapon did not require such attention. Its internal structure was entirely self-sufficient, designed without consideration for repairs. If it broke, it was simply deemed irreparable. Baby Five's eyes widened as she gazed at the silver Gauss sniper rifle in Lucien's hands, perhaps due to her consumption of the weapon fruit. She held a profound affection for arms, especially this powerful weapon she had never encountered before. She had witnessed the terrifying explosion that day, which further fueled her envy for the rifle that Lucien handled daily. Yet, Lucien remained indifferent to her plight. He was well aware of the weapon fruit's capabilities and understood the potential trouble if this young girl were to learn how to transform into a Gauss sniper rifle. Casillas had already acknowledged that returning her would be a direct act of aiding the enemy. Baby 5, in a fit of frustration, found her ample chest heaving erratically. Despite her fervent pleas and occasional outbursts of anger, the cold-faced individual before her would only spare her a glance before returning to his own pursuits. Since Casillas had communicated with Don Quixote Doflamingo, she had gained some degree of freedom to roam the ship, yet it was hardly preferable to being confined within the cabin. At least she was no longer compelled to witness these individuals brandishing Desert Eagles and carrying AK-47s, while being denied the chance to even touch them. Gray, for his part, would engage her in conversation, but it was evident that he could not fulfill her desires. It was the first time Baby 5 directed her attention towards Casillas. Chapter 126. The Smoking Baby 5. Baby 5 was a well-behaved girl, and thus Casillas had granted her certain privileges of freedom in recent days. The other two individuals, along with a few surviving minions, had not received such leniency and were confined to the cramped quarters of the ship, strictly ordered not to wander. They, too, were relatively compliant. When Baby 5 trotted over to him, her large, dark eyes fixed upon him, Casillas felt a twinge of annoyance. This marks the first occasion she has taken the initiative to approach me. To speak candidly, the young Baby 5 of her childhood possessed a certain charm. Although her physique had begun to develop, she remained an innocent 13-year-old girl, her slightly chubby cheeks exuding a delightful roundness. Even with her frequent use of self-referential terms such as old lady, this did not detract from her subtle allure. In contrast to my memory of her as a coarse yet stunningly attractive woman, there exists a notable distinction. This would remind Casillas of Christina, who was left behind in Windmill Town. However, there is one aspect that Casillas finds somewhat displeasing: the height of Baby 5. Logically speaking, at the age of 15, during his developmental years, Casillas should be taller than the girl before him. Yet, in reality, Baby 5 stands a fraction taller than he does. This is indeed a rather disheartening matter. Although the world of pirates boasts numerous individuals towering over 3 meters in height, Baby 5 may well exceed 2 meters in the future. Consequently, encountering someone taller than oneself is not an exceedingly difficult concept to accept. He harbors modest aspirations. Attaining a normal height of around 1 meter 80 would be quite satisfactory. In this regard, Tina certainly possesses a charm that surpasses the rest, if only for the reason that she is shorter than herself. Hey, Baby 5 gazed at him, speaking with a tone of arrogance. Aren't you going to show me those weapons of yours? Why would I show you? Casillas replied, shaking the half-full cup of watermelon juice in his hand. Playfully teasing her as one would a child. Those items are quite perilous. You're still a child. Instead of thinking about such things every day, why not go to the kitchen and learn how to cook? I am not a child. I refuse to learn how to cook. Baby 5 raised her chin defiantly. You aren't much taller than I am. You are certainly not older. If I am a child, then you must also be a child. Unfazed, Casillas responded. You should be 12 years old this year, right? Though I must say, I am nearly. He halted midway, swallowing his words. Engaging in a debate about age with a little girl, comparing who is older or younger. How embarrassing. What has become of me? Is it possible that my youthful appearance has affected my mental age as well? What? Have you realized that you are younger than I am? Who is the child now? All right, I concede. I am indeed a child. Casillas reluctantly admitted this fact, choosing not to disclose that he is actually 3 years her senior, given their height difference. It was likely that the little girl would not believe him anyway, so there was no need to dwell on the matter. Casillas reassured himself. Perhaps it is merely the boredom of the past few days that has led me to engage in such trivial discussions with a child. As long as you acknowledge it. The 12-year-old Baby 5 triumphantly plopped down across from him, seizing the other cup of orange juice on the table and drinking heartily, showing no courtesy whatsoever. Feeling slightly dejected, Casillas pulled out a cigarette and lit one. Upon witnessing this, Baby 5's eyes brightened. Give me one of those too. You smoke? Casillas was taken aback, recalling that this girl indeed would be seen with a cigarette 12 years from now. However, she was only just over 12 now. Had she already learned? What's wrong with smoking? Baby 5 asserted, fixing a determined gaze on Casillas. I see others doing it all the time. Let me give it a try. Absolutely not. Casillas firmly declined, as he firmly believed that children should never take up smoking. One should at least be 16 or even 18 before considering such a habit. Then show me the AK-47. That is also out of the question. Casillas shook his head once more. What a miser. You jerk. This is not acceptable, nor is that. Observing Baby 5 sulking across from him, Iker Casillas found it difficult to fathom how such a girl, endowed with a charming visage, could possess such a fatal character flaw, leading her to unwittingly marry an older man. Oda, much like AB, has a penchant for haphazardly pairing characters, to Casillas. The union of Baby 5 and the older Tsai seemed as arbitrary and unreliable as the pairing of Ino and Saiyan Naruto. Nevertheless, a comic is merely a comic. And now we exist in a tangible reality. Mental afflictions. Casillas couldn't help but become lost in thought. Is there a remedy for such an ailment? It appears rather challenging. After all, mental illness is regarded as one of the greatest enigmas in the annals of medical history, is it not? It is indeed a pity. Casillas couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the little girl. After some contemplation, he finally retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and placed it on the table. Baby, 5 immediately perked up with excitement, reaching out her hand, only to hear him stipulate conditions. First, for the next few days, she must behave and refrain from causing any more trouble. I haven't caused any trouble. Baby, 5 thought to herself, feeling somewhat aggrieved, yet she refrained from voicing her feelings. Secondly, there were only 2 cigarettes left in the pack. She was permitted to smoke only 1 per day. Counting today, it meant she would have to forego any more cigarettes from him for the next 2 days. Baby 5's face fell instantly. 1 cigarette a day. She had indeed not misjudged, for Casillas was an exceedingly miserly man, worth the young master. He would likely have given her an entire pack. It was merely cigarettes, after all, not worth much. Nevertheless, she did not argue, nodding her head as she picked up the pack. It felt light, and upon inspection, it was confirmed there were indeed only 2 cigarettes. Internally, Baby 5 cursed Casillas' stinginess. While at the Navy headquarters, Sengoku erupted in expletives, a bunch of scum from the East Blue. How could they create such a mess? He was quite furious. Moreover, this incident had not been reported by the East Blue Navy. Rather, it was a member of CP9 stationed in Logtown who had informed the officer, who subsequently relayed the information to Sengoku. Thus, the Marine Admiral only learned of the situation nearly a day after it had transpired. The reason for his ire was twofold. First, the chaos had swept through all of Logtown, resulting in significant losses for the civilians, with countless casualties. It is worth noting that not only pirates but also bloodthirsty bounty hunters are not benevolent beings. They would seize any opportunity to kill and plunder. As for Buggy, the instigator of the incident, Sengoku did not place much concern upon him. Matters concerning the remnants of Roger were the responsibility of the CP organization, while Sengoku's primary focus remained on the dignity of the Navy and the casualty figures. The Navy stationed on the island of Logtown had likely suffered total annihilation. A mere few hundred Marines facing thousands of riotous pirates and bounty hunters. The outcome was all too predictable. They were ordinary Marines, lacking any formidable individuals among them. Sengoku felt a sense of exhaustion. The ramifications of this matter must be swiftly subdued, for the day of the Celestial Dragon's inspection draws ever nearer. Should they become aware of the situation, none can guarantee the consequences that may ensue. Indeed, the entirety of Logtown could very well be reduced to ashes. Gently stroking the lamb beside him and immersed in contemplation, Sengoku finally reached a decision. It shall be Smoker. Chapter 127. Appointment at this juncture. Smoker had already earned the moniker of the Smoke Bearer. Having consumed the smoke fruit, a natural-type devil fruit, he was adorned with several cigars bound around various parts of his body, perpetually clutching one between his teeth, enveloped in a swirling haze of smoke. The intensity of this second-hand smoke would be intolerable for the average smoker. Recently graduated from the training camp, Smoker had spent a considerable amount of time in a state of idleness. This is considered a standard procedure. However, Smoker is rather reluctant to accept this arrangement. He yearns to assume his post swiftly. During this idle period at the naval headquarters, he often feels as though he is rusting away. Consequently, aside from seeking out his superior to inquire about the allocation of his position, he diligently trains in the training grounds, persisting even when exhausted and breathless. Despite his fatigue, he continues to clench a cigar, the smoke never choking his lungs, a trait that elicits envy from many seasoned smokers. The future white hunter, Smoker, lavishly expends his energy until he collapses onto the ground. Gasping for air, he struggles to scratch his silver-white, hedgehog-like hair, as an inexplicable itch plagues his scalp. At that moment, he senses someone approaching. Turning his head, he discovers his comrade, Lieutenant Tina. Having graduated from the training camp together and departed from Master Zephyr to embark on their naval careers, Tina, although yet to receive an official post, returns daily to assist in the administrative department, starkly contrasting with Smoker's idleness. However, he is neither inclined nor capable of managing the mountain of documents as she does. Tina appears fatigued today. Approaching the exhausted Smoker, she utters her catchphrase and tosses a document onto him, inhaling deeply from her lady's cigarette without uttering a word. Is this for him? Could it be that his position has been confirmed? Smoker immediately rises, seizing the document and flipping the upside-down writing board to examine it closely. Indeed, it is an appointment letter. Yet, the destination leaves Smoker feeling perplexed and bewildered. Logtown in the East Blue. He shakes the document and poses a question to Tina. Why send me to the East Blue? Aren't the pirates there notoriously weak? Even if my strength is insufficient to make an impact in the Grand Line, wouldn't it be better to send me somewhere else? Perhaps the West Blue? How would Tina know? The stunning beauty with pink hair and fiery red lips rolls her eyes in disdain at Smoker. I merely know you. Which is why I brought this to you. Now you should seek out Admiral Sengoku. Not every officer dispatched from the naval headquarters has the opportunity to meet the Admiral before leaving. However, Smoker is an exception this time, which leaves him somewhat puzzled. Although he possesses the rare ability of a Logia-type devil fruit user, his strength and demonstrated potential are evidently insufficient to garner significant attention from high-ranking officials. This is an unavoidable dilemma, as Smoker struggles to find a solution to the issue of how to wield a smoke with formidable power, lacking even a glimmer of insight. After resting for a while, Smoker performs a swift maneuver to stand up, preparing to depart. Wait, Smoker. You can't possibly go meet Admiral Sengoku covered in mud like that. Tina intervened, halting his words. Smoker momentarily paused, then quickly responded. I shall go change my attire first. Meanwhile, along the shores of Twin Cape, Rob Lucci was grilling a piece of meat from an unknown creature, occasionally pinching a bit of something to sprinkle delicately upon it. His injuries had nearly healed. For an ordinary individual, severe burns would typically require several months for substantial recovery. However, Lucci had consumed the cat fruit in its leopard form and was practicing the art of life restoration, yielding notable results. Coupled with his formidable physical constitution, the wounds, which merely scorched the skin, healed at a pace that would astonish many medical professionals. As the meat neared completion, Lucci took a bite, and a flicker of satisfaction appeared on his otherwise poker-faced demeanor. Throughout the process of eating, his gaze remained fixed upon a distant vessel on the sea, which appeared quite diminutive. Will he not depart? In that case, it seems the opponent has sought assistance. Such was the contemplation of Lucci, as he pondered the choices of Casillas, which were nothing more than to either venture into the Grand Line or to defeat him and return to the East Sea. Yet now, they found themselves at an impasse, suggesting that Casillas had indeed enlisted help, and likely from someone stronger than himself. Assistance. He absently stroked the short stubble of his beard. Thanks to the full-body protection afforded by his hardened haki, he was spared the fate of becoming a bald warrior. However, the meticulously groomed beard he once sported was now in a state of disarray. The hardened haki could not entirely shield him from the terrifying heat, otherwise he would not have sustained injuries. Who is the ally that this individual has summoned? Firstly, their strength must undoubtedly surpass his own, despite possessing such peculiar and formidable weaponry. This person chose to retreat in the face of Lucci's aggressive advance. However, Lucci harbors no disdain. On the contrary, he finds the other's prudence commendable. Typically, mindless pirates, when equipped with weapons capable of inflicting harm, would charge recklessly into battle. In such scenarios, although Lucci possesses considerable confidence in his abilities, the outcome remains uncertain. He is unsure whether he will defeat his opponent before his own haki is exhausted, leaving him vulnerable to a potentially fatal blow. This is an endeavor fraught with peril and immense challenge. Rob Lucci even harbors a desire for his adversary to initiate a forceful assault, thereby cornering him into a desperate situation. It is unclear when this began, but Lucci has not tasted defeat for quite some time. The foes he encounters are mere trifles. Even when a formidable opponent occasionally emerges, they merely require a bit more effort to overcome, posing no genuine threat to him. In the absence of worthy adversaries, how can one transcend their limits? Thus, Lucci has contemplated the notion of provoking the opponent, yet it remains but a mere thought. He is a man of principle, bound by rules and a sense of responsibility. The mission takes precedence above all else, leaving no room for distractions. The telephone snail rang again. It was Spandam, a superior whom Lucci regarded as a mere incompetent, albeit only in terms of personal prowess. Nevertheless, just as Lucci would not allow his personal desires to interfere with the mission, he would not exhibit disrespect towards his superior, regardless of his disdain. In a world governed by hierarchical order, this is the truth as he perceives it. Hello? Lucci, can you hear me? Spandam's sinister voice echoed through the telephone snail. The former CP5 commander and current leader of CP9 calling out without reservation. I can, Lucci replied, his gaze fixed on the creature's large eyes, responding with a calm demeanor. Your task is to monitor the Casillas group. They have received assistance from the formidable Don Quixote da Flamingo. However, the Navy is dispatching Vice Admiral Tsuru to our location, and I will proceed there immediately. It seems we can no longer rely solely on force to resolve this matter. Those insufferable fools have squandered so many days without even locating a single factory. Utterly useless. Upon hearing this, Lucci remained composed and acknowledged with a quiet affirmation. Then hung up the telephone snail after confirming there would be no further communication. Still no factory found. He mused, perplexed. Could it be that this factory does not exist at all? No, that cannot be. Otherwise, how could Casillas have acquired those weapons? What exactly is amiss? Has Bruno lost his sight? Lucci found himself engulfed in profound confusion, ultimately realizing that this question might be best answered by Casillas. Chapter 128. The unexpected visitor outside Frostmoon Village in the East Sea's Frostmoon Village. A show had already lingered for a considerable duration. The pirate ship, emblazoned with its flag, initially instilled a sense of dread among the villagers as it anchored in the harbor just beyond the village. However, as days turned into weeks with no sign of action from the crew, their presence gradually faded from the villagers' concerns. Ironically, it was the children who became increasingly intrigued by the vessel, particularly those young ones studying swordsmanship at the dojo, for this establishment was the sole structure near the shoreline. Most villagers had constructed their homes amidst the sprawling fields, a choice made for practicality. The decision to send their children to learn the art of the sword was twofold. First, the modest fees collected by Gungsareo were within the villagers' means, and second, with pirates rampant, equipping the children with some skills would ensure they were not entirely defenseless should they encounter marauders in the future. They did not harbor expectations for their children to become formidable masters or to acquire exceptional sword techniques. Naturally, they also did not wish for pirate invasions. It is worth noting that Frostmoon Village enjoyed a reputation for peace. While pirates had appeared in the past, the petty thugs were invariably dealt with by Gungsareo, which was one reason the villagers felt comfortable allowing their children to train at the dojo during their leisure time. They held deep gratitude and respect for Gungsareo, the dojo's master, and thus honored him. Aside from this, the village was serene. Tales of nearby places being ravaged or bloodied by pirates were seldom echoed here. Since Gungsareo's arrival, Frostmoon Village had never experienced such calamities, as if it existed in a world apart. Consequently, the docked pirate ship was not regarded with great trepidation by the villagers. The children chattered excitedly, marveling at the sight of a pirate ship for the first time. Their curiosity unquenched even after several days of its presence. They enthusiastically shared their innocent musings and engaged in their favorite games, play acting as Navy officers and pirates. Engaging in mock battles, Acho stood at the bow, observing the carefree children from a distance, while meticulously restringing his bow and checking the elasticity of the bow body. Typically, bows are not meant to remain strung for extended periods. In a state of readiness, the bowstring is kept taut. If this condition persists, it could lead to damage to the bow's structure, potentially causing hidden fractures that would compromise its elasticity. Likewise, the bowstring itself, if not allowed to rest periodically, significantly increases the likelihood of snapping should the bowstring break in the midst of fierce combat. He intuitively grasped such experimental endeavors during his days as a vagrant, without the need for external guidance. The number of bowstrings he had snapped in his hands amounted to no less than 70 or 80, each one a product of his own rudimentary craftsmanship. With a determined effort, he bent the bow's body, deftly securing one end of the already frayed bowstring into the small mechanism at the opposite end of the bow. Upon releasing his grip, the bowstring naturally tautened. Testing it with his fingers, he found the tension to be perfectly calibrated. Such endeavors have been undertaken numerous times, and Acho accomplished the task with remarkable swiftness. Indeed, practice makes perfect. He nocked a meticulously crafted arrow, its trihedral steel tip designed to pierce armor, adorned at its nock with unknown white feathers from a bird. With deliberate slowness, Acho drew back the longbow, his elongated arms capable of stretching this bow, longer than the average, to its full moon state. A longer bow endows the arrow with greater force, enabling it to travel farther and strike with formidable power. The archer is an ancient profession, one that has long been a central figure on the battlefield. However, in the realm of piracy, with the advent of refined firearm manufacturing techniques, the practitioners of this weapon have dwindled to near invisibility. In the sprawling narrative of One Piece, where Luffy has ventured into the New World and is nearing a circumnavigation of the globe, how many wielders of such weaponry have been encountered? It appears that only the warriors of Amazon Lily employ it. There may also be those of the Fur tribe, but overall, it remains a rather obscure armament. Acho, at a notably languid pace, repeatedly drew the bowstring, a method to strengthen his arms and maintain his feel for archery. For an archer, prolonged disuse of the bow could lead to a loss of skill. Of course, for Acho, there exists a profound affection for this practice. Indeed, He experiences a discomfort akin to unease if a day passes without the touch of his bow. After exceeding 50 repetitions and stretching the bowstring, perspiration began to beat upon his brow, and his pace slowed until, after 103 draws, he finally ceased, taking a moment to rest. After quenching his thirst, he resumed his practice. Yet, on this second attempt, reaching 50 draws proved to be the pinnacle of his capability. The third round yielded a mere 20 before he found himself utterly spent. During this period, Ho adeptly alternated the use of his arms, skillfully employing both hands with remarkable agility, a rare and exceptional trait. After accomplishing his tasks, he took a brief respite, retrieving a substance resembling soap. Had Casillas seen it, he would surely have mistaken it for a sculptor's medium. In reality, it served to maintain the bowstring. With this soap-like item in hand, Ho delicately disassembled the bowstring, gently rubbing it against the surface, ensuring that each segment was evenly coated with the viscous substance. Only after completing this did he begin to eat. The cargo had long since been delivered, while the recruitment of personnel was still underway. A short distance from Frostmoon Village, the camp was nearing completion at this moment. Only a few individuals remained aboard the ship, himself included. The sense of leading his subordinates was indeed gratifying, allowing him ample time to leisurely pursue his daily training, as others were tasked with the responsibilities, requiring only his light supervision. After finishing a few bites, the time approached noon. Ho seized the opportunity to commence his sit-ups, an exercise routine also recommended by Casillas, which he executed with great proficiency. It was far less strenuous than the act of drawing a bow. Although his visage remained unremarkable, his muscles had become increasingly pronounced during this period. After all, life was improving steadily. Fortunately, he had not gained weight, as his daily physical exertion had significantly intensified compared to before. During his breaks, he often found himself observing the children frolicking on the beach. The reason for keeping the ship anchored in this location instead of proceeding to the nearly completed camp was precisely this. He relished the sensation. Suddenly, a lookout perched atop the mast called out, "Captain, at 4 o'clock, there is a ship, a large vessel." Hearing this, Ho, drenched in sweat, sprang to his feet and hurried to the bow of the ship, seizing a telescope to gaze in the direction indicated by the lookout. This is an enormous vessel, comparable to a formidable naval battleship. A cursory glance reveals 2 levels of construction above the deck, while the ship's hold below boasts at least 3 to 4 tiers. The predominant hue of the vessel is the natural color of wood, albeit adorned with some red decorative accents. And neither the mast nor the sails displays any patterns or flags. Most striking are the 2 dragons, meticulously depicted on either side of the ship, vibrant in color and remarkably lifelike. At this moment, the grand ship approaches at a leisurely pace. Ho furrows his brow, the small fleshy growth on his face quivering. Who are these unexpected guests? What is their purpose here? Regardless, it is certain that this is not a naval ship. The Navy, by its very nature, would always display its flag wherever it goes. Ho swiftly retrieves his bow and arrows, realizing his oversight, having encountered no enemies for some time. He had grown accustomed to dismantling his bowstring. As he simultaneously readies his weapon, he begins to contemplate his course of action. Undoubtedly, retreat is a prudent choice. However, the likelihood is high that these individuals are pirates, perhaps here to plunder Frostmoon Village. Contemplating this possibility, he finds himself wavering. It is somewhat amusing to consider that Ho, a member of the pirate crew, now publicly identifies as the captain of a pirate ship, despite his origins as a wanderer, which renders him rather oblivious to such a role. Much like Luffy, his instinct in witnessing similar situations is to assist others, albeit with a hint of hesitation. Chapter 129, The Revolutionary Army. Aboard the Wintergram Era, as it bravely navigates the waves, several figures draped in black robes, their faces obscured by hoods, begin to discern the indistinct coastline of Frostmoon Village. The tallest among them, with a resonant voice, inquires, "What is a pirate ship doing here? The Black Twin Guns? Is this a newly formed crew? Meow? Who cares? Just drive them away," retorted another, whose voice, though unmistakably masculine, bore a peculiar lilt that sent a shiver down the spine of anyone hearing it for the first time, rendering gender distinctions irrelevant. He mockingly imitated the sound of a cat. Upon closer inspection, despite his hooded attire, one could faintly observe an unusually large chin, his head seemingly broader than his shoulders. Indeed, twice the size of an average person's, a remarkable spectacle. Furthermore, beneath the black robe, one could catch glimpses of black stockings and vibrant feminine garments, although disregarding the attire. He was not alone in his peculiar physique. Another individual presented an even more extraordinary form. This colossal figure stands nearly 7 meters tall, however. The disparity between the upper and lower halves of his body is enough to astonish many. The height of his lower body is approximately only 1/3 that of his upper body, and if one were to consider merely his legs, they would constitute perhaps a mere quarter of the upper portion, while his legs and waist may seem unremarkable when compared to an average person. A glance upward reveals a striking frailty in his lower extremities. Ascending from his hips, the width of his body begins to expand, and by the time one reaches his shoulders, they are more than twice the breadth of his hips, presenting a physique reminiscent of a powerful lion with a slender waist. His robust arms are several times thicker than the exposed legs. Upon closer inspection, one can discern a Bible cradled in his arms, the very same type that Casillas had once encountered. This is Bartolomeo Bear, once the king of ice cream, now a cadre of the Revolutionary Army. The individual with an enormous head is none other than Ambrio Ivankov, known as the king of transvestites, who delights in transforming men into women and women into men. As for the leader, it is the enigmatic Monkey D. Dragon, the head of the Revolutionary Army. Regarding Ivankov's words, Dragon merely shook his head slightly. If the other party intended to do something, they would have been repelled by Mr. Gung Shirlang long ago. Since these individuals do not appear to harbor any malice, we need not interfere further. When did you become so benevolent? Ivankov raised his head, revealing a face adorned with heavy makeup, a coat of purple lipstick, and thick eyelashes that nearly obscured his large eyes, all of which expressed a feigned astonishment. His pristine white teeth exposed to the air. However, no one paid him any heed. Dragon remained silent, and Bear, being particularly reticent, contributed to the awkwardness of the moment. Nevertheless, Ivankov was unconcerned. Seeing that neither individual responded, he exclaimed, "Hee-ha!" Full speed ahead. As the Revolutionary Army's group approached swiftly, Ho, observing the scene, finally resolved to act. He turned to one of his subordinates and instructed, "Go to the camp and summon everyone. Bring along the newcomers as well, and ensure they are equipped with AKs." "Is that really necessary?" Ho turned to scrutinize his subordinate for a moment until the latter awkwardly shifted his gaze. Ho then replied coolly, "Here, I am the captain. Hurry." Watching this clearly reluctant individual depart, Ho turned back to the increasingly proximate ship, his hands gripping the bow and arrow beginning to show signs of strain. Stepping forward, he took a large stride to the bow of the ship, gazing at the vessel still several hundred meters away, and knocked an arrow. At this moment, the waters were relatively calm, with little wind or waves. Sensing the briny aroma carried by the gentle breeze, the changes in wind direction and strength seemed to coalesce in his mind into a real-time dynamic map. All calculations were completed in an instant. A testament to his years of experience with the bow, the arrowhead pointed skyward. This is a high trajectory shot, where the distance is significantly greater, rendering the task of hitting the target considerably more challenging. At such a range, a direct hit is highly improbable, and his intention is not to inflict harm upon those individuals, but rather to serve as a cautionary reminder to the unfamiliar. Perhaps one day, his arrows will surpass even the finest firearms in terms of range, but that day is not today. It is precisely this moment. With a wealth of experience, Ho seized the opportune moment to shoot, releasing the bowstring at the perfect instant. The curved limbs of the bow suddenly regained their form, working in concert with the top bowstring to unleash a tremendous force that propelled the arrow forth. The intricately designed arrow ascended into the sky, effortlessly slicing through the air's resistance, tracing an almost flawless high-angled parabola. As it descended, the arrowhead angled downward, aligning perfectly with the apex of the ram of the Winter Grammar ship. This is a perfect shot. Ho experiences a faint sense of satisfaction, akin to the precision of a long-range throw, a feat not easily accomplished, embodying a remarkable skill. However, in the next moment, his joy begins to wane. It seems as though a fierce wind has arisen from nowhere, causing the arrow, which had flown steadily towards the bow of the grand vessel, to deviate from its path. Though it no longer possessed the immense kinetic energy it had upon release, it still bore considerable force. This violent gust unexpectedly redirected it, as if an invisible hand had seized it, delivering it into the grasp of an individual on the opposing side. With keen eyesight, Ho even discerned the tattoo on the left side of the man's face as he looked up towards him. A wave of trepidation washed over him. Although he felt a sense of unease, he ultimately quelled the impulse to retreat immediately. As he gazed at the approaching ship, he found himself contemplating the possibility that, should the other party harbor malicious intent and they prove unable to resist, he would have acted irresponsibly towards his captain. Yet, the risk of Frostmoon Village being pillaged loomed large, and he could not turn a blind eye. Even though he was currently affiliated with Casillas and ostensibly belonged to a pirate crew, the situation was precarious. On board the Winter Grandma, the discerning eyes of the cross-dresser king, Ivan, were sharp. He extended a hand clad in Lady Blacksand's gloves, pointing towards the opposing side, and exclaimed with genuine astonishment, "They are wielding that kind of weapon. The Desert Eagle, and that thing called the AK, which the Black Flag pirates do not sell?" In truth, regardless of the original narrative concerning Dragon's intentions upon arriving in the East Blue, at this juncture, the weapons possessed by Casillas were indeed one of their objectives. Of course, Dragon was aware that at this time, Casillas was being pursued by CP9, and it appeared that both parties were at a stalemate. If the Revolutionary Army lacked this level of intelligence, they would have likely met their demise long ago. The reason they had not made prior contact to warn Casillas was due to the Revolutionary Army's limited strength. Deploying intelligence operatives within CP9's operational area posed an excessive risk, necessitating utmost caution. Initially, the Revolutionary Army's intelligence merely pertained to the power and advantages of these weapons. It was only after some time that they began to delve deeper into understanding Casillas as an individual. Dragon had only just entered the East Blue when the activities of CP9, the world government's intelligence agency, commenced. In response, the intelligence personnel of the Revolutionary Army naturally began to curtail unnecessary activities. Regarding Casillas, the Revolutionary Army's knowledge was indeed scant, and even less so for its show and his faction of the Black Flag pirates that had arrived in Frost Moon Village. They were truly unaware. This may indeed be a surprise. Initially, Dragon intended to assess the situation, perhaps waiting for an opportune moment to intervene. However, upon encountering individuals suspected to be from the Black Flag pirates, he was genuinely taken aback. Soon, though, he came to a realization where the Black Flag pirates were present. It was highly likely that CP9's investigative and combat members would also be in attendance. He was not particularly fearful, for aside from adversaries of the Admiral's caliber, the rest were hardly worthy of concern. Yet, if the world government were to uncover his whereabouts, the ensuing situation would likely transcend mere CP9 matters, potentially involving CP0. The naval admirals, alongside a formidable fleet of warships. Contemplating this, Dragon could not help but furrow his brow. Chapter 130, Stinky. After dinner, as the setting sun gradually painted the clouds at the horizon crimson, Casillas lit a cigarette for himself, relishing the sensation of the acrid smoke permeating his lungs. However, in this sacred and tranquil moment, an inconsiderate individual shattered his serene mood. "Hey, you smell terrible. Hurry up and take a shower." The familiar voice belonged to Baby, 5. Opening his eyes and gazing at the girl's lovely visage, Casillas replied with a smirk, "What did you say? I'll grant you another chance to articulate your thoughts." "I said you smell awful." Baby, 5 was undeterred, perhaps having discerned the current circumstances. She felt secure, knowing that Casillas intended to personally deliver her to Don Quixote da Flamingo, which emboldened her demeanor. Aside from refraining from crossing certain boundaries, such as seizing the crew's weapons, she had been behaving like a mischievous child, running amok on the ship and speaking coarsely. Perhaps she had always possessed a childlike spirit, merely on the cusp of outgrowing her youth. "Who smells?" Casillas feigned innocence, continuing to ignore her remarks while taking a drag from his cigarette and peeling a banana. "You. It's you, Casillas." Baby, 5 could no longer contain herself and bluntly clarified. "At first, I didn't notice, but as soon as I get within a meter of you, I can detect an overwhelmingly pungent odor. When was the last time you changed your clothes? Hurry up and take off your underwear to check if it's moldy. Who knows? Perhaps those things have sprouted bean sprouts." The girl unleashed a torrent of words, unabashed about her choice of vocabulary. Upon uttering those words, Casillas began to feel a touch of discontent. He had the urge to express his anger, yet upon gazing at the young girl before him, he found himself unable to do so. Although his physical age was just a little over 15, he was far from being a typical child of that age. Never mind. Respecting the elderly and cherishing the young is a traditional virtue. It would be trivial to argue with a little girl who knows nothing of such matters. Smell? What odor could there possibly be? I certainly detect none. It is utterly devoid of any scent. Bending down, he took a few deep breaths in front of himself. And within, he was resolute that the odor Baby, 5 spoke of simply did not exist. As for any signs of immaturity, that was out of the question. Witnessing his demeanor, Baby, 5 was on the verge of exploding with ire. Yet this man insisted on disregarding her words. After pondering for a couple of seconds, Baby, 5 turned on her heel and departed. Moments later, She forcibly brought Gray over. You come and sniff. Does your captain not carry a certain scent? Gray, with utmost seriousness, extended his neck and inhaled a few breaths, then, under Casillas's bemused gaze, resolutely declared the truth. There is no odor on the captain. It must be someone else's scent. Or perhaps it's your own, little lady. Her lips, adorned with lipstick, parted slightly as baby. Five cast glances between Gray and Casillas, observing them with a mix of normalcy and burgeoning doubt, gradually beginning to question her sense of smell. Her little nose twitched as she took a few more sniffs. That unmistakable scent lingered, and it was evidently emanating from the insufferable Casillas. The moment she distanced herself, the odor diminished. You, TSK, colluding together. Maybe, Five uttered in frustration, before swiftly turning and fleeing. Taking a bite of half a banana, Casillas turned to Gray. Tell me, Gray, do I really smell? However, Gray's reaction was rather unexpected. He appeared somewhat flustered, turning away in a panic, not daring to meet Casillas's gaze. And as he ran off, he exclaimed, He, Captain, I've got something to attend to. Scratching his slightly itchy scalp, Casillas consumed the remaining half of the banana in one go, beginning to doubt himself, judging by Gray's reaction. Could it be that I truly reek? Reflecting carefully, he recalled that the last time he bathed was when he saved Tina, but he felt uncertain. Had he not bathed since then? Yet how could he not remember? Only a fleeting sense of having bathed. TSK. Perhaps I shall indulge in a warm bath shortly. After all, it is indeed time for a wash. If it weren't for Baby Five's silence, I might have completely forgotten. He absent-mindedly scratched his scalp, blissfully unaware of the flakes of skin dancing in the air like snowflakes. As he picked up an orange and began to peel it, should I try squeezing some banana juice, I wonder? His thoughts swiftly shifted to other matters. That night, across the vast and pitch-black sea, a striking pink figure soared like a colossal bird. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a tall man with golden short hair. Don Quixote da Flamingo, en route, finally encountered a pleasantly cloudy weather. The empty sky now had a purpose. Delicate threads extended from his hands towards the clouds above, blooming like flowers into numerous branches, which further divided into countless fine lines, connecting with vast particles of mist, thus enabling him to soar swiftly through the shifting clouds below. The ordinary string fruit was indeed wielded with remarkable skill by this man. The peaks of Whiskey Peak loomed ahead. Soon, at this pace, there is no need to wait for dawn. He should be able to spot that fellow named Casillas soon enough. It remains a mystery from whence he acquired those peculiar weapons. Perhaps there are others lurking behind him, with Casillas merely a fade, while the true mastermind behind the weapon production technology operates in the shadows. In hindsight, it was indeed a strategic oversight. Initially, why did I not recognize the uniqueness of those weapons, whatever they are called? I merely thought to send Diamante and his men to seize them casually. It was only when this man called, informing me that CP9 was pursuing him, that I began to connect the dots. The world government would take this individual seriously, and it could only be for a reasonable explanation. The potency of these weapons is significant. Pika's strength is not particularly formidable, which is one reason Doflamingo did not regard him with much seriousness at the outset. Well, all one can do is to mitigate the areas of miscalculation. As for Casillas' men seizing Baby Five, Doflamingo was not particularly enraged. He merely contemplated revenge, seizing the opportunity to also acquire the technology behind their weapons. As for the subsequent kidnapping of Diamante and Gladius as hostages, that could only be deemed a failure on his part, and he felt no anger at all. The throbbing vein on his forehead revealed his true feelings. Doflamingo was indeed unfazed. In recent times, the number of adversaries bold enough to challenge the Don Quixote family has dwindled considerably, with only a handful of audacious fools daring to rise against them. Diamante has consistently performed admirably, managing affairs with great skill. However, on this occasion, he has disappointed Brother Ming. This is partially attributable to the formidable silver weapon that seems capable of targeting masters like Rob Lucci. Brother Ming flicked his middle finger, sending another slender thread soaring into the sky. Alas, today was not the day I intended to write. At 9 o'clock, I prepared to compose, only to be interrupted by a phone that required my attention. It is indeed rare to encounter someone in the neighborhood who can repair phones, as I often find myself preoccupied with dog grooming. Chapter 131. The arrival of Brother Ming as anticipated. Don Quixote da Flamingo spotted a pirate ship silhouetted against the night, adorned with black twin guns, around 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. At that moment, Casillas was lost in a dream, feasting on an endless supply of bananas, instinctively devouring one after another. Yet, As he gazed at the remaining half, an unsettling feeling lingered, though he could not discern what was amiss. Such is the nature of dreams, one rarely realizes they are dreaming. A cacophony of shouts and anguished cries abruptly roused Casillas from his bewildering slumber. With no time to recollect the fading memories of his dream, he hastily donned his black windbreaker and stepped out the door. Before retiring for the night, he indulged in a refreshing bath, particularly in a self-heating hot spring. As Casillas stepped out of the cabin, still struggling to grasp the unfolding situation, he was met with a familiar, haunting voice. "Is this how the Black Flag pirates treat their guests?" The response was accompanied by the unmistakable sound of bullets being chambered. On the deck, Lucien, tasked with nighttime vigilance, along with several members of the pirate crew, aimed their dark AK-47s at a towering figure. Grinning widely to reveal a set of glaringly white teeth, his smile imbued with malice in the darkness, Doflamingo, regardless of whether he was laughing or crying, exuded an unmistakable aura of malevolence. If the celestial dragons represent the pinnacle of evil in this world, then Doflamingo undeniably stands as a figure just before that threshold. Engaging in the slave trade, illicit drugs, and arms dealing, controlling over 50% of the underground world's transactions, he could be aptly described as a leviathan of the underworld. While his influence predominantly lay within the Grand Line, the proportion of various dark forces and underground dealings across the four seas likely accounted for less than a tenth of the entire world. As numerous formidable individuals congregated in the Grand Line and the New World, creating monumental demands, beneath Doflamingo sat an injured pirate crew member, and by the amount of blood, it was evident the wounds were serious. "This is not my fault. He was the one who aimed first. I merely acted in self-defense," Doflamingo chuckled, casually toying with a silver desert eagle, undoubtedly taken from the unfortunate soul beneath him. As he defended himself, he cast a sidelong glance at the wounded member of the Black Flag pirates, laughing softly. "Isn't that right?" Lucien's heart tightened, the pressure on the trigger easing slightly as he observed the weakening breath of his subordinate. Typically composed, he steeled himself and prepared to fire. After all, saving a life is always the right choice. Lucien was acutely aware of the identity of the individual before him, recognizing that this prominent figure in the New World was likely formidable, and he might not stand a chance. Nevertheless, his boss's AK-47 was no trifling weapon. It warranted a test. Could he simply watch that familiar face perish before him? At that critical moment, Lucien felt a hand clasp his shoulder. Casillas calmly traversed the encircling pirates surrounding Doflamingo and, with a smile, addressed the notable figure. "What an honor it is to have someone of your stature visiting our humble abode." Surprised by Casillas' approach, Doflamingo raised an eyebrow. "You are Casillas?" With arms outstretched, Casillas replied, "What's the matter? Are you disappointed?" The unexpected turn of events involving Doflamingo and the youthfulness of Casillas, who appears to be merely in his teenage years, is striking. When considering age as a standard, he is uncertain whether his prowess during his own adolescence was comparable to that of this individual, or how far his influence had developed. Such reflections belong to a time over a decade past, and his memories are somewhat blurred. However, one thing is clear: the weapon this young man wields is formidable. A fleeting glance at the deck reveals several segments of an AK-47, and when this weapon was aimed at him, he felt an undeniable sense of peril, though it was but a slight sensation. It made him acutely aware that such weaponry must be fortified with hockey to withstand its impact. Of course, considerations such as evading at high speed or the shooter's lack of marksmanship are entirely different matters. Indeed, it is a highly valuable asset. If I could possess it exclusively, that would be ideal. Yet, recalling the intelligence gathered along the way and the imminent arrival of Lady Tsuru, Doflamingo's ambitions gradually dimmed. Not to that extent. Doflamingo rose to his full height of 3 meters, towering twice over Casillas, exuding an imposing presence. His movements caused Lucien, who had just finished writing, to tense up once more. "Oh, I truly harbor no ill will." Doflamingo flashed his signature malevolent grin, spreading his arms like Casillas. "You may take him for treatment now. Rest assured, this lad will not perish. I exercise considerable restraint. He merely suffers from excessive blood loss." At Casillas' silent cue, 2 crew members holstered their weapons and cautiously approached to lift the injured man. Lucien glanced at Doflamingo before following the injured individual. Along the way, the one examining the wounds expressed a look of astonishment. Lucien scrutinized the unfortunate subordinate, discovering a multitude of narrow, elongated lacerations covering his body. The wounds themselves were not deep, yet their sheer number resulted in significant blood loss, with cuts even marring his clothing, resembling the outcome of a series of precise slicing strikes from a sharp blade. When Doflamingo made his appearance, Lucien was also present. Together with this unfortunate soul, he had aimed his gun at Doflamingo, who was perched atop the mast. However, before he could pull the trigger, the latter vanished from sight. When he reappeared, it was to the sound of the unfortunate one's anguished scream, collapsing in a pool of blood, his AK-47 severed cleanly by an invisible, razor-like edge, rendered utterly useless. Is this person's ability to control invisible blades? Lucien could not fathom that they were merely threads, remarkably resilient, fine enough and sharp enough to slice through solid steel with ease. In retrospect, this fellow certainly had a hidden hand, refraining from attacking Lucien while he was armed. Lucien felt a pang of frustration, involuntarily pondering whether the Gauss sniper rifle could pose a threat to this individual. However, in recent days, snippets of information from his superior had revealed that Doflamingo's strength far surpassed that of the individual on the shore. Meanwhile, as he followed Casillas toward the captain's quarters, Doflamingo repeatedly examined the Desert Eagle. Although ingeniously designed, its structure was fundamentally simple. The materials were commendable, yet not of the highest caliber. Doflamingo remarked, "The only aspect shrouded in an inscrutable mystery is this bullet." He extracted a brass-colored bullet from the magazine and scrutinized it closely. Casillas merely smiled, choosing not to respond. Chapter 132. A conversation with Doflamingo. Once seated, Casillas slowly began. "Indeed, I believe that even Vegapunk himself would find it impossible to decipher the intricacies of these bullets in a short time. Doflamingo, the technological power wielded by such weaponry may not be significantly inferior to that of artificial devil fruits." This sentence conceals two subtle probes. Firstly, Casillas refers to the other as Doflamingo, eschewing titles like Tenryubito or Joker, which establishes a foundation for an exchange between equals. The latter seems indifferent to this aspect. Instead, responding to the second inquiry, artificial devil fruits? You are familiar with such things? It is intriguing that a seemingly insignificant character from the East Blue possesses such knowledge. This constitutes the second piece of intelligence that Casillas yearns to comprehend. While it may lack significant importance, it aids him in discerning the current state of the Doflamingo faction. Clearly, Doflamingo merely expressed a modicum of surprise upon learning that Casillas was aware of this confidential research initiative belonging to the world government. Yet he did not seem particularly concerned. This indicates that, at least for now, he has yet to encounter the individual known as Caesar. Furthermore, he has not engaged in the creation of artificial devil fruits, nor has he established a stable trade relationship with the beast pirate Kaido. This signifies that Ming-Gu is currently a formidable figure in the shadowy underbelly of the world, a pirate of the new era. He has yet to attain the status of a warlord of the sea. According to the intelligence possessed by Casillas, Ming-Ji's bounty stands at 320 million. While he cannot precisely recall the figure associated with Ming-Ji's ascension to warlord, his hazy memory suggests it was somewhat above 300 million. It is only a matter of time before this individual plunders the heavens and compels the world government to bestow upon him the title of warlord. Whether he is a minor character is of little consequence. Perhaps I shall meet my demise tomorrow, or even in mere seconds. Yet, who can truly predict the future? Might I not one day claim a territory in the new world for myself? In this world, one must grasp certain secrets to flourish, do they not? Minga keenly detected the underlying implications within Casillas' words. A subtle shift in his expression occurred as he unconsciously adjusted his posture. The chair, ill-suited to his height, rendered him somewhat uncomfortable. Secrets? This word instantly reminded Ming of a certain intelligence he possessed, which he could wield to threaten the world government that had shown him leniency regarding that secret. Does this fellow know about this? Is it possible? In a fleeting moment, Doflamingo's thoughts had shifted numerous times, and he finally uttered two words with a hint of indifference. For example, Casillas, carefully weighing his tone and choice of words, seemingly diverging from the topic, began to address another matter. Sometimes I ponder, what grants the world government and the celestial dragons the right to dominate this world for 8 centuries? Is it solely because of the world government established by the 20 kings? Is it merely the navy? Can the so-called protection of those 20 heroes from the past truly endure for 800 years? Upon concluding his thoughts, an enveloping silence fell between the two. Through the crimson lenses, Casillas could almost sense Doflamingo's murderous gaze sweeping over him. Casillas' words were undeniably clear, almost brutally so. I know you were once a celestial dragon. I am aware that you possess the secrets of the celestial dragons. I understand that you leverage this secret to threaten the world government and the celestial dragons. I know far more than you can imagine. For Doflamingo, the individual before him instilled a tinge of dread. Casillas, who are you? How do you know this? Contemplating these questions yielded no answers, regardless of how the other party acquired this knowledge. The only reasonable conclusion seemed to be that this individual's origins were far from simple, even if he himself might be a mere pawn. The forces behind him were undoubtedly formidable. This individual undoubtedly has powerful backing, which serves as the most reasonable explanation. He even felt an overwhelming impulse to crush the young man before him into a mere pulp. For Doflamingo, sensing danger and the presence of uncontrollable elements naturally led to the inclination to obliterate them. However, he ultimately refrained from uttering further words. Could the knowledge of such secrets be linked to the upper echelons of the world government? Do the five elders harbor ulterior motives? If that were the case, it would indeed be a fortuitous development. Doflamingo has long been dreaming of ways to eradicate the celestial dragons. Nevertheless, the likelihood of such a scenario is rather slim. Only the four emperors in the revolutionary army possess the capability to know such secrets, or perhaps it could be some force beyond even his comprehension. The more he pondered, the more he found this individual detestable. Using such tactics to intimidate him, forcing him into a position of hesitation? Very well, Casillas, you have succeeded. Doflamingo fixed a smirk at Casillas, gazing at him for a considerable time before finally breaking the silence. The existence of the world government is but an obstacle for individuals like us. I hope you do not become an insignificant character who meets an untimely demise. And what a diamante! Casillas swiftly adopted a more affable demeanor and tone. Let us not rush things. The sea rogue, the night demon, has graced the Black Flag pirates. How can we not share a meal together? Doflamingo feigned disinterest. We can discuss dining later. What piques my curiosity now is what you can offer me. With an exaggerated gesture of his hands, Casillas proclaimed, how about the entire underground arms trade of the Grand Line? As he fumbled with the brass bullets he had been examining for quite some time, he awkwardly loaded the Desert Eagle, and Doflamingo fired off 3 shots in quick succession. After the resounding bangs, he found his other hand inexplicably positioned in front of the gun's muzzle, the hockey-enhanced hardness transforming his robust fingers into a pitch-black color capable of reflecting any colored light. In that fleeting moment, Casillas nearly leapt from his seat. Fearing Doflamingo might turn against him, cold sweat had already drenched his clothes. Doflamingo opened his palm, allowing the misshapen bullets to tumble onto the floor. Just as Gray pushed open the door to the captain's quarters, Boss, Casillas, feigning composure, adjusted his expression to reflect dissatisfaction. Out. Gray paused, momentarily taken aback by the scene within the captain's quarters, before slowly closing the door, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He had feared something had gone awry. Doflamingo paid no mind to such trivial interruptions, entirely oblivious to the awkwardness stemming from his own casual demeanor. He merely stared at the deformed bullets for a moment, then picked up a brass shell still emitting the scent of gunpowder, revealing a smile. How much can you provide? Every month, 10,000 units along with accompanying ammunition. Casillas revealed a smile, filled with excitement at the prospect of securing a substantial order. As for the price, it's 100,000 belly per unit. However, Doflamingo was not satisfied, not due to the lack of a discount on the price, but because Casillas had failed to mention the inclusion of weapons such as the AK-47. 100,000 per unit is certainly acceptable, and I do not demand more. But what about the AK-47? Casillas displayed a troubled expression regarding that, as it falls under a different category of weaponry, the quantity. Doflamingo stood up, his towering height almost brushing against the ceiling of the captain's quarters, and with an imposing air, he asserted, for weapons like the AK-47, I require at least 1,000 units each month, otherwise. Gazing into Doflamingo's menacing eyes, Casillas pondered silently. Otherwise what? Will he eliminate me, or will the deal fall through? Such words, of course, he would never dare to utter. Previously, when he boldly leveraged the advantage of being a time traveler to unveil Doflamingo's secrets, it was a decision made with careful consideration, and the likelihood of success was quite substantial, which emboldened him to take such a risk. However, in the present moment, it is only prudent to exercise caution. It is best not to provoke the temperamental and irritable individual. Ultimately, Casillas responded with a begrudging expression. Certainly, it's a deal. But each AK-47 will cost 500,000 berries. Chapter 133. The threat of Admiral Crane at 500,000 berries per unit. That amounts to 500 million berries each month. While this sum is indeed considerable, for Doflamingo, it is not particularly significant. He could procure it with relative ease. However, When adding the desert eagle at 100,000 berries each, that totals another 500 million berries. Withdrawing such sums of money poses a slight strain on Doflamingo's financial prowess. A typical firearm costs merely a few thousand berries. And even the most exorbitantly priced weapons sold by his subordinates do not exceed 18,000 berries. Nevertheless, this presents only a minor challenge. By relinquishing some trivial investments, Doflamingo can effortlessly allocate 1 billion berries each month. Moreover, the profits to be garnered in the future will be even greater. Thus, he did not entertain the notion of negotiation, responding directly, "500,000 berries per unit is certainly acceptable, but I have another stipulation." Doflamingo resumed his seat, lifted the glass of red wine prepared for him, and with a deft flick of his finger, the cork popped out with a satisfying sound. "What is it?" "First, regardless of where these weapons are sold, the Desert Eagle must not be priced below 200,000 berries each. And the AK-47 must not fall below 1 million berries per unit. Secondly, you will be supplying the world government, correct? My demand is that the prices for them remain at 200,000 and 1 million, respectively. What say you?" This indeed presents two requests, however. Casillas chose to disregard this and instead pondered its feasibility. His intuition suggested that this course of action was quite favorable and advantageous for him, leading him to wonder how he could possibly refuse. Observing Mingo, who nonchalantly tilted his head back to take a few swigs of red wine, allowing the crimson liquid to trickle onto his muscular chest without concern, Casillas couldn't help but break into a cheerful smile. "This is simple. I can certainly agree to this." In truth, the current market for the Desert Eagle emanating from the East Sea has diminished from its initial demand, and it is anticipated that in a few months, it will transition into a more sustainable business model. Were it not for the fact that the world government would require a portion of it later, Casillas would have gladly offered Mingo all the Desert Eagles he had. As for the stockpile in the East Sea, the several thousand units should suffice for at least a month, with prices set to double. Sustaining the business for an extended period would undoubtedly pose no challenge. Casillas harbored no fears of the world government rejecting his price. He alone possessed the AK-47, and they could not replicate it. While 1 million berries might seem a tad exorbitant, it was simply the nature of monopolistic commerce. He was bold enough to demand even higher prices, though the willingness of buyers remained uncertain. After all, would they resort to violence against him? Would they attempt to seize it? The world government, which has long sustained the celestial dragons, is not foolish, and one must question the feasibility of such an attempt. "Shall we enjoy a pleasant collaboration? Would you care for a banana?" Casillas asked, as he plucked a banana from the half-bunch on the table and extended it forward. Mingo set down the now half-empty bottle of red wine and wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth. Although he found the gesture somewhat peculiar, he accepted the banana with gratitude. The fruit was remarkably fresh, as a bunch of bananas could hardly endure half a day in Casillas' presence. This is something that Casillas casually purchased while in Rocktown. The yellow skin possesses a somewhat rigid texture, starkly contrasting with the soft, ripe variety. As Mingo hesitated over whether to peel it, he heard the door creak behind him, followed by a familiar voice. "Doflamingo." Diamante appeared visibly unwell beneath the makeup. His pallor seemed even more pronounced. He was acutely aware that, at his core, Doflamingo was not a man of true loyalty. The leniency he showed to the elder members of the family and the high positions he bestowed upon them were merely superficial gestures. If one day Diamante were to jeopardize the family's interests, he feared he would soon find himself crushed by Ming Ji's own hand. Clearly, he was loyal and seated firmly in his position. Given that this incident had not caused significant damage to the family, he should be able to evade consequences. Nonetheless, he remained anxious and fearful. While some admire the wicked strong, they too feel trepidation when threatened by malevolence. Diamante was such a person, or rather, a considerable portion of the world consists of individuals like him. In contrast, Gladius, who had simultaneously called out to the young master, knelt beside Diamante, his head bowed in shame. A man of great honor, he relished the notion of eliminating those who harmed or betrayed the family's interests. In his early 20s, Gladius was in a phase of youthful fervor, wishing he could atone with his life. Lastly, Baby 5 exhibited little emotion, merely calling out respectfully to the young master and standing silently beside them. Her relationship with Doflamingo was not particularly good, having previously witnessed him eliminate her fiancé. After all, what could one expect from a girl in her teens who had matured so well? In truth, for Mingo, had it not been for this young girl rising from a group of orphans and ultimately consuming a rather impressive devil fruit, he would have never tolerated Baby 5's defiance. However, the weapon fruit was remarkably useful, and the girl herself was invaluable. All it took was a word from him, and he found it difficult to part with her. The three hostages greeted their leader, and after observing them for a moment, Minggu waved his hand, signaling them to withdraw. Following this, Casillas began to present his requests, saying, "Doflamingo, I hope you can assist me with a small favor, such as allowing me to disembark first." After quietly finishing 2 bananas and noticing that the 3 guests had retreated to stand against the wall, Casillas commenced articulating his demands. Yet, Minggu ultimately did not touch the banana. He nonchalantly placed the yellow fruit back on the table. "Your request is not too problematic, but Casillas." Minggu chuckled ominously. "Do you know that Vice Admiral Crane of the Navy is right behind us? It may not be long, perhaps half a day, perhaps a day. She is about to arrive. Given your extensive knowledge, you must be aware of my concerns. To speak candidly, anyone from the Navy would suffice. As long as they are not among those monstrous individuals. I could manage a typical Vice Admiral without much difficulty, but, Miss Crane, that simply will not do." Surely, Casillas is cognizant of this fact. He must be aware, as evidenced by his reference to Minggu. "Miss Crane." Vice Admiral Crane is indeed Minggu's nemesis. The power of the wash fruit can forcibly cleanse Minggu of his malevolence and brutality, rendering him temporarily serene and amiable, akin to the kindly grandfather next door. Yet, after that fleeting moment, merely recalling those experiences would be akin to hell for Minggu. For him, the absence of his wickedness leaves him with nothing. If only the effects of the wash fruit were permanent. Had Minggu been transformed into a paragon of virtue, he would undoubtedly be free from such burdens. Alas, the effects are not enduring. This is rather vexing. In any case, the threat posed by General Crane to Minggu is akin to the incongruity of a mouse overpowering an elephant in certain games. It appears somewhat ludicrous. Yet it remains a reality. Casillas is acutely aware of this fact, and thus, he was somewhat taken aback to hear that Lady Crane would be arriving. He hesitated briefly. However, given that matters had escalated to this point, retreat was not an option. Consequently, Casillas' first utterance left Minggu utterly astounded. Chapter 134, Confrontation. Minggu is a man of many stories. For instance, he awakened his conqueror's haki during a life-and-death crisis in his childhood. And he once took the life of his own father, believing that the calamities befalling him were solely his father's doing. Though he later realized that the burden of responsibility did not rest solely on his father's shoulders, he harbored no regrets. Additionally, not long ago, he personally ended the life of his brother, having deemed him a traitor. Minggu's experiences are rich and laden with narrative. He harbors a deep disdain for many things, such as the ignorant masses and the celestial dragons, who possess what he once believed he was entitled to. Nevertheless, throughout his life, the most loathsome experience has been hearing others reject him. This would remind him of the ruthless rejection he faced in his childhood when the celestial dragons implored him to return to the Holy Land and embrace his identity as one of them. If that were the case, Casillas slightly raised his hands, adopting a stoic expression as he stated, "The previous agreement is, of course, rendered void. My condition is singular. Conversely, Doflamingo, do you intend to do nothing at all?" Veins bulged ominously from Doflamingo's forehead, his anger causing a shift in his expression. Nonetheless, he refrained from outright confrontation at the outset. "We can discuss other matters later, but I genuinely cannot assist you with this. Even I have no desire to revisit the memories of my past in a Navy prison." For Doflamingo, he had already extended the best terms he could offer to this individual and had demonstrated his utmost sincerity, regardless of the forces that might back Casillas. He himself was merely a minor player, as most understood, and as such, what right did he have to negotiate with someone of Doflamingo's stature? Casillas found himself somewhat cornered in this situation. The original plan was for Doflamingo to aid him in returning to the East Blue, a task that should have been straightforward. Even the entirety of CP9 would likely be no match for Doflamingo in just a few exchanges. However, Vice Admiral Tsuru's unexpected arrival complicated matters, as this individual was reluctant to undertake the task yet sought to extract benefits nonetheless. The crux of the issue was Doflamingo's undeniable strength. This is indeed the crux of the matter. Even if one were to feign the presence of a formidable backing, the elusive nature of such power renders it ineffective, particularly against someone like Casillas. Moreover, whether or not the adversary believes it remains a question. Some suggest that a portion of weaponry was indeed left for the world government, and negotiations could proceed from there. Yet, it is imperative to underscore that Casillas lacks the requisite strength. engaging in negotiations with representatives of the world government. Do you truly believe they possess any integrity? For them, the objective is undoubtedly to seize everything Casillas has and then obliterate him. Indeed, while the world government may not resort to assassination, capturing him and subjecting him to severe interrogation is entirely within their modus operandi. Therefore, during this period of negotiation with the world government, Casillas requires assurances for his safety. As for the absence of Mingo, one might ponder whether he could devise a strategy from the shadows. The same principle applies. Without his presence, what deterrent effect could he possibly exert? Unless he wields some secret to coerce the celestial dragons, such a secret must be reserved for the most critical moments. Mingo is no fool. Without these weapons, his business could still thrive. Possessing them would merely enhance his standing further. Although the potential gains are indeed considerable, it is simply insufficient. The lament of the weak. Casillas is genuinely experiencing this sentiment for the first time. Previous adversaries had never imposed such pressure upon him. Rob Lucci's words ring true. My conditions remain unchanged. Casillas resolved, his expression unwavering as he uttered this statement. Mingo abruptly rose, and in that instant, a tempest surged forth, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the atmosphere. One hand spread wide. Fingers splayed like claws, the index and ring fingers curled, signaling an impending assault. Casillas felt the gust of wind and the immense aura bearing down upon him. Beads of sweat forming on his brow, indicative of the significant strain. Yet, he maintained a smile. Merely another hurdle to overcome in life, to safeguard oneself? To yield and retreat? He had made such choices numerous times before. And the outcome? To live once more, akin to a dog. What meaning does that hold? The cold indifference in Casillas' eyes starkly contrasted with the smile on his face, clashing with the murderous gaze of Don Quixote da Flamingo, devoid of any hint of retreat. Grant me time. One day, all will fear to undertake such actions. Do you think I lack the courage to kill you? Da Flamingo erupted into a maniacal laughter. And with that proclamation, a subtle sound of air being pierced echoed, though faint. The lines that surrounded Casillas became vividly apparent. The innocent table lay shattered into several pieces. Strewn across the similarly split floor, its edges smooth and reflective. Meanwhile, a chilling cold and searing heat emanated from either side of Casillas' central axis. As visible frost rapidly began to crystallize and grow, resembling an orderly white jungle reaching toward the blazing sun. Within the confines of the captain's cabin, the wooden surfaces, scorched by the intense heat, quickly turned to char, releasing an aroma reminiscent of charcoal, having reached the critical point of combustion. Casillas would not remain idle. Despite the overwhelming likelihood of meeting a grim fate when confronting Mingo, he grappled with the duality of human courage, at times lacking, and at others, excessively abundant. He was uncertain whether his current state of mind was one of excessive bravery. In any case, this was his choice. Outside the captain's cabin, Gray and Lucien sensed something amiss. They immediately called upon the crew to raise their weapons and forcefully kicked open the door, revealing a tense standoff. Everyone, stay back. Keep your distance from the captain, Gray shouted, yet hesitated to approach, uncertain of the twisted air and the pervasive frost surrounding Casillas, in which thin, thread-like entities were discernible, clearly posing a grave danger. Unbeknownst to them, Lucien had already raised his exaggerated long Gauss sniper rifle, as a blue glow began to emanate slowly from those stripes. In such a scenario, if someone were to nervously discharge their weapon, Casillas would surely meet his demise. Thus, Lucien simultaneously prevented the other crew members from approaching the doorway, instructing them to swiftly secure the entire deck. An eerie silence, laden with tension, lingered for what felt like an eternity. Suddenly, Ming stirred. The line encircling Casillas abruptly vanished, eliciting a collective sigh of relief from everyone, save for Ming. He retracted his hand and chuckled. Little one, you possess quite the audacity. Since I am compelled to assist you, let us not delay any further. It is time to meet the CP9 agents. I trust that the sycophants of the world government have already arrived, for I cannot afford to waste my time. At the precipice of Chapter 135, Deception on the Weathered Red Earth of Twin Cape, life could be sensed through the remnants of gnawed bones and somewhat inconspicuous footprints. Among these signs of life sat Rob Lucci by the shore. At this moment, Lucci appeared less than his usual self. His meticulously groomed beard had grown slightly unkempt, despite having washed his face and tidied his appearance. The marks of his days spent in the wilderness were inescapable. His already tattered clothing bore signs of dirt, and his hair was rather tousled, even after washing. He retained a disheveled appearance, having not adopted the feminine habit of carrying a comb. This morning, the sun remained obscured behind clouds, yet the light was ample, marking a decent day. The once motionless Black Flag pirates finally began to stir. The ship has set sail, advancing towards this direction. Lucci moved with remarkable swiftness, retrieving a telescope to clearly discern the vessel's form, one he had become quite familiar with over the past few days. He could even recognize the majority of the Black Flag pirates' crew members. In the field of espionage, possessing specialized skills is imperative, and Lucci was particularly gifted in this regard. Is assistance on the way? He murmured softly, hastily extracting a transponder snail while carelessly discarding the telescope onto the ground before him. His fingers danced with the precision of a phantom as he dialed the transponder's code. After a brief pause, "Hello? Lucci? Commander, the other party has made a move. Where are you now?" Spandam had set off many days prior, yet he had yet to arrive. "Oh, I'm in Logtown. I'll be there shortly." Lucci surmised Spandam's intentions. As a subordinate, he was well aware of how this individual had leveraged his father's connections to ascend from CP5 commander to the head of CP9. Cunning and ruthless might not even qualify as flaws in their line of work, but Spandam was riddled with other unsavory traits: arrogance, hedonism, a penchant for ostentation, and meager capabilities. These shortcomings likely accounted for his delay, as he probably lingered in Logtown for the past 2 days. Indeed, who could blame him? The discomfort of this place pales in comparison to the luxuries of a tavern in Logtown, where one could indulge in food and drink and enjoy restful slumber. It bears repeating that Lucci held little regard for this commander. The mere fact that Spandam relied on a mere sword as his sole means of combat was sufficient for Lucci to disdain him, as he firmly believed that weakness was a cardinal sin. Yet, his own principles compelled him to obey this superior. Despite Spandam's myriad flaws, he remained loyal to the world government, and as a commander, he was generally reliable for CP9. While others engaged in combat, Spandam often orchestrated schemes and provided intelligence from a distance. However, in this instance, Lucci had misjudged Spandam. His prolonged stay in Logtown was due to a recent uprising that had been quelled by the East Blue Navy's extensive suppression efforts, which were now gradually subsiding. Nevertheless, the antics of the clown buggy had captured Spandam's attention. What began as a casual investigation by CP9 operatives in Logtown unexpectedly yielded astonishing intelligence. Someone had witnessed a woman fighting alongside Buggy utilizing the power of a devil fruit that allowed her to sprout hands from the ground. Such a description left an indelible impression on Spandam. It was the infamous demon child, Nico Robin. At that moment, Spandam was filled with excitement. Capturing this long-sought criminal would be a monumental achievement. Perhaps this would garner even more attention from the higher-ups than acquiring advanced weapon manufacturing technology. However, the endeavor was fraught with obstacles. Nico Robin's skills in disguise were formidable. Although traces of her whereabouts surfaced, Spandam's relentless efforts to mobilize the intelligence personnel of Logtown, even resorting to inquiries within the Navy's intelligence system, yielded no further leads on the elusive woman. Nico Robin might still be in Logtown. Yet Spandam found himself losing hair over the past few days, ultimately realizing his helplessness. Seated in a tavern, with a fair complexion and yet to don the leather mask that would later conceal his wounds, Spandam resembled a pampered nobleman. Amidst the gazes that were either seductive or malicious, he had just stepped away to take a call from Lucci when he drained his coffee, casually running his fingers through his light purple hair, and sighed. He had already informed the higher authorities the state of martial law in Logtown would persist, and the pursuit of Nico Robin would continue. However, this no longer concerned him, unless he could swiftly resolve the matter regarding Casillas. Perhaps he could return and recommence his efforts. Truly, she was a survivor of O'Hara, the demon child Robin. No wonder she had evaded such a hefty bounty, living freely until now. Spandam silently mused. "I hope you do not hasten to leave this place. I shall capture you myself. Your luck will not last much longer." As a loyal hound of the world government, Spandam, aside from his fervent desire for accomplishment, held steadfast beliefs. He believed that the existence of someone like Robin was the utmost affront to justice. Capturing such individuals and bringing them to justice would be a mark of honor. Nevertheless, Spandam departed, accompanied by some Navy personnel from Logtown, setting sail for the Red Line. Meanwhile, the very Robin he sought was striding confidently down the street. The patrolling Navy officers paid him no heed, for Robin now appeared as a man, albeit one who seemed rather unappealing. He looked exceedingly frail, with an array of blemishes adorning his face, some of which were still oozing with pus. His teeth were marred and discolored, and his lips bore the marks of a cleft lip. Such a countenance effectively deterred the naval officer's desire for inquiry. Even when a few soldiers bore some responsibility, they merely posed a few cursory questions about their purpose in the town, failing to discern any significant issues before hastily granting passage. Robin was on her way back to their hidden refuge, following the successful completion of their daring escape with a young girl. They had taken advantage of the chaos to reach a secluded area on the less frequented side of the bustling port of Rogertown. This locale was predominantly inhabited by refugees living in poverty for various reasons, many of whom had perished amidst the upheaval wrought by the pirates. The frenzied marauders paid little heed to the worthiness of their targets. Even those who chose not to resist found their chances of survival woefully slim. In such a place, numerous rooms lie vacant. Despite their disheveled and filthy conditions, they serve as a suitable refuge, for the census in Rogtown fails to account for such locations. While these rooms are indeed better than the makeshift shelters near the town's refuse heaps, the townsfolk seldom come to clear the garbage. One must seek out a heavily damaged area and find an abandoned dwelling. When the Navy comes to investigate, they will claim to have resided here for quite some time. Buggy will play the role of the gravely ill master, emanating an unpleasant odor, while Robin, as the younger brother, clings to a grimy little girl, fearfully observing the well-dressed Navy personnel before them. Deceiving them is surprisingly simple. Chapter 136. Buggy's food this day has become unbearable. There is scarcely enough to eat or drink, and venturing outside is not an option. What is the point of living? Just as Robin pushed open the dilapidated door, she overheard someone grumbling. Clad in tattered beggar's attire, with his prominent red nose still glaringly obvious, Buggy sat cross-legged on a frayed mat, while the pitiful girl beside him clutched his arm, silently listening to Buggy's stream of meaningless complaints. Robin's disguise was not akin to a Zoan-type devil fruit transformation. That conspicuous nose was beyond her ability to conceal. Thus, the task of procuring food fell solely upon her. You have finally returned. Quickly, bring me something to eat. Did you buy any alcohol? Hurry, show me what you have. Upon seeing Robin, Buggy's eyes lit up, and he rushed to the door like a whirlwind, snatching the bag from her hands. I'm starving. My throat feels like it's on fire. However, his expression soon soured. The contents of the bag were woefully meager, 3 dry, blackened loaves of bread, and nothing else, let alone the coveted alcohol. Even the bread was charred, clearly overcooked, and the portion was pitifully small. Buggy doubted whether even one piece would suffice for a single bite. Upon returning to their hiding place, Robin showed no intention of removing her disguise. She glanced at Buggy, who wore an angry expression, and remarked, Our current guise is that of a starving, impoverished family. These 3 loaves of bread are nearly sufficient. If you desire something better, you should procure it yourself. I dare say the Navy would promptly earn a commendation. Perhaps our next encounter will be in a Navy prison. Buggy, with a scowl, pulled out a piece of blackened bread, ready to eat, but hesitated and instead offered it to the little girl beside him. To be honest, Buggy regretted his decision. Carrying such a child had proved perilous during their escape, had Robin not revealed her devil fruit abilities. The illustrious Buggy would have potentially met his demise in such a desolate place. How infuriating. He cast a glare at the little girl, yet it proved futile. This wretched little creature showed no fear of him, the illustrious captain of a pirate ship. Regardless of his actions, she insisted on following him every day. Were it not for the omnipresence of the Navy, he would have long abandoned her. Taking a second black loaf, he bit into the charred and unpalatable crust. Despite his evident disdain for such sustenance, Captain Buggy's stomach was painfully empty. He had to consume something, lest he find himself unable to flee when the time came. That would be a most unfortunate predicament. Comforting himself, Buggy handed the bag to Robin. It was indeed surprising that he had encountered the infamous child of the devil, Robin. With such a bounty on her head, he mused, if he were to sell her, all those rewards would rightfully belong to him. Observing Robin, poised like a lady as she ate her black bread, Buggy felt a surge of irritation and resorted to threats. Had it not been for this insufferable woman's sudden appearance, he would have already cast aside that little burden. Robin, unfazed, retorted, Very well. But let us see if you can survive to claim it. It's not that I underestimate you, but even the clown Buggy from Roger's crew cannot defeat me. Buggy clicked his tongue in annoyance and replied dryly, Do you truly believe such baseless rumors? Furthermore, it's not that I, Buggy, am unwilling to fight a woman. I would have already turned you over to the Navy for your bounty. With that defiant statement, Buggy fell silent. Robin's words held a grain of truth. The powers of the flower fruit were particularly effective against his chop fruit. What use was it if he could evade swords and daggers? The emergence of 2 extra hands was enough to cause him considerable distress, especially since they would be beyond his control. How had he, the great Buggy, descended to such a plight? He began to ponder the origins of his current predicament. Ultimately, Buggy came to a realization. All of this is the fault of the one who spread those false rumors. What does it matter that I, Buggy, once sailed aboard Roger's ship? Red-haired did as well. Didn't he? Why must you single me out for trouble? Why not seek out that red-haired fellow instead? Ultimately, Buggy reached a conclusion. Those cowardly pirates and bounty hunters are equally responsible for his current plight. The taste of the stale black bread was utterly repugnant, resembling the act of chewing on sawdust. To be honest, reflecting on the days when meat and wine graced his table brought him to the brink of tears. No, I must not weep. I am Captain Buggy, a true man. I shall swallow my blood and broken teeth. I will bleed but not shed tears. One day, I, Buggy the Great, shall rise to prominence. At that time, even that detestable red-haired fellow will bow before me in reverence. And as for that little Robin, she will kneel before me, begging, and I shall not relent. Humph. Unbeknownst to him, the taste of dark bread seemed to have lost its former unpleasantness. As our esteemed Uncle Baki consumed a substantial portion of dark bread, accompanied by delightful dreams, Casillas had just set foot on the long-awaited land. This sensation was somewhat nostalgic. Casillas had not been unfamiliar with prolonged stays aboard a ship, yet the experience of being forcibly removed and then returning had its own charm. The sea was tranquil, offering a serene ambience. Casillas set up a sunshade along the shore, complete with tables and chairs, inviting the wild-looking Rob Lucci to share a meal. Clad in the new attire provided by Casillas' subordinates, and having freshened up, Lucci sat across the relatively short table, eyeing the array of fruits before him with suspicion, pondering whether this fellow was attempting to vex him. To be frank, when Casillas first disembarked, he had intended to swiftly subdue this individual. However, upon witnessing Doflamingo, such thoughts naturally dissipated. On the table, besides bananas, there were oranges, sliced watermelons, and grapes, fruits notoriously difficult to preserve. Patiently, Lucci nibbled on a couple of grapes while leaving the rest untouched. It was not out of fear of poisoning. He believed that Casillas was not a fool, and besides, the efficacy of common poisons on him remained uncertain. In simple terms, he was not in the mood. Imagine a detective facing a criminal who had nearly slipped through his fingers, forced to watch the latter indulge in leisure. The sensation was indescribable, fundamentally unsettling. During this time, Lucci cast several glances at Doflamingo, the notorious sea rogue, whom he had only seen in photographs. Undoubtedly, Doflamingo could still be regarded as one of the formidable figures in Lucci's mind. Moreover, Lucci was acutely aware of the complexity of Doflamingo's relationship with the world government, distinguishing him from ordinary pirates. In contrast, Lucci was undeniably a weakling. Doflamingo, on the other hand, found the situation rather tedious. This Rob Lucci could hardly represent the world government, as it would require the personal presence of the CP9 commander. The individual in question, who seemed to squander time, was a source of irritation for him. Lady Crane could arrive at any moment. Psychologically, Doflamingo felt a twinge of impatience. However, the succulent prize lay tantalizingly close, and he hesitated to relinquish it, choosing instead to take a calculated risk. As for seizing it without consequence, Doflamingo had discerned from previous confrontations that Casillas was a tough adversary. Killing this fellow? Certainly, that was an option. But acquiring those weapons would be out of the question. Contrary to Casillas' assumptions, the promised share of weaponry was not inconsequential. In truth, Doflamingo held significant importance. Indeed, Doflamingo controlled a substantial portion of the arms trade in the underground world of the Grand Line. Those weapons were merely an embellishment, potentially augmenting his market share. But this did not diminish their value. Most crucially, these weapons hold the potential for considerable profits, and perhaps more importantly, they can be utilized to equip a formidable military force. He could indeed forego this transaction, as Lady Crane is truly terrifying. However, he is currently devising a plan that, if successful, could elevate him to the status of a warlord of the sea, thus allowing him to seize control of Dressrosa. The prospect of acquiring additional powerful armaments presents substantial advantages. This matter transcends mere financial interests. Casillas, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, was about to light a cigarette when Spandam arrived. Chapter 137, Rising in Protest. Spandam, of diminutive stature, resembled a frail scion of a wealthy family. His fair complexion seemingly the result of meticulous grooming, enough to evoke envy in some women. Adopting a serious demeanor, he took a seat, accompanied by a contingent of approximately several dozen naval soldiers who had traversed a considerable distance to reach this point, albeit at a rather leisurely pace. At this moment, on the shores of Twin Cape, two factions of pirates sat alongside officials from the world government. Despite the vast disparity in their power, the three parties appeared to coexist peacefully. As for the naval personnel, they seemed to be of little concern to anyone. The lighthouse keeper, resembling a timid old man, had retreated into the lighthouse since Casillas' impassioned shooting at Lucci, refusing to emerge. During this period, the whale, Labu, did not emerge to cause any disturbances. Doflamingo's cold gaze lingered on the creature for quite some time, suppressing the urge to eliminate it. He settled into his chair, elevating his legs and resting his feet upon the table. This is an exceedingly impolite act, yet none shall contest it. He was the first to speak. Since the representatives of the world government have arrived, let us commence without delay. My time is rather limited, and if it continues to be squandered, I shall be exceedingly displeased. Naturally, Spandam is at the forefront of the world government's delegation. Of course, I am aware. The pallid young man, bearing a somewhat sickly appearance, leaned against his saber while remarking, to have delayed the time of the notorious pirate, Night Chaser, fills me with profound trepidation. Though the words appear unproblematic, they are laced with a tone of mockery and schadenfreude. Ming merely regarded him with a cold gaze for a moment, offering no further action. This left Spandam in a state of disquiet, as it was somewhat unexpected for Don Quixote Doflamingo to withstand such verbal provocations. However, upon reflection, there was little to be surprised about. The weaponry in the possession of Casillas was immensely powerful, and to endure a moment of indignation for the sake of a share in this venture was hardly a significant sacrifice. Nonetheless, Don Quixote Doflamingo, you are merely a pirate with a bounty of 300 million. In the New World, there are at least 70 or 80 others of your ilk. While you may possess certain peculiarities, does that truly equip you to contend with the world government? Spandam mused, his gaze shifting once more to Casillas. Mr. Casillas, since we are all gathered here, the purpose is quite clear, he began, suddenly rising to his feet and slamming his palm onto the table. The surface laden with fruit trembled, causing a plate of grapes precariously positioned at the edge to topple over, sending the pristine porcelain crashing onto the hard rock below, shattering into a myriad of pieces. However, the cluster of grapes did not meet the ground. Instead, it hovered in midair. At that very moment, Lucci also stood up, adopting a defensive stance, almost instantaneously preparing to unleash his devil fruit powers and enter into his transformed state. He observed with clarity that several fine threads ensnared the bunch of grapes. These threads were so thin they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye concealed within the air, rendering them a terrifying weapon of assassination. Yet, Doflamingo appeared to wield control over them with remarkable finesse. Despite their lethal sharpness, the grapes remained unscathed, untouched by even the slightest harm. At the same time, Spandam's voice rang out. Immediately surrender all information regarding weapon manufacturing techniques and the locations of your factories. Otherwise, you should be well aware of the consequences of opposing the world government. At that moment, the mischievous laughter of Ming echoed. The world government? How terrifying. Yet, there was no hint of fear in his tone. Spandam was taken aback. Just as he was about to speak again, he suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to him, his body had become immobile. This left him utterly astonished, but he quickly regained his composure. This is the puppet string of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Spandam immediately shifted his gaze to his side, only to be horrified to find that Rob Lucci, like himself, was trembling uncontrollably, utterly unable to move. His forehead beaded with sweat. As the chief of CP9 and a seasoned intelligence officer, Spandam had always approached danger with utmost caution. The reason he dared to provoke Doflamingo was his belief in the strength of Rob Lucci, the most formidable of CP9 in 8 centuries, a title of great renown. Yet, in this moment, Spandam suddenly realized that this subordinate he had always deemed reliable was, in reality, so woefully inadequate compared to true power. Even he could not evade the puppet strings. He came to understand the folly of his naivety. There is little that can be done. Although CP9 is undeniably powerful compared to other CP organizations, excluding CP0, facing formidable foes like Don Quixote Doflamingo, who stands several tiers above the elite of the seas, renders them rather helpless. Typically, such encounters with beings of that caliber are managed by the likes of CP0, but unfortunate circumstances have led them to this moment. Spandam, in a fleeting lapse of composure, found himself on the brink of pleading for mercy, harboring an intense loathing for Lucci. What nonsense about being the strongest in 800 years. Yet, he overlooked the internal dynamics within CP9. To be fair, Lucci is no slouch. He has reached a level of strength comparable to the mid-tier commanders of the Navy, an impressive feat for someone of his age, marking him as a prodigy. However, when pitted against Doflamingo, it becomes evident that the adversary is simply too formidable. Who is Doflamingo? A man who awakened his conqueror's haki in his youth. The founder of a notorious pirate crew capable of reshaping the world. Furthermore, he is in the prime of his life, poised to continue ascending in power for the next decade or two, and he is still under 30. Those additional 10 years of life are the very foundation upon which Doflamingo eclipses Lucci. For the strong, the years between 30 and 50 are typically the zenith of their capabilities. Doflamingo is precisely at that stage. Lucci is not Luffy. He cannot defy the natural order. Perhaps if Doflamingo were a decade younger, Lucci might stand a chance, but against the current Doflamingo, it is patently impossible. Lucci continues to strive. Though it feels as if an eternity has passed, in reality, only mere seconds have elapsed. The Navy soldiers stationed a short distance behind them remain blissfully unaware of the tension, entranced by a cluster of grapes floating in midair, watching as it delicately lands upon the pristine tablecloth before Lucci. After all, the two of them are merely standing there, albeit with a hint of stiffness. To the casual observer, they seem entirely normal. Doflamingo's smile is wicked as he remarks to Lucci, "Since you enjoy grapes, why not indulge a little more?" Suddenly, Lucci twitches, causing a flicker of hope in Spandam, only to be swiftly dashed as he mirrors the motion. It is as if their joints have rusted, or as though they are marionettes being manipulated by invisible strings, slowly and awkwardly lowering themselves. Then, Lucci plucks a purple grape and places it into his mouth. At this moment, they regain their freedom. The four individuals seated here fell into silence, prompting the naval soldiers to exchange curious glances, their hearts filled with unspoken disdain. The world government official named Spandam. What purpose does he have in bringing them here? To observe their fruit feast? Is there anyone in this world who entertains guests with merely a few pieces of fruit? Just moments ago, Spandam suddenly slammed the table in outrage over the perceived lack of hospitality. Yet why did he fall silent and sit back down? Furthermore, the other party consists of pirates. The silent tension lingered for only a short while, until Lucci, gazing contemplatively at the grapes before him, finally spoke. As Commander Spandam has stated, "Since we are all seated here, we are fully aware of the current situation. Frankly, I can provide the world government with those weapons, but merely as a provision." Chapter 138. The death of Spandam. That is impossible. What we seek is far beyond those meager scraps that barely suffice. The manufacturing technology must be handed over. Although he had just freed himself from the strings of Doflamingo's control, Spandam quickly regained his composure. He realized that Doflamingo would never resort to killing him. With his life assured, what was there to fear? As the commander of CP9, backed by the formidable world government, he should possess greater confidence than anyone present. Thus, he categorically rejected the notion presented by Casillas regarding the sale of a certain number of weapons to the world government. This was also the initial objective of CP9, a goal that must be achieved. After resolutely uttering these words, he turned to observe Casillas' reaction. Casillas flicked the ash from his cigarette, allowing the remnants of the burning tobacco to disperse into the wind, and regarded Spandam with an expression of amusement. As if he were looking at a fool. "Do you think my intelligence is insufficient?" Casillas inquired. "Spandam, what if I perish after you relinquish the technology?" Here, he clearly expressed his disbelief in the world government, fearing that the bureaucrats of the Five Elders would abandon him once they had extracted all value. After losing the weapon manufacturing technology, he would become devoid of any utility for the world government. Thus, eliminating him to prevent the leakage of such technology to rival factions would undoubtedly be the most prudent and correct choice. "The world government will ensure your safety." Spandam appeared exceedingly serious, his tone resolute to the point that it seemed he had deceived even himself. "Mr. Casillas, as long as you relinquish that technology, the world government will guarantee your safety. I assure you of that." Upon hearing these words, Casillas could hardly suppress a laugh. "This fellow. Do you think I am unaware of what kind of person you, Spandam, are? Do you truly believe that the world government will protect me? That they would personally guarantee my safety? Of course, this is something Spandam certainly does not comprehend." Casillas shook his head in disbelief. This caused Spandam's expression to darken noticeably. The implication from the other party was quite clear. He was to manufacture weapons and supply them to the world government. However, such an arrangement would undoubtedly be unacceptable to the higher echelons of the world government. a fact that Spandam fully understood. At this juncture, it seemed that the only viable option was to buy some time. Admiral Sengoku was on his way. Once he arrived, he could effectively counter the brazen Don Quixote Doflamingo. At that point, manipulating Casillas would be a trivial matter for Lucci. Spandam considered this plan to be quite astute. Thus, he fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, he was in no rush. Time was on their side, and given this advantage, prolonging the situation was a shrewd strategy. While Spandam could afford to be patient, Casillas and Doflamingo could not afford such luxury. Through the curling tendrils of smoke rising from his hand, Casillas observed Spandam, who had lapsed into silence for nearly half a minute, seemingly lost in thought. It appeared that he had decided to unveil his trump card. Knowing this, would you and the world government behind you still dare to prolong the matter? Casillas smirked inwardly, casting a glance at the increasingly agitated Doflamingo. He extinguished his cigarette in the glass ashtray, an action that immediately drew the attention of both Lucci and Spandam, who turned their gazes towards him. I am aware of your intentions to delay. Casillas extinguished the cigarette but leisurely lit a second one, addressing Spandam. But is this truly effective? This statement momentarily startled Spandam, but he quickly regained his composure with a smile. Whether it is of any use, who can say? Unless the esteemed Lord Nightshade decides to end our lives right now, I have ample time. Just as the words left his lips, he swiftly seized a silver dining knife before him and plunged it into his own neck. Don Quixote Doflamingo, known for his irascible temperament, chose to respond to this continued provocation with decisive action. In his view, Spandam was merely a lackey of the world government. Eliminating him would pose no consequence. Would the high-ranking officials truly seek retribution against Doflamingo for the actions of such an insignificant figure? In an instant, as he flicked his finger, Spandam was met with a gory fate. The knife accurately sliced through the tender flesh, severing the somewhat rigid trachea and simultaneously cutting through the major artery on one side of his neck. Spandam's expression turned to one of astonishment. As he felt a sharp pain in his neck, he was initially oblivious to what had transpired, until the next moment, a torrent of crimson blood erupted from the gash. Like a water gun, this red liquid stained the tablecloth and the fruit before him. Doflamingo, do remain composed, Casillas remarked, gazing at the platter of fruit now speckled with blood, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Murder is not quite appropriate. We are in the midst of negotiations. It seemed that with the release of his pent-up rage, Doflamingo's mood improved considerably. He merely smiled at Casillas's admonishment, choosing not to respond. He picked up a piece of watermelon, now tainted with blood, and savored a bite. Delectable. Casillas, while not overly concerned with Doflamingo's aberrant behavior, felt a twinge of discomfort at this almost cannibalistic act. He cast a sympathetic glance at Spandam, who, as a major antagonist, would survive for another 2 years and even become a member of CP0. The outcome here was excessively audacious, inciting the wrath of Brother Ming, who consequently transformed the individual into a lifeless corpse. Had only the trachea been severed, a modicum of medical intervention might have salvaged his life. Perhaps with the advanced medical technology of the world government, he could have been restored to his former self. However, with the major arteries ruptured and the volume of blood lost, it was evident that his life would soon ebb away. The very essence of human vitality, the rhythmic beating of the heart, had now become a harbinger of doom for Spandam. Desperately, he clasped his hands around the gaping wound on his neck. Yet this futile gesture could not stem the crimson torrent surging forth from his heart. What began as a violent spurt had devolved into a steady stream, a clear indication that the blood within him was rapidly depleting. The oxygen-rich, vibrant red blood was gushing out in abundance, leading to the onset of hypoxia within his body. A chilling sensation was his initial experience, swiftly followed by debilitating dizziness as his brain began to suffer from oxygen deprivation. No amount of frantic gasping could alleviate his plight. It seemed as though he were face to face with the specter of death, casting a final, pleading glance at his companion Lucci, before collapsing helplessly to the ground, devoid of life. From the moment the knife sliced his throat to his fall, a mere 10 seconds had elapsed. The abrupt turn of events compelled the surrounding Navy personnel to swiftly assume defensive stances. However, just as they raised their weapons, their formation faltered, leaving them paralyzed in place. Brother Ming's fingers danced with dexterity. Enough. Spare them. Lucci, witnessing the sudden demise of his superior, maintained his composure and addressed Don Quixote Doflamingo. The sorrow of losing a comrade? Lucci felt none. What? Have you come to a realization? With a casual wave of his hand, Doflamingo sent 3 to 4 dozen Navy men tumbling to the ground, helplessly entangled in disarray. The death of the commander allowed Lucci, by protocol, to temporarily assume command of CP9. However, he could not make decisions on behalf of the higher-ups alone. Observing Doflamingo spare the Navy personnel and resettle into his seat, Lucci turned to Casillas. Thus, you comprehend the conditions set forth by the upper echelons of the world government. There is no possibility of alteration without unforeseen events. Even if Doflamingo were to annihilate both me and these Navy men, the outcome would remain unchanged. Casillas, present your leverage and conditions. Only then can I communicate with the higher-ups to reach a decision. Today, I find myself at an impasse. Allow me a day of respite. Henceforth, I shall not mention any interruptions. Chapter 139, Usurped by Blackbeard's Brilliance. Lucci displayed remarkable composure, even with his superior's lifeless body beside him. He maintained an expression of nonchalance, persisting in the discussion of pertinent matters. Leverage? In response to Lucci's inquiry, Casillas made an astonishing declaration. Does the Revolutionary Army count? The mere mention of the words Revolutionary Army nearly caused Lucci to leap in astonishment, while his second reaction was to question whether he had misheard. Even Doflamingo reined in his smile. What manner of existence is the Revolutionary Army? In a recent global conference, the world government solemnly acknowledged for the first time the existence of a formidable individual who poses a threat to them, Monkey D. Dragon. This marked the inaugural acknowledgement of a terrifying organization capable of undermining the rule of the world government, the Revolutionary Army. The enigma surrounding Dragon and the very existence of the Revolutionary Army are both regarded as taboos, especially by the world government. Could it be true that Casillas claimed the Revolutionary Army as his support? That it serves as his bargaining chip in negotiations with the world government? Is this genuine? This was the first thought that emerged in Mingji's and Lucci's minds. Could it merely be a case of a fox assuming the majesty of a tiger? How could he possibly have connections to such an organization? Of course, I am not part of the Revolutionary Army. Casillas rose from his seat, circled the table, and approached Lucci, saying, in fact, it was the Revolutionary Army that first reached out to me. They requested a significant quantity of advanced weaponry and were willing to offer substantial financial compensation in return. Mr. Lucci, as you are aware, I am a businessman. How could I possibly refuse such an opportunity with a lucrative deal presented to me? Minga stroked his chin, realizing, so that was it. Since the world government had taken notice of Casillas and his armaments, it was hardly surprising that the Revolutionary Army, which was regarded so seriously by the world government, would contact him first. As long as he was not a member of the Revolutionary Army, all would be well. If Casillas dared to admit he was part of the Revolutionary Army, he would likely face the full wrath of the world government. Wait. Mingji's mind raced. And he suddenly understood, even if Casillas was not a member of the Revolutionary Army, the mere possibility that he could assist them by supplying advanced weaponry would undoubtedly provoke the world government to eliminate him with all their might. Could he not foresee this? Through his sunglasses, Don Quixote Doflamingo scrutinized Casillas. Surely not. Indeed, Casillas had not yet finished his statement. Of course, due to the production capacity of the weapons, the Revolutionary Army has yet to receive a single firearm from me. This was my bargaining chip. Casillas fixed his gaze on Lucci, enunciating each word carefully. You refuse to grant me a way out? No matter. The Revolutionary Army is willing to accept me. Lucci fell silent for a moment, reaching for a snail phone from Spandam's corpse, preparing to contact the higher echelons of the world government. However, Casillas had not yet concluded his remarks. Hold on. Don't be in such a rush. Interrupting Lucci's actions, Casillas raised his hand holding the cigarette, but, emphasizing his point, this alone is not sufficient, I know. Even if, in the next moment, the Revolutionary Army were to rescue me, I still have my factory, do I not? I cannot simply uproot the operational machinery and skilled workers. Can I? You could immediately seal off the entire East Sea, could you not? Ha ha ha. As he reached the end of his statement, he could not contain his laughter, which continued unabated for nearly half a minute before he finally caught his breath. My apologies. Casillas took a puff of his cigarette, only to find it had burned down to the filter, producing an odd flavor. He took a couple of steps back to extinguish the butt in the ashtray. What I mean is, how should I put it? He pondered his words. Surely your CP9 has already begun searching for my weapon factory, has it not? What findings have you uncovered? Lucci began to sense that the situation was becoming dire. The weapons factory, which ought to have been located within the borders of the Goya kingdom, had eluded his search for many days, leaving no trace of its existence. Now, it had been brought up by the opposing side. Lucci felt a thrilling excitement, as if a mystery was about to be unraveled, yet he was also gripped by an instinctive unease. Such emotions are a rarity. Ever since he claimed the lives of 500 soldiers from the kingdom, leaving behind 5 distinct scars, they have become increasingly infrequent. There seem to be no gains. As if this factory were but a figment of imagination. Lucci's response was remarkably candid. He understood that uttering vague fabrications to probe Casillas would likely yield naught. The secret of this factory was undoubtedly a second bargaining chip to coerce the world government, and its revelation was imminent. Why can't it be found? Casillas even sensed a flicker of intensity in Lucci's gaze. Minga listened intently, momentarily forgetting the looming threat of Lady Crane, who was steadily encroaching upon the Red Earth continent. Because it does not exist. Lucci was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, he retorted, that is impossible. Without such a manufacturing plant, how could those mass-produced weapons, with components that are utterly identical, possibly come into existence? This reflects the understanding of an ordinary person. Logically speaking, Casillas would undoubtedly possess an armaments factory of considerable scale, perhaps even fully automated, requiring no labor whatsoever. This is indeed the limit of Lucci's reasoning. Oh, you doubt it? Casillas retorted with a smile. Have you discovered the location of my factory? Have you traced the origins of the workers? Have you identified where the raw materials are sourced from? Surely, you have found none of these. There is absolutely nothing. Perhaps you have concealed it well. After a moment of silence, Lucci finally spoke. Casillas, spare us the suspense. Time is of the essence. At this moment, Minga found it increasingly difficult to remain seated. For these two individuals were entangled in a tedious dispute, wasting his precious time. If He were to catch him in the act, who would bear the brunt of her wrath? Was it not he who would suffer? Thus, it seemed this fellow was utterly indifferent. Very well, Dofu. I did not intend for this to occur. Casillas waved his hand, offering a modicum of apology to his partner, and then revealed the truth. In reality, it is the power of the devil fruit. He substantiated his claim with tangible evidence. Reaching into his flat pocket, he produced 5 or 6 gleaming desert eagles, along with 6 or 7 magazines and a scattering of dozens of bullets. This indeed exemplifies the power of the devil fruit. I can conjure an abundance of weaponry within an unknown space and then retrieve them through places such as pockets, quite simply. He observed the stunned Lucci and succinctly summarized his explanation. The power of the devil fruit. Lucci felt as though everything suddenly became clear. So it was the power of the devil fruit. The abilities conferred by the devil fruit are indeed enigmatic, particularly those belonging to the paramecia category, which are notoriously difficult to categorize. Although he had never encountered such a power, Lucci accepted this explanation. It certainly made sense. Casillas might have concealed numerous details about this ability. Perhaps he merely possessed a spatial devil fruit power, creating a separate dimension filled with machinery, raw materials, and workers. Nevertheless, such intricacies could be set aside for the moment. This implies that Lucci has grasped the significance of this chip. Casillas himself embodies a vast arsenal of advanced weaponry. Unless the opposing party is detained, captured, or eliminated, the world government is unlikely to acquiesce to their demands. Consequently, it is highly probable that the Revolutionary Army will intervene to rescue him. In such a scenario, those formidable weapons, capable of arming legions, would become the private possession of the Revolutionary Army. Well then, Mr. Lucci, you may confer with your superiors, Casillas declared, exuding an air of unshakable confidence. You either concede to my terms, or I shall align myself with the Revolutionary Army. You have merely half an hour. Once the time elapses, I shall inform the Revolutionary Army. We shall see then whether the Navy or the world government acts with greater alacrity than the Revolutionary Army. Lucci, clutching the din-din mushi, approached the group of Navy personnel who appeared shaken but had yet to flee. Meanwhile, as soon as Casillas took a seat, he was met with Doflamingo's inquiry. The weapons are crafted from devil fruit abilities, yet your powers are not those of extreme temperatures, are they? Rob Lucci, preoccupied with the negotiations, momentarily overlooked this detail, while Doflamingo quickly connected the dots. Is it not permissible for me to consume 2 devil fruits? 2. Doflamingo tilted his head in disbelief. Isn't it said that those who consume 2 devil fruits perish? Such a phenomenon, am I not exceptional? Is that so wrong? Casillas flicked away non-existent dust from his coat. The act of usurping Blackbeard's title as the first to wield 2 devil fruit abilities was inconsequential and also served as a satisfactory explanation for the nature of his powers. After all, devil fruits are notoriously peculiar. With entities like the Eastern Dragon and time travel already in existence, the addition of another system would hardly cause a stir. Though he may have eclipsed Blackbeard's fame, that individual seems to be preoccupied with his own affairs. regardless of whether he will have another chance to seize the dark fruit or the quake fruit from Whitebeard. This unprecedented feat of being the first to possess 2 devil fruit abilities is now mine. Unparalleled. Chapter 140. The decision of the 5 elders. If you find this place too perilous, you may return, Lucci remarked nonchalantly to the disheveled Navy personnel. He harbored no admiration for those who, despite their timorous demeanor, remained in a situation where they could offer no tangible assistance. Without regard for their subsequent actions, Lucci promptly began dialing the din mushy. Mirror on the far side of the aquamarine planet, the red Earth continent reached its zenith, where the very heart of the world government, the holy land of Seven, was situated. The inhabitants of this place are all celestial dragons. However, in reality, there exists a staggering number of slaves, even though many have been liberated by Fisher Tiger. Those thousands are but a mere drop in the ocean compared to the vast total. At the very heart of Mary Geos, towering and magnificent edifices rise majestically, interspersed with the spires of the world government's administrative center, where busy officials incessantly come and go. An authority that nearly governs the entire world has an abundance of affairs demanding attention. The bureaucratic tasks are indeed overwhelming, sufficient for one to immerse themselves for decades, until old age takes its toll. Within a spacious grand hall, a few sofas are simply arranged in a clustered formation. Here, the grandeur and opulence are such that they would render the palaces of any kingdom in the world pale in comparison, both in terms of scale and financial expenditure. However, this space feels rather desolate. Aside from the sofas, there are few adornments, creating an odd atmosphere. Surrounding an ordinary table, 5 individuals occupy the sofas. There are 5 elderly men, yet their robust physiques and vibrant spirits belied the grayness of their hair and beards, which suggested age. Although some bore age spots on their faces, they engaged in conversation. As the quintet wielding the highest authority within the world government, each significant decision of this colossal entity has been deliberated and determined by these 5 individuals for many years. Even the Admiral of the Navy is merely a subordinate of higher rank in their eyes, as is the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. Suddenly, an individual entered, traversing the expansive hall to approach them. A subordinate clad in a black suit bowed slightly and presented a communication device. An elderly man with a round face adorned with mustaches resembling curved horns, along with a thick, short beard, accepted the device and placed it on the table. "I am Rob Lucci of CP9, exclaimed a bald elder, who was always accompanied by a long sword and wore round, rimless glasses. Upon hearing this, he inquired, "Speak. What is the matter?" A few minutes later, the mustached elder, who first addressed them, shut the communication device's eye and broke the silence. "What are your thoughts?" "It seems this individual is not merely exaggerating. Intelligence indicates that Monkey D. Dragon is likely active in the East Blue." The square-faced elder, possessing golden hair and a resolute expression, appeared the youngest among them, although strands of gray were beginning to infiltrate his golden locks and beard. "And so?" questioned the elder with a small head, whose large mustaches dangled over his chest. The last elder, sporting a bushy beard and wearing a flat black hat, bore a scar above his left eye reminiscent of the philosopher Karl Marx. He decisively stated, "In that case, we should concede to his request." The concern arose. This does not preclude him from supplying weapons to the Revolutionary Army. Ambition runs rampant among individuals today, much like the current ally of his, Don Quixote da Flamingo, whose greed is unlikely to be satiated by mere monetary means. The bald elder, filled with apprehension, posed a question while instinctively stroking the sheath of his sword. "Shall we eliminate him? The issue is, who possesses the capability to kill him? It would be challenging to reach such a location in less than half an hour. Even Kizaru would find it difficult. Moreover, should Dragon engage personally, given the formidable nature of the Pika Pika no Mi, he is not to be underestimated. Yet, we cannot allow such a figure to threaten us to achieve his objectives. The crux of the matter is not merely that Casillas has issued a few threats. The true concern lies in the potential for weapons capable of equipping entire armies, enabling ordinary individuals to slay many foes, to fall into the hands of the Revolutionary Army. The situation could deteriorate rapidly over the coming years." The 5 individuals fell into a profound silence. In many matters, they rarely engaged in disputes, as each had occupied their position for numerous years, amassing ample experience in handling various affairs. However, today proved to be an exception, as a weighty issue had arisen, leading to a divergence of opinions among them. The prospect of Casillas directly joining the Revolutionary Army represented the most severe scenario. And what of agreeing to the terms proposed? The crux of the matter lay in trust. Seasoned politicians understood well that trust could not be granted lightly. Even officials who had served for years within the world government could not attain sufficient trust, let alone someone like Casillas, who had emerged seemingly out of nowhere. Who could guarantee that this individual would not turn around and engage in dealings with the Revolutionary Army? Should they allow him to come to the Holy Land? This was the suggestion put forth by the philosopher, who sought the counsel of the other four. No, he was not a fool. Such conditions were untenable. So what was to be done? The group engaged in a spirited discussion for several minutes, until the bald man proposed the most prudent course of action. Let Casillas take action. They would initially acquiesce to the terms, but inform him that Rob Lucci would accompany him to ensure his comfort. Once Casillas arrived, they would seize the opportunity to take control of him, even if they could not fully subdue him with Casillas' strength. Eliminating him should not be entirely beyond the realm of possibility, even with Dragon present. Indeed, a feasible plan. The other four concurred, and thus the decision was made. The power of the devil fruit? I have yet to encounter anyone possessing the abilities of two different devil fruits. I am quite eager to witness it firsthand once we capture him. At that time, I shall have Vegapunk examine him. If he can unravel the mystery of that bullet, perhaps we could further investigate what makes this individual unique. How is it that he can consume two devil fruits? The old man with the horned beard spoke with enthusiasm. However, the blonde elder doused his enthusiasm with a cold reality. While the plan is indeed viable, it is also prudent to mobilize the Navy in the East Blue in the first half of the sea for precautionary measures. Yes, theoretically, Casillas would have a significant opportunity to eliminate a relatively weak Casillas in the presence of Dragon. Yet, one must always consider the unforeseen. The group promptly dispersed to issue commands to the Navy. The bald man lifted the cover from the phone bug's eye and informed Rob Lucci of their decision. On Lucci's end, a significant portion of the Navy was still present. However, he had little interest in that. Would they assign me to shadow Casillas, monitoring his actions to prevent any potential alliance with the Revolutionary Army? There is an undeniable sense of complexity. Yet, under such circumstances, it seems that the higher echelons of the world government have no choice but to acquiesce to the conditions proposed by Casillas. Chapter 141. The yellow ape moves out. Oh, what brings me to the other side of Reverse Mountain? The scruffy yellow ape absent-mindedly picked his nose with his pinky finger, lazily inquiring of the black-clad world government official before him. In truth, the official had just relayed the orders from the five elders. Despite the yellow ape's lackadaisical demeanor, the man in the black suit dared not express his discontent. After all, only a fool would speak defiantly to someone capable of extinguishing their life at will. His intellect was undoubtedly intact. Thus, he patiently reiterated, "Proceed to the twin cape of Reverse Mountain, locate Casillas, and bring him back. If you encounter Drackle, eliminate him." Wiping his nose-picking hand across the fabric of his trousers, the yellow ape spoke in a peculiar tone, punctuating his words with discomforting pauses. How strange. This individual appears to hold great significance. However, should I rashly leave this place, and the Yonko's crew cause a ruckus, the ensuing losses would not be on my conscience. Of course, the world government official nodded vigorously, silently thinking, who would dare blame you? Even the five elders would hardly shift the responsibility onto you in such a matter. The yellow ape, however, paid no mind to his thoughts. At that moment, he stood at the strategic entry point of the Navy headquarters in the New World. To counter the formidable pirate forces of the New World, establishing a stronghold that penetrated its depths was of utmost importance. Moreover, this location served as a barrier between the New World and the Holy Land, making it one of the most crucial sites for both the world government and the Navy. Here, towering walls are erected, and the waters are filled with battleships, while elite naval soldiers patrol incessantly. More importantly, this place is typically guarded in rotation by 3 high-ranking generals. Casillas feels rather unfortunate, as this troublesome matter has fallen upon him first. In comparison, the task directly assigned by the 5 elders is undoubtedly far more troublesome, as it involves the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. The more one wishes to avoid trouble, the more it seems to arise. Casillas, of course, cannot openly defy orders. He secretly hopes that Dragon will not appear, or if he does, that he can effortlessly eliminate the target and complete the mission. Having recently assumed his position, failing the first task assigned by his superiors would be quite disconcerting, even for Casillas. A blinding golden brilliance radiates from him, transforming him into a brilliant orb of light. Anyone confronted with such intense illumination can only avert their gaze, unable to look directly at it. for it is potent enough to blind an ordinary person. In the heart of the heavily fortified naval stronghold, a beam of golden light shoots skyward, disappearing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. This scene fell into the gaze of many. Some naval soldiers stationed here expressed their astonishment, whispering to one another about the remarkable achievements of the newly appointed Admiral Casillas. Meanwhile, the higher-ranking officers pondered more deeply. Some began to worry that with the departure of the most formidable combat force, would there be complications? Various spies commenced relaying information, and it would not be long before the four emperors and numerous others would be aware of the news. Admiral Casillas had set forth. What was his purpose? Amidst the pristine clouds, a faint glimmer flickered. The golden radiance embodying Casillas accelerated in an instant, vanishing from all sight. Yet, Casillas remained oblivious to the fact that a terrifying entity had him in its sights and would soon arrive. He cheerfully sipped a glass of orange juice. We shall be comrades from now on, Rob Lucci. Casillas warmly embraced Lucci's shoulder. Come, let us share a smile, shall we? Lucci, however, did not reciprocate the sentiment. Discreetly pushing his hand away and coolly replying, we need to discuss some details. Mr. Casillas may take a moment to rest while we await the world government officials responsible for this matter. How dull. Casillas reluctantly released him, preparing to return to the ship in search of some food. While he could indulge in as much fruit as he desired, nothing truly satisfied hunger like a hearty meal. Eating fruit to satiate one's appetite required an abundance, and hunger would return swiftly. In terms of energy, no matter how exceptional the fruit, it could not compare to substantial cuts of fatty meat. Although Casillas despised fatty meat, he had no aversion to lean cuts. Yet, this was the world of pirates. Contemplating the myriad ecosystems of the Grand Line, with its bizarre flora and fauna, he wondered if there might be certain species rich in protein and fats capable of substituting staples and meats. He would need to instruct Gray and Lucien to keep an eye out for such discoveries on their next journey to the Grand Line. Are you quite pleased? The voice of Doflamingo jolted Casillas from his reverie. What? Should I not be pleased? I am unaware of the veracity of your connections to the Revolutionary Army. But if they are indeed true, I suggest you summon them for your rescue at once, preferably with Dragon himself. Doflamingo's tone was grave, devoid of jest. Do you understand? Casillas narrowed his eyes, the exhilarating feeling of certainty within him gradually cooling as he sensed the imminent danger. What do you know? Doflamingo, however, chose not to elaborate, shaking his head and turning away. I have lingered here long enough, Casillas. If you manage to return to the East Blue, I will send someone to retrieve what is rightfully mine. May your fortune be sufficient. As he watched the wretched figure, whose head was crowned with sores and whose feet oozed pus, turn away with a smile, the joy and excitement that had once filled Casillas's heart dissipated entirely. Lucien, bring the telephone bug. However, before Lucien could take 2 steps, Casillas called him back. Never mind, let us go together. Lucien cast a glance at the distant Rucci and nodded in agreement. In truth, their relationship with the Revolutionary Army had only been established a mere few hours prior. Just a short while ago, after Minga finally agreed to stand up for Casillas during their voyage towards Twin Cape, he received a communication from a Cho via the telephone book. The caller was a prominent revolutionary cadre, the renowned and infamous king of transvestites. When this fellow introduced himself, it sent shivers down Casillas's spine. No wonder his voice was somewhat peculiar. It turns out that Ho has been captured by a group of revolutionaries, though the reasons remain unclear. Nevertheless, he is currently quite safe. The purpose of the call from the cross-dresser king was, as Casillas had mentioned, to negotiate a transaction, specifically to purchase those weapons. Naturally, he readily agreed. And thus the conversation proceeded rather pleasantly. After this, sensing the precarious situation, Casillas naturally invoked the might of the Revolutionary Army to bolster his own standing. And he spoke no falsehood. It is highly likely that Dolag is currently in the East Sea. At this moment, he fervently hoped that his assumptions were correct. Casillas had come to realize that leveraging the Revolutionary Army as a shield bore both advantages and disadvantages. Now, the drawbacks had manifested. Chapter 142. The arrival. It took Casillas over half an hour to return to shore. At first glance, everything appeared normal. However, he lacked the inclination to converse with Lucci any further and instead returned directly to his chair, lighting a cigarette. His current state of mind could be described as anxious and restless, for the Revolutionary Army had imparted to him a most extraordinary piece of news. Just moments ago, far across the world, the yellow ape had made his move. At that moment, Casillas felt a chill run through him. Why was this formidable figure taking action now? Was he the target? Did the world government hold him in such regard? Or was it merely due to the Revolutionary Army? The thought of a Marine admiral fixating on him was indeed unsettling. Time passed, second by second. Doflamingo had departed, leaving only Lucci and a handful of Marines behind at Twin Cape, aside from Casillas and his crew. Of course, there was also the reclusive old man confined within the lighthouse. Casillas sat by the window of the lighthouse, indulging in a hearty meal while observing the scene outside. As he ate, a vibrant array of feathers, unknown to him as belonging to some bird, fluttered behind his head. He felt quite content. Since parting ways with the Roger pirates, Casillas' life had been one of tranquility, beyond caring for the self-destructive whale Laboon and sporadically painting on Laboon's immense form. His only source of income came from selling log poses to passing pirates, leaving him in solitude. He did not yearn for companionship. Rather, he occasionally desired a touch of color in his otherwise mundane existence. In his eyes, Casillas was a peculiar individual. This man, perpetually smiling and excessively youthful, had suddenly appeared in this place, seemingly without purpose. Abruptly, he had approached Casillas seeking a place to stay, and out of gratitude for the gift he had brought. Casillas acquiesced. Casillas was undeniably distinct, displaying a level of politeness far exceeding that of the majority of pirates he had encountered. Yet, this was hardly remarkable. The ocean was vast, and during his time alongside Roger, he had met individuals of all kinds. What truly piqued his interest was the impressive silver firearm that Casillas had produced later, significantly larger and, dare he say, far more exquisite than any he had previously seen. In any case, the power of that weapon had been clearly discernible through his telescope, and he could not deny its formidable nature. Suddenly, agents from the world government appeared, and Casillas aimed his silver gun to snipe. Alas, Casillas thought with a tinge of disappointment as he recalled that day's scene. He had anticipated the downfall of the celestial dragon's lackeys, yet regrettably, the young man's prowess was rather limited. While such weaponry might prove formidable against ordinary individuals, it faltered in the face of masters wielding hockey. The ensuing events were unexpected. Casillas had presumed that the lad named Casillas would opt to venture into the Grand Line. But to his surprise, Don Quixote Doflamingo soon made his appearance and subsequently eliminated a newly emerged world government official. Having satisfied his hunger, Casillas patted his belly with his greasy hand and rose to rummage through his belongings, eventually producing half a bottle of dark red rum. As a physician, he seldom indulged in alcohol. He reminisced about how that fool, Roger, would often mock him for his abstinence. Looking back, he found himself somewhat nostalgic. Pouring half a glass, he downed it in one gulp. The slightly sweet flavor, mingled with the not-so-pleasant scent of alcohol, tingled in his mouth, prompting a belch as if he had just engaged in a grand feast before returning to his chair. While continuing to monitor the situation, he unfurled a newspaper. The paper, which had been opened countless times, featured a full-page black-and-white photograph of Roger's visage, his exuberant grin and bright eyes vividly imprinted in Casillas' mind. To his surprise, had it come to this? In truth, he had not intentionally sought out this newspaper. Residing in the remote Twin Cape, although he could procure newspapers from the newsbirds, one could only occupy oneself with a single edition for so long, half an hour at most. For an elderly man, that was hardly sufficient, especially since they were not a daily occurrence. Thus, he had amassed a collection of newspapers, reading them in chronological order whenever boredom struck. The edition in his hands conveyed the sensational news that had once captivated the whole world. Gold. Roger had arrived at Laugh-Tale. Thus began the reign of the ocean's sovereign, the pirate king Roger. Although shortly thereafter, this pirate king surrendered to the navy and the world government. Concluding his legendary life at his birthplace, he simultaneously ushered in an unprecedented era of piracy, all because of that one fateful declaration. Casillas fell into a reverie, momentarily lost in thought, before snapping back to reality. It was not for any other reason. The typically quiet Twin Cape was graced by new guests. With his keen observation hockey, Casillas immediately sensed the presence of a massive ship materializing atop Reverse Mountain, adorned on either side with vividly coiling azure dragons. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. The towering inverted mountain, where Casillas is located, appears shrouded in mist, rendering it nearly impossible to discern any details with the naked eye. However, relying on his keen observation and perception, he is acutely aware of every intricate detail of the approaching figure. He indeed recognizes this individual, Drag. A sense of astonishment floods Casillas' mind. How could this person appear here at such a moment, so brazenly? Meanwhile, Drag, cloaked in a black robe, stands at the bow of the vessel. The enormous ship surges up the waterfall at the peak of the inverted mountain, yet, contrary to expectation, does not plummet swiftly downward. The howling winds seem to cradle the entire vessel, propelling it like a sharp arrow towards Twin Cape. At the foot of the inverted mountain, by the shores of Twin Cape, Rob Lucci senses something amiss. He turns his gaze toward the direction of the inverted mountain, just in time to witness this astonishing spectacle. A ship, scarcely smaller than the Navy's most colossal warships, descends from the mountaintop. This striking scene left Lucci momentarily frozen in place, until he noticed the two azure dragons adorning the sides of the vessel. This revelation dawned upon him. In the next moment, Rouge turned his gaze towards Casillas, only to find the latter aiming a silver firearm directly at him. The azure circles began to flicker one by one. This left Lucci's scalp tingling. He was acutely aware of the immense power that weapon could unleash, especially at such a close range. The distance between the two parties was merely a dozen or 20 meters. Simultaneously, accompanied by the roar of a violent gale, a faint golden light began to emerge in the sky from another direction. Meanwhile, Casillas wore a bright smile, feeling liberated from the burdens of pressure now that they had reached this pivotal moment. The moment of life and death had arrived. Would they escape to safety or be reduced to mere ash? It was a matter of fate and luck. Chapter 143, Collision for some individuals. Their every action can influence the world, such as the President of the United States. In the realm of One Piece, the pinnacle of power, the Sea.He, could be described as understated, their existence largely unknown. In stark contrast, the admirals of the Navy commanded the attention of the entire world. Their every move might not directly impact the lives of ordinary people, yet they were capable of stirring upheaval among the powerful elite across the globe. The Sea.He had not anticipated this. Kazara's actions prompted the swift arrival of Dracula, yet this posed a conundrum. Kazara was not a user of the invisibility fruit, and to reach the location quickly, he would have to exert his full capabilities to accelerate, which would inevitably draw the eyes of the outside world, thus alerting Dracula. However, without Kazara, there was no one else in the world capable of arriving at Twin Capes in such a brief period, creating a paradox where every choice seemed erroneous. In reality, Kazara took approximately 3 hours to reach the location. This was already his utmost speed, just as Casillas had surmised. The flash fruit undeniably fell short of achieving the speed of light. Nevertheless, traversing the world in a mere 3 hours was still an unparalleled feat. Perhaps Enel from Skypiea, having consumed the rumble fruit, might approach such velocity. In any case, Kizaru exerted himself to the utmost, consuming a considerable amount of stamina to reach the location. After all, the faster one moved, the greater the likelihood of evading the troublesome drag. Not only did Kurokas recognize drag, but Kizaru was also familiar with him. They belonged to the same generation. Thus, Kizaru was acutely aware that this individual was not merely elusive. His strength was undoubtedly on par with any of the three admirals. Consequently, when he beheld the colossal ship ensnared by the tempest, his first instinct was to retreat and concede. However, such thoughts were futile. How could one fulfill their duty without engaging in battle? At this moment, Drag had removed his black cloak, and a smile flickered across his resolute visage. I shall pay an old friend a visit. You go and retrieve the little one. With that, he vanished from sight, only to reappear, soaring through the air, as if supported by an invisible, high-velocity current, swiftly advancing towards the distant, shimmering light among the clouds. Meanwhile, on the ground, Rob Lucci lay within a stone crevice over 100 meters away, his arm impaled by a silver bullet that had begun to deform. The grotesque shape of his arm clearly indicated that it was broken. Due to his lack of preparation, Casillas' shot had landed squarely upon him. The bullet had nearly penetrated his arm. Were it not for Lucci's last-ditch effort to utilize haki, it would have surely pierced through his arm and into his chest. Although he had narrowly avoided the grim fate of being shot through the heart, Lucci's condition was far from favorable. A broken arm was merely a trivial concern. More critically, one of his ribs had fractured, puncturing a lung. The sweet, metallic taste surging from his throat signaled the return of life, indicating that blood was filling his lungs. Thus, he needed to tend to his wounds urgently, preferably avoiding any jolts to prevent exacerbating his injuries. Fortunately, after firing his shot, Casillas paid him no further heed, instead hastening towards the approaching revolutionary army alongside his crew from the Black Flag Pirates. There was little to mourn for Rob Lucci. The paramount concern was to escape this cursed place swiftly. Remaining here, one could easily fall victim to the aftermath of the clash between two formidable figures, which would surely incite laughter from certain individuals. At that moment, a tremendous explosion resounded. drag had come into contact with Kizaru, contrary to what Casillas had envisioned. Upon their encounter, Kizaru did not unleash a barrage of light beams like a stationary cannon for long-range bombardment, for he understood the futility of such an endeavor. Rather than squander additional stamina, he sought an opportunity. Dorag allowed himself to be propelled by the gale, colliding at an extraordinary velocity with the recently rejuvenated Kizaru. The elemental transformation of the natural type is not omnipotent, especially when confronted with a formidable opponent like Dorag. Hastily adopting elemental form could lead to a chance for the adversary to strike with Haki. With his corporeal form restored, Kizaru's arms were enveloped in Haki, hardened and as dark as night, while Dorag's fingers, resembling dragon claws, were bent and poised for a sudden clash. Undoubtedly, Kizaru possessed slightly greater speed, whereas Dorag exhibited superior strength. Clad in a white naval justice cloak and a yellow striped suit, Kizaru did not appear particularly robust, while Dorag's exposed arms, with muscles as hard as iron, presented an indescribably fierce visual impact. At the moment of their collision, the immense force of their confrontation instantaneously displaced the surrounding air, generating an explosive shockwave. The clouds were entirely cleared, and towering waves rose from the sea beneath them, seemingly yielding to their overwhelming power, trembling in submission. Kizaru, you remain as you were, showing little progress in martial arts, Dorag remarked, as if conversing with an old friend. Despite his dragon claw grip firmly clutching Kizaru's arm, his expression remained remarkably calm, devoid of even a heavy breath. Oh, come now. It seems your strength hasn't improved either? Kizaru replied with a mischievous grin. Kizaru's unique charm cannot be adequately encapsulated in mere words. Their stalemate persisted, even though Dorag's power was formidable. Kizaru, being an admiral-level contender, could not merely rely on strength to overpower his opponent. Should Dorag succeed, Kizaru would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. His martial arts may be lacking, but in comparison to Kizaru's fruit abilities, he effectively stood toe-to-toe with the more physically adept Akainu. Kizaru was rather impatient with the teachings of his mentor, Zephyr, resulting in a strained relationship. Ultimately, Kizaru harbored an inherent laziness. However, such laziness could not have led him to the rank of admiral. Instead, he diligently explored the development of his fruit abilities, albeit at the expense of his martial training. After a brief entanglement, Kizaru realized he could not extricate himself from Dorag's grasp through sheer strength. TSK, it's been years, no need to be so enthusiastic, is there? The sardonic tone nearly prompted Dorag to release his hold simultaneously. A flash of golden light flickered between them. A sword of light materialized from Kizaru's hand. The Amaterasu sword. At the moment the lightsaber was partially formed, Dorag released one hand and grasped the blazing, radiant Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi with his dragon claw. However, the yellow ape, seizing the opportunity, dispersed the partially formed lightsaber and, with his liberated arm enveloped in brilliance, struck towards Dorag's head like a miniature sun. Simultaneously, the yellow ape's other hand, still restrained, began to reform the Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi once more. Chapter 144. In response to the yellow ape's sudden trick, Dorag reacted swiftly, letting out a sharp cry, Dragon Claw. A surge of azure light erupted from the curved fingers of the dragon claw, manifesting as highly compressed, sharp blades of air. Ignoring the yellow ape's fist, which radiated intense light, the dark and deep green-hued dragon claw relentlessly aimed to imprint itself upon the top of his head. In that fleeting moment, the expression on Kizaru's face shifted dramatically. The strategy of exchanging injury for injury was neither his forte nor his desire. Thus he had no choice but to retreat from Doflamingo's claw. In the blink of an eye, Kizaru unleashed his utmost speed. His arm underwent elemental transformation, and upon regaining his physical form, he stood before Doflamingo's dragon claw. The golden, searing radiance clashed with the nearly solidified air blade, akin to molten lava being poured into the tranquil waters of a lake. The golden luminescence flared brilliantly, accompanied by a rapidly expanding shockwave, creating a chaotic torrent powerful enough to shatter rocks, throwing everything in the vicinity into disarray. The sea level beneath his feet plummeted by several dozen meters instantaneously, forming a chaotic depression spanning several kilometers, as if an enormous, irregularly shaped invisible sphere was pressing down upon the area. A few unfortunate sea kings suffered dire consequences. The most tragic among them, measuring several meters in length, found half its body reduced to a gruesome pulp, swiftly dissolving into the deep blue waters. Subsequently, the remnants of its shattered form were engulfed by the merciless winds and towering waves. Rob Lucci, gravely injured and preoccupied with stabilizing his wounds while combating internal bleeding, witnessed this chaos unfold. He hastily sought refuge behind a large rock, striking its seaward side with several powerful blows to create a deep recess for shelter. As the violent gusts and towering waves surged rapidly towards him, this is merely the aftershock of a battle occurring just a few kilometers away. Even someone like Lucci, who has ascended to the ranks of formidable warriors, can only dutifully conceal himself amidst such turbulence. The 3 admirals and the 4 emperors possess the power to conjure calamities at will. At the eye of the storm, the 2 combatants have temporarily ceased their hostilities. Resembling the calm at the center of a torrential downpour, where all instability is expelled by their formidable presence. Aside from the rapidly vanishing concave sea beneath them, the scene appears remarkably tranquil. Casillas, with a hint of concern, smoothed the charred sleeve of his striped suit and inquired, as if reuniting with an old friend, "What is that boy to you? Is it truly necessary to protect him so fervently? Wouldn't it be preferable to continue as an invisible presence?" "Ouch, that hurts." Casillas grasped his palm, which had clashed with Drago's, uncertain whether the pain was genuine or merely an act. "Ah, by the way, he can't possibly be your son, can he? But I heard from old man Garp that the boy is still quite young." As his mind wandered, observing Drago's unyielding demeanor, Casillas finally adopted a serious tone. All right. I was merely inquiring. So, is there absolutely no room for negotiation?" "If it were someone else, like a Kainu, I might not choose to spare him," Drago replied, his aura steadily intensifying. "And it seems you remain true to your nature. So since it is possible, why not act on it?" "Ah." Casillas emitted a sound difficult to describe. "You truly underestimate me." The sound of the wind suddenly intensified, and before long, the once clear expanse of sky and earth was engulfed by a swirling azure tempest. Casillas glanced around. His surroundings had transformed into a singular hue. He ceased speaking. In that moment of silence, Casillas' form entirely transmuted into a radiant golden light. To the naked eye, he appeared as a diamond-shaped luminescence akin to a star, his true figure obscured. The Eichakuyata no Kagami, a torrent of golden brilliance, surged forth from Casillas' body, all aimed squarely at Drago, mere meters away. Simultaneously, Dolag's physique began to undergo notable transformations as a plethora of azure storms visibly coalesced around him, shrouding everything in their midst. At the Gemini Cape Lighthouse, Casillas swung open the lighthouse's grand door, beckoning the beleaguered Navy personnel to seek refuge within. The seawater, unleashed by the earlier skirmish, cascaded back down, giving rise to a brief deluge reminiscent of rain. Casillas, ever diligent, did not forget to gather the drying beachwear and other garments. Frankly, he had not anticipated witnessing such a clash of formidable powers once more after all these years. Gazing outwards, the immense azure tempest nearly engulfed the entirety of the visible sea, reaching skyward in its magnificence. Within this colossal storm, akin to great clouds descending from the heavens, glimmers of golden light intermittently flickered, indicative of the fierce confrontation between the 2 combatants. At least, it appeared to be so. Casillas cast a concerned glance towards the slightly lower shore of Gemini Cape, which lay in disarray, ravaged by the waves. Only 4 or 5 Navy soldiers had survived, the rest succumbing to the recent tsunami. These 2 fellows better not wreak havoc here as well. Meanwhile, Casillas, who had just boarded the revolutionary warship with a group of crew members, observed the breathtaking spectacle of battle and, with a smile, inquired of Gray, "Do you still believe the Gauss sniper rifle can dominate the Grand Line?" Gray merely stared blankly at the scene, his mouth unconsciously agape. It is hardly surprising, in Gray's heart, just how formidable is a true strongman. Perhaps he once believed that individuals like Rob Lucci were nearing the pinnacle of strength. Yet what he now witnesses has utterly shattered his previous convictions. What constitutes a strongman? Indeed, this is the kind of power that can single-handedly topple nations. Lucien, at least outwardly, did not exhibit the same stunned demeanor as Gray, whose astonishment was rather embarrassing to behold. Nevertheless, it was not a matter of great significance. The Revolutionary Forces vessel smoothly docked at the exit of the inverted mountain waterway, its robust metal anchor plunging into the depths of the sea, securing the ship firmly in place. In the face of the recent tsunami, the Demon King merely blinked, and all was rendered inconsequential. To be frank, Casillas found himself somewhat intrigued by whether this blink was a manifestation of his devil fruit powers or a skill akin to martial arts. It seemed unlikely that blinking was inherently connected to his fruit's abilities. With these thoughts in mind, the flamboyant Ivankov hurried over. He affectionately placed an arm around Casillas' shoulder, bringing his large face close and asking, "Oh, How are you, my dear firearms boy? You weren't frightened, were you? A delightful fragrance wafted from Ivankov. A captivating blend of alluring perfume and the inherent scent associated with femininity, undeniably pleasant. If one were to refrain from using their eyes or feeling the solid hand and robust arm, Casillas might have genuinely doubted that this individual was merely cloaked in a disguise, masquerading as a woman of exquisite beauty. Yet, being the flamboyant Ivankov, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Although Casillas wished to push him away, he found no justifiable reason to do so. Such a direct dismissal would appear rather rude. Thus, he merely turned his head aside, avoiding the enticing aroma, and replied, "No, not at all. Thank you for your concern." Chapter 145, The Inversion of the Mountain's Flow. Just then, a voice came to Casillas' rescue. The reversal was about to commence. The tone of the voice was remarkably flat, yet the timbre exuded a gentle essence. Casillas turned to see a towering figure. One he had to look up to, Bartholomew Kuma. A wielder of the pawpaw fruit's power, he was said to have once been a king of a nation, a formidable presence among the future 7 warlords of the sea. However, the true extent of his strength remained a mystery, as he had never truly engaged in combat with others. Kuma's voice seemed at odds with his imposing appearance, unlike Ivankov, who emitted a distinctly masculine voice with an undercurrent of femininity. Kuma's resonance was unexpectedly gentle. "What did you say? Reverse mountain?" Ivankov finally released Casillas, darting to the side of the ship to glance back. Kuma, meanwhile, offered a slight nod to Casillas and uttered his catchphrase, "If you wish to travel, where would you like to go?" Casillas paused, feeling a flicker of anxiety that this peculiar figure might suddenly remove his gloves and unleash a surprisingly endearing paw to send him flying. Yet, such a scenario seemed unlikely. After a moment of contemplation, Casillas replied, "If it is possible, I would like to visit Laugh-Tale." As Kuma kept his dark cloak draped over him, Casillas could not discern the expression on the half of his face that remained visible, but he surmised it might bear a hint of resignation. "Laugh-Tale is a splendid place, but I am unfamiliar with the route," Kuma remarked, his tone remaining unchanged. Afterward, he simply stated, "Bartholomew Kuma." Then, he stood motionless like a statue, his gaze seemingly lost in the distance. Casillas felt an inclination to engage him in conversation. Yet recalling Kuma's reticent demeanor in the original narrative, he ultimately refrained. His interest in Kuma stemmed partly from the knowledge that this future incarnation would join the 7 warlords, becoming a mere pawn of the world government in the eyes of the outside pirate world, and willingly transformed into a robotic entity by the mad scientist Vegapunk, thus losing all semblance of his original consciousness. The secrets and reasons behind this intrigued Casillas, although the bears of the present might have no connection to the events that are to unfold in the future. Conversing with bears was certainly more agreeable than engaging with the flamboyant Ivankov. Casillas found Ivankov's habit of affectionately pressing his large face against others quite repellent. After all, he was a man with remarkably sturdy arms. If only he could transform into a woman, it would surely be much more tolerable. Lost in such thoughts, Casillas observed that Ivankov had already discerned the situation surrounding Reverse Mountain. Soon, he began to command loudly, "Children, move. Everyone, get moving. Turn around. We must leave this place quickly. Staying even a second longer could spell danger. Hurry." Casillas followed his gaze and saw that the sea on the side of the Grand Line, which had been flowing downstream, was gradually slowing. As the Revolutionary Army exerted their control, the massive vessel began to pivot. Finally, the water ceased its flow and resolutely began to surge upward through the channel of Reverse Mountain. The tide of reversing seawater was fierce, and the winter grandma, which was in the midst of its turn, was being pulled ever closer to the tumultuous currents. "Hey, armament boy, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and lend a hand." Ivankov did not forget to direct Casillas and his companions. After nearly 3 minutes of frantic activity, adjusting sails and vigorously paddling with the spare oars, just as the ship was about to enter the channel of Reverse Mountain, they managed to align the vessel properly and commenced their journey back to the East Blue. However, Casillas, gazing back at the azure storm clouds, along with the gathering darkness of ominous clouds and incessant flashes of lightning in the sky, wore a worried expression. "Are you concerned about Dorag?" Ivankov inquired, startling Casillas. Though he had developed some immunity to the unsettling presence and aroma of the individual before him, with a steady gaze, he replied, "It's not that. What troubles me is the waterfall at the summit of Reverse Mountain. Such a massive ship, how can we possibly pass through?" Realizing this, Casillas began to understand why so few had returned from the Grand Line to the Four Seas. It wasn't merely due to enemies in pursuit. The reverse flow of the sea at Reverse Mountain constituted a nearly insurmountable path. Ascending vertically through the waterfall, how many vessels could navigate such a route? It was akin to the upward currents of Skypiea, a feat of unimaginable difficulty. There's no need to worry about such things. Ivankov, well aware of the challenges and armed with sufficient countermeasures, firmly patted Casillas on the shoulder, indicating that his concerns were entirely unwarranted. Casillas nodded. He had anticipated a crisis akin to a race against time, only to discover that with Dolag's timely arrival, all imminent dangers seemed to dissipate. The situation unfolded smoothly. Almost beyond belief, it appeared that Dolag had effectively thwarted the peril that loomed perilously close. As Casillas braced himself to witness the grand demeanor of the naval commander, he found the experience somewhat lackluster. This situation is rather absurd. At this very moment, Casillas indeed feels this way, when danger seems to be out of reach. It gives rise to a sense of monotony. Shaking his head, Casillas silently reassures himself that he is not a masochist and resolves to dismiss such thoughts. In stark contrast to the tempestuous battlefield occupied by the two formidable adversaries, Casillas, sailing towards the summit of the upside-down mountain amidst the surging currents, finds an eerie calm. Save for the storm brewing ominously above, by the shores of Whiskey Peak, a naval vessel lies anchored. The vast cerulean storm cloud is distinctly visible to the naked eye. And thanks to the divine intervention of fate, this sea, usually quite tranquil, has transformed into a tumultuous expanse. Admiral Tsuru has been observing through her binoculars for quite some time and lets out a sigh. There is no need for us to proceed. How disappointing, complains the nearby Peach Rabbit, pouting her crimson lips. I was hoping for a chance to explore the East Sea. Perhaps another time. Admiral Tsuru, who is quite fond of Peach Rabbit, typically would have reprimanded any other female officer for such remarks. However, she merely advises, Peach Rabbit, your abilities are commendable. Yet in comparison to such monsters, you are still quite lacking. It would be perilous to venture forth recklessly. Let us await the outcome here. There is an unspoken thought lingering in Admiral Tsuru's mind. She is not particularly eager to encounter that scoundrel, Doflamingo, who has vexed the old man Garp immensely. Meeting with this young upstart would only serve to put her in an awkward position. Naturally, she hopes that Kizaru can apprehend Doflamingo directly, but that seems unlikely. Moreover, should Doflamingo be captured, he would likely be executed before ever reaching the depths of the underwater prison. Thus, Admiral Tsuru's thoughts are tangled and conflicted. Though she remains steadfast in her commitment to the justice of the Navy, there are moments when even Admiral Tsuru herself cannot maintain her composure. Chapter 146. The Escape of Doflamingo. Very well. Peach Rabbit pouts, her lips a vibrant red, and leans against the ship's railing. Her eyes fixed on the swirling tempest of storm clouds, where silver electric serpents flicker and disappear, accompanied by booming thunder. The intensity of the battle between Kizaru and Doflamingo appears to have escalated. The storm, once contained within a certain perimeter, now begins to spill into the surrounding environment, causing a drastic shift in the atmosphere. The winds seem to have intensified, as the ordinary citizens of Whiskey Peak sense this change. The chaotic and disordered breeze swiftly transforms into a howling gale. Enormous waves rise from the sea, resembling moving mountains. The torrential rain that had been pinning suddenly descends in a deluge, as General Crane witnessed the first splash of water erupting from the rain before him. It was but a fleeting moment before the torrential downpour followed in the wake of the howling winds. A female naval officer hurriedly raised an umbrella to shield General Crane from the elements. In contrast, Peach Bunny, immersed in the deluge, gracefully twirled twice, exclaiming, "How remarkable! This is indeed the prowess of an admiral." As a swordswoman, Peach Bunny, despite her femininity, harbors an intrinsic admiration for the formidable. This admiration fuels her relentless pursuit of strength. Observing the cataclysmic environmental shifts triggered by the clash of the ocean's elite has granted her a fleeting glimpse into the essence of such power, offering a thrilling sensation akin to brushing against the forbidden. Aboard the vessel, comprised solely of women, Peach Bunny felt no need for modesty. She boldly shed her rain-soaked naval uniform, revealing a delicate, shoulder-bearing garment beneath. Her exquisitely fair arms and the neckline of her attire, slightly exposed, were laid bare to the relentless assault of the rain. In such weather, visibility just a few meters away is severely impaired, rendering the objects across the way indistinct. The relentless curtain of rain extinguishes any possibility for a man to indulge his gaze. Her laughter, as melodious as silver bells, cascaded throughout the vessel. Amidst an environment reminiscent of the apocalypse, the sound of Peach Rabbit's laughter remained distinctly audible, bringing smiles to the busy naval female soldiers, who, while engrossed in their tasks, couldn't help but beam. Peach Rabbit, brace yourself, for the forthcoming winds and waves may intensify. Let everyone cast the spare anchors overboard to prepare for the surging tides and storms. Vice Admiral Crane called out to the joyfully engaged Peach Rabbit, feeling inexplicably cheerful. Peach Rabbit, who had been laughing heartily under the stinging raindrops, was just about to respond when her gaze drifted toward a certain direction amidst the relentless tempest. Could it be Doflamingo? She remarked, glancing at Vice Admiral Crane. However, Crane merely shook his head, his weathered face displaying a nonchalant expression. He's of no consequence now. Besides, capturing that scoundrel under these conditions poses considerable challenges. What is paramount is the battle currently unfolding. Regardless of the outcome, we should be able to contribute in some manner. Let Doflamingo slip away. Oh, very well then. Peach Rabbit replied, slightly disheartened, as she had anticipated encountering a worthy opponent during this outing, only to find that Doflamingo, whom she had hoped to confront, must now be released. And given her current strength, she could not intervene. What a pity. Meanwhile, aboard a small boat, squeezed alongside Diamante and others, Doflamingo silently relished his fortune. When he spotted Vice Admiral Crane's warship anchored not far from the return route, a chill ran down his spine, leaving him with no choice but to take the risk and attempt escape. After all, in such treacherous weather, he could not soar, as the direction of the clouds was too chaotic. Fortunately, as he had surmised, Vice Admiral Crane seemed disinclined to engage with him. That is a relief. This recent endeavor has yielded somewhat unforeseen results. The conditions previously agreed upon with Casillas have become null and void the moment the term Revolutionary Army was uttered, especially following the direct intervention of the Revolutionary Army's leader, Drago, to rescue him. Who could have anticipated that this individual had such formidable backing? However, it is plausible that Casillas' support does not originate from the Revolutionary Army, if he were indeed one of their own from the outset. How could the Revolutionary Army refrain from utilizing these weapons for their own purposes, instead opting to sell them extensively in the East Sea? In any case, the emergence of the Revolutionary Army signifies that Doflamingo can no longer compel Casillas into cooperation. The oars, composed of intertwined lines, relentlessly churn through the seawater, propelling this modest vessel, scarcely larger than an ordinary lifeboat, through the torrential downpour, cleaving through towering waves and swiftly navigating away from this unprecedentedly chaotic maritime realm. Seated at the stern and channeling a multitude of lines to provide both power and protection for the small craft, Doflamingo gazed at the tumultuous sea and the flickering lightning above, an unusual smile gracing his lips. We shall meet again. I am certain of it, Casillas. Unless you choose to forsake your return to the East Sea and instead follow the Revolutionary Army, becoming a mere rodent pursued relentlessly by the world government. Doflamingo does not believe that Casillas will only have one option moving forward. Although he is currently entangled with the Revolutionary Army, with even their leader coming to his aid, the nature of the relationship between Casillas and the world government remains uncertain as long as he successfully escapes this predicament. Should Casillas express a desire to reconcile with the world government, would the Sea.He truly provide arms capable of equipping a formidable military force to the Revolutionary Army? Certainly not. Doflamingo possesses a profound understanding of the mindset of politicians. For them, only interests matter. There are no permanent enemies. The Revolutionary Army and the Yonko might be the only two adversaries that the world government regards with seriousness, yet, in comparison, the Revolutionary Army represents an irreconcilable threat. Any action that bolsters the Revolutionary Army must be avoided. For the Sea.He, those lackeys, the interests of the world government, or rather, that individual's interests, are their own. Thus, Doflamingo eagerly anticipates the forthcoming developments. It remains to be seen whether Casillas can grasp this reality. Should he indeed abandon everything in the East Sea to wander the world with the Revolutionary Army, he will no longer warrant any consideration. Unless he can attain the strength of figures like Kizaru or Drago in the future. The intensity of the wind and waves was diminishing, indicating their imminent departure from this tumultuous waters. Yet, Doflamingo suddenly felt a twinge of discontent. Much like Kaido and the other Yonko, Kizaru, Drago, and the other three admirals, they are formidable powers that he cannot resist. Regardless of the multitude of schemes and intrigues, if one's strength does not reach that echelon, one can never ascend to such heights. This is not the first time Ming has witnessed the spectacular celestial phenomena resulting from the battles of formidable beings endowed with monstrous power. Yet this time, it remains profoundly astonishing. There is still a considerable distance to traverse. Who shall ultimately claim the throne of supremacy? Chapter 147. The yellow ape also makes his escape as torrential rain poured down. The winter grandma ascended the hillside, propelled onward by the forceful sea currents. The sheer cliffs of cascading waterfalls loomed ahead. The ferocious tempest did not in the slightest impede the vessel's speed, since the Demon King had assured them of a means to navigate past the waterfall barrier. Casillas refrained from further inquiries and instructed his crew to seek refuge in the ship's cabin from the downpour. Although his innate abilities kept him perpetually invigorated, the ordinary crew members lacked such resilience and were utterly exhausted. He, alongside Gray and Lucien, busied himself on the deck, steering the ship and lowering the sails that had previously been raised, tasks requiring a considerable workforce. The current winds were exceedingly strong and erratic. Failing to act promptly could jeopardize the stability of the vessel in its course, and dire consequences, such as the mast snapping, were not beyond the realm of possibility. At that moment, as they sailed towards the opposing direction, a golden radiance abruptly illuminated the surroundings. It was as if a blazing sun was concealed within the tumultuous storm, its intense golden light piercing through the heavy clouds and rain, illuminating the entire expanse of heaven and earth. This is the full-force strike of the general. The blinding light brings with it a terrifying heat and a violent explosion. In the central region of the battlefield, the once dense dark clouds have been completely evaporated, and the yellow ape has transformed from a brilliant star into the scorching sun that dries up mountains and seas. Even the previously rampant storm has been wholly pushed aside in the face of such dreadful temperature and radiance, creating a vast expanse of illuminated territory. This is the pinnacle of Casillas' power. Although he cannot truly transform into a sun, the sheer might he exudes evokes such an impression. The sea beneath his feet has been completely evaporated, with the boiling waters remaining on the edge of the storm controlled by Drago, where any advance would instantly turn to steam and vanish without a trace. However, the oceanic Drago is equally formidable. Unexpectedly, he caressed the tattoo etched vertically on his left eye, enveloped in a sea of green tempest, as golden light illuminated him with a faint crimson hue. He whispered softly, "Let us commence another round." The external world, including the distant Admiral Crane, witnessed a conspicuous transformation. The ravaging winds and rains suddenly diminished to a bearable level, reminiscent of a summer storm that arrives swiftly and departs just as quickly. The golden light, which had nearly breached the storm clouds, was abruptly suppressed. The rapidly moving winds evaporated vast quantities of seawater, creating an abundance of water vapor on the surface, and coupled with the additional steam generated by Casillas' eruption, this inadvertently augmented Drago's strength. Upon realizing this, Casillas, though silently acknowledging a miscalculation, remained utterly composed. This may be considered a blunder, yet it bears little consequence, for his sole intention was to make a valiant attempt. It was not merely about the outcome against Dorag, but rather an endeavor to fulfill the mission bestowed by the five elders. As someone whose ambition is akin to clocking in at work, Casillas believes that completing the task is always paramount, especially given that his employer tends to be rather discerning. No one could discern the precise circumstances when the golden radiance erupted in full force, accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous roars and shockwaves that spread simultaneously. However, light travels faster, so initially, Casillas heard nothing. Yet, the visible shockwave was perceptible to the naked eye, interspersed with towering waves and a temporarily cleared curtain of rain. As the distorted air ripples caught up to the stern of the ship, the waves crashed against the mountainside, gradually subsiding. The lighthouse at Gemini Cape also suffered the brunt of it, though fortunately, by that distance, the force had diminished significantly, allowing the structure to remain standing. The crew dared to glance towards the source of the light only after it had dimmed, covering their ears to prevent temporary deafness from the impending sound. Casillas followed suit, though it may have been unnecessary. In a fleeting moment, the figure of the flamboyant king flickered and dashed towards the stern, his oversized head swelling once more. Hellish allure. His voice boomed with newfound vigor, shedding the peculiar timbre of flamboyance. The shockwave that had reached the stern was dissipated by this blink, sending a spray of water soaring high into the air, mingling with the relentless downpour. What immense power! Yet, what is the principle behind it? He silently mused, unaware that the flamboyant king's ability was not a devil fruit power, but rather an air shockwave propelled by rapid blinking. Casillas remained oblivious to this fact, unable to comprehend the peculiar design of Oda's abilities. However, before the revolutionary army could cheer for the flamboyant king's actions, a beam of light flickered into existence. Still several hundred meters away, yet it rendered Casillas' body rigid, his heart constricting with an overwhelming sense of peril. The flamboyant king had not yet turned. Yet Casillas had already perceived the beam. Without a moment's thought, he recognized it as Yellow Ape's attack. Yet, he was too late to pivot. And even a warning was beyond his reach. By the time the flamboyant king opened his mouth to utter the first word, Casillas might well have been reduced to a charred remnant. Of course, that is an exaggeration, yet sustaining a fatal wound was certainly a possibility. In the fleeting seconds, Casillas' mind barely had time to whirl as he thought, am I destined to perish? If time could stand still, one would notice another figure in motion. If the bear's movements were slowed to a discernible pace, the entire crew aboard might indeed resemble the motionless bystanders in certain films where time has come to a standstill. One of its hands still clutched the Bible against its chest, while the other hand made a sweeping gesture, akin to the arm movements of a calisthenics routine. In the subsequent frame, the bear's immense figure loomed before Casillas, who, as the one being protected, only became aware of the presence of another when the form had yet to be identified as a bear. Before he could ascertain its size, a beam of light had already struck the bear's palm. This beam ricocheted at an angle, penetrating the deck and the ship's wall, plunging into the currents of the upside-down mountain. The Yellow Ape's stealthy strike was indeed executed flawlessly. Alas, he remained unaware that a certain individual with the ability of the bounce fruit, a power said to reflect any attack, was aboard the ship, witnessing the unfolding events. The Yellow Ape wore a lewd grin. Oh dear, what a pity. Their confrontation had reached an inconclusive end. In the final moment, the Yellow Ape exerted every ounce of strength to ensnare Dragon, unleashing a beam of light with his last vestige of energy. The power was commendable. Yet what mattered most was its swiftness. Ultimately, it was a failure. Thus, the Yellow Ape resolved to depart. Further engagement would yield no results. And in terms of stamina and strategic positioning, Dragon held the advantage. A tinge of reluctance lingered within him, yet his opponent was no pushover. With a mischievous remark, the Yellow Ape transformed into a beam of light and began his retreat. Naturally, Dragon had no intention of pursuing. Thus concluded a peak confrontation, ending with a whimper rather than a bang. Chapter 148. Return to the East Sea. The bear's hand was adorned with a gray leather glove, now marred by a circular, charred hole at its center, revealing a pink, fleshy palm brimming with vitality. This was merely an attack executed by the yellow monkey with residual energy. The bear could easily withstand it head-on, provided that its speed was sufficiently swift. The king of the demons was incapable of achieving such velocity. Only the bear, utilizing the powers of the machi fruit, could achieve near-instantaneous movement by propelling itself through the air. Casillas, somewhat shaken, took a while to collect himself before expressing his gratitude to the bear, who remained silent and simply donned a new glove. The temperament of the tyrant bear was even more somber than that of Lucien. Suddenly, the imposing figure of Drago appeared in the sky, accompanied by a gust of wind that dispersed the rain in the surrounding air, descending before the crowd like a diving bird of prey. Well done. Drago acknowledged the bear's actions with commendation before turning to Casillas with a smile. How about that? Arrived swiftly, didn't we? Speaking of Drago, an interesting fact arises. The voice actor for Drago in the animation is the same as that of the third Hokage in Naruto. When Casillas first heard Drago speak, he felt an unsettling dissonance. The voice seemed more fitting for an elderly man rather than a robust middle-aged figure. Fortunately, Drago's voice before him seemed much more appropriate. Of course, I am very satisfied. Casillas had paid a price for the Revolutionary Army's assistance, which involved providing a stable source of weaponry at significantly reduced rates compared to the market. Nevertheless, even under these circumstances, Casillas stood to profit, for the system's exchange rates for weapons were exceedingly low. Waterfall ahead, someone shouted, interrupting the two who were about to continue their conversation. Without a word, Drago suddenly soared into the air. How could a colossal warship navigate over a magnificent waterfall, reaching the sea route back to the East Blue? The answer lay with Drago. In an instant, a tangible high-pressure air current enveloped the entire ship under Drago's control, allowing it to ascend the astonishingly high waterfall like a teal balloon cradling a vessel within. In truth, Drago's ability to transport such a ship through the East Blue, evading the watchful eyes of the world government, stemmed from his capacity to traverse the windless zone. For the Revolutionary Army, the limitations of the Grand Line were, to a significant extent, rendered non-existent. Currently, the only force capable of crossing the windless zone through conventional means was the world government. It was said that the design incorporating sea prism stone to evade sea kings was developed by Vegapunk. Effortlessly, just as they had arrived, the Revolutionary Army's vessel crossed the waterfall and seamlessly entered the upside-down mountain passage leading to the East Blue. Meanwhile, on the other side, the yellow monkey had just landed before Admiral Crane. Oh, it is truly exasperating if there is no one aboard that vessel capable of withstanding my radiance. This mission ought to be deemed complete. Should the fleet admiral question me later, I kindly ask for your assistance, Vice Admiral Tsuru. In speaking favorably on my behalf, the yellow ape, with an air of nonchalance, plopped himself down at the table, grinning broadly. While Vice Admiral Tsuru was engaged in examining a map alongside Peach Rabbit, without even raising her eyelids, Tsuru, well aware of Yellow Ape's temperament, remarked, "This assignment was not assigned by Sengoku. He cannot possibly hold you accountable for this. Rather than squander time with me, it would be more prudent to contemplate how to explain yourself to the elders." Sighing, Yellow Ape displayed a profoundly despondent expression, which, when coupled with his already distinctive features, elicited a strong urge to strike him. It is precisely for this reason that I dread returning. Peach Rabbit glared at Yellow Ape with palpable annoyance. Stop wasting time here. Hurry and get lost. We have important matters to attend to. Go amuse yourself elsewhere. The reprimanding tone was hardly reflective of a typical naval officer's demeanor towards a general. Yet, Kazara remained unfazed, revealing a rather timid expression. Why must she be so fierce? Being a woman? The identity of Peach Rabbit is somewhat exceptional, as her status within the Navy is notably high. Both Kizaru and Akiji have been chastised by her, for she has connections with Admiral Crane. And who is Admiral Crane? A venerable elder within the Navy, a close acquaintance of the naval hero Garb and the former Fleet Admiral Sengoku. In any case, even Kizaru would not dare to engage in a quarrel with this woman. Not wishing to provoke further conflict, he merely uttered a brief remark before departing. As for the discussions between Peach Rabbit and Admiral Crane, they were examining a map of the East Blue, which detailed the kingdom of Goa, home to Frost Moon Village, the very kingdom where the king met his demise at the hands of a wild boar, as well as numerous other independent states, including the Kingdom of Bridge. The map was quite comprehensive, with even moderately sized towns clearly marked. The base of Casillas was likely located within the Kingdom of Goa, though other possibilities could not be dismissed. Setting aside other concerns, I am particularly intrigued by the true intentions of the Revolutionary Army's arrival in the East Blue. It is evident that their purpose is not merely to negotiate with Casillas. Admiral Crane studied the map, engaging in discussion with Peach Rabbit. I believe that is not the issue at hand. Rather, will Casillas join the Revolutionary Army after today, or will he seek opportunities to expand his influence elsewhere? Their discourse, in truth, stemmed from sheer boredom, as there was little of substance to address. The outcome had already been communicated to Sengoku, and the conclusion drawn was for Admiral Crane to remain in the area for a while longer. There was no need for any immediate action, as any subsequent developments would typically fall under the purview of intelligence operations. They were to linger for some time, primarily in anticipation of the Celestial Dragon's impending inspection. As per customary practice, the Navy, responsible for overt protection, had to undertake extensive preparations. Admiral Crane initially opened the map for this very purpose, though the topic was soon diverted by Peach Rabbit, who seemed intrigued by the young lad of merely 15 or 16 years. Casillas's potential choices would likely lead him to join the Revolutionary Army, considering the East Blue no longer offered him sanctuary. Furthermore, with the Celestial Dragon's inspection looming, would Dragon dare to continue aiding him? Peach Rabbit shook her head, picturing the scenario of Dragon remaining in the East Blue while the world government dispatched elite forces to seek him out. However, her thoughts soon sparked anew. Yet, I have heard that Casillas possesses weaponry capable of enabling an ordinary person to slay a master devoid of haki. Would the world government allow such a threat to persist? One cannot simply give up, General Crane replied calmly, unless this Casillas is unwilling to join the Revolutionary Army and remain in the East Sea. However, in the face of the life and death power wielded by the world government, how can a mere Casillas ensure his own safety? Thus, he has but one choice left, to join the Revolutionary Army. Really? Is there no possibility that those 5 old men might offer him a position as a warlord to entice him into serving the world government? General Crane fell silent. Chapter 149. Entering the battlefield having lived to this age, General Crane has come to deeply understand one truth. Anything is possible. Who would have imagined that one day, pirates would be legitimized, gaining the recognition of the world government, long before the warlord system even existed? When the news of Roger's arrival at Raftel spread across the world, who could have foreseen that this pirate king would voluntarily surrender to the world government, ultimately meeting his demise in the very place where he was born and raised? And then there was Rox, immensely powerful, far surpassing the current 4 emperors in his maritime might. yet he fell from grace with astonishing swiftness. Thus, in response to Peach Rabbit's inquiry, General Crane hesitated for a moment, still unable to provide a definitive answer. "By the way, I wish to see the battlefield over there," Peach Rabbit suddenly declared. Noting General Crane's prolonged silence, the battlefield she referred to was, of course, the location where Kizaru was clashing with Dragon. The torrential rain had diminished significantly. Now reduced to a mere heavy downpour, with the opportunity at hand, Peach Rabbit was eager to witness the events unfold. "Suit yourself, but do not act recklessly." General Crane consented readily. "I know." Peach Rabbit swiftly darted out of the room and onto the deck, instructing someone to prepare a small lifeboat. Given her abilities, although the waves remained formidable, a small boat would suffice to navigate the waters between Whiskey Peak and Twin Cape. Kizaru, with a listless expression, sat at the bow of the warship. The female soldiers dared not question the sudden appearance of this admiral, allowing him to remain in silence. A few female soldiers, braving the rain, busied themselves while whispering to each other. Sigh. "Do you think Admiral Kizaru is like those lecherous men? Why else would he suddenly come here? I think he was stationed at a naval base in the New World before this." "Surely not. Could Admiral Kizaru really be such a person? Someone who can attain the rank of admiral must surely be above such frivolity." Her companion, however, was not so preoccupied. This demure-looking female soldier wiped the rainwater that had obscured her vision and continued to untie the thick ropes securing the lifeboat. Yet, the woman who had initially sparked the gossip was unwilling to let the topic fade away. With arms as robust as a typical man's thigh and a chest sturdy enough to shatter boulders, the strong female soldier retorted. "One may know a person's face, but not their heart. Are you aware that there is a rear admiral at the naval headquarters, known as T-Pig? He is quite the lecher, and it is said he has set his sights on our rear admiral Peach Bunny. Moreover, I have heard that his appearance leaves much to be desired." The burly female naval officer prattled on, yet her hands moved swiftly, soon lowering the small boat into the sea. Against the towering exterior of the naval warship, the diminutive lifeboat resembled a mere leaf, tossed about by the surging waves, perpetually on the brink of capsizing. Peach Bunny paid no heed to her companion's whispered gossip. In truth, had she not had tasks at hand, she might have joined in. Dismissively noting that T-Pig had professed his feelings for her on more than one occasion, all of which she had declined, the reason being, quite simply, his appearance was rather unfortunate. As for women, Rear Admiral Crane did not prohibit such matters, provided they did not impede normal operations, for after all, this was a facet of feminine nature. Stepping onto the ship's railing and taking a leap forward, Peach Bunny floated down to the small lifeboat like a leaf detached from a branch. The continuous undulation of the waves caused her no discomfort. As a naval officer, one of the paramount qualities must surely be swimming ability, along with an understanding of the sea. Naturally, Peach Bunny was well acquainted with the ocean, and piloting a small vessel was among her specialties. With a swift motion, she drew her golden sword from its sheath and struck the surface of the water at the boat's stern. The resulting splash seemed to imbue the tiny lifeboat with tremendous momentum, propelling it forward like an arrow released from a bow, skimming the surface of the sea. The towering waves ahead, several meters high, were effortlessly cleaved apart, shattering into foam and spray, disappearing into the vast ocean. "Wow, look at Rear Admiral Peach Bunny. How impressive." The seemingly demure female soldier, unbothered by the rain, widened her eyes as she spoke, glancing at her burly companion, seemingly seeking her agreement. "Of course, Rear Admiral Peach Bunny's prowess," she began, but faltered. She truly did not know the extent of Peach Bunny's capabilities within the Navy. Eventually, she managed to conclude. At the very least, she is no weaker than a vice admiral. Indeed, she was not mistaken. Peach Bunny's prowess had reached the level of a vice admiral, and in fact, surpassed many. Within the hierarchy of the Navy, the standard of vice admirals varied. Typically, they exuded a certain dominance, forming the backbone of the naval force. However, a select few were formidable enough to be considered for promotion to admiral. The current three great generals, during their tenure as lieutenant generals, truly belonged to this category. More accurately, they had already demonstrated the prowess of a general while still in the rank of lieutenant. When they referred to lieutenant generals, they naturally meant those of the headquarters, rather than the casually promoted ones from the Four Seas. Kazara stared vacantly at Peach Rabbit as she navigated her small vessel into the tumultuous sea, while internally pondering another matter. How long must I hide here? An hour? Or perhaps two? Should I make myself appear a bit more disheveled? That would certainly lend the impression of having endured a fierce battle, thereby facilitating a smoother explanation. With this thought, he cast his gaze downward at his already tattered yellow-striped suit. It seemed sufficiently disheveled. Should I perhaps inflict some minor wounds on myself? During this period of concealment, I have come to understand certain things. I am injured. What does a little delay matter? It appears to be a rather constructive idea, one worth attempting to see its effects. While the esteemed admiral contemplates how to address the impending accountability from the 5 elders, Peach Rabbit has already discerned traces of a certain individual following an altercation. A scent, more pungent than ordinary seawater, wafts through the vicinity. A charred piece of flesh flashes past her, which Peach Rabbit swiftly grasps with her hand. The dark fragment, nearly reduced to charcoal, bears no resemblance to any recognizable creature. It is encrusted with a thick layer resembling coarse sea salt, which she can identify as untreated sea salt crystallized from boiled seawater. A mere whiff of it is enough to induce nausea. Discarding this wretched object, Peach Rabbit continues her advance. The winds are calming, and the rain is diminishing. At last, she glimpses the heart of the battlefield. The weather here is entirely distinct from that outside, resembling a clear day, with the deep blue sky overhead devoid of any clouds. The surface of the sea appears to be equally altered. When I reached out to taste a drop, I confirmed it possessed merely a hint of saltiness. The vast quantity of seawater evaporated by the yellow monkey has transformed into rain clouds, which Dracul Myhawk now controls over this area. A significant portion of the seawater here has already lost its salinity, nearing the point of becoming fresh water. However, this state will revert in just a day or two, as seawater rich in salt will inevitably flow back in, and the crystallized sea salt will once again dissolve into these waters. Furthermore, in the profound depths of the ocean, one can observe the orange-red or bright orange glow emanating from the seabed rocks that have transformed into magma. Even with the ocean's cover, it is impossible to cool these molten rocks in a short period, for at least several days. Visitors to this place will witness the scattered bright spots on the ocean floor. These are the fiery magma revealed after the surface has solidified into dark, fractured lava. Chapter 150. New weapons. The Revolutionary Army flows downstream, returning from the upside-down mountain to the East Sea, encountering no further obstacles along the way. Casillas is seated on a sofa alongside Gray and Lucian, engaged in a conversation with Dracul Myhawk. As for the topic, it undoubtedly pertains to the Desert Eagle and AK weapons. I am uncertain how much you know about our Revolutionary Army, but at this moment, Myhawk is not clad in his usual cloak. Instead, he reveals a dark blue outfit and candidly states, I can directly inform you that our situation is far from favorable. It is, of course, a given that opposing a colossal entity such as a world government poses insurmountable challenges. Even with formidable figures like Dorag and others within the Revolutionary Army, the prospects for a favorable outcome remain bleak. For us, the weapons you have pledged are of utmost significance. They would enable a considerable number of our less powerful revolutionary soldiers to fight more effectively and ensure their own survival. At the time when a verbal agreement was made regarding the provision of certain weapons to summon the revolutionary leader for assistance, neither party meticulously deliberated over details such as quantity or timing, primarily due to the constraints of time and Dorag's desire to ascertain the sincerity of this young individual. After a moment's contemplation, Casillas remarked, I understand. In this case, I believe your Revolutionary Army's demand for Desert Eagles will not be particularly substantial. Thus, we can be flexible with that. Surely, it is the AK-47s that you require most urgently. However, the quantity I can offer is quite limited. I can commit to a maximum of 2,000 units along with accompanying ammunition per month. What do you think? This indeed represents the utmost quantity that Casillas is able to offer. After all, he has pledged 1,000 units to Mingo as well. Although he could choose to disregard the terms established with this individual, he is reluctant to forego such a commendable partner as Mingo. The task triggered by the emergence of Lucci only recently indicated completion after Dolage's return. Consequently, Casillas unhesitatingly opted to upgrade the limited 1,000 AK-47s into a quintuple quantity, allowing for the purchase of 5,000 units per month. This is also the reason he previously promised Brother Ming 1,000 units. After allocating 2,000 for the Revolutionary Army, he was left with merely 2,000. It isn't that he couldn't give all of it to the Revolutionary Army. The primary concern lies in the fact that Casillas still needs to contend with the world government and must retain a portion. He does not believe he will become a wanted criminal who is shunned by society, nor does he desire such a fate. Observing Drago, one can see that even such a formidable figure cannot roam freely. What chance does he have? As for utilizing all these units, what would he have left for himself? Let us not forget that this reward also includes the unlocking of new weapon exchanges. He has yet to peruse the options thoroughly and has not decided on a particular weapon. For now, he intends to wait until matters here reach a temporary conclusion. As for the quantity of 2,000, if one were to inquire whether Drago is satisfied, the answer would undoubtedly be affirmative. Thus, he smiled, saying, "Though 2,000 is still insufficient, since you claim this is the maximum you can provide, we have no choice. A few more months should suffice. Regarding the Desert Eagle, 2,000 units would suffice as well. Relatively speaking, it is not as practical as the Desert Eagle, so there is no need for an excess. The number of Revolutionary Army soldiers, when counted, does not exceed 10,000. In just over 4 months, it would be possible to amass enough weaponry to equip them. As for the question of what to do with the weapons of the oppressed ordinary people once they rise against the Tenryubito and the world government, the Revolutionary Army led by Drago is not driven by the ambitions of self-serving individuals seeking to upend the world. In the short term, or at least within the next decade, they are unlikely to engage in actions that would lead to the needless sacrifice of ordinary lives. To topple the world government is not a feat achievable by a single revolutionary army alone, over such an extensive period. Drago patiently accumulates vast quantities of military supplies in preparation for the momentous occasions that lie ahead. One wonders when we will receive the first batch of weapons. Without hesitation, Casillas replied, "Next month." Drago nodded, trusting his words. His gaze then fell upon the Gauss sniper rifle held by Lucien, and he curiously inquired, "Is this weapon capable of mass production?" Regrettably, Casillas' expression conveyed genuine disappointment as he replied, "This weapon is a masterpiece. Crafted by a master gunsmith using the most advanced technological theories, there is no other like it in the world. Indeed, every item in the high-end shop is marked as a limited edition," and Casillas spoke the truth. Drago nodded, feeling a sense of regret. To him, this weapon resembled a work of art, with its silvery body and elegant blue-striped circles, seamlessly integrated into a cohesive structure that unmistakably bore the hallmark of a master's craftsmanship, or rather, a piece of art. Frankly, Drago had never encountered a firearm of such style. The Desert Eagle may possess certain aesthetic designs, yet it pales in comparison to the uniqueness of this silver-white rifle. As for the AK-47, its form is entirely dedicated to functionality, power, and various practical considerations. Casillas recalled the introduction of the Gauss sniper rifle and mused that the Hawaii company must have considered that in order to sell their products overseas, they needed to incorporate some flamboyance. By the way, do you only have those 2 types of mass-producible weapons? Are there no other varieties? Upon hearing this inquiry, Casillas was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "Well, for the time being, these are the only ones available," but Casillas' mind raced, and he suddenly recognized a mistake he had made. He turned to Dorag and said, "I believe the Desert Eagles and AK-47s will no longer be needed by the Revolutionary Army." The statement appears somewhat abrupt. Upon first hearing it, one might think that Casillas intends to burn bridges, yet does he possess such audacity? Would he dare to act this way in the presence of Dragon? Naturally, that seems implausible. Standing behind Dragon, the bear showed no reaction, while the flamboyant king exhibited a hint of surprise before quickly regaining his composure. "What do you mean?" Dragon inquired with a trace of curiosity. "Could you provide me with a quieter environment? I promise to present you with a delightful surprise." Casillas stood up and declared. A few minutes later, in a remarkably tranquil cabin, Casillas accessed the system interface. Instead of immediately reviewing the rewards he had yet to examine, he delved into the firearms section to seek his objective. To achieve at least a superficial reconciliation with the world government, he could not supply weapons to the Revolutionary Army. Initially, he planned to minimize Dragon's usage, intending to inform the world government that his dealings with the Revolutionary Army were merely a singular occurrence. Such a statement would rely solely on whether the world government chose to believe it. However, he now conceived a superior strategy. By selecting a type of weapon he had never previously showcased, he could alleviate his concerns regarding this issue. "You claim that the Revolutionary Army's weapons were sold by me? Where is your evidence? Do not make baseless accusations without proof." To this end, Casillas needed to choose a rather unique weapon, one that significantly differed from the Desert Eagle and AK-47, thus concealing the existence of his transactions with the Revolutionary Army for an extended period. Despite his ignorance about military weaponry, he was aware of such a weapon. It seemed to be called the G11, a weapon that does not require cartridges. Chapter 151. Blockade. The East Sea appeared to be bustling with activity. This sentiment resonates with many, particularly those among the pirates. Following the turmoil in Lobe Town, the presence of the East Blue Navy has steadily increased, with naval ships patrolling the seas incessantly. At this juncture, those daring to show their faces in defiance of the law seldom meet with favorable outcomes. This phenomenon is not confined to the tumultuous Log town near Reverse Mountain, rather. It has permeated the entirety of East Blue. The news of one pirate crew after another being annihilated by the Navy has significantly uplifted the spirits of ordinary citizens, including merchants who have suffered grievously at the hands of pirates. Ultimately, the misfortunes of pirates are indeed a boon for the common populace. After all, in these times, one need not experience the horrors firsthand. Mere hearsay suffices to convey the notorious deeds of pirates. According to numerous newspaper reports, the eradication of piracy is posited as the panacea for all the world's conflicts, including the vexing issue of the sky gold that plagues many allied nations. As this wealth is intended to bolster naval armaments against pirates, the chaos in Log Town has undoubtedly claimed many lives, all attributable to the pirates, though perhaps such a conclusion should not be drawn so emphatically. Nevertheless, it is beyond dispute that a significant majority of the civilian casualties were indeed inflicted by pirates. The death toll has long been accounted for, and today marks the solemn occasion of the funeral for these victims. The event is spearheaded by the local officials of Log Town and Smoker, who has only recently arrived. Coffins are interred in the earth, accompanied by grieving relatives, some reluctant to part with their loved ones, while entire families lie buried together, and there are also solitary figures in coffins, their identities forever unrecognized. Smoker, cigar in hand, observes the scene in silence. A person officiating the funeral reads solemnly, though Smoker remains indifferent to the words. Amidst the solemnity and the pervasive atmosphere of grief among the attendees, Robin, in disguise, stands alongside Buggy, who is wrapped in layers of white bandages stained with blood, cradling a small girl. The girl's family has been found among the row of coffins. Her parents were absent at the time of the tragedy, making her survival a rare stroke of fortune. Buggy, however, feels no sense of luck. Instead, he is beset by misfortune, questioning why he had been so impulsively compelled to save the girl. He had hoped that finding her relatives would allow him to rid himself of this burden. Yet, hours later, grumbling under his breath, Buggy begrudgingly takes the girl's hand and follows Robin aboard a cargo ship, having concluded that remaining in Log Town is no longer an option. The naval presence here is increasingly formidable, and among them is a particularly ruthless character known as Smoker, who possesses the abilities of a Logia-type devil fruit. Such a foe can only be countered with haki. One must wonder if the higher-ups in the Navy have completely lost their senses. Do they truly believe that a place as quaint as Log Town requires such a formidable guardian? In any case, Log Town has become exceedingly perilous. Fortunately, Robin's disguise ensures that they remain unrecognized, and though Buggy's prominent nose is quite conspicuous, with a little concealment and some bandages to simulate burns, he can evade detection. As for stowing away on cargo ships, that is a common occurrence. The Navy soldiers tasked with inspecting the vessels casually glanced around the cargo holds, accepting the captain's bribes with satisfied expressions. All clear. No issues here. Moments later, as the sails unfurled and the bulky cargo ship gradually departed from Log Town's harbor, Buggy was finally able to remove the bothersome bandages from his face while hiding in the cramped hold. I must ask, where are we headed? To the kingdom of Goya. What? Isn't that far more dangerous than Log Town? The celestial dragons are about to arrive. As Robin tidied up the little girl's clothing while wiping away the dirt from her face, she calmly explained, in truth, the kingdom of Goya is much safer than here. As long as you don't go out and draw attention, those tasked with protecting the celestial dragons will hardly bother with us. Meanwhile, the searches in Log Town have been relentless. The girl, having had her face cleaned by Robin with a damp cloth, shuffled over to Buggy and silently wrapped her arms around him. Her quiet demeanor might stem from shock, or perhaps a natural speech impediment. Buggy, on the other hand, wore a look of resignation. Although the space was cramped, there was at least a porthole, allowing for some fresh air. As two individuals accompanied by a burden made their way to the kingdom of Goya, our protagonist, Casillas, had already returned to the kingdom of Goya. At the uncertain terminus, where a heap of refuse stretched towards the sea, he waved farewell to the revolutionary vessel, the Winter Grandma. There exists an interlude here. Acho. Uncertain whether it was due to his own inclinations or a certain brainwashing ability possessed by the Revolutionary Army, astonishingly chose to join their ranks. This revelation elicited a mere smile from Casillas, who displayed no further emotion. Could one truly sever ties with the Revolutionary Army? After all, 1,000 G11 rifles had already been delivered, and the timeline for next month's shipment had been duly arranged. Boss, shall we return? Gray inquired. glancing around while pinching his nose. Having been away for a while, he suddenly found the lingering odor rather intolerable. Casillas, with a half-smile, cast a glance in his direction, assuring him, "Fear not, this odor shall soon dissipate. Moreover, I shall ensure its permanence is rendered impossible thereafter." Gray felt a flush of embarrassment. He recalled experiencing a similar reaction upon his initial arrival at this place, and now, after a prolonged absence, he found himself in the same predicament. How embarrassing. "Let us first return to Douanjian," he suggested. Casillas pondered, stroking his chin for a moment. Given the recent exertions, it would be prudent for everyone to rest for a few days. The crew members of the Black Flag pirates visibly brightened at this news. Yet Casillas, with his back to them, maintained a more somber demeanor. The essential arrangements were now in place. It was merely a matter of observing the reactions of others. He hoped the 5 elders would refrain from issuing a direct order for his annihilation, though one could hardly expect such elderly men to act so irrationally. The path ahead remained dependent on the revolutionary army, still too feeble. At the city gate of Central Street, a multitude of city guards stood vigilant. Yet today, unlike their previous role of merely conducting inspections, they had received orders forbidding anyone from Douanjian or those dwelling among refuse from entering Central Street. In essence, the royal city had been sealed off. This has stirred some discontent, particularly among 3 brothers eager to venture into the city for ramen. Additionally, there should be a formidable sister, Christina. Luffy gazed blankly at the city guards standing sentinel with their rifles, inquiring, why are they not allowing anyone in? Perhaps there has been some unforeseen circumstance. Sabo, donning a blue top hat, scrutinized the scene with a hint of suspicion, an unsettling worry welling up within him. He understood all too well that such orders from the aristocracy were hardly made with the common folk in mind. But what does it matter? Let us charge in. The combative ace asserted, though he would not forget to seek Tina's opinion, casting a glance at the red-haired girl. "Sister, what do you think?" Synopsis. It is said that the riches he amassed from arms dealing could purchase an entire nation. Rumor has it that he single-handedly wreaked havoc across countless lands, leaving a trail of destruction before departing. It is said that the world government trembles at the power he wields, ultimately compelled to concede and allow him a place among the 7 warlords of the sea. He is known as the Black Emperor of the East Sea,